At this moment, I find myself on Earth, 66666 of the Marvel Universe, right in New York's Arkham Psychiatric Center. A friendly reminder, you won't find any of that DC Universe stuff here. Hurry up and run. The author is the absolute king of lunacy. Here comes my flying stick, but you can't catch me. Trying to escape? Too late. The Mad King's already got his eye on you. 3 fellow patients are having what can only be described as a madcap party, chasing and teasing each other as they race past me, their laughter echoing through the hall. Meanwhile, I'm sitting quietly on a small stool, dressed in a white hospital gown. I don't move an inch, like a wooden puppet, my gaze fixed intently on the glass of water before me. It's just an ordinary cup of cool water in a clear glass, but I stare at it with unwavering focus, as if it holds the universe's ultimate secret. Taking advantage of the moment, when no one's paying attention, I quietly pull up my personal info panel. The contents are so absurd, it's almost unbelievable. Level, Madness Power, 3rd rank. Age, 16, the hospital has me down as 8. Seriously? I'm really 16. Equip skill cards. Word Spirit. Whenever I speak, there's a chance my words will come true, so I have to be very careful with what I say, or disaster could strike. Silent Zen. I rarely talk, but when I do, it makes me seem especially mysterious. Corpse Explosion. If I die, my body will explode instantly, basically turning me into a human firework. Care to dance? If I utter care to dance too, the other person is compelled to join me in an awkward dance, pulling them into a mad whirl of movement. The star of the show. With this card equipped, I become the most eye-catching person around, the superstar of this world of madness. This card lets me teach a lesson to anyone who mocks me, turning me into a righteous avenger among the mad. Low-level invisibility. Only the blind can't see me. Not exactly the most useful skill. Awkward. When I have this card equipped, someone nearby is bound to do something weird. The logic here is just baffling. Invincible. When activated, I lose everything and experience life as a pauper in this mad world. Friend from thin air. Use this during the whitewashing phase, and it'll automatically generate a friend for me. The ultimate social tool in the world of madness. Sigh, this system has really made my life miserable. It's called the Unusual System. It brought me to the Marvel Universe, only to throw me into this psychiatric hospital. The system doesn't give me any missions, nor does it offer daily rewards. All it provided was in Madness Power upgrade system, a character status panel, and a slot for skill cards. But to acquire skill cards, I have to do something utterly bizarre or outrageous. And the skill cards I've managed to get so far are each more ridiculous than the last. Take this Shivers card, for example. Even when I'm not using it, there's always someone around doing something weird. Then there's blind people can't see me. Well, isn't that just stating the obvious? And as for the card that makes my corpse explode after I die, that's enough to scare anyone senseless. When I first started acting crazy in the streets, I never imagined I'd end up with such peculiar skills. Unwilling to give up, I tried a few more times, which promptly landed me in the hospital. But as fate would have it, blessings often come in disguise. Being mad in the hospital doesn't attract as much attention. The only problem is that my real identity was eventually uncovered. So what now? Should I keep pretending to be insane? Yet when I'm with these patients, I end up feeling way too normal. No matter what I do, I just can't seem to fit in. Over time, my performance pales in comparison to theirs, and the doctor could see right through me. Left with no choice, I stared at the glass of water in front of me, trying my best to act even stranger. Just as I was zoning out, fixated on the water glass, Dr. Arthur, the psychiatric specialist, quietly walked over. He stood behind me, and together, we silently stared at the cool glass of water. After a while, Dr. Arthur couldn't hold back anymore and finally asked, "What are you looking at?" I confidently changed the subject. "Doctor, I think I have superpowers now." Superpowers? Dr. Arthur probably rolled his eyes in his mind, but still picked up pen and paper, pretending to be very interested. "Oh, and what kind of superpowers do you have?" My eyes lit up with excitement. "I have telekinesis. I can control this glass of water." Dr. Arthur's jaw dropped so wide, you'd think he could fit an egg in his mouth. I began to perform my so-called telekinesis for Dr. Arthur. I pointed at the glass, splayed my fingers with all my might, and kept chanting, "Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Stay where you are." Sure enough, the glass didn't budge. I felt quietly triumphant, but Dr. Arthur's face only grew darker. His expression seemed to say, "You don't seriously expect me to buy this, do you?" I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, feeling like I'd completely fooled him. Dr. Arthur struggled to contain his frustration and sighed. "Xiao Luo, you'll be discharged in a week. Please stop with these tricks, or you'll just end up right back here." My heart sank as I heard those words. It seemed I really couldn't hide anything from the sharp-eyed Dr. Arthur. Watching his figure recede, I let out a sigh myself. Well, discharge it is. At least now, I'll have a chance to truly explore this Marvel world. Just as I was brooding over life, a sudden shout rang out by my ear, startling me so much I jerked upright. I turned my head and saw a fellow patient grinning at me, flashing a neat set of 8 teeth. Lifting an eyebrow, I replied with a deliberately drawn-out, "Huh." My extended note was nothing short of masterful. A mechanical chime sounded in my mind. Congratulations, you've acquired a skill card, Language Master. When equipped, all conversations with your target will automatically switch to and #% language. Free attribute points +2. Gazing at my newly obtained skill card, I couldn't help but chuckle smugly, shouting, what a ridiculous thing. With that, I smacked the water cup in front of me, sending it tumbling and splashing water across the floor. Throwing my arms wide, I dashed off, joining a crowd of people already running wild through the corridor. Following the path of the rolling cup, my eyes landed on a homeless man. His clothes were tattered, and it was as if some invisible force had frozen him mid-step. One foot raised, the other planted, mouth slightly open, eyes wide in terror. He looked just like Bruce Banner caught in a moment of panic. After a few seconds, the invisible grip seemed to fade, and with a shudder, he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Packing up his few belongings, Charlot prepared to say goodbye to his hometown in the Marvel world. Yes, this was the place he'd lived in the longest here. It had long since become home to him. He squeezed out 2 tears, full of nostalgia at the thought of leaving. The people here had a unique sense of humor. Everyone was remarkable in their own way, and Charlot was genuinely fond of this place. During his time here, he learned all sorts of madcap antics that defied imagination. Now, as he prepared to leave, he was confident he'd gain even more skill cards. The secret to obtaining new skill cards was to do things that stood out, but for that, you needed an audience. Here, though, surrounded by people who were already extraordinary, nothing he did seemed out of the ordinary, and the effect was inevitably diminished. So, with his internship over, it was time for discharge. "Charlot, your brother's here to see you," called out a plump orderly, knocking loudly on the door. "Coming." Charlot responded immediately. That's right, he had a brother. After all, if he didn't, he'd never have been able to afford a stay at the psychiatric clinic. You might not be able to prove you're not crazy, but you can certainly prove you're broke. Of course, this brother wasn't necessarily a real brother. He could just as well have been his father, uncle, or even grandfather. Back when I was adopted, the official in charge of registering my household information was extremely careless, making a complete mess of the records. My age, relationship status, name, and the date of registration. Every single detail was entered incorrectly. And just like that, I, Shero, ended up with an older brother who was much older than me. As for why Shero would have a brother in the Marvel Universe, well, that's a question only the great system itself could answer. Shero walked into the parlor and saw his gray-haired brother, along with his gleaming, blonde-haired friend. "Hey, Shero." Gwen stretched out her greeting, waving cheerfully at him. Her beautiful face was fair and smooth, and the playful curve of her lips made her look both charming and irresistibly cute. Her nose was high and straight, her features striking. She was the kind of person you simply couldn't overlook. Beside her, Ben also wore a kindly smile. "Honestly, I'll be discharged tomorrow. Did you two really have to come visit me today?" Shero feigned a trace of annoyance, though his heart was secretly delighted. Ever since he'd crossed into this world, he had, inexplicably, a relative and a lovely, adorable friend. The only pity was that he'd only discovered these things while being visited in a psychiatric hospital. Was my name originally Peter Parker? But the clerk messed up my name? All this time, I just called him Uncle Ben. But now everything has changed. "What's wrong, Shero? Aren't you happy to see us?" "Everyone at school misses you," Gwen said with a radiant smile, voicing exactly what Shero least wanted to hear. Ever since Shero was admitted to the famous Arkham Asylum for going crazy, Gwen had told him he'd become the hottest topic at school. Everyone was talking about him. People constantly sought Gwen out, asking for news about Shero. There were even wild rumors that it was Gwen's father, George Stacy, who personally sent Shero to the hospital and subjected him to unspeakable torment. Of course, none of that was true. Shero rolled his eyes and curled his lip. "School? Go back to school? Doctor, I'm sick. I need to stay in the hospital. I can't go anywhere." "All right, Shero." Ben Parker's face grew stern as he watched Shero's dramatic display, his voice turning serious as he urged him. "We, and the doctors, have seen right through your act. You just don't want to go to school. You ran out onto the street handing out flyers, claiming the world is fake, and you even smeared Uncle Tony Stark on live news, insisting he'd kidnap his own nephew, when you don't even know his uncle's name. You talk about aliens invading New York, about Captain America rising from the dead, about Thor descending from the heavens, and about Thanos destroying the world. You even go around shouting China #1. But in truth, it's just that you don't want to go to school because you've been threatened there. Don't worry, Charlot. We've already taken care of these problems for you. Gwen also looked at Charlot with a hint of displeasure. She still remembered how she and Ben had come to check on him, full of concern, only for him to pretend he didn't know her. Her good intentions had been misunderstood, taken as something with an ulterior motive. As for why she forgave Charlot, the reason was actually quite simple. Back then, in his dazed state, Charlot would repeatedly tell her how beautiful she was. Charlot let out a sigh. He had put in so much effort. But in the end, after distributing doomsday flyers and making a mess of the news, he only ended up with 2 skill cards. One was called Word Spirit, and the other was the Coolest Guy. Gwen brushed her golden hair aside and looked up, saying, "All right, let me tell you some of the funny things that have happened at school lately. Oh, and I've organized all the lessons the teacher has gone over recently, so when you get back to school, you won't fall behind. The truly hidden live quietly in the city, but the most hidden take refuge in the asylum. I've already hidden myself away in here, yet you all still refuse to leave me be." Seeing Charlot's reluctant face, Ben frowned. The old Charlot was introverted and timid, barely speaking, as if studying was the only thing in his world. But ever since he entered the psychiatric hospital, he'd become a lot more lively. It's just that this new liveliness was a bit much, as if he'd turned into someone else entirely. Still, the little gestures, the expressions, all his small habits hadn't changed. Ben knew this was still the Charlot from his own family. He'd just gone from being a child who only cared about studying to one who now seemed like a madman uninterested in school. Ben could only attribute these changes to the influence of the mental institution. But now, when he looked at Charlot, who always had a smile on his lips, handsome and cheerful, brimming with energy, those slightly curved eyes always seemed to harbor some mischievous idea. Like this, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. He still remembered the first time he'd met Charlot, a sweet and lovable little guy, with those big black eyes that were especially enchanting. He and May had chosen Charlot at first sight. With a smile in his eyes, Charlot turned to Gwen and asked, "You call him Uncle Ben, and I'm Ben's younger brother. So tell me, what should you call me?" Gwen, who had just been sharing funny stories, slammed her fist down on the table and glared furiously at Charlot, threatening through gritted teeth. "Don't push me. If you keep this up, there's nothing I won't do." "Oh," Charlot's eyes sparkled. He pulled a small notebook from his pocket, flipped to a page covered in math formulas, and eagerly handed it to Gwen, saying, "This is the Riemann hypothesis. Come on, let's solve it. Our fortune is finally here." The calculations written above were actually done by another patient, who, wearing a smug expression, proudly told Sherlock that this was the proof. But Sherlock couldn't make heads or tails of it, nor did he dare to ask more questions. All he could do was nod along in agreement. Gwen picked up the pen, glanced at the Riemann hypothesis, and her face grew even more stern. "All right, then." Sensing the mood, Sherlock tactfully put away his little notebook, feeling a bit dispirited. "If you ever manage to solve it, remember to let me know. I'll always be ready for you." The rest of the lesson was just as dull, so Sherlock quietly checked his own stats. Most ordinary people have just 1 point in their mental attribute, but Sherlock had boosted his up to an astonishing 8. Thanks to this, his mental state was always excellent. A score of 10 in appearance? Don't ask, it's a perk from the system. Listening to the monotonous lecture, Sherlock couldn't help but stifle a yawn. "Can we wrap this up?" "What's this? You already understand everything." Gwen slammed her textbook shut, clearly displeased. "Of course not. Then where did you start getting lost?" "Right from the beginning. You said that couple found a child in the woods. Why were they able to find one? Why can't I? That's just not fair." The desk gave a small tremble under his frustrated tapping. Meanwhile, inside a truck's cargo hold, 10 heavily armed figures in black silently checked their weapons. Each wore identical tactical gear, their bodies tightly wrapped, faces covered with masks so that only their cold, impassive eyes were visible. The captain produced a photo and passed it around. It showed a young boy. "This is our target. Be careful. He's not an ordinary person. He possesses unknown superpowers. Burn this face into your memory. As for everyone else, no one is to be left alive." With that, the captain glanced at his watch, and the team synchronized their timing. "In 10 minutes, we go in through the main entrance. Team A, take the left and breach the medical wing. I'll lead Team B into the residential area. Once we find the target, subdue him with a stun gun and extract immediately. We only have 10 minutes. After gunfire erupts, Team C provides cover. Police will arrive in 10 minutes. If we don't pull out by then, it'll be too late." With a wordless exchange, the team all raised their weapons in readiness. "Move out." At the command, the back doors of the truck slid open and everyone sprang out. Bystanders turned with startled faces. "Who are you?" A sudden burst of gunfire answered, and the security guard at the door fell lifeless to the ground. The black-clad squad pressed forward, and chaos erupted throughout the psychiatric facility as gunshots thundered and desperate screams tore through the air. At that moment, Sherlock, seated quietly in his room, looked up in confusion. He wore a loose white tank top and a pair of floral shorts. His feet slipped into mismatched slippers. To pull off this fresh young guy look, Sherlock had put in quite a bit of effort. He was planning to wait a few more hours until Ben and Gwen came to pick him up, hoping to give them a little surprise. But now, the noises coming from outside left him completely puzzled. Why were people shouting so loudly? And why did it sound like they were celebrating? Who's setting off firecrackers? Are people actually celebrating my imminent departure from Arkham Asylum? These people, couldn't they wait until I'm really gone before they start the festivities? Fuming, Sherlock flung open his door and peeked out into the corridor. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Right before his eyes, blood spattered everywhere. His favorite orderly lay sprawled on the floor, a bullet hole in his forehead, eyes wide open in death, dark red blood pooling across the ground. In disbelief, Sherlock stared in the direction the gunshot had come from, only to lock eyes with a stranger dressed head to toe in black, rifle in hand. Without a second thought, Sherlock spun on his heel and bolted. Luckily, his room was just around the corner, and with a single turn he slipped out of sight, leaving the man in black behind. As for waiting in his room for someone to rescue him, that wasn't an option. The asylum rooms didn't even have locks. Staying put would be as good as suicide. Years of keeping a cool head kicked in, and Sherlock found himself regaining composure even in the face of death. Immediately, he remembered his one advantage, his superpower. Say something outrageous. Come on, brain, give me something wild. Heck, come catch me if you can. If you do, I'll let you. Heh-Heh. While running, Sherlock muttered to himself without thinking. He couldn't help but slap himself, grumbling inwardly. Not now. Keep it together. Hearing Sherlock's taunt, the two men in black exchanged a quick glance. The one who'd fired the shot sneered and raised his rifle, his voice cold and menacing. Leave him to me. I'll turn him into Swiss cheese. The other nodded and moved off, rifle ready, heading toward a different door. Sherlock picked up speed and soon dashed into the asylum's cafeteria. The floor was slick with blood and littered with bodies, but he didn't have time to grieve. He had to find a weapon. His eyes swept quickly over the tables. Only plastic knives and forks, completely useless. A glance over his shoulder, no sign of the man in black yet. Instantly, Sherlock darted toward the kitchen. Sure enough, the kitchen door had already been forced open. In the corner, the chef's body lay just out of sight. He scanned his surroundings and, spotting his chance, snatched a steel dinner knife from the rack and gripped it tightly. Hearing movement from the cafeteria, Sherlock didn't hesitate. He ducked behind the shelf stacked with pots and pans and hid. With a heavy thud, someone kicked open the cafeteria door. A man dressed in black whistled as he walked, his heavy military boots striking the floor with crisp, echoing steps. His face was hidden behind a black tactical mask, and his sharp gaze swept over the shelves. Cradling his rifle, he sneered and spoke. "Come out, you yellow-skinned brat. I've already seen you. Don't worry, just like your friends, I'll turn you into a smashed tomato." Despite his words, his eyes stayed fixed on the shelves, rifle at the ready, unmoving, clearly unwilling to approach recklessly. He was being exceptionally cautious. Crouched on the floor, Charlot gripped a dinner knife tightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. At least I'm still clear-headed, he thought with relief. The tension gnawed at his nerves, but it hadn't tipped over into outright terror. His hand trembled slightly on the knife, yet inside he stayed alert. Should I rush out and kill him? Stab him in the throat? He had never killed anyone before, let alone someone armed with a rifle. The knife was only his last line of defense. Charging out blindly would be suicide. He quickly opened his system panel and glanced at his skill cards. Then, Charlot stood, revealing just half his head, and flashed a nervous, manic smile. He spoke to the man in black with forced ease. "You're here for me, aren't you? Fine, you've caught up to me. You can gloat now. That's right, I'm a psychic you're after." The man in black let out a harsh, grating laugh, his gaze full of contempt as he mocked Charlot. "A psychic? You? Who said we were here for you? Our real target's already been found. As for you, now you can die." With that, he raised his rifle and aimed it at Charlot's head, ready to fire. But Charlot simply extended a hand, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, you've caught me. Now hand over the gun. It's my turn to chase you." "You idiot! What nonsense are you spouting?" The man in black laughed maniacally, yanking his rifle from his shoulder, eyes wild with rage, his masked expression twisting with fury. "Die, you wretched thing," he snarled, shoving the rifle at Charlot. Charlot accepted it with a shy smile, calmly taking the weapon and leveling it at the man in black. The man recoiled in shock, spinning around to run. "You'd better not move. My aim isn't exactly steady," Charlot said coolly. With that, he pulled the trigger. Lacking experience, the recoil sent a jolt of numbness through his shoulder and wrist. The bullets tore through the air. One struck the man's thigh, the other hit him in the groin, drawing a piercing scream of agony. Charlotte blinked, gazing at the man in black whose blood was flowing unchecked. With a calm tone, she remarked, "I warned you not to move just now. See? The moment you did, everything went wrong." With that, she squeezed the trigger again, but only a hollow click echoed out. It was then she realized the rifle was out of bullets. Rage burned in the man's eyes as he fixed them on Charlotte. His hands, soaked with his own blood, trembled from the searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he drew a Glock 43 from his belt, raising it towards Charlotte, murder gleaming in his gaze. Charlotte smiled, reaching out a hand with an awkward but hopeful expression. "Could you hand me the gun, sir? Let me have a few shots as well." But this time, her joke failed to break the tension. The man's face was twisted by nothing but fury and a fierce resolve to kill. He was ready to end Charlotte's life without a second thought. "Die, you monster," he snarled. Defying agony, he flicked off the pistol's safety. Still clad in her tank top, Charlotte's face shifted instantly. She squared her shoulders, lifted her chin, striking a haughty pose. With a feigned toss of her short hair and her dinner knife pointed at her foe, she spoke in a taunting tone. "Care to dance with me as well?" Skill card activated. Suddenly, the man's movements slipped from his control. The finger poised to pull the trigger froze, and no bullet was fired. Terror seized him. His voice shook as he stammered. "What did you do? What are you?" At that moment, an odd melody drifted down from the ceiling above. Da-da-da, da-da, da-da-da, da-da. As the music played, both of their bodies snapped upright, arms rising gracefully, toes pointed as they began to stretch and move. Charlotte's eyes went wide. Was that Swan Lake? The notes leapt and danced, light and lively, conjuring images of playful cygnets by the lakeside. In that instant, neither the now composed Charlotte nor the panic-stricken man in black could resist the music's pull. Despite the contrasts in their expressions, under the sway of the skill, their movements became strikingly elegant. In a sudden burst within the dance, the man in black executed an exaggerated mid-air split before collapsing to his knees. Blood gushed from his wounds, curses tumbling from his lips, yet every move retained a stunning grace. Clad in heavy combat boots, he somehow managed to hit every beat with nimble precision, his balance unshakable. Spinning, Charlotte commented, "Buddy, you've got some real moves." The man's voice was raw with pain. "Make it stop. What have you done? Stop this, please." No matter how much he suffered, Charlotte pretended to be thoroughly enjoying herself. "I simply can't stop." As the dance crescendoed, the two of them lifted their hands high above their heads, spinning in perfect symmetry on their toes. Charlotte had secretly boosted her physical strength, so she could just barely keep going while the man in black was almost at his breaking point. Blood gushed from his wound as he spun, spraying like a fountain. The room was awash with crimson. As the dance dragged on, the man in black completely lost feeling in his feet. Searing pain radiated from his lower body, and with the crushing weight of 15 kilograms of gear strapped to him, he summoned every ounce of strength to keep moving. At last, even the energy to call for help deserted him. A storm of emotion flickered in the man's eyes. Anger, fear, pleading, despair, until only a desperate struggle against pain remained. All the while, beneath the beautiful music, the two of them moved, arms sweeping, bodies twisting. Their steps were light and elegant, their coordination flawless, as if they'd rehearsed this macabre duet 100 times. More than 2 hours slipped by. For the man in black, every second dragged on like an eternity. Gradually, he learned to read Charlotte's expression. Would Charlotte stop? Would she wait for help to arrive? No, she wanted revenge, even if it meant dying on the stage herself. No teammates appeared, no police rushed in, no one else witnessed or interrupted this dance that belonged to them alone. As the music reached a fever pitch, the man in black finally collapsed under the strain. His body shuddered violently, then crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Charlotte puffed out her cheeks, stilled her movements, and let out a long, slow breath. The music above her cut off in an abrupt silence. At that moment, the kitchen door, until now sealed off from the outside world, swung open, and the piercing wail of police sirens flooded in. At the doorway, Gwen, her eyes swollen and red from crying, stood barricaded outside. Her voice trembled as she asked George, "Have you found Charlotte?" Ben Parker looked as if he had aged a dozen years. His hands shook as he gazed at them with deep concern. George, broad-shouldered and weary, sighed. According to one surviving nurse, she'd seen an armed criminal chasing after Charlotte. Now, most of the victims' identities have been confirmed. Charlotte, Dan, and the chef Chris were among the few still missing. George tried to reassure them. Right now, not finding her is actually a good sign. She might still be safe. When couldn't hold back anymore, she sank to the floor and broke down in heart-wrenching sobs. Charlotte had been her friend since childhood, the closest person to her besides her father. Just yesterday, they were together. If only they'd left earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. If only... George sighed again. He wanted to comfort Gwen, but there was still so much work to do. He turned, picked up his radio, and strode to the entrance of the nursing home. Andrew, search everywhere. We have to find which way they went. The suspect may have a hostage. For now, George froze, radio in hand. In his line of sight, Charlotte, dressed in a white tank top, her feet tracking bloody prints, walked out of the grisly crime scene and into the light. Charlotte wore an expression of innocent bewilderment on his face. Faced with the blood spattered across the walls and the hellish scene in the asylum, there was not a trace of fear in his demeanor. He looked neat and immaculate, just like a child who had just come home from school. This image was especially out of place amid the chaos. Step by step, he walked up to George. Confronted with George's astonished face, the utterly exhausted Charlotte managed a calm smile. All the police officers nearby were frozen in place, hands suspended mid-action, staring at him in a daze. What's going on? Where did he come from? He's all right. Uncle Ben, look. Charlotte's okay. When Gwen saw Charlotte appear at the doorway, her tear-streaked face lit up with joy as she shouted out. Ben, clutching his chest with anxiety, finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Whatever had happened, it was enough that he was safe and sound. A smile also broke across George's face as he stepped forward and gently patted Charlotte's shoulder. Charlotte, where did you hide just now? I didn't hide. I was in the kitchen the whole time. No one else ever came in there. George frowned. You mean you stayed in the kitchen the whole time? But how could it be that none of the officers went in? He turned to glance at his colleagues. The police exchanged glances, clearly confused. The kitchen? Weren't you the one who was supposed to search it? Huh, I thought you were going to check it. I figured you'd already looked. I thought he'd gone through it. Very quickly, the officers began shifting blame around, each unwilling to admit any fault. Under the watchful gaze of the news cameras, Charlotte was escorted to the waiting ambulance. Meanwhile, George hurried to the kitchen door, where he immediately spotted a corpse slumped by the wall, a fatal gunshot wound to the head. Even for George, it was a mortifying sight. This was a serious failure by the police. So many officers had conducted a thorough search, and yet, what had they actually been looking for? It was almost impossible to accept. At the hospital, after a quick examination, it was confirmed that Charlotte had not suffered any physical harm. The only problem was that the exorbitant cost of American ambulances had dealt yet another blow to the already strained finances of the Ben family. At this moment, Gwen was sitting beside Charlotte, her eyes swollen and red, lips pouting in frustration. Her mood was clearly low. That was because her father, George, together with another black officer named Hank, were about to question Charlotte. The attacker had disabled all the surveillance cameras in Arkham Asylum, leaving the police completely in the dark about the assailant's identity and actions. Now, the only way to reconstruct what had happened was through eyewitness accounts. Charlotte, entirely unscathed, stood out more than anyone. Not just because he was the most lucid person in the asylum, but because only he knew exactly what had transpired in the kitchen. The man in black who died in the kitchen was the only attacker who had been killed. It wasn't until the police discovered this body that they gained their first real understanding of the attacker's arsenal. This case has had an extraordinary impact. The sense of humiliation was only heightened by the fact that the assailant could come and go at will, leaving the New York police utterly helpless. Aside from the corpse, the police currently have almost no other leads in their investigation. As for the deceased man in black, the investigation confirmed his name was Blinken. He was an African-American of Indian descent, a veteran of the Afghan War who had been discharged due to injuries and regarded as a combat hero. Records show that his wife left him during his service. Since then, he lived alone, with no family or friends. After leaving the army, he survived by doing odd jobs at construction sites. About a month ago, he suddenly disappeared, but the foreman hadn't paid much attention, assuming he had met with some mishap. All his comrades in arms had perished during a special operation. Blinken was the only one who survived to choose retirement. Though the police are not entirely without clues, the investigation has made little headway and yielded almost nothing concrete. Now, the pressure of the case has shifted to the forensic examiner. According to the forensic report, Blinken's cause of death was highly unusual. He died 2 hours after the police arrived at Arkham Asylum. In other words, while the officers were busy moving bodies and searching for the assailant, one of the attackers had in fact been hiding in the kitchen the entire time. Moreover, the injuries on Blinken's body were deeply unsettling. His toes, in particular, had all been shattered, as if crushed by something heavy. His legs bore multiple strains, and every muscle in his body showed signs of extreme exhaustion. If the forensic examiner hadn't confirmed that he died from massive blood loss, they might have suspected that sheer overexertion had killed him. The kitchen was splattered with blood and littered with footprints, all belonging to the same person. The entire scene was both brutal and bizarre. Sherlock, we found your fingerprints on the rifle. Could you tell us what really happened in that kitchen? This was why the police had summoned Sherlock for questioning once again. His prints had been found on the rifle's trigger, yet Sherlock himself had escaped the attack completely unscathed. If George hadn't known Sherlock better, he might have suspected that Sherlock had used the rifle to threaten the perpetrator, forcing him to run even after being shot in the leg and groin, ultimately dying in the kitchen. Yet, this theory simply didn't add up. First of all, how did Sherlock get hold of the rifle? Besides, the rifle was empty. Only 2 spent shells were found in the kitchen. How could an empty rifle have caused the criminal to bleed to death? On top of that, none of Sherlock's fingerprints were found on the handgun. Uncle George, Sherlock began, his expression pained, and slowly recounted what had happened. I was packing up my things at the time. After all, I was about to be discharged. Suddenly, I heard noises outside the door like someone was setting off firecrackers. My curiosity got the better of me, so I opened the door to take a look, and there I saw Louise, her face covered in blood, collapsing right in front of me. I was terrified, truly terrified. I panicked and ran for my life, heading straight for the kitchen, but he chased after me. Grabbing a kitchen knife, I hid behind the shelves. George's expression was grave, and Gwen nervously clenched her hands, her face full of worry as she watched Charlotte. Hank, meanwhile, was jotting everything down as he asked, "What happened next?" Charlotte's face was etched with fear as she continued. And then, he just wouldn't give up. He kept coming after me until he finally found me. He walked right up to me, gave this sly little smile, handed me his rifle, and said, "Heh-Heh, now it's your turn to chase me." Hank's hand froze mid-air, his pen hovering above the notebook as he looked up in disbelief at the solemn-faced Charlotte. But I wasn't about to fall for that. Charlotte lifted her chin with pride. I took the gun, pulled the trigger right away, and shot him in both legs. That way, he wouldn't be able to outrun me. At this point, Charlotte shot a triumphant glance at George, whose jaw had dropped, her face beaming with delight. He tried to run, but this time I was the one chasing him, and no matter what, he simply couldn't get away. Then everything flipped again, and suddenly he was the one chasing me. But this time no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch me. All he could do was watch as I walked away without a care. In the end, he was so exhausted that he just laid down on the ground and drifted off to sleep. Whether Charlotte's story was true or not, Hank faithfully wrote down every word in his notebook. The account was even stranger than George's earlier theories, but Hank made sure to record it all, planning to let the rest of the team hear this version of the truth later. George drew in a sharp breath, then turned to Gwen, whose mouth hung open in shock, and asked in a whisper, "Gwen, are you sure Charlotte has fully recovered?" Gwen offered up a sheepish smile. "Well, at least that's what Dr. Arthur believes." After a brief silence, George sighed, then patiently asked Charlotte, "Charlotte, is there anything else you'd like to say?" "Yes." Charlotte looked up, her eyes full of hope. "Is everyone okay? My friends, are they all safe?" George opened his mouth, but hesitated, unsure what to say. In the end, all he managed was, "Dr. Arthur is fine. He's still your friend, right?" Sadness clouded Charlotte's face, and she nodded quietly. With the questions finished, George glanced over at Gwen, who sat beside Charlotte. His face grew darker and darker, his expression mirroring Hank's almost exactly. When Gwen was a little girl, she was sweet and adorable, while Charlotte from next door was a real troublemaker. Back then, George thought raising a daughter was far less worrisome than raising a son. At least he wasn't driven mad with frustration every single day. But as Gwen gradually grew up, George was forced to face a new reality that left him increasingly uneasy. He dreaded the day when might suddenly come running to him and say, "Dad, my boyfriend's motorcycle is parked downstairs. Is that safe?" He could almost hear Charlotte coming over, patting him on the head and saying, "Deep breaths. It's normal to feel dizzy." Clenching his fists, George watched Gwen and Charlotte whispering together, unable to hold back as he finally shouted, "Gwen, stop bothering Charlotte and get home right now." Gwen pouted, then grinned at Charlotte and said, "Come on, let's go home together." Charlotte nodded and asked, "What about your dad? Is he gonna work late again tonight? Don't worry about him. I'm always home alone. Anyway, wanna come see my new glow-in-the-dark clock? A glow-in-the-dark clock? Of course. That sounds awesome. George's face flushed with anger. After all these years, he suddenly found Charlotte more and more annoying by the minute. How could this be the neighbor's child? She was like a bundle of inexhaustible energy, a little piglet running wild. Ding! Congratulations, you've received a skill card. Old man, gold coin explosion. You're forever the king of the road. +2 free attribute points. Charlotte. She turned around, only to meet George's dark, stormy gaze. His wary eyes made Charlotte feel a bit innocent. After all, the glow-in-the-dark clock really was cool, second only to a cat that could do backflips. Feeling a little guilty, Charlotte couldn't resist reaching out and pinching Gwen's cheek, teasing the two of them as she did. What are you doing? Gwen yelped, blushing furiously. Are you being a creep? Not far away, George instinctively reached for his belt, while Charlotte, looking perfectly calm, said, You had a smudge on your face. I just wiped it off for you, Gwen. Her burning cheeks cooled in an instant. Without hesitation, she pinched Charlotte's cheek right back. Hey, what are you up to now? If you keep messing with me, I'll wash my face every day. There's no way there was dirt on it. Watching the two of them bicker, Hank, the black officer, broke into a nostalgic smile. He had once been young and dashing, just like them, but those days were gone. He walked over, slung an arm around George's shoulder, and steered him toward the door. All right, George. Young folks have their own lives. Charlotte seems full of energy. We still got plenty of work to do. Don't worry. Charlotte will definitely take good care of your daughter. Shut up, Hank. George brushed Hank's arm off, made no move to go home, and straightened his police uniform, saying, It seems we won't be able to get much more out of Charlotte. Let's go investigate Dan Voight instead. He's the only one left now, the sole missing patient from Arkham Asylum. Hank's expression grew serious at this, though he half joked. Yes, Sheriff. Do you need me to drive? No need. You should be sitting in the back. The two of them climbed into Ben's car and set off. Soon, they pulled up in front of a house that was unfamiliar to them. As soon as they got out, Gwen darted off toward her own home. At the door of the old house stood Aunt May, looking weary, leaning on her cane, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed into the distance. The moment she caught sight of Charlotte, tears welled up instantly. She threw open her arms, her body trembling, her voice choked with emotion. Charlotte, I'm just glad you're home. From the very first time Charlotte met Aunt May, she had felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. There was something about her eyes and the expression on her face that tugged at Charlotte's heart. She felt a warmth that radiated from within. Charlotte hurried forward and wrapped Aunt May in a tight embrace. Her own emotions slowly calmed, though her eyes grew damp. Aunt May, my friends are all gone. I'll never see them again. Aunt May gently patted Charlotte's shoulder, comforting her in a soft voice. My child, they've simply gone to a better place. One day, you'll meet them again, and you'll have so many new stories to share when that day comes. There, you too. Ben's eyes were red as well. Though he always played the strict father figure, and was officially Charlotte's older brother by 8 years, in truth, he had always cared for her, as if she were his own child. After wiping away her tears, Aunt May seemed much more herself. She smiled and walked inside with Charlotte by her side. From outside, the old house had looked rather run down. Inside, Charlotte realized it wasn't much to look at either. This simple wooden cottage was well past its prime, and the air was tinged with the scent of age and cheap disinfectant. The family lived mostly on Aunt May's and Uncle Ben's pensions, with Ben picking up odd jobs now and then to help make ends meet. Charlotte's sudden disappearance had struck the family hard. She had been through so much before finally being found at Arkham Asylum. Ben could never quite hide the sorrow in his heart. For Charlotte's sake, this family had nearly been pushed to the breaking point. Charlotte glanced around. The living room was small. Just inside the door stood a square dining table with 4 chairs. The space was snug, but it felt especially warm to her. Soft blue wallpaper gave the room a quiet, gentle air. Though there were plenty of things around, everything was arranged neatly. Gwen burst in confidently, as if she felt even more at home here than Charlotte herself. She walked around Charlotte and placed a small bundle she had brought from home onto the table. Seeing this, Charlotte's eyes lit up. Gwen, I'm already so happy that you're here. You didn't have to bring anything. This is making me feel embarrassed. Gwen beamed, her face blossoming with a sunny smile. Her golden hair shimmered under the light, making her look like a little sun herself. Oh, this isn't a gift. It's the homework you missed these past days. I brought it over just for you. Charlotte's smile froze instantly. Homework? How could you say something so heartless in such a gentle voice? Take your homework and leave, please. This place isn't exactly rolling out the welcome mat for you right now. All right, now, Aunt May said with a cheerful laugh. The blueberry pie I made for you all is almost cool enough to eat. Gwen, just leave the homework in Charlotte's room. He loves doing homework the most. Heh-Heh. Charlotte forced out a couple of awkward laughs. He offered up a quick silent prayer, then wolfed down his meal and hurried back to his room, blocking Gwen at the door as she tried to follow him in. Casting a glance at his cramped and cluttered room, Charlotte tossed his shirt and pants onto the floor and flopped onto the bed. At that moment, his system panel appeared before his eyes. Level: Madness Power, Stage 3. Age: 8 years old, 16 years old. Spirit: 11. Trait: You are bursting with energy. Looks: 10. Trait: You always attract the attention of unknown beings. Equip skill card. CC: When equipped, someone somewhere is always up to mischief. Back at Arkham Asylum, Charlotte had been afraid of losing his sanity, so without hesitation, he put all his attribute points into Spirit. Now, at last, he was reaping the rewards. After his Spirit stat hit 10, he awakened a new mental trait. Namely, he was genuinely, incredibly energetic. Though his body felt tired, he was buzzing with alertness. He even felt like he could do 10 sets of math problems right now and not feel the slightest bit exhausted. Sleep? Who needs sleep? Let's go have some fun. Lying on his bed, Charlotte picked up the family photo from his bedside table. There he was alongside Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and smiled softly. A warm yet slightly shabby little room. Gwen, his kind and beautiful friend. Uncle Ben, wise and loving. Aunt May, gentle and caring. Since coming here, he'd experienced a happiness he'd never known before. He opened his heart, poured more points into his Spirit stat, and closed his eyes. The next moment, it was as if he saw another version of himself appear before him. Charlotte. A refined young man smiled shyly, a hint of awkwardness in his expression. He wasn't wearing glasses, but he definitely radiated that bookish vibe. Parker. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Looking around, he realized he was standing in what looked like a dark, shadowy sewer. What's going on here? Could a nine-tailed fox suddenly pop out? I am you, and I'm truly glad to see you. As these words fell, fragments of memory began to flicker through Charlotte's mind, like scenes from an old, weathered film. I'm leaving the future to you. With you here, Uncle Ben and Aunt May should have an even happier life, don't you think? He was both a real and illusory experience. He was a persona granted by the system, the past of Shano Parker, memories belonging solely to the bookish Charlotte. As if watching from outside, Shano saw himself being born, abandoned, and later adopted by Ben and May. He witnessed every step of his own growth. He studied hard, yet endured bullying at school, living a life marked by ordinariness. It was as if his only purpose was to eventually be replaced by Charlotte. His path to adulthood was strewn with difficulties. Timid and meek, he struggled to stand up to humiliation and prejudice. He tried to resist, but reality always crushed him. Each time he got hurt, he would carefully hide his wounds so Aunt May wouldn't worry, quietly nursing himself back to health alone in bed, like a wounded little dog. His life was lonely and uneventful, yet he remained kind-hearted, always holding on to hope. When Charlotte opened her eyes again, tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Dawn had broken, another day had begun. Those memories faded away like a dream upon waking. In truth, he hadn't been the one bullied, so he couldn't fully grasp the pain. But when he looked into that face, one so identical to his own, he found himself unable to stay indifferent. Good morning, Charlotte. As the door swung open, Charlotte saw Gwen sitting at the dining table, dressed in a black dress, enjoying her breakfast. Her legs were elegantly crossed, clad in white leather boots, exuding a graceful charm. All of Charlotte's gloominess vanished in an instant. Gazing at Gwen's lovely face, Charlotte couldn't help but question her own life. She looked around. Was this truly still her home? In fact, it felt more like Gwen's house. Watching Aunt May's gentle gaze as she watched Gwen eat, Charlotte felt like an extra in her own story. For a moment, she even wished she could swap lives with Gwen. She found herself wondering, if she lived at Gwen's house every day, would George welcome her, too? After breakfast, Gwen led Charlotte out to the school bus. The moment she stepped onto the bus, Charlotte felt dozens of eyes turn her way. She had become something of a legend at school now. Charlotte Parker. Hey. Sitting up front, Francie stretched out her legs and leaned an arm across the seat back, tilting her head to look at Charlotte with a mocking grin. Tell me, Bookworm, did you finally lose your mind? I always said there was something off about you. You never fail to surprise. Turns out, you actually went crazy. Guess too much studying really is bad for your health. Shut up, Francis. Charlotte shot him a sideways glance, raised her pinky, and declared, Stop prying into my life, you obsessive stalker. I will never like you. Francis was stunned by Charlotte's words. Obsessive stalker? Like me? Is he implying I'm gay? How dare he say that? But thinking it over, Francis realized he did pay too much attention to Charlotte, always looking for an excuse to pick on this annoyingly upright guy. Wait, do I actually like him? No way, absolutely not. Glancing around, Francis noticed that all the students on the school bus had turned their eyes to him. Embarrassed and angry, he shot to his feet in a huff. Sitting down, he hadn't felt it, but now that he was standing, his tall, imposing figure became immediately obvious, casting an intense pressure over the scene. His broad chest, muscular arms, and a face twisted with humiliation and rage. Charlotte, on the other hand, was already about 1.6 meters tall. After some recent workouts, he'd shot up to 1.7 meters, but he was still a full head shorter than Francis. Standing side by side, Charlotte looked like a skinny little bean sprout. Hey! Gwen spread her arms, blocking Francis's path, her brow furrowed in warning. No fighting and no shouting. Francis, get back to your seat. Gwen's father was the police chief, which meant she was rarely the target of bullying at school. Even the so-called tough kids didn't dare cross her. Spotting Charlotte making faces behind her, Francis snapped angrily. Parker, you can't always hide behind a girl. One of these days, I'm going to beat you up. Standing safely behind Gwen, Charlotte flashed a smug grin, waggling his eyebrows at Francis in open provocation. I'm a superpowered teen with a strength level of 2. Why would I be scared of you? You too. Gwen turned around, catching Charlotte sticking out his tongue at Francis. Sensing Gwen's sharp gaze, Charlotte immediately dropped all antics, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and gently placed a hand on Gwen's head. All right, let's get moving. Don't block the aisle. The driver's waiting to pull out. As Charlotte spoke, he half-jokingly nudged Gwen back to her seat. Hey, Harry, sporting a leather jacket and a mop of messy hair, poked his head out from the seat behind Charlotte. Don't be surprised to find Harry on this beat-up old school bus. Unlike the rich kid from the Spider-Man movies, the Harry in Charlotte's life came from a family whose fortune had crumbled. Once, he lived in luxury and still clung to the style of those days, but this was all he had left. Oscorp had been carved up and sold off by the shareholders. Norman Osborn didn't just lose everything. He ended up buried under a mountain of debt. Recently, Norman was also diagnosed with mental health issues. If the Osborn family hadn't already gone bankrupt, he and Spider Parker would probably have been sent straight to a psychiatric hospital together. Charlotte, let me guess. When do you think Francie will hit you next? Mary Jane, with her jet black hair and slightly tanned skin, stood by Harry's side, smiling as she spoke. My guess, right after the exams. Exams. Charlotte echoed Mary Jane's words, stuttering, her face filled with panic. MJ, are you sure you're not joking? Charlotte glanced over at Gwen, who was pretending nothing was out of the ordinary and could barely resist demanding answers on the spot. Gwen, what exams? What are we being tested on? Why are there exams today? How can there be an exam today? The moment she asked, even Harry looked confused. Charlotte, aren't you the one who loves exams the most? I actually thought you chose to leave the hospital today just so you could make it back for the test. Mary Jane tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and explained with a gentle smile. Parker, I know you haven't been at school lately, but today is the finals and vacation starts tomorrow. You haven't forgotten, have you? We even planned our holiday trip together, remember? Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte sprang to her feet, dodging Gwen's attempt to stop her, and hurried toward the driver's seat. Driver, stop the car. I need to get out. I just remembered. I left my automatic rifle at home and need to go back for it. Francie stood up with a wicked grin, blocking Charlotte's way. Don't even think about running. Parker, I'll stuff you head first into the trash can. Watching Francie's swagger, Charlotte lowered her voice and said, Francie, it's exam day. She emphasized the word exam, hoping Francie would get the message. Let's fight. That way we can both skip the test. In your dreams. Francie clenched his teeth and glared at Charlotte, clearly insulted. Charlotte, you underestimate me. I'll let you finish your exam first before I beat you up. I wouldn't dare ruin your grades. But once you're done, you'll see what I'm made of. Oh, Francie, you really know how to make excuses. Ever since arriving in the Marvel Universe, Charlotte had been stuck in Arkham Asylum, and now, barely out and back at school, she was being thrown straight into exams. It was no different from facing college entrance exams on the second day of a new life. Running away from home was my final act of defiance. Having failed to escape, Charlotte could only complain internally. I must really love studying. Even though the exams weren't all that difficult for her, Charlotte still wore an expression of utter reluctance. At long last, when the final test was over, Charlotte opened her battered, paint-chipped locker and tossed all her papers and pencils inside. Darn that Gwen. I wish I could draw cartoon pigs all over her face. Hey, Gwen's disgruntled voice came from behind. I'm right here, you know. Charlotte completely ignored her, muttering a string of complaints Gwen couldn't understand, venting her frustration without holding back. Just then, Francie suddenly grabbed Charlotte's shoulder from behind, leaning in with a menacing look on his face. "Charlotte, let's have a little chat in the restroom, shall we?" Another boy, over 6 feet tall, wearing a blue hoodie and sporting medium-length curly hair, sneered coldly. "We'll make sure you get a proper welcome." "And you are?" Charlotte looked at the boy, who appeared even skinnier than she was, her face full of confusion. "Jerk!" The boy couldn't hold back anymore. Pushing past Gwen, who tried to intervene, he stormed over to Charlotte, grabbed her by the collar, and barked, "I'm Fitz Hancock. We're in the same class. Can't believe you don't remember me." "The title trickster Fitz?" Charlotte's eyes lit up. She grabbed Fitz's hand in excitement and blurted, "Did you say your name is Fitz? Look, everyone, Charlotte, finally have my own Yuanhua." Charlotte turned to Gwen, beaming with excitement. "He said his name is Fitz. He's really Fitz. Gwen, did you hear that? His name is Fitz." Gwen, who had been anxious just a moment ago, now looked completely baffled. She had no idea what Charlotte was going on about. Fitz had always been called Fitz. Enough already. Francie finally lost his patience. What was so special about being called Fitz? Why didn't Charlotte get excited about his name? Francie? Did she look down on him, or something? Enough. Fitz was about to explode as well, thinking Charlotte was making fun of his name. "You think you're all that just because your name's Charlotte? Want to see if I'll knock you flat?" "All right, Yuanhua, calm down," Charlotte replied with a grin. "I know you and I are on the same side. The real enemy is that guy named Francie. Again with this nonsense." Fitz roared, "My name is Fitz. I'm warning you, stay away from Mary Jane, or I really will hit you." Seeing Fitz's face turning crimson, Charlotte just shook her head. "All right, Yuanhua, got it. Yuanhua. By the way, Yuanhua, all of us call her MJ." Fitz clutched his chest, as if the psychological blow was almost too much to bear. Their argument in front of the lockers quickly drew the attention of nearby students. The crowd egged them on, as if hoping the fight would break out right then and there. "Don't act like you know me, Fitz." Mary Jane shoved her way into the middle, clutching her textbooks and glaring angrily. "I've made it perfectly clear. Stay away from us." Charlotte raised her hand in protest. "His name isn't Fitz. He's Yuanhua." "Huh? Is that so?" Mary Jane paused in surprise, glanced at Charlotte, and quickly corrected herself. "Sorry, Yuanhua, but I think I've made my position very clear." "You jerk." Fitz, who had already taken more than enough hits to his pride, finally snapped this time, unleashing his fury on Charlotte. He swung his fist, aiming straight for Charlotte's nose. But Charlotte was ready for him. He still chose to simply wait. Francie reacted just in time, raising her arm to block Fitz's punch. "Yuanhua, wait, no. Fitz, don't lose your head. Charlotte's a patient right now. We can't go bullying a patient." "Well, at least you have some sense of decency." Clapping her hands, Francie turned and pointed at Harry, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines. "He's Charlotte's friend. He's not sick. Let's go after him instead." "Great idea." Fitz agreed immediately. The two of them turned on Harry, their eyes blazing with mischief. Harry, who had been looking rather smug just a moment ago, froze on the spot. "Seriously? How is this fair? Why am I suddenly the target?" Mary Jane's eyes darted slyly, and she gave Harry a hard shove. "Run, Harry. If they catch you, you're doomed." Harry's mind hadn't caught up, but his feet were already flying as he bolted out the door. "Are you really going to run from us? We're not letting you get away that easily." Fitz and Francie, bristling with indignation, let go of Charlotte and took off in pursuit of Harry. At last, the farce began to wind down. Charlotte, the group started packing their things into the lockers, momentarily forgetting about Harry, and the conversation shifted to summer plans. "I'm going to intern at Hammer Tech, you know. They bought out Oscorp a few years ago, and now they're one of the top biotech companies. I'll be working in the materials research division, though." Charlotte raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, "So why not go for the even more prestigious Stark Industries? Is there something you don't like about them?" At this, Gwen rolled her eyes. If she'd had the chance, she absolutely would have picked Stark Industries. But their standards were just too high. She hadn't made it past the interview. Seeing Gwen's reaction, Charlotte grinned and pulled an invitation from his pocket. "Someone among us didn't get an invitation from Stark Industries. I won't say who it is, but I think she knows perfectly well. It was an invitation to the Stark Expo." Gwen's eyes lit up the moment she saw what Charlotte was holding. She immediately reached for it. "Where'd you get that?" It wasn't an internship at Stark Industries, but this invitation was still a rare prize. Charlotte deftly dodged Gwen's hand and pinched her cheek. Watching her cheeks puff out in protest, Charlotte laughed and said, "This is an invitation given to me personally by Mr. Stark. Let me see. Oh, this invitation allows me to bring 4 people. I'll have to take Uncle Ben and Aunt May, so I can only bring 2 of you 3. The way he got this invitation was anything but simple. It all started when Charlotte was spreading the news about Stark's kidnapping, and by coincidence, that news reached Stark himself. At the time, Stark was lounging with a fashion model, utterly unconcerned about the rumors. He even handed the invitation over to Charlo and made him a wager. If Charlo didn't show up at the expo, Stark would grant him favor. This kind of confidence became Charlo's perfect excuse to brag to his friends. All right, Mary Jane let out a gentle sigh and said, then you guys should go. To be honest, I'm not that interested in the Stark expo anyway. Deep down, she was actually quite excited, but she knew that for Gwen and Harry, this invitation meant even more. Gwen bit her lip lightly, her gaze fixed on the invitation in Charlo's hand. The longing to attend grew stronger in her heart, but she still hesitated to speak up. Thanks, MJ. There's still some time before the expo. Who knows? Maybe I won't even be able to go because of my work at Hammer Tech, Gwen said with a wry smile. Maybe we'll see you at the Hammer Tech booth, watching you introduce Hammer's ex-wife Missile, with that look of resignation on your face, Charlo teased. Harry, don't you dare run. Francie and Fitz, gasping for breath, were chasing after Harry. Harry, who'd been athletic since childhood and had even learned boxing, was fast on his feet. Truth be told, it was less like Francie and Fitz were chasing him, and more like Harry was running circles around them. Even if they did catch up, they wouldn't stand a chance against someone trained in combat like Harry. Charlo, with his almost empty backpack slung over his shoulder, had been searching for them for several rounds before finally spotting them on the back playground. By the end of the chase, Francie and Fitz were half squatting on the ground, panting hard like two exhausted puppies, while Harry stood nearby, looking relaxed and untroubled. Charlo walked over, clapped Francie hard on the back, and said with a laugh, Francie, you really need to start working out. Huh, shut up, Charlo Parker. The only reason I'm not beating you up is because you're not in good health. Anyway, the holidays start tomorrow, and Fitz and I have to go to our part-time jobs to earn some cash, so it was time to mess around with you guys. Francie grumbled as he shot Charlo and Harry a middle finger, already seeming to regain some of his energy. Earning money. The moment Charlo heard this, his eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he locked his gaze on Francie. Something about Charlo's expression made Francie uneasy. Charlo pressed further. Francie, did I just hear you say, earning money? Francie straightened up and declared firmly, that's none of your business. Charlo gave a sly smile, then suddenly reached out and yanked up the waistband of Fitz's underwear. Fitz let out a shrill cry as Charlo hoisted him, flipping him over. When Charlo let go, Fitz collapsed on the ground, clutching himself and curling up in agony. Swallowing nervously, Francie watched Charlo's beaming face and asked again for confirmation. Francie, I think I just heard you say you have a little money-making plan. Is that right? Noticing Fitz was still wearing his flamboyant underwear, Francie's eyes flashed with panic, and he instinctively shielded himself with his hands. Don't take advantage of us. How did that bookworm, Charlo, suddenly become so intimidating? Of course we have a money-making plan. Oh, what is it? Charlo had thought about making money before. He'd even studied American criminal law and concluded that the fastest way to get rich was, in fact, tax evasion. Of course, that method was out of the question for him. After all, you need to have money before you can evade taxes. Even a hero can be stumped by a lack of cash. The Parker family's finances were stretched thin these days, and Charlo had been racking his brains for solutions. He'd even considered signing up for an underground boxing match, just like in the movies. But that would be a last resort, only if he had no other choice. If he wanted to help with the household expenses, he needed a legitimate reason Uncle Ben could accept, and it had to be legal. And now Francie was saying he had a way to make money? Charlo's hopes began to rise. All right, I'll tell you. 2 seconds later, still lying on the ground and clutching himself, Francie finally gave in under Charlo's pressure. There's a job, a part-time gig, but it might be a little dangerous. Fitz and I think it's worth a try, though, because the pay is really good. Charlo rolled his eyes and said, just get to the point, or I'll yank off your underwear and hang it from the school lamppost for all the girls to see. You're a demon. Okay, I'll spill. Francie blurted out, frightened by the image. It's a delivery job. Just delivery. Delivery? Charlo sounded puzzled. At that moment, Harry walked over and cautioned. Charlo, I wouldn't recommend getting involved in something like that. Sounds like the kind of job that's tied up with gangs or drug dealers. Dangerous and messy. Bound to end badly. You'd be better off handing out flyers. Charlo nodded. The money he wanted was for Uncle Ben, and if it meant running errand for the mob, he might as well just rob them outright. No, it's really not for the mob. Realizing the misunderstanding, Francie hurried to clarify. It's actually more like food delivery. Like delivering takeout. All that fuss for nothing. Feeling Charlo's growing impatience, Francie blushed and tried to explain, unable to bear the embarrassment. This isn't your ordinary food delivery. This is an underground courier job. It's high-stakes work with strict deadlines. First, once the agreement is made, you can't change the terms at will. Second, names are never to be revealed. Third, you absolutely must not open the package. Seeing that the two were still a bit confused, Francie hugged his little bag and patiently explained. Actually, we're only involved in a small part of the underground courier business. There's not much risk. It's mostly just delivering meals for people. Charlotte simply shook her head, showing no interest in this so-called underground food delivery scene. This is even less appealing than working as a delivery driver for a restaurant, she thought to herself. Harry, on the other hand, stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Just the two of you? No car, no extra hands. How do you make deliveries? Are you planning to run everywhere?" Francie replied, "We've got an e-bike." It was 2007. Smartphones had just emerged, and the internet was still crawling at 2.5G speeds. Ordering food with a phone app was still just a fantasy. The underground food delivery business relied on loyal customers calling in their orders. It was precisely this backdrop that gave rise to the underground food delivery trade. New York's underground courier scene was already thriving. While most of the business involved items best kept out of sight, the growing number of wealthy clients meant even ordinary meals could draw a premium for discreet, professional delivery. This demand occasionally led underground couriers to take on food orders. But meal deliveries paid little, the orders came fast and frequent, and sometimes involved special food types that meant longer wait times, so the professional couriers weren't keen on food runs. That's why a new type of underground delivery worker emerged, one who focused solely on food. Over time, this line of work grew, developing into a business of its own. Unlike regular delivery people, these underground food couriers didn't work for restaurants. They were more like forerunners of the future delivery. Platforms, responsible only for picking up the meal and making the delivery, then collecting their fee. Naturally, the underground platform took a cut as commission. Those who performed well could even receive further training, eventually earning a shot at becoming a true underground courier. And that was Francie's dream, to join their ranks. He pictured himself in sunglasses, driving an Audi A8 down city streets, shaking off cops, and telling his clients with confidence, "Underground courier. Mission accomplished." Charlotte snapped Francie out of his daydream with a sharp slap. "Tell me, does this actually pay?" "Of course it does," Francie replied, beaming as he showed Charlotte the results of his research. To be an underground food courier, all you have to do is serve the clients assigned by the platform. In a word, pick up the food, make the drop, and the faster the better. Charlotte roughly understood what Francie meant by the underground food delivery business. This was a spin-off from the underground courier industry. The main income for delivery riders came from the tips customers gave them for speedy service. On top of that, the job carried a certain level of risk. After all, those who were willing to use underground couriers were rarely upstanding citizens, and most customers choosing underground food delivery weren't much better. So now, only one question remained. Should she give it a try? "Charlotte, you're so smart. If you're willing to team up with us, I can even provide you with an electric scooter. Of course, I'll need to charge you a little rent for it." "All right, there's no harm in giving it a shot. It's just food delivery, after all. Harry, do you want to join us?" Harry looked hesitant, and finally, with a sigh, he said, "No, Charlotte. You know I need to take care of my father. Losing Oscorp hit him hard. Besides, he started a new business. Lately, he's gotten really interested in military exoskeletons and hoverboards. He keeps saying he'll reclaim what's rightfully his." Charlotte fell silent for a moment. Although she didn't want Osborn to become the Green Goblin, she still said, "I wish him success." The next day dawned bright and breezy, with sunlight streaming down. Charlotte strolled over to a little yellow scooter, hands shoved into her pockets. Gwen had left for her internship at Hammer Tech. Mary Jane had signed up for a vocal class, and Harry and his father were busy with their new venture. As for Charlotte, she stood beside a battered, makeshift, and heavily modified electric scooter. "Pretty cool, huh?" Francie asked excitedly. "Oh, please, do you even know what cool means?" This scooter was so ugly, the word cool didn't even come close. Charlotte's gaze wandered over to Francie's own ride, a tricked-out motorcycle with a flashy exterior. "I'd rather deliver on this one. What about you, Francie?" Charlotte said, reaching out to touch the motorcycle. Francie's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, no way. That bike is—" "It's fine, Francie. I'll be careful. I won't break it. Worst case, you can dock it for my commission." Seeing Francie still wavering, Charlotte decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Francie, are you sure there's really money to be made? Just renting the motorcycle can't be cheap. How do you even find clients and a platform?" "Yeah, actually it's my brother. He's in the underground courier business. He hooked me up with some resources and said I should get some experience in this field first. Later, he'll send me to join the army. Then I'll come back and take over his work." Francie grinned sheepishly, finally revealing the truth, his face full of pride. What could possibly go wrong? You're all students I recruited from school. None of you like to stir up trouble, just here for some summer work. My job is simply to coordinate you, tell you where to pick up the orders, which customers to deliver to, and how much time each delivery should take. Then I take a cut from your commission, plus deductions for things like motorcycle modifications. To be honest, your costs are so low, there's no way I'd ever lose money. Who would have thought that the burly Francie actually had a knack for business, sharp as a seasoned capitalist? And shrewd business people always leave you both exasperated and helpless. Seeing that Charles didn't look too pleased, Francie hurriedly wheeled the motorcycle over to him and said, "What are you waiting for? Go on, try out your ride." With a grin, Francie handed Charles a timetable for pickups and deliveries, stowed the first ready order in the trunk, and passed him a helmet. "You're the person I trust most, Charles. I truly believe that as long as we work together, we can make a fortune. You're like a hitman who never misses, and I'm your manager. Just finish each job on time and leave the rest to me." At this, Francie broke into a proud laugh. "Plus, we're not at school now. You should call me Flash." Charles rolled his eyes and mounted the bike. "Eugene Francis Thompson, you're out of your mind. Didn't we call you that back at school, too?" Francie shook his head with solemn conviction. "This time it's different," he added in a tone that brooked no argument. "I want you all to know, I'm the real boss now. And you, Charles, you're my strategist. Well, when you're working, you're the hitman and I'm the manager. You get what I mean, right?" Charles couldn't help but press a hand to his forehead, fighting the urge to just walk away. Dealing with Francie was a headache. Sometimes he felt like they should be meeting in a psychiatric ward instead. "Leave the strategist role to Yuan Hua. I have zero interest. Skill card equipped. Old Pro, Gold Coin Explosion. You are the eternal king of ghost fire riding." As soon as the engine roared to life, Charles felt as if he and the motorcycle became one. For a split second, he was tempted to pop a wheelie and pull off a wild thunderbolt kick of the nine heavens. "I'm the king of ghost fire." A smile tugged at his lips as he glanced at the delivery slip in Francie's hand, unable to contain his eagerness. "So, all I have to do is get the food there on time, right?" Francie swallowed hard, staring wide-eyed at Charles astride the bike. At that moment, he realized Charles's entire demeanor had changed, and it made him even more certain he'd made the right choice. "Oh my goodness, Parker truly is my right-hand man. He was practically born for food delivery." He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life. After putting on his helmet, he shot out at an astonishing speed. The bike sped along like a bolt of lightning. While riding, Charlot cursed the system in his mind, knowing all too well that it would never grant him any normal skills. The moment he hit the road, he lost control and veered straight toward the sidewalk. The front wheel darted left and right with uncanny agility, and amidst a stream of curses, Charlot narrowly dodged danger again and again. The motorcycle was like a will-o'-the-wisp, drawn to trouble, impossible to predict, and guaranteed to give anyone a headache. Every second, he skirted the edge of disaster, yet his riding looked impossibly cool and steady, as though he could handle any challenge single-handedly. Under Francie's admiring gaze, Charlot exuded a presence that few ordinary young men could hope to match. Even when there was no threat ahead, he would deliberately create a sense of excitement. Charlot's speed was remarkable. Though he tried with all his might to rein himself in, he couldn't suppress his restless hands and suddenly pulled off a high-level maneuver. At breakneck speed, the motorcycle shot forward almost vertically, its frame rattling violently as though it might spin out of control at any moment. The front end even blocked his view of the road ahead. Yet Charlot's face remained impassive, showing not the slightest hint of nerves. He trusted not only in himself, but in the power of the system. After all, the system had never let him crash before. Just then, the bike hit a small stone and instantly lost its balance. With the sports car driver watching in horror, the motorcycle soared in the air, flipped several times, but landed smoothly right on the tunnel. Without hesitation, Charlot gunned the engine and, with the system's help, rocketed away at an incredible speed, disappearing at the far end of the tunnel. "My God, how'd he do that?" Stunned, the sports car driver stared at the speedometer reading 180 kilometers per hour, feeling as if his entire worldview had just been turned upside down. This wasn't just skill, it was a kind of art. Frog power. Incredible. How'd he pull that off? Before the sports car driver could even begin to ponder this profound question, he saw the motorcycle, long gone by now, suddenly slowed down for no apparent reason. Moments later, the two vehicles were speeding side by side. They exchanged a few glances. Then Charlot lifted the visor on his helmet, reached to his waist with one hand, paused for a beat, and pulled out a delivery slip, waving it at the nervous man in the sports car. "You're the one who ordered lightning delivery, right?" "Huh? Why, yes, that's me," the man stammered, convinced for a moment that Charlot was reaching for a gun. The first order Francie gave him was right here on the highway, and all Charlot had to go on was the license plate of the recipient. As for where he'd find him, that was up to Charlot to figure out on his own. Just now, as he sped along, a glimpse of the license plate and a quick glance at the delivery slip snapped together perfectly in Charlot's mind. Simple and seamless. He let go of the handlebars with both hands, handling the bike as smoothly as ever. Under the astonished gaze of the man in the sports car, Charlot spun around, reached into the delivery box, and pulled out the perfectly packaged, undamaged meal, tossing it casually into the man's lap. Turning back, Charlot waved and called out, "Enjoy your meal, kid. Now, hurry up and hand over my tip." Naturally, the man didn't dare take his hands off the steering wheel to fish for cash, so they both pulled over onto the emergency lane. In no time, Charlot received a generous tip. "Bro, let's swap contact info. From now on, all my orders are coming to you," the man said with a wide grin. Charlot's flashy writing skills alone had earned him some serious respect. "Sounds good," Charlot nodded. Taking the Franklin, a friendly smile appeared on his face. "Sir, as long as your tips stay this generous, you can call me anytime. I offer all kinds of delivery services." He'd been pretty dismissive of this line of work at first, but a single Franklin, a $100 bill, changed Charlot's mind in an instant. Waving to the man as he drove off, Charlot couldn't help but smile, flicking the bill between his fingers. Then, with a quick spin of the handlebars, he pulled a sharp U-turn and headed back the way he had come. Some folks might be wondering, why does Charlot always invest his points in mental attributes instead of strength, stamina, or health? The main reason isn't just that he's afraid of going crazy. It's that boosting his mental stats brings a rush of pure joy to his mind. As his mental power grows, the first thing to improve is an attribute that doesn't even show up on the system panel: agility. Or more accurately, mental reaction speed. Whenever he truly focuses, his thoughts soar, boundless and free. His mind accelerates. The whole world seems to slow down. It looks like the motorcycle is rocketing ahead at breakneck speed, and from the outside, it seems impossible for Charlot to react in time. In truth, all these changes had already been anticipated by Charlotte. To him, they were as straightforward as simple math equations, swiftly solved in his mind. Sometimes, before he even began to act, his brain had already sent instinctive commands to his hands. Every time his mental capacity increased, it was like an ecstatic rush inside his skull, an exhilaration he couldn't resist. The comfort of his physique, the evolution of his life, the surge in strength. None of these compared to the pure thrill of his mind roaring with delight. And now, with his skill card in his possession, Charlotte walked the razor's edge of danger with perfect control over his fate, a pleasure so intense, it made him want to throw his head back and scream for joy. Even though his body and strength often lagged behind the speed of his thoughts, that sensation of accelerated thinking was endlessly intoxicating. Everything was simple. Everything was within reach. He had spent the whole day busy, and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. In fact, even the time spent waiting for food had seriously dragged down the number of deliveries Charlotte could make. That night, holding a milkshake, he lounged lazily across from Francie, one leg crossed over the other. He watched, speechless, as burly Francie sat there seriously tapping away at a calculator with his signature two-finger technique. 3 rounds in, and Francie's calculations had come out differently every single time. Luckily, Charlotte relied mainly on tips for his income. He had done the math himself. After deducting the cost of renting and maintaining the motorbike, fuel, and Francie's cut from the delivery commissions, there was barely anything left. "I've done the math." Francie scratched his head, looking utterly baffled. "I should be paying you $1,000, but why am I losing so much money? This just doesn't make sense." "You idiot, still dreaming of being a capitalist." Charlotte rolled his eyes and said, "You don't pay attention in class. You don't keep track of your work after school. You work so hard but don't make a dime. You can't even add and subtract properly. Look here, and here. I'm supposed to pay you $20, not the other way around. Is that so?" Francie tilted his head and stared at his page full of scribbled equations. He had no idea where he'd gone wrong, but he trusted Charlotte completely. He reached his hand out to Charlotte and said, "All right, then give me the money." "I don't have any," Charlotte replied calmly. "Just deduct it from my commission in the future." "Oh, okay." Francie nodded, still fretting over his calculations. "I knew it. I should be making money. Charlotte, can you take a look and see if I messed up anyone else's numbers?" With that, Francie pulled out the delivery records for the other 7 people. Charlotte glanced at the chaotic notebook, and his mind automatically sorted everything into order. "Francia, how come these guys only delivered a handful of orders? None of them even did as many as I did this morning. And why is there so little money? They're just newbies. They're doing regular food delivery work." With a goofy grin, Francie gave Sherlock a big thumbs up. But you, the star of Lightning Underground Delivery. The star? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to get yourself in trouble with that kind of flattery? Sherlock, you're smarter than us, and after yesterday, it's clear you're tougher too. My brother always told me to get along with smart people. Interesting. Thinking back on all the times Sherlock was bullied. So this is how you get along with smart people? I always thought you looked so lonely by yourself, so I brought my friends to come hang out with you. You weren't in great shape, so I helped you train. My brother taught me, the best way for someone to learn to fight is to start by learning how to take a beating. Looks like you really know how to fight now. Shut up, Francie. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd pulled out a friend from thin air skill card and conjured up a brother to cover for you. Did you think I'd forgive your bullying, just like that? Sherlock, look, after a lot of calculating, Francie decided to go with the simplest method. Just count up the money in his cash box. We made $879.30 together today. It's $889.40, you idiot. Wait together. Sherlock blinked. Exactly. As the top hit man of Lightning Delivery, you should have a 50% share of the company. Then I'll get us an Audi A8, buy you a Harley Davidson, and we'll take this business to the next level. We'll make it huge, unstoppable. Back at home, Sherlock proudly laid his tips in front of Uncle Ben. Seeing the stack of bills, over $300, Ben and May looked at Sherlock in astonishment. Although Sherlock had told them ahead of time he'd be delivering food, could it really be this profitable? Ben plucked a $20 bill from the pile, then smiled and pushed the rest back towards Sherlock. With great power comes great responsibility. But all this, Mr. Parker, you've earned it. It's the result of your hard work. Every crease on Ben Parker's face was etched with pride for Sherlock. Looking at the travel-worn young man, Ben's pride in him was as deep as ever. Sherlock glanced at the bills, then laughed and pocketed a $10 note. Come on, Ben. Don't underestimate me. I'm the star, PSH the ace. I can make hundreds in a heartbeat. Aunt May's face was full of worry as she looked at Sherlock. Jay, just be careful, okay? Watching you come home on that motorcycle nearly gave me a heart attack. Don't worry, Aunt May. You got to have a little faith in me. Pointing at the bills in front of her, as if presenting a treasure, Charlotte pushed them toward Aunt May. Look, these are Franklin's 290s. I really believe, with my hard work, we can make life better for all of us. Although the family had fallen on hard times, and $290 was indeed a substantial amount for them, Aunt May's gaze stayed fixed on Charlotte. Charlotte, we just don't want anything to happen to you. Meeting Aunt May's sincere eyes, and Uncle Ben's head tilted to avoid her gaze, Charlotte fell silent for a moment. They truly care for you. They really don't want you to get hurt. How could you bear to disappoint those who have given you their heartfelt care? A small smile curled at the corners of Charlotte's mouth. Suddenly, she felt that everyone she'd met since arriving in this world was genuinely good. This world seemed to love her so much. Flashing a wide smile, showing all her teeth, Charlotte squinted her eyes with delight. Aunt May, don't worry. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. You can count on me. I'm the safest driver you'll ever see. That's good to hear. Aunt May felt visibly relieved at Charlotte's reassurance. She picked up the bills from the table and, with great seriousness, said to Charlotte, I'll hold on to this money for you, just in case you spend it all at once. You might need it someday, like perhaps when you get married. Ah, that old line. Does every parent in the world know it? Apparently, even in another world, they've mastered the art. All right, Aunt May. After a good meal and some rest, Charlotte returned to her small, cramped room. The first day of vacation felt so full and meaningful. She set her alarm, ready for another day of food deliveries. Lying on her bed, hands tucked behind her head, Charlotte smiled to herself and drifted off into a wonderful dreamland. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of a phone jolted her awake. She had no idea how long she'd been sleeping. The dream faded away as she frowned at her phone. It was already 1 a.m, and the call was from Gwen. Had something happened? She answered immediately. On the other end, Gwen's voice trembled with the sound of tears. Charlotte, could you come to my house? Charlotte, what? What's going on? Before she could ask, Gwen continued, her voice shaking. Charlotte, today at Hammertech, I was bitten by a spider. I didn't think much of it until now. Charlotte, I going to die? Wait, what? You were bitten by a spider? What? You were bitten by a pig? Does that make you Piggy Hero? It was a spider. Oh, a spider, not a pig. Hanging up, Charlotte slipped out the window in one smooth motion. Landing with the effortless grace of a superhero, she made sure not to disturb Aunt May or Uncle Ben's sleep. Charlotte slipped skillfully beneath Gwen's window and caught sight of her standing at the door. Tears streaked down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms, her face etched with exhaustion. She was dressed in her pajamas, the fabric soaked through with sweat and clinging to her skin, accentuating her fair complexion and graceful figure. But her face was pale, her features worn and haggard, with deep, unmistakable dark circles under her eyes. Sensing Charlotte's gaze, Gwen quickly pulled her inside, shutting the door behind them. The moment she saw Charlotte, some color returned to her face. For reasons she couldn't explain, Charlotte looked especially handsome and charming to her today. As Charlotte took in Gwen's frightened, almost lost expression, he began to piece together what had happened. After all, in the Spider-Man stories, anyone bitten by a spider faces only one fate: transforming into a superhuman, able to scale walls and save the citizens of New York as a superhero. He wrapped his arms around the distraught Gwen, speaking softly to comfort her. "It's all right, Gwen. You're going to be fine. You're not going to die. Trust me. You don't understand." Gwen wasn't reassured by his words. That wasn't just any ordinary spider. It's part of a project Osborn has been working on for ages, a hybrid of 3 or 4 different spiders. It's got levels of radiation and toxicity you can't even imagine. At this, Charlotte paused in surprise. Being bitten by a spider and turning into Spider-Man was just a scene from a movie. If it happened in real life, it could actually be life-threatening. Would Gwen really be all right? He took her wrist gently, feeling for her pulse, then lifted her eyelids to check her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out, brushing his hand over her heart. "What are you doing?" she snapped, slapping his hand away. Charlotte felt the strength in her grip and watched as the color quickly returned to her cheeks. He was sure of it. Gwen was fine. "Come on, I was just making sure you were okay." Relieved that Gwen was unharmed, Charlotte patiently listened as she recounted her story. It had been just her first day interning at Hammertech, and already the experience was anything but pleasant. Perhaps because Hammertech had little regard for the renowned biotech achievements of Osborn, they'd lost 4 experimental specimens in a single morning. Among them, a green-furred monkey, a 2-meter-long lizard, a radioactive venomous spider, and a glow-in-the-dark puppy. At the time, Gwen hadn't been surprised. She'd simply thought Hammertech was as unreliable as its reputation suggested. She couldn't help but feel foolish for believing in their name and choosing to intern there. But when she got home, for reasons she couldn't explain, she felt utterly drained. She realized her father, George, wasn't home either. She even forgot to call Charlotte for dinner and ended up sleeping straight through until now. Waking up, she reached behind her head, only then discovering the dead, black-and-white radioactive venomous spider. A cold sweat broke out all over her body in an instant. The two of them sat at the dining table, and at that moment, the table was set with the long-dead radioactive spider. With a thoughtful nod, Charlotte said, "So, it was this spider that bit you and turned you into Spider-Gwen, wasn't it?" Her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow. Gwen, so delicate and charming, wore a mournful expression. Faced with death, she revealed a vulnerability she had never shown before. "Charlotte, do you think I'll die? If I do, my father will be heartbroken. Will you all miss me when I'm gone?" Holding the spider's silk, Charlotte gazed at the black and white spider. With the calm air of a top student, she reassured Gwen. "Trust me, you're going to be fine. As for the spider's venom..." She opened her mouth and, without hesitation, tossed the spider's black and white corpse inside. Calmly, she watched as Gwen across from her widened her eyes and her mouth formed a perfect O. Casually, Charlotte reached out and gently closed Gwen's mouth for her, then chewed twice, feeling the spider burst in her mouth. She slurped up the spider silk as if it were noodles. Before a horrified Gwen could intervene, Charlotte had already swallowed. "Heh, if getting bitten by a spider can turn you into Spider-Man, then if I bite the spider, I'll be even more awesome." With a look full of hope, Charlotte gave Gwen a big thumbs up. "Tastes like chicken, super crunchy, and you can relax. It's really not poisonous. You're absolutely fine. Ding. Congratulations, you've acquired a skill card. Appraisal. If you let your tongue linger on a target for 3 minutes, or simply chew it, you can identify anything you wish. Free attribute points, +2. Ding. Congratulations, you've acquired a skill card. Pig Spider. You are now, quite literally, a one-of-kind pig. Free attribute points, +2. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to Insanity Power Level 4. Skill card slot +1. Free attribute points +5. Raising an eyebrow, Charlotte eagerly opened her attribute panel. "Now that I've eaten the spider, I'm Spider-Man too. My stats are definitely going to skyrocket. Level, Insanity Power Level 4. Age, 16. Spirit, 14. Trait, you're full of energy. Looks, 11. Trait, you always attract the attention of mysterious life forms. Equipped skill cards. Spoken word magic. The outrageous things you say have a chance of becoming reality. All attributes +1. Is this a joke? The spider that made Spider-Man into Spider-Man can't possibly have such measly powers. Spit it out. It's poisonous." Gwen cried anxiously, trying to pry Charlotte's mouth open. Charlotte had no intention of letting her succeed. If she slipped up, wouldn't Gwen just tear his jaw right off? With a nimble dodge, Charlotte slipped to the side and explained, "This is my one and only appraisal technique. Trust me, I can use this trick to identify anything. Anything, plants, animals, food, and even a mysterious woman's stockings." Putting on an air of utter seriousness, Charlotte began to improvise wildly, drawing inspiration from movie plots. This is a good spider. It has an 80-year-old mother above, and 3-month-old spiderlings below. In all its years, it's never hurt a soul. Until it saw you, its destined master. Its fate is forever intertwined with yours. It chose to sacrifice its own life so that you could become one of a kind, so that your genes would be transformed, your destiny rewritten, so that you would become superhuman, stronger even than those heroes on TV. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Gwen didn't believe a word. Baring his teeth, Charlotte slammed his fist heavily onto the dining table, leaving a small dent. He stood up, bent over, and leaned in so close that his presence pressed down on Gwen. Staring at Gwen's flushed face and darting eyes, Charlotte exhaled a breath tinged with spider scent and declared solemnly, "So remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility." It was like a curse. Spider-Man was destined to lose his loved ones, to become prey suspended in the tangled web of fate, doomed to a life of loneliness and sorrow. To this, Charlotte could only say, "Rest easy, Father George. I'll take care of Gwen for you." Huh? Why wouldn't I be the one in trouble? What a joke. Does fate really dare to mess with me? I'm the infamous guy with a system, after all. The next morning, half awake and half dreaming, Charlotte straightened his torso. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Super Strength. Use this with the Spider Pig card, and your strength and constitution will double. Free attribute points +2. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Charlotte Startle. Use this with the Spider Pig card, and you'll have Spider Pig reflexes, allowing you to sense malice within a 50-kilometer radius. Free attribute points +2. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Web Shooter. Use this with the Spider Pig card, and your wrist can shoot webs and strands as thick as a rope. Free attribute points +2. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Electrostatic Adhesion. Use this with the Spider Pig card, and you'll be able to crawl just like a pig. Free attribute points +2. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, 400 Armor. Use this with the Spider Pig card, and once your strength, constitution, and spirit exceed 1,000, you can summon Leopardon. Free attribute points +2. Upon waking up, it seemed that my Spider-Man superpowers had finally arrived. Indeed, before every Spider-Man becomes Spider-Man, he needs a good night's sleep. As for why I'm a Spider Pig instead of Spider-Man, who cares? It's just the system's twisted sense of humor. Speaking of which, it seems like all of Spider-Man's good friends eventually turn into his enemies, dying tragically in his arms. Doesn't that put me in quite a danger spot? Pondering this, I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I suddenly felt a weight on my chest. Frowning in confusion, Charlotte opened her eyes. Above her was an unfamiliar ceiling, but nestled in her arms was a not-so-unfamiliar beauty. The room was softly pink, with a gentle scent of lavender laundry detergent hanging in the air, making her feel drowsy and cozy. She glanced down at her pajamas from yesterday, and there was Gwen, cheeks flushed, lying across Charlotte's stomach. Suddenly, it all came back. Last night, they'd chatted themselves right to sleep. Without a hint of tenderness, Charlotte pressed her palm firmly over Gwen's mouth and nose, as if trying to smother her, successfully rousing the pretending to be asleep Gwen. Watching Gwen flail and scowl in annoyance, Charlotte asked calmly, "Gwen, how are you feeling now?" Clutching her own stomach, Gwen felt the unfamiliar contours of newly formed muscles. Her face flushed even redder, and she bit her lip in embarrassment. "I just feel really hungry." "That's perfectly normal," Charlotte replied, putting on her best expert tone while stroking her chin as she studied Gwen from head to toe. The first challenge every superhero faces is a sudden increase in appetite to balance their energy consumption. Truth be told, even Gwen herself hadn't realized it. Her petite frame had grown noticeably taller overnight, her curves more pronounced, her proportions suddenly perfect. One fair arm draped casually over Charlotte's abdomen, while her slender, graceful legs intertwined behind her. Blushing, she tore her gaze away from Charlotte's physique and tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Her dainty, pale feet curled up tight as she squirmed shyly. "Charlotte, what nonsense are you talking about now? Superpowers?" Seeing that Gwen still didn't get it, Charlotte decided to give her a demonstration. She balled her right hand into a fist the size of a sandbag, gave a wicked grin, and swung it toward Gwen's head. A punch like that, if it landed, would probably knock someone out cold. But the spider sense kicked in immediately. Or perhaps it was just Gwen's newfound reflexes. In her eyes, Charlotte's fist seemed to slow down. Every detail of the skin was clear as day. Tracing the curve of Charlotte's muscles, Gwen could see that mischievous, menacing grin on her face, and then glanced further down. Gwen, who had been half lying across Charlotte, suddenly arched her back, dodged to the side, and Charlotte's fist whooshed past her face. Gwen glanced at the slow-moving fist, then at the dashing Charlotte, then back again at the fist and the charming Charlotte, her face full of disbelief. In the next instant, her spider sense tingled. Gwen sprang up from the bed, narrowly dodging Charlotte's merciless kick aimed squarely at her backside. Seeing Gwen clinging to the ceiling, Charlotte wrinkled his nose in mild annoyance. Can't even land a hit. This is no fun at all. It was clear now, Spider-Gwen's abilities had definitely surpassed his own, but by how much exactly? Should I try to praise her? He wondered, curiosity piqued. Gwen, still stewing in frustration, suddenly realized her predicament. Wait, she was stuck to the ceiling? Hanging there upside down like a spider, she found herself in a most peculiar position. Raising her hands in disbelief, Gwen gasped, Charlotte, oh my gosh, I really do have superpowers just like a spider. But how exactly did these powers work? Before she could figure it out, her newfound abilities slipped away. With a shriek, Gwen lost her grip, tumbling from the ceiling and landing squarely on top of Charlotte. Charlotte let out a howl of pain, grabbed Gwen by the collar, and tossed her aside. Clutching himself, he curled up on the bed in agony. Charlotte, you've gotten taller too? Gwen chimed, unable to hide her surprise. Scene shift. The two of them now sat at the breakfast table, eating their meal. Gwen looked sheepish as she glanced at Charlotte's expressionless face. It was true. In just a month, Charlotte had shot up from a lanky 1.6 meters to a solid 1.79. The official Spider-Man height is 1.78. And Gwen looked to be around 1.7 meters herself, tall, striking, and beautiful. As a result, both of their clothes had become noticeably short. Gwen gazed at Charlotte with anticipation. That spider bit me, and you ate the spider. So shouldn't we have the same superpowers now? Not at all, Charlotte replied coolly, quickly stuffing a spoonful of oatmeal into his mouth as he shot Gwen a calm glance. What? Just because the spider bit you, now you want to bite me? Don't even think about it. I'm not that easy to bite. Thinking of his appraisal skill, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slyly. But if you let me take a bite for 3 minutes, I'll let you bite me for 2 hours. Gwen stuck out her tongue, rolled her eyes, and made a silly face. Grabbing a spoonful of oatmeal, she shoveled it into her mouth. Oatmeal, which used to taste bland, somehow tasted delicious today. In no time, Gwen had finished a heaping bowl. Yet, as she patted her flat stomach, she still felt unsatisfied. But time was running short. If she ate any more, she'd be late for sure. No rush, Gwen, Charlotte said calmly, glancing at his kid's wristwatch. I'll take you there. Trust me, I absolutely won't let you be late. Gwen looked at Charlotte with a hint of doubt, hesitated for a moment, and in the innocent way only she could, chose to have another bowl rather than immediately place her faith in him and rush out the door. With a thunderous roar, a motorcycle tore across the pedestrian crossing, weaving recklessly. After spending the whole night sleeping in the police car, George was jolted awake by the commotion, his back aching and stiff. He blinked his eyes open and looked up. Whoa, impressive driving skills. Quite a sight. During the morning rush hour, as traffic crawled along, that free-spirited, agile motorcycle was a dazzling spectacle, slicing through the congestion. It left pedestrians on the sidewalk, and George himself, momentarily stunned. George had been tracking the Arkham terror attack case for days now. Finally, a lead had landed right in their lap. A grassroots group calling themselves the Life Restorers had claimed responsibility. Their mission was to eliminate all superpowered individuals, restoring those abilities to the world's natural order. At first, George had thought they were just another group of opportunists looking to stir up trouble. But to his shock, the group released a video. They paraded out Dan, beaten beyond recognition, and killed him mercilessly. They even announced they had found their next superpowered scumbag and vowed to tear them apart. The video sent shockwaves through the city. The police were under enormous pressure, but at least now the investigation had a clear target. George and Hank had knocked on the door of Dan's neighbor, and after days of exhausting detective work, they were finally starting to see a glimmer of hope. That's how, after several blurry, sleep-deprived days, George had finally managed to get some real rest in the car. Now, watching the motorcycle speed away, George clenched his fist and instinctively touched the holster at his side. The young man up ahead, fiery and intense, was clearly accompanied by a cute girl with short blonde hair and a cropped jacket. Whose little darling was this? Her poor father must be worried sick. Not like me. My Gwen has always been such a good kid. Oh my, if these two keep this up, they're bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Looks like today's the day they both need a good lesson. With nothing longer to wear, Gwen had no choice but to leave her snow-white midriff exposed. She grabbed Charlot's shirt reluctantly as she climbed onto his treasured bike. On the way, Gwen fretted. This is a disaster. We're stuck in traffic. I'm definitely going to be late for my internship. Stuck in traffic? Charlot replied, unhurried and calm. What traffic? Look at the sidewalk. Plenty of room, don't you think? Gwen's face turned pale with shock. Charlot, what are you doing? Don't do anything reckless. Shoo, Charlot said, grinning as he revved the engine. Don't say a word, just hold on tight. Gwen quickly pulled out her phone. Fine, I'm calling the police right now. With a light squeeze of the brakes, Charlot focused intently, feeling Gwen's soft frame bump against his back. Suddenly, her phone slipped from her hand and went flying off to the right. Gracefully watching the phone drift through the air in slow motion, Charlotte snatched it out of the air and slipped it into her pocket. With a roar and thunderous acceleration, the motorcycle shot toward the crosswalk. Skill card ready, old geezer, coin explosion. Just as Charlotte was basking in her triumph, speeding between crosswalks and feeling Gwen's arms wrapped tightly around her from behind, an old man blocked their path, holding up a menacing police-issued blaster. Police! Freeze! Pull over right now. The whole process went much more smoothly than George had imagined. It seemed the rider, upon seeing him, simply chose not to resist. The motorcycle came to a halt right in front of George. The driver, with practiced ease, removed her helmet, revealing Charlotte's face underneath. Hey there, good morning, Officer George. Charlotte greeted him with a warm smile, raising a hand in friendly salutation. George paused, slightly taken aback. He glanced at the girl ducking and hiding behind Charlotte. Her tall, slender figure clearly wasn't that of little Gwen, though there was something in her manner and gestures that seemed oddly familiar. At first, George's face softened with the satisfaction of a proud father. His own daughter hadn't actually ridden off on Charlotte's wild bike after all. But in the next instant, anger flared in his eyes. You scoundrel! How dare you abandon my little spud so heartlessly? Charlotte was bewildered by George's rapidly shifting expressions, until George's face darkened and he bellowed. Off the bike. Show me your license. And your insurance papers now. Just then, Gwen took off her helmet, tossing her hair back and calling out, a little embarrassed. Hey, Dad. George's eyes went wide as he took a sharp breath, the shock almost knocking the wind out of him. Recalling Charlotte's reckless driving just moments earlier, and realizing that Gwen had been the passenger, George felt the world go dark before his eyes. Even though Charlotte didn't sport bleached hair or wear flashy leather, to George, she seemed no different than those street punks and troublemakers. After days of exhaustion and frayed nerves, George nearly forgot how to breathe. Sensing something was wrong, Charlotte hurried forward, steadying George and patting his back reassuringly. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Get lost. George shook Charlotte off, struggling to resist the urge to draw his sidearm. His expression cycled through frustration and disbelief as he turned to Gwen. Gwen, have you gotten taller? Dad, I really need to get to work. Gwen quickly changed the subject, eager to move things along. Standing before her beloved family, especially George, who loved her most, her voice grew a touch urgent, almost pleading. She flashed an awkward, toothy grin, stepped forward, and clung to George's arm, coaxing. Please, Dad, let us go. I promise, this is absolutely the last time for Charlotte. I've been trying to talk her out of it. And look, nothing bad happened. George, face still clouded with anger, turned just in time to see Charlotte smiling as she handed over her driver's license. Francie may not be the brightest, but that doesn't mean Charlotte isn't. He'd already arranged for Francie to handle these issues in advance. Taking a deep breath, George glanced at Charlotte's credentials, but the dizziness in his head only seemed to get worse. He looked at the two of them, his expression turning serious as he said, Let's go. Gwen, Charlotte, once I wrap up this case, the three of us need to have a serious talk. Love you, Dad. Gwen leaped into the car, wrapping her arm around Charlotte's waist. See you, father-in-law. Charlotte didn't hesitate, revving up the motorcycle and leaving George coughing in a cloud of exhaust. Gritting his teeth, George suddenly felt his back pain and sore legs vanish. He could work another month of night shifts if he had to. Just now, what did that brat call me? George bellowed, his fury unmistakable. Of course, Gwen wasn't late. It was Charlotte's broken watch to blame. The minute hand ran faster than the second hand, so Gwen ended up arriving more than an hour early. Under Gwen's resentful gaze, Charlotte dashed off, beginning another day of deliveries. Taking the order slip from Francie, Charlotte paused for a moment. Today's order was headed to a single location, for just one recipient. It was the exact same item, ordered again and again. Charlotte couldn't help but feel curious. An hour later, Lugging a heavy package, Charlotte made his way by flashlight into a sprawling, half-abandoned sewer. Following the arrows marked on the wall, Charlotte's heart grew tense. He readied his skill cards, care to dance, and wordcraft, alert for any sign of danger. He followed the arrows onward, moving further away from the filthier part of the sewers. Dropping down from a platform, Charlotte arrived at an abandoned subway station. Seeing light in the distance, Charlotte tightened his grip on the package. Focusing his mind, he walked forward slowly. This was an underground laboratory. Noting the dust cover hanging on the door, Charlotte frowned. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Right at the entrance, he carefully cleaned himself from head to toe, hesitated again, then donned a protective suit and left the package by the door. After a second round of disinfection, Charlotte pushed open the door and entered the lab. Inside, a bald man with a missing arm was hard at work at a lab bench. Hearing movement, the man turned around slowly, a strange grin twisting his thin lips upward. "Hello, Parker." "Hello, Professor Connors." Glancing around, Charlotte took in the spotless laboratory. Wearing a friendly smile, Charlotte strolled calmly to Dr. Connors' side. Though he had no idea what Connors was up to, Charlotte was starting to form a pretty good guess. He lowered his head to look at the experimental equipment Connors was working on, a high-end electronic microscope, worth a small fortune. Kurt Connors. Maybe that name doesn't ring a bell, but you definitely remember his alias. He's the Lizard, once known as Dr. Lizard, and he had even taught a few classes to Charlotte back in the day. According to the story, Connors used to be a military doctor. Because of the war, he tragically lost his right arm, much like Yonghua from classic tales. To restore his lost limb, Connors turned his attention to the regeneration systems of reptiles, studying how to transfer the regenerative properties of lizard DNA to humans so that lost arms could grow back. It was a bold idea, brilliant but a bit naive. After all, countless comics and movies have shown us that Dr. Connors is doomed to fail. He'll never succeed. The arm he lost fighting for America would never truly be whole again. But now, Connors had gotten what he wanted. He had successfully developed a serum extracted from reptilian DNA and was preparing for the final experiment. "Look at this, Parker." Connor's face was alight with excitement. He stepped aside to give Charlotte a better view through the electronic microscope. There was no reason to hesitate. The man in front of her was Connors, the mild-mannered scientist, not the towering, monstrous lizard. Charlotte leaned in to peer through the microscope. On the screen, cells were dividing and repairing themselves at a blistering pace, far surpassing anything Charlotte had learned in science class. The sight sent a genuine thrill through her. For a moment, her scientific spirit stirred restlessly, only to be quashed by the overwhelming presence of her cheat code powers. Let the rich rely on science. I got hacks on my side. Do you see it, Charlotte? Do you remember the formula you helped me revise? You're a genius, a true genius. We did it. We really did it. Connors could barely contain his excitement. "Oh," Charlotte replied, utterly unmoved. After all, every cautionary tale had taught her that no version of Dr. Lizard ever truly succeeded, and this time would be no different. "Special offer, Dr. Connors. No tip needed. That'll be $29.80. Connors, stunned by Charlotte's words, stared at her in disbelief. "Parker, aren't you even a little excited? Don't you remember? This was our joint creation. Don't you remember the good times we had working together? You mean when you borrowed half an eraser from me? Or when I peeked at your diary? Or maybe when you flipped through those old photos and I helped you tie up your long hair?" Charlotte rolled her eyes. She picked up the pen and paper on the table and started jotting down a new formula. "Dr. Connors, you haven't contacted me at all. I thought you'd given up. Not long after I gave you the formula, I was struck by new inspiration and discovered an error in it. Dr. Connors, this is the revised formula, and it's worth mentioning." With a lazy smile, Shero said, "I also found out that this formula comes with severe side effects. Lizard genes and human genes are simply not meant to coexist. They inevitably cause harmful consequences. The only real use for this formula is to transplant lizard genes into lizards." No, Cheryl Parker, have you truly forgotten how you used to be? Timid, cowardly, destitute? You longed for strength, for protection. You wished never to be hurt again, never to be bullied by anyone. Step by step, we've come all this way together. Now there's just one step left, just one last step, Connors urged, his voice tense. "That's enough, Dr. Connors." Shero cut him off, glancing around the room, and finally stopping in front of a small white mouse with glinting green eyes. Unlike the other mice, which cowered from strangers, this one was vicious. It hurled itself at the bars of its cage, desperate to attack Shero. Calling it wild would be an understatement. This mouse was pure ferocity. Its fur had fallen out in patches, its body was all sharp bones, and even its teeth were jagged and broken. It glared at Shero, mouth open, letting out a series of piercing, high-pitched squeaks. With a flick of his finger, Shero sent the mouse tumbling away. "Dr. Connors, is this what you call your final achievement?" Shero asked with obvious distaste as he looked at the creature in the cage. "Of course not," Connors quickly began to explain. "That was just the earliest result. I realized the formula was flawed long ago, so I continued my research. At Oscorp, I worked in secret, never sharing the real results. At Hammer Industries, I diverted funds to keep our great work alive. Through cycle after cycle, I've finally reached this stage." "Oh," Shero was intrigued. Guided by Connors, he approached another mouse. Compared to the others, this one was petite, its white fur spotless, and a pair of pale red eyes darted about, sly but not especially timid. It even seemed a bit endearing. "Look, its tail, its limbs, its ears, its nose, every part of it has grown back." Shero thought to himself, with a healing ability like this, couldn't you just roast and eat it again and again? After glancing at the fresh formula Shero had written, Connors wiped the sweat from his brow, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, turned around, grabbed his notebook, and from a hidden compartment, pulled out a page filled with revisions, his final formula, which he handed to Shero. With excitement shining in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Charlo, I need your help. Together, we can create a miracle. I know we can." Taking the formula, Charlo raised an eyebrow. It was strikingly similar to what he himself had written. In fact, this could very well be another correct solution. But the thing about science is that there's a long distance between a theoretical result and an actual scientific fact. Especially in this field, when a theory comes from a half-baked surgeon and a high school student, how reliable can it really be? "What's that? Connors is a genius? But really, who isn't? Maybe we could become experts in animal protection," Charlo said, turning to Connors and once again trying to dissuade him. "But if we want to do research on humans, there's still a long road ahead, Kurt. Why not take this formula and consult a real expert? I know Tony Stark. Maybe you could take a look at it." Tony Stark. For the first time, Charlo saw Connors show undisguised disgust at the mention of someone's name. A damned war. Profiteer. A capitalist bastard who gets rich off the spoils of conflict. A playboy whose glory is built on the bodies of the dead. Absolutely not. We can never let him see our formula. He'll use it to fuel even more war, to profit off destruction. No, Charlo Parker, you must not let him get his hands on this formula. Clutching Charlo's wrist, Connors' eyes flashed with a desperate plea, bordering on madness. He'd seen war firsthand, and that's why he hated it more than anything. Charlo didn't mind this objection. He could only respect it. "What about Professor Banner? I don't know him personally, at least not yet, but I have a feeling we'll meet sooner or later." Maybe that could work." Connors wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing around nervously, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Truth was, he wasn't some mad scientist. He'd never even considered stealing credit for Charlo Parker's work with a lizard serum. That's why, as soon as he had results, he reached out to Charlo straight away. What he never expected was to find the prodigy he once admired, now forced by life's pressures to deliver takeout, while he himself was embezzling funds from Hammertech to conduct secret research. It left him full of mixed feelings and regret. Today, Connor sought out Charlo for one reason only. He wanted to inject himself with the lizard serum, to become the first human subject of this revolutionary breakthrough. He could hardly wait to see his own arm grow back. What? Human trials aren't allowed? If not, how did Captain America come to be? If human trials are forbidden, why are there still super soldiers on the battlefield today? If human experimentation is forbidden, then where do all those wounded and disabled soldiers go after signing non-disclosure agreements? If human experimentation is forbidden, why do the faces of the homeless on the streets of New York seem to change every year? This is nothing but a lie from politicians to silence the public, a weapon the media wields to attack their rivals. Having seen the darkest sides of both the battlefield and scientific research, Connors knows better than anyone the shadows lurking behind these lofty words. "All right, Connors, just wait a little longer. I've left your food at the door, and now I'll go fetch your second helping." With that, Charlotte turned and headed out the door. Watching Charlotte's departing figure, Connors wiped the sweat from his brow, the light in his eyes growing dim. Maybe I can wait a little longer, or maybe I just can't wait any longer. After spending the whole day delivering food to Connors, Charlotte felt entirely justified in asking for a tip. "What's that? Connors is your friend, so how can you shamelessly ask him for a tip?" "Connors is my friend. How could he shamelessly not give me a tip?" That night, unable to sleep, Charlotte took the elevator up to the rooftop. After an entire day of anticipation, he could hardly wait to try out his Spider-Man skill card. He opened the system panel. Level: Power of Madness, Stage 4. Age: 16 years old. Spirit: 14. Trait: You're full of energy. Looks: 11. Trait: You always attract the attention of unknown beings. Attribute points, 19. He put all his points in his spirit to reach 20, then added 1 point each to strength, constitution, and life. An indescribable sense of pleasure swept through Charlotte's body, making him shiver all over like someone high out of their mind. He lay on the ground for quite some time before finally pulling himself together and getting back up. After a moment's hesitation, he bumped his constitution up to 10 and once again collapsed contentedly onto the floor. Anyone who didn't know better might think he'd come up here just to reward himself. Those in the know would simply say, "You've got it exactly right." Next, he equipped the Pig Spider-Man skill card. Spirit, 20, trait, telekinesis, a power you can wield just by thinking about it. Constitution, 10, trait, you're built to last. Equipped skill card. Pig Spider-Man, you are without a doubt the one and only pig. With arms wide open, Charlotte felt invigorated and refreshed. The instant he equipped the skill card, the classic red and blue spider suit wrapped perfectly around his body. The suit fit like a dream, and the sleek, angular eyes didn't affect his vision at all. The only annoying part was the faintly drawn pig snout on the spider logo across his chest. The moment you put it on, you feel a surge of power, something you can only call Spider-Man, coursing through your body. Your arms are strong and powerful, your chest broad and heroic, your skin impervious to blades and bullets, and your loved ones, all lost, never to return. Pew pew, pew pew pew. Leaping onto the electrical box at the top of the building, Charlotte played the role of a certain superhero. That's right, she was none other than the all-powerful Boss Spider-Man. Continuing her experiments, Charlotte discovered that as long as she silently willed it, her spider suit would vanish as seamlessly as if it were nanotech. Although it wasn't mentioned on the skill card, the moment she equipped it, Charlotte felt her eyesight sharpen, granting her supervision, and there was another potent ability. She could now communicate with pigs. Bursting with excitement, Charlotte immediately tried out other skill cards, starting by slotting in super strength. There wasn't much to say about this card. She was simply overwhelmed by her newfound power. A strength so intoxicating, so addictive, that once she wore it, she never wanted to take it off. Next up was the skill card, Electrostatic Cling. You can crawl like a pig. Charlotte gave it a try. She skipped that one and stood up, equipping Spider Sense, also known as Charlotte's Instinct. As soon as she slotted in the card, a sudden hum filled her mind, as if a swarm of bees had descended. A flood of information surged into her brain, but thankfully her impressive 20 points of mental acuity allowed her to process it all perfectly. This wasn't just spider sense, it was more like a spider radar. With a 50-kilometer radius of malice detection, she could now sense the entire city of New York. And on that radar, red dots lit up everywhere. Crime and ill intentions seethed across the city. But then, Charlotte noticed a single white dot. Focusing on it for a moment, she instantly understood. The white dot was Gwen, another Spider-Man just like herself. Meanwhile, at home, George and Gwen were together. Gwen had been happily eating her custard pie with a spoon when her spider sense suddenly kicked in. Her head began to shake uncontrollably, like a bobblehead on overdrive. George stared, dumbfounded, as Gwen's head blurred from the rapid movement. Fortunately, the episode passed quickly. Gwen stopped, her wide eyes filled with confusion, her spoon frozen midair. Just now, her spider sense seemed to warn her. Another of her kind had found her. "Gwen, you didn't eat something strange, did you?" George, looking utterly exhausted, gave Gwen a scrutinizing look. "My sweet little bear is definitely being led astray by that Charlotte." After a brief silence, George's expression turned serious and resolute. He'd come home today specifically to keep an eye on Gwen and Charlotte, to prevent them from doing anything reckless or dangerous. He trusted Gwen and Charlotte, and believed they wouldn't turn into delinquents, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to say it out loud. "Gwen, do you remember what I told you before?" As soon as George started speaking, Gwen realized exactly what he had misunderstood. "Dad, I didn't. Just now I might have caught a chill. There's no way Charlotte and I would mess with that kind of thing. I was surprised too when he got into motorcycles lately, but riding a bike doesn't make someone a bad person. He's a good guy." Mentioning Charlotte, she remembered her spider sense just a moment ago, and the spider that Charlotte had eaten. Gwen's intuition was screaming at her, shaking her head insistently. It's him, it really is him. Our friend Charlotte just made a fool of us. Did that guy really not get superpowers from eating that spider? Or is he just lying to me?" "Web shooter," Charlotte shouted, full of excitement, flipping the fingers skyward. With a sharp thwip and a swing, a rope-thick strand of web shot out from his wrist, slicing through the air in a way that defied the laws of physics straight towards the sky. It hit the wall he had aimed at, blasting out a small crater and spreading into a web. He tugged on the web to test its strength, grinning from ear to ear, face lit up with excitement. Awesome. His voice cracked with amazement. He couldn't wait any longer. Without hesitation, Charlotte took a giant leap forward, tucked his legs, and grabbed the web as he swung ahead. Woohoo! Pulling on the web, agile Charlotte traced a graceful arc through the air. There's no mistaking it. He's a Parker through and through. The moment his hands touched the web, Charlotte felt in sync with it, like the web was an extension of his own body. Eyes shut, body spinning weightlessly in midair, he twisted and turned with nimble ease, striking pose after pose. Soon, the short arc ran its course, and Charlotte slammed hard into the wall. His grip slipped, and he plummeted from the sky, landing with a thud just a meter below. Well, of course, Charlotte had picked a safer spot to try web swinging. After all, who would risk their first wild experiment off a skyscraper? He bounced back up, hands on his hips, beaming with pride. Animerecommendations. A strand of web shot out to the left, another to the right. Charlotte gave them both a firm yank, a mischievous grin curling on his lips. In the next instant, he launched himself into the night, springing off with a burst of energy. Woohoo! Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is online tonight. As he got the hang of things, Charlotte's grin grew wider, his swings soaring ever higher. Guided by his spider sense, he sped forward. With a glance using his super-sharp vision, he spotted a shady figure, someone trying to break into a car. With the agility of Cat, he flipped in midair and landed atop the car in true superhero style, a move right out of Natasha's playbook. Hey there, buddy. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. How about we get acquainted? Let me introduce myself first. I'm a superhero. My name is Spider-Man. Remember it. Next time we meet, there'll be a quiz. And trust me, you're going to fall in love with me. When the thief spotted Charlotte on top of the car, he was so startled that he slipped and fell hard to the ground, cursing as he went. Damn lunatic. Get the hell away from me, or I'll shove that ridiculous clown suit of yours right up your... Oh my, how rude. Charlotte glanced down at him, then theatrically looked around. Where did you go, buddy? Why can't I see you? Oh, my God. Are you an invisible superhuman too? With a leap, Charlotte descended, ready to embark on her very first superhero adventure as Spider-Man. She had to admit, this felt incredible. With a cheeky gesture, Charlotte raised her middle finger, and in an instant, 2 thick webs shot from her hands, pinning the thief completely to the ground. Nimbly, she hopped and landed right on his stomach. Her masked triangular, insect-like eyes stared down at the thief, the black reflections inside radiating pure intimidation. She declared, "Remember this, I'm Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood hero of New York. And you're the first criminal I've ever caught. Come on, let's commemorate this moment with a photo." With that, Charlotte whipped out her phone, wrapped an arm around the thief's head, and started snapping pictures. Smile. Come on, give me a big smile. This one didn't turn out so well. Let's take another. Want me to try a different pose? How about this one? Oh damn, I can't see your face in this shot. Open your eyes, show me those teeth. You son of a, the thief spluttered, furious. This is my car. I just forgot my keys, you idiot. Huh. Charlotte paused, glancing at the photos on her phone and then peering into the car. Sure enough, she spotted a picture of the man and his girlfriend inside. Wow, I'm so sorry. Charlotte apologized, feeling awkward about her botched debut. With a flick of her hand, she sliced through the webs. My bad. It's my first time being a superhero after all. And you, well, you just look like a criminal, especially trying to break into a car. It's not really my fault. You mangy little mutt. Filthy piece of trash. You worthless bug. You're nothing but crap. The man raged as he got to his feet, still yelling. Charlotte blinked, then broke into a mischievous grin. All right, sweetheart. Looks like superhero time is over. Now it's time for a little robbery. Hand over everything valuable you've got, or I'll strip you naked and shove your clothes right up your... 10 minutes later, Charlotte was swinging through the air, a thick gold chain hanging around her neck and a flashy gold watch gleaming on her wrist. She couldn't have looked happier. Skipping over that little mishap, it was finally time for her real debut as Spider-Man, the superhero. Her first victim. No, wait, that's not right. Her first... what is it? Victim? Rescue? The person to be saved? Anyway, that's pretty much what I meant. You get the idea. So where would she be now? With nothing better to do, Charlotte spent the whole night swinging through New York City, saving several innocent citizens along the way. She even slowed down on purpose for the reporters' cameras, kicking a robber flying in one smooth move and striking a dashing pose. Sure enough, the very next day, Spider-Man was all over the newspapers. Sitting behind Charlotte on the motorcycle, Gwen clung to her jacket, her face openly skeptical. Charlotte, last night, a superhero appeared in New York City. Oh, Charlotte replied offhandedly, starting up the bike. So you're really not Spider-Man? Gwen came straight to the point with no hesitation. Of course I'm not. Charlotte answered without a moment's doubt. After all, last night, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man hadn't just saved some people. He'd also robbed a black guy, taking his gold chain and watch. The news hadn't broken yet, but if Gwen ever found out, Charlotte would die of embarrassment. Even though Charlotte had passed the gold chain and watch to a scruffy but decent-looking homeless man, stealing was still stealing, no matter how you sliced it. All right, then, Gwen replied, half convinced, half skeptical. Sitting behind Charlotte, her spider sense was completely quiet. If Charlotte really were Spider-Man, her head would be buzzing like a rattle. Could spider sense really be turned on and off at will? From her own experience, Gwen was certain that spider sense was an instinct, a passive ability you simply couldn't shut off. Then, a thought struck her. If Charlotte really had spider sense, wouldn't a little test settle it? Sitting behind Charlotte, Gwen mischievously clenched her fist, itching to try. Up front, oblivious, Charlotte kept writing, cheerfully musing aloud. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. What kind of superhero would actually call themselves Spider-Man? I think Spider-Hero sounds better. Gwen, what do you think of that name? And what would your hero name be? Spider-Gwen, I think. Thunk. A punch landed squarely on the back of Charlotte's helmet, making it wobble. Pulling over to the curb, Charlotte took off her helmet, then yanked off Gwen's as well. Staring at Gwen's awkward grin, Charlotte scowled and raised her fist, big as a sledgehammer. I was just testing you. I thought you'd dodge it. You know, with your superpowers. What superpowers? Gwen tilted her head, using her spider sense to dodge Charlotte's sudden lunge. Imitating Charlotte's expression and voice, Gwen teased. Don't pretend, Charlotte. Remember what you told me? With great power comes great responsibility. You act like a grandmaster, so you must have been a superhuman for a long time. Admit it. You're the Spider-Man who shows up at night, aren't you? I am not. Charlotte shot Gwen a furious glare as she dodged his punches yet again. If you don't want to be left behind here, then sit down and behave. Stay in your seat and don't do anything. He put his helmet back on, revved the motorcycle, and drove forward, feigning a casual tone as he explained. How could I possibly be Spider-Man? The first night, I ate a spider. The very next night, I was parading around in a spider suit? That doesn't make any sense. It's completely illogical. There's no way I'm Spider-Man. Otherwise, how would you explain where my suit came from? Gwen narrowed her eyes, sizing Charlotte up from head to toe, and said, So that's it. You're into cross-dressing, aren't you? You prepared a skin-tight suit for yourself long ago. Hey, that's a serious accusation. Why would I like wearing skin-tight clothes? The scene shifted. Suddenly, a figure in a skin-tight suit with a delivery bag on his back swung through the sky. The spider suit feels pretty amazing. Yahoo haha. Get ready, everyone. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, in his limited edition daily hero mode, is here. Now, let's see. Where's the trouble tonight? Activating his spider sense, a crimson-hued New York City unfolded before Charlotte's eyes. He stretched his arms wide and dove through the air, his superhuman vision catching sight of more than a dozen crimes happening at once. Selecting one, Charlotte shot out a web and rocketed down with unstoppable force, smashing into the pavement below and shattering the concrete. He stood up. It was a robbery. An evil criminal had pulled a knife on an underage girl, trying to snatch her homework from her backpack. And now, the city's hero, New York's friendly neighbor, had landed right between them. With a gentlemanly flourish, Charlotte raised his voice, introducing himself like a show host. Nice to meet you both for the very first time. I walk the line between justice and evil. I am a messenger from hell, and your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Let's give a warm round of applause. Want to take a picture? Mr. Criminal, a shot like this would make a memorable keepsake. Once you're in prison, you can show it off to your fellow inmates. As he spoke, Charlotte clutched his chest and burst out in a delighted tenor. You bunch of petty crooks, I was caught by the great Spider-Man. Not everyone gets that honor. Damn it. The knife-wielding robber, startled by Charlotte's outlandish costume, shouted. What the hell? Where did this freak come from? I don't care if you're Spider-Man or Trash Man. Hand over your money now. Charlotte took 2 steps back, standing beside the equally startled Mary Jane, and watched as the robber burst into uncontrollable laughter. Mr. Criminal, if I heard you right just now, are you trying to rob me? You're robbing me. This is just too funny. You're robbing a superhero. This is actually my first time being robbed. So, my dashing criminal friend, can I take a selfie with you? As he spoke, Charlotte pulled out his phone from his pocket. Yes, his spider suit actually had pockets, right on the pig nose at his chest. Without waiting for the robber to refuse, Charlotte turned around and snapped 3 quick photos. Oh, damn it. The robber raised his hand to cover his face, but it was too late. He was instantly furious and flustered. He was robbing someone without even wearing a mask, and now someone had taken his picture. Hand it over, you bastard. Give it to me. Give it back. Charlotte glanced at the photos he'd just taken and turned to show Mary Jane. Hey, lovely lady, what do you think of my photos? Did the camera make my suit look a little too bulky? Mary Jane forced a laugh, tightening her grip on her backpack. She just read about Spider-Man in the morning paper, and now, by noon, she was witnessing a robbery and meeting him in person. The whole thing felt almost too surreal. I think the pictures are great, huh? Spider-Man, look out. He's coming at you. Without even turning his head, Charlotte simply flipped the bird in the direction of the criminal. A thick strand of web shot from Charlotte's wrist, slamming straight into the charging robber. The impact sent the thief flying into the wall, where he was instantly cocooned in sticky white webs. Even his mouth was sealed shut. With a nimble somersault, Charlotte landed beside the immobilized robber, grabbed the knife from his hand, held it theatrically to his own neck, and struck a pose. Yes, that's the expression I want. Maybe just a bit fiercer. No, wait, that's too much. Now you look like I killed your father or something. Come on, man, work with me here. Don't look so hopeless. I'm your friendly neighborhood hero, remember? Thank you, Spider-Man. After her initial fright, Mary Jane couldn't help but feel a growing curiosity about this new superhero. No need to thank me. Just remember to tell everyone about me. With that, Charlotte fired a web and swung up to the rooftop, grabbing the takeout box he'd left there and hurrying off again. In his own mind, Charlotte felt he was still a little different from the real Spider-Man. After all, you can't be late delivering food. A few blocks later, Charlotte emerged from an alley, hopped on his motorcycle, and quickly headed off to make his delivery. On a remote stretch of road, an Audi A8 was parked by the roadside. A balding man was fiddling with something at the trunk. With a flourish, the car drifted to a stop. Charlo hopped out, smiling as he called out, "Hey, good Statham, did you order takeout?" Taking out the food, Charlo put on his professional smile and walked over. Perhaps it was the side effect of playing Spider-Man for too long. He'd caught the talkative bug. Gazing at that Jason Statham face, Charlo couldn't help but ramble. Did I get your name wrong? Jason? Arthur? Clay? His eyes darted mischievously as he formed finger guns and pointed confidently at Frank. Pretty boy. This time I've got it, haven't I? Frank's expression darkened. His brow furrowed as he eyed the two takeout bags in Charlo's hands. Rule number 2 in the business: never mention names. No one's name should ever be said. He was, of course, none of the people Charlo had just named, but the very act of naming made Frank feel that his professional standards were being questioned. Charlo had broken the code. And even more important, he'd just broken the code himself. Rookie. Rule number 2. Never mention names. All right. Charlo nodded, watching as Frank slammed the trunk shut. So tell me, why did you order 2 KFC meals? There's someone in the trunk, isn't there? Let me guess, she's definitely not a guy. And let me guess again, Jason, you've gotten yourself into trouble, haven't you? Shut up. Frank's face was growing darker by the minute. He'd chosen underground takeout precisely to avoid any unexpected trouble. Yet now, the takeout itself had become his trouble. He took out his wallet, pulled out 2 bills, and handed them to Charlo. Take these, kid. Now get out of here. Want to know why I said you're in trouble? Charlo turned his head, glancing toward the woods not far away, where some clothes were poorly concealed behind a few trees. Frank's heart sank. He immediately assumed Charlo was the threat he'd been anticipating and was about to make a move. But then Charlo ducked, lifting Frank's beloved car as a shield in front of them. The staccato rattle of a Tommy gun echoed through the air, bullets thudding into the car with a sinister rhythm. Sheltering behind the car, too, Frank could only stare as Charlo, with effortless ease, lifted his vehicle one-handed to block the hail of bullets. A torrent of curses ran through Frank's mind. Oh, damn it. Charlo was the first to curse out loud. Right before his eyes, just 2 meters away, his precious lightning motorcycle was shredded to pieces before he could even react. At the same moment, a scream rang out from the Audi's trunk. Only then did Frank remember the cargo he was supposed to be delivering. Oh, damn it. Frank swore, shouting in dismay. Damn it, kid, there's someone in the trunk. You can't use her as a human shield. Nothing can go wrong before the goods are delivered. Oh, sorry about that. Lowering the car, and taking advantage of the moment when the other side was reloading, Charlotte yanked open the trunk, pulled out the bag inside, and tossed it at Frank's feet. Jason, they're after you. And now they've wrecked my bike, so you owe me a new one. That motorcycle was Charlotte's trusty delivery steed. Without it, would he have to swing through the city like some kind of acrobat, delivering food every day? That would be ridiculous. They've wrecked my car, too. Frank's forehead veins bulged, and from the sound of his voice alone, you could picture just how much his beloved vehicle had suffered. First of all, my name's not Jason. So what is it? You soon. Shut up. Second, never mention names. Third, never open the package. And fourth, Charlotte's eyes glinted with meaning as he smiled at Frank. Never let idle curiosity get the better of you. Frank's eyes widened slightly. He grew even more wary of Charlotte. After all, It was his own useless curiosity that had led him to peek inside the package early, only to discover there was a woman inside. And now, with bullets flying around them, Frank knew perfectly well it all had something to do with that discovery. The Audi had reinforced bodywork, but the tires were still vulnerable. Luckily, Lai in the trunk had only been frightened, not hurt. Frank opened the duffel bag, revealing Shu Qi tightly bound inside. He peeled the tape from her mouth and dumped her onto the ground. If it came down to it, they might have to use Lai as leverage to make their escape. Tilting his head, Charlotte watched as Lai looked up at him, pleading for help. With curiosity, he asked, "Why are you blinking at me? Are your eyes dry?" Leaning against the car, keeping an eye on the enemy's movements, Frank was caught off guard by Charlotte's words and glanced down at Lai. Lai's expression froze, staring at Charlotte in disbelief. "Your eyes are so wide. Your eyes must be really dry." Utterly unfazed by the battered car, Charlotte reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of eye drops, grinning. "Good thing I always carry eye drops with me." He twisted the cap open with a smile, pinched Lai's cheek, and aimed the eye drops at her eyes. "Hey!" Frank couldn't take it anymore. Was this kid insane? Of all times, he's trying to give someone eye drops now? Meanwhile, Lai could only wonder, why on earth do you carry eye drops around anyway? Charlotte pried open Lai's left eye and dropped in 2 drops, then moved to her right eye and did the same. "Hold still, 2 drops in each, I will do the trick." With a squeeze, the bottle, its cap not screwed on tightly, slipped off, and the entire bottle of eye drops poured straight into Lai's eyes. Lai, his mouth covered, let out a terrified, muffled scream. "Oh, used a bit too much." Charlotte chuckled awkwardly and casually tossed the empty bottle aside. "Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill card. Are your eyes dry? When there's a bottle of eye drops in your pocket, ask the other person if their eyes are dry. If they say no, you will forcibly apply the drops for them. Free attribute points, +2. Cut it out, you maniac." Frank opened up the takeout and handed a can of cola to Charlotte. "I just saw how strong you are. Use this to take them out." I counted. "There are 4 enemies, all armed with M4A1S. You take care of 2. The other 2 are mine." Weighing the soda can in her hand, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, my aim's not that great. And they've got guns. How about we call the police instead?" "Call the police?" Frank's eyes widened as he stared at Charlotte, frowning. "You never reveal your identity. That's the rule for survival in this line of work. The underworld can never be exposed. Anyone who is, ends up dead." A can of cola shot through the air and exploded against a tree, sending shards flying in every direction like the fragments from a grenade. The hit trees were pierced straight through, impressive power. But they missed. Luckily, there was a second order of takeout. Charlotte picked it up and started unwrapping it without a care. Then, she calmly began eating her burger, as if nothing else was happening. Frank continued to watch the enemy's movements anxiously, waiting for Charlotte to act. After a long while with no sign of action, he glanced down, only to find Charlotte leisurely polishing off his takeout. "What are you doing?" Frank took a deep breath, his vision tinged with black. He was certain that if he spent much more time around Charlotte, he'd end up with high blood pressure. After waiting just as long, and realizing he hadn't received any new skill cards, Charlotte pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and spoke with righteous certainty. "I'm eating a burger. Without food, I won't have the energy to throw anything. That takes a lot of effort." It was a logical, convincing argument. Frank was at a loss for words, watching as Charlotte devoured the second takeout meal, washing it down with the entire can of cola in one go. After a second round of gunfire, the enemy realized their bullets couldn't penetrate the car and immediately stopped shooting. A hush fell over the forest, but a sense of foreboding welled up in Frank's heart. With a hamburger clamped between his teeth, Charlot lifted his head, casting his gaze toward the enemy's position. Thanks to the superhuman senses of Pig Spider-Man, Charlot could see and hear with astonishing clarity. In a single glance, he saw exactly what the other side was planning. "Oh, Baldy, we've got to move. They're getting the rocket launcher ready. Of course, if you think your car can handle it, just pretend I never said anything." Lay and Frank were both startled out of their wits. There was no time for Frank to protest being called Baldy. He scooped Lay up in his arms and dashed forward, with Charlot right on their heels. Sure enough, just as the 3 of them left the car, a rocket exploded, sending the vehicle flying into the air. A hail of bullets rattled through the air, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Thinking fast, Charlot activated the Shano reflex. Even he didn't dare take bullets lightly. His physical strength and durability were still far inferior to the real Spider-Man's. After all, even Spider-Man dodged bullets, let alone someone like him. That is, if you don't count a certain Spider-Man who once got grazed in the face by a pumpkin bomb. At first, Charlot followed his spider sense with a bit of trepidation, but as he went on, he began to move with a calm, almost leisurely confidence, as if he were simply out for a stroll. It really was no wonder this was considered Spider-Man's greatest power. They made their way to Frank's hiding spot. Tilting his head, Charlot peered out at their attackers and asked, "So what now? What now?" "We run, of course." "Woo woo woo," Lake babbled in his own anxious way. "Run," Charlot raised his voice. "They just blew up our car, and all we're going to do is run away." Collateral damage from the rocket had sent Charlot's own bike flying just moments before. He'd actually been rather fond of that bike. Charlot had always fancied the idea of being a ghost rider, not the kind that races up and down the street showing off, but the kind whose motorcycle blazes with supernatural flames. Now, his Ghost Rider bike really was on fire, but Charlot felt no joy at all. "So what do you want to do? Charge up and fight them head-on? Be my guest. I won't stop you." "Heh." Charlot gave a cold snort, straightened his back, and declared with grand bravado, "I'm going to yell at them at the top of my lungs." He took a deep breath, turned toward the forest, and shouted with all his might, "You son of a asterisk 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 asterisk." "Okay, done." Charlot crouched beside Frank. "I've finished yelling. So when do we run?" Right now. While Charlot was busy cursing, Frank had already untied the ropes around Lay. He grabbed Lay, and the three of them took off at full speed. But as they ran, Charlot suddenly fell out of place with the other two. Watching them holding hands, Charlot realized he was nothing more than a third wheel, shiny and utterly out of place. The playful grin he'd worn during their escapade slowly faded from his face, until not the faintest trace of a smile remained. Damn it! For a moment, I almost wanted to switch sides. As dusk settled in, Charlot sent messages to Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen, and even Francie to let them know he was safe. The three of them remained in Frank's makeshift hideout, all feeling the weight of an awkward silence. Frank's previous phone had been left in his beloved car, now reduced to ashes. All he had was the delivery address. He didn't have any way to contact the other party. For the moment, Frank couldn't even be sure who had attacked him. Was it possible that the client himself had set him up? He was quiet for a while, then fixed his gaze on Lai. Right now, this was his only lead. "I'll ask you answer. Keep it short and clear, no nonsense, got it?" Frank said coldly. Lai, tied to a chair and gagged, nodded in understanding. Frank then ripped the tape off Lai's mouth. "Who are you?" Frank asked, his tone serious. "I'm Lai, I come from." Before Lai could finish, Frank slapped the tape back on his mouth. "I'll say it again." Frank took a deep breath and shot a glance at the unbothered Charlot nearby, suddenly feeling just how hard it was to communicate with these Chinese Americans. "I'll ask you answer. No more, no less. Let's try again." He tore the tape from Lai's mouth once more and asked, "Am I in trouble?" "Big trouble, huge trouble, the blah." "No, wait. Please, I'll stop talking." Frank clamped Lai's mouth shut again, lowering his head with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Charlot propped his head up with one hand, watching the two of them play what looked like a couple's game. His eyes widened as he tried to make himself as noticeable as possible, broadcasting his presence. "So what about you, kid? Who the hell are you?" Frank gave up on Lai and turned his attention to Charlot. "Oh, woon." Charlot flashed a bright grin and raised an eyebrow. "Do you need to take my mouth, tie me up, and play this game too? I'm happy to cooperate. In fact, I'm totally ready. Come on, bro. I can hardly wait." Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Frank rubbed his forehead, trying to stay calm. "I'll ask you answer. Keep it short and to the point." "Who are you?" Hee-hee. Charlot flashed 8 pearly white teeth in a broad smile. That single grin was enough to make Frank's expression darken. Charlot announced loudly, "Rule number 2 in our line of work. No names." "I remember it. But not having a name does make things awkward. Since you're not Jason, I'll call you Baldy. And my nickname is Jason." With that, Charlot beamed at Frank, his face practically begging for praise. Deep breaths, deep breaths. It's normal to feel short of breath. Dizziness is normal too. Holding their heads, Frank and Lai came to the same realization. This boy was by far the most difficult one to deal with. "Come on, Baldy, hurry up and ask your second question. I can hardly wait." Frank let out a long sigh, still clutching his head, and said, "I get it now. You really are the biggest headache we have." The exhaustion from their long trek, combined with the mental torment, left Frank utterly drained. After steadying himself and rubbing his smooth, broad forehead, he untied Lai and sighed. "That's it for now. I'm going to get some real sleep. Once I wake up, everything will look better. So, who are you planning to sleep with?" Charlotte teased, tilting her head with a mischievous grin. Frank didn't answer, pretending Charlotte wasn't even there. He turned to Lai and said, "Stay put and don't do anything stupid." With that, he pushed open the door and headed upstairs. Now, only Charlotte and Lai remained in the room. There was just one couch to sleep on. Charlotte turned to meet Lai's gaze. "With a dramatic toss of her head, Charlotte declared, What are you looking at me for? There's no way I'm sharing couch with you. So don't even think about it. With that, she flounced off toward the balcony. Who said I wanted to sleep with you? Don't flatter yourself. Lai retorted in clumsy English, claiming the couch for herself. She glanced over at Charlotte, who had already left. Curiosity got the better of Lai. She looked around the room, her eyes quickly landing on a heavy file box perched atop a cabinet. Seeing no one around, she tiptoed over, eager to find out what was inside. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the box toppled down, nearly missing her head. Ah! She couldn't help but gasp, then quickly slapped a hand over her mouth. A flurry of excuses raced through her mind, but there was no sign of movement from upstairs or the balcony. After a moment's hesitation, Lai's curiosity took over. She started leafing through the files. It was information about Frank's military service. Meanwhile, Frank had made his way upstairs. He unlocked his bedroom with a fingerprint scan. Seeing no one had followed, he stepped into the room, opened his wardrobe, and descended to the villa's basement via a secret elevator. Trust two complete strangers you just met? That kind of thing only happens in the movies. Forget trust. Frank was on high alert with both of them. If anything went wrong, he was ready to escape through the underground tunnel without a moment's hesitation. He switched on the surveillance feed and saw Charlotte vaulting off the balcony, then whistling nonchalantly, relieving herself in his garden. Meanwhile, Lai was sitting on the couch, thumbing through the files he'd forgotten to put away. Damn it, Frank muttered under his breath. By now, it was too late to retrieve the files. He kept a close eye on Lai through the monitor. The other person sat on the sofa, thoroughly engrossed in the documents. He had to admit, Lai was exactly his type, and that was the main reason he chose to save him. No, to be honest, it was lust at first sight. As for Charlotte, his gaze shifted left again, and only then did he realize that Charlotte had vanished from the garden without a trace. A gloved hand, evidence gloves, picked up a twisted bullet and sealed it in an evidence bag. Staring at the car, now burned down to just its frame, and glancing at the wreckage of the motorcycle, George's expression grew grave. The only consolation was that there were neither bloodstains nor bodies at the scene. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how to explain this to Gwen. Even though they'd only met once 2 days ago, the image of Charlotte's motorcycle was firmly imprinted in George's mind. He'd even dreamt about it during a nightmare that morning. Now, seeing the ghost fire reduced to scrap metal, George felt no relief, only mounting concern for Charlotte. Yet another attack. Looking at the bullet, the same model used in the Arkham assault, bagged as evidence. George was now certain Charlotte was the intended target of this attack. The car frame beside it wasn't ordinary, either. It reminded George of a recent bank robbery. The perpetrators had also used an Audi A8, and their driving skills were exceptional. Racing across crosswalks, performing a hair-raising drift right in front of a train's engine to escape the police. Recalling Charlotte's own mastery of sidewalk driving, and now seeing both vehicles wrecked together, George couldn't help but wonder if the two drivers had known each other before. But above all, the priority was to find Charlotte. If she ended up like Dan, murdered with the footage broadcast online, George couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences. Hank approached and said, "Relax, George. Elon's already examined the attack site. Aside from the rocket blast, making things look pretty terrifying, there were no injuries here. Remember those footprints? All three of them ran off fast, clearly unhurt. Plus, we found some KFC wrappers at the scene. Looks like Charlotte brought food, and we even lifted his fingerprints off the packaging. Talk about staying cool under pressure. I bet he was hiding behind the car, munching on burgers meant for a customer." Realizing Charlotte was safe, George nodded, his expression easing a bit. But here's the question. How did they know Charlotte would be making a delivery to this spot? They were waiting in advance and launched the attack the moment Charlotte arrived. The two of them walked over to where the shooters had been positioned. Other than a scattering of shell casings, there was little of value left behind. With a cold look, George said, "If they fail the first time, you can be sure they'll launch a second attack soon after, one after another. How many times can Charlotte really escape? Not to mention, we're dealing with a gang of deranged criminals. To catch Charlotte, they won't hesitate at anything. If they could attack Arkham Asylum before, tomorrow they'd dare storm a school without a second thought. We can't wait any longer, Hank. We have to pick up the pace. We can't let those bastards run wild in New York." Hank nodded seriously in agreement. "There's always been resistance in our investigation. I used to think it came from inside the police force, but now it seems the opposition is coming from higher up. Remember that so-called FBI department that showed up back then?" George arched an eyebrow as he continued. Their attempt at impersonation was amateurish, but their methods were anything but. They came to see me again recently, wanted my cooperation for their investigation into Arkham Asylum. I'm thinking of agreeing. Maybe they know something we don't. In Hank's mind, he pictured a man, sharply dressed in a suit, impeccably groomed, golden hair receding high on his forehead, smiling politely, stepping forward, flashing an FBI badge, and declaring he was taking over the case. He remembered how they'd immediately tackled the man to the ground, only for the chief's phone call to clear up the misunderstanding. Hank nodded. That's right. Real FBI guys never dress like that, and no genuine agent would be such a peacock. The moment we asked one pointed question, he gave himself away. Charlot's fate is still uncertain. I think I'll go along with their request for now and share all the Arkham files with them. That's your call. By the way, have you heard about the new superhero in New York? Hank's eyes lit up with curiosity. I think they're calling him Spider-Man. Superhero? Don't get me started, George replied with a hard look. He's just a masked vigilante, taking the law into his own hands. That kind of behavior is criminal. Sticking people to walls for an entire day, beating up petty thieves, and he nearly suffocated a guy with his damned webs. And don't forget, someone even reported being mugged by Spider-Man. Take it easy, George. I'm just saying his methods could stand to be a little less violent. If we hadn't shown up in time, that man would have died. George, what I mean is, Spider-Man is the most famous superpowered individual in New York right now. Why aren't those criminals going after him instead? There's only one explanation. They don't know who Spider-Man really is. Imagine, Charlot takes a week off and disappears. And during that same week, New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man also vanishes without a trace. When Charlotte appeared, the superhero Spider-Man once again returned to the public eye. Wasn't the situation obvious? Could Gwen really not guess the connection here? Of course, Spider-Man must have gone out to play with Charlotte, and they hadn't brought her along. Ahem. In order to cover up this flaw, Charlotte trekked all the way back from the suburbs to carry out justice in New York. Descending from above, a knightly figure kicked a woman in a skin-tight outfit, who had just stolen something and was now fleeing, hard against a wall. Looking at her curvaceous figure wrapped in that seductive black leather, Charlotte could only shake his head in exasperation. Is the competition in the thief business so fierce these days? Are they even trying to outdo each other with their costumes? Shaking his head, Charlotte raised his fists at the woman slumped against the wall. Come on, I can't wait to have a good fight with you. The woman rolled her eyes as she slid down the wall, a froth of spit at her lips as she collapsed to the ground. With a sigh of resignation, Charlotte muttered, I barely even tried, and you're already down. Sigh, I was really hoping for an exhilarating battle. He strode forward and yanked the golden key from her grasp, then turned to face the victim of the theft. It was a burly, bald, heavy-set man dressed in a pristine custom-made suit. His rolls of fat stretched the suit to its limits, his drooping brows and triple chin making his expression all the more menacing. He radiated the aura of a true boss, clearly, not your average citizen. Hey there, adorable little snow-white fatty. Is this your lost key? Adorable little snow-white fatty? So much for a pleasant first encounter with Spider-Man. Kingpin's face grew a shade colder. So you're the messenger from hell, Spider-Man? That was the most notorious nickname whispered by the criminal underworld. Kingpin had certainly heard of this ruthless executioner. Thank God you got my name right. It's Spider-Man, not that idiotic human spider the dumb reporter came up with. Human spider sounds utterly ridiculous. So, are you a fan, little snow-white fatty? Want to take a selfie with me? With that, Charlotte stepped forward and handed the key to Kingpin. No, the thief, still slumped by the wall, clutched her chest and tried to stop him. You can't give him the key. But Charlotte shoved the key into Kingpin's hand, rolling his eyes beneath the mask. If I don't give it to him, should I give it to you? Returning things to their rightful owner. That's what a superhero does. You'll regret this, the thief snarled through gritted teeth. Patting Kingpin's exaggeratedly broad chest, Charlotte said, She's hilarious, I'll regret it. Mimicking, no one can make me regret anything. Not you, and certainly not her little chubby guy. You won't make me regret it, will you? Dodging the question, Kingpin narrowed his eyes. His gaze toward the thief was fierce and menacing, and then he glanced at the back of Charlotte ahead of him, asking, Mr. Spider-Man, are you interested in working for me? You may be able to keep me here, but you'll never win my heart. My dream is to become a superhero, to fight for justice and peace. So how's the pay? What's the salary? What kind of benefits are there? Do you offer weekends off? How many vacation days? What about insurance and retirement funds? Kingpin was taken aback for a moment, then let out a chuckle. He found himself liking Spider-Man, sensing great potential in him, and replied with a smile. Rest assured, everything will be just as you wish. Charlotte was visibly tempted. For a moment, he actually hesitated between continuing as Spider-Man or just finding an ordinary job in a factory. In the end, he chose to stick it out and keep going to school. The pay is tempting, but it's just not the right fit for me at the moment. Charlotte spread his hands in resignation, looking up at the towering Kingpin, and patted him on the shoulder. Keep the position open for me. While I've had my fill of adventure and want to settle down, I'll come back to you. Leaving Kingpin behind, Charlotte took a couple of steps forward, placed his hands on his hips, and stared at the now-recovered thief with a grin. Now, it's time to get down to business. Miss Thief, since this is your first time being caught by me, and you didn't actually get away with anything, I think I'll just give you a good beating. My fists are itching for some action. Standing in the shadows behind Charlotte, Kingpin's voice rumbled, low and imposing. Spider-Man, leave her to me. I'll make sure she learns a hard lesson. Let you handle her? No, little chubby guy. You're neither a cop nor a superhero. I don't condone vigilante justice. You should be law-abiding and peace-loving, just like me. Grabbing the thief by her collar and hoisting her off the ground, Charlotte fired a web, gave it a sharp tug, and swung off in the direction of the police station. Watching Charlotte's retreating figure, Kingpin's expression grew cold as he clenched the keys in his hand. Spider-Man, we'll meet again. Bastard. Dangling from Charlotte's grip, seeing her plans fall apart, the thief cursed in frustration. You. Before she could finish, Charlotte smirked under his mask and hurled her skyward. A moment later, the thief let out a piercing scream as she traced an arc through the air, plummeting toward the ground. Charlotte's web shot out and wrapped around her waist, the elastic strand thick as rope, giving the thief an unforgettable bungee jump experience she'd never asked for. Perched atop the construction crane, Charlotte gave a sharp tug, reeling the thief up like a yo-yo. With the rope wrapped tightly around her, the thief dangled helplessly in his grasp. Having fun? Would you like to go again? Charlotte looked down at the thief, whose face was pale from fright and spinning, and cheerfully introduced. This is an amusement park experience I invented, Spider-Man style. So far, only a handful of lucky people have tried it, and every single one of them said it was unforgettable. He paused, his black compound eyes narrowing as he fixed a cold gaze on the thief. His tone turned icy, each word pronounced with chilling clarity. So what do you think of my ride? The thief, mouth agape and head spinning, wanted to curse out loud, but in the end, she surrendered, swallowing her pride. A malicious laugh echoed from beneath Charlotte's mask. If you liked it so much, maybe you'd like another go. Before the thief could respond, Charlotte let go. She plummeted, spinning wildly toward the ground, only to be yanked back up in an instant, flying back like a rag doll. It wasn't that Charlotte had lost interest. It was just that a nosy reporter was snapping photos from below. Charlotte hung the thoroughly shaken thief from the crane and, watching her retch uncontrollably, stepped back in disgust, putting plenty of distance between them. As your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I'm just showing my concern. I hope you've learned your lesson. No more thieving, understand? But if you're ever eager to play more games with Spider-Man, just let me know. I've got plenty of heart-racing attractions waiting for the next lucky contestant. So, goodbye for now, Miss Thief. Wait, the thief doubled over, glancing nervously at the dizzying drop beneath her feet, her legs trembling. Superhero, Spider-Man, there are people who need your help. A lot of people. Of course. Charlotte spread his hands with mock drama. The whole city needs my help. Without me, how would they possibly survive? I mean, Kingpin is smuggling people. Kingpin, Charlotte stroked his chin. You mean that chubby guy from earlier? He'd suspected as much, but with the thief's nod, his guess was confirmed. So what? The thief, barely audible, pressed on. Spider-Man, Kingpin, he's a monster. He smuggled 500 people for trafficking, for slavery. So, what do you want me to do about it? Charlotte sat atop the crane, propping his chin in his hand. I'm not the kind of superhero who bullies the weak and fears the strong. But let's be clear, I can't take down that big lug right now. Kingpin. Those who know the name know what he's capable of. For those who don't, let me fill you in. He's not someone you want to mess with. He is the biggest crime boss in New York, perhaps all of America, ruling over a vast, shadowy underworld. Meticulous and cunning, his intellect is far beyond ordinary man. More than 90% of his body is pure muscle, granting him monstrous strength. Enough, it's said, to crush Spider-Man with his bare hands. To handle someone like him, you'd have to level up a few more times, gather more attribute points, or maybe even snag an outrageously powerful skill card to take him down in one shot. A faint voice broke Charlotte's train of thought, drifting up from beneath his feet. 500 people, 500 every month. 500 every month? With one hand, Charlotte grabbed the web, hauling the other person up from where she dangled. Seeing how filthy she was, he wrinkled his nose in disgust, then suddenly had an idea. Do you want to get rid of all that grime on you? Of course. It's making my skin crawl. Then leave it to me. What are you going to do? Hearing the spark of mischief in Charlotte's tone, the thief was immediately filled with dread. Sure enough, a moment later, Charlotte tightened his grip on the web and swung her through the air in a wide arc, spinning her overhead like a human slingshot. The grime clinging to her dropped off in clumps, pelting down like heavy rain onto the heads of several gangsters below. Boss, acid rain's falling. Oh crap, we gotta get out of here. So, this is what acid rain smells like. Ugh, boss, we're doomed. I don't want to die. I haven't even built my own bikini bottom yet. Mom, help. Charlotte paid no mind to the chaos unfolding among the gangsters on the ground. Clutching the webs, he swung forward with the thief in tow, and before long, tossed her onto the rooftop of a tall building. Most of the filth was gone, but the lower half of the thief's face, visible beneath the mask, had turned an alarming shade of purple, her lips nearly black. She looked like she might be sick again. Gasping for breath, she tore off her hood, revealing the face of a striking woman with a cascade of silvery hair. This so-called Spider-Man was a menace. In just a handful of days, he'd made a fearsome name for himself. Even the criminal underworld whispered stories about the terrifying Spider-Man, now known as the Spider Freak. Spider Freak? An even tackier name than Spider-Man. Eyeing the woman before him, Charlotte cocked his head and said, "Come on, spill it. I don't have all day to waste." Spider-Man hasn't hit his quota yet. His gaze locked on her. Charlotte added with a sly threat, "I've really taken a liking to flashing all 8 of my pearly whites lately. To help New York's infamous criminals remember, I plan to collect a total of 8 teeth today. So, would you like to contribute one yourself?" Clutching her chest, the woman's face twisted in fear. Swallowing her disgust, she hurriedly replied, "My name is Lynx, and I'm not a thief. I'm a gentleman burglar. Strictly speaking, we should be on the same side. Kingpin is about to strike a deal with a gang, and those 500 people are just the first part of that transaction. The key evidence I stole can prove Kingpin's guilt. Even if it's not enough to put him behind bars, it would at least make him abandon this deal for good." Sherlock stepped forward, locking eyes with Lynx. Though the air of intimidation remained, his expression beneath the mask had frozen completely. "My God, what have I done? 500 people every month? Am I really no different from a villain?" I took the evidence key from Lynx and handed it back to the villain. "Kingpin, why is fate so cruel to me? All I ever wanted was to do good, to help others. Let me ask myself, if Spider-Man saw someone stealing, would he step in to stop them? Even if the thief is graceful and the victim looks like a brute with a villain's face, Spider-Man never judges by appearances. I keep asking myself, over and over, and finally I reach my answer. I'm not wrong, so it must be God's fault. Yes, it's all God's doing." Bwah! Sherlock let out the classic villain's cackle, trying to cover his embarrassment. "Everything I've done, it's all for the skill card. That's right, it's all for the skill card." With his motives justified, Sherlock felt emboldened and pointed an accusing finger at Lynx, scolding her sharply. "You should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say it before, huh? Why not?" Lynx stared at Sherlock's outstretched finger, her expression blank. For a brief moment, she felt utterly disillusioned with the entire city. With a superhero like this, can New York really be saved? No, no, no. Stay true to your purpose. Maybe I'm just too old to keep up with the times. Perhaps it's time to retire. Spider-Man, do I look old to you?" The beautiful, still charming woman sat on the ground, her clothes stained, an unpleasant odor wafting from her. Sherlock was baffled by her sudden shift. Weren't they just talking about superheroes? Why is she suddenly saying this? After a brief silence, Sherlock tried to comfort her as gently as possible. "What are you talking about, Annie? You don't look old at all. Really, you're just..." She looked to be in her 30s, clearly well-maintained. To show off his observational skills, Sherlock guessed deliberately, "You must be, what, 50 or so?" A brittle crack seemed to echo in the air. As he watched the woman's composure shatter, Sherlock blinked innocently. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill card, a woman's little secret. You can now discern the exact age of any female life form. Free attribute points +2. Charlotte blinked and silently swapped out her skill card. Clearing his throat with a series of dry coughs, Charlotte quickly changed his tune. "I was just joking earlier. Annie, you really don't look that old at all. I'd say you're just 36. Now, that should be satisfying. I even made you a year younger on purpose." Suddenly, Lynx let out a wailing sob, her cries echoing with heartbreak as she sat on the spot. "This is the last time I'll act as Lynx. I'm retiring. I want to settle down, raise a family, and take care of myself. Don't be like this, Annie. You're making me feel awkward. Someone who doesn't know better might think New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man has been picking on you." Charlotte fell silent for a moment. Dealing with crying women was something he, regrettably, had some experience with. With a swift flip, Charlotte leapt from the rooftop and swung away into the distance. His tried-and-true method, when in doubt, just leave. If I get far enough, I won't hear her crying. And if I can't hear it, it's as if she never cried at all. Once her pent-up frustration had ebbed away, Lynx, still with a bitter expression, left the rooftop. She navigated the streets with care and eventually arrived at her doorstep. She looked up at the light glowing from the second floor and the graceful silhouette cast against it. Lynx let out a long breath, gathering herself before quietly slipping inside. Hanging by the door was a pale yellow, student-style shoulder bag for women, adorned with a cute plush toy and the badge of Midtown Science High School pinned to it. She exhaled silently, slipped off her boots, and tiptoed barefoot across the floor without making a sound. But Felicia Hardy still poked her head out from the second floor, smiling as she watched Lynx, still in her skin-tight suit, trying to sneak to the bathroom. "Hey, Mom. Yeah, sorry for no update yesterday. Got completely hooked playing Black Myth, Yukon." Spider sense radiated out across all of New York. Charlotte first located Gwen, letting her sense his presence and confirming that Spider-Man was still in the city. As for Gwen's brain, currently wandering the streets and acting as silly as ever, Charlotte really couldn't care less. But the mischievous grin on his face began to fade, and Charlotte furrowed his brow, shifting his attention away from Gwen to focus intently on a familiar source of malice nearby. In an instant, Charlotte sprang upward, leaping 3 meters into the air, only to land stiffly on the ground, frozen in place with his middle finger pointed skyward. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he sheepishly lowered his hand. Ahem, right? Almost forgot. With this new Spider-Sense skill card, he couldn't swing webs anymore. After a moment's pause, Charlotte, clad in his spider suit, broke into a run toward his target. Out on the street, a few small-time hooligans on the run spotted Spider-Man sprinting ahead as well. One of the sharper ones shouted, "Big bro, look, even Spider-Man's webs have been eaten away by the acid rain. He can only run today." The big brother, who had a toad tattooed on his chest, smacked him angrily on the head. "Are you stupid or what? Don't worry about him. As long as we run faster than he does, the acid rain can't catch us." But they were destined to be wrong. Xiao Luo's legs moved like the wind, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. The other club members grit their teeth and sprinted with all their might in the direction Xiao Luo had disappeared. After following the fire escape to the rooftop, Xiao Luo looked down at the crime scene. There were 3 towering men in suits, all armed with box cutters, trying to snatch a briefcase from a bespectacled office worker. "No." Clutching the briefcase tightly, the man with glasses cried out for help. "Help me, Spider-Man. Spider-Man, please save me." One of the suited men glanced around, saw nothing unusual, then raised his knife and pointed it at the man with glasses. "Don't waste your breath. Scream all you want. Spider-Man's not coming. Hand over the $10 million, or we'll kill your son." "No, you can't do this." The man's face twisted in despair as he protested. "Then give us the money, and put this briefcase, packed with explosives, inside the bank. Tomorrow, we're going to blow Midtown sky high." The man finished coldly, then turned to look at his companion, who nodded in approval, giving him extra confidence as he threatened. "Otherwise, we'll chop your son into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Then we'll send the video to your wife and your elderly mother." Clutching the briefcase, the bespectacled man was on the verge of tears. "Please, help me. Somebody save me, I'm begging you. Please, save me." Suddenly, the only motionless man among the suited criminals, his face like a zombie, changed expression. He pointed his knife at Xiao Luo's half-visible face peeking over the rooftop. "Who's there? Damn it. It's Spider-Man. Boss, he's found us out." The ringleader yanked the man with glasses to his feet, planting his foot on the briefcase and threatening coldly. "Come down. Spider-Man, you get down here right now, or I'll kill him." All right, don't get worked up. I'm coming down." Realizing he'd been spotted, Xiao Luo stood up with a helpless wave and began his familiar introduction. "That's right, I'm your friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man." With that, Spider-Man, who hadn't equipped his web cartridges, turned and headed toward the fire escape. The 4 men below fell silent, listening to the steady clatter of footsteps on the escape stairs. They couldn't help but glance at the man holding the bomb-laden briefcase. "Are you sure that's Spider-Man?" "Yeah, it must be him. But isn't Spider-Man supposed to climb walls? Maybe he had an upset stomach today." With a nimble leap, Charlotte sprang from behind the wall to the center of the alley, landing in a crouch, one hand forward and one hand back, striking his signature spider pose. "Don't get too excited when you see me, folks. I am your ultimate idol, the Spider-Man." Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Charlotte straightened up, put his hands on his hips, and tried to talk them down. "Bad guys, what you're doing is wrong now. Put your hands on your heads and kneel down, begging me to let you go, and then—" "You're Spider-Man?" The man in a suit on the left, holding a bomb, took a step forward and coldly stared at Charlotte, cutting him off. Charlotte exhaled, feeling it was impossible to reason with these knuckleheads. He rolled his eyes and retorted, "Who said I'm Spider-Man? I'm not Spider-Man." "Huh." The man in the middle froze, his hand, which had been reaching for the gun behind him, stopped midair. He looked baffled and asked, "Then who are you?" Charlotte let out a mocking laugh, looking at them. "I'm your daddy, bastard." The 3 men couldn't take it anymore. They kicked open their briefcases and shoved the man with glasses toward Charlotte, each of them drawing a pistol and aiming it straight at Charlotte's head. The man with glasses let out a frightened cry, stumbling as he clutched his briefcase and scurried to hide by the wall. T-Seach. Charlotte pointed disdainfully at the three men in suits and scoffed. With a bunch of losers like you think you can take on Grandpa Spider? Be smart. Hand over those pistols, both hands nice and easy, or I'll show you a death you won't forget. Trusting his spider sense, Charlotte swaggered forward, hands clasped behind his back. He bowed his head slightly, and in the black spider eyes, there was a chilling, undisguised killing intent. The three men in suits exchanged glances. For a moment, Charlotte really had them intimidated. It was the man with glasses who made the first move. Suddenly, he popped open his briefcase. As Charlotte walked past him, back turned, the man's face twisted with malice. Without hesitation, he drew out an M4 and pulled the trigger. Bullets burst forth, but Charlotte, who had already sensed their intentions, was ready. Relying on his spider sense, he twisted his body sharply. In his slowed perception, the bullets whizzed right past his eyes. He dodged again, turning to look in the direction the shots had come from. The man in the middle clutched his bleeding neck in disbelief, mouth agape, unable to speak. Another bullet ripped through his open mouth. Even then, he didn't die immediately, just took 2 more shots before collapsing in agony on the ground. Damn it! Seeing his companion fall, the other man with a briefcase opened it too, pulling out an M4 hidden inside. Shit! Realizing he'd just shot his own teammate, the man with glasses looked utterly mortified. Staring at Spider-Man, who was now standing between himself and his teammate who had just drawn an M4, he gritted his teeth, lowered the muzzle, and aimed at Charlot's legs. Before the 2 bullets could even be fired, Charlot's spider sense had already revealed the outcome. With an air of nonchalance, Charlot nodded slightly at the man with glasses and leapt into the air. Not only did he dodge the 2 shots from the man with glasses, but he also evaded 3 more bullets from the expressionless man wielding a pistol. In a swift move, Charlot vaulted behind the man in the suit who had just drawn the M4, gripping his right hand tightly as it rested on the trigger. The intense pain caused the man's finger to involuntarily squeeze the trigger. The safety was off, and the muzzle of the M4 shuddered as flames burst from its barrel. By a twist of fate, 1 bullet struck the man with glasses in his left hand. He cried out in pain, his own gun jerking away as a flash of light streaked by. In the blink of an eye, the expressionless man beside Charlot took a bullet to the forehead, collapsing to the ground with his eyes wide open in death. Charlot released his grip on the suited man's hand, his face calm and unreadable. With overwhelming strength, he propelled the struggling man in the suit forward, quickly bringing him face to face with the man with glasses. Pinning the suited man's entire body against the muzzle of the gun, Charlot poked his head out from behind him and asked in a gentle voice, "Friends, I'm so glad to see you. So now tell me, why did you attack me? Damn you, freaking superpower bastard. I'm going to kill every last one of you." The suited man blocking Charlot's way flushed with rage, letting out a furious roar. The man with glasses, fierce on the outside but trembling inside, watched the angry suited man and the tilted head of Spider-Man behind him. Despair filled his heart in that moment. "I'll ask you again." Charlot's voice turned cold, the man's twisted, ugly face reflected in his black, multifaceted eyes. "Tell me, who are you? Why did you attack me?" "Ha ha ha," the suited man sneered, shouting back. "We are the Life Restorers. We're here to return superpowers to the world. You can kill me, you can kill him, but can you kill everyone in our organization? We'll come at you wave after wave, united as one. You may have escaped death today, but someday we'll come for your family, your friends, your loved ones. We will tear you apart. Kill you." Charlot quickly shook his head. "No, don't be ridiculous, I'm Spider-Man. And I don't believe in killing. I never take a life." With the air of someone falsely accused, Charlot feigned anger as he retorted. "They were killed by this guy with glasses. I'm so weak, so innocent. As for wiping out your entire organization, my goodness, that's terrifying. So, where is your organization? How many of you are there? Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious, that's all." "No, it wasn't me. It was you. You did it." Terror flickered in the man with glasses' eyes, a terror born from his fear of the Life Retrievers, the organization they both belonged to. Even accidentally killing a teammate while under mind control meant facing unspeakable punishments from within the organization. The entire group operated under suffocating pressure, all the while feeding a deep-seated hatred for those with superpowers. Watching the panic spread across the man's face, Sherlock narrowed his eyes slightly. "Let's stick to the facts. You wouldn't want to frame an innocent Spider-Man, would you? Oh my, you're absolutely wicked. The whole world knows Spider-Man is a good guy. He wouldn't even hurt an Arctic wolf, let alone a person." He gripped the muzzle of the M4, pressing it right over the heart of the man in the suit. Go ahead, pull the trigger, the truth is clear. You've killed your own. The life retrievers will never let you go. And he's the last one left. Surely you don't want him reporting back to HQ, do you? With a smile, Sherlock fell silent. The man with glasses' eyes darted anxiously as he clamped his mouth shut. It was true. Even if he made out alive, the fact that he'd killed the team leader was set in stone. The man in the suit would never cover for him. He'd just report exactly what happened. Thinking about those brutal execution methods, he shuddered. He didn't want to die. But if the man in the suit never made it back, a glimmer of hope danced in the man's eyes. Making it back alone was his one shot at survival. And Spider-Man, he claimed he didn't kill. Seeing the shift in the man's expression, the man in the suit instantly realized his companion was wavering. You idiot. This is a classic divide-and-conquer trick. Didn't you read The Art of War in prison? Red-faced with rage, the man in the suit cursed at the top of his lungs, desperate to snap him out of it. F. Mouth agape, whatever he meant to say, all that came out was that single syllable. The man with glasses met the murderous look in the other's eyes, and fear took hold. His hand shook. A volley of bullets tore into the body of the man in the suit. Blood sprayed, splattering onto the man with glasses. Having already stepped aside, Sherlock released his grip. The man in the suit collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Swapping out the language master skill card for Spidey sense, Sherlock felt the heat of the gun barrel in his palm. He watched as the man with glasses, fingers squeezed tight around the trigger, realized the bullets were spent. Smiling, Sherlock said, "Now, I think the two of us can have a proper chat otherwise. Heh-Heh. I'll just let your life retrievers know who really killed their people." He slung his arm around the man's shoulders and sat down beside him against the wall. Confronted with the bloody scene before him, the M4 slipped from his trembling hands. The man with glasses stammered, lips quivering. "You're a devil. I told you, didn't I? I'm a messenger from hell." Patting the bespectacled man on the shoulder to show his sense of camaraderie, Charlot asked in a light, relaxed tone, "All right, little glasses, can you tell me, how did I get exposed? Why did you attack me this morning?" Exposed? This morning? Attack? The bespectacled man finally realized something was wrong. His face turned deathly pale, and even his voice trembled. "So you're Charlot Parker? Oh, my friend. It seems you didn't know who I was." "Yes, I'm Charlot Parker. Oops, I accidentally let you know my name. That means I can't let you live." With a soft sigh, Charlot asked gently, "If killing Charlot and killing Spider-Man are two separate things, could you tell me why you wanted Charlot dead? And if you tell me everything about your organization, I promise your end will be less painful." I, the bespectacled man stammered, his face ashen. "I'm just an ordinary squad member. Charlot is a superhuman, and Charlot killed one of us. All I know is we got your delivery location from an underground deal and plan to kill you. As for our organization, I only know the higher-ups shout some kind of slogan, like long live something, and our squad's hideout is at." A gunshot rang out. Hit in the neck and mouth, the bespectacled man collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to utter another word. The man in the suit, who had been aiming at Spider-Man, had turned his gun on his own comrade. The bespectacled man took a bullet to the heart. Blood foamed at his lips. His head lolled to the side, and in utter despair, he choked out his final breath. Having taken the secret to the grave, the dying man in the suit managed a faint smile. Charlot, meanwhile, pulled off the Spider-Man mask. There was no anger, not even disappointment on his face, only a youthful, cheerful grin as he gazed at the man in the suit. Standing up, Charlot smiled and nodded at him. Hearing the wailing sirens drawing closer, he walked over to the man in the suit, who was struggling to breathe, and said, "Thank you, my friend. Just as I said before, Spider-Man never kills anyone." The man in the suit let out a weak, bitter laugh, blood bubbling from his mouth, unable to form a single word. "What was that?" Charlot leaned down, bringing his ear close in mock surprise. "You're hiding in Hell's Kitchen, in the industrial warehouse on 3rd Avenue. Eyes wide with terror, the man in the suit stared at Charlot. Charlot bared his teeth in a cold, meaningful smile, his gaze lingering on the dying man. The sirens stopped abruptly. Urgent voices rang out nearby. Charlot shook his head, turned, and started walking toward the other end of the alley, saying, "Well then, goodbye, my friend. It's time for me to go. May your death be a peaceful one." Watching Charlot's retreating figure, the man in the suit mustered the last ounce of strength to raise his hand. Without breaking stride, Sherlock casually turned his head and dodged the bullet. The man in the suit looked toward Sherlock, his vision already blurring. In the final instant before the police arrived, his head slumped to the ground. Just as Sherlock's foot left the scene, a Chinese police officer with a close-crop haircut peeked out from behind the wall. Staring at the chaotic scene, Yulon felt a jolt of shock in his heart. He quickly scanned his surroundings, eyes darting up and down, searching for anyone suspicious. Another officer, gun in hand, came up behind Yulan, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and asked, "What's the situation?" The gunshots rang out sharply in the night, echoing down the entire street. All the residents in the area had called the police. Even several blocks away, people had heard it loud and clear. Just before they entered the alley, there was still another piercing gunshot. The officers swallowed hard. A scene like this, if handled poorly, could easily claim their lives as well. There was no such thing as being too careful. "The situation is still unclear," Yulan replied, now noticeably calmer. He stepped forward, frowning, and revealed himself from behind the wall. His gaze swept over the 4 bodies, one after another. First, the man in glasses, dead by the wall, a bullet through his heart. Next, the suited man sprawled in front of him, his body riddled with bloody holes. Then the stone-faced man who'd taken a bullet to the forehead, eyes wide open even in death. Lastly, another man in a suit lying face down, his fate uncertain. Gun drawn, Yulan stepped forward. Seeing the slight rise and fall of the suited man's chest, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried to the man's side and shouted, "Call for an ambulance. This one's still alive." Backup officers rushed in from the other end of the alley, with George leading the way, gripping his Colt M2000. He took in the scene with a quick glance, then ran to Yulan's side. Looking down at the suited man who'd been turned over, blood spilling from his mouth, George's brow furrowed deeply. Hot on his heels, Hank kicked the gun from the suited man's hand and cursed. "These damn gangsters deserve every bit of it. Coming here to trade and shoot it out. Have they got nothing better to do? Saving lives comes first." "You must know what happened here," George replied. "We need to get him talking." With hurried, clumsy motions, the arriving officers lifted the suited man and began carrying him out of the alley. Only then did George have a moment to properly survey the scene. He walked to the corner, picked up the M4 rifle lying by the wall with his gloved hand. "That's right," Yulan said seriously as he snapped photos. "It's the exact same model of rifle." He picked up a spent shell casing with tweezers and held it up to George. "It's them," Yulan confirmed. George nodded, staring at the casing. "It's them." Just then, Hank's head popped out of the shadows, his face twisted in disgust. "What are you two mumbling about, speaking in riddles? Can't you just spell it out clearly?" "Oh, damn!" Hank's sudden appearance startled Yulan, causing his hand to tremble and the spent shell to clatter back onto the ground. George, already used to such surprises, remained much calmer. Clutching his chest, Yulan explained, "Them. The life restores those bastards who attacked Arkham Asylum." "What?" Hank was taken aback, lowering his gaze to the corpse of the man with glasses. "It's them." Suddenly struck by a thought, George knelt down, flicked on his flashlight, and swept its beam across the chaotic jumble of footprints on the ground, his face thoughtful. The forensic team pressed on with their work, while police tape cordoned off both ends of the narrow alley. Soon, bad news arrived. The man in the suit died in the ambulance before even reaching the hospital. Or rather, he had already perished before being loaded into the ambulance. There was simply no saving him en route. All 4 people at the scene were dead. Surveying the scattered shells and the pistols that had been fired, Yulan began to analyze. At first glance, it looks like the 4 of them turned on one another. He rapped his knuckles on the briefcase lying on the ground. It started as a deal, but these 2 hid an M4 in the briefcase and ambushed the other pair. The man with the glasses tried to keep everything for himself, so he stabbed his own teammate in the back. Only he never expected that the one shot in the neck and mouth wasn't quite finished. In the final moments, that man managed to shoot the one with the glasses dead. Examining the bullet wound on the stony-faced man's forehead, Yulan shook his head. "That's my rough theory. There's no sign of a 5th person at the scene." A 5th person. George narrowed his eyes behind his glasses, crouching in front of the man with glasses, staring into the lingering terror frozen in his eyes. With a grave expression, he said, "I think the truth isn't so simple. Maybe there really was a 5th person here, pulling the strings and making them turn on each other. Don't forget, their life restores. Their very purpose is to hunt down people with superhuman abilities. Perhaps they got themselves tangled up in something far more dangerous than they realized." Meanwhile, Charlotte tucked into the breakfast Frank had prepared, stuffing a fried egg in her mouth and swallowing after barely chewing. Frank's face stiffened a little as he held his chopsticks. This breakfast was meant for Lai, and with Charlotte having stayed out all night, he'd assumed she wasn't coming home anymore. With barely a pause, Charlotte downed a glass of milk, then let out a soft burp and reached for the bread. Frank pressed his lips together. The milk and bread were, after all, his own breakfast. After polishing off both their breakfasts, Charlotte rubbed her stomach and asked Frank, "Is there any more? I'm still hungry." "I thought you weren't coming back," Frank said after a moment's hesitation, deciding to reheat 2 more glasses of milk. "Of course I'll come back." Charlotte looked at Frank with solemn determination. "You still haven't compensated me for my motorcycle." Although those people had attacked her, and Frank was just an innocent bystander caught in the chaos, Charlotte simply couldn't afford to pay for Frank's car, let alone buy herself another motorcycle. On the other hand, Frank was wealthy, so naturally, all the blame must fall on him. You want me to pay for your motorcycle? Frank was so exasperated he actually chuckled. Then who's going to pay for my car? You can always ask Lai to pay. Excuse me. Lai poked her head in from the doorway, glancing between the two of them in the kitchen. What are you talking about? I thought I heard my name just now. You're just in time. Charlotte reached out a hand toward Lai, expectant. I need you to pay for my motorcycle, and the bald guy here needs you too. Shut up. Frank snapped, his embarrassment flaring into anger. I never said anything like that. Clenching her hands, Lai hesitated for a long moment before making up her mind. I can pay both of you. Charlotte cleared his throat and asked, just to clarify, you mean pay for the motorcycle, right? Of course. Lai shot Charlotte a glare and explained, there are 500 people. One of the people who hired you, named Walter, trafficked them. They're being held in shipping containers at the docks. I'm begging you, please save them. I'll do anything, whatever it takes, as long as you help them. Human trafficking? 500 people? At once, the image of Kingpin flashed through Charlotte's mind. Frank never saw himself as a good man, but he certainly wasn't evil. The thought of 500 people being trafficked ignited a blaze of fury in his eyes. From Lai's lips, a tragic story began to unfold. She was born in Hong Kong, to a life of comfort and happiness. But good fortune never lasts. After her father's investment failed, and he was swindled out of everything in a desperate attempt to start anew, he was left penniless and saddled with crushing debts from high-interest loans. It was a sum her father could never hope to repay in a lifetime, and the creditors threatened to sell his children to settle what he owed. With no other options, her father made a desperate choice. He sold off everything they owned and arranged for his family to illegally immigrate to America. He pulled whatever strings he could, contacted a known smuggler, and mobilized the entire family, never expecting that they were stepping into a bottomless abyss. At first, it seemed hopeful. They managed to evade the debt collectors and boarded a freighter. But soon, they found themselves crammed into a dry, suffocating shipping container. Once at sea, the smugglers revealed their true, ruthless colors. And their ordeal was only beginning. First, they were squeezed for every last cent they had, then forced onto an even smaller boat, packed into the same container with countless others. You have to understand, it wasn't just her father on that ship. Her little brother and her sister were there too. After braving countless dangers, they finally arrived in America. But what awaited them wasn't the beautiful life her father had dreamed of. Instead, they were sold off like merchandise. Lai couldn't even imagine what fate awaited them. And now, someone had set their sights on her. Like a piece of cargo, she was smuggled to her destination through the underground courier network. If it weren't for Frank, she would never have been saved. But her father, gravely ill, her beautiful sister, and her young brother were all still in Wall's hands, along with 500 other immigrants who'd been deceived and trafficked just like them. As Lai told her story, Charlotte absent-mindedly cleaned her ear, unmoved by the tale. Frank, on the other hand, was visibly touched. His gaze grew steadily more resolute. Lai's eyes flickered, shimmering with tears as she pleaded with Frank. Help me, please. Frank. Hearing his own name didn't surprise Frank in the slightest. It was all because of that damned box of documents. Their eyes met, and it was as if sparks flew between them. Their breathing caught. Even the air around them seemed to grow tense and electric. In that silent moment, hormones spoke more clearly than words. Just one look, and both of them felt something shifting deep inside. Frank didn't object to being addressed by his real name. In fact, his eyes softened, though it was Charlotte, ever the forthright and righteous one, who corrected her. Lai, you got it wrong. You're supposed to call him by his code name, Baldy. Unable to help herself, Lai's gaze drifted upward to Frank's head, where the sunlight glared off his scalp. The magic of the moment shattered instantly. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Frank clenched his jaw, turning to glare at Charlotte, who was sipping her milk. Kid, you really ought to keep your mouth shut. You should call me Jason, and I won't. Nah. Frank let out a long breath, suddenly feeling an itch in his fist. Charlotte's head, in that moment, looked positively inviting for a good knock. Lai, sensing the tension, interrupted his thoughts with a helpless plea. But what should we do now? I don't know where they're keeping everyone, or who to look for. All I have is a name all. No problem. Frank tapped his temple confidently. They left me an address, and they owe me a car. Maybe we should pay them a visit. A car. Charlotte's eyes lit up. She asked eagerly, then is there a motorcycle? Ever since I lost my Ghost Rider, I haven't been able to work properly. My guess is you two star-crossed lovebirds will be delighted if I disappeared. Just give me a motorcycle, and I'll be gone. Out of your sight, out of your way. leaving you to your romance without a single disturbance. Of course there will be, Lai answered with certainty. As long as you help us. With a flourish, Charlotte tipped her straw hat, then slammed her left fist into her right palm, her voice brimming with excitement. Everyone, let's set out at once. A new adventure is waiting for us. Meanwhile, on the villa's sofa, Wall's face was turning purple with frustration. His mood couldn't have been worse. The package from Lai, which should have arrived yesterday, still hadn't shown any sign of delivery. He couldn't help but feel that his trust in the underground courier service and those damned 3 rules made him look like a foolish donkey. In New York, they might look the part, decked out in designer suits, living in fancy villas, smoking cigars, driving luxury cars, running their own company, admired from all sides. But in reality, they were nothing but a small-time gang, a mere blip in the city, scraping by with dangerous and dwindling ventures like human smuggling over the sea. It was only recently, after connecting with the overlord of the underworld, the Kingpin, that they'd managed to gain even a shred of influence. Trying to mobilize New York's underground to hunt down 2 people was a pipe dream. Honestly, calling the police would have been more effective. Did you find them? Wall demanded, his face dark as 4 of his men walked through the door. The 4 glanced at each other. Their leader wore a white tank top, revealing a tattoo of a toad's head peeking from his chest, its long tongue curling up around his neck, clutching a bug. He scratched his cropped purple hair, his eye sockets ringed with black ink, and tried to sound ingratiating as he looked at Wall. Sorry, boss. Last night, we were searching everywhere, but in the end, he swallowed hard, lacking the courage to tell the plain truth, and instead dressed up the story. In the end, we ran into Spider-Man. I had a flash of inspiration. Spider-Man must know something. But as soon as I tried to ask him, he got spooked and bolted, and a lot of us chased him all night long. The others quickly exchanged glances and chimed in. Yeah, that's right. The boss is telling it like it is. Wall paused mid-drag on a cigarette, studying the men before him, struggling to tell whether their story was true or just nonsense. If it was true, it was almost too outrageous to believe. Sensing Wall's growing displeasure, the toad-tattooed man hurried to deliver some good news. But I didn't come up empty-handed. Word is there was an attack on the highway leading to our villa last night. A rocket took out an Audi A8, sent it flying. Sent it flying? Wall's expression darkened even further. But, the man with the toad tattoo quickly added, but the passengers made it out safely. They must have escaped just in time after the attack. According to what I heard, it was a man and a woman in that car, so, with a grim expression, Wall pressed his hands together, his eyes brimming with unmasked murderous intent. He's broken the first rule by failing to deliver on time as agreed, and the third rule by opening the package without permission. Swallowing nervously, the man with the toad tattoo continued. From what I've heard, there's also a delivery kid who somehow got caught up in all this. A kid, Wall raised an eyebrow, clearly uninterested. That's not the point. Jason, your intel is useful, but I need more. Find them, and fast. Second round complete, all 81 trials achieved. Brothers, I'm back again. Infiltration. Charlotte's eyes lit up as she listened to Frank's plan. Wow, I love this idea. So what's our approach? A diversion? Drawing the enemy away? Stirring up the hornet's nest? Sneaking around? Or maybe a little smoke and mirrors? Frank's thoughts tangled for a moment. He fell silent for 2 seconds, then chose to ignore Charlotte's antics, simply saying, stick close to me and be ready for anything. Danger could come from any direction. Well, I didn't have much to add here, but Charlotte, ever the curious one, couldn't help offering her own colorful suggestions. Danger? Infiltration? Wait, are you saying we take out anyone who spots us? Oh, come on. I should have guessed. That's how it always goes in the movies. A flawless covert operation needs to be, well, perfectly covert. Whatever Frank was thinking, his face betrayed nothing. He kept up his tough guy facade without a flicker. But Lai was thinking a lot more. Watching Charlotte, Lai's right eyelid twitched. He blinked, his gaze settling on Charlotte's face. Something occurred to him, and after hesitating a moment, he asked, uncertainty in his expression. Jason, he's just a kid. Are we really bringing him along? Charlotte's wild behavior often made people forget his age, focusing instead on his quirky, unpredictable personality. It wasn't until Lai asked that question that Frank snapped out of his single-mindedness. For a moment, the tough guy's face actually softened with genuine joy. You're absolutely right. Jason, sorry, but you're just too young. This is way too dangerous. We can't take you with us. Just stay put. They're after me. Trust me, as long as I'm out there, they won't come for you again. Ever considered that maybe they're actually coming for me, and you're just collateral damage? No way. Charlotte exploded with righteous fury, her voice ringing with indignation. You're not ditching me, so you two can have your little duo adventure. Not until you pay for my motorcycle. I'm not going anywhere. Charlotte widened her large, dark, gleaming eyes and pointed first at her own eyes, then at the two of them, warning sternly. I'll keep watching you. Watching you. In truth, the main reason Charlotte hadn't returned home lately was her fear of bringing unnecessary danger to her family. So far, all she had was this mysterious name, the Life Restorer. Even now, she hadn't fully figured out who this person really was. But the odds seemed greatest that it was Hydra. After all, in Marvel, there were only a handful of villains who persisted through thick and thin. If she were alone, Charlotte would have nothing to fear. But with family and friends, she was tied to this world, bound by those connections. Hide your identity. Hide your identity. Only now did Charlotte truly understand just how important this was. It really could spare her, and her loved ones, so much needless danger and trouble. It had only taken using her powers once in Arkham Asylum for danger to naturally find its way to her. Faced with threats that could bring harm to her family, Charlotte suddenly felt at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. After all, it wasn't just one person who had set their sights on her, but an entire organization, a bottomless pit of a group. Having been refused by Charlotte, Frank wasn't surprised. Instead, he racked his brains like never before, trying to figure out how to persuade Charlotte by reasoning with her, by appealing to emotion and logic. As for using force, what a joke. This was someone who could hurl a can of cola and turn it into a lethal weapon. Night deepened, and unknown insects chirped through the woods. The sky was speckled with stars, and wispy clouds drifted around the bright moon. In the forest, Charlotte lay crouched in her black tactical suit beside Frank and Lai, who looked much the same as ever. Don't look at me like that. Charlotte patted her black outfit and flashed a sly grin. This is what you call being a pro. Glancing at her two exasperated, helpless friends, Charlotte pulled out 2 large bottles of black ink from behind her back and handed them over. No need to thank me. Just spread this on your skin. It'll make you as invisible as a shadow. Frank politely declined Charlotte's rather mature suggestion. His expression stayed grim as he checked the gear he'd brought with him. A tranquilizer gun, a live-round revolver. He was prepared for the worst. Lai also gripped tightly the small pistol Frank had given her, her body trembling, a mix of nerves and excitement. Taking the backpack filled with cans of cola, Charlotte wrinkled her nose in mild disgust and said, Isn't there any other option? Like, say, a bag of beer? Besides, the traces left by an exploding can are just too obvious. Why not use a real grenade instead? You won't need to act. Frank shook his head, turning his gaze toward the heavily guarded villa. That was the address left by the client, but even now, he still couldn't be sure if it was a trap. Bugs crawled all over him, and ignoring the itching, the veteran Frank remained perfectly still. Lai, on the other hand, slapped at the bugs in agony, scratching his already swollen, red skin. Strangely, all the insects gave Sherlock a wide berth, fleeing at the mere sight of him as if confronted by a natural enemy. Sherlock toyed with an adorably small spider, letting it spin a web in the palm of his hand. A few more hours passed, and as dawn approached, Frank's demeanor suddenly changed, a glint of determination lighting up his eyes. It was time to move. Whatever the other side intended, he was ready to... Glug, glug, glug. Interrupted, Frank turned around with a dark expression, only to see Sherlock sipping on a can of cola. Cradling his icy, sweet drink, Sherlock stretched his neck lazily. Noticing Frank and Lai staring at him, he offered a sheepish smile and asked, Would you like a can too? Exhaling, the hardened man steeled himself, never one to let emotion show. Regaining his focus, Frank fixed his gaze on the brightly lit villa and said coldly, Let's move. With that, Frank tossed aside his binoculars and led the way, crouching low as he advanced swiftly toward the villa. Sherlock followed close behind, while Lai, gripping his pistol tightly, brought up the rear. Thud, thud. Silently, 2 tranquilizer darts put down the guards Frank had been watching for some time. Then, grabbing a napkin from the table, he strode forward. As another guard turned to investigate the noise, Frank slipped the napkin around his neck, yanked it tight, and knocked him out with a sharp elbow to the head. Another quick shot. A tranquilizer dart found its mark on the neck of a guard who had just stepped outside to check on the commotion. Without making much of a sound, the 3 of them slipped inside. Eyes shining with admiration, Sherlock applauded Frank's clean, efficient moves. Excellent. I've learned another trick. Frank picked up a Thompson submachine gun from the floor, frowned, and cradled it in his arms. With a beckoning gesture, he signaled the other 2 to follow. After just a brief exchange, Frank realized these so-called guards were nothing but amateurs wielding staplers. They looked the part, but had no real combat ability. Compared to the attackers they'd faced before, with their advanced gear. You could tell just by the rhythm of their gunfire, the dense hail of bullets, their seamless teamwork, and their stances, They were clearly well-trained elites. The difference was night and day. It couldn't be them. This was just a ragtag bunch. Could it be an old enemy resurfacing? They entered the bedroom. Wall was lying in bed, arm draped around a blonde woman in a bikini. He wore a smile, as if lost in a pleasant dream. Frank stepped forward and with a sharp hand chop, sent the blonde beauty into a deep sleep. Seeing that Wall still showed no reaction, Frank felt even more certain of his earlier suspicion. This was nothing more than a gang of nobodies. Hey, wake up! Hey, wake up! In a haze between dream and reality, the beautiful dark-haired woman who had been chatting and laughing with Wall on the lace-draped bed suddenly transformed into a black-fur gorilla. With a resounding smack, it slapped him twice across the face. Then, baring its yellowed, jagged teeth, drooling foul-smelling saliva, it lunged at him to bite. Holy crabsticks! Wall jolted awake. Before he could even sit up, a pair of calloused, gun-hardened hands delivered another 2 heavy slaps to his cheeks. His face stinging and swollen, Wall, dressed in nothing but his shorts, struggled up from the bed, dazed, and found himself staring at the burly figure of Frank. Though Wall was just a small-time crook, he reacted quickly. With a harsh look, he immediately reached for the space beneath his pillow. But his hand grasped nothing. His heart sank like a stone. He forced a bitter smile and asked, "What do you want from me?" Frank picked up Wall's M1911 from the bedside, and right before Wall's eyes, ejected the magazine and removed each bullet one by one. He fixed Wall with an oppressive stare. Glancing at the blonde woman lying motionless beside him, Wall wisely raised his hands in surrender. Taking a moment to steady himself, Wall narrowed his eyes slightly, a wicked smile curling on his lips as he sized up the 3 people before him. A man, a woman, and a child. The child didn't matter. Apart from Lai, he didn't know any of them. His gaze lingered on Frank, who was pointing a revolver at him with a cold, stern expression. Even just sensing the man's presence, Wall's face grew grave. Clicking off the safety and pressing the gun hard against Wall's head, Frank demanded, "Before we get down to business, tell me, why did you people want me dead?" "Want you dead?" Wall blinked, looking at Frank with utter confusion. "Right now, you're the one holding a gun to my head, aren't you? And buddy, who even are you? I don't know you at all." Wall paused for 2 seconds, then ventured cautiously, "Are you the courier? When did I ever send someone to kill you? And besides," turning to look at Lai, who was also armed, Wall sneered, "You're the one who broke the rules. You failed to deliver the package on time as agreed. You opened it without permission. And I'm guessing you've broken the last rule too, the one about not asking names. Am I right, Lai?" Even with the gun to his head, Wall held the moral high ground. Ignoring Wall, the agitated Lai began rifling through the bedside cabinet for documents. "Tell me the ship's registration number." Wall glanced at Lai, but paid him no mind, keeping all his attention fixed on Frank. "Now, I've answered your question politely. I won't answer anymore, so I suggest you go ahead and kill me." Spreading his arms wide, Wall looked completely unafraid. Frank's brow furrowed slightly. He was certain now that these people weren't the ones who blew up his beloved car, but human traffickers were hardly people he could forgive. "Go on, kill me. Then you can run off to your own doom," Wall sneered, staring down the black barrel of the gun. He could see Frank's hesitation, his reluctance to get entangled in trouble, and he searched for a way to break the deadlock. Tossing aside the useless black market transaction papers, Lai's expression hardened as she fixed her sights on the safe at the bottom. She raised her gun, aiming it squarely at Wall. "Open it. Open it now. I know the answers I'm looking for are in there." Wall's gaze lingered on Frank, but when he heard Lai's demand, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in open disdain, his lips curling into a scathing sneer. "So, I finally get what you're after." Looking at Frank's expression, Wall mocked him. "Poor delivery boy, what did she tell you? That we're smuggling stowaways in shipping containers? Classic Lai family move. Lai, have you figured out how you'll explain this to your father?" Frank's frown deepened. He turned to Lai and asked, "You said your father was locked up in one of those containers, didn't you?" "Yes," Lai confirmed hastily. Wall gave a cold laugh and tapped the framed photo by his bedside, a photo that clearly showed Wall, Lai, and her father together. One look at their faces told Frank that the relationships between the 3 were nothing like he'd imagined. Realizing something was wrong, Lai's eyes filled with tears as she pleaded. "Frank, he's the one I told you about, the snakehead who was close with my father. Right now, all 500 people locked in those containers are in his hands." Frank sensed the danger and stepped forward, wanting to press for answers. Though Frank meant no harm, Lai, ridden with guilt, reacted instinctively and with panic. She swung her gun toward Frank. "Stay right there. Don't come any closer." Frank's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lai, as if she were a stranger. Well, she was a stranger, despite the fluttering feelings. They'd known each other for barely 24 hours. "She broke your heart, didn't she, Frank?" Wall needled, pouring salt in the wound. Visibly shaken, Lai's eyes flashed as she advanced on Wall with both hands gripping her gun. 10 seconds. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Give me the answer now. Hand over the documents, or it'll be your head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Lai, don't do anything rash. Frank pleaded, seeing how tightly she was gripping the gun. I don't know what you're talking about. Wall's expression grew grave. He locked eyes with Lai, certain that she would never pull the trigger. 4, 3, 2, 1. Vril drew out the word, finishing it for Lai before she could speak, then lay back on the bed, his tone dripping with mockery. Go ahead, shoot. After watching the scene unfold with her head tilted for quite some time, Charlotte finally got up from the sofa on the side. Only then did the three who had been so engrossed remember there was a fourth person in the room. Vril also recalled what Jason had said. There's one more, not important, the delivery kid who got caught up in this mess. So this must be that unimportant kid, right? Bored, Charlotte yawned as she strolled over to stand beside Lai and Frank, complaining. This isn't fun at all, Lai. When are you going to take me to get the motorcycle? Gripping her gun with both hands, Lai was so tense she almost burst out laughing from sheer exasperation. With things at this point, I'm about to kill someone, and you're still thinking about your stupid motorcycle. Before she could reply, Charlotte casually stepped forward and snatched the gun out of Lai's hands. Watching Lai lose her weapon, Frank and Vril both breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that the gun had just landed in the hands of the most dangerous person in the room. Lai let out a short, terrified cry. Disarmed, she was left floundering, her eyes instantly filling with tears as she pleaded. Jason, give it back. 500 people. That's 500 lives, 500 souls. Charlotte paid her no mind. Under the frightened stares of the others, he lazily raised the gun, flicked off the safety, and absent-mindedly scratched at his scalp with the barrel. What a hassle. Looks like it's up to me to break the deadlock. Drawing from his memory of Dan, Charlotte decided to imitate him. His eyes became unfocused and wild, his gaze growing manic. He opened his mouth a little, baring his white teeth in a twisted expression, half a smile, half a grimace, while a low, deranged hum rose from his throat. His words dripped with madness. So all we need is to make him tell us where he hid those 500 people, right? What an interesting game. I do love playing games. Their eyes met only for an instant, but seeing the excitement in Charlotte's gaze, and the gun trembling with joy in his hand, Vril felt his heart plummet. In that brief exchange, Vril saw nothing but a dead, stagnant pool in Charlotte's eyes. He was certain this was a bona fide lunatic. Jason? Your name's Jason, too? Vril tried to force a smile, hoping to win him over. But Charlotte didn't buy it for a second. Jason? Who's Jason? I'm done. I'm just Dan. No, that's not right. Dan is dead. My dear friend, he died in Arkham Asylum. So who am I? His left hand clutched his forehead, while the barrel of the gun pressed against his own temple. His finger trembled on the trigger. Ha, who am I? Who am I? Charlotte's gaze grew unfocused. Her eyes locked on Wall's as bloodshot veins spread rapidly across them. Suddenly, she lunged forward with a twisted grin, pressing the gun hard against Wall's forehead. I remember now. I am the Avenger. And it was you damn bastards who attacked Arkham Asylum. I never forgot your faces. Now, I will avenge Dan. A chill shot up Wall's spine, making him shudder involuntarily. Attacked Arkham Asylum? What the hell kind of accusation is this? Arkham Asylum? As that name crossed his mind, Wall's pupils shrank, his heart skipped a beat, and he instantly recalled the tragedy that had occurred not long ago. A group of heavily armed thugs had stormed Arkham Asylum, ruthlessly massacring a whole ward of lunatics. No one knew exactly what happened, but the strangeness of it all had become a favorite topic of gossip. As a small-time boss with some connections, Wall naturally knew more than most. Damn it, you're crazy. Have you even checked the news? That was the work of the Life Restorers. That other pack of lunatics. Eyes wide, Wall's mind raced, connecting the dots. Twice. Both times, both attacks, were actually the Life Restorers targeting you. Watching the flicker of confusion in Charlotte's eyes, Wall felt a surge of dread deep inside. This was a walking disaster. He couldn't help but blurt out in astonishment. You're a superhuman? Frank's reaction wasn't far behind. Remembering the car Charlotte had lifted, the force with which she'd thrown that can, and the way she'd gone after their enemies, he too realized the truth. He'd always thought himself the shrewdest, the one who played his cards closest to the chest among the three, but it turned out Lai and Charlotte were more cunning still. He was just a brute, manipulated at will. I'm not insane. I'm not crazy. Charlotte immediately shot back, face red, voice raised in protest. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a skill card. Superb acting. Give me a chance. How should I give you a chance? I never had a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Fine, tell that to the judge. See if he lets you be good. That a death sentence. Sorry, I'm an actor. Free attribute points +2. The storm of emotion on Charlotte's face faded in an instant, her anger melting into perfect calm. She gave the others no time to react, smoothly returning to the previous conversation. Life restores? That keyword made Charlotte drop her pretense of being Dan completely, returning to her true self. A hint of curiosity curled her lips into a faint smile. She sat down casually on the edge of the bed, gazing down at the sweat-soaked wall, and asked in an unusually friendly tone, "Oh, my friend, I'm so sorry. I just mistook you for someone else. I may have startled you. My apologies, really. So, could you tell me more about this life restore?" Charlotte's demeanor was relaxed, radiating the bright, cheerful energy of an optimistic youth. But this sudden shift in attitude only appeared even more bizarre in the eyes of the other three. Everyone knew about the tragedy at Arkham Asylum. After all, it had only happened a few days ago, dominating every headline in New York at its peak of public attention. Watching Charlotte's neurotic behavior and rapid mood swings, sometimes aloof, sometimes frenzied, sometimes almost childlike, he looked exactly like a mental patient who'd slipped out amidst the chaos. It was enough to make Lai seriously consider calling the police. Suppressing every stray thought, Lai nervously kept his eyes fixed on the unstable Charlotte across the room. Life Restore, Wall's smile froze, and he reluctantly shared the little he knew. They're an organization primarily targeting superpowered individuals. Their most notorious act was attacking Captain America's museum. They set fire to his uniform and burned the photos of him with his teammates. Besides that, they spread dangerous rhetoric everywhere, vowing the most terrifying punishments for all with superpowers. Online, they launch attacks against superpowered beings from ancient mythologies and legends. Even Jesus is included in their tirades. Not long ago, they assaulted a magician who claimed to have supernatural abilities. In short, the attack on Arkham Asylum was their most ruthless act so far. Charlotte tapped the nightstand beside him, gripping his small Browning pistol, pondering aloud. A band of well-armed criminals, carrying out a meticulously planned assault, vanishing without a trace, both in and out. Wall, Frank, how do you think they pulled it off? Wall blinked, his face stiff with anxiety. I have no idea, he thought. Frank, however, seemed contemplative. Weighing the revolver in his hand, he glanced sideways at Charlotte and replied, "If they're this organized, this well-equipped, and this capable, they have to have powerful backing. These people came prepared with top-notch gear and rigorous training. They know the police routes inside and out. Maybe they even have insiders on the force. After the attack, they disappeared quickly, which means they never actually left. They're hiding out here in New York. It's not their official resources sheltering them. It has to be the underworld. And in New York, there's only one person bold enough to pull this off." Wall's eyes went wide with fear, his whole body trembling. Charlotte listened with fascination, an eager gleam in his eyes. "Good point, very good point. What you're saying makes perfect sense." And then, Charlotte spoke the one name Wall least wanted to hear, the Emperor of the criminal underworld, Kingpin. Upon hearing the name, Wall jolted with alarm. "How fascinating," Sherlock mused, toying with the compact pistol in his hand. "It's just like a web spun by fate, tangled and intertwined. Everything silently winds together, one link after another. Kingpin. Wall, if I recall correctly, he's your business partner, isn't he?" "How do you know that?" Though he was bare-chested, sweat streamed down Wall's back, sending a chill across his scalp. The Emperor of the Underworld. This title spoke not just to Kingpin's status, but to the ruthlessness of his methods. "No, I can't say a word. I don't know anything." Wall's whole body trembled. The thought of betraying Kingpin was so terrifying he dared not even entertain it. In front of these three, he faced only death. But betraying Kingpin would be a fate far worse than death. All right, Sherlock said softly, patting Wall's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Don't get so worked up, Wall. I was just making conversation. Honestly, you don't have to tell me anything at all." Sherlock smiled, his expression gentle. "Because I already know the address." Wall's eyes widened in horror, a cold dread creeping into his heart. He knows the address. He knows an address. Even if he himself is clueless, would Kingpin's suspicious nature believe otherwise? We think Wall was the one who betrayed him? Once suspicion takes root, the guilt is already sealed. Wall's face turned ashen, his expression shifting rapidly into one of desperate pleading as he looked at Sherlock. "You can't do this. Kingpin won't spare me, please. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Just let me go, I beg you." Sherlock raised an eyebrow, absently spinning the cold metal of the gun in his hand, his gaze distant and unfocused. "What I want to know? Honestly, I'm not even sure myself. Maybe you could give us the location of the shipping container, and perhaps compensate me for a lost motorcycle? After a few days of gaming, not only is my writing stuck, but I feel a bit off too. Clenching his jaw, Wall decided to lay everything on the table. The mastermind behind all this was none other than his immediate boss, Lai's father, Old Lai. Years ago, Old Lai struggled in Hong Kong, carving out a small fortune through ruthlessness and cunning. But after a turn of bad luck, he fled disaster and followed the wave of immigrants to America. Of course, the early days were anything but smooth. He waited tables, scrubbed toilets, even did time behind bars. After enduring hardships, a turning point finally arrived. In prison, desperate to survive, he banded together with others, using every trick he knew. Eventually, he succeeded in joining the Washui gang. Once released, he threw himself into building his underworld empire. It was around this time someone from Hong Kong reached out, planning to come to America. Sensing an opportunity, he cashed out his assets, founded a company, and bought a small freighter. Using the connections he had accumulated, he cleared the channels and, after some close calls, successfully completed his first job, thus becoming a snakehead. From there, his business grew larger and larger, until it reached what it is today. Old Lai always knew that it was best to rely on powerful backers. He had hesitated in the same place for so long, but not long ago, Old Lai saw another opportunity, Kingpin. These 500 people smuggled in from abroad were his first collaboration with Kingpin, and Old Lai took it extremely seriously. He didn't care what Kingpin wanted to do with these 500 people. What mattered to him was the opportunity, a chance to climb even higher. A man must be ruthless to keep his footing. Old Lai had always been ruthless from the very start. Ruthless to himself, ruthless to his family, and even more so to others. Back then, he abandoned his wife and children to come to America, and step by step, he made it to where he is now. Now in his twilight years, he tried to rekindle family ties. Looking back and investigating what had happened, he finally learned that because of his past actions, his wife and son had long since died tragically, leaving only a daughter wandering in the world. So, he decided to bring Lai back home. Of course, the process was far from smooth and came with its share of complications. In the end, things did not turn out as he wished. Lai and her father were not of one mind, and she opposed the business he had spent years building. But in his heart, business always came before his daughter. Angry, Lai chose to run away. Soon after, she was found, packed up, and sent back via an underground courier. And that's how this whole mess happened. After hearing Wall's story, Lai's legs gave out and she collapsed to the floor. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Frank and said, "I'm sorry, Frank. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just... Seeing Lai like this, Frank sighed and didn't blame her too much. With a father like that, Lai hadn't really had a choice. He walked forward and gently patted her on the shoulder in comfort. Lai hadn't completely lied to him. After all, the 500 people smuggled and detained were real. Having been forgiven, Lai threw her arms around Frank's waist and broke down in sobs. Catching sight of the two of them huddled together, Charlotte rolled her eyes in disdain. She toyed with her pistol before slipping it into her pocket. Then, with a beaming smile, Charlotte winked and stepped up to whisper in Wall's ear. "How about making a deal, Wall? Will you keep these secrets from me?" Before the surprised and delighted Wall could answer, Charlotte's expression suddenly turned grave as she said, "But, as stories often teach us, only the dead can keep secrets forever." Her dark eyes fixed on Wall, Charlotte pressed her lips together and asked expectantly, "Mr. Wall, so may I ask you to die for me?" "No." Wall pressed himself desperately against the wall, his face filled with hopeless despair. The commotion drew the attention of the other two. Rejected, Charlotte hung her head and let out a disappointed sigh. Having grasped the importance of keeping his identity hidden, even with a pistol in hand, Sherlock had never once entertained the idea of pulling the trigger. He wanted Sherlock to remain untainted, unblemished, pure and innocent, untouched by any shadow of danger. And right now, the returner of life and Kingpin represented the greatest threats looming before him. Sherlock gazed at his slender, well-defined fingers and let out a quiet sigh. Turning his head, he addressed Frank and Lai. "He's given us the ship's number and the container. So, our deal is settled, isn't it? Lai, what I want to know now is, where's my delivery bike?" Having narrowly escaped disaster, Wall exhaled a long, shaky breath before answering directly. "Mr. Jason, the bike's in my garage. You can pick it up whenever you like." Clutching his chest, Wall fixed them with a resolute stare, his tone solemn as he declared, "You can rest easy. The reason secrets are secrets is because they can't be told, and I'm absolutely someone who can keep a secret." Frank frowned slightly, casting a glance at Sherlock before turning his gaze to Wall. He had no intention of escalating things further. After all, though it only mean having to change his name yet again and start over in a new city. But at the same time, simply letting Wall off the hook seemed too easy. Earning someone's respect was one thing, but inspiring fear was quite another. In the underworld, it was the power to act, not words, that commanded true respect. Seeing the coldness settle in Frank's eyes, Wall tensed instantly. A gunshot cracked through the air. A tranquilizer dart embedded itself in Wall's shoulder. "If I can come once, I can come again," Frank said coolly. "And I promise you, next time it won't be a dart you get. It'll be a bullet." Hearing this, Wall's eyes rolled in understanding. He collapsed limply to the floor. Lai glanced at Wall's motionless body, her expression complicated. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then was the first to open the door and head toward the garage. Sherlock and Frank followed close behind. But this time, the atmosphere between the three of them was heavy. The easy camaraderie of before had vanished. Each was lost in their own thoughts. Lai had so much she wanted to say to Frank, but held her tongue with Sherlock present. Frank, too, was deep in thought, wondering how he might finally free himself from this web of trouble. Sherlock was anxious as well, but about something entirely different. He was starving. What should he eat for a midnight snack tonight? In the underground garage, Sherlock straddled a Harley Pan America with undisguised satisfaction. The thought that this would be his new ride from now on filled him with joy. Catching the keys Lai tossed to him, Sherlock fired up the bike, excitement written all over his face. He turned to Frank, who had chosen a black Mercedes, and called out, "Frank, the deal's done. Just like we agreed, you've compensated me with this bike, so we're even now, right? I guess this is where we part ways." Frank glared at Sherlock, his face darkening. "How can you even bring that up? My beloved car got blown to bits because of you, you jerk. And to make matters worse, this jerk even kept things from me, almost dragging me into a huge mess. Jason, aren't you coming with us?" Lai stepped forward, pressing him for an answer. Even though he'd wished for nothing more than for Charlotte to disappear before, now that he knew she was a superhuman. With all the trouble that lay ahead, there was no doubt Charlotte would be a powerful ally. Charlotte glanced at her children's watch on her wrist. "Invite me? Don't forget, those so-called life returners are still after me. Aren't you worried I'll bring danger right to your doorstep?" With that, she revved her bike, shot out of the garage, and sped off into the night. Time was running out. After all, Spider-Man still had a night shift to get to. "Here's the incident site investigation report," Yulon said, shaking off his dizziness as he handed George a thick stack of documents he'd stayed up all night to compile. Rubbing his cropped hair, Yulon's once steely gaze was now tinged with exhaustion, faint shadows beneath his eyes betraying his fatigue. The documents he handed over covered case analysis, scene reconstruction, bullet trajectories, evidence identification, autopsy reports, character investigations. Everything and more. There had been a rash of major cases lately. The Arkham incident and the alleyway shooting had been merged into a single investigation. Just reading through those files had taken him hours. He'd had more than enough. Unable to help himself, he stretched, his joints cracking audibly. Then, striking a Jeet Kune Do pose, he flexed his compact, powerful frame and grumbled, "Damn it, I'd much rather be out in the field than stuck here sifting through this mess." With two sharp punches, he let out a resounding series of blows. Shifting his weight forward, he drove a straight jab, followed by a chopping strike with his rear hand, landing with a heavy thud on George's desk. George watched as his cup bounced on the desk, his own temples throbbing in sympathy. "Patience, Yulon. The Arkham case is our top priority right now. The pressure inside the department is mounting by the day, and both the FBI and CIA have already started their own investigations. What we have to do is work with them, unravel this knot, and expose the mastermind behind it all." Even George felt his head spin at the sight of those thick piles of documents before him. He hadn't been home in days. Every night, he called Gwen just to let her know he was safe. Lately, the only good news he'd received was Gwen telling him Charlotte hadn't run into any danger, and she was still texting her as usual. As for why Charlotte hadn't come home, it was simply because work had been keeping her busy. She didn't want to disturb Aunt May by coming back too late. Of course, Gwen, with her clever mind always turning, believed the real reason Charlotte had recently vanished was simply to make use of her own busyness and Spider-Man's laid-back comings and goings, creating the perfect alibi. But there can only be one truth. A loud thud jolted George from his drowsy haze. His hand, still clutching a stack of files, gave a sharp tremble as he snapped his head up, just in time to see Hank slumping forward, his head colliding with the desk in a rather spectacular fashion. "Ma." Yolin let out a long yawn, dragging herself unenthusiastically to her seat, absent-mindedly flipping through the files in front of her, her spirit clearly elsewhere. Today's frantic rush was all because 2 FBI agents would be arriving tomorrow. The chief had ordered them to be fully prepared, not only to avoid embarrassment, but also to give the agents a taste of local metal, just to make sure everyone knew who was in charge. Resting her chin in one hand, Yolande forced herself to shake off the lingering sleepiness as she watched George pore over the case files. She muttered quietly, explaining the details to him. According to the crime scene investigation, there was no evidence of a fifth person ever being present. When we reconstructed the bullet trajectories, every single shot lined up perfectly. No more, no less, each fired from the weapons found at the scene. What's more, only the suspect's own fingerprints and skin traces were found on the guns, with no sign that anyone had tried to wipe them clean. Gesturing with her hands to mimic the bullet paths, Yolande went on. The first person hit was also the last to die, Abel Bori. Alan, the bespectacled one, had clearly planned ahead and fired first, emptying his gun at Bori. Bori was struck instantly, first in the left shoulder, then in the neck, and finally a bullet went through his mouth and out the back of his head. This was no movie. These rifles pack a punch. Bori's shoulder, neck, and head were nearly obliterated, but his will to live kept him going for several minutes. She tapped her own head for emphasis, then sighed with feeling. Bori collapsed to the ground. The three others present thought he was already dead. But Bori's partner, Adam, reacted fast. He was a crack shot. He raised his weapon and hit Alan in the left hand. But by a twist of fate, as Alan's left hand jerked, his gun discharged, and the bullet struck Danik right between the eyes. Danik died on the spot. At this point, Yolande paused because what happened next defied easy explanation. For some reason, Adam was riddled with bullets by Alan at point-blank range, and then the already fallen Bori managed to fire the shot that killed Alan. In the confusion, as they tried desperately to save Bori's life, the crime scene was disrupted, and the footprints on the floor became impossible to trace. And most curious of all, based on the direction of Alan's gun when he fell, Yolande traced the final bullet back to the alley where George had entered. It almost seemed as if someone else had been there, hidden in the shadows. Yolande couldn't help but sigh. We couldn't find a single trace of the fifth person's existence. He's incredibly skilled, like a ghost, leaving behind not even the faintest clue for us to follow. He vanished without a sound, so thoroughly that we can't even be sure he was ever really there. George pressed a hand to his forehead, his mind swirling with confusion and doubt. Who is he? What is he doing? Why would he do such a thing? And how did he pull it off? Why would the life restorers target him? Yolande's expression froze, a chill running down her spine as her eyes widened in shock. Are you saying this fifth person who left no trace, he's a superhuman? George nodded gravely. For him, there was no other explanation. On the surface, this case looked like a straightforward, ironclad incident of mutual slaughter, yet the deeper they dug, the more questions emerged. The most puzzling part was that all four victims belonged to the life restorers. If this were a gang-related deal gone wrong, there was no evidence at the scene to suggest any motive for them to turn on each other. Yolande, I can't say for sure whether superhumans really exist, but I can tell you one thing. The bloodshed among them wasn't without reason. George slid open a drawer, pulled out a file folder, and handed it to Yolande. She paused, noticing the unfamiliar emblem and the file's long, convoluted title. Taking the folder, she opened it and began to scan the documents inside. After a few pages, she looked up, her face pale with shock. Damn it, they're all veterans who died in action. They were teammates of Arkham's deceased suspect, Blinken. This life restorer web is far more tangled than we ever imagined. Including Blinken's commanding officer, their squad once had 11 members. According to the records and later investigations, Blinken claimed they were on a rescue mission, but faulty intel led them into a trap set by the Khajiit organization. A bomb went off. Everyone was killed, except Blinken, who survived only because he was covering the rear. He didn't dare linger and managed to escape. Now, with these four men revealed as Blinken's former teammates, the case had grown even more complicated. As she sifted through the remaining 6 dossiers, a weary Yolande looked up, her voice tinged with bitterness. George, what do we do now? Whenever the military becomes involved, the investigation always turns into a twisted, impenetrable maze. Fortunately, this time, George had another ally on his side. Time slipped by, days and nights blending together in a blur. During these days, George was burning the candle at both ends, barely able to manage his workload. Before he could wrap up one case, another, an investigation into human trafficking and smuggling, landed squarely on his shoulders. The troubles just kept coming, one after another, as relentless as waves on the shore. And to make matters worse, 3 days ago, Tony Stark had been ambushed by militants in the Middle East. Since his abduction, all trace of him had vanished. Meanwhile, the war in Afghanistan was escalating, and the illegal arms trade was spiraling further out of control. The international situation was far from optimistic, and New York's criminal underworld was thriving. Homeless people living under the bridges began to mysteriously disappear in large numbers, and from Hell's Kitchen came the relentless staccato of gunfire, as frequent and sudden as beans popping in a hot pan. Spider-Man had become increasingly audacious. On nights when he had nothing better to do, he even dabbled in live streaming. 2 rapists were stripped naked and tied together in a bizarre pose, then hung high atop a street lamp for all to see. He also streamed a video of himself delivering vigilante justice to 2 robbers, soaring with them high above the city, letting them experience a special, multi-layered bungee jump, Spider-Man style. With Spider-Man indiscriminately targeting criminals, the temporary holding cells at NYPD were bursting at the seams. Suddenly, Spider-Man was the talk of the town. Newspapers were scrambling to cover him from every angle. These events injected a dose of excitement into the otherwise monotonous lives of New Yorkers. Each morning, you might stumble upon one of Spider-Man's surprises, left conspicuously on display. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. It's always about Spider-Man. Gwen squeezed a dropper, watching as a pale blue liquid fell into a test tube. Only then did she look up, tossing her short golden hair with a flick. I rescued a cat, a girl, and a scruffy homeless man. Why does nobody ever report my deeds? Annoyed, she shook the test tube in her hand, then jabbed it back onto the rack with a sharp motion, complaining as she monotonously carried out the experiments assigned to her by Hammertech. Spider-Man must be Charlotte. That jerk has been planning this all along. She pressed a hand to her forehead, her fair skin tinged with a faint blush, and sighed. Oh my God, he actually made himself a suit ages ago. Is he really just a pervert? Or is this all just a symptom of his incurable hero complex? Brushing dust off her white lab coat, Gwen slumped irritably onto her chair, legs pressed together, her eyes fixed on the beeping lab equipment. She was the only one left in the lab. The team leader, after seeing what she could do, had dumped all the miscellaneous and tedious tasks on her shoulders. It was hard not to complain, but with access to the latest experimental gear, Gwen still managed to learn a lot, and it gave her enough free time to pursue her own interests on the side. At last, those mind-numbing chores were finished. Pulling on gloves and safety goggles, Gwen checked to make sure she was alone, then grinned mischievously and locked the lab door behind her. She hurried over to the workstation, took scissors to the spider silk she'd prepared in advance, snipping it into pieces, dropping a reagent onto them, and placing them beneath the electronic detector, carefully comparing them to silk produced by ordinary spiders. She eagerly took up the paper and pen at hand, recording research data as she basked in the joy of discovery, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. Before long, the lab results appeared on her computer. Reviewing the numbers, Gwen couldn't help but marvel at how much of a genius Shano was. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly pored over the data. At particularly thrilling moments, she puffed out her cheeks in delight. This spider silk material was not only all-natural and environmentally friendly, but it could also biodegrade after a certain period. It boasted high adhesiveness, remarkable toughness, exceptional strength, and elasticity, along with outstanding biocompatibility. The only drawback was that Shano's silk was too thick, awkward to use, and inconvenient to carry around. She pictured Shano with an arsenal of bottles and flasks strapped to his back, all connected to his wrists, swinging on spider silk like a makeshift trapeze artist. Then she imagined herself, clad in a red and blue spider suit, her own delicate and flawless silk trailing behind as she swung past Shano with her chin held high in playful pride. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Gwen's eyes lit up. Her clear mind sparked another stroke of genius, and she grabbed her pen to quickly jot down a new string of chemical equations. With great power comes great responsibility. Gwen had never forgotten these words. Watching daily reports of Spider-Man's heroic feats, a secret yearning had already begun to blossom in her heart. She clenched her fists, itching to give Shano a good smack or two. After all, being a superhero seemed far too much fun to be keeping secrets from her, let alone leaving her out entirely. That was just unacceptable. If Shano wouldn't include her, then she'd simply do it herself. Working from the latest formula, she began her experiments anew. Before long, the instruments whirred back to life. In her spare moments, Gwen racked her brain over the design of a spider suit, sketching ideas in her little notebook. She drew the most elegant version of the suit she could imagine, even sketching herself in a striking, confident pose. The original red and blue color scheme gradually gave way to black and white. After countless revisions, she finally arrived at her own perfect creation. Gazing at her design, a spider suit with a pink shadowed hood and shimmering blue ballet slippers, Gwen finally broke into a truly satisfied smile, holding her drawing up in delight. A chime from the lab equipment signaled the experiment's completion. Gwen hurriedly opened the machine and extracted the vial of freshly synthesized spider silk. She stared wide-eyed at the milky liquid within, regarding it as if it were a glistening, flawless gem. Unable to wait another second, she loaded it into the web shooter she'd prepared in advance. With nervous anticipation, she triggered the device. A slender strand of spider silk shot out with precision, striking its intended target dead on. Gazing at the shimmering strand of spider silk before her, Gwen's eyes sparkled with color. Her brilliant eyes lingered on the iridescent light, dancing along the thread. She parted her red lips, revealing pearly white teeth in a triumphant smile. She then activated the machine to begin testing the strength of the web strand. As evening fell and she returned home, Gwen slung her backpack over her shoulder and adjusted her web shooter with a screwdriver in hand. Her room was covered in webs, especially the photo of her and Charlotte, now the unfortunate target strung up in a dense mesh of silken threads. Once again, a line of web shot out, sticking to the ceiling. Gwen gripped the strand and, with a quick tug, hung herself upside down, legs splayed as she nimbly practiced move after move. Silently, she took note of the shortcomings in her web shooter's design, her expression growing serious. It was time for the final test. Although her suit wasn't finished yet, Gwen could hardly wait to soar between the city's buildings. After a moment's hesitation, Gwen pulled on the suit she had stitched together herself. This suit was fashioned from a Halloween party costume, originally a jester's court outfit. With some snipping, sewing, drawing, and a little creativity, she added web patterns and black and white stripes. The old jester's mask, bleached and painted with a hint of pink eyeshadow, looked a bit odd and loose, but for now, Gwen didn't have a better solution. Standing before the mirror, staring at her reflection, so comically awkward, Gwen lapsed into speechless silence. If anyone she knew saw her like this, she'd die of embarrassment. Stuffing the suit into her backpack, she changed into a pale yellow jacket, pulled the sleeves down to cover her web shooter, and slipped on her hood. Cautiously, Gwen poked her head out the front door, checking for any sign of Charlotte. Seeing the coast was clear, she breathed a sigh of relief. She shut the door behind her, grabbed her iridescent purple backpack, and dashed away. Before long, wearing her pink headphones, she rode the elevator to the rooftop of a tall building. Standing at the edge, she lifted her fair, determined face, gazing out at the distant sky. Twilight deepened. In a last glow of the setting sun, a few strange birds glided overhead. Sparse lights flickered below, and thin ribbons of smoke drifted up from chimneys. She had always been strong-willed since childhood. If Charlotte could do it, why couldn't she? Drawing a deep breath, Gwen steeled her resolve. With a quick glance to make sure she was alone, she bit her lip, pulled the suit from her backpack, and slipped it on in one fluid motion. She checked her web shooter one last time, making final adjustments and preparing for the birth of the ghost spider. Looking up, she marveled at the dazzling night sky. Looking down, the neon-lit streets stretched out below. A fresh breeze brushed her cheeks, bringing with it a sense of freedom and adventure. Gwen felt as if she were floating on clouds, utterly at ease. She spread her arms wide, remembering Charlotte's moves from the videos. Confidence surged within her. With a determined look on her face, Gwen raised her wrist and aimed her web shooter at the building not far ahead. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do that. The sudden voice startled Gwen. She spun around in a hurry, only to see Spider-Man standing leisurely atop the building, somehow having appeared there without her noticing. He was leaning casually against the water tower, a cup of Americano in hand. Just a few days of playing Spider-Man had earned Charlot 2 impressive skill cards. This level of quality and efficiency already left him perfectly content. He decided to secretly treat himself to a little vacation, just in time. Well, to be honest, Charlot had activated his spider sense and instantly picked up on Gwen's suspicious movements. He had no idea what Gwen was up to here, so he snuck over to spy on her. Compared to Charlot's curiosity, Gwen's immediate reaction upon seeing Spider-Man was to let out a soft, helpless whimper like a startled kitten. In a panic, she threw up her hands to hide her disastrously ugly mask. Gwen gritted her teeth in frustration. She thought no one would know about her little experiment tonight, only to run straight into the one person she least wanted to see. Charlot yawned, stepped forward, and gave the stolen coffee a little swirl, tilting his head as he took in Gwen's odd-looking costume. He couldn't help but tease her. "My dear lady, are you off to a masquerade ball by any chance? Oh, my spider gods. If I recall correctly, Halloween hasn't come around just yet." He took a sip of coffee through his mask, glanced at the web pattern on Gwen's suit, and sidled up to her, feigning surprise as he joked. "Heavens, the web design here is actually quite cute. I get it now. You must be one of my little fans." Charlot puffed out his chest, displaying the poise of an idol. From his lofty vantage, he assessed Gwen's roughly made suit with mock gravity. "Of course, I must admit, your craftsmanship really leaves much to be desired. This Spider-Man is not pleased about that. But your enthusiasm for Spider-Man? That I do appreciate. Speaking in the tone of an experienced mentor, Charlotte began to lecture Gwen. A superhero's suit is like a second face. Sometimes, a striking costume is more important than doing 100 good deeds. Humans are visual creatures. Visuals play a crucial role in communication and perception. This holds true not only in daily life, but in every aspect. That's why a good first impression is the key to victory. Wearing such an ugly suit, it's no different from running around in your birthday suit. Through the gaps in her fingers, Gwen glared coldly at Charlotte, who always had something to say from the sidelines. Seething with embarrassment, she covered her face, grinding her teeth. If she had a decent suit to wear, she would never have come out dressed like this. At that moment, Charlotte quietly equipped the Spider-Sense skill card, planning to have a friendly interaction with Gwen. He wanted to play a little game. You're Spider-Man, I'm Spider-Man, we're both Spider-Man. But the instant he activated the skill card, Gwen, who was holding her head, started shaking rapidly side to side, like a bobblehead. Charlotte blinked in surprise. It was his first time using this skill in person, and seeing Gwen's head blur with motion completely stunned him. He quickly deactivated the skill card, and only then did Gwen come to a halt, radiating a gloomy aura. Clearing his throat, Charlotte pretended as if nothing had happened and said, so you're Spider-Man too, cough, cough. Adorable little spider, if you want to become a real superhero, you've still got a long way to go. Oomph. With a muffled grunt, the furious Gwen ripped off her clown mask and threw it to the ground, revealing her flushed, pretty face. She opened her mouth, and the senior Spider-Man clasped his hands behind his back, earnestly explaining, the number one rule of being a superhero, you must keep your identity a secret. Try not to reveal it to anyone. Otherwise, you'll bring unknown dangers to your friends and family. This is absolutely critical. Charlotte knew this lesson all too well. Gwen pouted, embarrassed and annoyed. Charlotte, I know it's you. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize you just because you put on some leather suit? Gwen knew Charlotte far too well, not just from his tone, build, or manner of speaking, but even from how he stood, his little gestures, the way he treated her, in a certain indescribable sense that left her absolutely certain. Staring at Spider-Man's mask, she could practically see Charlotte's sly grin underneath. Charlotte? Who's Charlotte? You must have me confused with someone else. Instantly, Charlotte switched to his actor skill card. Wiping the smile from his face, he faced Gwen's questioning gaze and played the part of bewildered stranger with perfect naturalness. His reaction was so quick that, for a moment, Gwen's sense of familiarity vanished. Suddenly, the person in front of her seemed like a total stranger. Suspicion clouded Gwen's face. Had she really made a mistake? You are Charlotte. Gwen bit her lip, but still chose to trust her intuition. Unless Spider-Man took off his mask right now, or another Charlotte showed up in front of her, she was certain this Spider-Man was Charlotte. Little spider, I don't know who this Charlotte you're talking about is, but I'm sure he must be as handsome as I am. But enough chit-chat. I've actually noticed you for a while now. I knew New York had another one just like me. With a confident smile, Charlotte began his analysis. Let me guess, you were bitten by a radioactive spider, and when you woke up the next day, you discovered you had superpowers. But along with those powers came confusion and uncertainty, didn't they? But you're in luck. You happen to meet an old hand like me. I'll personally show you how to become a true superhero, and even pass on my legacy to you. Oh please, what old hand? Gwen crossed her arms, the loose jester suit bunching up into a rounded arc. She looked at him with open disdain. You've only had your powers a few days more than I have. Of course not, kid. Relying on his acting skills, Shero beamed at her with a kindly smile. All the while, he was quickly spinning a backstory for himself. After all, one lie often needs 100 more to cover it up. The more you lie, the easier it is to be found out. But sometimes, only lies can mask other lies. So, inspiration struck, and Shero decided to raise the stakes for Gwen. Since you've asked so sincerely, we'll be gracious enough to tell you. To prevent the world's destruction. To protect the peace of our world. To uphold love and truth, even in the face of evil. The charming and adorable hero, Spider-Man. I am the messenger from the underworld, the friendly neighbor of every New Yorker. The black hole and a dark tomorrow are waiting for you all. He hesitated for a couple of seconds, then, in a high-pitched voice, added, That's right, meow. Gwen's mouth twitched. She was more convinced than ever that this lunatic in front of her had to be Shero. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shero's expression beneath the mask turned sorrowful, and he began weaving his own origin story in a gentle voice. I understand your suspicion, so I've decided to come clean. Gwen's expression shifted slightly. Was Shero really about to confess? Shero sighed and said, The truth is, I'm not from this universe. I come from a parallel world, a Spider-Man from another reality. This bombshell left Gwen's face blank with shock. She stood there, listening numbly as Shero spun his web of lies. It all began with a single spider, exposed to radiation. After it bit me, I spent the next 22 years believing I was the only Spider-Man in the world. But then, everything changed. 22 years later, Kingpin had a wild idea. He wanted to resurrect his dead wife and child. So he ordered his scientists to invent a particle collider of unimaginable power. When the collider was activated, it connected multiple parallel worlds, just as Kingpin's evil plan was about to succeed. Thankfully, the great, wise, clever, dashing, and utterly magnificent Spider-Man, you know me, managed to stop him. But that's when disaster struck, for it was all part of the deeper, more sinister plot. This was a trap set for Spider-Man himself, to exile me from my own world. A dazzling light pulled me into the open doorway of a parallel world, and when I awoke again, I found myself here. Gwen rolled her eyes with a look as blank as a dead fish, clearly unimpressed by Charlotte's story. Could you be any more far-fetched with your made-up tales? This sounds exactly like something you just made up on the spot. Charlotte, hands on her hips, introduced herself to Gwen with great solemnity. And my name is Peter Parker. Gwen looked utterly baffled. It was as if Charlotte had opened a floodgate. She began weaving more details into her identity. I know you don't believe me. That's perfectly normal for someone as green as you are. After all, you haven't seen much of the world yet, so you can't imagine just how absurd it can be. But me? I've been Spider-Man for 22 years. There's nothing I haven't seen. By now, no matter how bizarre things get, nothing surprises me anymore. What utter nonsense, Gwen thought. You're obviously just making this all up. She lifted her slender hand to touch her cheek, and, unable to hide her disbelief, asked, 22 years? So how old are you now? 40, Charlotte answered smugly. I'm older than you. Call me Dad. You don't believe me? Charlotte's confidence faltered as she glanced at Gwen's expression. With a touch of nostalgia and melancholy, she began to recount her tale. All right, let me tell you my story. I still remember how it all started, with my very first enemy, the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin? Gwen's face lit up in surprise. So you've invented a new character now. Charlotte shot her a look, signaling her not to interrupt, then searched for the right mood before continuing, her emotions a tangled web. He was the first adversary I ever faced, and by far the toughest. He had a double personality, sinister, cunning, insane, brilliant, utterly shameless, and able to see right through people. He was the kind of villain who doesn't deserve forgiveness, a monster beyond redemption. But the worst part was, as Spider-Man, my investigations led me to discover that the Green Goblin was none other than Roman Osborn. Uncle Osborn, Gwen, now completely engrossed, gasped as she clutched her chin. After a brief moment of shock, indignation flared in her voice. Charlotte, how could you say that about Uncle Osborn? He's always been so kind to you. He's just been sick lately, that's all. He needs treatment. Not to mention, Uncle Osborn is Harry's father. Charlotte rolled her eyes, fully absorbed in her role. I already told you. I'm Peter Parker. You got the wrong person. Ignoring Gwen, Charlotte pressed on with her story. I figured out that Roman was the Green Goblin, and he realized that Peter was Spider-Man. My secret being exposed put me in danger like never before. It taught me to never, ever hope for mercy from a criminal. A pumpkin bomb was hurled into my room, and with a thunderous blast, it exploded. At that moment, I had already done everything I could, but I was still a step too late. I only managed to save Aunt May, and by the time I dug Uncle Ben out from the rubble, he was on the verge of death. Lying in my arms, his face streaked with blood, Uncle Ben gripped my hands tightly. His eyes were so bright, filled with hope and admiration, and with the last bit of his strength, he said to me, with great power comes great responsibility. For some reason, Gwen felt a shiver run through her entire body. Hearing these words in this tale struck her deeply, sending a chilling sense of immersion through her, as if she were truly there. Charlotte, now fully in character, spoke with a fierce, desperate tremor in her voice. It was my fault. All of it was my fault. I was careless and revealed my identity. I discovered Roman was the Green Goblin, but still clung to hope for his kindness. I didn't make it in time to save Uncle Ben, and it was me who brought the Green Goblin back home. Hatred consumed my mind. After making sure Aunt May was safe, I shot out a web and chased after the Green Goblin immediately. Charlotte's lips quivered twice, her voice faltering. It was a brutal fight, deadly and relentless. We battled for dozens of minutes. I used up all his pumpkin bombs and smashed him into an abandoned building. I struck him down, and just as I was about to bring my fist crashing down to end the Green Goblin for good, I stopped myself. With great power comes great responsibility. In the midst of the goblin's maniacal laughter, I saw evil and corruption. He was desperate for me to kill him. He wanted to see Spider-Man's hands stained with blood, to witness the birth of a cruel and deranged soul within me. Spider-Man cannot be consumed by hatred, nor could I let Harry's father die at the hands of his best friend. I stopped myself, but the Green Goblin didn't. He secretly activated his glider and tried to kill me. The attack came at me like a flashing blade, but I relied on my spider sense and dodged just in time, while the Green Goblin met his end on his own glider, dying right in front of me. After hearing the entire story, Gwen blinked in stunned silence and said, "Okay, Charlotte, this story you made up is definitely interesting, but..." Then news of Spider-Man committing murder hit the front page of the Daily Bugle. The NYPD issued a warrant for Spider-Man's arrest. The once beloved superhero was suddenly branded a criminal, hunted by everyone. My best friend, Harry, believed Spider-Man was the one who killed his father. Driven by vengeance, he became the new Goblin. Hearing such an explosive revelation about the new Goblin, Gwen sat there, frozen in shock. But Charlotte didn't give Gwen a moment to react, determined to convince her of the truth of her identity. First, Professor Connors wanted to heal his own severed arm. He injected himself with lizard serum, transformed into the lizard, and lost all human reason, then tried to turn everyone else into lizard people as well. I managed to stop him, but he died during the battle when the Oscorp building collapsed. Then came the Vulture, a thief who used alien technology. Oh, and by the way, he was also the father of my secret crush. He died in an explosion caused by a tech malfunction while fighting me. Secret crush. Gwen's eyes flashed as she bit her lip, quickly catching that detail. Charlotte remained calm and unshaken, continuing her story in a steady voice. After that, there was Dr. Octopus, Professor Octavius. He invented mechanical arms to create a new energy source. The arms. Probes reached deep into his central nervous system, but when the control chip broke, they formed a new nervous center together. Again, it was in a fight with me that the new energy he created went out of control. To stop everything, he took his greatest invention and sank with it into the ocean. Next was Venom, an alien creature. My God, he amplified my dark side, made me sing, dance, and do all sorts of bad things. Though I managed to rid myself of him, he copied my powers and then bonded with my colleague, Eddie. To get revenge on me, Venom teamed up with the Green Goblin's son and Electro, whom I had already defeated, and they hatched an evil scheme. In a fierce battle, Harry discovered my true identity. He turned against them and chose to help me. But he died. Venom died. Eddie died. Max the Electro died too. Even Mary Jane, whom they captured to threaten me, died. Oh my God. Listening to the story, Gwen covered her mouth in shock. Her expression turned serious as Charlotte solemnly went on. Second rule, never use webbing directly to save someone. I tried my best. My web stuck to Mary Jane, but inertia still sent her crashing. Hard to the ground. She lay quietly in my arms, eyes closed as if sleeping. Not long after, I had to say goodbye to Aunt May too. Oh my God. Gwen couldn't help but look at Charlotte with deep sympathy in her eyes. Gwen, she died the worst death, Charlotte reminisced with a heavy sigh, while Gwen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Blinking, Gwen immediately understood. Yes, everyone who could die was already gone. Now it was really her turn. Her father, Captain George, died during the lizard incident. He knew my secret as Spider-Man, which led Gwen to resent me. Gwen bit her lip, pausing her breath as she listened. At this point, she frowned and thought to herself, Charlotte is really good at making things up, so detailed, and she even included my father in the story. Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a jolt. Strangely, a part of her actually believed that everything Charlotte was saying was true. They're gone. Every friend and family member I had is dead. I spiraled into despair and let myself go until I met Gwen again. When we were reunited, it was pure joy, so much happiness, so much relief. But then, one day, right in front of me, in the middle of our embrace, Gwen disintegrated into ash, vanishing from my arms without a trace. I spat out a mouthful of dust, sobbing as I begged Iron Man, Tony Stark, to tell me what had happened. That's when I learned that during my time of despair, I'd set off a war that engulfed the entire universe. Charlotte paused and clamped her mouth shut, suddenly realizing she'd given away far too much, and hurried to backtrack. Ahem. Of course, all of this happened in our world. In your world, things might turn out very differently. After listening to Charlotte's dramatic tale, Gwen rolled her eyes. Go on, keep making things up. Now it even sounded like a well-layered story. No wonder she'd always thought of Charlotte as a genius. She just hadn't expected her to have such a knack for storytelling, too. With a solemn air, Charlotte declared, In short, standing before you now is a Spider-Man with 22 years of experience. I'm not some Charlotte. I'm Peter Parker, and coming here wasn't my choice. You are this world's Spider-Man. My job is to help train you, so you don't repeat my mistakes. Gwen let out a sarcastic laugh, arms folded as she watched Charlotte scratch her ear, her tone dripping with irony. Well then, Minter, what's the first thing we should do? She strode forward, standing right in front of Gwen, so close that the black lenses of her spider mask loomed with intimidating force. But Gwen didn't flinch. If anything, she squared her shoulders with pride. Charlotte's gaze dipped, then she stepped back with a look of utter disdain. The very first thing? Obviously, we need to make you a proper suit. Apparently, all Spider-Man across the multiverse are also craftsmen. And I gotta say, Ghost Spider, your homemade suit is absolutely atrocious. Ugh, Gwen shrieked, bristling at the sore spot Charlotte had poked. She glared, cheeks puffed with indignation. Don't bring that up again. This was just a rush job. My final suit will never look like this mess. Charlotte flicked her fingers with a nonchalant air. She reached out, pinching a loose thread on Gwen's shoulder, and with a gentle tug, remarked, "This is just a disaster of a..." Before she could finish, that small pull made the whole suit unravel in an instant, leaving Gwen standing there in nothing but pale yellow streaked clothes underneath. Gwen stared at Charlot in stunned disbelief, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. This was a situation Charlot hadn't anticipated at all. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired a skill card. When the enemy is ashamed, strip their armor. When your opponent is defeated, you may remove their battlesuit. Free attribute points +2. Without a second thought, Charlot pushed the flustered Gwen out of his mind and happily admired the new skill cards he'd just obtained. I want to fly, briefly hover in midair. Livestream madness. You are currently broadcasting live. Charlot, Spider-Man, just what you think you're doing. Gwen's furious shout rang in his ears. Glancing at Gwen's clenched fists, Charlot tried to explain awkwardly. I just gave it a gentle tug, that's all. You jerk, you. Before Gwen could finish her outburst, Charlot interrupted her in a solemn tone. As your superhero mentor, the very first thing I need to do is design a custom battlesuit just for you. I'm sure you already have some ideas in mind. Hand them over and leave the rest to me. Gwen glanced at Charlot's own suit, her anger slowly subsiding. Reluctantly, she pulled a small notebook from her backpack, still hesitating about whether she should give it to him. But Charlot was quick as lightning. He snatched it away before she could react. Flipping through the pages, his eyes fell on a sketch Gwen had drawn of herself for fun, sporting a rather sexy look. She was sprawled on her bed in her spider suit, feet playfully kicking in the air. One hand propped up her chin, the front of the suit unzipped, the curve of her arm pressing into the bedsheet, elegantly accentuating her slender legs with simple, perfect lines. No, not that one. Forget you ever saw it, and turn the page. Expressionless, Charlot gave Gwen's figure a brief glance, then silently flipped to the next page, where he immediately found her design for a new battlesuit. Crafting a battlesuit was truly an art, and it was an art form that came naturally to Charlot. He reached into the pig nose emblem on his chest and pulled out a carbon pencil, then began jotting down measurements in the notebook. Curious, Gwen craned her neck to peek, only to be so infuriated she nearly punched Charlot in the head. The first stats he wrote down were her height and her measurements. You jerk, how do you even know those? Glancing at Gwen, Charlot replied in a righteous tone. As an experienced craftsman, tailor, it's only natural that I can tell at a glance. He added sleeve length, trouser length, thigh circumference, and head circumference. Handing the notebook back to Gwen, Charlot asked with absolute confidence, "Take a look, any issues?" Gwen turned her head away, her cheeks tinged with pink, and shook her head. "No need, I trust you." Looking at Gwen, standing before him, Charlot rolled his eyes indifferently and continued to rework Gwen's suit design in his notebook. He marked out the details and scribbled down EVA material. After a moment's thought, he smudged out the material and, using what he knew about this world, wrote down several new options for her to choose from. Once the preparations were done, he lifted his pen, and, as he glanced up, he caught Gwen wearing an expression that clearly said, "Just as I expected." "Charlot, you exposed yourself. So, you really do make your own superhero suits, and you even made one for yourself ages ago. What a weirdo, obsessed with costumes. What's wrong?" Charlot looked at Gwen, confused. "Are you dissatisfied with the details of the suit design?" Pinching the soft, comfortable fabric of his own suit, Charlot started to explain enthusiastically. "Rookie, every superhero has the ability to make their own suit. Don't ask me why. It's just one of those essential superhero skills. You're in luck. I've been a tailor for 20 years. My craftsmanship definitely won't let you down." Gwen drawled, thinking she caught Charlot red-handed. With an exaggerated tone and a smug smile, she teased. "So then, Senior Spider, what should we do next?" Charlot chuckled, glancing at Gwen's wrist. "Of course, you need to get comfortable swinging on webs. I can tell you've got real talent." Of course Gwen had talent. Even if Charlot didn't exist, Gwen would naturally become this world's Spider-Man. But Charlot's tone shifted. Choosing a skyscraper for your first jump is extremely irresponsible. As a beginner, little spider, you should pick something lower. To set an example, Charlot candidly shared his own embarrassing story. I once ran out of web fluid and fell straight off a tall building. Landed right in a dumpster. My back still aches when I think about it. Left me with a lingering injury. Gwen didn't believe a word of it. What a story. He even made it sound convincing. She glanced at the way Charlot stood, back straight, shoulders relaxed, none of the stiffness you'd expect from someone middle-aged, brimming with youthful energy. His suit hugged his figure perfectly, outlining his abs and arms, even giving his hips a springy look. Blushing, Gwen quickly turned away, her eyes widening slightly as her heart fluttered. For some reason, she was reminded of that morning, her head rising and falling in time with Charlot's steady breath, his heartbeat pounding strong and clear in her ears. Why had she never realized before just how handsome Charlot was? Hey! With a dark look on her face, Charlotte took a step forward. Gwen turned around, and all at once, Charlotte's face was so close that Gwen, with her guilty conscience, shivered in surprise. She hurriedly stepped back, nearly toppling right off the edge of the building. Gwen let out an awkward laugh, her cheeks flushed and her whole demeanor painfully unnatural. What were you just saying? I wasn't really listening. I said, Charlotte snapped at Gwen, her tone sharp. I said jump. Charlotte stepped in even closer, her expression deadly serious. Her commanding tone sent a chill through Gwen. She glanced down at the distant ground below and couldn't help but swallow hard. I said jump. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll be just fine, Charlotte added from behind. Charlotte's words filled Gwen with an unexpected sense of security. She raised her right hand, pointed at the neighboring building, and pressed the button in her palm. Under her own anxious gaze, a strand of web shot out, attaching itself securely to her target. Giving the web a strong tug to test its strength, Gwen's face lit up with excitement. Gritting her teeth and stomping her foot for courage, she cast a quick look back at Charlotte, who was watching her with an air of calm amusement. Then Gwen leaped. She soared through the air in a perfect arc, the wind rushing past her ears. It felt just like flying across the sky, making her want to shout with exhilaration. But Gwen's burst of excitement quickly turned to panic as the wall of the building came rushing up to meet her. She crashed straight into the building, hard. Dizzy and seeing stars, she clung to the web with one hand and clutched her aching nose with the other. Perched above her, connected to the thick strand of web, Charlotte crouched on Gwen's head, peering down at her in all her disheveled glory. With a mischievous grin and a teasing tone, she said, Little spider, feels good to swing for the first time, doesn't it? Congratulations, you just completed the first lesson of being Spider-Man, getting hurt. Swearing at Charlotte in her mind, Gwen said nothing, her face dark. She rubbed her nose, pressed her fingers to the building's glass wall, and stuck perfectly to the surface. After a quick test, Gwen straightened up, standing horizontally on the building. In front of her was the upside-down Charlotte, with the endless sky as her backdrop. The sensation was so novel, Gwen tentatively took a step, focusing on controlling her body as she moved forward. Oh, that's a giant leap for you, but a small step for Ghost Spider. Congratulations, little spider. You really do have talent. Charlotte swung her arm for emphasis. Compared to the nimble Gwen, she lacked the spider's sticking abilities, so the upside-down Charlotte looked a bit like a grub dangling from a thread. Gwen quickly noticed this. With a sweet smile, she crouched in front of Charlotte, parted her red lips, and, Senior Spider-Man, why are you lying here on the ground, instead of walking easily on the wall like me? Don't you like it? Heh-Heh. Charlotte let out a cold laugh and replied, Do you think you're funny? Let me tell you, you've successfully annoyed me. Want to see what Spider-Man can really do? Oh, Gwen squatted in front of Charlotte, looking at the fallen Spider-Man, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I'd be delighted to see it. Oomph. With a cold snort, Charlotte twisted his body, pushed off the wall with both feet, and let go of the web in his hand. Before Gwen could figure out what Charlotte intended, she watched in shock as he drifted free of the web and began to hover in midair. Gravity seemed to have lost its hold. He simply crossed his arms and floated, suspended in the empty air. What the? Gwen ruffled her golden hair in disbelief, staring at Charlotte and exclaiming, This isn't scientific at all. How are you doing that? Is there an invisible web above your head? Or a rope prepared beneath your feet? Or no, that's not it. She dismissed these ideas one by one, eyes fixed on Charlotte, who hung motionless in midair. Gwen felt her worldview, built meticulously over more than a decade, beginning to crumble piece by piece. This was simply too incredible. How could this be possible? It just can't be. Humans can't fly, can they? The law of gravity simply doesn't allow people to float in the air. I told you before, you haven't seen enough of the world, little spider. When you encounter things like this, you need to learn to forget your science. After all, this is just the beginning. The first time Charlotte used the skill card, I want to fly, pause briefly in midair, it brought him quite a surprise. It was true that Charlotte could only remain in midair for a short while, but each time he was airborne, he could pause again for a brief moment. So, although Charlotte appeared to be standing still in midair, he was, in fact, drifting slowly towards the ground. Of course, it made no scientific sense, but it made perfect sense to the system. With a smile on his face, watching Gwen's worldview unravel, Charlotte felt delightfully smug. On a whim, he equipped another skill card. Coolest guy. When you equip this card, you're the coolest guy in the room. Dramatic music suddenly burst from the sky, blasting down from above the clouds, echoing across all of New York. A Japanese pop song drifted from the distant heavens, and everyone gazed upward in disbelief. The energetic melody reverberated through the city. My God! George, who was in the middle of an investigation, leaned against his car. The cigarette in his mouth dropped onto his pant leg, burning a small hole, but he was too shocked to notice. Hank, utterly stunned, stuck his head out from the driver's seat and shouted in disbelief. What the heck? Of course, it wasn't just them. Everyone who heard that passionate, surging music wore a different expression. Was this the end of the world? People all craned their necks, gazing up into the sky from where the music blared. The sky looked like an enormous screen, glowing faintly, and on it, a giant spider emblem could just be made out. A piercing scream echoed through the music. In the sky's display, a wild, shadowy Spider-Man suddenly loomed at the very center. Everyone gazing up was left utterly dumbstruck. But this was only the beginning. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Within the dark valleys of the city's towers, Spider-Man, eyes blazing with the light of anger. Spider-Man. As a blurred music video played high above, a bright spotlight shot down from the sky, illuminating Charlotte, suspended midair. Everything happened so quickly. From the very instant the music began, Charlotte's once smug expression froze, disbelief written all over her face as she looked up in shock. Echoing in her mind were the system's words, the note attached to her skill card. Once you equip this card, you'll be the coolest guy around. Oh, come on. Could this get any more ridiculous? Panicking, she scrambled to switch out the skill card, and the bizarre spectacle that had set all of New York abuzz vanished in an instant. Forcing herself to maintain a veneer of elegance and composure, Charlotte turned to Gwen, who was staring at her wide-eyed and slack-jawed, and said, Amazing, right? Keep it low-key, because every Spider-Man has their own unique BGM and theme song. Mine just happens to be a little more high-profile. My God, how did you do that? Still staring up at the sky, Gwen's mind was utterly blank. She had to admit, this was beyond anything she'd ever imagined. It wasn't about science or even theology. How could the sky suddenly blare BGM and play a Spider-Man music video? Outwardly calm, Charlotte quietly blacklisted another skill card, casting a glance at the crowd that had gathered below in response to the commotion. They were pointing and whispering at her and Gwen. This was not a place to linger. Charlotte shot a web into the distance and swung away through the air. Gwen hesitated only a moment before following close behind. Charlotte was the first to reach a rooftop beside a narrow alley. Standing boldly, she awaited Gwen's arrival. As Gwen landed, brimming with questions, Charlotte raised a hand to stop her, gesturing toward the alley below. Little spider, what do you see down there? All her questions were swallowed back, buried deep inside. She lowered her head to gaze at the dim, narrow alley, a place that was desolate and lonely, rarely touched by a human presence. It lay in darkness, cold, filthy, and damp. Garbage was strewn everywhere in disarray, filling the air with a suffocating stench. Gwen shook her head in bewilderment, unable to grasp the meaning. Charlotte spoke with a solemn look. This is what evil looks like. Most of the time, it hides where you can't see or touch it. The world is absurd, and the darkness of human nature runs deep. A true superhero isn't just someone who chases thieves or takes down robbers. A real hero faces the ugliness of the world head-on, fights their way through the surging crowds, and risks everything for what's right. Little spider, are you truly ready to face all of this? Charlotte's words made Gwen's expression tighten. She forgot the strangeness of their earlier encounter, and her gaze toward the alley grew unconsciously more focused and intent. Her father was a police chief. Some of the most horrific cases had, thanks to her curiosity, crossed her path now and then. She had witnessed just how dark the human heart could become. Yet now, confronted by Charlotte's question, Gwen found herself at a loss for words. A faint sense of shame welled up inside her. It dawned on Gwen that her desire to be a superhero had been more an impulsive rush of passion. She'd never truly considered what she would have to face. nor was she fully prepared for what she might encounter. Taking a deep breath, Gwen steadied herself and declared firmly, "I may not be completely ready, but I have faith in myself." "That's all you need, faith." Charlotte nodded gravely, folding her hands behind her back. "To become a superhero, you must start small. Temper your heart and willpower. Just look at this alley. Garbage everywhere, dark and dank, filthy and foul. Little spider, head down there and clean up all the trash." Gwen's serious expression crumbled. She stared at Charlotte in disbelief. "You want me to pick up trash? Is this the darkness and evil you spoke of? Really? Little spider, don't tell me you're unwilling to do something so small. Or is it that you think being a superhero is just swinging through the night sky, shouting slogans about saving the world while really chasing your own desires? Your future will be filled with countless hardships and dangers. Will you really be scared off by a little alley full of garbage?" Before Gwen could protest, Charlotte shot out a web, snagged a trash bag and a litter picker, and handed them to Gwen. Every little chore is, in truth, a big deal, sometimes urgent, sometimes difficult. If you can't handle these small things, do you really think you'll be able to handle the big or the tough ones? Take them, little spider. This is your first lesson. Watching as Gwen, her attention thoroughly diverted, accepted the bag and picker, Charlotte smiled and fired another strand of web, saying, "All right, then you stay here and pick up trash. I'm off to save the world." With that, Charlotte whisked away, leaving Gwen standing there, stunned and speechless. The next morning, Charlotte rode up to Gwen's house on the Harley that Yuan Hua had registered for him. He parked right at her door. Gwen came out dressed in a sky blue shirt over a snug white tee, tucked into slim-fit jeans that hugged her graceful legs. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she looked utterly drained. She took the helmet from Charlotte and, with practiced ease, swung her leg over the bike to sit behind him. Noticing Gwen's exhaustion, Charlotte pretended to be clueless and asked casually, "Gwen, what happened to your eyes? Is that some kind of homemade beauty trick? You talk too much." Fury flashed in Gwen's eyes. All her old and new grievances boiled over, and she struck out, clawing at Charlotte's waist with both hands. Charlotte yelped in pain and smacked her hands away with a sharp slap, then wasted no more time. He equipped his skill card, revved the engine, and sped off at full throttle. Aside from dropping Gwen off, he had far more important things to do today. One of those things was to make a web shooter. He couldn't keep relying on those cursed skill cards every time he wanted to use webs. How ridiculous would that be? With a web shooter, it would be as if he always had a skill card equipped, leaving another slot open for something else. Carrying his toolbox, he made his way down into the sewers, winding through the tunnels until he reached Dr. Connor's underground lab once again. He changed into a dust-proof suit and carefully disinfected himself before entering. The lab was almost exactly as it had been last time. Nothing much had changed. The only difference was Dr. Connors himself. He looked much livelier, his whole demeanor brighter, all traces of his former dejection gone. Dr. Connors seemed a little surprised to see Charlotte. He clearly hadn't expected him. "Hey, Charlotte." "Hey, Dr. Connors. You're looking really well today." "You look great too, Charlotte." After a brief exchange of greetings, Connors turned his attention back to his experiment. Charlotte straightened his own lab coat and, without any ceremony, headed straight to the workbench to begin his own material experiments. He picked up a brand new test tube, glancing over at Connors, who was struggling to manipulate his equipment with only his left hand, sometimes even using his mouth to help. Even the simplest task seemed to leave Connors flustered and overwhelmed. Puzzled, Charlotte couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, why don't you find yourself a lab assistant?" Connors laughed heartily. "Of course I try to find one. But you turned me down, didn't you?" After pressing the start button, the high-speed refrigerated centrifuge began to whir into motion. Dr. Connors turned, watching as Charlotte tinkered at his workbench, and said, "Shano, this serum is the culmination of years of my research. Countless people have schemed and threatened, hoping to wrest it from me by any means necessary. Now, I won't let any despicable thief near it. Those assistants are nothing more than a pack of ungrateful traitors. Help me, Charlotte. You're the only one I trust. I know that together, we can achieve even greater things." Even as he spoke with Connors, Charlotte's hands moved swiftly and skillfully. Following the formula Gwen had jotted down in her notebook, he successfully reproduced the webbing material. But mindless imitation wasn't enough to satisfy Charlotte. He planned to use the web formula as a foundation, making adjustments and adding fillers, all to craft a comfortable suit for Gwen. As for his own webbing, inspiration was already sparking in Charlotte's mind. "I am sorry, Dr. Connors. Editing human genomes with animal serum is incredibly dangerous and uncontrollable. Other than the protagonist, how many people who injected animal serum ever met a good end? Either their darker sides were amplified, or they were devoured by their own desires. Dr. Connors was the most tragic of all, transformed into a mindless lizard creature. Dr. Connors, in my view, lizards are not the right path. If you want to restore your arm, maybe it's time to try a different approach. Hearing this, Connors was instantly infuriated, but because it was Charlot who spoke, he forced down his anger, his voice dry and strained with suppressed rage as he asked, "Charlot, what's your brilliant idea then? Starfish? Earthworms? Sea cucumbers?" "None of those." Recalling scenes from the movies, Charlot smiled calmly and replied, "My suggestion is plants." "Plants? Ah." Dr. Connor's face twisted into a cold sneer. He saw Charlot's words as a direct insult to his research and could barely hide his displeasure. "I was expecting you to say salamanders." "Plants? Plants? No, that's absolutely ridiculous. There's no way our formula would work using plants to make a serum." Charlot simply shrugged, and watching Connor's face flush with anger, he spoke soothingly. "Dr. Connors, I'm only offering a suggestion. For animal serums to succeed, it would take a once-in-a-million stroke of luck. No one can guarantee their genes are perfectly compatible with a lizard's. The slightest mismatch, and what you get is a monster devoid of humanity." Opening a case, Charlot began assembling laboratory equipment. Before making the webbing, he intended to finish crafting the web shooter first. Connors remained deeply dissatisfied with Charlot's explanation, and he snapped in anger. "I've been researching the lizard serum for 10 years. That's a decade of days and nights, 10 years of painstaking accumulation, every drop and every moment. Lizards, lizards, lizards. They're the creatures most perfectly suited to human genetics. They are a gift from God, bestowed upon humanity to grant us the power to regenerate lost limbs. The most perfect biological treasure trove. Just think about it, Charlotte. We could help every disabled person who has lost a limb to grow new arms. Give every resilient soul the chance at a brighter future. I've never done this just for myself. I only want more people who've lost limbs to reclaim their happiness. This is a salvation. And now, we're just a step away, just one final step." With a sigh, Charlotte continued working, refusing him gently. "Kurt, you're a good man, but we're not meant to work together." Receiving this clear rejection, Connors let out a defeated breath. He gave a cold snort, turned his attention away from Charlotte, shot a glance at the engineering equipment she was installing, and stormed off towards the centrifuge, brimming with frustration. With Connors, who never listened to anyone else, finally gone, Charlotte was relieved to have some peace and quiet. She put on her safety goggles and threw herself wholeheartedly into her work. The events of last night had caused quite a stir. Countless images captured by various devices spread rapidly online, fermenting into a viral sensation that instantly drew the attention of the entire society. Many people left comments, convinced that Spider-Man must be some kind of alien, using extraterrestrial technology to create such jaw-dropping effects. Of course, there were also those who believed Spider-Man was an angel sent by God. Last night's miracle was proof of the divine, and Spider-Man was the modern-day Jesus. Conspiracy theorists chimed in, claiming that such massive anomalies were harbingers of the world's end, warnings from God to humanity, and that Spider-Man, appearing in these omens, was the executioner destined to destroy the world. They argued that Spider-Man should be eliminated immediately to protect humanity. The media might arrive late, but they never miss out. The Daily Bugle was the first to publish, launching a scathing attack on Spider-Man. They branded Spider-Man a pest, a freak who unsettled the public, a tumor undermining social order, and called for resolute opposition to his actions. In the end, the pressure landed squarely on the police, and George was left helpless. What am I supposed to do? Should I just arrest Spider-Man and question him? On the phone, Yulin let out a weary sigh and shook his head at George. Seeing Yulin's expression, George wore a mask of pain, his face etched with worry as he anxiously tugged at his hair. Before long, the investigation into the Life Restorer once again hit a dead end. Following the clues, the group began investigating the commanding officer of the combat squad from years ago. However, the military claimed that he had already retired and only provided George with an identity profile. Yet the man himself had long since vanished without a trace. Just a few days after their lead ran cold, another gunfight erupted in the alleys of Hell's Kitchen, eerily similar to the previous incident. The group, who happened to be nearby, rushed to the scene to provide backup. Before they could even enter the alley, a sudden gunshot cracked through the air. That familiar sense of déjà vu made everyone's faces turn grim. They hurried to the scene. Sure enough, everything was both familiar and strange. At the scene, only one man remained standing, his chest heaving as he gripped a handgun. The other 6 lay dead. Each of the victims held an M4A1 rifle, their lives already extinguished. Faced with the lone survivor clinging to life, George wasted no time. He immediately began administering first aid, taking extra care this time not to disturb the scene. They had done all they could, more even than they would have done before. But things did not go as they wished. An identical scene, an identical event, an identical ending. After a thorough investigation, it was clear there were no traces left behind. Every piece of evidence pointed to a sudden internal conflict. No extraneous footprints, no stray fingerprints, no spare weapons, not even a single spent shell casing. Spotless, the scene was impeccably clean. With a quick reconstruction of the events, Yulon quickly determined that the first to fall was the wounded man who died en route. He had also fired the last shot. At first, the agents from Forbular thought George was overreacting. But when news came that the wounded survivor had died in the ambulance, they immediately changed their minds. One such event could be chalked up to coincidence. But for it to happen again, under heightened vigilance, could never be mere chance. It's been confirmed. The man who died in the ambulance was their former squad leader, the very Ryan we've been searching for all this time. Once again, the group was dealt a devastating blow. Smith, dressed in a suit and tie with sunglasses perched on his nose despite the late hour, stood out starkly from the rest. He was the military's liaison for the investigation. Yet his imposing physique, upright posture, restrained sharpness, and striking presence made him seem more like a seasoned special agent than a military attaché. With blonde hair, a youthful and handsome face, and a perpetual, subtle smile at the corner of his lips, he exuded confidence and composure. A few days earlier, Coulson, who had arrived with him, had been called away on an emergency, leaving Smith solely in charge of the case. He stepped forward and glanced over the corpses and the blood spattered about. Studying the pattern of the blood spray, Smith narrowed his eyes and followed the faint traces across the floor, turning his gaze toward the wall at the edge of the scene. Polished leather shoes splashed carelessly through the pool of blood as their owner strode forward. In Yolen's stunned gaze, the figure stopped by the wall, lifted a hand, and pressed it against the surface. Of course, George had never underestimated Smith for a second. He followed close behind, and, tracing Smith's hand, spotted a bullet hole lingering high up on the wall. George reached up, attempting to touch the bullet hole, but it was just out of his grasp. Smith's expression remained unchanged, his face wearing a faint smile as he remarked, "Officer George, you're absolutely right. There was an eighth person at the scene, and it's very likely that before we arrived, this person scaled the wall to escape and then silenced the last witness." "You mean Spider-Man?" Hank exclaimed in utter disbelief. The idea of someone escaping along the wall instantly conjured up the image of the infamous Spider-Man. But how could that be? How could Spider-Man be involved in this? What possible grudge could he hold against the life restorers? And how could he have done all this? George shook his head, his expression grave. Before the truth was clear, he refused to jump to any conclusions. Smith tapped his own shoulder lightly and said, "This is Hell's Kitchen. The life restorers have always been lurking here. Officer George, do you know whose territory this is?" "Here." George hesitated for a moment. "This area is run by a gang called the Hua-Shui Syndicate, but just 2 days ago, they were taken down in a sweep. Most are dead or on the run. Harboring terrorists? That's beyond their reach." Smith nodded, agreeing with George's assessment, but something seemed to occur to him. He pressed further. "By the way, Officer George, have you heard a certain legend that circulates around New York? A legend about the gangs. You mean the Empire Organization from the city's urban legends?" George mused aloud. Yolen chimed in. "The Empire Organization, also known as the New York Mob, seems to refer to all the city's gangs. Rumor has it they secretly follow the directives of the New York Mob, spreading their influence throughout America, even reaching across the globe. Supposedly, there's a single mastermind behind this entire criminal empire, the king of the underworld. This legend is especially popular in Hell's Kitchen, but as far as the police are concerned, we've never found any evidence of such a criminal empire, let alone an underworld king. It's probably just street gossip, made up by small-time crooks, nothing but tall tales and bravado." Smith's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on George and Yolen. "But what if," he said slowly, "this so-called Empire Organization really exists? It really exists?" George and Yolen were inwardly shocked. In an instant, cold sweat soaked their backs. Instead, Hank remained as dismissive as ever, while Forbler kept his silence. If there truly was such a deeply hidden and far-reaching organization in New York, George couldn't even begin to imagine how much evil might be buried within it. Smith's eyes were filled with meaning. "Officer George, let's suppose that organization really exists. Don't you think the fact that the life restorers can hide here, right under the noses of the NYPD, suddenly makes perfect sense?" George opened his mouth but didn't answer. Smith murmured to himself, "I believe the king of the underworld must know something, but unfortunately, we have no way to question him." Looking up at the bullet holes in the ceiling, Smith said with a note of disappointment. Next is Spider-Man. We can't find him either, let alone ask if he knows anything. Smith paused briefly, then turned his gaze to George. But there's someone who might carry other clues. A faint unease settled in George's heart as he asked in a cold, hard voice. Who are you talking about? Charlotte, Smith answered calmly. The sole survivor of the first Arkham attack, and as you've only partially disclosed, also a victim in the second. Then, by pure coincidence, every member of the Life Restorers who ever attacked him met a mysterious end. Officer George, do you really think all of this is just coincidence? George locked eyes with Smith, clenching his right fist. He replied with deliberate seriousness. That's right. I believe it's all just coincidence. Smith let out a low, humorless chuckle. If you truly thought it was all coincidence, you wouldn't be covering for him. She put on her street clothes, tucking her striking blonde hair under her hood, and slung her backpack over her shoulder. As she remembered last night, spending hours in the dark picking up trash while Spider-Man vanished and never returned, a trace of dissatisfaction crept onto her face. Turning right as she left, she glanced at Charlotte's pitch-black window. Gwen raised an eyebrow and strode forward. Before long, she stepped into the dim moonlight. Seeing no one around, she fired a strand of web from her palm, gave it a firm tug, and shot into the sky like an arrow from a bow. Now that she'd set her mind on becoming a superhero, Gwen had no intention of giving up halfway. Though last night's experience had left her frustrated, today, at HammerTech, with nothing better to do, she'd thought it over carefully and realized that everything that happened might have simply been Spider-Man's way of testing her. And she was more convinced than ever. Spider-Man had to be none other than that scoundrel, Charlotte. All the talk about parallel worlds, Peter Parker, Lizardman, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Venom. Those are nothing but lies. Fairy tale spun just to cover up his own identity with this flimsy excuse. As for picking up trash, it was all a test for her determination, perseverance, and patience. He just wanted to see if she'd give up halfway. If her guess was right, Spider-Man must be there right now. With everything mapped out in her mind, Gwen curved her lips into a faint smile, her face glowing with quiet confidence. She quickly left the residential area, her pace quickening once again as she darted through the forest of skyscrapers. Before long, she returned to the rooftop from the day before, gazing down at the alleyway she had cleaned till it was spotless. The alley below was shrouded in darkness. There was no sign of Spider-Man waiting as she had hoped. Gwen looked left and right, scanning her surroundings with bright, expectant eyes, searching for any trace of Spider-Man. But standing alone, Gwen found herself surrounded by emptiness. The only movement was a stray cat leaping by, vanishing into the shadowy alleyway. For reasons she couldn't explain, a heavy sense of disappointment dropped into Gwen's heart. She clenched her fists, her once proud shoulders slowly drooping, the weight of her letdown spreading through her chest. Unbidden, a rush of grievance brought tears shimmering to her eyes. What are you doing, really? A voice came from behind. Charlotte dropped down from above, looking at Gwen, who had been watching for so long, with a baffled expression. Look at you pretty fast. I almost lost track of you. And where is this, anyway? Startled, Gwen's whole body tensed. She spun around, eyes wide, only to find Spider-Man standing behind her, just like last time, silent as a ghost, appearing out of thin air. Her eyes sparkled, and she gave Charlotte a sweet smile, the light she radiated making Charlotte pause in surprise for a brief moment. But Charlotte just blinked, curiosity dancing in his gaze as he asked, "Are your eyes dry?" Gwen froze, her delight fading. She crossed her arms out of habit, refusing to answer his nonsense, and shot back, "Wow, the great hero of New York, Spider-Man. You're not going to make me pick up trash again today, are you?" "Fine, I'll do it, but let me tell you, I'll never give up." "Of course not," Charlotte shook his head. Yesterday's trash duty had just been a stopgap to distract Gwen after that embarrassing moment. Today, he was ready to pass on the useful tips he'd been gathering lately. He stepped forward, deciding that Gwen's pouty face meant she was ready. Without warning, he raised his hand and, with a sharp flick, rapped her on the forehead. The sting made Gwen's eyes widen in disbelief as she stared at Charlotte, completely caught off guard. "Rookie, the very first thing you need to learn is to fully master your spider sense, and to gain perfect control over your super strength, supervision, and wall-crawling abilities. There's an old saying in China, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. As a superhero, the most important thing is to have a clear understanding of your own abilities." Clutching her swollen forehead, Gwen gritted her teeth, her eyes shimmering with the threat of tears. She glared at Charlotte, dropped her hand, clenched her fists, and took up a fighting stance. "Jerk, I know exactly what you mean, so let's fight." Let me experience the true skills of Spider-Man, the master himself, and see just how you intend to make me truly master my spider sense. Since childhood, Gwen had trained in martial arts under George's guidance. In terms of raw strength, Charlotte was absolutely no match for her at the moment. But Charlotte remained completely unruffled, calm as ever. You'll see soon enough. Facing Charlotte's unshakable confidence, Gwen's expression slowly froze. She stared in disbelief as Charlotte pulled a pistol from the chest of her suit. The gun was aimed at Gwen's shoulder, and beneath the spider mask, Charlotte flashed a wicked, mischievous grin. Special training begins now. Aren't you going to run, little spider? If I catch you, well, you'll see. Heh-Heh. As Charlotte's finger tightened on the trigger without a hint of hesitation, Gwen was taken aback. Everything in her vision seemed to slow down as she was forced into spider sense mode. Twisting away, she shot a web and launched herself skyward. A string of wicked laughter echoed behind her. The next instant, a stinging pain shot through Gwen's backside. Her mind went blank midair as she glanced back, only to see Charlotte pulling out a second pistol, grinning and firing a volley of rubber bullets at her with both hands. The scene flashed by in an instant. Training was clearly effective. Flushed, Gwen twisted agilely in the air, dodging the incoming bullets and quickly escaping the battlefield, fleeing into the distance. Reloading the magazine, Charlotte began adjusting her own web shooters. With spider sense active, Charlotte's eyes gleamed with excitement. Watching Gwen's retreat, he fired a web and gave chase. The web fluid produced by the system's skill card was perfectly attuned to Charlotte's genetic sequence, making it completely compatible with him. The thick ropes of webbing defied all scientific logic, responding as though they were an extension of his own body. Yet, this kind of manufactured webbing came with many limitations. Compared to the skill card, it fell short in every way, just a soulless tool. Most frustrating of all for Charlotte was that this webbing still obeyed the laws of physics. Terrible. Still, having it was better than having nothing at all. Using his spider sense to set up a perfect ambush, Charlot appeared out of nowhere at a blind spot of the forward tower, catching Gwen off guard with a sudden attack, while laughing mischievously. Moments later, he swooped down from above again, giving Gwen yet another shock, though this time it was more of a surprise. Charlot had specially modified his rubber bullets, and now Gwen's once smooth gray outfit was splattered with colorful marks where she'd been hit. Even her left cheek bore a faint pink imprint. With Charlot standing right in front of her, Gwen's eyes blazed with fury. She wished she could tear him limb from limb. This jerk, he was just too much. He'd been chasing her for hours, always launching a surprise attack at the most unexpected moments. So now, she made up her mind. She wouldn't run anymore. Gwen had long realized that Charlot's spider sense was far superior to her own. It might have seemed like she was escaping, but in reality, she was just a headless fly caught in Charlot's web, stumbling along, always on the defensive. She had to admit, Charlot's special training was truly effective. It made her more adept at using her spider sense, but it also stoked her simmering anger even higher. Now, she was done letting Charlot lead her by the nose. It was time to fight him head on. Darting past several rubber bullets, she clenched her fist and charged at Charlot, gritting her teeth as she aimed a punch straight at his chest. Charlot sidestepped her jab with ease, quickly sizing up her follow-up left hook. He casually took a step back, then ducked under her side kick with the grace of a dancer. Using Gwen's knee strike for leverage, he flipped backward, one hand touching the ground, narrowly dodging Gwen's sweeping leg. Mid-leap, he seemed to hang in the air for a split second, defying gravity. Gwen's roundhouse kick, which should have been a sure hit, found only empty space. Landing behind Gwen, Charlot gave a thumbs up, then jabbed his finger precisely at a pressure point on Gwen's shoulder as she spun around. Gwen's reactions were quick, her movements sharp. But to Charlot, her attempts to dodge were full of openings. Moments later, Gwen stood there stiffly, clutching her stomach, which now sported several fresh welts from the rubber bullets. All she could do was stare in dismay at this Spider-Man who, in the middle of their brawl, so naturally drew his gun and fired. Spider sense was powerful, yes, but was mainly for sensing danger and malicious intent ahead of time. Getting hit by rubber bullets wasn't truly dangerous, and Charlot never meant her any real harm. Because of this, Gwen's spider sense was unreliable against his attacks, forcing her to stay even more focused. Finally, Gwen's anger reached its breaking point. Burning with humiliation and rage, she spread her arms wide, determined to pin Charlot down and, if it came to it, sink her teeth into him. Grinding her teeth, she lunged at Charlot, ready for some payback. But just as the fierce and menacing Gwen closed in, Charlotte calmly raised her gun, stopping it right in front of Gwen's eyes. Using her spider sense, Charlotte made Gwen feel a surge of intense danger. Gwen's pupils shrank. In that instant, The ordinary handgun before her seemed to transform into two deadly weapons, sending a chill through her heart. Before Gwen could react, Charlotte turned the guns around and handed them, handles first, to Gwen. Gwen froze for a moment, bewildered, as she accepted the dual pistols. Without a word, Charlotte produced several magazines and dumped them all into Gwen's arms. Seeing Gwen still confused, Charlotte grinned mischievously and said, "Heh-Heh, little spider. Now it's your turn to chase me, catch me, and I'll let you." Heh-Heh. With a flick of webbing, Charlotte shot into the sky, swinging forward at lightning speed, leaving Gwen standing there, dumbfounded. For a split second after taking the pistols, Gwen actually thought Charlotte had grown a conscience and wanted to apologize. But reality hit Gwen like a ton of bricks, and her face darkened. She threw the magazines and pistols onto the ground in a fit of rage and shouted at the top of her lungs. "Charlotte!" She almost dashed off in pursuit, but the sight of the pistols on the ground made her grit her teeth and pick them up again. If she could pepper Charlotte's spider suit with rubber bullets from head to toe, letting Charlotte get a taste of her own medicine, Gwen thought that would be even better. She tucked the pistols into her waistband and sprinted off in the direction Charlotte had disappeared. Up in the air, Charlotte's movements were unhurried. Not only training Gwen, but also herself, getting more and more comfortable with the use of her webs. A strand of webbing shot towards Charlotte's chest from afar, but she simply let go of her own web and dodged it with ease. Her body went into freefall, diving toward the ground. Then she fired another web to latch onto a nearby skyscraper, intending to use the web's tension and her own momentum to catapult herself forward like a slingshot. It was a great idea, though her execution was just a bit off. Right behind her, Gwen instantly figured out what Charlotte was trying to do. She let go of her own web, mirroring Charlotte's move, but with even greater speed and agility. Gwen soared high into the sky, successfully slingshotting herself upward, while Charlotte's web snapped with a comical twang, leaving her speechless midair. High above the city, Gwen reached the peak of her arc and looked down, unimpressed, as Charlotte fired another web and swung away in a smooth curve, quickly putting distance between them. Several hours later, after an entire night of training, Gwen had gained a lot. At last, she cornered Charlotte in an abandoned building, pistols in hand. Raising her hands in surrender, Charlotte clapped for Gwen and praised her. "Well done, little spider, congratulations. You caught me." "Is that so?" With a cold sneer on her face, Gwen aimed her gun squarely at Charlotte's stomach and suddenly pulled the trigger. But instead of a shot, the gun gave a crisp click, no rubber bullets fired. Watching Gwen's vengeful smile freeze, Charlotte shook his head, offering his assessment like a seasoned mentor. "But you're not quite there yet, little spider. There's still a lot you need to learn." As if realizing something, Gwen drew another gun from her belt and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. The result was the same, not a single bullet fired. Only now did Gwen recall that the magazines Charlotte had handed her earlier were left behind on the rooftop, casually discarded in her rush for revenge. She had chased Charlotte all this way with two empty guns. Seeing Gwen momentarily shaken, Charlotte spread his hands and said, "Don't let your emotions cloud your judgments so easily, and never put too much trust in your enemy, or your own instincts." Before he could react, a strand of web shot out, sticking right at Charlotte's chest. Gwen's triumphant grin said it all. Her plan had worked, which caught Charlotte a bit off guard. Tugging on the web, Gwen beamed and teased. "Now, who's the little spider?" Charlotte chuckled. "Well done. You're improving fast. I can hardly wait for retirement." Coughing lightly, Charlotte added, "That's all for the basics. We'll continue tomorrow." As he spoke, Charlotte pulled something from his chest and tossed it to Gwen. She caught it hurriedly, only to discover it was a digital camera's memory card. Puzzled, she looked up to ask, only to find that Spider-Man had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a single, empty strand of web. That jerk is surprisingly quick. Clutching the memory card, Gwen tucked it carefully into her backpack. She resolved to check it out at home and figure out just what kind of trick Charlotte was up to. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Gwen, Charlotte swung straight towards home. In no time, he slipped smoothly through the window into his bedroom. But the moment he entered, he sensed something unusual, a presence that made him freeze mid-motion and narrow his eyes. It was then that a confident voice rang out behind him. "It's an honor to meet you, Charlotte. I've been waiting for quite a while." Hearing the voice behind him, Charlotte's heart pounded. He didn't turn around, but his mind was already racing through the possibilities of who this could be and how to respond. The first question, who was this person? A resurrected foe? One of Kingpin's men? The police? A secret agent? Or perhaps a doctor from the psychiatric hospital? Can I take him back? When he previously used the Spider Sense skill card, this place had always been a focal point for him, and he hadn't sensed any malicious approach. This indicated that, at the very least, it wasn't an inexplicable enemy. As he pondered over the situation, A name suddenly flashed through Shero's mind, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And with each passing moment, he grew more convinced of this idea. So now, how should he respond? Shero stood in place, deep in thought, while Smith sat at ease in a chair, watching Shero's every move with calm, unhurried eyes behind his sunglasses. Even before coming here with George, the hour had already crept into the early morning. For the sake of this sudden raid, he had only informed May and Ben after his arrival. Sure enough, just as he had expected, the two couldn't reach Shero at all, nor did they have any idea where he was at this moment. Of course, George, who had managed to slip home for a bit, made a discovery of his own. Gwen from next door was missing as well. The realization hit him like a blackout. His whole body trembled, his hands and feet turned cold and weak. He called Gwen over and over again, his face set in grim determination as he returned to Shero's door. Before the call could connect, a noise came from inside Shero's room. He pushed the door open to see Shero, standing by the window with his back to Smith, head bowed, lost in thought. "Shero," George shouted angrily, his voice sharp. "Where did you go tonight? Why couldn't anyone reach you? And is Gwen with you? Do you know where she is right now?" Shero remained silent. The confident smile on Smith's face only grew wider. In his eyes, there was no question Shero was definitely hiding something, putting on an act from the very beginning. The first possibility, the attack at Arkham Asylum, was closely tied to Shero. In fact, there was a strong chance that Shero was actually the inside man sent by the Life Returners as a scout. Later, during the incident, when the attackers tried to eliminate witnesses, Shero fought back and survived, becoming the only survivor of the Arkham attack. And so, he was targeted once again. The second possibility, Shero was a superpowered individual whose abilities awakened in the heat of the attack, and during the ensuing chase, he killed his pursuer. No one knew what exactly Shero's power was, but how could the kitchen, left undisturbed for over 2 hours, and the attacker's gruesome death have nothing to do with him? No matter how he looked at it, nothing else made sense. The third possibility, it was all simply coincidence. Shero was just an innocent victim, or perhaps there was someone else hidden behind the scenes. That was why Smith had insisted on meeting Shero, for he believed there was no one who could fool his eyes. All at once, Shero turned around and locked eyes with Smith. Smith's gaze flickered, and for the first time, that confident smile froze on his lips. This made him question all his previous judgments, because in that fleeting change of expression, Smith was utterly convinced Charlotte wasn't pretending to be mad or foolish. He was genuinely out of his mind. Uncle George? Having just switched his actor skill card, Charlotte glanced at Smith in confusion before turning his head to look at black-faced George. "What were you just asking me?" Clutching his head and feigning a headache, Charlotte's face was clouded with a faint bewilderment and timidity. Smith's familiar looks led Charlotte to believe he was definitely a secret agent, the kind who seemed to be dogged by bad luck and always found himself in dangerous situations. It seemed his earlier odd behavior had indeed attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., but everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. "You know about the GR?" Before George could finish his question, Smith interrupted him. His face slid back into that all-knowing smile, his eyes shimmering with hidden meaning as he studied every micro-expression on Charlotte's face with the expertise of a true professional. Smith already had Charlotte's file. In his eyes, Charlotte was definitely a clever man. A clever man who'd gone a little mad. Much easier to communicate with than a fool. "Charlotte, we have new leads on the Arkham attack case. That's why we've come to question you again." With that, Smith fixed his gaze on Charlotte, carefully observing the subtle changes in his expression. "Huh, Arkham? I have no idea what you're talking about," Charlotte replied, his tone innocent and perplexed. This answer left both Smith and George a little stunned. Staring straight into Charlotte's eyes, Smith found them clear as glass, filled with confusion, hesitation, and kindness. Smith was speechless. Charlotte's response was completely beyond what he'd expected, and the micro-expressions and reactions on Charlotte's face startled him, because he genuinely felt that Charlotte wasn't lying. No one can control their micro-expressions. They're not machines, after all. As for acting, no one in the world could possibly act this flawlessly. For a moment, Smith was at a loss. "Charlotte," George barked sternly, his tone leaving no room for jokes. "This is no time for games. Have you forgotten your friends at Arkham Asylum? Only if we catch the real culprit soon can their souls finally rest in peace." "Huh?" Charlotte cocked his head in confusion, looking at George as if he'd just spoken in riddles. "Uncle George, what are you talking about? What friends? What culprit? I don't understand a word you're saying." Casting a timid glance at Smith, Charlotte suddenly seemed to realize something. He glanced around the room in helpless bewilderment and asked, "Wait, what's going on? Why am I here? I clearly remember, just a moment ago, I was handing out flyers on the street." With a look of horror, Charlotte tugged anxiously at the unfamiliar clothes she was wearing, her face ghostly pale. "Uncle George, what on earth has happened?" The expressions flickering across Charlotte's face shifted rapidly, each one genuine rather than feigned, making George and Smith exchange a quick, uneasy glance. Seeing the suspicion and uncertainty in each other's eyes, George softened his tone and asked, "Charlotte, do you truly remember nothing at all?" As he watched her, George noticed something odd. It was in her gaze, her voice, the way she kept her head lowered. There was a timidity, a shyness, and a kind-heartedness that reminded him of someone else. It was the Charlotte from before her stay at Arkham Asylum, the withdrawn, bookish loner. Their eyes met, and George was momentarily stunned. Charlotte shook her head, panic and confusion flickering in her eyes. Indeed, by using the actor's skill card, Charlotte had chosen to play the version of herself described in the memories given by the system. Observing closely, Smith also found Charlotte's words convincing, but he wasn't ready to stop probing. He stood up, removed his sunglasses, and his clear blue eyes shone with an intense light. "Charlotte, have you really forgotten? The attack at Arkham Asylum, a massacre where, in just a few minutes, 27 people were gunned down. And you were one of the few who survived." Charlotte's mouth fell open, her pupils dilating in shock. Her expression froze for a heartbeat, and as her pupils contracted, her demeanor and very presence changed in an instant. A sly, unsettling laugh escaped her lips. The timidity gave way to a manic exuberance. The shy, inward girl was suddenly replaced by someone wild and unpredictable. Charlotte's eyes glimmered with a new light, her entire bearing transformed. Though her face was the same, she was now a different person entirely. She glanced at George and Smith with curiosity, as though she'd just stumbled across something amusing. "Hey, George, why are you and this man in black in my room?" Casting a disdainful look at Smith's outfit, Charlotte wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Sorry, but I have no intention of buying insurance." George opened his mouth, staring at the now capricious Charlotte, at a loss for words. Her behavior brought to mind only one diagnosis for George: dissociative identity disorder. It made sense. Charlotte had just been released from a psychiatric hospital. George vaguely remembered that she'd been institutionalized for delusional disorder, but perhaps now, multiple personalities were at play. Back then, Charlotte was emotionally fragile, mistrustful of others, and struggled to define her own boundaries. She'd rambled on with bizarre nonsense, insisting she was perfectly sane, yet she hadn't even recognized Gwen and Ben when they came to visit. Looking at her now, it seemed the delusions had improved, but her mental illness was far from cured. Smith's lips twitched as he locked eyes with Charlotte. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "Charlotte, do you remember what happened at Arkham Asylum?" "What Arkham Asylum?" Before Smith could press further, Charlotte continued, "Please, call it the Arkham Center for Talent Cultivation and Exchange. Everyone there's a real gem, great conversationalist too. Honestly, I love that place." Glancing at Smith, who had put his sunglasses back on, Charlotte curled his lip and said, "Sunglasses at night? I'm guessing your mental state is a little shaky. Are you trying to use my connections to become a regular at Arkham? Don't worry, I've got you covered. I can introduce you to my favorite room. After all, I'm a VIP at Arkham." Charlotte. Smith was now convinced Charlotte wasn't faking it, and his expression darkened a little. He said, "There's been new progress in the Arkham attack case. I have some questions I need to ask you." Yawning and thinking of friends who had passed, Charlotte traced a clumsy cross over his chest and said, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They've laid down their burdens and gone home to God, stripped of all pretense. We mourn the passing of the living, celebrate the rebirth of the dead, cherish life, and praise death. Ask whatever you want. I promise to answer everything, holding nothing back." Smith nodded and began. "The life restorers targeted you for..." But before he could finish, Charlotte's expression froze, and in an instant his demeanor and gaze changed. He looked around in confusion, first at Smith, then at George. He raised a hand to his head. "Uncle George, what just happened? Who are the life restorers?" Smith was speechless. A sliver of the window slid open. All three in the room reacted instantly, turning toward it as one. As the window opened, a head of shining blonde hair popped in. She moved to climb through the window with practiced ease, a sweet smile lighting up her face. Beaming, Gwen was ready to expose Charlotte's lies and reveal his secret identity as Spider-Man. Only, halfway through her climb, she froze awkwardly. Instead of finding Charlotte play acting, she came face to face with George, arms folded and face stormy. Gwen's sugary smile gradually turned bitter. Wide-eyed, she glanced around to be sure she was in Charlotte's room. Without hesitation, she started backing out, mumbling as she went, oh dear, sorry. These two houses look so much alike I just slipped up and came to the wrong one. I'll be on my way." "Stop right there, Gwen," George bellowed. "You come home and don't use the front door, sneaking in through the window like a thief." And you dare claim you just got the houses mixed up? Looks like you haven't been taught a proper lesson yet. Letting out a nervous laugh, Gwen leaned against the window and forced a smile. Hey, Dad, long time no see, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to run into you here. Hey, Charlotte. Lifting her hand, she waved to Charlotte as well. Seeing Gwen's awkward expression, Charlotte's face shifted again, now full of schadenfreude. Gwen, get in here. Now tell me, where did you and Charlotte go tonight? George's stern question made Gwen's pupils contract. She stepped into the room, brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, and her gaze drifted aside, guilt written all over her face. We didn't go anywhere. We were practicing the drums. Yeah, that's right, the drums. Bang bang, toom toom. She scrunched up her nose, forcing a grin to cover her nerves. Heh-Heh, drumming is just so much fun. I can never get enough of it. That's right, Charlotte and I were playing together. Who was playing the drums with you? Charlotte rolled her eyes in exasperation. Unlike Gwen's clumsy acting and childish lies, he was different. He was a man with a plan. George, Gwen's lying to you. I never touched any drums. Gwen's eyes flashed with surprise and indignation. She thought they could back each other up, but Charlotte betrayed her without a second thought. Gwen, George pressed her, his tone sharper than before. With a helpless sigh, Gwen finally caved. Sorry, Dad. Tonight, I just needed to clear my head, so I spent the evening cruising around the city. Her voice softened. She glanced at Charlotte in the distance and continued. I shouldn't have tried to get Charlotte to cover for me. The moment she'd stepped into the room and seen Smith, Gwen understood immediately. George wasn't here to catch her sneaking out, but was actually on official business. But Charlotte didn't look like someone who'd just woken up. If anything, he seemed just as guilty as she was, both of them caught red-handed by these two waiting in the dark. So, George eyed Gwen suspiciously. You two really weren't together tonight? Of course not. Gwen nodded, shooting a death glare at Charlotte, who now stood beside George, acting as if he were the judge in her trial. Spider-Man always wore a mask, and while Gwen was 99% sure Spider-Man was Charlotte, there was still that 1% chance he might truly be from a parallel world. Then who were you with? Gwen blinked awkwardly and replied. A new friend. I was with Peter the whole time. Peter? George's mind filled with question marks. Who is this Peter now? Of course, Gwen couldn't explain the situation clearly. All she could say was that this was a new friend she'd met. A cosplay enthusiast with a penchant for midnight joyrides and a flair for the dramatic. She certainly couldn't just blurt out that Peter was Spider-Man from a parallel universe, a lone wanderer destined to walk his path in solitude. With the interrogation of Gwen set aside, everyone's attention shifted back to Charlotte once more. This time, it was Gwen's turn to fidget nervously with her fingers, unable to hide a trace of schadenfreude. Thankfully, Gwen was clever enough to change out of her bullet-riddled clothes and clean herself up before coming to see Charlotte. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to move past her bedraggled state. At that moment, despite Gwen's unexplained absence overnight, George was still simmering with anger, already plotting how he'd deal with her later. For now, though, there were more pressing issues demanding his attention. Noticing all eyes on her, Charlotte offered a bashful, sheepish smile. She raised her brows, lifted a hand in greeting, and grinned at the three in front of her. Hey guys, anything you want to ask? Before she could finish her sentence, Charlotte's entire demeanor shifted abruptly under Gwen's astonished gaze. She paused for a heartbeat, then looked up at the trio with a fragile, confused expression that tugged at the heartstrings, her voice trembling as she asked, Are you Gwen? When did you get here? I don't remember seeing you just now. As she spoke, Charlotte clutched her head in panic. Gwen, is there something wrong with my head? My memory feels completely messed up. Though panic played over her face, inwardly, she was bristling with annoyance. Damn it, where are these three going to hand over my skill card? Haven't I acted strange and outrageous enough? Maybe I need to step it up a notch. Seeing Charlotte like this, George could only sigh helplessly, pondering how to gently break the news to Ben, and already considering sending Charlotte back to the psychiatric hospital for another stay. At this point, it really wasn't their place to be questioning Charlotte. What she needed was a fully qualified psychiatrist. George was ready to give up, but Smith was not. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Smith had at least some training in psychology. Granted, most of it was geared toward resisting interrogation, building mental resilience and self-soothing, but it still had its uses. He was now absolutely convinced that Charlotte wasn't faking it, and since he hadn't yet asked the crucial questions, he had no intention of backing down. Charlotte, in your memory, it's still 2 months ago, but during these past 2 months, someone else has been living inside your body. That person is another version of you. Back then, you were diagnosed as a patient with delusional disorder and sent to Arkham Asylum. Once you recovered and were discharged, you were ambushed. Then, just days later, you were attacked again while making a delivery. Your friends died tragically. We want to know everything you know." As Smith explained, Charlotte's eyes darted over the faces of the three people, reading their reactions in a flash. Then, with a look of pain, she clutched her head, her eyes filling with despair and helpless confusion. No, none of what you're saying is true. I'm not sick. I just lost my memory. Oh my God. Seeing the emotions welling up in Charlotte's eyes, Gwen was overwhelmed with empathy. She pressed her hand over her mouth in anguish. So it turned out, there was another personality hidden within Charlotte's soul. So Charlotte herself didn't even know all that she had been through. The acting skill card was simply too extraordinary. It brought to life the Charlotte from their memories, capturing every detail flawlessly. Any doubts lingered only for a moment before Gwen became convinced by the idea that Charlotte was suffering from dissociative identity disorder. But before Smith could ask further, Charlotte, who had seemed on the verge of breaking down in tears, transformed once again. The tears in her eyes vanished, replaced by calm and a hint of delight. "Oh, by the way, have you found Dan's body yet? I still remember. It was a bright, sunny afternoon when I first met Dan." With her hands folded across her stomach, Charlotte reminisced about Dan, her tone tinged with sorrow as she spoke. He was a scruffy teenager, with a mop of curly hair and a perpetual, world-weary grin on his face. He was different from everyone else. I walked up to him, hoping to be friends, and he agreed. Right in front of me, he shoved a plastic cup up his nose. I was shocked. I asked him how he did it. He said it was all about practice, and besides, he had a superpower. Oh, at last, they were getting to the point. Smith leaned in, completely focused. Dan's superpower had always been a key question in the investigation. His superpower is... Charlotte glanced at the curious Gwen, then stepped forward and whispered something secretively into Smith's ear. Gwen craned her neck and strained to listen, but she could only see Charlotte's lips moving. She couldn't hear a thing. As soon as she finished whispering to Smith, Charlotte shot Gwen a smug look. "Oomph." Gwen huffed, pursing her lips. "What's the big secret? I don't want to know anyway." Smith, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and glanced at Charlotte, who was openly provoking Gwen. This little rascal hadn't said a word of value. "So what exactly is his superpower?" "I already showed you," Charlotte replied, giving Smith a puzzled look as if doubting his intelligence. Spreading her hands, she explained. "His superpower is, he can speak without making a sound, and still make others understand exactly what he's saying. As a good friend, he shared this superpower with me. And in return, the superpower I gave him was the ability to make the earth spin whenever I did a handstand." As he spoke, Charlotte took a step back, flipped upside down into a handstand, and moved his lips as if to say, "See, I wasn't lying to you. See, I wasn't lying to you." Gwen read his lips aloud, and Smith, of course, understood as well. But his expression darkened, anger quickly rising in his eyes. "Damn it, are you messing with us?" "Charlotte, I'm asking you very seriously," Smith said. "And I'm answering you just as seriously," Charlotte replied as he dropped back to his feet, speaking plainly. "Do you remember anything else about Dan?" Smith emphasized his words, visibly exhausted, looking up at Charlotte. Charlotte shrank back, looking both guilty and aggrieved, and once again began to put on his unique act. "Officer, who's this Dan you're talking about? Was he a friend of mine during my memory loss?" Smith slapped his palm to his forehead, unable to hide his frustration. Time and again, they went through the same cycle. Every time Smith asked a crucial question, Charlotte would either respond with wild, unrelated nonsense, or act as if he were a completely different person, feigning total ignorance. Smith's expression grew darker. He was sure Charlotte was playing games with him. But who could possibly use their own madness to toy with others? Unless that person really was mad. This mechanical back and forth dragged on for quite a while. At first, Charlotte found it mildly amusing, but soon it became utterly tiresome. Especially because the three people around him seemed to treat all his strange behavior as perfectly normal, and didn't give him any skill cards whatsoever. If this went on, Charlotte felt like nothing more than a performing monkey, putting on his best show, but not receiving any rewards or skill cards in return. The attack on the road had nothing to do with me. That was just an unusual fireworks display. Firecrackers echoed through the forest, smoke filled the air, drums and gongs resounded, a grand opening banquet full of merriment. The ball driver didn't use the bathroom properly, which seriously angered the other side. A single firecracker sent his vehicle flying into the sky, and my motorcycle was destroyed along with it. Ignoring Charlotte's chaotic tale, Smith quickly summarized the details of the attack and asked, "You're saying they were actually attacking the other two?" Now that, once again, the conversation had returned to the right track, Smith's expression grew noticeably more serious. This particular attack was shrouded in mystery. No one knew the true identity of the victims. The destroyed Audi A8 was almost impossible to trace. No useful information was found among the wreckage, and even the food delivery bag bore only Charlotte's fingerprints. The other two people were like ghosts, leaving behind not the slightest valuable trace. The car had fake plates. All they found was the mutilated, heavily modified vehicle, and there was no way to trace the real owner. The only thing they could be sure of was that it was likely connected to a bank robbery. Not a single gas station along the way had any record of this car stopping, which made it clear the culprits had planned meticulously in advance, even bringing plenty of extra fuel with them. Their true purpose remained a mystery. Pulling some strings, they arranged to interrogate the 3 captured robbers. But these men were stubbornly tight-lipped. They insisted they didn't know anything, claimed to have forgotten even what the others looked like, and could offer no explanation about anyone's background. If the so-called life returner had really attacked their group, it certainly seemed plausible. And then? Where did you all go after that? Go? We scattered and ran for our lives. I have no idea where the others went. Can you describe what those 2 people looked like? Trying to recall Frank and Lai's faces, Shano answered with careful seriousness. They looked like a married couple, 2 eyes, a mouth, a nose, and a head each. Just like real people. Absolutely identical. Smith's mind went blank. Well, technically, that's exactly what they should look like. His thoughts began to spiral into Shano's peculiar logic. Snapping back to reality, he sighed inwardly and gave his woozy head a shake, at a loss for words. He couldn't tell anymore if Shano was being deliberately evasive or genuinely trying to help. Can you be a bit more specific? More specific, Shano sank into thought. Suddenly, his eyes flew open with excitement. I remember now. What is it you remember? Smith raised an eyebrow, a flicker of hope in his voice. Could it be that Shano actually had something important to say? I remember. But before he could finish, Shano's expression shifted, turning sorrowful. I remember. That was the first snowfall of 2002. It came later than usual that year. Detective John, where were we in the story? Oh, right, handing out flyers. As dawn crept in, Shano's energy seemed to grow the more he spoke, while the other 3 in the room only grew wearier. Their minds buzzed from his rambling, eyes glazed over in exhaustion. Delivering food at night is when you're most likely to run into something supernatural, the kind of terror you simply can't imagine. There I was, carrying a customer's fried chicken through a pitch-black alley. Shano animatedly acted out the story, suddenly raising his voice so sharply that Gwen, who was nearly dozing off, jolted in fright. All of a sudden, from the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Jagged white teeth gnashed, and from that monstrous mouth came a chilling howl. Its arms flailed wildly as it charged straight at me. I fixed my gaze on it. The body twisted, fur as black as midnight, eyes blazing like lanterns of blood, moving like a beast, certainly no ordinary person. Right away, my hand went to my waist. I loosened the cord and flung my weapon at it. With a loud pop, a bag of fries burst open right in front of him. As expected, he immediately lunged for the fries, giving me just enough time to dodge his chase, safe and sound. Listening to what Charlotte called a story deeply entwined with the so-called life returner, George couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Ghosts and monsters? Charlotte, you really have some nerve. But this is just not right. So here's the question. Whose rights matter more, those of psychiatric patients or those of black people? All right, that's enough for now. We should get going. Thank you for the information. It was very helpful. Smith sighed. He had realized that it was nearly impossible to get anything more worthwhile out of Charlotte. Phew, yes. Gwen cheered, springing up and landing right on Charlotte's bed. She closed her eyes peacefully. She hadn't slept a wink all night. She was really reaching her limit. Her superpowers might keep her awake physically, but nothing could save her from the mental exhaustion of trying to keep up with Charlotte's train of thought. It was just too much. He was so unpredictable. You'd think he was being serious when he was actually joking, and when you thought he was joking, he was in fact very seriously joking. Gwen, seeing her pull the blanket over herself, ready to drift off to sleep, George's anger flared, and he shouted. Dad, Gwen replied, not even opening her eyes as she stretched out comfortably. Don't worry, I've already asked for leave. No internship for me today. Go on now, don't worry about me. A vein throbbed on George's forehead as he glared at the innocent-looking Charlotte. Then he yanked Gwen up and headed for the door. Downstairs, Aunt May greeted them with the same warm, gentle smile. Seeing George's frustration and Gwen's utter exhaustion, Aunt May clapped her hands and, with a twinkle in her eye, invited them in. George, Gwen, aren't you going to have a bite to eat? George hesitated, not answering right away. But Gwen shot her hand up and said, Of course, dear Aunt May. I've been dying to taste your cooking. Can't say the same for George, though. He might not have time. For a moment, George was speechless. Aunt May's face took on a hint of sternness. People need food like iron needs steel. Food is a gift from God to humanity. Every meal matters. None of you are going anywhere until you've eaten. With that, Aunt May's gaze fell on Smith, her tone leaving no room for objection. You too, young man. Come and try Aunt May's cooking. You'll need a full stomach if you want to keep New York safe. She set a dish of mashed potatoes on the table, winked at the three of them, and said, Trust me, if you don't agree, you really won't make it out of this house today. Before long, Charlotte, brimming with energy, sat beside Aunt May, joined her in a brief prayer, and then, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, picked up her bowl of oatmeal and gulped it down in one go, finishing it all before turning and heading straight back upstairs. Oh my God! Aunt May covered her mouth in alarm, turning anxiously to Ben. Is there something wrong with Charlotte? I can't shake the feeling that she's been acting a bit strange lately. Ben patted Aunt May reassuringly on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with Charlotte. She's just growing, and her appetite's gotten bigger. Haven't you noticed she's gotten taller lately? With a kind smile, Ben's eyes drifted to Smith, who was sampling the oatmeal with his spoon. Wouldn't you all agree? Gwen was the first to answer with conviction. Charlotte? She's perfectly normal. After finishing Aunt May's breakfast, George exchanged a quick word with Ben, then, looking irritated, dragged Gwen away with him. That left only Smith, impeccably dressed in his suit, happily savoring his breakfast. Truth be told, Aunt May's cooking was truly excellent, and Smith was thoroughly enjoying himself. He picked up a fourth donut, stuffed it into his mouth, and washed it down with another bite of oatmeal. When he looked up, he found Ben glaring at him, eyebrows furrowed, his expression anything but friendly. Smith sighed and said, Mr. Parker, I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. I mean no harm to your family. Confirming that May was busy tidying up in the kitchen, Ben turned around and said seriously, I know why you've come looking for Charlotte, but let me be clear. Charlotte has always been a good and kind child. I truly believe she would never do anything wrong. A good child. Smith blinked and licked his fingers. He wasn't sure if Charlotte was a good child, but he was certain she was no ordinary one. Those closest to the situation are often the most oblivious, while outsiders can see things more clearly. After leaving Charlotte's room, Smith replayed the earlier conversation in his mind. He was convinced that Charlotte's mind was anything but normal, and that she was deliberately making use of her oddness to toy with every single one of them. How could someone like that even exist? To mess with others with such a straight face, using her own madness as a tool? He also noticed that, though Charlotte was playing games with them, she didn't seem satisfied with the outcome, as if she hadn't gotten what she truly wanted. Staring blankly ahead, Smith was brought back by Ben's voice. I trust Charlotte, because she's worthy of that trust. You don't understand her, you just think there's something wrong with her mind. But I know she's fine. What she needs isn't treatment. It's more care and love from her family. Smith neither agreed nor disagreed with Ben's words. In truth, he didn't pay them much mind at all. Everyone could see the state of Charlotte's mind. After finishing his breakfast and dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, Smith stood up and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Parker, but I still have to say, I believe Charlotte is truly a good kid, but he does need further treatment. With that, he nodded curtly at a visibly annoyed Ben and turned to leave. Ben let out a cold snort as he watched Smith's retreating back, thinking that Smith was the one who needed to see a doctor. Who wears sunglasses indoors every day? Just looking at him, Ben thought you could tell something was off. No sooner had Smith stepped out than Charlotte poked his head around the staircase, leapt onto the banister, and slid swiftly down, landing in a somersault right beside Ben. Oh my goodness! Charlotte's acrobatics startled May, who had just come out. She clutched her chest in alarm and scolded. Charlotte, that's not safe at all. Are you trying to give us old folks a heart attack? If you fall, we'll have to take you to the children's hospital again. Aunt May, I'm not a little kid anymore, Charlotte replied with an indifferent shrug. My athletic abilities are spreading as fast as cancer these days. Flexing his biceps, Charlotte boasted. I think I have a real talent for gymnastics, way better than any of them. I can grip the horizontal bar like a spider and never fall off. May rolled her eyes and gave Charlotte a light smack on the shoulder. What kind of metaphor is that? Don't joke around like that. Charlotte, have you done something wrong lately? Why did you bring the police to our house? Aunt May, Charlotte drawled, sounding aggrieved. Isn't it normal for Officer George to drop by every so often? You should call him Uncle George. May corrected him sternly, her expression growing serious. Think about it. Have you done anything recently to upset George? Why else would he show up in the middle of the night and find Gwen in your room? No less. Ben, standing nearby, couldn't help but cough. Charlotte was baffled. Don't be ridiculous. Gwen wasn't found in my room. She was not found in your room. May gave Charlotte a skeptical look. You think I'm old and easy to fool? How else could she have suddenly turned up in your room? You know how Gwen's always been a handful, Charlotte hurried to explain. She thought there was something fun happening here, so she climbed in through the window to watch, and just happened to get caught by her dad. You can mock my spirit, but you cannot taint my innocence. Especially when nothing has even happened. Oh, Aunt May sneered and asked. Then why didn't she come in through the front door? Don't try to fool me with these stories. I wasn't born yesterday. I know exactly what you young people have on your minds, riding around on motorcycles, chomping on cigars with your hair dyed all sorts of wild colors, dressed in the most outlandish outfits, and then flexing your biceps in front of each other like it means something. I just want to remind you, when you go out to have fun, make sure you stay safe. Cough, 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 cough. Ben started coughing again. This time, his exaggerated fit finally drew Aunt May's attention. She shot him a look of exasperation and went over to pat him on the back. Cough, cough, what are you coughing for? I wasn't even talking about you. No. Ben waved his hands quickly. You're absolutely right. My throat isn't feeling great. Your throat? More like you're asking for trouble. The moment I mention Charlotte, you start coughing. I say her name again, and you cough again. Taking advantage of the distraction, Charlotte slipped out of the room. Better him than me, Charlotte thought. He believed Ben could handle Aunt May, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning right out the front door, Charlotte headed toward Dr. Connor's underground laboratory. He'd left his motorcycle somewhere else last night, so today, he'd have to settle for the bus. But he'd barely taken a few steps before he felt a pair of menacing eyes fixed on him. The sensation sent a chill down his spine. Scanning his surroundings anxiously, he immediately spotted George in front of Gwen's house, about to get into his squad car. George paused mid-motion, his gaze landing on Charlotte with unmistakable pressure. Watching Charlotte walk toward his own home, George looked at him the way a farmer might glare at a pig brazenly trotting toward his vegetable patch. And this pig wasn't even trying to hide it, strutting right up in broad daylight, as if George weren't even there. He hadn't even left for work yet, and this brat was already itching to get his hands on the family's precious cabbage. Clearly, George thought, the boy had no respect for him at all. Charlotte, for his part, had no idea what George was imagining. With a clear conscience, he raised his hand in a friendly greeting. Hey, George, good morning. Hey, Charlotte, good morning. George replied, each word weighed heavily, eyes glued to Charlotte as he approached the front door, watching his every move. Meanwhile, Gwen hid behind the window, waiting quietly for the sound of her father's departure. Hearing George utter Charlotte's name, she couldn't help but peek out, curiosity getting the better of her. Charlotte's dynamic gamer's vision was exceptionally sharp. She noticed her right away. Good morning, Gwen. George whipped his head around, just in time to see Gwen's head duck down quickly out of sight. He was so frustrated he could hardly stand it. Yet the radio crackled to life again, leaving George with no choice. He had to head out now. He answered the radio and finished the call. By the time he looked back, Charlotte was already standing quietly at the bus stop, waiting for a ride. After a brief moment of thought, George started up his patrol car and pulled up beside Charlotte. Hey kid, where you off to? Let me give you a lift. Oh, what luck. George, I'm heading to 3rd Avenue. Is that on your way? Charlotte asked, delighted. Waving her over, George motioned for Charlotte to get in, grumbling fiercely. Of course it's on my way. Even if it wasn't, I'd make it so. Charlotte slid into the front passenger seat. George glanced in the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of Gwen's little head pressed against the window, and let out a dry chuckle. He hit the gas, and the patrol car sped away, leaving Gwen staring after them in disbelief. As George looked in the mirror at Gwen's longing gaze and then at the carefree Charlotte beside him, he fell silent for a long while. Suddenly, a new possibility crossed his mind. Maybe it wasn't someone else's pig eyeing his cabbage. Maybe it was his cabbage secretly longing for someone else's pig. The thought left his expression a mix of emotions. His daughter was growing up, after all, and it wasn't realistic to think she'd never fall in love. Sooner or later, Gwen would bring home some biker kid, putting his heart to the test. Compared to some troublemaker he couldn't stand, Charlotte was actually easier to accept. But he absolutely didn't want Gwen falling for a total lunatic. An awkward silence filled the car. George's face was grim, but Charlotte seemed perfectly at ease, leaning back with her hands behind her head, completely relaxed. He enjoyed the feel of the leather seat, adjusting it for comfort. It was his first time in a patrol car, and he found the experience surprisingly pleasant. This was a Chevrolet Suburban, specially modified and upgraded, comfortable, safe, and powerful. Behind him was a custom iron barrier, and beyond that, the back seat where arrested suspects were usually held. Curious, Charlotte craned her neck to get a look at the back. Truth be told, he was more interested in trying out the rear compartment. It had to be a novel experience. Charlotte, what do you think of Gwen? George broke the silence first. Huh? Charlotte blinked, then answered honestly. Gwen? She's a good person, but maybe she's a little too good. That makes her seem kind of silly, not very bright. Charlotte's assessment made George's brow furrow deeply. I mean, what do you think about Gwen as a girlfriend? Her? As a girlfriend? Charlotte looked genuinely surprised. She paused for a moment, then leaned in and whispered to George, conspiratorially. No way, man. You might not know this, but Gwen's not exactly all there. At that, George's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Gwen talks to herself all the time, and sometimes she'll let out these creepy laughs when no one's looking. In her free time, she even chats with her dolls. Charlotte continued with her slander. And lately, she's suddenly stopped being afraid of spiders. Instead of focusing on her science experiments, she's become obsessed with studying the Constitution. I think she's totally lost it. George realized he hadn't paid much attention to Gwen lately, but thinking back, her behavior really had been odd. She'd been sneaking out, in the middle of the night, climbing in and out of other people's windows, and still looked bright-eyed and full of energy the next morning. Could Gwen really be sick? Maybe you should find a good time to take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Soon, their car turned onto the one-way street leading to 3rd Avenue. As George drove, the radio at his side crackled to life again. He sighed, about to answer, but Charlotte was quicker and snatched it up. No talking on the phone while driving, George. I'd advise you not to break the law, so let me handle this. Before George could protest, Charlotte answered the radio and switched on the speaker. Through the police channel came Yulan's urgent voice. Oh, damn it. That bastard actually rammed a police car. When I catch him, I'm going to beat his ass. Intercept him. Stop it now. Don't let that scumbag get away, came another unfamiliar voice. Crap. I can't even keep up with him. How am I supposed to stop him? Hank's voice chimed in. Head to 3rd Avenue. Send squad cars to block him off on 3rd Avenue. We absolutely cannot let this lowlife escape. That son of a bitch. I hate high-speed chases more than anything, Hank grumbled again. The helicopter's already tracking his route. There aren't many people on 3rd Avenue. We can set up a spike strip and blow out his tires. One voice after another filled the radio, urgent and chaotic. Charlotte hadn't expected her first ride in a police car to turn into such an exciting event. She exclaimed, thrilled. George, quick! They're on 3rd Avenue. We have to join the car chase. George rolled his eyes and pulled the car over to the side of the road, clearly annoyed. A car chase? What car chase? Charlotte. Ow. Now, I have important business to take care of. He didn't need to join the pursuit, but there was no way he'd bring Charlotte along for the ride. After all, car chases do carry a certain level of danger. Don't be like that, George. Charlotte's eyes shone with anticipation. I think I could be really helpful, for example. I could cheer you on from the sidelines. Shut up and get out of the car, George snapped. Charlotte's eyes darted as she offered a sycophantic smile. How about we make a deal? I know you're worried Gwen might run into some unsavory characters, like that cross-dressing Peter, for instance. Why don't I help you get rid of Peter and make sure he stops bothering Gwen? All you have to do is let me join in this car chase. Don't worry, I promise not to get in the way. Charlotte's offer was tempting, but George quickly steeled himself. Get out of the car right now and go deliver your takeout. As for Gwen, I trust she can handle herself. Before he could finish, the screech of brakes echoed from the street ahead. Looking up, he saw a brown sports car barreling the wrong way down the road, its engine roaring as it tore through traffic. Shouts and curses erupted along the street. Voices crackled through the radio. That damn bastard, he didn't go to 3rd Avenue after all. We've been tricked. He turned. He's on the one-way street now. How does he dare? Bang, oh no. Ivet Kresht. Requesting backup. That's a blind spot for the helicopter. What now? Should we keep trying to block him? We haven't deployed any units there. All our officers are on 3rd Avenue. Who would have guessed he'd take that turn? Is he really that reckless? Looks like his next move is to cut over to 2nd Avenue and head straight for the highway. With a car like that, there's a good chance we'll lose him on the interstate. If that happens, we'll have to call on the bastards from the next state. The runaway sports car weaved expertly through oncoming traffic, half its body jumping onto the sidewalk as it dodged cars and pedestrians at breakneck speed. When the driver caught sight of the police cruiser parked by the curb, he hesitated for a split second, thinking the cops had already anticipated his plan. He never imagined George was just there by coincidence. Watching the supercar close in, George clenched his jaw. He glanced at Charlotte, who clearly had no intention of getting out, and abandoned the idea of blocking the road. If the driver was truly desperate and decided to crash straight into them, there'd be no saving Charlotte. By now, it was too late to ask her to get out. If he didn't want to let the fugitive escape, his only option was to give chase. What are you waiting for? Let's go, George. I can't wait. Charlotte's voice brimmed with excitement. After all, this was a classic American car chase, something Charlotte had only ever seen in video games. And all of this is from the perspective of the police, chasing a 5-star model citizen of New York, a scene straight out of a flawless, real-life GTA 6. Absolutely breathtaking. Just how popular are high-speed car chases in America? Let me put it this way. There's an entire channel dedicated to broadcasting these pursuits every day, live streaming battles of wits and nerve between criminals and the police, bringing the thrill to audiences in real time. The ratings for this program are through the roof. Countless viewers watch it like an unscripted variety show, captivated by its wild unpredictability. When police helicopters lose track, the media helicopters, seasoned pros, take over, using every trick in the book to keep up the chase. George no longer hesitated. He started the engine and reversed out. The sports car sped past them, even slowing down provocatively. Out the open window, a man with a head of bleached hair and a body covered in skeleton tattoos leaned out, flashing George a sneering, dismissive grin before vanishing from sight. Tires spun, and with a deft drift, George, determined not to be outdone, swung his car around and gave chase. The sports car tore ahead at breakneck speed, weaving effortlessly around the vehicles in its path. The needle quietly climbed to 100 miles per hour. Cars all around slowed, their drivers gawking in astonishment as the two vehicles shot past, threading through the traffic like arrows. George, right on the tail, focused all his attention on the road. Within city limits, both cars quickly hit 110 miles per hour. Compared to the sleek Dodge Challenger up ahead, George's Chevrolet was a steel behemoth, muscle and mass on wheels. They tore through the streets, drifting through a turn in perfect sync, both bursting onto 2nd Avenue as they raced toward the highway. No longer forced to go against traffic, the sports car unleashed its full power, but George's Chevrolet was not about to back down. George tried to pull ahead and cut the other car off, but his opponent left no opening. 2nd Avenue was wide and clear, traffic thinning out, and the view ahead unobstructed. Both cars instinctively accelerated, and in the brief lull, George stole a glance at Charlotte in the passenger seat. Charlotte sat up straight, eyes fixed ahead, behaving like the model co-pilot. Yet the spark of excitement in her gaze betrayed her true feelings. A high-speed chase, thrilling and nerve-wracking, where a single misstep could mean disaster. More than once, it seemed they would crash, only to swerve away from the stream of cars at the last possible instant. George was a seasoned driver, veteran of countless chases. Handling the car was second nature to him. He gritted his teeth and floored the gas pedal, the engine roaring in response. Up ahead, the driver of the Challenger glanced back at George, lips curling into a cold, mocking smile. He slowed, tauntingly, daring George to draw closer. Finally, just as he was about to enter the highway, George's car caught the exhaust of the sports car ahead. Glancing at George's Chevrolet, the blond guy stuck his left hand out the window. George watched as a middle finger shot up from the driver's seat in front, and a vein on his forehead twitched uncontrollably. Then the blonde leaned his head out, spat forcefully, and with a sharp splat, the saliva landed squarely on the windshield right in front of George. Admiring his work, the blonde flashed a smug grin, and the taillights flickered red twice. Sitting behind the wheel, George stared wide-eyed at the spit on his glass, his face quickly flushing with visible anger. His eyes blazed, and he gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. The Chevrolet suddenly roared forward, lunging straight for the back of the Dodge. But though the sports car seemed just within reach, there was still a gap George couldn't hope to close. It was as if the other driver had guessed George's intentions. Instead of getting closer, the distance widened. George clamped his mouth shut, swallowing the curses that threatened to burst out, especially with Charlotte sitting next to him. His arms tensed, muscles bulging as he switched on the wipers in frustration, then jerked the wheel left, trying to overtake again. It was a nice idea, but reality had other plans. The other car's engine power was in a different league entirely. In the blink of an eye, the sports car pulled even farther ahead, and George could only watch helplessly as its taillights disappeared into the distance. He slapped the steering wheel hard and growled, "Damn these street racers. Next time, I'm going to bust their gas tanks wide open." "Don't lose heart, George." Charlotte leaned back in her seat, thoroughly enjoying the rush of speed. "So this is what a car chase feels like. Amazing. Next time I want to—" "What do you want?" Realizing he couldn't catch up, George eased off the gas, eyeing Charlotte warily. "I want to blow out their tires too," Charlotte declared, unwavering. The entire chase was being broadcast live by the media. As George slowed down, the commentator sounded a bit resigned. "It seems our detective is about to give up. He's maxed out at 150 miles an hour, but the criminals have pushed ahead to 165. Once again, the crooks win this round. Let's congratulate." "Wait, what's happening up ahead? A pileup? Another chase gone wrong?" The New Jersey State Police have blocked off the highway and started a rescue operation. The criminals have noticed too, and with nowhere to go, they're turning back. Looks like the chase isn't over yet. Police reinforcements are arriving, and what's coming up is a head-on showdown. Through the radio, George quickly learned what was going on. After parking the squad car, George drew the handgun from his waist and said to Charlotte, "Stay here and don't move. Leave the rest to me." He got out, opened the trunk, took out the spike strip, and flung it open, laying it flat across the highway in front of him. Then, he opened the car door to use as cover, shielding himself from view, and waited quietly for their target to return. Before long, the Dodge sports car appeared in George's line of sight. The car slowed down as it approached, and the driver immediately spotted the spike strip on the ground. With no other choice, the blonde driver inched closer and stopped about 2 meters away from George. George raised his gun and aimed at the driver's seat, shouting, "NYPD, show me your hands. Show me your hands. Hey, bastard. I said, show me your hands now." He fixed his aim on the window, ready to fire at the slightest suspicious move. A pair of tattooed hands slowly emerged from the window. The blonde driver poked his head out, bearing his lips studded with piercings, and called out, "Congratulations, detective, you caught me. Out of the car. Get out. Now." Under the threat of a gun, any trace of bravado vanished from the driver's eyes. He didn't dare make a single wrong move. He knew all too well. If an American cop senses trouble, they really will pull the trigger without hesitation. Quickly, the blonde opened the door. Without waiting for George's command, he put his hands behind his back and lay flat on the ground, as if he'd practiced this before. George let out a long breath. Judging by the driver's submissive posture, he figured the man wasn't an immediate threat, but he didn't dare relax his guard. Keeping his gun trained, George reached for his handcuffs and took 2 steps forward, preparing to step over the spike strip. That's when disaster struck. Suddenly, the rear door of the Dodge swung open. A black gun barrel appeared, aimed straight at George. The glimpse sent a jolt of terror through him. Goosebumps sprang up all over his skin, cold sweat drenched his back, and his mind went blank with fear. He'd already checked. There was no one in the front passenger seat. But George had never imagined someone could be hiding in the back. Faced with the ambush, George's mind stalled, but his battle-hardened instincts kicked in. He dove backward, twisting his body as he fell toward the squad car. A split second later, his left shoulder exploded in a spray of blood. If he'd been any slower, that bullet would have torn through his head. With a cry of pain, George hit the ground hard. Charlotte, shocked by George's sudden injury, fumbled to unbuckle her seatbelt, ready to help. But George shouted, "Charlotte, stay in the car. Don't get out. Whatever you do, don't get out." Rolling twice to dodge another hail of bullets, clutching his wounded shoulder, George pressed himself against the rear of the squad car for cover. Because the police car was parked at an angle, the gunman in the back seat lost sight of his target for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde-haired youth scrambled and crawled, tossing aside the tire shredder on the ground. As a seasoned police chief with years of experience, George reacted quickly. Holding his gun in his right hand, he fired instinctively toward the source of the gunshots without even looking. Amid the chaos of the shootout, 3 bullets exploded against the bulletproof glass in front of Charlotte, causing him to pause for a split second. He had just equipped himself with a spider sense skill card. Immediately after, under George's counterattack, bullets pierced through the rear windshield of the Dodge. A woman's furious curses rang out from inside. What should they do now? By the book, George would normally grab the radio to report the gunfight and call for backup. But earlier, he'd left the radio behind in the police car. Now, all he could do was crouch low, raising himself just enough to peer through the windshield and keep an eye on their opponent's movements. 2 more shots struck the bulletproof glass in front of Charlotte. A heavy-set woman smashed her fist through the shattered rear window of the Dodge. Swearing under her breath, she raised her gun, throwing a menacing glare at the bewildered Charlotte as she searched for the wounded George. The blonde youth acted quickly as well. After moving the tire shredder out of the way, he rushed back to the driver's seat of the Dodge, grabbed a Glock, and flicked off the safety. With a sharp spit, he sent a glob of saliva smacking onto the hood of the Chevrolet, his lips twisting into a cold smile as he raised his pistol. At the rear of the car, George surveyed the chaotic scene. The way he just fired left his right wrist aching, and worse yet, with his injured left shoulder, he couldn't reload quickly. Gritting his teeth, George's face was etched with unspeakable regret. Now it wasn't just him. Charlotte was in danger too. He should have insisted Charlotte get out of the car earlier. Even if something happened to him, Charlotte wouldn't be caught in this mess. George shouted, "Charlotte, lock the doors. No matter what happens, don't get out of the car." For a brief moment, only the relentless crack of bullets against the police car filled the air. When George didn't return fire, the blonde realized something was wrong and craned his neck from the driver's seat to get a better look. The moment he peeked out, he saw the front passenger door of the Chevrolet swing open. The blonde froze in surprise. He hadn't given Charlotte a second thought. After all, Charlotte looked exactly like the sheltered, bookish type, the kind of straight-A student you'd find in a high school classroom. And those were the people he despised most. Meek, obedient good students. Charlotte's move caught him off guard. but he quickly sneered, aiming his gun at the open passenger door. The moment Charlotte stuck his head out, he'd be ready to fire. Gazing at the web of cracks in the bulletproof glass before Charlotte, he guessed Charlotte was planning to save George. "Charlo, get back!" George, who had also noticed Charlot's sudden move, shouted at the top of his lungs. The blond man sneered, ready to shoot and wound Charlot, then use him to force George to surrender. Through the blurred, shattered bulletproof glass, Charlot didn't jump out of the car right away. Instead, he bit down on a pitch-black object, bent over, and poked his head out. The car door. In one swift motion, he rolled what looked like a grenade from the passenger side under the door, sending it skittering quickly beneath the Dodge's chassis. In that instant, panic exploded in the blond man's mind. His hand, gripping the Glock, trembled uncontrollably. The seasoned driver's reflexes kicked in. He slammed his foot on the gas. Before his partner in the backseat could react, or even fire, the Dodge had already shot forward like a startled animal. Holy shit! Clutching his shoulder, George was startled. Of course, he knew there were no grenades in his car. He propped himself up and looked around, only to see his radio, lying not far away, crushed to pieces. As the adrenaline faded, George collapsed to the ground, pain washing over him. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand, but only now did George realize that a bullet had grazed his right leg as well. He fished his phone from his pocket and dialed Hank's number. "Hank, I'm near the Lincoln Tunnel. There's been a shootout here. I repeat, there's been a shootout. There are 2 suspects in a Dodge, both armed, and they're on the run. I've been shot and can't move for now, but thankfully it's not serious. No vital organs hit. Requesting backup, requesting backup." "My God," Hank gasped. "Hang in there, George, we're on our way." As soon as the Dodge sped off, Charlot jumped out and ran to George's side, quickly checking his wounds. The graze on George's leg had slowed him down, but the bullet wound on his left shoulder wasn't too serious. Seeing Charlot helping, George managed a grin and said, "Kid, I owe you one. If it weren't for you, I'd be a goner." Satisfied that George's injuries weren't life-threatening. Friends who've been shot know that even a bullet to the limb is dangerous, and these are serious wounds that can't be treated by yourself. You have to go to the hospital for surgery. Tendons can be severed, shrapnel left behind, nerves damaged, and sometimes there are lifelong complications. Once you're shot, recovery is slow and complicated, so those scenes in movies where people just brush it off are pure fiction. But hey, this is a movie world, so it's all good. A shoulder wound is just a scratch, nothing to stop George from firing his gun. Without another word, Charlot scooped George up in his arms like a princess. George's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. His face wasn't flushed from embarrassment, but from sheer, burning humiliation. Being carried like a princess? What kind of joke was this? He was a strapping police officer, over 6 feet tall. How was he supposed to face anyone after this? "Charlotte, what are you doing? Put me down this instant." "You're hurt, George. There's no way you can walk on your own." With that, Charlotte scooped up the broad-shouldered George in her arms and carried him to the front passenger seat, then turned and headed for the driver's side. Once she was seated in the patrol car, Charlotte couldn't help but let a mischievous smile creep across her lips. Up above, a media helicopter had broadcast the entire scene live for all to see. Unbeknownst to George, countless people had just witnessed him being carried like a damsel in distress. The news anchor drew out their words, exclaiming in disbelief. "It seems the detective originally driving was wounded, and our police team has had no choice but to switch drivers. Fortunately, the detective's injuries aren't too severe. However, the criminals have successfully escaped and widened the gap." Zooming in now, our new driver appears to be just a kid, but we're all eager to see her performance. "You're out of your mind, Charlotte. We should just stay put and wait for backup. What are you trying to do?" George asked, panic rising in his voice. His injuries had left him weak, unable to resist. Just watching Charlotte's movements filled him with an ominous sense of dread. "What am I doing?" "Obviously. I'm taking you to the hospital, of course." George watched as Charlotte buckled his seatbelt for him. His left hand throbbed with pain, and for a moment, his scalp tingled with anxiety. After buckling herself in as well, Charlotte grinned and added, "And maybe, just maybe, catch up to those 2 scoundrels while we're at it. George, trust me, my driving skills are top-notch." She glanced up at the sun visor and, revving up the Chevy, joked, "By the way, George, do you think I should be wearing a helmet to drive?" A chill shot straight to George's scalp, but all he could do was stare in horror as Charlotte hit the gas and released the handbrake. As the tires screeched against the pavement, George recalled Charlotte's previous motorcycle pursuits, each one a nail-biting spectacle, danger at every turn, like dancing on the edge of a blade. Charlotte pulled up the handbrake, and the car leapt forward. George, despairing, let out a wail. "God help me. This time, I'm really done for." With a blast of acceleration, the Chevy shot forward. only to slam into a rock not far ahead. The seatbelt jerked George back as his whole body lunged forward. A spray of blood burst from his left shoulder, splattering across the windshield before his eyes. Incredulous, George turned to stare at Charlotte's innocent expression. Charlotte calmly shifted into reverse and explained, "George, that rock was just too low, way too well hidden. I didn't see it. But honestly, you can still trust my driving." As she spoke, Charlotte muttered quietly to herself. Left foot on the brake, right foot on the clutch, left foot on the brake, right foot on the clutch. As the car lurched forward again, George, his face as pale as a sheet, clung tightly to the handle by his head. In his mind, he thought, I just hope the coroner will be able to piece my body back together and tell Gwen that her father wasn't a coward. The vehicle sped down the road as Charlot swapped out his skill cards. I want to fly, briefly hover in midair. Old-timer, cash explosion. You're forever the king of ghostly driving. Though these skill cards were meant for motorcycles, they still offered a handy boost to his road experience. With one hand spinning the steering wheel, the speedometer quickly hit 160 miles an hour. With his other hand, Charlot patted George on the shoulder, turned his head, and asked with concern, "George, how are you feeling? You didn't pass out, did you?" George, both terrified and furious, shouted, "You little maniac. If you don't keep your eyes on the road, I really will pass out. And you'd better stop this car right now." But there was no chance of stopping. Ignoring George's desperate yelling, Charlot simply pursed his lips, closed the police computer George used for work, shoved it aside, and flicked on the car's radio, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. A live show crackled through the speakers, the host's voice bursting with excitement. The Chevy is picking up speed. The Chevy is really accelerating. But after stopping earlier, it's still far behind the Dodge. This rookie driver, fresh off a crash, is clearly a novice. Disaster could strike any second. Let's say a prayer for him. Boring. What a garbage show. Charlot pulled a face of utter disdain and switched the channel. Instantly, a rousing tune filled the car. With the music blasting, Charlot started bobbing his head. Nothing gets your blood pumping for a street race like high-energy music. Charlot drummed his hands along with the beat, while George's eyes rolled back, and he blacked out from sheer terror. It wasn't long before the din jolted George awake again, and a faint voice drifted over. "Everyone clap along with my rhythm." He opened his eyes to see Charlot honking the horn twice in time with the music. Not satisfied yet, Charlot called out, "Everyone keep up with my beat. Let me see those hands in the air." Before George could react, Charlot turned on the windshield wipers and started flashing the headlights over and over. Drenched in cold sweat, George felt as if he'd just woken from a nightmare, only to realize, in despair, that it was all real. Up above, a helicopter was broadcasting this bizarre police chase live. Compared to the reckless gang fleeing for their lives, this speeding Chevy was far more entertaining. "Just stop the car, Charlot. There's no need to keep chasing," George said weakly. It wasn't just a gunshot wound. His whole body felt completely spent. Although he was an experienced driver himself, sitting in the car with Sherlock behind the wheel was making him carsick. "No, George. My main goal is to get you to the hospital. Chasing them is just a side mission," Sherlock said seriously. Noticing how uncomfortable George looked, he promptly rolled down both windows, letting the fresh air rush in. Sure enough, the breeze did wonders. George's color improved almost instantly. Sherlock's expression turned even more focused. He switched off the car's music and eased up on the accelerator, making his driving smoother and steadier. It looked like it was time to show what he could really do. Sherlock reached his left and grabbed the police-issued map book, spreading it open right on the steering wheel in front of him. "Jesus!" George's voice trembled, his heart leaping into his throat and his eyes widening in horror. He swore to God that Sherlock's driving was absolutely terrifying. He'd rather die than ever get in a car with Sherlock again. Desperate for distraction, George stared out the window, while Sherlock carefully studied their surroundings. Cross-referencing with the map, Sherlock quickly pinpointed their exact location. He folded the map away and said, "George, what's with that look? Isn't it perfectly normal to check the map while driving? It's not like you can help me navigate." With a casual flick of the steering wheel, Sherlock dodged an oncoming car with split-second precision. George clamped his mouth shut, resigned to his fate. After consulting the map, Sherlock confirmed they were close to Brooklyn's Ring Road. Traffic was building up ahead, but drawing on his nearly reckless driving skills, Sherlock weaved past several cars that were coming straight at him. Even as the traffic thickened, Sherlock didn't slow down. If anything, he pressed the pedal harder, the car picking up speed. A quick analysis of the police blockade and his own direction of travel gave Sherlock a clear picture of Blondie's next move. Despite all the twists and turns, and more than 100 kilometers of pursuit, they'd spent less than an hour on the chase. Now, with rush hour hitting New York City, many intersections have become gridlocked, leaving Blondie with no real options for escape. Marking Central Avenue on the map, Sherlock yanked the steering wheel, narrowly missing a massive truck. The Chevy roared into the emergency lane, its engine thundering with power. Meanwhile, Sherlock had no idea that his wild chase had become a sensation on New York's news networks. Another helicopter was quickly dispatched to broadcast the unfolding drama live. His reckless speed, wrong-way stunts, and daring maneuvers had already captured everyone's attention. Each near miss, each flawless dodge at breakneck speed, only raised Sherlock's profile. Even the helicopter crew zoomed in for a closer shot when they saw him slow down and drive more smoothly. On a live TV feed, viewers saw Sherlock calmly spreading out the map and studying it intently. Chills ran down everyone's arms as they watched, utterly awestruck. That's insane. This is way too thrilling. Mom, come quick and look at the king of driving. Oh my God, he's still speeding up. I'm telling you, that boy behind the wheel is doomed. I know him, he's in my class. Is this the new guy? First time here? Just ask if you're confused. Did this kid steal a cop car, take an officer hostage, and he's now on the run? Oh my God, he's pulled off another crash. Seriously, when is he going to crash himself? I'm getting impatient here. Whoa, did you see that move? That's insane. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a skill card. Criminal genius. You are a prodigy in the world of crime. Free attribute points +2. Sharply turning the wheel again, he veered into a side road, pulling off another turbocharged drift that refueled his nitrous. Skill card in hand or not, Xiaoluo didn't dare let his attention slip for a second. Focusing all his senses, the world seemed to slow around him. The dust swirling in the air, a bird soaring in the distance, and then Xiaoluo's gaze locked onto a pair of fair, beautiful legs on the roadside. As the car sped past, and those legs vanished from sight, time snapped back to normal for Xiaoluo. With a sudden twist of the wheel and a burst of agile maneuvering, even the news chopper overhead nearly lost track of him. The Chevrolet slowed as it entered Central Avenue, approaching a corner at a crossroad, and Xiaoluo instantly spotted a Dodge coming down the intersecting street. A cold smile curled on his lips as he murmured, "Found you." Ignoring the red light, Xiaoluo drifted the Chevrolet hearse right into the center of the intersection, throwing traffic into chaos and blocking the Dodge's only path forward. George, pale-faced, turned his head. He too saw the Dodge he'd been chasing all this way. Before George could feel any relief, he realized that Xiaoluo had positioned the police car sideways as a blockade. If the Dodge rammed through, Officer George, would be the first to take the hit. Watching the Dodge barrel toward him, George's face turned grim. That punk Xiaoluo is after me. Open the door. I need to get out. The tangled mess of cars quickly clogged the intersection, leaving the Dodge boxed in with nowhere to go, except straight at the Chevrolet. The Dodge didn't slow, clenching its teeth for a final desperate charge. Seeing through the driver's intentions, Xiaoluo had no plans to sacrifice George today. The Chevrolet twisted, shifting into reverse, aiming to have the reinforced rear of the police car collide with the Dodge. Was the blonde kid an idiot? Of course not. This was a modified police Chevrolet. The rear, built to hold prisoners, was reinforced. Smashing into it with the Dodge's nose would be suicide. With a deft S-shaped maneuver, he tried to slip past the Chevrolet's side. But Charlot was well prepared. He jerked the wheel hard, slammed on the brakes, and used the momentum to drift, ramming straight into the side of the Dodge with force. At the instant of impact, a deafening metallic crash reverberated through the air. Both cars were speeding. The Dodge's window glass shattered instantly. Airbags exploded into action, and the left side of the Chevrolet's frame twisted and buckled. Completely out of control, the Dodge was sent rolling, flipping over and crashing into a fire hydrant by the roadside amid the horrified cries of bystanders. The scene was brutal, leaving the Dodge looking like a battered, broken toy. The Chevrolet didn't fare much better. George's beloved car let out a pained, overwhelmed wail. Its body was a wreck, the hood belching black smoke as the engine died right in the middle of the road. Charlot glanced at the Dodge, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. "This is how you do an American-style pit maneuver, kid." He admired his handiwork, then turned to look at George. "Come on, dear George, I can't wait for you to heap praise on me. Give me all you've got. I can take it." Taking a deep breath, clutching his injured, aching right shoulder, George stared at Charlot in silence. "Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card. Jinx, equip this card, and everyone and everything around you will suffer misfortune, including yourself. Free attribute points, +2. Charlot. Wait, man, what's that supposed to mean? George's gaze bore into Charlot, full of meaning. He didn't say a word, but the system perfectly translated everything George wanted to express. Ding, ding, ding. The NYPD arrived late, but in force, instantly surrounding George's battered Chevrolet. Out of the car. Out. Let me see your hands. Hank was the first to step forward, gun drawn. He had already reported that George had been shot and injured, that they were near the Lincoln Tunnel, and had coordinated for Yulon to come assist. But seeing George's police cruiser here made Hank's brow furrow. He feared something worse had happened to George. Charlot, unfazed, expertly stuck his hands and head out through the twisted Chevy window and called out, "Hey, Hank, it's me. I was worried about George, so I brought him here myself." Charlot. Hank paused in surprise, then holstered his pistol and shouted to the armed officers on the perimeter, "He's one of us. He's with us. Andrew, take 2 men and check on that bastard over there. Careful, he's armed. If he makes one wrong move, shoot, no hesitation." With that, Hank stepped forward and peered through the window at George inside. Although George looked pale, he still seemed alert enough, just with a dazed, distant look in his eyes. Very soon, the unconscious blonde was carried out of the car. His companion in the back seat was in even worse shape. She had been hit twice in the abdomen by George's wild shots during the gunfight. Now, with blood streaming down her face, she could only be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Hank patted Sherlock on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Sherlock, you're a natural for police work. Ever thought about becoming a cop one day?" Just hearing this, George choked on his own saliva, coughing uncontrollably. "Hank, are you kidding me? Let Sherlock become a cop? That would be a disaster for every street in New York." "No, thanks, Hank. My dream is to own a toy store, filled with endless toys, as many as you can imagine." "That's a wonderful dream," Hank replied, getting a bit nostalgic himself. "I remember, I once dreamed of becoming a security guard at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Never thought that life's pressures would turn me into a cop instead. What a tragedy." Sherlock opened the car door and stepped out. The hospital was close by now, but the traffic jam he'd caused had grown worse. With more police cars arriving and the flow of vehicles increasing, the whole area was gridlocked. Stepping over the wreckage of the Chevy and Dodge, Sherlock looked up at the buzzing helicopters overhead. Stretching out his arms, he sighed with satisfaction. "What a beautiful and joyful day. Helping the police, assisting my neighbors, stopping crime, ridding the world of evil. I really am a good person." Without a second thought, Sherlock walked to the passenger side, getting ready to carry George out of the car and take him to the hospital on foot. But under so many watchful eyes, George was having none of it. "All right, Sherlock, go on and enjoy your wonderful life," he said firmly, pressing a hand to his shoulder. "Hank's here to help me, and my injury isn't serious." With colleagues all around and helicopters broadcasting everything live, the idea of being carried like a princess by Sherlock was worse than bleeding out right there on the spot. Poor George didn't realize the earlier scene had already made it to live TV. Sherlock blinked a few times, a little disappointed, and said, "All right, George, I wish you a pleasant stay in the hospital." "Sherlock, I'll take your father-in-law to the hospital first," Hank said. "We'll get your statement later." George, pale as a sheet, didn't even have the strength to roll his eyes anymore. Sherlock waved his hand in agreement and walked off into the distance. Dear viewers, today's spectacular show is drawing to a close. Although the police had to switch drivers at the last minute, the new driver brought the artistic impact to its highest point. Some of you are asking, just how high was the artistry? The answer, as high as a 10-story building. I can't wait to see this young man in another high-speed chase in the future. That will truly be a sight to behold. The in-car television switched off, and Smith narrowed his eyes. He had been keeping a close watch on Charlot's movements. Naturally, he hadn't missed a single detail of this high-speed chase. After a few moments of pondering with his eyes closed, Smith picked up the special-issue phone of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Division, the original name of S.H.I.E.L.D., and dialed Coulson's number. First send, then revise. "Hello, Director Coulson. The investigation you assigned me to track Charlot has yielded some new developments." Indeed, ever since Tony Stark's abduction, Smith's investigative focus had shifted. Under Coulson's directive, he had moved away from probing the so-called life returners suspected of terrorism and turned his attention to Charlot. That was precisely why Smith had made up his mind to approach this matter directly. "Oh, have you uncovered his connections with any foreign organizations?" Coulson's weary voice came through the line. The hunt for Stark's whereabouts had left Coulson both mentally and physically exhausted, and so far, there had been no breakthroughs. Smith replied calmly, "No, but I've discovered that he suffers from schizophrenia." On hearing this, Coulson's face showed a trace of exasperation. "What's the point of reporting schizophrenia? Are you just messing with me?" After Stark's disappearance, Charlot, who had previously predicted Stark's abduction and appeared on television, naturally became one of the prime suspects. No, to be precise, SHLD's initial suspicion was that Charlot had ties to terrorist organizations. They'd even gone so far as to link the life returners directly to foreign forces, speculating that Charlot's miraculous escape from death might have been an elaborate act in a grand scheme. Of course, due to Charlot's early report, Stark's uncle, Obadiah, was also placed under close scrutiny. But unfortunately, Obadiah had left no loopholes, and lately, he had also made considerable effort to search for Stark's whereabouts. Obadiah had even made a public statement, declaring that no matter which faction had taken Stark, he was willing to offer a sum of money no one could refuse. For the moment, the investigation had reached a deadlock. Smith then calmly dropped a bombshell. But I'm almost certain that Charlot is actually Spider-Man. What? This revelation jolted Coulson, immediately piquing his interest. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, unlit, Smith shared the reasoning behind his conclusion. I believe Spider-Man is actually another personality of Charlot's. First of all, the timing of Charlot's and Spider-Man's appearances matches perfectly. Shortly after Charlot was discharged from the hospital, Spider-Man suddenly began making waves in New York. Secondly, Spider-Man rarely shows up during Charlot's working hours. Based on the delivery schedule I've obtained, every time Spider-Man appears, it's always along Charlot's usual delivery routes. After that, I reviewed all the surveillance footage from every street and confirmed that the areas where Charlotte and Spider-Man appeared always coincided. Early this morning, someone reported seeing Spider-Man, so I immediately went to Charlotte's house. As expected, Charlotte was nowhere to be found. A confident glimmer shone in Smith's eyes as he curled his lips into a slight smile. He was clearly certain about his deduction. Coulson nodded repeatedly. Although Smith didn't have hard evidence, as the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., his reasoning was nearly infallible. Gently stroking his smooth forehead, eyes narrowed ever so slightly, Coulson revealed his signature smile, a friendly grin tinged with an enigmatic air. Smith, I'm guessing you've got more up your sleeve than just this. Of course. Smith's smile grew even more assured. Spider-Man calls himself New York's friendly neighborhood hero, using force to exercise his superpowers. According to behavioral psychology, he clearly craves attention and hopes for praise and recognition from others. His actions reveal deep distrust and even hostility toward the police and official authorities. He pursues extremes, but not perfection, seeks kindness, but not peace. He stands for justice, but his sense of morality is somewhat indifferent. His behavior is often contradictory, and he's drawn to the emotional rush of his own actions. His methods for dealing with crime are aggressive and destructive. This shows he harbors a strong hatred toward criminals, likely because someone close to him was once harmed by crime. He's arrogant, unafraid of criticism, sensitive yet unguarded. He's a complex character. And so is Charlotte. Charlotte's complexity isn't just due to his split personality. During that car chase, his response and his daring driving skills proved he's also thrill-seeking, with a certain self-destructive streak. He has a sense of justice and doesn't hesitate to use violence when necessary. To some extent, he trusts only himself, not the police. He cares for the people around him and has a strong desire to prove himself. You could say, aside from not having lost a loved one to crime, everything else about Charlotte matches Spider-Man perfectly. Smith paused and, recalling Charlotte's expressions in front of him, added, and another thing, I suspect Charlotte might even have a tendency toward masochism. Masochism? Coulson fell silent on the other end of the line. But of course, none of that was the main point. Furrowing his brow, Coulson asked, so, you think the Returner's death was Spider-Man's doing? No, Smith shook his head. Spider-Man doesn't have that kind of superpower. Unless there's another mastermind behind the scenes, there's no other possible explanation. Based on the autopsy report and the scene investigation, the killer's superpower appears to be either hypnosis or the ability to control others' wills. This individual also took notice of Charlotte, or rather, he noticed Spider-Man. For reasons unknown, he manipulated the terrorist who was hunting Charlotte, making him dance after being shot, bleeding out and dying right there in the kitchen. He controlled every police officer nearby, ensuring none of them discovered what was happening in the kitchen, and pitted the resurrected against each other, forcing them into mutual slaughter, all meeting untimely ends. It's even possible that right now, he is manipulating Charlotte, controlling Spider-Man. Smith let out a sigh. There are too many unanswered questions. This case needs a much deeper investigation. Hypnosis, command, mind control. Coulson furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. He found Smith's assessment highly plausible. Such abilities are simply too dangerous. If discovered, they absolutely cannot be tolerated. They must be contained and controlled. With a quiet sigh, Coulson's voice turned grave. I'm counting on you, Smith. If this person truly exists, then find him. After several days of a hectic superhero routine, with only brief snatches of sleep each night, Gwen's biological clock was now completely out of sync. Hammertech was quick to approve Gwen for a day off and even expressed concern for her health, hoping she could catch up on the past 2 days' work tomorrow. Her pretty face drooping with exhaustion, Gwen wore a white camisole pajama, the purple pattern over her chest slightly puffed. She yawned, her spirits low, and flopped onto the bed, feeling utterly dejected. Just a few days of sleep deprivation was enough to sap all her energy. How Charlotte managed it was anyone's guess. He left early, came home late, and snuck out at night to play superhero, yet still seemed full of tireless vitality. If not for last night's incident, which had only strengthened Gwen's conviction that Charlotte was Spider-Man, she might have started to suspect they were actually two different people. Hugging her pillow, Gwen squirmed until she found a comfortable position, curling up with a tranquil smile on her lips. Sleepiness swept over her, and she closed her eyes in contentment. But suddenly her eyes snapped open. At the very moment she shut them, an image from the data card Spider-Man had given her flash through her mind. And then, like a tide receding, her drowsiness vanished without a trace, right at the instant she was about to drift off. Now, when she desperately wanted to sleep, she felt wide awake, almost terrifyingly so. At Hammertech, she could barely keep her eyes open, nearly dozing off at her desk. But now, lying in bed and ready for sleep, her fatigue deserted her completely, leaving her staring at the ceiling in frustration. Struggling upright, Gwen wore a pained expression, and in exasperation, she threw a flurry of wild punches at the air before her. Short hair clung to her cheeks as Gwen wore a mournful expression, a broken beauty radiating from her vulnerable state. Her stomach growled uncomfortably, a reminder that, after being all but dragged away by George that morning, she had barely eaten anything. Listless, Gwen closed her eyes for a moment, focusing inward. She realized she was already fully awake. The idea of falling back asleep was nothing but wishful thinking now. Standing up, she glanced at the jacket under her chair, its fabric marked by splatters from paintball pellets, and let out a helpless sigh. Becoming a superhero was proving to be impossibly hard. She'd originally planned to take the day off and hang out with Charlotte, Jane, and Harry. But things hadn't gone her way. Charlotte had been whisked away by her father. Jane had a vocal lesson, and they'd all agreed to include Harry tomorrow to discuss their long-anticipated holiday trip. But the internship at Hammertech had made Gwen lose hope for that trip. She doubted she'd be able to go at all. After a moment's struggle, Gwen made her way to the dining table, her face blank as she buttered a muffin, drizzled it with syrup, and topped it with crispy bacon, assembling it like a burger, then took a hefty, decidedly unladylike bite. As she chewed and swallowed, Gwen yawned once more. Charlotte had been right. Ever since becoming a superhero, her appetite had grown at a geometric rate. Sometimes, she'd barely finished a meal before she was hungry again, even without much physical activity. Gwen could feel herself growing stronger every day. Both her power and her physical endurance were still increasing rapidly. She was nowhere near reaching her limits. After finishing her muffin and bacon, Gwen turned to baking desserts. It was a relief that George wasn't home these days. Otherwise, her unusual habits would definitely have caught his police-trained eye. Brown sugar, flour, cinnamon, oats, all blended together, then mixed with butter and fruit crisps. She spread the mixture evenly and slid it into the oven. Mouth watering at her own sweet tooth, Gwen swallowed and set the timer for the oven. She wandered into the living room, plugged the data card Spider-Man had given her into the TV's media player, kicked off her slippers, and perched on the couch, hugging her knees to her chest. She picked up a plate of sliced fruit and set it before her, turned on the TV, and pressed play. The first thing she heard was the rush of wind. A quick glance told Gwen that this must have been recorded from the camera on Spider-Man's chest. Soon, Spider-Man's disguised voice came through the speakers. Congratulations! You're now watching Spider-Man's superhero training course, lesson. Leçon 1, Counter-surveillance technique. There are several counter-surveillance methods: cover, disguise, diversion, destruction, concealment, and escape. Today we'll focus on concealment, disguise, and escape. Remember, these are key points. There will be a quiz later. Gwen's figure appeared on screen. She was sneaking out of her house, glancing back nervously every few steps as she crept forward, completely unaware that Spider-Man was swaying and stumbling along right behind her. The fool you see on screen is exactly what not to do. She's our negative example for today's demonstration. Even now, as I stand here in plain sight, making no effort to hide myself, she still doesn't notice my presence. Clearly, her counter-surveillance skills are almost non-existent. She has no idea I've already tracked her all the way home. Gwen's lips twitched, and the grape she was holding paused right before her lips. Listening to Spider-Man's relentless criticisms from the video, she crushed the grape in her palm in frustration. Sure enough, as the tailing continued, Charlo never stopped his constant muttering and sharp commentary, making Gwen grit her teeth in anger. She truly hadn't expected that this jerk, Charlo, had been following her the entire time. She'd assumed he'd be waiting for her up ahead. What happened next, she remembered all too well. Charlot had dropped down from the sky, landing right behind her. Seriously, what on earth are you doing? The first-person perspective in the footage showed him asking, clearly exasperated. To be honest, from the camera's point of view, Gwen really did look like a total rookie, a clueless beginner. Of course, Gwen would never admit it. Instead, she mentally added another grievance to Charlot's growing list of offenses. Soon, the main perspective shifted to instructing on web-slinging and using spider sense, prompting Gwen to start her escape. Charlot even drew a pistol and fired, hitting Gwen squarely on the rear. The video showed Gwen's face, flushed with a blend of embarrassment and anger, as she fled. Charlot's voice continued, calmly explaining, when making your escape, your first priority is to stay out of your pursuer's line of sight. Find large objects to use as cover, instead of charging straight up and down like this fool. Your movements and intentions are far too obvious. Next, you need to keep your emotions in check and quickly assess your surroundings. Speed is critical when escaping. If you want to lose your pursuer, swinging above the city endlessly is a terrible idea. Instead, you should drop to the ground, ditch the superhero suit, keep a low profile, and steer clear of anything or anyone suspicious. As he spoke, Charlot set off after Gwen, but instead of following her directly, he swung over to a distant building. Dangling from his web, he idly swung back and forth on the edge of the skyscraper, glancing at the time now and then. When disguising yourself, you can't let your face betray panic, and your actions mustn't stand out. You want to blend in perfectly with everyone else. Your clothes and anything you're carrying should fit the environment. Always stay alert to changes around you, and pay attention to people or objects that show up repeatedly. Just as he finished, a strange noise echoed in the footage. Gwen immediately realized what was happening. She herself was about to appear. Sure enough, as Gwen swung around the corner, Spider-Man, who had been lying in wait, suddenly sprang out, grinning wickedly as he squeezed the trigger at her. The camera zoomed in close on Gwen, capturing her terrified face, features contorted in panic, mouth open in a wild scream, and her double chin on full display. She couldn't bear to look at herself. As the memory of that scene replayed in her mind, Gwen slammed the TV off, collapsing helplessly onto the sofa. She buried her face in her hands and let out a wailing groan of despair. She'd had enough. Watching it any longer would only make her angrier. She wondered whether Charlotte had kept a backup of that footage. The sight of herself on screen filled Gwen with shame, and her urge to socially disappear grew stronger by the minute. So, she channeled her frustration into hunger. She grabbed the freshly baked desserts and, without restraint, devoured every last bite. Full and satisfied, a wave of drowsiness washed over her once more. Gwen curled up on the sofa and closed her eyes. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Gwen couldn't even muster a complaint. She glanced up at the luminous wall clock, annoyed, then grabbed her phone, eyeing the caller ID. In the next moment, her sleepiness vanished. She stared at the name, Hank, displayed on the screen, her eyes widening as a chill swept over her. That was Gwen's immediate reaction. Hank, her father's colleague, a longtime partner. Of course, Gwen knew him well. But for Hank to be calling her now could only mean... Gwen's mind instantly flashed back to the last time this happened, when George was attacked by a hitman and rushed to the hospital. Though he'd managed to turn the tables on his attacker, George was badly wounded. Gwen, who had still been in elementary school at the time, had received a call from Hank. She'd rushed to the hospital, only to break down sobbing at the sight of George, covered in blood. Hello. Gwen answered the phone, her voice trembling with fear. Hank's urgent voice came through the line. Gwen, there's been an incident. This morning, your father and Charlotte were chasing down a suspect. What? They were together? Are they okay? The image of Charlotte climbing into the police car flashed through Gwen's mind, and she pressed for answers, her anxiety mounting. Don't worry. Just listen to me for a moment. Sensing Gwen's panic, Hank softened his tone, trying to calm her down. Ahem, here's what happened. They were driving George's beloved car, heading down 3rd Avenue, or maybe it was 2nd Avenue. Gwen bit her lip, her face growing more anxious with every word. Just get to the point. What happened to my father and Charlotte? As worry gnawed at her, Gwen could only listen as Hank continued his story. Of course, it definitely wasn't 1st Avenue. Let me think. It was 3rd Avenue. There, they happened to encounter a pair of bikers speeding the wrong way. These two had already shaken off the police and were one step away from escaping for good. If George hadn't given chase, they might really have gotten away. So George made a snap decision to help the police force turn the tide, and that was the beginning of all his misfortunes. As Hank told the story, he poured himself a glass of water. The scene seemed to rise up before his eyes, and with a passionate, dramatic tone, he continued. Who is George? The ace chief of the New York Police Department, and together with his flawless partner Hank, they've cracked countless baffling cases. Under the influence of ace driver Hank, George had picked up some impressive driving skills of his own. So, the moment trouble struck, he immediately knew what to do. He sped off in his car to intercept, planning to pull off a textbook American-style roadblock and bring down the street racers. But their car was moving at a breakneck speed, like a wild beast barreling straight at George. At that critical moment, when disaster seemed inevitable, Gwen bit her lip, her heart pounding with anxiety. Hank could sense her worry, so he tried to comfort her. Don't worry, this wasn't the end for him. Because George isn't foolish. In that split second, he swerved out of harm's way and then chased after them. Gwen couldn't hold back any longer. What do you mean by this time wasn't the end? What about next time? Did something really happen to her father? Uncle Hank, what happened to my father and Charlotte? Hank, savoring the moment, smacked his lips and finished off his glass of cold water. He had been telling the story with enthusiasm, but hearing the tremor in Gwen's voice, he had no choice but to dial it back. I told you, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Everything's fine. Charlotte wasn't hurt at all. In fact, she even managed to help catch those street racing punks. Gwen breathed a long sigh of relief. But then Hank changed his tone. But George wasn't so lucky. He took 2 bullets and died right on the... What? Gwen's face drained of all color. The phone nearly slipped from her hand as she collapsed onto the sofa, cold with dread. No. Hank, meanwhile, sent a screenshot of George being carried in a bridal hold to the workgroup chat. Admiring his handiwork, he grinned mischievously and added, Yep, 2 bullets and a social death, right there on the spot. Other than that, George is perfectly fine. In fact, he's been rewarded with some time off and is resting up in the hospital. His injuries aren't serious. So, it was just social death. Relief washed over Gwen. As long as George only suffered a little embarrassment and nothing worse, that was all that mattered. Uncle Hank, which hospital are you all at? I'll come right over. Which hospital? Hank blinked and replied, We're at. Hank. Suddenly, George's voice thundered through the phone, full of vigor. You son of a... What did you just post in the workgroup chat? I swear I'm going to kill you. On the phone, there was the strange howl of the wind and the anguished screams of Hank, who sounded as if someone was pinching his nose. With a feeble voice, he managed to say, We're at New York Presbyterian Hospital. Princess George, it's too late now. You didn't really think the task force had a recall function, did you? Everyone's already saved a copy. Check out Yulan's first comment. Oh, my friend, this photo really ought to be printed and displayed in the NYPD's trophy case as a badge of honor for our finest detective. Aya. The call abruptly ended. Hearing George's voice, Gwen was reassured that he wasn't in any serious danger. He even had the energy to worry about his reputation. But, Princess George? What on earth did that mean? Had her father come out of the closet? Was he looking to give her a new mom, who happened to be a man? If that were the case, she couldn't accept it, not one bit. She'd run away from home without a second thought. A little fitness attracts the opposite sex, but too much attracts the same sex, so it's true after all. Not long after, Gwen arrived at New York Presbyterian Hospital and found George, his shoulder wrapped in bandages. His face was pale, and he lay weakly on the hospital bed, staring listlessly at the ceiling as if he'd lost all hope. Meanwhile, Hank was happily peeling an apple with a fruit knife, grinning like he'd just won $5 million in the lottery. Setting her backpack down on a chair, Gwen asked in confusion, Dad, didn't Hank say your injury wasn't fatal? Why do you look like you're at death's door? Heh-Heh. Hank let out a goofy chuckle, a long ribbon of apple peel dangling from the knife. He's alive, but his heart. Oh, his heart is dead and gone. His heart was broken. Gwen's eyes widened, and her earlier suspicions sharpened. Wait, Dad, did you really confess to a man and get rejected? George shot upright in bed, ignoring the pain in his left shoulder. What are you talking about? Who started that rumor? Once Hank explained everything, it all made sense. Gwen couldn't help but scold the now silent George. Dad, your reputation as New York's ace detective is starting to sound more and more hollow. You're not as careful as you used to be. In the end, you even had to rely on Charlotte to catch the criminal. Honestly, maybe it's time you step back and let someone else take the lead. Having more vigilantes like Spider-Man in New York wouldn't be such a bad thing. Nonsense. George hadn't even spoken before Hank cut in, his voice booming with righteous indignation. You can question George's taste in partners, but you absolutely cannot question his professional skills. New York could survive without Spider-Man, but it would be lost without Hank and his golden partner. With that, Hank placed the spiral of apple peel on the small table in front of George and took a bite of the apple, saying, But honestly, George, I have to be frank with you. I really do need to criticize you a little. It's embarrassing, truly embarrassing. You only managed to catch up with the biker gang because Charlotte stepped in. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Ew. George was so furious he could barely contain himself. He rolled his eyes dramatically, turned away, and sulked on his hospital bed. After the two of them finished their apples, Hank let out a hearty laugh and said, "Well, since you're here now, Gwen, it's time for me to get going. I'm a busy man today, you know." With that, he casually tossed the apple core into the trash, stood up, switched his radio back on, and listened to the chaotic sounds of gunfire crackling from the speaker. He said his goodbyes and hurried out the door. Once Hank had left, George perked up a bit and sat up straighter in bed. That rascal Hank. He's been waiting forever to see me in a bind. All because I teased him last time when that cross-dressing robber pulled one over on him. He really knows how to hold a grudge. But Gwen, suddenly feeling sleepy, wasn't interested in hearing any more of Hank's embarrassing stories. She flopped down on the empty bed next to George, lay back, and began chatting with him idly. Before she knew it, her eyes drifted shut, and she fell into a blissful sleep. Time slipped by, and afternoon arrived. Gwen awoke, clutching her rumbling stomach, groggily wiping away a bit of drool from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze landed on George, who was snoring away under his foredrip. Still half asleep, but with her appetite wide awake, Gwen grabbed her phone and, with surprising clarity, dialed for a food delivery. She knew exactly what she wanted. When the delivery finally arrived, the noise woke George. He looked up to see Gwen walking in with a whole box of garlic cheese pizza. Raising an eyebrow, George said, "Gwen, is that all you got? You know I'm not a fan of pizza." Placing the box in front of him, Gwen replied, "Well, congratulations. This entire box is all yours." Wanting to hide her enormous appetite, Gwen had no intention of sharing the pizza with George. Instead, she slung her backpack over her shoulder, waved, and said, "As for me, I know there's a highly rated bakery nearby. I'm going to treat myself, and after that, I won't be back tonight. Tomorrow, I'll drop by after work, a bit later." George opened the pizza box with a look of dismay. Back when he was tracking criminals, he'd spent days holed up in his car, and he'd tasted just about every slice in New York. He'd eaten so much pizza over the years that now, just the sight of it set off his nerves. He couldn't stand the stuff anymore. "No need to come tomorrow, Gwen. I'm not some helpless invalid. It's just a gunshot wound. I'm Fina. Honestly, I feel ready to check myself out of here right now. Just stay put. Old George, you're not the same middle-aged man you used to be," Gwen said, spreading her hands with a grin. "At the very least, back then you used to brag all the time, 'I can dodge bullets.' I can still dodge them now," George retorted immediately. "It's just that, well, today's bullet, it caught me off guard." Gwen didn't comment on that. Whether or not George could dodge bullets, she herself, Gwen, definitely could. Night fell. Gwen swung up to the rooftop of a tall building, using her webs, and waited patiently. Before long, Charlotte's voice sounded behind her. "Go, Spider. I think you need to be more vigilant." As expected, just like always, Spider-Man appeared behind her without a sound, ready with a mocking remark. "Heavens, is your spider sense just for show? With it, you should be able to sense everything around you, clear as day. Just like a spider perched on its web, every movement trembles along your threads. Nothing escapes your notice, evil laid bare, and every living thing a potential prey." What? Gwen caught Charlotte's meaning. It wasn't just about sensing immediate danger. She was supposed to use her spider sense to command her entire surroundings. But how was that even possible? Being able to anticipate danger felt like an incredible superpower already. Gwen knew she hadn't mastered it yet, but taking a step further, that just sounded way too far-fetched. Charlotte sighed. "You're right. I'm expecting too much from you. I forgot you're just an ordinary spider with no real victories to your name. A poor little rookie. Maybe I should help you rack up some wins, get you used to fighting and facing danger. With more experience, you'll grow fast, and your abilities will get stronger. Little spider, tough days are waiting for you ahead." "Humph." Gwen snorted, glaring at the showboating Charlotte, clearly annoyed. "Charlotte, you really see yourself as the seasoned veteran here." Arms crossed, a cold smile curled at her lips. She lifted her chin and said, brimming with confidence, "All right, Charlotte, I get it. Charlotte, how long are you planning to keep up this act, huh?" Charlotte, drawing out the name, Gwen pressed her. "Is your greatest superpower actually your acting skills? I have to admit, you almost had me fooled." Charlotte blinked, the black lenses of his spider mask reflecting shifting light, making him look particularly innocent. "Say what you will, even my suit can act. Little spider, what nonsense are you spouting? I told you already I'm not Charlotte." "Charlotte, enough with the act. Do you dare take off your Spider-Man mask and prove who you really are?" "Take off my mask?" Charlotte was startled. There was no way he could take off his mask, make a ridiculous face, and insist he wasn't Charlotte. Gwen wasn't that easy to fool. No, the mask is the face of a superhero. Spider-Man never takes off his mask. Gwen let out a cold, confident laugh, pressing her advantage with every word. "Charlotte, can you tell me where you went last night?" Why was it that not long after Spider-Man left, you climbed in through the window, only to be caught red-handed in your room by my dad? As expected, this weakness was simply too glaring. Charlotte forced herself to explain, I'm not Charlotte. How would I know where she is? If she's not home, maybe she just likes to run around naked for fun. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. You're willing to make fun of yourself, too? Looks like you're never going to admit it, are you? Do you know what your biggest giveaway is? Gwen asked, her face breaking into a self-assured smile. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte shook her head, genuinely curious. Is it my irresistible good looks that not even a mask can hide? No, Gwen pulled a face, clearly unimpressed by Charlotte's shameless self-flattery. Your biggest giveaway is your favorite Mickey Mouse children's watch. Don't tell me Spider-Man just happens to have the exact same one, and after being Spider-Man for over 20 years, it still looks brand new. Damn, how could I have forgotten that? Is there really no other way out of this? Of course there is. Charlotte had already come up with a plan to clear her name, one that would cover up even the smallest of slip-ups. She calmly glanced at the skill card, Friend Out of Thin Air. Friend Out of Thin Air, used during a cover-up phase, instantly generates an alibi friend for you. All right, system, let's see just how far you can go. With renewed confidence, Charlotte equipped the skill card in a bold, decisive motion. The Friend Out of Thin Air skill was activated, its effects immediate. Suddenly, Charlotte felt the world shift around her, everything turning vague and surreal. Her back ached, her legs throbbed, and she felt as if climbing to the 5th floor would take every ounce of her strength. Her head spun, and she instinctively clutched at her temples. It was an odd sensation, almost as if she'd really transformed into some kind of spider creature. 4 compound eyes, 8 spindly legs, a hulking body, her thoughts muddled, her mind reduced to basics. Not far away, a blinding beam of holy light suddenly burst from the corner of a nearby alley. Gwen's eyes went wide with surprise. She cast a sidelong glance at the Spider-Man before her, who was clearly stalling for time, and, abandoning her line of questioning, decided to investigate the source of the light. Clutching her head, Charlotte felt completely out of sync with the effects of the skill card. The world before her seemed to double over and blur in the strangest way. She watched as Gwen vanished from view for a moment, only to reappear suddenly, dropping from above with a look of utter astonishment, her cheeks flushing as she quickly turned away. A spark of understanding flickered in Charlotte's mind. Realizing what might be happening, she hurried in the direction of the holy light, arriving at the edge of the alley herself. Sure enough, there was a figure standing under the blazing lights, hands on hips, completely naked. Ah! Gwen let out a cry of embarrassed frustration and shouted, Charlo, so you really aren't Spider-Man. But what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Charlo gave a little shake of the impressive thing between his legs, puffed out his chest, and replied, word by word with pride, I'm streaking. Hearing his own answer and seeing the other Charlo under the lamp, the face beneath Charlo's Spider-Man mask instantly darkened. System, are you kidding me? Is this seriously how you're clearing my name? Of course. Pulling a friend out of thin air. As the saying goes, I have a friend. But who is this so-called friend? It's just me, too embarrassed to admit it. Ribbit. After I use this skill card, Spider-Man and Charlo now exist at the same time. So Spider-Man definitely isn't Charlo, and Charlo absolutely isn't Spider-Man. Therefore, as long as Spider-Man and Charlo are 2 separate people, none of Spider-Man's scandals can stick to Charlo. They're wiped clean. And likewise, Charlo's messes won't affect Spider-Man, who's also squeaky clean. Isn't that a flawless, spotless record? All wrapped up? Even the question of where Charlo went last night, the system patched that up for me too. Applause. System, oh system, truly you are the genius of the art of whitewashing. And also, system, you rascal. Heh-Heh. Spider-Man let out a low, incredulous laugh, genuinely amused by this ridiculous method of exoneration. Meanwhile, Gwen finally felt sure, Spider-Man definitely wasn't Charlo. So Spider-Man really did come from a parallel universe. The whitewashing effect was nothing short of miraculous. Blushing, Gwen took off her jacket and hurried over to cover Charlo's waist, unable to resist stealing a couple of glances. Charlo, how could you? You can't do this, streaking, it's not right. The washed Charlo, let's call him White Charlo for short, kept his hands on his hips, completely unfazed by Gwen's actions. He looked around curiously, then his gaze landed on Charlo himself. No, White Charlo was actually Charlo himself. The two shared everything. Thoughts, feelings, vision, ideas, all of it. The exact same person through and through. The only difference, Charlo was perfectly aware which one was his true self, and which was the duplicate conjured by the skill card. an avatar who could be summoned again whenever the card was used. This unleashed a flood of wild ideas, tumbling through Charlot's mind, impossible to control. Heh-Heh, there's no way I can die now. Wow, this is so exciting. I want to. No, damn it, I really don't want to. That's right, I really don't want to. Resting his chin on his hand, Bai Xiao Luo couldn't help but wonder, what does it feel like to die? I really want to experience it just once. Xiao Luo's vision went black. Are you crazy? Although, I have to admit, I'm a little curious myself. Bai Xiao Luo equipped himself with word spirit and silent meditation, flashing Xiao Luo a mysterious smile. All those wild, death-defying schemes from long ago resurfaced in his mind, as vivid as ever. He couldn't wait to let everyone know Spider-Man and Xian Nuo are two separate people, to achieve the perfect, spotless split between the two identities. And then, the real fun would begin. First, call the IRS to report Nick Fury for tax evasion. Next, muster up all his strength to flick Coulson's smooth forehead with a satisfying snap. Shave off Natasha's dazzling red hair, and sneakily swap out Hawkeye's arrows. Pour itching powder into the Hulk's underwear, then spread rumors all around that Iron Man has AIDS. My God, all of this sounds far too entertaining. No, calm down. The main body doesn't have immortality. If the trouble ever got traced back, it would all be over before you could even start to cry. Xiao Luo, Gwen began but was cut off. Dressed in Spider-Man's suit, Xiao Luo stepped forward, hands on his hips, and declared with righteous conviction. That's right. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Citizen, do you need any assistance? Wow. Bai Xiao Luo clapped exaggeratedly, stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with a mischievous gleam. You're the superhero Spider-Man. You're amazing. For some reason, I can feel your charisma radiating, so dazzling it can't be hidden even by your mask. Wow. Xiao Luo sucked in a sharp breath, a chill running down his spine. He really couldn't understand what on earth he was thinking. It was as if he'd stabbed the sword of social humiliation right into himself. Unable to help it, Xiao Luo's mouth twitched as he sighed inwardly. I really must be insane. Heh-Heh. Stealing a glance at Gwen's bewildered face, Xiao Luo, surrendering to his own madness, straightened up and declared with abandon. No need to flatter me. I know I'm handsome, but kid, you're not bad yourself. You're 99% as good-looking as I was back in my day. Of course, Bai Xiao Luo replied proudly, giving himself a thumbs up. I'm the most dazzling guy in this world. And with that, Xiao Luo abandoned any thought of equipping Bai Xiao Luo with the most dazzling guy skill card. He genuinely feared that equipping it would project his naked body onto the sky above New York, complete with a hot, homoerotic dance. That would be a sight too horrifying to witness. It'd be better to just start over in a new universe. The doppelganger only needed to think about how to earn skill cards, but Xiao Luo had to figure out how to survive, day by day. Bai Xiao Luo swallowed the cocky retort, I dare you to make me back down, before it left his lips. He readied his holy word, skill card, reminding himself not to say anything reckless. If things really went wrong, it would be a disaster. Gwen pressed her flushed face with her hands, her gaze flickering to Bai Xiao Luo from time to time. She simply couldn't process what was unfolding before her eyes. After all these years as close friends, she truly had no idea that Xiao Luo harbored a penchant for streaking. But the scene in front of her left her with no choice but to believe it. Slipping into the role of superhero Spider-Man, Xiao Luo cleared his throat and declared with mock solemnity. Young and fearless lad, allow me to take you home. A strong, naked body is indeed a magnificent work of art, but yours is exceptional. Let a fellow great, Spider-Man, save you. Xiao Luo smacked his lips, the awkwardness in the air almost palpable. Even Gwen wore a strange expression, completely baffled by Spider-Man's bizarre lines. Xiao Luo was on the verge of losing his composure, desperate to end this mortifying scene. The two were completely in sync, and Bai Xiao Luo immediately played along. Oh my, another round of naked flight? What an honor. Let's set off at once. Hey, wait a second. Gwen finally lost her cool. The more things unfolded, the stranger it all felt. But Xiao Luo paid Gwen no heed. He just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Chasing after speed, he grabbed Bai Xiao Luo's wrist, and the two of them shot into the sky like arrows loose from a bow. Whoosh, up we go. As Bai Xiao Luo's voice faded, only Xiao Luo's rapidly vanishing figure could be seen. They soared straight through the clouds, while Gwen, cheeks burning, glanced back, her mind still haunted by the sight of Bai Xiao Luo's bare backside. The scene shifted in a flash. Xiao Luo now sat in his room, clutching his aching head in misery. Ruined, completely ruined. Everything's gone up in smoke. My heroic, wise image utterly destroyed. How would Gwen ever see me again? As some pervert who liked streaking? A shameless hooligan, passing out benefits in the dead of night? Feeling the fragments of his social standing crumble away, Xiao Luo slumped into his chair, powerless. It wasn't that he didn't want to test out skill cards in advance. It was just that these bizarre cards were truly outrageous. Back when he was at Arkham, he once hid in an empty room, meaning to test the He skill card. You must attack the minion with taunt. He never expected that, the moment he activated it, everyone in the hospital would come charging into his room, ready to beat him up. One fellow patient had even somehow gotten hold of a pistol and fired a shot into the air. If he hadn't canceled the skill card in time, the bullet from the ceiling would have blown his head off. From that day on, he would never, ever experiment with cards that had weird descriptions. Even when he did use it, he would always make sure to cover his face. He hadn't expected today to plant such a huge trap for himself. This system must exist solely to trip him up. Isn't there a single skill that's a bit more pure, a bit more cool? So what now? For the foreseeable future, he really didn't want to see anyone. He re-equipped the Friend Out of Thin Air skill card. Suddenly, a flash of holy light lit up before his eyes. Bai Xiao Luo, with Gwen's jacket wrapped around her waist, appeared right in front of Xiao Luo. Bai Xiao Luo glanced at Xiao Luo, undid the jacket and tossed it onto the bed, then started rummaging through the wardrobe and getting dressed, lost in her own world. After all, the two were one and the same, their thoughts perfectly in sync. With a mental strength of 20, Xiao Luo could easily run dual-core operations. There was no such silliness as Xiao Luo playing games while Bai Xiao Luo did homework. Because Bai Xiao Luo was simply another facet of Xiao Luo himself. No matter who did the homework, it was Xiao Luo all the same. He calmed himself down, giving himself a pep talk and some much-needed self-comfort. What's so bad about being naked anyway? No one else saw. If Gwen didn't ask for hush money, then she made a real profit. Social death? What's the big deal about that? Why get so worked up over nothing? Peter Parker sold his artistic photos to the Daily Bugle's boss for cash. So essentially, Spider-Man himself was a cam boy. And Xiao Luo hadn't even taken a cent. Running around naked? That's devotion to art. Nudity? That means never selling out for money. Sure enough, self-consolation worked wonders. Xiao Luo resolved to forget the whole incident. And if Gwen dared to bring it up, from now on, he'd streak outside her building every day. Feeling much lighter, his sense of social doom faded away. Xiao Luo's face lit up with excitement as he powered on the game console. Now he could play two-player games by himself. No more dragging Gwen or MJ, those two noobs, into it. He hadn't been playing long when the phone rang, cutting through the room. Xiao Luo tilted his head slightly. In a heated two-player match, any distraction could be fatal. Sure enough, Bai Xiao Luo caught his slip and seized the opportunity. A smooth combo sent Xiao Luo out of the game in seconds. Xiao Luo nodded in satisfaction. No surprise, he really was impressive. He put down the controller and picked up the phone. Hey Xiao Luo, it's me. A young woman's voice greeted him on the other end, slightly husky, tinged with the roughness of a smoker's throat. It wasn't as clear as Gwen's, nor as melodious as MJ's. He searched his memory, and another face quickly surfaced in his mind. Jessica Jones. She was also Xiao Luo's classmate. Jessica, a tough girl with a streak of bad luck. Last year, during the holidays, she and her parents went to Disneyland. She and her little brother got into a fight in the back seat, distracting her father behind the wheel. He never saw the privately owned truck carrying radioactive chemicals until it was too late. Amidst the radioactive fallout, Jessica became an orphan. She was the only one who made it out alive. After suffering such a tremendous hardship, Jessica never recovered. Although the accident insurance and inheritance from her parents, combined with the compensation from the Life Foundation, had made Jessica quite well off, she believed that the deaths of her parents and brother were all her fault. She refused to spend a single penny, yearning instead for the love and companionship her parents once gave her. Back in school, the ever-kind Charlotte had offered her a few words of comfort. Though Charlotte herself considered she had few friends due to her introverted nature, the vast majority of students at school felt she was their friend. When Charlotte received the call, she was a bit surprised, but Jessica felt it was only natural to seek help from a friend. Charlotte, please, help me. I feel like someone's been following me. Jessica was hiding in the bathroom of a motel, too afraid to even go home. Dressed in a tattered denim jacket, tears had streaked through her black eye makeup, making her look like a ghostly figure just returned from a masquerade ball. She drew back the bathroom curtain, peering out nervously at the Jeep parked below. Charlotte, as if she could feel the gaze from inside the vehicle. Jessica trembled and quickly let the curtain fall. You're the only one who can save me. I swear to God, this is not just my imagination. They've been following me for days. I really don't think they're after my money. Tell me, do you think they're going to lock me up, drain all my blood, and dissect me for experiments? Please, Charlotte. I saw you on the New York news today. I know you must have some connection with the police. You're a good person, and you'd never think I'm crazy like those cops do. I haven't even XX yet. I don't want to die. Please, please. Just moments ago, by Charlotte, her face full of annoyance, had been completely absorbed in a game, but now she sat up straight, snatching the phone. Where are you? I'm coming to save you right now. Charlotte rolled her eyes as she watched by Charlotte finish the call, unable to hold back a snicker. Aren't you dramatic? Charlotte stayed in her room, ready to go to sleep, while by Charlotte jumped on her motorcycle and sped off without delay. Charlotte and by Charlotte are, in fact, the same person, two facets of the same mind and spirit. As long as they aren't in the same scene, I'll refer to them both as Charlotte. The wind howled past, and the roar of the motorcycle echoed down the nighttime streets. With the throttle wide open, a piercing shriek of the engine cut through the New York night. John, congratulations, you've acquired a skill card. In human nature, when someone is cursing, you will genuinely feel pleasure. Free attribute points +2. Racing through the city and taking advantage of the patrols yet to react, Charlotte soon arrived at the motel. She scanned her surroundings and, just as Jessica had described, spotted a Jeep parked beneath the motel's windows. Its interior was pitch black, making it impossible to make out anyone inside. Too lazy to overthink it, Charlotte walked straight into the somewhat shabby inn. The young woman on duty at the entrance had long since fallen asleep, slumped over the desk, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Passing through the doorway, Charlotte listened calmly to the shifting noises all around as she searched for the room number. She quickly found her destination and knocked on the door. Who is it? Jessica's voice was sharp with suspicion, a desk lamp gripped in her hand, ready to swing it at the first sign of trouble. It's me, Charlotte, Charlotte replied. Being an immortal doppelganger gave Charlotte a heady sense of invincibility. It was almost intoxicating, so much so that she felt like putting on a show and dying just to prove a point. At this moment, her face bore a smugness that all but announced, I don't eat beef, her eyes twinkling with a mocking amusement at the world's absurdities. Upon hearing Charlotte's voice, Jessica hurriedly put down the lamp and cracked open the door. She peered furtively in both directions, then grabbed Charlotte's arm, trying to yank her into the room. Charlotte casually brushed Jessica's hand away and, pressing down on her head, nudged her aside. He stepped inside, taking in a single bed and the bare-bones furnishings. A battered lamp sat on the shelf by the door, the wallpaper peeling in patches all over the walls, and cobwebs clung to the corners, untouched by any cleaning hand. The white bedsheet was stained with a dingy yellow, the nightstand was filthy and revolting, and Charlotte couldn't even bring himself to glance at the bathroom. He turned to look at Jessica, who was now rubbing her sore head as she trailed after him. Her long, purple-dyed hair was pulled back into a ponytail, a few sticky strands hanging over her forehead, adorned with a scattering of small trinkets. She wore a mismatched, ragged denim jacket, her thighs bare, black tights hugging her calves. Tears had streaked through the heavy makeup on her pale and dark face, giving her the look of a vengeful ghost right out of a horror story. Lustful intentions? Overwhelmed by desire? Charlotte now only wanted to pin Jessica to the bed, strip off her clothes and underwear. Then, he imagined pulling the elastic out of her panties to make a slingshot, aiming it at the Jeep's window downstairs. His earlier display of lust seemed, in hindsight, nothing but a private joke at his own expense. Seeing Jessica in the state of this place, Charlotte found himself utterly uninterested. He still remembered the TV series he'd watched in his previous life, and his impressions of Jessica Jones. An outcast without a hero's title, the bedmate of the dim-witted black hero Luke Cage, a woman known for sleeping with anyone, anytime. His memories were faint, and none of them were favorable. Jessica, following in Charlotte's wake, was clearly annoyed at his rough treatment. After her exposure to radioactive chemicals, she had gained superpowers. She might not have much experience dealing with the world, but she certainly didn't see herself as someone easily pushed around. She was, after all, a not yet famous superhero. But, how come I never noticed before? Charlotte is actually so handsome, so cool. Glancing at the dazed Jessica, Charlotte looked at her with a face full of disdain and said, Miss Jones, if you don't love me, at least don't hurt me. Must you dress up like a ghost and torture my eyes? Jessica was stunned for a moment. Then, with a shriek, she bolted to the bathroom. Staring at her ghastly reflection in the mirror, she frantically scrubbed her face, on the verge of a breakdown. Charlotte walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and activated his spider sense, confirming that the Jeep outside was indeed brimming with hostility. A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips as a name flashed quietly across his mind, Kilgrave. When it comes to Jessica Jones, Kilgrave is, of course, the first villain anyone would think of. Charlotte felt Kilgrave's appearance was perfectly timed, There was a mess of dirty deeds just waiting to be pinned on him. After washing her face and pulling herself together, Jessica no longer looked so haggard. Instead, she donned her tough, streetwise armor once more. Charlotte, you can help me, but don't expect that kind of gratitude from me. I can offer you a few perks, but you absolutely have to help me. Jumping from one thought to another, Charlotte raised an eyebrow and said, Help you? Of course, I can, but I'll need a commission. Commission? Jessica paused, surprised. She'd been planning to introduce her best friend Felicia Hardy to Charlotte as payment. She could tell Charlotte was a good guy, just not her type. But Felicia Hardy, with her mature, commanding vibe, would probably fancy someone like Charlotte. Jessica's thoughts were a mystery to Charlotte, but he did know one thing. He wasn't Franklin. He'd never be everyone's favorite. But Charlotte definitely liked Franklin. Commission? You're a detective? Jessica's eyes lit up, and her impression of Charlotte changed dramatically. I always dreamed of becoming a detective when I was little. Oh my God, Charlotte, you're already a detective. Detective or not, Charlotte only wanted Franklin. Raising his hand with an air of cool detachment, he lifted his chin and said in his trademark tone, First, once an agreement is made, the terms can't be changed on a whim. You must respect the client's wishes. Second, always protect the client's privacy. Help them. Hide what needs hiding and never pry for more. Third, keep secrets. Safeguard your own safety and never reveal your identity or plans lightly, lest you court danger. And, as long as the price is right, I can handle any trouble for you. So, Miss Jones, what kind of generous reward are you prepared to offer? With just a few lines, borrowed and twisted from the Underworld Courier's Code, Charlotte managed to make Jessica's eyes shine with stars. Her admiration and anticipation for detectives grew even stronger. But Charlotte couldn't be bothered with her. His thoughts were already drifting elsewhere. The Purple Man, Spider-Man, the Life Restorers, S.H.I.E.L.D., and an unknown organization were all suddenly linked together in Charlotte's mind, and a single question floated to the surface. How should I frame the Purple Man? A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. In truth, there was no need to frame anyone at all. The Purple Man's powers were far too dangerous. Whatever the Life Restorers' true intentions were, as soon as they discovered his existence, there was no way they'd ever let him slip through their fingers. The same went for S.H.I.E.L.D. Once they learned about the Purple Man, he would instantly become a dire threat, a problem they couldn't ignore. All Charlotte had to do was lure the Purple Man out, expose him to everyone's eyes, and he would naturally become the target of all, the root of every evil. And Jessica was the best way to find the Purple Man. Purple Man, don't come any closer to me. I have money. Jessica threw her hand up, calling out with proud defiance. She might have her hair permed and dyed, stay in cheap motels, and dress in her own offbeat style. But she wasn't pretending anymore. She was a little heiress, and she was coming clean. Charming Miss Jessica, is there anything I can do for you? Charlot bowed slightly, his eyes shining with anticipation. For a moment, he found Jessica much more agreeable. Even a pleasant fragrance seemed to waft from her. Ah, that was the sweet scent of Franklin's. With all that terrible makeup washed off her face, Jessica's looks could really hold their own. Of course, Charlot would never define her by things that hadn't happened or by some TV drama storyline. It would be utterly cruel to label any young woman as a party girl. Instead, Charlot bestowed upon Jessica a brand new hero codename. In the comics, Jessica could fly, possessed immense strength, and was even rated as a mini Superman. So then, Miss Money, how much are you willing to pay me? Miss Money? What kind of weird name is that? My hero name is Degree. I mean, my name is Jessica. Wow. Charlot feigned astonishment. You're actually called Jessica? How fascinating. So, his expression turned cold again. How much are you willing to pay me? Jessica understood now. Charlot was obsessed with money, and nothing else interested him. So, she declared, as long as you can help me, I'll give you everything I have. Apparently realizing something, Jessica's face turned pale, and she quickly added, But, Charlot, the people we're up against aren't ordinary gangsters or powerless mad scientists. They're extremely dangerous. Everything. Charlot gave Jessica a once-over, then shook his head. I don't need everything you have. Of course, my help doesn't come cheap. After all, the person I'm looking for is a superhero. Superhero? Jessica's face turned anxious as she tried to dodge the question. What superhero? Who's a superhero? No. Charlotte, I don't have any superpowers. I'm not a superhero. I really am not. Charlotte, staring coolly at Jessica, who was clearly flustered, replied, Of course I know you're not a superhero. What I mean is I have several superheroes working for me. Among them are Piggy Knight, Ghost Spider, Dancing Superman, and Mr. Eyedrops. And my ace collaborator, Spider-Man. What? Spider-Man is your partner? The hard-of-hearing girl asked in confusion. I mean, I can call Spider-Man in to help you out. A real superhero. Spider-Man. Jessica gasped as she finally understood. Spider-Man was her idol, the very reason she wanted to become a superhero herself. If Spider-Man could come, then surely he'd be able to handle it. Her face flushed slightly as she hesitated and asked, "So, what do I have to pay to get Spider-Man's help?" Blushing like a teapot about to whistle, Charlotte's gaze swept across Jessica's flat chest, and she shook her head disinterestedly. "I want $5,000. And as for Spider-Man..." Noticing Jessica's hopeful eyes, Charlotte said flatly, "He wants $5,000 too. He only cares about money, not people. Once he's paid, he'll help you. Since you came to me, whether or not I do it, you have to pay. Remember, not a cent less. See that Jeep downstairs? As soon as I get the cash, I'll take care of it for you." That was no small amount. Biting her lip and thinking for a moment, Jessica decided to dip into her emergency fund, something she'd sworn never to touch, and hand over the 10 grand to Charlotte. "Charlotte, I'll give you the money, but they really are dangerous. Don't do anything rash. Let's wait for Spider-Man before we act, okay?" Charlotte let out a cold laugh. Dangerous? She picked up Jessica's phone from the table and dialed a number. "Hello, police. I'd like to report a Jeep parked in front of the XXX Motel on XXXX Road. There are 2 people inside. They're dealing drugs. Yes, that's right. They're heavily armed and extremely dangerous." "Who am I?" "I am Joe Biden." Jessica stared at Charlotte in shock, feeling like she'd just witnessed something truly eye-opening. "So your solution was to call the police? And you even used my phone?" Charlotte snapped the phone cleanly in two and handed the pieces back to Jessica. "If anyone asks, just say your phone was stolen. As for who did it, say it was an old man with white hair, looked a bit like Captain America in his later years." My holy sword. Staring at the broken pieces in her hand, Jessica felt utterly helpless. "Why on earth did you have to snap my phone in half?" Charlotte replied, "Nothing in particular. Just makes me look more professional this way." Before long, 2 police cars arrived, pulling up right next to the Jeep. Charlotte lifted a corner of the curtain to discreetly watch what was happening downstairs. As expected, the mention of a drug deal had brought the police rushing over in no time. A young officer was the first to step out of the car. He shone his flashlight onto the Jeep's dark, tinted windows, then across the windshield, revealing the startled faces of 2 burly men inside. An older policeman got out next, his hand warily resting at his waist as he strolled forward. It wasn't that they weren't taking things seriously, it was just that there had been a rash of false alarms lately. Glancing over the Jeep, the old officer pressed his radio and spoke into it. "Code 1, Code 1. With that, he ended the call. The officer's sudden arrival had caught the 2 men in the car completely off guard. The old policeman rapped his knuckles on the cold hood, checking the windshield and body for any fresh scratches. Meanwhile, the young officer, his face expressionless, stepped up and tapped on the driver's window, signaling for it to be rolled down. He shone his flashlight squarely on their faces and asked, "Where are you 2 coming from? What are you doing here?" Seeing the wary officer outside, the big black man behind the wheel instantly sensed trouble. He quickly raised both hands to show he meant no harm, and tried to explain, "Sorry, we're just, the 2 of us are here because..." He hadn't yet thought of a convincing excuse, sweat beading awkwardly on his forehead. But the man beside him, a burly white guy with long blonde hair, reacted fast and blurted out, "We're, having sex. We're fooling around in the car." In the car, the young officer, who'd been on his guard, was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. The black man whipped his head around to stare at his companion in disbelief. "Are you freaking serious?" "Sex in the car." Now, that was an unexpectedly creative excuse. The officer gave them both a strange look, his gaze sweeping over their muscular builds and rumpled clothes, a wave of discomfort passing over him. "Gentlemen, I'll need to see your registration, and please step out of the car for a check." "Of course, officer." Sensing that the young officer's tone was relatively mild, the black man relaxed a little. He took the license and insurance papers from the visor and handed them over. The older policeman stepped forward and asked, "I need to ask, do you have any alcohol, firearms, marijuana, or other contraband on your person or in the vehicle?" "Absolutely not." Even if they did, it wasn't something they could admit. After getting out, the black man dutifully raised his hands high. He handed over the copied ID information to the young officer. The older policeman's expression had grown much more serious, his hand hovering at his waist, his tone instantly turning stern. "We receive a report that someone here is dealing drugs. I'm asking you one last time, are there any illegal substances in the car?" The burly black man's pupils contracted slightly. Drugs? Illegal substances? A tip-off? Damn it, we've been set up. As he watched the young police officer already draw his pistol from its holster, the man lowered his forehead, his eyes turning fierce. "No, there really aren't any drugs," the long-haired brute bellowed, his intimidating face twisted in anger. How could we possibly be dealing just drugs? That's far too low level. The screen's dead. I'm having a tough time. I had to write these 2 chapters entirely on my phone. It's slow and a pain to revise. Not just drugs. The veteran officer drew his gun at lightning speed, aiming directly at the burly black man and shouting, "Hands on your head. Get down on the ground. Now, damn it. Hands on your head. Face down." His eyes glinted with a steely resolve. At the first sign of trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to empty his magazine, a textbook American quick draw. Clenching his jaw, the black man realized he had no way out. After a brief hesitation, he lay down on the ground, powerless to resist any longer. Inside the motel, Charlotte watched as the situation came under control and let the curtain fall back into place. They weren't purple men after all, and that left Charlotte genuinely disappointed. "Oh, my dear scapegoat, where are you now? How I wish you'd show up and take the fall for me." "All right, let's go, Jessica. We're heading to your place now." "Huh? For what?" "Get those bad ideas out of your head right now, or I'll have to teach you a lesson." Jessica eyed Charlotte suspiciously, raising her little fist and waving it in mock threat. She felt she'd mastered Charlotte's essence. Always use your strengths, and always target your opponent's weaknesses. And calling the police, well, that was the pinnacle of this art. Glancing at Jessica's feeble attempt at kung fu, Charlotte strode over, seized her fist, and gave it a hard tug. She didn't budge an inch. "Jessica, oh, right, I can't reveal my superhero identity." Letting out a startled yelp, Jessica gave a laughably unconvincing performance as she belatedly tumbled in Charlotte's direction. Ignoring her outstretched hand reaching for help, Charlotte simply sidestepped, taking a calm, short step back. He watched, unperturbed, as Jessica pitched forward and landed flat on her face, smacking into the filthy floorboards with a yowl of pain. Seeing Jessica sprawled on the ground, Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but in the end, reason prevailed. With gentlemanly restraint, he decided not to step on her rear. He simply watched as Jessica, clutching her nose in agony, struggled upright. With a broad grin, Charlotte said, "Miss, were you putting on a slapstick routine just for me? I have to say, you really made me laugh. I tumbled toward you. Why didn't you help me? Instead, you dodged." Jessica demanded, her voice muffled as she clutched her nose. Charlotte shrugged and came up with a random excuse. "I was afraid you'd elbow me." "Elbow you?" Jessica let out an exasperated laugh. "Man, what can I say?" For a moment, Charlotte hesitated, then ventured, "Mamba out?" "What are you talking about?" Jessica asked, rubbing her nose, her mind still a little fuzzy. It suddenly dawned on her that Charlotte was someone who had just been discharged from a psychiatric hospital. But, since he had been released, didn't that mean he was cured? So, Charlotte definitely wasn't crazy now. That meant he must have stepped back on purpose just now. With this realization, she shot Charlotte a fierce glare. Charlotte, completely unfazed by her stare, calmly picked his nose. "Didn't you say you wanted to go to my place? Fine, let's go right now." Grinding her teeth and locking her gaze on Charlotte, Jessica began contemplating the possibility of murder and body disposal. She tried to use her own fierce glare to intimidate Charlotte, to make him feel scared and ashamed. But Charlotte glanced at Jessica, who was trying to flirt with him, and turned away with a look of utter distaste. "Let me be clear. We're going to your place to help you deal with this. Get rid of all those filthy thoughts in your head. I've always seen you as a buddy, nothing more. And honestly, you look even flatter than Harry." "You." In that instant, Jessica could practically feel her brain explode with rage. You could call her a misfit, a little punk, or say she had no taste, but you could never say she was flat-chested. That was Jessica's line in the sand. Balling her fists, Jessica stepped forward and swung a punch straight at Charlotte's stomach. Seeing the oncoming attack, Charlotte smiled calmly. "Are you sure you still want my help?" Jessica froze mid-punch, gritting her teeth as she considered it for a moment. "You're just impossible. Even if I die tomorrow, today I'm still going to beat you up." Charlotte dodged her punch, a look of shock flashing across his face. "Seriously? She's actually going for it. Can't even speak the truth nowadays, huh?" Dodging another of Jessica's attacks, Charlotte realized she wasn't as weak as he'd thought. Seeing this, Jessica redoubled her strength and speed. She had made up her mind, not to think about anything else, just to give Charlotte a good thrashing today. Jessica didn't have any particular fighting technique. Her punches were wild and reckless, but they packed a serious punch, each one slicing through the air. With a leap, Charlotte dodged her assault and landed a kick squarely on Jessica's chest. Staggering back 3 steps, Jessica stared in disbelief at the shoe print now emblazoned across her flat chest, her eyes wide. She was so furious, she was on the verge of tears. "Stop messing around. Jessica, if you keep this up, I might just get serious, you know? I admit, maybe I was a bit out of line saying things so bluntly, but as your buddy, Charlo, can always tell people you actually do have chest." "You're going to get serious?" If I don't give you a good lesson today, I'll call myself a puppy. Jessica gritted her teeth in frustration. All right, Charlot sighed. Why push me to fight back? Why force my hand? Really, what's the point? Suddenly, the energy around Charlot shifted. He seemed to grow taller and more imposing, a sharp glint in his eyes. Jessica swallowed nervously, taking a step back, instantly on guard. Even in their brief sparring matches, Jessica knew Charlot was anything but ordinary. In fact, he was incredibly skilled. His combat techniques were smooth and practiced, with the kind of experience you couldn't fake. No matter how hard she tried to land a hit, Charlot dodged with ease, making her look like a fool. If Charlot ever got truly serious, would I end up writhing on the floor in pain, blood running down my face? Maybe it's not too late to drop to my knees and apologize right now. Taking a deep breath, Charlot cast Jessica a cold, commanding glare, his presence radiating an almost tangible sense of danger, like a warrior god descended. Then he stuck his head out the window and shouted at the top of his lungs. Help! Somebody help! Jessica is hitting me. Help! I'm being attacked. Is anybody going to do something? Jessica Jones from Midtown Science High is beating me up. Jessica stood frozen, completely stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. She frantically scanned the room, then rushed forward, desperate to pull Charlot back and cover his mouth. Charlot leapt nimbly out of her reach, but the cramped room made dodging a bit trickier than usual. Watching Jessica flustered and panicking, Charlot lifted his chin with pride and asked, So, do you give up? I give up. I give up. I give up. I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy. Charlot, please just stop with the theatrics. And, Charlot, are you really feeling better now? The police were right downstairs. If she brought them up here, they'd be in serious trouble. She thought she'd mastered some tricks, but it turned out she still had a lot to learn. Watching Jessica slump onto the bed, wiping cold sweat from her brow, Charlot let out a mocking chuckle. I haven't even started and you're already down. Jessica gathered up her purple hair, suddenly looking much sharper and more put together. She strode over, slung a pale arm over Charlot's shoulder, and, with a crooked smile, peered out the window with him. Who would have thought? Charlot Parker, you've been hiding some serious skills, so tell me, what's your superpower? She eyed Charlot up and down, then, with a mischievous grin, gave his chest a pat and let her hand wander toward his abs. Casually grabbing Jessica by the nose, Charlot tugged her aside, responding offhandedly. My superpower? Heh, whoever I glare at gets pregnant. W what? Jessica batted Charlot's hand away. She was so startled that she didn't even have time to rub her nose. Her voice trembled with fear. She believed it. She actually believed it. She really did. You... Clutching her stomach, Jessica pointed a shaky finger at Charlot, stammering so much she couldn't form a full sentence. Pregnant? You have to be joking, right? Jessica's voice quivered, and even her eyes pleaded with him. Pregnant herself? The thought hit Jessica like a bolt of lightning. Charlot rolled his eyes and said, How could such a bizarre superpower exist in this world? I was just fooling you, don't believe it. Seriously, don't. That's right, just keep thinking that way. Letting out a sigh, gullible Jessica completely missed Charlot's underlying sarcasm. At last, she relaxed. You don't need to say it so many times. Of course I believe you, Charlot. Purple-haired people are useless, Charlot thought. Controlling Jessica didn't require any real superpower. Any random excuse would do. No wonder the Jessica of the future had fallen so far. She'd been tricked out of everything she owned. Messing with fools really is no fun. Charlot's face drooped, all amusement gone. He fully realized now that there was no way Jessica would ever give him a skill card. Her mind simply couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Turning to watch Jessica gazing up at him with that clueless look, Charlot, for a moment, saw a reflection of his old hospital friend and asked, Jessica, do you think you're dumb? Jessica tilted her head and thought it over, then replied indignantly, Of course I'm not dumb. Charlot made a meaningful sound, then continued, Then do you get fooled a lot? Jessica's eyes flew wide with disbelief, as if she were staring at an all-knowing God. How did you know that? Hugging her own head, Jessica said sadly, Just recently, actually, ever since I woke up a few months ago, my mind hasn't been as sharp as before. I used to get D's on math tests, but now I can only get D-minuses. Another fool, just like Francie, Charlot muttered. Ooh, the hard-of-hearing girl blinked. Francia? Francie isn't dumb at all. I think Francie's really smart. Charlot was left speechless. Afraid she'd upset him, Jessica gave him a goofy grin and flattered. Of course, Charlot, I think you're smart too. You're just as clever as Francie. Charlot was left even more speechless. Before long, guiding a crestfallen and dejected Jessica out of the inn, Charlot swung a leg over his motorcycle, motioned for Jessica to hop on behind him, and set off toward her home. If we keep waiting here like fools, we'll never find the purple man. Better to lie in wait and catch him off guard. Meanwhile, what Jessica was thinking was this. Charlotte isn't just an ordinary lunatic. She's a madwoman with special abilities, the kind who drives you up the wall. Unwilling to accept defeat, Jessica kept scheming in secret, her clever mind quietly working out a plan for revenge. The engine roared to life, and Charlotte felt as if she were leaning against a wooden bench. She glanced at the two burly men locked in the back of the police car, then at the veteran officer, now searching the Jeep, but didn't pay them any more attention. The tires screeched against the pavement, a harsh, grating sound that startled the couple exercising inside the motel. Amid a chorus of curses, Charlotte sped away with Jessica by her side. In the back seat of the police car, the long-haired Hulk heard the commotion and looked up. His eyes instantly found Jessica in the rear of the departing vehicle. The target's in sight. What a shame we're stuck in here. Otherwise, we could contact the higher-ups and launch another operation in the name of the Life Restorers. The black man beside him glared, his face dark with anger. This is all your damn fault, you idiot. If it wasn't for you, would we be locked up right now? And shut your mouth. There are cameras and recorders in here, you moron. Cameras? So what? The long-haired brute shrugged, tossing a glance at the two detectives in the distance, and confidently declared, Madame Gao won't abandon us. She'll get me out of here. But tell me, why does she want us catching superhumans? The black man seemed curious as well, fidgeting uncomfortably with his cuffed hands behind his back. I heard it's to extend her life. The higher-ups are even working with Kingpin, trying to... He caught himself mid-sentence, realizing he'd said too much, and then threatened. Don't ask what you shouldn't. That's a hand secret. And shut your filthy mouth. All right then, long live the hand. Looks like you really do know more than I do. The long-haired man gave the black man a wide, unsettling smile. He forced his eyes open wide, bloodshot and bulging, staring intently and menacingly. He parted his lips, revealing a mouthful of dingy yellow teeth, the corners of his mouth stretched into the widest grin possible. His expression was grotesque, frozen in place, his gaze locked so intensely on the black man that you could almost see a hint of resistance in his own eyes. Yet he seemed like a puppet on strings, forced to maintain that twisted smile, sending a chill down the black man's spine. Are you insane? A cold shiver raced up the black man's back like a spider, crawling over his skin and multiplying the sensation of dread. His body trembled with fear. Alarms blared in the big man's mind. He twisted his cuffed hands behind his back, struggling desperately to break free, but it was all in vain. Right before him, the long-haired brute's face was twisted in a way that went far beyond simple madness. His wild eyes were fixed on the big man, his expression vicious and grotesque. The big man fought to retreat, but there was only so much space in the back seat of a police car. No matter how hard he tried, there was simply nowhere left to go. Holding his breath, his pupils shrank and his heart pounded in his chest. Stay calm. Gotta stay calm. But what he was seeing was simply too overwhelming. The long-haired brute just sat there, eerily quiet, his forced smile growing more and more distorted, turning monstrous and horrifying as he silently watched the big man's every move. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating. Under the big man's terrified gaze, the long-haired brute's lips split open from the strain of his twisted grin, revealing a bloody wound. Crimson flesh curled outward, exposing bright red gums. Officer! 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 Help! He's lost his mind. Get me out of here! Officer! He shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes locked on the deranged face of the white brute, terrified he might lunge at him at any moment. Right now, all the big man wanted was to escape this dreadful cage as fast as possible. The long-haired brute's appearance was so bizarre and horrifying, it had every muscle in the big man's body tensed with dread. He pressed himself as far away as possible, right up against the back door under the rear window. Suddenly, a faint breath tickled his ear. Eyes wide with terror, the big man whipped his head around. His heart nearly stopped. There, pressed right against the window behind him, was the pale face of the young police officer, so close he could almost feel the chill. On the officer's face was that same twisted, unsettling grin. Bloodshot eyes stared unblinking right at him. Mother... Goosebumps broke out all over his body, and the big man's skin turned a shade paler, his limbs stiff with cold fear. Eyes bulging, he couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and let out a terrified scream. He jerked away from the window, only to turn and find himself face to face with the long-haired brute's gruesome smile, now even closer than before. The shocks came one after another. His heart felt like it was about to explode from his chest. From the hood of the car came another soft thump. The old officer was sprawled across the windshield, wearing a twisted grin of his own, unmoving. Mouth agape, the big man was now so frightened he couldn't even make a sound. Up front, the car door creaked quietly open. In his shattered vision, a faint violet glow flickered into life. Terror swept over him as the three monstrous faces stared at him, motionless and unblinking. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he snapped his head up and looked into the police car's rearview mirror. The air seemed to freeze. In the mirror, his own eyes were just as wide, and at some point his mouth had twisted into a manic grin. How fascinating. Clad in a purple striped suit, he stood tall on the rooftop, every gesture marked by the elegance of a gentleman and a stride filled with supreme confidence. He pressed his thin lips together, eyes glimmering as he watched the direction in which Sherlock and Jessica had disappeared. His fingers tapped lightly on his trouser leg. The man in purple curled his lips into a meaningful smile. The man in purple, whose real name was Zebediah Kilgrave, had been born in the former Soviet Union, once a top agent of the KGB. Everything had begun when his superiors assigned him a perilous mission: infiltrate a U.S. Army base and steal experimental neurotoxic gas. As fate would have it, something went awry. During the heist, he was discovered by American soldiers. In the ensuing chase, a stray bullet ruptured the gas canister. The neurotoxins surged out, devouring everything. Kilgrave was caught in the thick of it, and the gas permanently turned his skin and hair a deep shade of purple. He alone survived. The American soldiers around him suffered heavy casualties. Kilgrave managed to escape. Once safe, he discovered that the nerve gas had done more than change his appearance. It had gifted him with the power to emit pheromones, granting him the ability to command and control others. Before he could return to the Soviet Union, the country unexpectedly collapsed. The once glorified secret agent was now a homeless fugitive with nowhere to go. Relying on his newfound powers, Kilgrave went underground in America, manipulating everything around him with impunity. During this time, his desires grew unchecked, spiraling into an all-consuming madness that looked down on the world. Jessica Jones had recently caught his attention, a new prey. She was a superpowered young woman, still immature in mind. After a brief observation, Kilgrave decided he wanted to take her, to add her to his collection. And as fate would have it, Sherlock and the two hand members who appeared alongside her naturally fell under his sinister gaze. Master, with a twisted smile, a hulking black man climbed to the rooftop and knelt behind Kilgrave, prostrating himself in utter submission. Without sparing him a glance, Kilgrave asked, "Tell me, what do you know about the hand's activities?" The man's face contorted with a flicker of struggle. Pressing his forehead to the ground, he began his report. "All I know is that the hand has struck a deal with Kingpin. Madame Gao seeks to perform a blood and soul sacrifice. She plans to resurrect fallen ninjas using the bodies of superhumans, creating even greater power. Jessica Jones is one of our targets. According to our intel, she can jump very high." "She can jump very high?" Kilgrave was certain Jessica's abilities went far beyond that, and even the boy who had just spirited her away seemed anything but ordinary. There's a certain intuition that comes from being a spy, and that intuition told him the seemingly frail young man was far more dangerous than Jessica ever was. This only piqued the purple man's curiosity even more, to the point where he decided to postpone his plans for Jessica for the time being. The hand? Just a bunch of foolish rabble. The purple man scoffed with disdain. He certainly hadn't reserved a place for that ugly old woman among his collection. Drug dealing was beneath him. Criminal syndicates were of no real use. And as for those so-called ninjas, they were nothing but worthless trash. Over the past 16 years, he had manipulated countless people, and there had even been a moment when he was close to overturning the entire world. He'd encountered the most powerful superhumans, and fought against those with steel-hard wills, warriors immune to his control. He understood that power was fleeting, that only immediate pleasure made life worth living. He, the purple man, only wanted to fall in love. Knowing that his chosen prey had caught the attention of the hand, the purple man was more than happy to stir up a little trouble for them. By the time Hank and Yulon arrived, the purple man was long gone, and they found two police officers passed out in their squad car. Damn it! Yulon rushed forward to check on them, and, after confirming they were unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they brought the officers around, both men were shocked, utterly clueless about what had happened after. Yulon had no choice but to open up the laptop and check the surveillance footage. But the security footage had already been edited, leaving only a short clip behind. It was a conversation between a burly white man and a muscular black man. "We can report back to command and act again under the banner of the Life Restorers. Madame Gao will never abandon us. Long live the Hand." Yulon paused for a moment. The Hand? He was no stranger to this organization. The Hand had always been one of their key investigative targets. Yet to discover that the massacre at Arkham Asylum had been orchestrated by the Hand's life restorers was genuinely surprising to Yulon. The Hand? Madame Gao. Hank frowned. Isn't that the criminal syndicate we've been tracking? Why would they attack Arkham and kill superhumans? Are they planning to turn superhumans into some kind of drug? Heh. Smith, who had arrived with them, let out a cold chuckle, calmly removed his sunglasses, and began to inspect the scene. His eyes swept over the undisturbed crime scene, the edited yet otherwise untouched laptop, the back seat that had held two criminals who managed to escape, and the shoe prints left on the police car's hood. Smith's trademark confident smile never left his face as he asked, "Officers, you really don't remember anything at all?" Pressing an ice pack to his forehead, the younger officer looked bewildered, while the older officer, face dark, replied, "That's right. All I remember is that I successfully arrested both of them and locked them in the back seat. My last memory stops at searching the Jeep. As for what happened after that, I have no idea. Maybe I inhaled some unknown drug while I was in the Jeep and blacked out. Damn it, those filthy dealers." No. Smith's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on him, shaking his head. "I see things quite differently. Gentlemen, the back doors of a police car can't be opened from inside. Someone has to let them out. The computer storing the surveillance footage isn't easy to hack, either, and editing videos takes time. Do you really not remember anything? Are you saying we sided with the syndicate?" The older officer's face darkened, as if he'd been insulted. Smith shook his head. "On the contrary, I don't think you joined the syndicate at all. Rather, I believe you were subjected to mind control." "You're—" The old officer frowned, sizing up Smith in his crisp suit, baffled by his words. "Hank, who is this guy?" He's a special investigator assigned to the Arkham case." Hank, also unsure of Smith's background, answered offhandedly. He'd never missed George's presence more. With all the chaos lately, Hank felt like he was about to lose his mind. How did this suddenly turn into mind control? Wasn't that sort of thing only found on adult sites? Or were they talking about something R-rated? Yulon didn't buy it either. With no explanation or context, Smith's theory just seemed far too outlandish. Based on Smith's suspicions, it still seemed more plausible to believe the two were dirty cops. Smith wore a knowing, almost amused expression, his gaze lingering on the old officer. "After all this time investigating, we finally have some leads. Who would have thought the Life Restorer was a creation of the syndicate? I've said it all along, when dealing with scum like this, we need to root them out completely. And now, we've even found a flaw in the mind controller's plan. So I'm guessing Charlotte's trail appeared around here, didn't it? You were following her, weren't you?" "What?" The old officer looked even more confused. This man kept talking in riddles, and he was finding it harder and harder to follow. "Whether you admit it or not doesn't matter to me. What I mean is this. A little mouse that's been hiding for ages will eventually show its shadow, and the moment the cat spots it, its fate is already sealed." The old officer was utterly speechless. "You must be out of your mind," he muttered coldly, turning on his heel and leaving. Smith strode forward confidently, a self-assured smile on his face, and seized the old policeman's wrist in one swift motion. In the next instant, Smith deftly sidestepped the young officer's lightning-fast kick, while the old policeman whirled around and drove a heavy fist towards Smith's chest. Everything was unfolding exactly as Smith had anticipated. With a smile lingering on his lips, Smith felt completely in control. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., handling a few police officers under mind control should have been an easy task. He gripped the old policeman's wrist, ready to subdue him on the spot. But then, quite unexpectedly, an inhuman strength surged from the old policeman's arm. The smile froze on Smith's face, and he was forced to react defensively on the fly. From the side, the young officer grabbed Smith's tie and yanked it hard, while his other hand seized Smith's belt. With astonishing ease, he hoisted Smith above his head, flexed his arms, and hurled Smith straight onto the ground ahead. Smith tumbled several times before staggering to his feet, clutching his agonized stomach, his suit a mess. There was no trace of a smile left on his face. He never imagined that the purple man's pheromones didn't just numb his victims to pain, but could also grant them enhanced physical strength. Everything had happened so quickly. Hank and Yulon drew their pistols and leveled them at their two colleagues. "Mother, what the hell is going on here? David, Danny, what are you two doing?" At last, the young officer revealed to be David showed no emotion, utterly unmoved by Hank's shout. His gaze locked onto Smith, who was struggling to his feet, and with cold, measured steps, he advanced toward him. Drawing their sidearms, both David and Danny aimed directly at Smith. Two sharp gunshots rang out. Smoke curled from Hank's revolver, and the pistols aimed at Smith were sent flying by his precise shots. But before Smith could even feel relieved, David and Danny showed neither shock nor hesitation. Their advance was unwavering. "Damn it!" Yulon shoved his pistol back into its holster, his expression grim. It's clear now. They really are under mind control. Yeah, of course. Smith sprang into action without warning as he got to his feet. A small disc shot out from his sleeve, landing squarely on the old officer. Instantly, dazzling arcs of electricity leapt across the old policeman's body. The old officer's face flushed, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, his entire body shuddering. Smith launched another disc at David, but David dodged with a swift sidestep. David picked up speed, and a third disc stuck to him. Sparks crackled, but David was already upon Smith. With a wild, brutal charge, David sent Smith crashing through the air. The force of the blow left Smith clutching his chest, struggling for breath for quite some time before he could move again. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Staring at the two men who were completely unscathed, calmly peeling off the electric shock pads from their bodies, Smith couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Damn it, I was careless. This time I'm really in trouble. In the movies, mind control can be broken with just a jolt of electricity, right? All nonsense. He pressed down on the watch strapped to his wrist. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Seeing Smith at an impasse, Yulon stepped forward. His steps were light and swift. As the old officer turned to throw a punch, Yulon swept his palm upward, blocking the blow and shifting his body just enough for his shoulder to slam straight into the officer's armpit. While the old officer staggered, thrown off balance by the impact, Yulon swept his leg out, catching the man's calf, then pushed hard with both arms, launching the officer a good dozen meters away. Smith stared in shock as the old officer was sent flying, crashing right into David, who had no time to dodge. The two men tumbled across the ground, entangled like rolling gourds. Before the old officer could get back up, Yulon closed in and kicked his supporting hand out from under him. With a nimble twist of his foot, he hooked the man's neck and, with a sharp upward motion, knocked him into a spin. The old officer spun around several times before hitting the ground, unconscious. With a quick glance at David, who was struggling to his feet, Yulon unleashed a spinning kick that landed squarely on David's back. Seizing David's arm, he twisted it behind him, forcing David down onto his knees. Stretching out muscles that hadn't seen action in far too long, Yulon flashed Smith a smile in response to his stunned expression. Chinese Kung Fu. I haven't used it in ages. Who still uses martial arts these days when everyone has guns, right? Getting to his feet with a grimace, Smith swallowed the blood in his mouth and forced a thumbs up toward Yulon. He'd never imagined the small New York precinct would hide such formidable talent. Watching David, still struggling desperately beneath Yulon's leg, Smith pressed a hand to his injured chest and stepped forward. It's not just mind control, his body's been enhanced too. This is getting interesting. So what are your limits? And where are your weaknesses? David, of course, didn't answer. He simply opened his mouth and, in a vacant tone, began to repeat the purple man's final command. Hide. Erase my trail. Hide. Erase my trail. Hide. Erase my trail. This immediately sparked a new realization for Smith. So that's it. It's not real-time control, after all. You still need words of suggestion, given up close. The dark street was littered with trash. The dim yellow streetlights left only a few pools of light along the road. A foul stench hung in the air. Far off along the sidewalk, a tent flickered with the glow of a lantern. Two black men sat at the curb, drinking beer. The sky had turned gloomy. Groups of black men passed by, giving them a wide berth as they headed toward the sound of police sirens. The man on the left finished his beer, and with a look of misery, grumbled. Bro, Sai, you know what? Lately, every time I see my girlfriend wearing black stockings, I feel this overwhelming sense of guilt. Bro, of course I know. I feel exactly the same way. His teammate, who also wore a pair of stockings over his head, let out a similar sigh, then picked up the sledgehammer from the ground and said, All right, enough philosophizing about life. Our wild night has only just begun. Got it, man. Pulling down their stocking masks, the two of them stood up and walked toward the luxury store just a short distance behind them. At that moment, the sound of someone running, panting and quick, echoed out of the darkness. Just as they were about to smash the glass door with their sledgehammer, both men froze, glancing warily toward the shadows. The streetlight illuminated a figure jogging their way, dressed in a Spider-Man suit, Charlo. He ran straight up to them, and, seeing their stunned faces, Charlo crouched down on one leg, striking his signature Spider-Man pose. Hey there, dear criminals. Tonight's messenger from hell is also going green, running, not driving. Why was Charlo here? That was a very good question. Not long ago, Charlo had promised Jessica he'd get Spider-Man to help out, so naturally, he needed to give Spider-Man a perfect entrance. But there was a problem. With the friend out of thin air skill card equipped, Charlo only had one slot left for Spider-Pig. And the only web shooter he'd made wasn't even on him, so Spider-Man Charlo had no choice but to run here. Faced with such a bizarre way for Spider-Man to make an entrance, The two thieves exchanged a disbelieving glance. Are you kidding us? Do you really think we're that gullible? The thief hefted his sledgehammer, his skin and the black stocking blending seamlessly together. Dressed in flesh-colored tights, he was almost invisible in the night. Kid, are you looking to get yourself killed? You think just putting on a suit makes you a superhero? Charlot raised his hands, miming the classic web-shooting gesture, and retorted. You put on stockings and you're criminals, so why can't I put on a suit and be a superhero? The robber holding the empty backpack paused, then turned to his companion and said, Man, he actually makes a good point. I've got nothing to say to that. He really did have a point. The thief swung his heavy sledgehammer back and forth, suddenly at a loss for what to do. His eyes lingered over Charlot's meticulously crafted suit under the dim light, and for a moment, he felt an uneasy suspicion. Maybe this really was Spider-Man standing before him. After all, the terrifying urban legend of the Spider Freak had been making the rounds everywhere. In the stories told around the city, whenever night's terrors descend and New York is shrouded in its darkest hour, the spider monster appears, draped in a vivid crimson. Faux fur, arriving in the most unexpected ways. He sprays thick, sticky white threads, pinning your body cruelly to the spot and leaving your soul skewered atop a lamppost. Of course, all urban legends come with a touch of exaggeration. After all, Spider-Man's online reputation is actually pretty good. Yet, every urban legend has its roots in life, and then goes beyond it. Take this Spider-Man running up before my eyes. Wasn't his entrance surprising enough? Holding a hammer in his hand, the thief even wondered if Charlotte was some undercover agent baiting him for a sting. All it would take was one swing of the hammer, and in the next instant, he'd find himself stripped to the waist, his bare backside glued in place by spiderwebs. And this wasn't just hearsay. He'd personally witnessed sights left behind by the spider monster. Standing tall and puffing out his chest, the robber planted his hammer on the ground and declared righteously, All right, you win. I admit you're Spider-Man. But what crime have I committed? Charlotte blinked and replied, You tried to smash open this store and steal valuable items from inside. Man. The thief waved his hands repeatedly. What you just said is nothing but your own subjective guess about my ordinary actions. I'm a construction worker, and it's completely reasonable for me to carry a hammer on my way home from work. Stroking his chin, Charlotte asked with genuine curiosity, But why are both of you wearing black stockings over your heads? Giving the stocking on his own face a tug, the hammer-wielding thief let out a hearty laugh. He threw an arm around his companion's shoulders. That's perfectly normal. It shows how deeply we both love our girlfriends. It's a private little preference, something personal. I don't think you have any right to question us about it. What? His companion's head filled with question marks. Are you serious? Grabbing his friends, but the thief with the hammer flashed a flirtatious look. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart. Adjusting his tattered clothes, the thief with a backpack smirked. Well, that's all I needed to hear. Huh, caught you off guard, didn't we, Spider Monster? This is the true bond between brothers. Rubbing his chin, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Ever since his trip to Arkham, antics at this level could no longer surprise him. He simply mimicked the thief's hammer-swinging gesture, still looking puzzled. But just now, you were swinging that hammer at this glass security door. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have broken it already. No. Thumping his chest proudly, the thief declared, I was just practicing my golf swing. As he spoke, he stood before the door. The thief gripped the sledgehammer with both hands and demonstrated confidently. Let your hands and the handle become one. Stand naturally and relaxed. Then bend your hips and knees slightly. Fix your gaze on the spot you want to strike. Let your arms and shoulders hang loose with your shoulders tilted about 15 degrees. Left shoulder just a bit higher than the right. When you swing, make sure your target is near your left foot. With these words, the thief suddenly swung the sledgehammer with force. A thunderous bang erupted. Staring at the gaping hole he just smashed in the security door, both thieves couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Inside the shop, an ear-splitting alarm blared. And then, take a wide stride, dash quickly toward where the ball lands. No sooner had he shouted this than, without a second thought, the two robbers spun around, ready to bolt. But Charlotte was already prepared. The moment they turned, they saw Spider-Man standing there, holding two Desert Eagles, one aimed squarely at each of their heads. What the heck? Since when do even superheroes carry heavy artillery? How could small-time thieves like them, armed with nothing but a sledgehammer, possibly stand a chance? Without hesitation, the thief dropped the hammer, dropped to his knees, and threw up his hands. Hey, man, let's talk this out. Giving a little wave with the other Desert Eagle, the second thief quickly caught on, knelt beside his partner, and lifted his hands as well. Behind a Spider-Man mask, Charlotte smiled and said, I'm a reasonable guy. I just want to play a little game with you too. If you win, I'll let you go immediately. No tricks, I swear. Deal. The two thieves nodded frantically. Charlotte holstered the two Desert Eagles, then drew out a revolver. With a flick of his wrist, he swung open the cylinder and tipped out 6 bullets. The thieves swallowed hard. Was this really Spider-Man or a one-man underground arms dealer? What kind of superhero goes around packing 3 handguns? Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their bodies began to shake uncontrollably. Could it be Spider-Man wanted to play Russian roulette with them? Our game is called Russian Big Roulette. Whoever goes down first loses. Excited. Right in front of them, he loaded all 6 bullets back into the revolver, spun the cylinder, cocked the hammer, and leveled the muzzle at the thief's head. Staring into his wide, terrified eyes, Charlotte asked, "So, are you ready to begin?" Ding. Congratulations, you've acquired a skill card. I bet your gun is fully loaded. When someone shoots at you, as long as you declare, "I bet your gun is fully loaded," all chambers in their gun will instantly fill with bullets. Plus 2 free attribute points. As a qualified main body, one must never expose themselves to danger. Always send a doppelganger to take the risks. Self-preservation is always the top priority. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Boys must always take care of themselves, unless, of course, it's for the sake of showing off. If one lives without ever showing off, it's like walking in splendid clothes at night. What's the difference between that and being dead? Even if Xia Luo were to die, he'd choose to die on the road to showing off. Revolver in hand, he aimed it at the 2 trembling thieves. Xia Luo's eyes glinted with a subtle light. After all the trouble of catching 2 people who could provide him with skill cards, Xia Luo decided he ought to thank them properly by having a little fun at their expense. The thieves argued their case as best they could. "No, don't shoot. You're cheating. Your gun is loaded with 6 bullets. No matter who you aim at, there's a 100% chance a bullet will fire. This isn't Russian roulette." Faced with their agitation, Xia Luo counted on his fingers, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "You make a fair point." He tilted the gun away and pulled the trigger. 2 bullets slammed into one thief's palm. As his partner shrieked in pain, the other thief's pupils shrank in horror. Spider-Man actually knows how to use a gun. Before he could react, the barrel, still smoking, was once again aimed at his head. Xia Luo smiled and said, "Now, the chamber that holds 6 bullets only has 4 left. How about that? 2/3 odds. Are you satisfied? Are you the devil?" A sharp gasp escaped him. Though his math wasn't great, the thief still had enough sense to realize something was off. Who counts odds like that? The chance of shooting a bullet with the next pull is still 100%. His face turned ashen. Staring down the barrel of Xia Luo's gun, he summoned the last of his courage, ready to risk everything in a final struggle. Just then, the distant wail of sirens began to echo through the night. Hearing that piercing sound, he had never felt so grateful for the existence of the police. Grabbing onto this final lifeline, the thief pleaded, "Evil spider monster, please let us go. The police are coming. The police are coming. You should get out of here. We swear we won't turn you in. As soon as the police arrive, we're definitely reporting you." As the squad car drew near, the thief suddenly sprang to his feet, waving wildly and shouting in the direction of the flashing lights. "Help! Spider-Man is shooting people. Spider-Man is killing us. Save me." With a roar, the police car sped right past, leaving the thief's post-trauma relief frozen on his face. Inside the car, a police officer frowned and asked his partner, "Did you see anything just now?" "Nothing at all. It was pitch black." Turning back, the thief saw the expression on Spider-Man's mask, half smile, half sneer. "Bro, I was wrong. Don't hit my face. My hand. After that brief commotion, Xia Luo jogged away. A few blocks later, he finally arrived at Jessica's doorstep. It was an impressive duplex villa. Compared to the old house of a Charlotte family, this place was several times larger. Untended for a long time, the once lovely little garden was now strewn with fallen leaves and overrun by weeds, giving it an air of utter disorder. Dust gathered at the doorstep, and when contrasted with the brightly lit, well-kept homes of the wealthy neighborhood nearby, this house seemed desolate, tinged with a sense of bleak abandonment. With a single leap, Spider-Man vaulted over the fence and strode along the gravel path, occasionally stepping over brittle branches and scattered trash. At the door, darkness pressed in, so thick you couldn't see your own hand. The little lamp above the entrance had long since been shattered. Burnt-out Christmas lights, a deflated rubber ball, a broken Christmas tree, and a wilted cluster of flowers by the door all bore silent witness to Jessica's past and present. Without exception, everything around revealed to Charlotte the story of Jessica's life, then and now. Yet as Charlotte prepared to make a dramatic entrance, his heart remained utterly unmoved. He was focused solely on stealing the show. He'd comforted Jessica countless times before, and had since realized that the best solace was simply to distract her. Using his night vision, he He surveyed the locked door and the pitch-black villa. Charlotte had gone to great lengths to orchestrate Spider-Man's grand entrance. After making sure he knew exactly where Jessica's house was, he'd spent the last 4 laps circling the entire block with Jessica on his motorcycle. He'd even justified it as a tactic to throw off any possible tails, saying it was all part of being a professional. In truth, he was just buying time so Spider-Man could slip into Jessica's house first. And then, he'd make a dazzling, heroic entrance. People always think of Batman as mysterious and irresistibly cool. But if you saw him clutching his cape, sneaking around, peeking over his shoulder, and scurrying away hunched over when no one was looking, you'd realize just how awkward it could actually be. Behind every successful act of bravado lies unseen effort. No one knows just how much hard work goes on in the shadows. Charlotte abandoned the idea of smashing a window and instead tried to put himself in the shoes of Jessica's simple mind. He reasoned that someone like her wouldn't hide the spare key somewhere too clever. If he were Jessica, no. If he were simple-minded Jessica, Charlotte opened his eyes, took a step back, hesitated for a moment, and bent down to check under the doormat. Sure enough, a key glinted at him from crack beneath it. So it really was hidden right by the door. Clad in a spider suit, Charlotte unlocked the door and peered inside Jessica's house. Because Jessica rarely returned here, a fine layer of dust covered the floor. The air was tinged with the bitter scent of forgotten days. If you wanted to make a miraculous appearance, this was the first challenge Spider-Man would have to face. Even though Jessica probably wouldn't notice any footprints on the floor, Charlotte wasn't about to let that ruin his grand performance. Shedding his spider suit, Charlotte paused for a moment, then leaped into the air, hovering for a second as he reached back to quietly close the door behind him. Next, Charlotte attempted to use his psychic power, pathetically weak after his mental energy had dropped to 20 for the very first time. Push me forward, push me forward, push me forward. A faint, almost imperceptible force gathered behind Sherlock, gently nudging his suspended body onward. Soon, Sherlock slipped once more out the already open window on the second floor, climbing down to the front door below, where he locked it again. He placed the key back under the doormat, then climbed back up to the second floor and re-entered Jessica's room. Not far away, on the street, Jessica was shivering violently on the back of a speeding motorcycle, her torn denim jacket offering little protection from the cold. This was already their 5th loop around the block, yet excitement still shone in her eyes as she experienced the life of a detective, eyes wide as she turned to Sherlock and asked, "Sherlock, did we shake off our tail?" Of course, Sherlock replied with effortless confidence. "By now, I've already slipped into your house and hidden myself away." He made a swift turn, raised his hand to greet a few familiar patrol officers on the sidewalk, then swung the bike around and sped off toward Jessica's home. Before long, the motorcycle came to a halt, and Jessica leapt off in a single bound. She couldn't help but rub her icy arms. If it weren't for her superhuman physique, the wind would have had her nose running by now. Sherlock pushed open the gate with all the flair of a true detective, striding ahead with composure, while Jessica hurried to catch up. They made their way to the door, where Sherlock, after a quick glance around for show, deftly retrieved the key from under the mat, slipped it into the lock, and turned it with a gentle click. Wow! Jessica's eyes sparkled with admiration as she stared at Sherlock in disbelief. "You really are a great detective. That was amazing." "Naturally. Watch and learn," Sherlock replied with a smug grin. Stepping inside, he switched on the light he'd already discovered earlier, flooding the room with brightness, though Jessica's heart sank a little. The room was spacious, but most of the furniture was shrouded in white cloth, giving it a lonely, desolate feel. Sherlock took a quick look around, then headed upstairs. Jessica followed, turning on the light on the second floor as she explained, "This is my house. Here's the staircase, and that's the ground floor. My room is the second one up here. The other bedrooms, those belong to my family. I haven't opened them since." Seeing Jessica's spirits droop, Sherlock pressed a finger to the light switch, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Jessica, say Spider-Man is here." As he spoke, the lights on the second floor suddenly flicked off, and Jessica gave a startled yelp. When the lights came back on, there he stood, head bowed, hands on his hips, the dashing Spider-Man, materializing before Jessica's eyes. His entrance was as stealthy and astonishing as ever, a marvel to behold. The bold spider emblem across his suit, perfectly sculpted muscles, and the black lenses of his mask reflected Jessica's awestruck face. "Hey there, Jessica." His voice was deep and magnetic, tinged with a faint rasp, as he mimicked someone else. In a flash, Jessica darted behind Shero, seeking refuge. Her mind was spinning, struggling to keep up. After a moment, she finally poked her head out, her face filled with shock as she looked at Spider-Man and asked, "Oh my God, Spider-Man, when did you get here? How did you appear out of nowhere?" Spider-Man gave a crooked smile, his tone cool and detached. Spider-Man is everywhere. If you don't believe me, take a look behind you, he added with a soft chuckle. Jessica hurriedly turned around, and a chill raced down her spine. In the blink of an eye, the Spider-Man who had been standing right in front of her was now behind her. Clutching her head, she suddenly felt an odd tickle, as if her brain was about to grow an extra size. Was this what it felt like to get smarter? Was this what a true superhero was like? Was this the power of a top-tier hero? She couldn't quite explain it, but the sheer awe she felt was overwhelming. She clasped her hands together, her mouth agape, eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at Spider-Man. In that moment, she looked at him as if he were Spider-God. Clearing his throat, Shero stepped forward with a smile. I've always said $10,000 is worth every penny. I really am a superhero agent, so? I have a very important question I want to ask you. Shero narrowed his eyes slightly, standing next to Jessica as he inquired. Have you ever seen someone who's purple from head to toe? Of course, he wasn't talking about Thanos. He meant someone from the U.S. national swim team. Just kidding. Purple. Jessica pressed her hands to her head, holding her breath. Don't interrupt. I'm thinking. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she racked her memory. And finally, a faint recollection surfaced. I remember seeing someone like that in a coffee shop once, but that's all. I can't recall anything else. Oh, Shero's eyes lit up. It seemed the purple man really was nearby. He activated his spider sense, but the radar didn't pick up any unusual malice. That left Shero a bit stumped. Could it be that the purple man had sensed trouble and backed off? If so, how was he going to frame him? No, the purple man was bound to come after Jessica. As long as he kept close to her, he'd eventually catch his target. Jessica glanced back at Shero for a brief exchange, then turned around again. In a split second, Spider-Man had vanished without a trace, leaving Jessica so stunned she was speechless. She tugged hard on Shero's sleeve, repeatedly pointing to where Spider-Man had just stood. Shero remained calm, pretending to ponder, ignoring Jessica's frantic gestures. The purple man's power was mind control, and Shero wasn't entirely confident he could resist it. So, the safest plan was to leave a duplicate with Jessica, staying by her side until the purple man revealed himself. The code name for this operation, Waiting for the Rabbit by Watching the Pig. With the skill card, Conjure a Friend from Thin Air in hand, it was as if Charlotte now possessed a single mind and 2 bodies, and 4 skill card slots at once. Although 1 slot on the original body was always occupied by Conjure a Friend from Thin Air, once she gained more slots in the future, this power would only become more formidable. Moreover, since she and her double were essentially the same person with synchronized minds, the purple man's pheromones couldn't truly take control of her duplicate. Even if he managed to exert some simple control, all it would take was removing the skill card to break free. But what if the purple man found her? What if he could control her true self? Charlotte. Spider-Man is gone. Spider-Man disappeared. He left. He's not here anymore. Pushing these thoughts aside, Charlotte gently patted Jessica on the head, signaling her to calm down. Charlotte. Tilting her head, Jessica gave Charlotte's outfit a curious look and asked, When did you change your clothes? Charlotte replied calmly, Oh, this is just one of those basic abilities every superhero needs. Otherwise, in an emergency, who would have time to rush off to a phone booth and change? So, mastering quick costume changes is a must for any superhero. Wow. Jessica blinked in amazement and asked, Charlotte, could you teach me that trick? I really want to learn how to do it. Charlotte glanced at Jessica's athletic build, fit enough for planking, and shook her head with a chuckle. Maybe one day, buddy. I'll teach you when the time comes. Then, she began to brief Jessica on what she needed to do next. Charlotte told Jessica to stay put. Spider-Man would keep an eye on her at all times, and the 10 grand she'd spent certainly wasn't wasted. After a few more words of advice, Charlotte walked out the front door, shot a web line, and soon landed on the highest building in the area. Perched on the tip of the lightning rod, she watched over Jessica's home, keeping an eye on any movement in the surroundings. Purple Man, where are you hiding? In the days you've been gone, I think of you every day. If you really do show up, you'll surely make me happy. A radiant beam of holy light flared, and White Charlotte appeared. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, scanning the city for any sign of the Purple Man. With 2 minds running in parallel, their search was far more efficient than any single pair of eyes, but at that moment, the Purple Man was nowhere to be found. The moon hung high above, and the 2 Charlottes sat together, both sighing at the beauty of the night. What a lovely night it is. With a soft sigh, White Charlotte pushed herself up at the edge of the building, her gaze dropping to the distant ground far below. She couldn't help but muse aloud. What do you think it feels like to just jump off and hit the ground? Charlotte, peering down from the edge, blinked and answered, I bet it wouldn't feel great. Don't say that. I'm just a double, aren't I? As a double, I'm bound to die one day. Aren't you the least bit curious what it's like to die? If only a little sooner. No, we're not curious, Charlotte said firmly on the surface. Ah, White Charlotte chuckled and said, I am you, and you are me. We share the same identity, the same memories, the same feelings, the same sights, the same thoughts, and the same mind. It might look like I'm the one eager to jump, but in truth, you're the one who's curious. It might seem like we're arguing, but really, it's just one person talking to themselves. You want to experience this, and you're simply trying to convince yourself. Charlotte pursed his lips and ignored him, tilting his head as he stared fixedly at the bottom of the building. Of course, he wasn't actually thinking about suicide, but the clone was himself and the sensation of death. What would it really feel like? White Charlotte bounced in place, itching with curiosity, but eventually gave up on the idea. Just as he'd said before, the clone was bound to die sooner or later. He himself would eventually experience it. Whether he'd regret it when the time came, well, that was impossible to predict. Charlotte sighed. Is it really that fun, having a conversation with yourself? We look like a couple of split personalities right now. Isn't it fun? Charlotte curled his lips into a sly grin. Well, it actually is pretty entertaining. From here on, there will be fewer scenes where Charlotte and his clone appear together. Writing it like this all the time makes things feel way too schizophrenic. The next morning, bright and early, Charlotte arrived at Dr. Connor's research facility. Maybe he was too early. There was no sign of Connors anywhere. Whistling cheerfully, Charlotte poured feed for the little white mice, then picked up his notebook to jot down their experimental data. And then it was time for the main event. With a smile on his face, Charlotte pushed off with his feet on the office chair, gliding smoothly across the floor to his workbench. Today, the ghost spider suit was finally finished, and Charlotte was ready to give Gwen a huge surprise. He opened the assembly unit. A wave of cold air rushed out. He swept away the mist with a wave of his hand, and there it was, the ghost spider suit, resting in Charlotte's hands. Perfectly crafted, with meticulous workmanship. He ran his fingers over the silky surface, studying the spider patterns, admiring the comfortable stretch and gentle breathability. It was beautifully designed, the kind of suit that just begged to be worn. Charlotte couldn't help but smile. I really am a genius at making hero suits. Although this one wasn't quite as advanced as his own skill card suit, which could automatically adapt and adjust to any accessory he made. It was still more than enough for Gwen, both in comfort and for her current combat needs. And there was always room for future updates and upgrades. Of course, Charlotte hadn't forgotten about the other surprises. He reached for the tweezers and carefully lifted out his masterpiece from the pale blue liquid, a pair of ballerina shoes, enhanced with lizard biomimicry. As someone who once danced across the stage in Swan Lake, these ballet shoes are elegant and full of vitality. Thanks to Charlotte's design, they can now enhance lizard-like gripping abilities. The surface of the shoes appears smooth and beautiful, but in reality, it is covered with padding. Beneath each pad are tens of thousands of tiny fibers, their tips forming fuzzy little brushes. These brushes already possess remarkable adhesive power. In addition, they can harness bioelectricity and even secrete a sticky fluid, making their grip even stronger. Charlotte pulled out another pair of gloves and shoes. She certainly wouldn't forget her own set. The poor rely on mutation, while the rich depend on technology. Charlotte had to admit, aside from Dr. Connor's questionable research direction, his skills in acquiring and manipulating funds were, in some ways, quite impressive. With further breakthroughs in gene serum, Charlotte felt fully capable of playing the role of a mad scientist, churning out a legion of spiders. Ahem, best not to dwell on such fanciful notions. While Connors was away, Charlotte began testing the ghost spider suit and boots. Brushing aside the jars and bottles cluttering the lab bench, she placed the suit and boots onto the testing platform. She activated the equipment, and a green laser swept slowly over the suit, beginning its scan. The specialized apparatus could do more than just analyze the fabric's composition. It measured temperature tolerance, washability, color fastness, tensile strength. It could even assess quality, defense, and other properties. So, once the machine was running, Charlotte kept a straight face, bent down, and touched the tip of her tongue to the suit. Ghost Spider Suit. Maker, Charlotte Parker. Durability, 99.9%. Utility. Fit, Gwen Stacy. Aesthetics. Maker, Charlotte Parker. Durability, 99.9%. Utility. Fit, Gwen Stacy. Aesthetics. Special, lizard-like adhesion, enhanced grip. Note, appraisal technique. Hold your tongue on the target for 3 minutes, or simply chew it. This allows you to appraise anything you wish. Good. Rinse your mouth, and the test is done. Time to move on to the next task. As she wrapped up the suit, Charlotte picked up her phone and dialed Gwen's number. Hey Gwen, I've finished making your suit. You made the suit? For me? If I'm not mistaken, shouldn't Spider-Man be the one doing that? Back then, she thought Charlo was Spider-Man. Never would she have imagined. That's right, I am Spider-Man. Charlo replied calmly. When you believe Spider-Man is Charlo, I'll tell you he isn't. And when you're convinced Spider-Man isn't Charlo, I'll tell you Charlo is Spider-Man. How about that? Is that unusual enough for you? Now, hand over your skill card. What? In the lab, overwhelmed with work, Gwen held her phone crooked between her shoulder and ear. She paused in surprise, then suddenly understood, and said, Stop joking. Charlotte, you can't fool me. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. I saw both of you together last night with my own eyes. I can duplicate myself. Her mind went blank for a second, and she pressed the wrong button. As the centrifuge began spinning rapidly, Gwen lowered her head with a heavy sigh, cursing under her breath. Now I have to do it all over again. Ugh, Charlotte, you jerk. There's no way you're Spider-Man. I am, Charlotte retorted. Liar, you're not. I am. Taking a deep breath, Gwen forced herself back to her unfinished work from yesterday. One hand pressed against her forehead, the other skillfully swirling a test tube. She let out a long sigh and asked, half-heartedly, All right, Charlotte, why do you think you're Spider-Man? Charlotte, not at all pleased with Gwen's tone, played with the Spider-Man-themed lizard bionic gloves and replied, Because I can stick to walls and shoot webs. Spider-Man can't actually stick to walls. He just swings around on his webs. Static clinging is Ghost Spider's power, Gwen declared proudly. Poor Spider-Man's reputation took another hit. I also have spider sense, spider combat skills, spider catchphrases, and a spider suit. Rolling her eyes like a dead fish, Gwen continued her work with practiced ease, tossing the test tube so it landed perfectly in the machine. Charlotte, you don't have spider sense, spider combat skills, or spider catchphrases. And besides, Gwen blinked her beautiful eyes, puffed up her cheeks, but still couldn't hold back. Charlotte, streaking is not a good hobby. If you keep it up, my dad's gonna haul you butt naked into the police station. I'll keep an eye on you from now on. And pretending to be Spider-Man, that's really not a good idea. It won't erase what you did last night. It'll just make you look like an even weirder pervert, piling on cross-dressing and LYP to your reputation. On the other end of the phone, Charlotte's face instantly fell, and for a moment, he was speechless. Ahem. Charlotte cleared his throat, scratched his head, and tried to explain. Isn't it possible that? I mean, what if I have split personalities? So, I have different superpowers, and the person you saw yesterday wasn't actually me. He was Spider-Man. Charlotte, no more excuses. Gwen cut him off seriously. As long as you promise never to do it again, I'll help you keep this secret. You wouldn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to find out about this, would you? Noticing that Charlotte had gone quiet, Gwen blinked and continued with a playful smile. Oh, by the way, do you remember our planned trip to Texas? MJ said she wanted to get you and Harry together today, so the four of us could talk it over. It's a pity. I probably won't be able to join the road trip, and I have so much work today that I can't even make it to this meeting. Road trip to Texas? For the rodeo festival? With a brief recollection, Charlotte instantly understood what Gwen was talking about. Of course I haven't forgotten, but Gwen, you'd better remember there are some things you should forget, Charlotte replied in a low, threatening voice. Forget what? Pausing what she was doing, Gwen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh, is it about you streaking yesterday? You were so proud of it when it happened, and now you're chickening out? Do you really have a thing for running around naked? With a snort, Charlotte, feeling thoroughly embarrassed, quickly hung up the phone. Gwen could really be insufferable sometimes. There he was completely exposed in the middle of the street, and honestly, there wasn't a good excuse for it. He just blurted out some nonsense to cover up his embarrassment. Besides, streaking was probably more believable than trying to explain away a doppelganger or claiming to be a time-traveling Terminator. Speaking of doppelgangers, right now, his other self was still dressed as Spider-Man, equipped with the Spider-Sense skill card, keeping an eye on Jessica. He'd watch her all night. Jessica hadn't left her place, and the Purple Man was nowhere to be found. Still, Charlotte was nothing if not persistent. A long wait was hardly a problem. Shaking off all these stray thoughts, Charlotte began fiddling with his equipment and launched into a new research project. He was intent on figuring out how to give his suit the lizard's regenerative abilities, boosting its defensive power as well. Unlike the suit's sticking ability, granting a lifeless object true self-healing was a complex challenge, one Charlotte was eager to discuss with Dr. Connors. After all, no one knew more about lizards than Connors. Just then, the doors to the lab swung open and Dr. Connors finally arrived. Seeing Charlotte, his cheeks flushed with color, Connors paused for a moment, then smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Hey, Parker. Hey, Dr. Connors. Charlotte didn't look up, deep in thought over the material formula. This was a whole new frontier. Dr. Connors, How do you think we could transfer the lizard's regenerative gene to an inanimate object, so it could heal itself, just like a lizard's tail? Hearing this, Dr. Connors stroked his chin, stepped forward, and placed his right hand on Charlotte's shoulder, leaning in to study the equation Charlotte was writing. Biofibers, so that the cellular fibers could heal themselves like lizard cells? This is a bit beyond my area of expertise. Unless you plan to turn that thing into a living lizard, I really can't think of any other solution. But, Charlotte, you can do it. You're a genius. A genius. Charlotte scoffed. Who isn't a genius these days? Are you suggesting I turn it into a living organism? Charlotte blinked, and for some reason, venom came to mind. Wearing a living creature as armor, something that could heal itself. Maybe she could start by looking into venom. But who knew where venom was at this point? What she needed most right now was independent research. If she wanted to upgrade the suit's self-healing abilities, there was still a long road ahead, and research on plant cells would be essential, too. Pulling up a stool, Connors sat down beside Charlotte. With his right hand, he lifted a small cage containing a white mouse and placed it on the table. Staring at the trembling little mouse inside, with its veins tinged green, Connors said, "A lovely creation, but not quite perfect yet." He opened the cage and set the mouse on the table, watching its movements closely. "Parker, you say human life is so fragile. So why do people still pursue war and turn on each other?" Charlotte was taken aback. Oh no, Dr. Connors was abandoning lizard serum for philosophical pursuits. Casting a sideways glance at Connors, Charlotte replied, "Resource scarcity? Political interests? The chase for capital? Religious conflict?" "No," Connors shook his head. "It's all written in human genetic code." Charlotte rolled her eyes, expecting some grand thesis from Connors, but instead, she just went back to her work in silence. Connors went on. "Humanity, no. All living creatures, the essence of their actions is dictated by genes. It's just that human genes are more complex, more variable, making highly intelligent humans' thoughts just as convoluted and unpredictable. Some genes even doom people to twisted, abnormal personalities, craving violence, slaughter, and destruction. And so, those people spark one ridiculous and cruel war after another." Connors nudged the little mouse with his left hand, watching as the frightened creature scurried toward Charlotte. "Parker, I found a way to change everything. The lizard serum can do more than just regrow lost limbs. It can push evolution further. We could keep our intelligence, but lose our thirst for violence. We'd have tribes that are more united, compassionate, clever, brave. So, help me, Charlotte." As the little mouse ran toward her, Charlotte heard a sudden rush of air at her ear. Her pupils narrowed in alarm. The hairs on her arms stood up. Although Spider-Man's other self was dozens of kilometers away, the spider sense picked up a flash of malice right beside her. A warning, sharp and clear. Without hesitation, Charlotte kicked hard against the table in front of him, rolling swiftly to the ground as he equipped his dance skill card. But Connor's sudden attack had come out of nowhere. It was so fast, so completely inexplicable, that it caught Charlotte entirely off guard. Clutching his neck from where he'd rolled aside, Charlotte yanked out the needleless injector that had just finished its job. In disbelief, he twisted around to look at Connors. "Damn it, I let my guard down. I didn't dodge at all." Now, Connor stood before him, both arms intact, his gaze burning with a feverish intensity. His eyes shimmered with a greenish hue, his frame powerfully built. "Charlotte, do you know why lizards huddle together, sharing warmth in their embrace? Back when we were researching lizard genes together, I stumbled upon something amazing. You have an almost perfect compatibility with the lizard serum." Shimmering scales began to flicker across Connor's body as his teeth grew razor-sharp, his frame swelling and twisting, his expression contorting into something monstrous. His voice became a harsh, chilling rasp. "I always wanted you to join my research. Always. But I would never force you. I knew you wanted to change. I knew you were destined to take that step. But you changed. And so did I. I couldn't hold on any longer. This is my last chance. I had no choice but to inject myself with the lizard serum. When I opened my eyes, everything was so beautiful. I understood your perfection even more. How essential you are. You are the god destined for the lizard people." Green streaks crept across Charlotte's neck, scales rapidly unfurling over his skin. His eyes turned to golden slits, his whole body swelling with transformation. His skin shifted to emerald, his limbs grew savage and powerful. A Lizard Parker skill card automatically equipped itself to him. A massive tail lashed down to the ground, tearing apart his clothes, while the web shooters on both his hands shattered to pieces. With a raspy, piercing voice, Connors flicked out his tongue and declared, "The most perfect adapter, let us together build the kingdom of the lizard people." Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill card. Lizard Parker. I always knew Spider-Man's best friend would become a villain. I thought of Harry, of Francis, even of MJ, but I never imagined, never in my wildest dreams, that I wasn't Spider-Man at all. I'm the damn villain. Transform into a lizard person. Your spirit drops to half its original value, but strength and constitution increase by 50 points. Free attribute points +2. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to the 5th stage of Madness Power. You gain an additional skill card slot and +10 free attribute points. Lizard Serum Enhancement. All attributes +2. The spider that bit Spider-Man only gave Charlotte +1 to all attributes, but the Lizard Serum grants him +2 to everything. This is destiny. This is what it means to be fated for villainy. Raise your phones and give a shout out for Lizard Parker. Level: Madness Power, Stage 5. Age: 16 years old. Strength: 56, +50, you're as strong as a lizard. Constitution: 62, +50, you're as sturdy as a lizard. Spirit: 11, -11, you're as dense as a lizard. Appearance: 14, trait: you always draw the attention of extraordinary beings. Attribute points: 36. A tremendous surge of power spread through Charlotte's body. His left fist was now as powerful as his right, and his right hand moved with the agility of the left. He couldn't help but open his mouth and flick out his long tongue, swiftly sensing the temperature and humidity in the air. Tilting his head, Charlotte stared at the excited, almost ecstatic Lizardman Connors, his face an unsettling shade of green. His body had swelled to an imposing 2.5 meters, towering over Dr. Connors, who, at 2 meters, now seemed almost slight by comparison. The scales that shimmered across his skin shifted from a deep forest green to a fiery, glowing crimson. The color of Charlotte's eyes cycled through many hues before finally settling into the molten glow of flowing lava. Just meeting Charlotte's gaze, Connors the Lizard Man felt a wave of ancestral pressure crash through his veins. Connors could hardly contain himself. Yes, this is it. This is perfection. The ultimate Lizard Man. If Connors was a hideous lizard monster, then, after his transformation, Charlotte looked far more like a wingless Western dragon. Powerful, sleek, and exuding a fierce, commanding presence. His frame was robust, scales gleamed in the light, and his aura radiated strength and authority, his eyes burning bright with an inner fire. Question: so what is a wingless Western dragon? Answer: still just a giant lizard. Lifting his brow, Charlotte gazed down at his own claws, rendered speechless. His spider sense had never turned off, always alert for any trace of hostility around him. Yet he never imagined that Dr. Connors, who harbored no ill will, would be the one to transform him into a lizard man. Staring at Connors, his face overflowing with admiration, pride, and unrestrained joy, Charlotte grit his sharp teeth. Connors raised his arm, looking at Charlotte with reverence. "O great king of us lizard folk, expand our tribe. Lead us to an even more glorious future. All we need is to make more lizard serum. No, let's make lizard spray together. Let's turn the whole world into lizard people, just like us." Charlotte wanted nothing more than to plant a solid kick right into his head. Who do you think you're talking to? But rather than inflict physical pain, Charlotte itched to vex Connors in spirit, to truly rattle him. With a calm face and serene expression, Charlotte glanced about, his tail shifting to cover his utterly bare lower half, while 2 claws shyly shielded his equally bare chest. How could the mighty lizard man Charlotte possibly enjoy running around naked? Trying to cover one thing and exposing another, Charlotte finally chose to hide his face altogether. "Dr. Connors, we can't turn all the people in the world into lizard people. That's just not right. It's not kind. Not kind." Connors, wearing his white lab coat, was taken aback. He stared at Charlotte, blinking anxiously. "Charlotte, they're not our kind. Kindness is for your own kind. What we need is more of our own." A look of genuine sincerity spread across Charlotte's face. "Sorry, I'm a good person now." "No, wait. I've always been a good person." Clearing his throat, Charlotte said, "Well, perhaps we could go door to door, knock politely, and share with everyone the wonders of the Lizard Empire, all with a big smile. We could spread the good word. The Lizard Empire. Come and see for yourself. Invite those who are interested, and let them join us as lizard people." Door to door, Connor stared at Charlotte in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Charlotte continued, "And all that fighting and killing is just too terrifying. Kurt, let's respect everyone's choices. Even when someone attacks us, we should seriously introduce the benefits of joining the Lizard Empire. For example, we're really tall." Charlotte, Connors covered his forehead, his voice even more hoarse than before. This isn't going to work. For a moment, regret flashed across his face, forever turning Charlotte into a lizard person. Shaking his head, Charlotte went on. Oh, and make sure to especially ask the opinion of those black women with big lips and afros, for political correctness. I'm talking to you about the lizard empire, and you're giving me a lesson in social justice. Well, maybe social justice is more important, after all. Clutching his head, Connors shook it hard, trying to rid himself of these chaotic thoughts. Harker, lizard people. We are lizard people. Forget about those foolish humans. So, you discriminate against humans? No, no, no. Connors, let me ask you something practical. Right in front of you stands a black lesbian with Native American heritage, an environmentally conscious transgender person from a two-mom family, and a German Jewish civil rights activist. Which one do you want to convert into a lizard person first? I don't want any of them. Watching Connors freeze, Charlotte's eyes glimmered with mischief. And as I see it, every little life is innocent. No little animal should be killed by lizard people. So, my suggestion is, we lizard people should eat grass. No, you disgrace to lizard people. You damned fool. We will never. Calm down, Connors. The world is such a lovely place, but you're so agitated. That's not good at all. Watching Connors hopping mad, literally jumping in place, Charlotte felt much better. Ever since he became a lizard person, Connors' intelligence had clearly taken a hit. Just a handful of simple questions, and he's already crumbling. How fascinating. With her hands pressed together in mock prayer, Charlotte radiated an air of holier-than-thou sanctimony. Every day, 25 species teeter on the brink of extinction. And here I am, a lizard person completely powerless to change a thing. Oh, how heartbreaking. Charlotte, clutching his head, Connors looked thoroughly defeated. Let the animals go in peace. Let nature take its course. That's not our responsibility. Those damned environmentalists and animal rights activists, they don't actually care at all. They're all about appearances. It's all talk. That's all they ever do. All they know how to do is protest and irritate people. They never take real action. On the surface, it's all about ideology, but deep down, it's just business. They're only good at making money and feeling good about themselves. The earth is fine, but the people living on it are just insufferable. Charlotte paused, struck by how reasonable that sounded. She had nothing to say in return. Maybe I should join you on the villain's side. I couldn't sleep last night, and I've been in a daze all day. It felt pretty interesting as I was writing, but reading it back now, it just falls flat. Sigh, these last 2 chapters really feel like filler. Charlotte, you have to understand. The future belongs to the lizard people. We have stronger bodies, greater power, and the gift of regeneration. We work together, free from all those dirty thoughts. We move forward hand in hand, untouched by the petty schemes and desires of the world. We are flawless. Watching Connors, who was brimming with enthusiasm, Charlotte interjected skeptically. But lizard people aren't exactly known for their brains. Our brains, Connors froze. That was, indeed, the lizard people's flaw. Ever since he'd injected the lizard serum, even Connors had noticed his thinking had grown sluggish, his temper more volatile. He chalked it up to the serum's negligible side effects. It was the lizard people's instinct to obey their genes, trading reason for strength. A shallow intellect was their greatest weakness. His eyes flickered. Connors had considered solutions, but the mental fog made it painful to think, and his frustration only grew. Lizard people aren't perfect. They have their faults. His grand idea to use the lizard serum to benefit all of humanity, wasn't that flawed too? His slit-pupiled eyes trembled. Had he been wrong all along? But his genetic instincts quickly soothed his doubt. Compared to his once frail body, Connors now felt stronger than ever before. What the world needed now was a lizard revolution, not lizard contemplation. All he had to do was mass-produce the serum and unleash it over New York, and then there would be countless lizard companions. After that, well, he hadn't quite worked out the next step. While Connors was still lost in thought, Charlotte flicked her tail and quipped. Stupidity isn't even their deadliest flaw. The real problem with lizard folk is just how unbearably ugly they are. Charlotte sighed, her face full of emotion. Goodness, the mere thought of a world filled with hideous lizard people sent a chill down his spine. Perhaps Third Brother would be overjoyed, maybe even plunge into a wild celebration, but Charlotte simply couldn't accept it. The prospect alone was enough to make his skin crawl. Ugly. Connor's eyes widened in disbelief. Here I am, discussing the evolution of humanity with you, the future of lizard folk, the pivot of world peace and strategic transformation. And all you care about is that lizard folk aren't aesthetically pleasing? Wait, are you saying I'm ugly? Fuming, Connors cocked his head, walked to the edge of the lab, and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. What the? What kind of monster is that? He had never paid attention to his appearance before. All he'd ever had was the grand dream of a lizard empire. But now, catching sight of himself, Connors realized, for the first time, that lizard folk really were hideous. Even with his mind altered by the lizard serum, he still couldn't help but feel that the face staring back at him was hideously, indescribably ugly. He was stuck in the uncanny valley, halfway between human and lizard, right at the peak of horror. A dark cloud gathered over his head, but he quickly pushed it away. Looks aren't what matter. What matters is human evolution, the creation of a superior species. Beauty can't fill your stomach. I don't care at all. He strode to the workbench, pulled open a drawer, and saw that of the 5 syringes of lizard serum, only 2 remained. Charlotte, stop obsessing over trivialities. We should be fighting for the glorious future of both humankind and lizard folk. We need to manufacture more lizard serum. And honestly, these physical injections are just too inefficient. We ought to design a lizard transformation gun, or maybe even a lizard grenade that works over an area. That's where your talents are still crucial. Charlotte stood up, arms crossed, and glanced at the syringes in front of Connors, her voice dripping with disdain. A lizard pistol, a lizard grenade. Connors, this is a new era. Why not broaden your imagination a little? Personally, I think a lizard spear would be much more practical. Connors pondered for a moment. Which would be more effective, a continuously firing spear or a grenade that could evolve multiple targets at once? Charlotte raised 2 fingers in a classic pose, tapping formulas into the computer. She hit the simulation button, and in no time, the results of a jet-propelled lizard serum test appeared on the screen. Smiling, she tapped a button and virtually loaded the serum into a cloud seeding shell, launching it into the rain clouds. Connor stopped thinking and stared, eyes shining, at the test results. Turning Charlotte was, without a doubt, the smartest thing he'd ever done. In just a brief moment, he had already upgraded the lizard serum, allowing it to be dispersed as a mist like artificial rainfall to wash over the whole of New York. Fantastic! We're one step closer to our dream of evolving all of humanity. Gazing at the lizard formula on the computer screen, Charlot made only minor adjustments. Transforming 2 lizard serum injectors into lizard grenades was a simple task for him. The real challenge was that the essential ingredient needed to make the serum was running dangerously low. The antitoxic plasma somatostatin was absolutely vital. It was the main hormone used to suppress genetic toxicity and also to enhance gene fusion. This was Osborne Group's proudest product, the very foundation of their dedication to the field of genetic biotechnology. But the once glorious Osborne Group had now been swallowed up by Hammertech, reduced to the least valued department in the entire company. If he wanted more of the antitoxic plasma somatostatin, he'd have to find a way to steal it from Hammertech. With Connors' approval of the lizard formula, a sly grin curved Charlot's lips. For the past few days, he'd been helping out Connors, earning some dollars on the side. Naturally, he participated in the research on the lizard serum, and the formula he had just completed was his latest achievement. The lizard serum itself wasn't finished yet, but the antidote serum had long since been prepared. He was just waiting for the perfect moment to surprise Connors. Charlot Hammertech holds the antitoxic plasma somatostatin, that essential raw material. Looks like it's time for us to make our move. A bestial cruelty glimmered in Connors' eyes, the claws at his fingertips catching the dim light with a cold gleam. All right, Dr. Connors. Charlot replied meekly, acknowledging Connors' plan, then asked, So, how exactly are we going to do this? Connors hesitated, stumped for a moment. All the somatostatin he'd used before had come from Osborne's leftover stock. Now, finding where Hammertech stored their somatostatin was going to be no easy feat. For something like this, wouldn't it be simplest to just call Gwen and ask? Why make it harder than it needs to be? Charlot suggested gently. Connors, maybe you could just ask one of your colleagues. Connors' eyes lit up. Charlot, you're right. Let's go find my colleague and get the answers we need, by any means necessary. In the sewers, 2 enormous shadows darted past in a blur of speed, their passage rattling the pipes and stirring up a rush of wind. The thick, filthy water reeked, its surface strewn with discarded plastic waste. Clinging to the grimy pipes above, Charlot crawled on all 4s, twisting and contorting through the darkness. Spiders, rats, and cockroaches scattered in every direction as he passed through the sewer's gloom. Led by Connors, the 2 of them prepared to navigate the labyrinthine underground drainage system toward their destination. Look at the other superheroes. They walk on clouds, wield the hammer of thunder, or soar across 1,000 miles clad in gleaming armor. And yet here he was, a top-tier hero, Spider-Man himself, forever tangled up with the sewers. Oh well, today, I'm the lizard, aren't I? Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone echoed, bringing both Charlotte and Connors to a halt. Lately, New York had been plagued by a wave of manhole cover thefts, leaving dangerous gaps in streets. And, just ahead, the manhole cover to the sewer had also been stolen. It allowed Charlotte to hear the bustling sounds of the street above, and let her phone's signal slip into the shadowy underworld. She flipped open the phone hanging around her neck and glanced at the caller ID, 733044534. Ignoring Connor's icy stare, Charlotte nonchalantly picked up the phone, delicately pressing the answer button with her claw. "Hey, MJ. Charlotte." On the other end, Mary Jane paused, her red lips close to the receiver as she asked softly, "Charlotte, why do you sound so muffled, so hoarse, and there's an echo? Are you sick?" "Of course not. I'm as strong as a Mexican giant lizard." Charlotte denied instantly. "I'm not sick. I'm just streaking through the sewers right now." "Mexican giant lizard?" MJ scratched her cheek. "What a strange comparison. Wait, isn't that supposed to be a Komodo dragon?" Relieved to hear Charlotte wasn't ill, MJ smiled teasingly and said, "I know you're tough. You're the legendary Ghost Rider Charlotte. Speeding the wrong way, drifting like a hearse, pushing every limit, the highway menace. Charlotte, are you tired of living?" She hadn't known about the hair-raising chase until a coworker shared the story with her. Only then did she realize just how colorful Charlotte's daily life was. Why does that not sound like a compliment? Is she saying only ghosts would dare ride in my car? And what about Chief George, the king of the police? He rode with me and had a great time. He even wanted another go. MJ, if you keep mocking me, I'll shoot rubber bands at your window. Next time I'll take her drifting myself. Then she'll know what a real ghost ride feels like. TCH, unimpressed by Charlotte's threat, MJ just laughed. "I just think you shouldn't do dangerous things. Don't make your family and friends worry." Charlotte was about to retort, but MJ changed the subject. "By the way, Gwen says she can't make it to Texas for the rodeo. So, does that mean our fabulous vacation plans are about to fall apart?" "Of course not. If I can't go to Texas, that's Gwen's loss," Charlotte replied, her eyes darting mischievously. This was a golden opportunity. All Charlotte needed was to cause a little stir on the way to Texas, making sure everyone knew she was headed there. As long as Spider-Man remained in New York, the web that connected Charlotte and Spider-Man would be severed. From then on, no one would ever suspect that Charlotte was actually Spider-Man. I really am a genius. "Hey, Charlotte." MJ tilted her head, pinning the phone between her ear and shoulder as she got back to work. As if something had just occurred to her, she said, "You haven't been running around at night in a skin-tight suit playing superhero, have you? The other night, I ran into some weirdo. Well, his behavior was a lot like yours." Charlotte's smirk froze instantly. "A weirdo? Skin-tight suit? Superhero? Damn, is it really that obvious? Why does every friend who's seen me manage to guess right away that I'm Spider-Man? It's hard to feel accomplished when you thought you'd left no clues behind. What did I go wrong?" She searched her heart. Her mannerisms were exactly like Spider-Man in the movies. A chatterbox full of goodwill, a hero always ready to help, a masked figure who slips into enemy hideouts at night, shooting webs, all while holding himself to impossibly high moral standards. Even among criminals, she had a great reputation. She'd even earned the nickname Spider Freak. So how come nobody ever guessed Peter Parker was Spider-Man? But with her, everyone got in one. Charlotte's lips twitched as she lowered her voice to ask, "MJ, why would you think that?" Blinking, dressed in her convenience store uniform, MJ straightened the shelves and recalled, "I guess it's just that same odd, quirky energy. I knew you before, and you used to be just kind of reserved. But ever since you got out of the hospital, it's like you've fermented." "Charlotte, I'm not Spider-Man." Charlotte gritted her teeth, forcing herself to sound calm. "MJ used to be such a good kid. Youthful, beautiful, gentle, and poised. Who knows who corrupted her? Now she's full of snarky remarks, one after another." You're not? Then I take it back. Even though I had pepper spray and a taser in my backpack that night, I was really grateful for Spider-Man. He saved me. He just dropped from the sky like a real superhero. When he appeared, sure, he was a little quirky, but honestly, he was dazzling. A bit of an oddball, but still, he stood out from the crowd. The way he put himself between me and danger, I couldn't help but admire him. Charlotte's face was stony. "So, if I just admit that I'm a quirky, ridiculous, and neurotic oddball, will I earn your admiration?" "Oh, wicked MJ, I've seen right through your scheme. If I dare to admit it, all I'll get is your mockery, won't I? I'm not falling for that." So, Charlotte glanced at Connors, who was waiting impatiently not far away, and decided to change the subject. "By the way, when are we planning our Texas road trip? I'm really looking forward to the Cowboy Festival." "The date?" "Next Monday." Just from MJ's voice, you could tell she was in a great mood. "Charlotte, you're really not a good friend. You didn't contact us at all during the holidays. Have you really been that busy every single day?" Or have you forgotten about me altogether? Charlotte nodded and replied bluntly, Yes, I forgot. MJ rolled her eyes, glanced at the wall clock, and said, I'm done talking. I'm hanging up now. I need to get started with my busy day. I still need to earn some cash for next week's trip. The call ended, and from a distance Connor's raspy, menacing voice rang out. Full of energy as always, Charlotte, do you really believe you can turn the whole country into a lizard kingdom within a month, and then take your lizard comrades on a trip to Texas? I can see your confidence. Of course, Charlotte stretched her massive body and said with a hint of meaning, I'm confident I can take care of this problem within a week. Lightning fast delivery, mission guaranteed. Francie rolled up on a brand new motorcycle, pulling to a slow stop beside the towering, high-tech Hammer Technologies building. She shook out her red courier uniform, turned around to show off the bright yellow lightning bolt on her back. Swinging her leg over, she hopped off, swept her uniform cape with a flourish, and took off her helmet, revealing a face that could scare a child to tears, her stiff smile stretched wide. She pulled a package from the insulated delivery box and handed it to Gwen, giving her a big thumbs up. Gwen pursed her lips awkwardly at the sight, took the package, and as she traced the expression on her own face with a finger, asked in confusion, Francia, why are you making that face? A friendly smile can give the customer a great day. The customer is always right. That's our motto. At that, Francie's smile grew even more radiant. All right, Gwen shrugged, not really caring. She wasn't the one doing the smiling anyway. She picked up the package and started to inspect it. It was from Charlotte, and looking at the carefully sealed box, Gwen was full of curiosity. She had no idea what Charlotte had sent her this time. As she looked over the package, she lifted her white lab coat to wipe away a smudge and asked, Did Charlotte give this to you personally? In person? It was Charlotte who personally entrusted this to me. Francie continued to share. See this new motorcycle? Back then, on Charlotte the strategist's advice, we got full insurance for it, so the insurance company replaced it with a brand new one. And generous Charlotte, he actually lent this new motorcycle to me. Good heavens. He even let me cover his shift, told me I could keep the entire day's wage, and said he'd only split tips with me 50-50. What a great guy. Holding the package, Gwen arched an eyebrow, studying Francie's earnest expression. She nodded and said, Charlotte truly isn't a devil. At the very least, he's sharing half with you. All right then. Gwen shook the package in her hand and said, I received the package, so I need to get back to work. Francie, I took a day off yesterday, and there's a mountain of things waiting for me today. Francie waved back, put on his helmet, and wobbled away in the direction he'd come from. Back in the lab, Gwen set the package down on her desk and dove into her tasks for a little while. But soon, she couldn't resist. She hurried back to the desk, tore open the seal, and took out what was inside. A ghost spider suit. It really was made by Charlotte. Gwen's eyes lit up. Just by looking at it, she could tell this suit was leagued better than anything she could have made herself. If Charlotte hadn't given her this one, she would have had to order anonymously online. She unfolded the ghost spider suit, running her fingers over the fabric, checking the color and the patterns, an exact match to her own design. Flawless. Holding the suit, she felt an overwhelming urge to try it on right then and there. She pulled back the hood, but then froze, clenching her teeth. Instead of a spider mask, what lay hidden inside was a clown mask with a pig snout, one she'd thrown away ages ago. Charlotte had found it while cleaning up paintball supplies and had given Gwen quite a surprise. The clown mask, so out of place, ruined the suit's elegance entirely. Wearing a spider suit topped with a clown mask sporting a pig nose, the image was so twisted, Gwen felt her brain short-circuit. If she ever showed up like that, Spider-Gwen's superhero days would be over for good. She stomped over to the trash can, snatched up the clown mask, and prepared to toss it in. But the unexpected weight of the mask made her pause. Opening it up, she discovered two more things inside. One was a genuine spider mask. Gwen fell in love with it at first sight. The other was a small bottle filled with pale blue liquid. Gwen frowned, examining it closely. The bottle was about the size of a regular sports drink, looking a lot like a bottle of Sprite, but the seal was perfectly intact and reinforced with a metal bumper for extra protection. This sort of thing definitely looks complicated, but what exactly is it for? Suddenly, there was a crisp sound at the door handle. Startled, Gwen hurriedly stuffed everything back into the package, quickly hiding it behind her. She turned her head, just in time to see Dr. Morbius stepping through the door. Morbius was tall and gaunt, with shoulder-length black hair draped down his back. His expression was severe, and he held a file in his hand. The moment he looked up, he caught sight of Gwen, who looked distinctly guilty. He frowned slightly, but didn't say much more. He'd already given Gwen more than enough tasks today, all of them requiring at least a bit of brain power. Gwen had merely stolen a quick break in the middle of her work. Besides, who among all the wage earners here doesn't sneak a little downtime now and then? Gwen, finish up what you're working on and come with me. We need to go to Oscorp Tower. Oh, all right, Gwen replied. She quickly wrapped up her current tasks and promptly said, all done, Dr. Morbius. Morbius gave a brief nod and, still holding the file, strode out the door, leading the way. Gwen hurried after him, but almost immediately doubled back. After a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the package and dashed off in pursuit of Morbius. Before long, Gwen was behind the wheel, driving, while Morbius sat in the passenger seat, leafing through those files. As they drove, Gwen blinked and stole a glance at the documents in Morbius's hands. They were all research reports from Oscorp. One of them was even related to antitoxin plasma somatostatin. Antitoxin plasma somatostatin. I know that biochemical hormone. It's Dr. Lewis's research, right? Using fungal transposons to transfer injected foreign gene segments onto genetic fragments, and then, once introduced into an organism, using transposase to identify and culture them. The result is a hormone that can suppress genetic toxins. Oh, for once, Morbius turned and regarded Gwen with a bit more attention. Gwen continued, a friend of mine used to work at Oscorp. So, Dr. Morbius, are you interested in this? Of course, Morbius replied with a sigh. Oscorp, what a perfect company for biological research. It's a shame. Oscorp has been taken over. Hammer Tech, the new owner, has no interest in human gene fusion or research into genetic fragments. That reminds me, Gwen said, a hint of confusion in her voice. She had joined Morbius's research team, which focused on experiments involving electricity, bats, and a fusion of human and animal genes. And, in fact, they'd already made significant progress. Some real results were beginning to emerge from their work. But why does Hammer Industries marginalize biological gene fusion to such an extent? If we're really that insignificant, what was Hammer's purpose in acquiring the Osborne Group? It can't just be because Hammer felt like it, can it? This question had been weighing on Gwen for a long time. The Osborne Group was merely a medium-sized company. Yet Hammer Industries treated it with utmost seriousness, showed no mercy, and wiped it out in a single blow, then devoured Osborne at lightning speed. But upon arriving at Hammer Industries, the thriving scientific scene she had imagined was nowhere to be found. This, without a doubt, filled Gwen with disappointment and deep confusion. Wearing a cold smirk, Morbius set the files aside and said, Osborne wasn't much in the military sector. Their focus was on bioweapons, on superhuman serums. At first, I thought Hammer was only after the hoverboard they were developing. But later, I realized his true aim was indeed the biological weapons. He shot Gwen a chilly glance and continued. To build Hammer Industries up into a company that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Stark Industries, which rose from the ashes of World War II, you couldn't possibly think Hammer is just some fool, could you? That man is a shrewd and self-serving pragmatist. He looks down on Norman Osborn, thinks the idea of fusing animal genes into humans is utterly foolish. All inspired by those comic book creators who dreamt of making superheroes, of becoming the next Captain America. A Captain America who can tip the scales of war is nothing but government propaganda. Who's to say he even really exists? So, we outcasts continue the research into animal-human gene fusion here at Hammer. But human trials are strictly forbidden. Meanwhile, Hammer's true objective is being carried out in the heart of the Osborne Group. He wants to do the opposite. To fuse the genes of black people into chimpanzees and mass-produce intelligent bioengineered soldiers. Gwen's eyes widened, her gaze sparkling. So it could be done this way. Truly, none of these corporate tycoons should ever be underestimated. Speaking of which, the recent uproar over Stark's disappearance. Could that have been Hammer's doing? If he can't win head-on, he takes out his rivals through underhanded means. It really might be possible. Setting aside her wild speculations, Gwen still had some doubts about Hammer's research strategy with these ape soldiers. But if that's the case, wouldn't organizations like PETA be a huge problem? Her question left Morbius silent. PETA, the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, is a radical animal rights group that believes animals should enjoy the same right to life as humans. They uphold the principle that animals are not ours to eat, or experiment on, or abuse in any way, and are fierce defenders of animal rights. Under the influence of organizations like PETA, the Laboratory Animal Welfare Act was smoothly passed. The Laboratory Animal Welfare policy mandates humane treatment for experimental animals, ensuring they're provided with optimal living conditions. These requirements include regulating temperature, humidity, and lighting, as well as guaranteeing proper scientific training, timely feeding, regular vaccinations, and standardized pathological testing to maintain animal care protocols. Damn it, what a bunch of troublemakers meddling for no reason. While Stark Industries, Hammer Tech, and the Life Foundation remain largely unaffected, the Osborne Group, home to a vast number of experimental animals, finds itself severely constrained by these new rules. This, in fact, becomes one of the reasons why the Osborne Group shareholders are now considering selling their stakes. Even Morbius feels a headache coming on at the mention of the policy. His own research project houses a swarm of bats, and he still needs to conduct experiments involving electrical stimulation. No one wants the stigma of animal cruelty hanging over their heads, especially if it means losing research funding. So the only option is to keep everything under wraps and operate in secret. The last thing anyone wants is some radical animal rights group showing up at their door, stirring up even more trouble. Hammer has the military backing him. To him, compared with the explosive scandal of Osborne's secret human experiments, these animal rights activists are just a minor nuisance that can be smoothed over with money. Today, the person we need to find is Abigail. He was once Connor's research assistant on the lizard serum, and is now the lead for the human serum project. That scoundrel Abigail, he's got to be here. If we find him, we find the somatostatin. Not far from the entrance to the Osborne building, a pair of vertical pupils flickers in the shadows of sewer grate. An ambush. Connors has orchestrated an attack. Their plan is simple. Storm in openly, locate Abigail and the somatostatin, give Abigail a thorough lesson, and then walk out with the prize. The task itself is straightforward. Connors has faith in their abilities. For the lizard, firearms pose little threat. What are the odds a passing superhero would conveniently intervene at just the wrong moment? Perched on the wall, Charlotte puffs out her cheeks and blows gently on a trembling little lizard, tilting her head as she asks, "Connors, are we really just going to barge straight in like this? It seems a bit unfriendly, don't you think? Maybe we could give them a call first, or, notify the police?" Connors pays her question no heed, answering in a grave tone. "Charlotte, the battle has already begun. They won't show us any mercy. Now, success is our only option. There's no turning back. All right, you're the boss." She grabs the little lizard and tosses it into the murky sewer water. Charlotte stretches languidly, powerful muscles rippling beneath her skin, her eyes glinting red. Take pride in your craft. After all, as Lizard Parker, Charlotte can't afford to embarrass herself. Silently, she arms herself with a skill card, preparing for the chaos that's about to unfold. Criminal genius, you are the mastermind of crime. It was a bright, sun-drenched morning, and the streets bustled with a steady stream of passers-by. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed down the avenue. A manhole cover shot into the air, spinning wildly as startled cries erupted. The heavy lid crashed down onto a car parked by the curb. In the chaos, two hulking figures burst from the sewers and landed heavily on the pavement. Sherlock immediately spread his arms wide, threw back his head, and unleashed a roar, bellowing the lines he'd prepared in advance. "We, the lizard people who secretly rule the world, will hide no longer. Tremble, Earth. Wail, humanity. Tell the Queen of England, Zach G.B., and Johnson, there's no need to hide anymore. The war of the lizard people has begun." He finished with a wild, guttural howl, his voice echoing off the cityscape. "How about that? Are you scared yet?" The sudden appearance of these terrifying creatures sent the crowd into a frenzy. Screaming, people scattered in every direction, fleeing with practiced haste. The entire area rapidly emptied out as traffic snarled and chaos erupted. Connors, having steeled himself for this moment, ignored Sherlock's theatrics, his reptilian eyes fixed on the towering Osborne building ahead. "Abigail, I'm coming for you." With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm on the ground and launched himself straight toward the Osborne Group's front entrance. The moment the monsters appeared, the security chief at Osborne had already triggered the emergency protocols. But in the blink of an eye, Connors smashed through the reinforced glass at the entrance, his tail sweeping aside anyone in his path. He seized the security chief by the leg, hoisting him upside down to glare into his eyes. Foul breath hissed from Connors's maw as his slit pupils gleamed with cruelty. "Tell me, where is Abigail right now?" Though not the tallest in New York, the Osborne building still rose 72 stories high. If he had to search floor by floor, Abigail would be long gone before he found her. The security chief stared at the hideous lizard man, trembling so violently that a warm stream soaked his pants, trickling down his legs. Clutching his walkie-talkie, he was far too terrified to resist this inhuman monster. "She's 3 levels underground. Dr. Abigail is in the secret lab on basement level 3. With a dismissive toss, Connors flung the chief aside and charged for the elevators, smashing open the doors and vanishing down the shaft. Clutching his pounding heart, the security chief shuddered again. "What kind of monster is this?" "Mom, it's true. The lizard people really have been ruling the world from the shadows. We're all doomed." He fumbled for his phone and dialed the emergency number. "Officer, the alien lizard people who control the world. They've just attacked the Osborne building. War is about to break out. We need to be careful with the lunar matrix. They're hiding among us. Excuse me? The dispatcher was speechless. What on earth is he talking about? I was saying, before he could finish his sentence, an enormous shadow suddenly loomed over the head of the security captain. With trembling hands, he slowly turned around to see Charlot, standing 2.5 meters tall, hands clasped behind his back, watching him with a look of great interest. Clutching at his chest, the security captain gasped for air but couldn't catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror. "Hey, sir, are you still there? Sir? Hello." Charlot shook his head, a trace of amusement in his eyes. Another one knocked out by my good looks. He picked up the phone, bared his fearsome teeth, and roared into the receiver. "AR." His voice thundered out, loud enough to shake the walls and send shivers down the line. No one quite knew what the unfortunate dispatcher, whose eardrums had just been assaulted, managed to report, but one thing was certain. The entire New York Police Department sprang into action. Squad cars, sirens wailing, sped at full tilt toward the Oscorp Tower. But soon, they all found themselves gridlocked on the streets. Only the police helicopters, alongside those from the media, managed to reach the battleground. Caught in the same traffic jam were Gwen and Morbius. As they surveyed the chaos outside, Gwen, puzzled, unfastened her seatbelt and craned her slender neck to peer ahead. They were already very close to Oscorp Tower. A panicked crowd came surging toward them, sweeping along the drivers who had gotten out of their cars, all fleeing as fast as they could. Morbius, his face cold and impassive, frowned. Was this another case of experimental creatures escaping from Oscorp? He picked up his phone and checked the internal messages from the company. Without a hint of emotion, he unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Gwen, our plan to visit Oscorp Tower today is canceled. We'll handle the rest tomorrow. You're free to go home." Without waiting for Gwen to respond, he opened the car door and stepped out, moving with the flow of the crowd as they hurried away. "Hey, Dr. Morbius, wait." Gwen sat in the car, momentarily at a loss. She glanced at the people streaming around her, hesitated briefly, then turned off the engine, pocketed her keys, and picked up her bag before getting out. Though the crowd wasn't tightly packed, a sense of panic hung in the air. One security captain, his uniform still damp, ran by shouting at the top of his lungs. "The lizard men are invading Earth. We're doomed. The lizard men are here. Run for your lives." Hugging her parcel tightly to her chest, Gwen took a few steps with the crowd before stopping in her tracks. Her eyes sparkled as she caught sight of a piece of clothing peeking out of her package. She glanced around, then dashed toward a nearby building. Meanwhile, lizard attack. Charlot lifted the reception desk and smashed it with a crash into the security camera in the corner. Rampaging dragon. A lizard tail swept across the floor, sending up shards of tile and tearing up the ground, swirling a cloud of dust into the air. Savage charge. With a mighty leap, Charlot crashed through the front doors of Oscorp Tower, reducing them to splinters. The elevator lights flickered on, revealing a packed crowd of Hammer employees inside. As soon as the doors slid open on the ground floor, they were met with the sight of Charlotte barreling toward them. They stared, dumbfounded, as Charlotte wrenched the LCD television from the wall of the building, wordlessly watching her hefted overhead. Don't make a sound. Let's slip away quietly," one of the employees whispered, gingerly testing the ground with a tentative step. A moment later, the elevator's automated announcement chimed in. "Ding. First floor. Please exit the elevator in an orderly fashion." Startled by the voice, Charlotte whipped her head around, gripping the television in one hand, her unblinking gaze locking onto the group. Screams erupted in a chaotic chorus. No one could tell who in the elevator was the first to shout out. "Close the doors. Hurry." The employee nearest to the controls frantically jabbed at the closed door button. With a menacing grin, Charlotte opened her massive jaws, clutched the television tighter, and roared. "Heh-Heh. Shield throw." Just as the doors slid shut, everyone caught a glimpse of Charlotte hurling the television at them. The elevator whisked away, ascending to the 72nd floor. How boring, Charlotte thought. She tossed the heavy television aside with a scoff. They really can't take a joke. It had only taken the simplest gesture, and she'd seen several people in the elevator faint from fright, collapsing into a panicked heap. They were nothing like the crafty head of security who'd played possum and waited for the right moment to escape. Charlotte picked up a potted plant by her feet and fixed her gaze on the elevator, now returning from the 72nd floor, waiting with a smirk for the next batch of lucky witnesses. Suddenly, her ears twitched. Sensing something unusual, she spun around and flung the flower pot away without a second thought. In the distance, a graceful figure leapt between the buildings, swinging on strands of web. Bathed in brilliant sunlight, she somersaulted through the air, soaring in Charlotte's direction. "Gwen? What you doing here?" Gwen traced an elegant arc through the sky and landed nimbly at the entrance of the Oscorp Tower. The moment she stepped inside, the sight of Charlotte in her lizard form took her by surprise. She clutched her chest and stumbled back, exclaiming, "Oh my God, there really are lizard people in this world. Wow, oh my God." Charlotte mimicked her shock, covering her mouth with both hands in mock amazement. So there really are spandex-clad weirdos on the surface. Who are you calling a spandex weirdo? I have impeccable taste. I'm the one and only Ghost Spider, the famed superhero of New York City. And you're just an ugly lizard monster. Prepare to howl in defeat beneath my fists. Pumping herself up with these words, Gwen launched the first attack. A strand of web shot out, aiming straight for Charlotte's eyes. Unfortunately, the fledgling ghost spider was still green and untested. To Charlotte, her attack was child's play. "Address me as Lord Lizard." Gwen instinctively grabbed a strand of web and yanked hard. Caught off guard, she was pulled up from the ground, flying toward Charlotte. Razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, swiping straight at Gwen. She quickly shot out more webs, twisting midair to regain her balance, and then clung to the ceiling like a spider. Facing Lizard Parker, who outclassed Connors in every attribute, was an overwhelming challenge for Gwen's very first real fight. Cold sweat pooled in her heart. The brute strength of the lizard man was terrifying, and her gaze towards Charlotte grew more cautious. Charlotte opened his massive, fang-filled jaws, grinning wickedly as he taunted. "I could eat 800 humans like you in a single day, but you little spider, you're different. You look interesting. Come closer, relax. I'm friendly, I won't bite." Though tense inside, Gwen shot back without missing a beat. She waved dismissively at the air between them, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "Then you'd better keep your distance. Your breath is awful. Seriously, it's unbearable." Charlotte's slit pupils widened, and he sucked in a long, chilling breath. He bellowed, "Dragon's breath." With that, he unleashed a powerful gust straight at Gwen, emptying his lungs in her direction. The spider sense didn't tingle, but Gwen dodged away regardless. Dragon's breath modified. Again, Charlotte exhaled a cloud of mystical vapor. Seeing that everything around her remained untouched, Gwen realized at last. This big lizard was just toying with her. Without further hesitation, Gwen fired web after web at Charlotte. "Try this on for size, big lizard." Charlotte raised his right arm, blocking the sticky webs that threatened to restrict his movements. With a swipe of his left claw, he sliced through them effortlessly. He revealed a wicked, taunting smile. "Is that all you've got, little spider?" But as his arm lowered, he found the ghost spider had already vanished from sight. Sensing something was wrong, Charlotte spun around, just in time for a battered LCD television to smash into his face. The blow sent him staggering back 2 steps. He brushed the shards of glass from his snout. With a furious shout, he whipped his tail overhead, bringing it crashing down toward Gwen. "Happy National Day!" The tail slammed down from above, gouging a deep crater in the floor. Charlotte lunged forward, driving his right fist heavily into the spot where Gwen had just been. Propping himself up with his right hand, he leaped forward, left claw outstretched, slicing the air with a thunderous crack. Gwen barely dodged, her heart pounding, brow furrowed as she racked her brain for a way to defeat the lizard man. Charlotte straightened, picked up a chair from the reception desk, weighed it in his hand, and called out to Gwen, who had retreated a short distance away. He hurled the chair at her. Gwen scrambled aside, but in the next instant, Charlotte was upon her. He seized her by the throat, trapping her in his grip. Caught in the palm of the lizard's hand, Gwen forced a fawning smile. Staring at Charlotte's looming, menacing reptilian face, she said, "Ahem, can we sit down and talk this over? How about a cup of Americano? All this fighting and brawling isn't fun at all." Charlotte sneered, her voice oozing malice. Coffee's not to my taste, unless you can bring me the freshly squeezed blood of an Indian. I need it to feed my lizard babies." With that, Charlotte hurled Gwen away with a powerful toss, watching her crash into the wall and then slide to the floor. Gwen grimaced, baring her teeth as she struggled back to her feet. She launched a web strand to snag a table from the ground. Bracing herself, she used her core strength to swing it, hurling the table straight at Charlotte. Charlotte smashed the table aside with a single blow and, standing tall amid the swirling dust, pointed arrogantly at Gwen with one finger. "Little spider, surrender now, and I'll allow you to join the lizard empire. You'll get a sexy tail of your own." Gwen glanced at Charlotte's tail, imagining herself with one, and shuddered with revulsion. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm pretty happy with the way I am." 2 strands of web shot out, sticking to Charlotte's arms. Taking advantage of Charlotte's momentary distraction, Gwen flipped up and clung to the ceiling. Watching Gwen above, searching for an opening, Charlotte let out a cold laugh. "You really underestimate me." With a powerful leap, Charlotte, much to Gwen's disbelief, latched onto the ceiling with one hand. Then, using all four limbs, Charlotte charged at Gwen, jaws open wide, radiating an oppressive threat. Oh crap, you can do that too. Gwen darted away in panic, shrinking back into a corner, her nerves on edge. Huh, what lizard can't climb? I'm a natural enemy of spiders. Come and fill my hunger. With those words, Charlotte sprang at Gwen, teeth bared. Gwen dodged nimbly. With each of Charlotte's relentless attacks, Gwen's expression grew more resolute, her movements more fluid, confidence returning with every step. When Charlotte lunged again, Gwen kicked off, landing a solid blow to Charlotte's chest and sending her crashing from the ceiling back to the floor. Gwen stared down at Charlotte below. Just as she'd suspected, the lizard man had brute strength but lacked agility. He was a hulking reptile, all muscle and power, but with Gwen's spider sense, she could easily evade his strikes. The lizard man had no room to use his strength if he couldn't land a blow. Having spotted her enemy's weakness, Gwen prepared to launch a guerrilla assault. A strand of web wound around Charlotte's left leg, then another around the right. With a sharp tug, Gwen yanked hard. She dove towards Charlotte. Before he could react, Gwen slipped beneath his legs, flipped herself up, and landed deftly on his back. Wow, you're sharper than I thought. You know the blind spot of every muscle-bound brute is their back. He spun around again and again, trying to throw Gwen off, but it was no use. Strands of web shot from Gwen's hands, sticking fast to Charlotte's back. Dodging Charlotte's grasp, she scurried across him like a real spider, climbing quickly, firing webs, and even darting right across his chest. As the webs wrapped tighter, Gwen began weaving a net on Charlotte's back, then pulled out 10 web capsules and pressed them all at once against the back of his neck. The sticky spider fluid swelled, quickly restricting Charlotte's movements. Soon, thick layers of web covered Charlotte from head to toe, white spider silk gluing him in place, his movements growing sluggish. Gwen leapt down and shot out more webbing, binding Charlotte's legs together. Standing before Charlotte, now cocooned like an insect, Gwen admired her handiwork and flashed a triumphant smile. Well, little lizard, who's the weirdo in tights now? Charlotte let out a low, rumbling laugh, but didn't reply. He felt as if he were glued to a sticky trap, the viscous spider fluid still oozing over him. His left hand, especially, was so tightly bound he could hardly move it. Lowering his gaze to the confident Gwen, Charlotte's eyes widened, vertical pupils blazing like molten lava. A smirk curled his lips, and his scales bristled. In an instant, his whole presence changed. Muscles bulged, and his scales gleamed with a metallic sheen. You spider, you really do delight me. With a surge of strength from his right hand, the sharp claws at his fingertips flashed coldly. He ripped through several strands of web in quick succession, then, without hesitation, sliced his claws from his neck down across his chest and stomach. Sparks flew as his claws cut through the sticky webs. In Gwen's stunned gaze, the webs binding Charlotte snapped apart. He quickly slashed away the webs entangling his left hand, then, tensing his whole body, dropped to the ground like a true lizard. With a powerful jerk, the webs still attached to the ceiling and walls tore everything loose in an instant. Charlotte crouched low, then sprang up, his tail whipping hard toward Gwen. Gwen barely dodged the first thunderous crash as Charlotte's tail smashed the floor. Before she could recover, he flexed his abdomen mid-air, bringing his tail crashing down again. The floor cracked and crumbled, sending clouds of dust billowing. Gwen gasped. Charlotte was far tougher than she'd imagined. She watched as Charlotte landed, stood up, and strolled toward her, her pupils narrowing in alarm. In her line of sight, the elevator lights behind Charlotte flashed red. The elevator doors slid open quietly, revealing a car packed full of Hammer employees. They caught sight of Charlotte, and all their eyes went wide with terror, mouths agape, but not daring to utter a sound. Gwen also noticed clusters of frightened employees peering nervously from the stairwells. Her battle with the lizard had blocked Hammer's staff from escaping. And now, the situation was growing more dangerous by the second. A spark lit up in her mind, and seizing the moment, Gwen dashed toward the door, taunting as she ran. Hey, big lizard, you must be the ugliest of your kind. Let me give you a taste of my fists. Personal attacks are the lowest form of behavior. That's not friendly at all. Let me teach you the proper manners of a lizard person. Charlotte was hot on her heels, snatching up a potted plant from the floor and hurling it at Gwen's head. Gwen flipped nimbly to dodge, then sprinted out the main entrance of Oscorp, launching a web and swinging herself far into the distance. Charlotte roared. Don't even think about running away. All four limbs propelling her, she burst out the door, chasing after Gwen, who was soaring through the air. National Day, let's celebrate together. No sooner had they left Oscorp Tower than the media and police helicopters successfully locked onto their targets. Seeing that massive creature burst forth, scattering cars in its wake, the onlookers were left completely dumbfounded. Cameras frantically zoomed in on the two figures, broadcasting this mind-bending scene across the globe. My God, the mastermind behind this chaos has finally revealed himself. It's a lizard man. There really are lizard people in this world. The host clutched his microphone, shouting hoarsely with excitement. The live broadcast was filled with the relentless thrum of helicopter blades, but none of the viewers cared. Every single one of them stared, stunned, at the unfolding scene. Spider-Man. No, this is a brand-new, white-suited Spider-Woman, and she's locked in a breathtaking chase with a lizard man. We can see the white spider swinging high above, at a height the lizard man can't hope to reach. But the lizard man isn't giving up. He's searching for another way. Look, he's just picked a random sports car belonging to one lucky onlooker. He's thrown it. He's thrown it. Too bad he missed. Now he's picked up a police car. The battle rages on. My God. This is a moment that will surely go down in the annals of live news history. The moment the lizard man appeared, he didn't just shock audiences worldwide. He also caught the attention of the U.S. military. On the streets, the number of screaming pedestrians kept growing. Desperate, Gwen tried to lure Charlotte toward a less populated area. But Charlotte no longer fell for such tricks. Instead, she planted herself in the open, showing off her imposing form and unleashing a mighty roar at the circling media helicopters. At last, the NYPD arrived. Their small pistols fired several rounds, which clattered harmlessly off Charlotte's armored scales. Watching the bullets bounce off the lizard man with no effect, Officer Hank made the sign of the cross over his chest. Oh, George, where are you coming back? I miss you so much. More and more officers arrived, but their weapons made no difference. Charlotte, too, was losing interest in chasing Gwen. After all, this was just a game to entertain Gwen, a little taste of what it's like to be a superhero. It was certainly more entertaining than smashing a television alone on the first floor. If the fight were to continue, there was little fun left in it. Why not let everyone witness my true strength? With a sweeping motion of his tail, he cleared out a swath of cars around him. With brute force, he sent the cars flying 30 meters away. Seeing the incoming barrage of vehicles, Hank ducked his head in a panic, narrowly dodging the impact. When he looked back at the Jeep, now perched atop another car behind him, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Seizing the opportunity, a web shot through the air as Gwen vaulted over the top of Charlot's head, attempting once more to land on his back using the same trick. Unfortunately for Gwen, she was destined to miscalculate. Charlot's tail lashed out, sending her hurtling far away. With a single punch, he smashed a gaping crater into the road. As he leapt forward, his tail whipped around, crushing a nearby police car into a mangled heap of metal. Under Charlot's relentless assault, one car after another was totaled on the street. The police, left with no choice, fought as they retreated, continuously calling for backup. The first real threat to Charlot came from an AH-64 attack helicopter that had just arrived on the scene. The moment it appeared, its chain gun thundered, spitting white-hot flashes as bullets rained down on Charlot with reckless abandon. Chunks of concrete exploded from the road. These 30mm round were nothing like pistol bullets. Charlot winced in pain, raising both arms to shield himself. Hot on the heels of the gunfire came a Sea Serpent 70 rocket. Charlot barely had time to react before the rocket struck him dead on, and the live broadcast erupted in a spectacular explosion, flames shooting skyward. Wow! The commentator exclaimed, awestruck by the rising smoke and chaos. My God, this time, the lizard man must be finished, right? Looks like this thrilling spectacle is about to end with the military's intervention. Wait, what's that? As the flames subsided, Charlot emerged from the swirling dust, lifting his gaze toward the sky. His injured right arm began to heal before the live audience's eyes, the flesh knitting together at an unnerving speed, making the scars across his body appear even more menacing. With a mighty leap, he dodged a Hellfire missile. In utter disbelief, everyone watched as Charlot clung to the face of a skyscraper, scrambling upward with all four limbs like a true lizard, racing rapidly toward the top. Oh, holy mother of God! The helicopter pilots overhead broke out in a cold sweat, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Especially the commentator, who had felt safe just moments before, now so terrified he fell to the floor. Ascend, get us higher now. Eager for a dramatic broadcast and undeterred by danger, the media's helicopter hovered closest to Charlot. On screen, Charlot seemed to rush straight toward the camera as if about to burst right through the screen. Viewers shrieked in alarm, while the commentator was struck speechless in terror. In no time, They reached the top of the building. Charlot leaped boldly, soaring through the camera's view before vanishing from the frame, prompting the cameraman to hurriedly swing the lens toward him. Next, the screen erupted as the military helicopter exploded into pieces. The host stared wide-eyed, a chill running down his spine, watching in despair as he murmured, "Oh my God, is there anyone left who can stop him?" Before anyone on the media plane could react, a figure darted through the open helicopter hatch. Descending from the sky, a single kick landed squarely on Charlot's stomach while he was still midair. Charlot crashed to the ground, utterly powerless to resist. Clutching his left shoulder, he let out a cry of pain. The newcomer landed with one hand braced on the ground, both legs pressing against Charlot's chest. With a swift kick, he sent Charlot flying more than 100 meters away. Mouth agape, Charlot stared in terror at the person before him. Hands planted on his hips, the figure slowly straightened up, then somersaulted onto a police car, one foot planted on the flashing light, and introduced himself with heroic flair. "I am the Iron Cross assassin, Spider-Man." "Spider-Man? It's Spider-Man. Spider-Man is here," the host shouted excitedly. At that very moment, countless viewers watching on TV felt a surge of hope. The superhero Spider-Man had arrived. The Lizard Man, recognizing his new adversary, stumbled back 2 steps. Then, for good measure, took 2 more. Spider-Man touched down, strolling unhurriedly toward the Lizard Man. For the first time, the Lizard Man looked truly wary, his bravado cracking as he growled with forced confidence. "I'm not afraid of you, Spider-Man." With that, he charged at Spider-Man, who remained utterly calm. It was as if every move the Lizard Man made was already anticipated. With effortless grace, Spider-Man threw him over his shoulder, making the 2.5-meter-tall Lizard Man dizzy and disoriented, his roar echoing like thunder. Spider-Man seized the Lizard Man's tail, gave it a mighty tug, and slammed him over his shoulder again. The Lizard Man could do nothing but take the beating. Trying to rise and launch another attack, the Lizard Man was met with a flying kick from Spider-Man, both feet landing squarely on his chest. The Lizard Man tumbled and crawled, rolling another 100 meters away. Mouth agape, the Lizard Man clutched his right arm, let out a furious roar, then wrenched open a nearby manhole cover and escaped down into the sewers. What the actual? Among the spectators, Gwen clasped her hands to her head, staring in disbelief at the invincible Spider-Man. Was the Lizard Man throwing the fight? Was Spider-Man really this powerful all along? Surrounded by stunned police officers and live cameras, Charlot straightened his back and flashed a calm, confident smile. "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Your brother here is just that awesome. The Iron Cross assassin has completed the mission." The Lizard Man was no match at all. In a live stream, Charlotte slowly crouched down, striking a series of bizarre poses. Then, with a sudden leap, she vanished into the sewer, disappearing from sight. Writer's block. My mind feels completely blank, not a single spark of inspiration. Oh my God, Spider-Man is incredible. I adore him. He'll always be the superhero in my heart. I'm so touched. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Did you see that? He kicked the Lizard Man, who even a missile couldn't take down, hundreds of meters away. My goodness. Long live the Lizard Man. Spider-Man. Roar. It was a classic Western scene of fans gathering together, shouting and cheering, voices tumbling over each other in their admiration for Spider-Man. The last time that strange noise echoed across the sky, Spider-Man's popularity had already soared. After his battle with the Lizard Man, his fame reached new heights. But sadly, the joys and sorrows of different people never truly connect. Gwen walked on, head down, bundled in a white hoodie and clutching a package close to her chest, her mood as overcast as the sky. Despite the hood hiding her face, her gloom was unmistakable. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Spider-Man. No one cared about the ghost spider who'd been sent flying by a swing of the Lizard Man's tail. She had stalled the Lizard Man for so long, saved everyone in that skyscraper. But in the end, all the attention was on Spider-Man, the hero who defeated the villain. She called Charlotte for comfort, but Charlotte wasn't even in the service area. With her hands in her pockets, Gwen nudged an empty soda can with her toe, spun gracefully, and flicked it with her heel. With a gentle tap from her left foot, the can arced perfectly into a nearby trash bin. Glancing up, Gwen realized she'd wandered in front of a fast food restaurant. It was already afternoon. Listless, she rubbed her stomach and, without much hesitation, pushed open the door. The moment she looked up, she saw footage on the in-store TV, the ghost spider being struck and flung by the Lizard Man's tail. Gwen's mouth twitched. For a moment, she felt like turning around and leaving right then. Unlike other news channels showering praise on Spider-Man, the Daily Bugle took a different tack, focusing on the ghost spider instead. She watched as the screen replayed that blurry slow-motion shot of herself, being whipped away by the lizard man's tail. Suddenly, Gwen felt that maybe it wasn't so bad if nobody noticed her at all. She pulled her hood a little lower, shrinking into herself, and slunk quietly to a seat in the corner. Raising her hand, she ordered a sandwich and a soda from the server, settling in for what felt like an endless wait. On the fast food restaurant's TV, a middle-aged news anchor appeared, stern-faced, a thin mustache accentuating the space between his nose and upper lip. Dressed in a deep blue suit, he launched into a loud denunciation. Yet another masked menace. These vermin are bound to ruin the peace of New York sooner or later. Yesterday, there was a red spider. Today, a white one. Will there be black ones in the future? Purple? Green? These masked villains are threatening the whole city, hiding their pathetic faces behind ridiculous masks. They're not superheroes. They're a pack of despicable, shameless criminals. You trash with your lousy masks. George James of the Daily Bugle will never compromise with the likes of you. I will fight you to the very end. And don't forget those useless police officers. They couldn't catch all those serial killers before, and now they can't even find New York's latest menace. What are they good for? Being the butt of every joke. I bet even if the pests were hiding in the police chief's own house, those idiots still wouldn't notice. Down with the spider. Down with the spider. The spider. Pulling her hood back over her head, Ghost Spider shrank down, feeling a pang of guilt. It seemed, just as Charlotte had said, that being a superhero was far more complicated than she'd imagined. She hadn't even made a name for herself yet, and already she was feeling the sting of a growing legion of haters. If she ever reached Spider-Man's level of fame, what would that even feel like? A tray of food arrived in front of Gwen. Without hesitation, she dug in with gusto. Of course, that small serving wasn't enough, so under the surprised gaze of the server, Gwen ordered several more. The channel switched to a news interview with the head of security at Oscorp Tower. The security chief was spinning wild conspiracy theories, claiming that lizard people from outer space were hiding among us, secretly ruling the Earth. Gwen ate as she listened, not sure if any of it was true, but finding it oddly entertaining. Perfect background for a meal. With her hunger satisfied, food quickly swept away her earlier worries. She straightened up, ready to pay, but the moment her hand slipped in her pocket, her expression froze and her posture collapsed back down. She looked up and locked eyes with the server not far away. Gwen offered an awkward smile, shrinking her shoulders. Heh-Heh, maybe I could pay next time? Of course, Gwen knew that wouldn't fly, so she opened her mouth and said, "Excuse me, could I get one more order, please?" Stealthily, she grabbed her phone and called for backup. A little while later, MJ walked into the fast food joint, carrying her little bag and dressed in her blue convenience store uniform. She scanned the room and quickly spotted Gwen sitting in the corner. By now, Gwen had eaten 3 more servings and was staring hopelessly at a 4th, clutching her stomach in defeat. She'd sampled nearly everything on the menu, and now she was truly, utterly full. When Gwen spotted MJ, her eyes lit up as if she'd just seen her savior. MJ took a seat across from Gwen, set her bag down, and looked at Gwen with an amused smile. Picking up a French fry, dipping it in ketchup, and popping it in her mouth, MJ teased, "You, the busy bee, finally remembered to look for me today. I was starting to think the next time we'd meet would be in the classroom after school starts." Gwen forced a laugh, sounding a bit troubled. "MJ, you know how crazy things have been for me lately. I couldn't even make it to the Texas trip. I was just joking," MJ replied with a grin. She waved over the waiter, and when she heard the astronomical total for Gwen's meal, MJ couldn't help but shoot Gwen a look of utter disbelief. Gwen smiled sheepishly. "My appetite's been bigger lately. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. It's got to be a fortune." MJ sighed and helped Gwen settle the bill, muttering, "You guys really don't know how to make life easy for me. Day in, day out, always up to something weird. I can never figure out what's going on in your heads. Take this morning, for example. I was talking to Shiloh about the Texas trip, and he was acting all strange too. I can just feel it. There's no way this trip will go smoothly." "Shiloh?" Gwen nodded, thinking. Shiloh had always been odd. He'd even claimed to be Spider-Man that very morning. To Gwen, Shiloh being weird wasn't weird at all. "Exactly," MJ said, glancing at her phone for the time. "Let's talk while we walk." Gwen, of course, had no objections. The sky was already growing dark, and the last golden rays of sunlight cast their glow at their feet. Hands clasped behind her back, Gwen took a few steps forward, spun lightly on her heel, then looked back at MJ, strolling beside her. "What kind of people do you think superheroes are?" "What kind?" MJ blinked, then replied. "Fearless in the face of danger, smart and brave, guided by justice, humble, and always true to themselves." Gwen's cheeks flushed, and she twisted a little, feeling bashful. As Ghost Spider, she couldn't help but feel a secret glow of pride at the praise. But then MJ's tone shifted. Honestly, though, I think being a superhero takes a special kind of crazy. I mean, what normal person would sign up for that? If you want to protect the city and stand up for justice, you should be a cop like your dad. But putting on a mask and skin-tight costume to fight crime? That just seems awkward, doesn't it? What do you think, Gwen? Gwen's blush faded quickly. After a moment's thought, she nodded weakly. You're right. Yeah, why am I even a superhero? If I want to uphold justice and protect people, I should be a police officer, right? But then Shiloh's face flashed before her mind's eye, his quiet words echoing. With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. So, did I choose to become a superhero because I was swayed by Charlotte, or is there perhaps something just a little off with me? Glancing at Gwen, who wore a look of tangled confusion and was deep in thought, MJ shook her head. Don't dwell on things that don't matter. That's just my personal opinion. Overall, ever since Spider-Man started prowling the streets at night, stringing up bad guys every few days, the crime rate in New York has dropped quite a bit. But stripping people down to their underwear and tying them to lampposts, honestly, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Gwen was stunned. There were stories like that. She hadn't heard a thing. And to be honest, just imagining it was pretty disturbing. As a grocery store stock clerk, MJ often chatted with her coworkers, and one of their boyfriends had actually been a victim of this so-called Spider-Man menace. Naturally, she'd picked up a lot of rumors about Spider-Man, most of them not too flattering. Although it was hard to separate fact from fiction, MJ herself had once met someone who'd had a run-in with Spider-Man. And in her view, Spider-Man was, all things considered, a good guy. All right, Gwen, let's pick up the pace. It's getting dark, and who knows what kind of weird things come out in New York at night. Meanwhile, Charlotte was moving with all four limbs, her massive lizard body racing through the sewers. The military had sent more than just a single helicopter. A squad of heavily armed soldiers, equipment in hand, was tracking the lizard's movements through the tunnels. Charlotte's double hurried back to carry out her own ambush plan, while Charlotte herself found a strange kinship with the echoing, dank passageways. She had no idea that this time, the one leading the hunt was none other than General Ross. Right now, Ross had his full attention on the lizard, or more accurately, on any enormous green humanoid creature. Of course, even if Charlotte knew, she wouldn't care. Her double had already activated spider sense, and every ounce of malice chasing her in the sewers was under Charlotte's watchful control. With all the soldiers lured away by Charlotte, the lucky Connors managed to escape with a large canister of suppressive serum, facing no threats at all. Charlotte burst through a manhole cover and leapt out, only to come face-to-face with a dumbstruck Gwen and MJ. They were already quite close to MJ's home. Both women blanched in terror, having never imagined the lizard would appear right here. Charlotte, for her part, hadn't expected that her game of hide-and-seek with the military would bring her right to MJ and Gwen. What to do now? Of course, the best plan was to pretend she didn't know them. MJ stepped forward, shielding Gwen behind her. She'd seen the news and knew just how dangerous the lizard was. Earlier, Gwen had insisted on walking her home, only for them to run into the lizard. Now, MJ felt a pang of guilt, not wanting Gwen to get hurt. Seeing MJ standing protectively in front of her, Gwen was deeply moved and immediately got herself ready to fight. Charlotte scratched his head, bowed with impeccable, gentlemanly manners, and in a world-weary tone asked the two of them, "Excuse me, ladies, I hope I'm not being rude, but could you tell me where the nearest restroom is?" Gwen, who had been steeling herself for a fight, instantly lost her momentum. She'd been ready to strike first and help MJ escape, only for this guy to pop out just to ask for directions. And really, you jump out of the sewer to look for a toilet? Isn't that a bit much? MJ's already pale face grew even whiter, her heart pounding her chest. "We have a bathroom at my place." But of course she didn't say that. Instead, she simply raised her hand and pointed toward the distant bank, saying, "Over there." Charlotte glanced in the direction she indicated, but it was obvious he didn't really care. He just needed an excuse. He looked down at MJ and Gwen, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. With a sly smile, Charlotte reached behind his back and said, "To show my gratitude, please accept this token of thanks." As he spoke, Charlotte produced a tail tip, about the size of a ham and still wriggling wildly, and held out to MJ and Gwen. The sight of the squirming tail made their skin crawl. Their eyes widened in horror. Who on earth would want something like that? Charlotte thought to himself. An oversized lizard tail. How cool is that? "I don't want it," MJ exclaimed, taking a step back and bumping into Gwen, her face growing even paler. Clutching her chest, she fought the urge to throw up. Gwen, for her part, shook her head emphatically. Just one glance at the green, still twitching lizard tail made her feel like her sanity was slipping away. Seeing their reactions, Charlotte's expression turned a bit regretful. He blinked his large eyes and tried again. Then would you like my arm? Or maybe my leg? Or even my whole tail? No, that's really not necessary. Gwen waved her hands in frantic refusal. Just imagining it was enough to sap any will to fight she had left. If a battle broke out now, all she could do was grab MJ and run for their lives. With a sigh, Charlotte toyed with the tip of his own tail, glanced at the two girls, gave a little wave, then turned and strolled off in the direction MJ had pointed. Once the lizard man was out of sight, the two girls wasted no time. They dashed away as fast as they could. MJ led Gwen to her own front door. Inside the house, the sound of her parents arguing fiercely drifted out. MJ's expression became awkward. The resolve in her face softened, revealing a rare vulnerability. Gwen, why don't you stay the night at my place? I'm really worried you'll be in danger if you go home now. I'll be fine, Gwen answered with a smile. After all, Spider-Man watches over New York at night. MJ couldn't change her mind. She could only watch Gwen leave and wait at home for Gwen's message that she'd arrived safely. Meanwhile, Charlotte was quietly trailing Gwen as she left MJ's house, his figure slipping into the shadows beside the alley where Gwen was heading. After dispelling the lizard transformation, she was ready to give Gwen a good scare. But as soon as Charlotte shed her lizard form, she found herself standing stark naked under the alley's harsh light. Damn, she'd completely forgotten that Lizard Parker hadn't been wearing any clothes. Charlotte's smile vanished in an instant, and with a flicker, she disappeared from the spot. Sensing something amiss, Gwen whipped her head around, instantly on alert. She frowned in confusion, scratching her head. For a fleeting moment, she could have sworn she saw Charlotte streaking naked again. Was it just her imagination? After a brief and fruitless attempt to track down the lizard person, Gwen checked in with MJ to let her know she was safe. Damn, one temperature check, and it's clear. I'm not out of ideas. I just have a fever. A strand of web shot out and stuck to the fleeing robber's calf. With a gentle tug, the thief was yanked off his feet and sent sprawling face first onto the pavement. Another strand latched onto the stolen phone, and in the next moment, Gwen snatched it from the air, neatly catching it between two fingers. Putting on his cracked glasses, Max accepted his uniquely made flip phone and immediately turned to Gwen to express his gratitude. Thank you, Spider-Woman. This is a special company-issued phone. Maybe that's why the guy thought it looked valuable and decided to steal it. So much of my work is stored on here. If I'd lost it, I honestly don't know what I would have done. It's nothing, really. This is exactly what the Ghost Spider is here for. Gwen emphasized the words Ghost Spider, making her point unmistakably clear. Without even glancing behind her, she fired another web at the would-be thief trying to crawl away, pinning his left foot firmly to the ground. Saw the Ghost Spider. I can't thank you enough. It's really nothing at all, hee. There was such a simple joy in helping others. But just then, Gwen's phone rang at precisely the wrong moment. It was a graceful canon melody. She turned around, took out her phone, and saw that Morbius was calling. Startled, she answered absent-mindedly. Have a wonderful day, sir. Then she swung away, phone in hand, heading for the high-rises. As the call connected, Morbius's serious voice came through. Gwen, you know Charlotte, right? Charlotte? Yeah. I do, perched by a signal tower, Gwen responded, puzzled. Why would Dr. Morbius know Charlotte's name? Did Charlotte mess up a delivery and give Morbius food poisoning? Good. Find her as soon as you can and bring her to the Oscorp Tower. Abigail was turned into a lizard person by Connors, and aside from her, the only other participant in the Connors lizard serum study was Charlotte. Gwen's eyes widened in shock, her mind reeling as she processed the news. Dr. Morbius, what did you just say? Abigail was turned into a lizard by Connors? How is that even possible? The lizard people, they're supposed to be an alien race, hidden among us on Earth, aren't they? And now you're saying they can actually turn humans into one of them? At this point, Gwen finally snapped to attention, her pupils narrowing in shock. A memory surfaced, something Spider-Man had once told her. Dr. Connors wanted to cure his own amputated arm, so he injected himself with lizard serum and transformed into the lizard. He lost his human reason and wanted to turn everyone into lizards. Could it be that Spider-Man, and even she herself, were right all along? No wonder she'd never really considered the possibility. After all, the theory that lizard people lurk within human society is wildly popular in America. There are even best-selling books dedicated to outlining the supposed grand conspiracy of the lizard people. Everyone believed yesterday's events marked the beginning of the lizard people's bid to rule the Earth. But who would have thought the lizard was actually born in a laboratory? The lizard is Professor Connors. Gwen pressed a hand to her forehead. She simply couldn't reconcile the monstrous lizard she'd fought with the polite, refined Dr. Connors she knew. But the truth speaks for itself. There could be no doubt now. The lizard was Connors. That's right, Morbius replied. Since they needed Gwen's help, there was no point in keeping secrets. Connors must have injected himself with a flawed lizard serum, which turned him into the lizard. Today, he attacked Abigail using a grenade-like serum injector and successfully transformed her as well. Now, the newly turned Abigail is locked in Oscorp's underground lab. Other than Connors, the only person who might know how to make an antidote is Shiloh. Shiloh. Gwen repeated the name softly, understanding Dr. Morbius's intent. It wasn't just that they needed Shiloh. Right now, Shiloh himself could be in danger. She hurriedly hung up on Morbius and dialed Shiloh's number. The call was quickly answered. Wearing his spider suit, Shiloh tilted his head and pulled off his mask, revealing his face on the video screen. He shook his hair and looked up at the sky at a perfect 45-degree angle, greeting Gwen, who was also suited up, on the other end. Hey, Gwen. Hey, Shiloh, pretending to be Spider-Man. Seeing Shiloh, all of Gwen's anxiety evaporated. She rolled her eyes. How long had he waited in that outfit just to appear before her as Spider-Man? I've always said, I am Spider-Man. Perched atop the skyscraper, Shiloh swung his legs nonchalantly. Yeah, right, you're just Shiloh. I got some questions for you. All right, I am Charlotte. HM? That's right, I really am Charlotte. Charlotte blinked, the corners of her mouth curving up mischievously as she asked, brimming with mischief. I have a question for you, too. How breathable is your suit? Does it puff up when you pass gas? That could be seriously embarrassing if someone saw. I suggest you poke a few holes in the seat area ahead of time. Of course, that might make a sharp hissing sound. Charlotte. Gwen's face instantly flushed bright red with anger. She wanted nothing more than to rush straight up to Charlotte and give her a good beating. I'm here because I have something serious to discuss with you. Oh, so all those times you came to see me before weren't for anything serious. Charlotte tilted her head and shook it. I'm just sharing some practical advice with you. Next time, try to find somewhere private if you need to. Otherwise, if it happens for real, it'll be super awkward. Honestly, just thinking about it on your behalf makes me cringe with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, Gwen, in her mind, gave Charlotte a hard knock on the head and said aloud, Charlotte, Dr. Connors has turned into the lizard. He attacked Dr. Abigail, and he's very likely to come after you too. You need to be careful. Should I tell Gwen that I was the lizard who fought her today? Charlotte blinked, but eventually gave up on that tantalizing thought. It would be much more fun to wait until Gwen figured it out during battle. When she, as the lizard, was finally defeated, Charlotte could revert to normal and then applaud Gwen, congratulating her on her very first victory as Ghost Spider. She'd probably be really touched, and in that moment, Gwen would surely agree to any outlandish request I made. That way, I could openly ask her for that glow-in-the-dark wall clock. Don't worry, Kurt, and I get along just fine. He won't attack me. Not now, not ever. In any case, you need to take care of yourself. Also, Charlotte, Dr. Morbius asked me to find out. Do you know how to make lizard serum? Finally, that was the right question. So, Charlotte answered with utmost seriousness. Should I guess? Guess what? Charlotte, you're really asking for a beating these days. I really have to find time to teach Charlotte a lesson. The next day, as soon as she received a message from Dr. Morbius, Gwen headed straight to Oscorp Tower. Even before she entered, she spotted several workers busy repairing the damage on the first floor left by the lizard's rampage. The chief of security at the front door stood tall and scrutinized Gwen for a moment, then calmly allowed her to pass. She took the partially open elevator down to the third basement level. There, at last, she met a grim-faced Dr. Morbius. He led Gwen into the midst of a group of white-coated doctors, most of whom were well-known biologists from Hammer Tech. As you'd expect from Marvel's team of doctors, there wasn't a single odd-looking face among them. Everyone here was strikingly well put together. It was as if, in this world, attractive men and women were born to do scientific research. Oh my God, Gwen couldn't help but gasp. Standing before them, inside a metal cage, was a lizard man nearly 6'3". Just by looking at him, you could tell this lizard man was a subordinate of the one they'd encountered yesterday. Not only did he look particularly hideous, but there was something downright nauseating about him. That's Abigail. With arms crossed, Morbius frowned as he watched Abigail leap frantically inside the cage. Abigail, an Indian American, had once been Connor's assistant during his time at Oscorp. But he betrayed Connors, stole part of the lizard serum research, and was driven out. Later, after Oscorp was swallowed up and Connors lost interest in Hammer's war guerrilla project, Hammer brought Abigail in to replace Connors and continue the research. Although progress was slow, Abigail treasured this rare opportunity and put his heart into the work. None of them expected that just yesterday, when Connors was stealing the growth inhibitor, he would casually toss a lizard grenade at Abigail. Connors turned him into a lizard man and fled in a hurry. Glancing at Gwen, Morbius frowned and said, Where's Charlotte? We've already prepared the experimental materials for him. We need him to lead the research on the lizard man and develop an antidote serum as soon as possible so Abigail can return to normal. Yesterday, Connor stole a whole vat of growth inhibitor. I'm sure his goal isn't to breed lab mice. Gwen replied awkwardly. Charlotte hasn't come. He said he had to deliver food. And, SPI. Charlotte told me that Dr. Connor's real goal is to turn all humans into lizard people. Turn all humans into lizard people. For the first time, Morbius's expression shifted. He turned to look at the grotesque Abigail in the cage, his eyes deadly serious. We have to stop Connors. The other doctors, who had been focused on studying Abigail, pointing out features on his lizard body, were instantly riled up at the thought of Connors wanting to turn everyone into lizard people. A wave of agitation swept through the group. But agitation was all they could manage. Already, these well-meaning scientists had drawn half of Abigail's blood and even cut off part of his tail for their research. Their findings showed that Connor's lizard serum had reached an unprecedented level. The lizard serum, created with the growth inhibitor, had perfectly rewritten Abigail's genes. Could an antidote serum reverse such deep genetic mutation? At this level of genetic change, the experts saw no way to turn things back. The energy contained in the lizard serum causes cells to multiply, divide, assimilate, and evolve at an astonishing rate. This results in rapid healing and a dramatic expansion of the body. It also grants the lizard men tremendous physical strength, but leaves them with a simplistic intellect. Once Abigail's genetic sequence was altered, she became something else entirely, a lizard man. Even Abigail's mind had been twisted by the serum. Even if the antidote serum could suppress the expression of these genes, in their view, it was simply impossible to reverse such a fundamental genetic transformation. How do we stop this? Alexander, his beard white as snow, wore an ashen expression. Did you see the news? The memory of that scene still haunted Alexander. Our chain guns couldn't pierce his hide, and even missiles failed to damage his organs. Do you know what that reminds me of? That disaster back in 2003. Another catastrophe brought on by a so-called great biologist and physicist. Mobius. We've spent our lives trying to understand the mechanisms of humanity. To know humanity, to advance humanity, to perfect and strengthen it. But look at what these lunatics, desperate to overturn the nature of mankind, are doing. They're challenging God, and they've succeeded. Is this even the real world anymore? Is there still any point in studying human mechanisms? Maybe we should all just don priestly robes, gather in church, fold our hands in prayer, and start studying the Bible instead. Mobius glanced sideways at the hysterical Alexander, his own face cold and emotionless. Calm down, Alexander. Science is, by its nature, unpredictable. Perhaps your view of science is simply too narrow. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. It's only a question of whether you dare to imagine it and dare to make it real. Ignoring Alexander, who was now fuming and bristling with anger, Mobius turned to Gwen and said, "Now, call Sherlock. I want him to know as much as possible. And if he happens to understand the formula for the lizard serum, all the better." "All right," Gwen responded gracefully, dialing Sherlock's number. Perched atop the skyscraper with nothing better to do, Sherlock glanced at the caller ID and answered the video call. "Hello." Seeing Sherlock still clad in his spider suit on the screen, Gwen groaned and instinctively covered her eyes. If someone else saw Sherlock like this, he'd be the one embarrassed, but Gwen would be utterly mortified. Sherlock was her good friend. She wanted everyone to see the bright and cheerful young man she knew, not this foolish boy in a Spider-Man costume insisting he was Spider-Man. Shielding the phone, Gwen lowered her voice and hissed, "Sherlock, Dr. Mobius and the others need to talk to you. It's about Dr. Connors. Now hurry up and change out of that ridiculous cosplay outfit." Sherlock let out a long, exaggerated sigh. All right. Seeing Gwen's serious expression, her brows furrowed in a way that brooked no argument, Charlo reluctantly gave his consent, though he was clearly unwilling to leave. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene faded to black. A slightly guilty smile flickered on Gwen's face. She brought the phone up to Morbius and explained, "Charlo went to change his clothes. You're all scientists he admires, and he felt his earlier outfit wasn't formal enough. I think he just—" Before she could finish, the phone screen lit up. Charlo appeared on the screen, bare-chested, his face composed and utterly unbothered. He stared directly at Morbius and asked, "So, you're the one who wants to meet me?" Gwen's 10 toes curled anxiously on the floor. Her eyes grew wider and wider in disbelief as she stared at Charlo on the screen. But Morbius' expression remained completely unchanged. Calm and earnest, he said, "Hello, Mr. Charlo Parker. My name is Michael Morbius. I've heard you once assisted Kurt Connors during a holiday, helping him advance his research on the lizard serum. I'd like to ask if you know the formula for the lizard serum. The formula for the lizard serum? Charlot shook his head and answered with a helpless air. Of course I know it. And Morbius pressed gently. I'm sorry, I can't share it with you. Respecting the work of others is a fundamental principle for any researcher, and I hold to that. I understand, Morbius replied. He nodded to Charlot and handed the phone back to Gwen. Gwen, still stunned, took the phone. She glanced at Morbius, who had accepted Charlot's answer without complaint, then looked at Charlot, who was now making faces at her on the screen. With a sharp snap, Gwen hung up the call. I get it now. This world must have gone mad. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a skill card. Shameless. Your sense of shame has greatly decreased. Free attribute points +2. Well, so my sense of shame could sink even lower? Honestly, it almost feels like the system is praising me. Just moments ago, on that call, Charlot had witnessed Gwen's face go from red with embarrassment to the vacant, resigned stare of a dead fish. He couldn't help but feel a little worried for Gwen. Hopefully I haven't ruined her for good. Looks like I'll have to be nicer to Gwen in the future. After all, if she can't take the fun anymore, who will I tease? Lifting his head, Charlot stood up and stretched, his eyes glinting with intent. The spider suit quickly enveloped his body. He lowered his gaze, watching as Jessica stepped out the front door. Within his spider sense, several hostile red dots began to shift, forming a small convoy, preparing an ambush for Jessica. Purple Man, you finally couldn't hold back and decided to make your move on Jessica? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It seemed the purple ones were determined to win at any cost, mobilizing a large force. Charlotte resolved to go all out in response. So, time to allocate some system points. Level, 5th stage of the power of mania. Age, 16 years old. Strength, 40 plus 20. Trait, ability, let me throw some dust in your eyes. Constitution, 40 plus 20. Trait, endurance, senior brother has locked up Hygiene. Spirit, 30. Trait, control, show yourself. Little darling. Appearance, 14. Trait, you will always attract the attention of extraordinary beings. Equip skill cards. Pig Spider Hero, you are without a doubt a one-of-kind pig. Charlotte Startle, when used with the Pig Spider Hero card, you gain spider sense and can detect malice within a 50-kilometer radius. Super Strength, when used with the Pig Spider Hero card, your strength and constitution are doubled. Charlotte leapt high, closing his eyes in midair, feeling the wind howling past. He spread his arms like a giant bat, swooping down toward the convoy below. Then, at the very instant he was about to crash to his death, Charlotte switched to the I want to fly skill card, rolled perfectly. As he landed, and with a graceful twist, like a pigeon vaulting through the air, spanned dozens of meters to land atop the target vehicle. His spider sense tingled. Within the car was an especially malicious presence. He pointed downward, thrust his hand through the fragile metal, and instantly gripped his target's throat. Despite the mental assault he felt, a smirk played at the corners of Charlotte's lips as he yanked the person up and out. Let's make a deal, Purple One. I have. The roof tore like tissue paper as Charlotte pulled his captive from the car. Seeing the red-clad, big-headed ninja dangling from his grasp, Charlotte's masked face stiffened for a moment. Wait, the hand? That cult that kidnaps people everywhere for sacrifices? He let out a long sigh. Spider-Man has a no-kill rule, so he never takes a life. Charlotte casually snapped the hand ninja's neck. But hand ninjas aren't really people. Even Spider-Man kills them. The red-clad ninja, life slipping away, stared at him with wide, furious eyes. Her boundless resentment, her final life force, coalesced into dark tendrils that shot from her eyes, twining densely around Charlotte. He hurriedly stuffed her back into the car, but it was already too late. Your spirit is under assault. Evil overwhelm, duration, 30 minutes. Spirit, 30. Madness, sluggishness, obsession, morbid thoughts, brutality. Damn it, I've been hit. Rolling aside to dodge 3 shuriken, Charlotte quickly grabbed for the fallen ninja's katana. I'm a spirited young man with a whopping 30 points of mental fortitude. Do you really think I'm that easy to shake? You scum who attacked Arkham Asylum. The hand that murdered my friends. It's been days, but finally, I've found you again. At the rear, every car in the convoy now had ninjas clambering onto the rooftops. Eyes fixed on the lead vehicle's red-clad ninja, Shero crouched low, smoothly thrusting his katana downward behind him. The blade pierced the car roof and, with casual precision, sank into the skull of the lowly driver below. You're Spider-Man? The red-clad ninja at the front let out a startled cry, but his hands moved with lightning speed, shuriken at the ready. In that instant, the car beneath Shero lost control. As Shero sprang forward to charge his enemy, the ninja's eyes crackled with electric light. With a flick of his hand, 5 shuriken, trailing pale blue arcs of electricity, arced toward Shiro, aimed for his head, throat, heart, and kidneys. Shiro's body seemed to defy physics, pausing midair before launching himself again. The shuriken hadn't even reached him, and yet it was already certain they would miss. But the 5th, electrified shuriken darted ahead of the rest. Spider-Sense screamed in warning, but Shiro only managed a slight tilt of his head before, in a flash, the blade sliced open the lower half of his neck. Blood splattered as Shiro landed atop the red ninja's car. Seeing Shiro's neck gush crimson, the red-clad ninja sneered, gripping his katana high overhead. Faint blue lightning danced along the blade. "Spider-Man, is that all you've got?" The contempt in his words rang out as Shiro leapt aside. In his blood-red gaze, the entire Jeep was sliced cleanly in two. Through the red ninja's eyes, Shiro's neck in midair was all but severed. Landing on the half of the Jeep still limping down the road, Shiro reached into the pig nose emblem on his chest with his left hand and drew out a Desert Eagle, firing 3 shots at the red ninja. With a single slash, the red ninja deflected all 3 bullets. His gaze, dark and cold, fell upon Shiro, and the katana crackled wildly with electricity. "I hear, Spider-Man." In his heart, Shiro whispered, "System, Constitution +1. A gentle holy light shimmered. When Shiro lifted his head again, the wound on his neck had vanished completely. Tilting his head, Shiro gave a puzzled look. "Who said I was Spider-Man?" The spider emblem on his suit vanished without a trace, leaving only the red bodysuit and the pig nose on his chest. His black lenses turned a ghostly white. He raised the katana across his chest with his right hand, while the Desert Eagle in his left aimed squarely at the red ninja's head. Then, bursting into laughter, Shiro fired a shot straight at the red ninja's groin. Watching the red ninja parry the bullet, Shiro lifted the gun, inhaled the intoxicating scent of gunpowder, and bowed with elegant flourish. "Pleased to meet you. Please take care of me. I am Nindy." "Deadpool? What Deadpool? Who are you calling Deadpool?" "What do you mean I'm Deadpool?" "Hey, how dare you insult me?" Xiao Luo quickly changed his tone and flipped the red-clad ninja the middle finger. He focused his power a bit more, and the blood that had sprayed out evaporated like mist, flowing right back into his body. Stretching his muscles, Xiao Luo felt completely restored. Do you know why Xiao Luo always keeps skill points in reserve? It's because he discovered the system's refresh mechanism. Adding points to his constitution refreshes his body's condition. Investing in strength restores his vitality and balance. Enhancing his spirit relieves mental fatigue. This refreshing system just saved Xiao Luo's life, making him want to shout, "System, you're awesome." Granted, at this moment, Xiao Luo is gripping a katana and wearing a tight red suit, looking an awful lot like Deadpool. But Xiao Luo would never allow anyone to call him Deadpool. "Huh, it's the readers calling him that? Well, in that case, fine, I am Deadpool. Whatever the readers want to call me, that's what I am. Come on, hit me with your best shot." With a wild yell, Xiao Luo lunged, slashing his blade at the red-clad ninja's neck. It was blocked by the electrified katana. His left hand fired the Desert Eagle downward, for bullets whizzing toward the red ninja's toes. The red ninja cursed under his breath, hastily dodging the shots, then parried again, but Xiao Luo's overwhelming strength forced him back, step after step. The half-wrecked car beneath them was riddled with deep footprints, groaning under the strain. After calmly batting aside Xiao Luo's reckless attack, the red ninja leaped onto the roof of a nearby car, landing beside another ninja clad in black. He looked as if he handled the blade with ease, parrying every blow like it was nothing. But his fingers were trembling, and he was already thinking of retreat. Who wouldn't? After witnessing Xiao Luo's miraculous healing, who would want to fight a monster like that? "Hey, where do you think you're going, fiend?" Xiao Luo was hot on his heels, leaping up with his sword poised for a heavy downward strike. Though his body was already marked with several sword wounds, Xiao Luo's face was still lit with manic excitement. The red ninja spun around and aimed a kick at where Xiao Luo was about to land, trying to boot him off the car. But Xiao Luo, still midair, twisted in a bizarre way and hovered just out of reach, neatly dodging the attack. Landing atop the car, he didn't hesitate. A swift stab, and his blade drove straight through the black ninja's throat. Catching the look of despair in the black ninja's eyes as he desperately clutched the blade, Xiao Luo ruthlessly twisted the hilt, then yanked the sword free with a sharp motion. The black ninja's neck was torn open, his fingers, half a hand, really, sliced clean off and sent flying. Blood sprayed everywhere, soaking Xiao Luo's mask through and through. "Oh, damn it. You got your filthy blood in my eyes. Water. I need water now." Ignoring Charlotte's anguished scream, the red-clad ninja seized the moment. His katana crackled with thunder as he gathered strength and slashed horizontally at Charlotte's waist. Another red-clad ninja flickered forward, vanishing from the rearmost vehicle and reappearing right behind Charlotte. Scarlet bands unraveled from his arms, whipping through the air and binding Charlotte's limbs tight. "Tie me up, huh?" Charlotte wiped the blood from his face with the band and commented, "Sorry, I'm not into S&M. My tastes are even more eccentric." With a powerful jerk of his arms, he slashed the bands apart. He paid no mind to the lightning-charged blow from the red ninja, and instead spun around, his blade arcing toward the ninja's throat. The ninja was sure he was done for, but the last instant he pressed 2 fingers together and vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye atop a car further back. In that moment, Charlotte finally understood how his opponent kept appearing behind him, but it was already too late. Time seemed to slow as a blade of lightning burst through his belly, sweeping across with lethal force. Charlotte was sliced clean in two. His upper body, intestines spilling out, flew one way. His lower half, awash in blood, collapsed the other. Blood and viscera poured out onto the ground. But before the red ninja could exult in victory, he witnessed a sight that made his skin crawl. Blood flew back into Charlotte's body, organs rewound themselves, and the lower half of his body lifted up as the upper half dropped down. In an instant, Charlotte's body reassembled itself like a jigsaw puzzle. Even his battlesuit seemed to fuse seamlessly. "Ugh, this sensation is seriously unpleasant," he groaned with a strained laugh. Having just burned through 2 more skill points, the restored Charlotte drove his blade straight into the red ninja's heart. Even as blood bubbled from his lips, the red ninja tried to fight back. Charlotte squeezed, shattering the ninja's right wrist, and ripped the katana from his grasp. In the ninja's wide, trembling eyes, Charlotte slowly plunged the blade into his throat. He yanked the bloodied blade from his heart and stabbed it viciously into the ninja's abdomen. As the ninja's body sagged, Charlotte could feel his desperate longing for life, his terror of death, reflected in his eyes. Grinning wickedly, Charlotte leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You should have gone for my head." With a brutal swing, he chopped the ninja into 3 pieces. He brushed off the sticky bits of viscera that clung to his suit with a look of distaste. Brandishing 2 chipped katanas, he lifted his head and looked at the remaining hand members. So who's next? The sheer absurdity and utter horror of the scene left every ninja present completely demoralized. Who in their right mind would want to fight a monster that just wouldn't die? "Oh shit, he's coming for me. Help!" With a screech of brakes, the driver of the trailing car tried to turn around, but in the last red ninja's eyes, Charlotte's figure loomed ever closer. This entire scene was taken in by 2 pairs of watching eyes. At first, when they heard the hand had been attacked ahead of time, they thought their ambush and capture plan had been compromised. But after witnessing this scene, Yolan's face darkened with fury, and he cursed. "God damn it. Smith, are you expecting us to arrest a whole gang of superpowered freaks now? And who is that?" "Spider-Man." Smith was also watching the battlefield through binoculars, his face pale as he shook his head in denial. "Whoever he is, I can tell you he's not Spider-Man. I suspect he's connected to the Purple Man. And I had no idea the hand had powered individuals in their ranks. This is completely out of our league. Looks like we need to request backup from headquarters and escalate the operation against the hand to a higher threat level." Bloody hell. Yolan dropped his binoculars, squatted down with his eyes closed, and clutched his stomach in pain. Just now, in his line of sight, Charlot had used his spider sense to anticipate the teleporting ninja's landing spot, his fingers piercing straight through the man's abdomen, gripping his spine in an iron clutch. Then, Yolan watched in horror as Charlot yanked the man's spine clean out his body. Just seeing it was enough to make Yolan's stomach ache. Clutching his own abdomen, he fought back a wave of nausea. The red-clad ninja's corpse was tossed aside, and Charlot stood atop the now stationary car. Around him, there was no trace of any surviving hand ninjas. With a savage grin, Charlot declared, "I've marked your malice. None of you are getting away from me." Evil Overcast 3. As his vision cleared, Charlot's eyes widened, and he frantically shook the disgusting fluids from his hand. "Holy crap. Ugh, this is disgusting. Absolutely revolting. I can't take it. I'm going to be sick. I need to get out of here right now." Clutching his mouth, Charlot leapt off the car, yanked the lifeless driver out of the seat, slid behind the wheel, threw back his mask, and vomited uncontrollably into the passenger side. He started the car and made a desperate getaway. He was actually the lucky one. Back at Connors' base, Charlot didn't have the Lizard Parker skill car equipped. Now, he was vomiting so hard the world spun around him. He was barely hanging on. Watching Charlot drive away, Smith immediately coordinated surveillance cameras and satellite tracking. Meanwhile, they had to go clean up the horrifically grisly scene. A Upon receiving the text message, the black-clad ninja shuddered all over. He hurried over to Lady Gao, who was inspecting the unique goods production line, and bowed deeply with respect. Honored leader, we've just received word. Lord Lei Meng, Lord Flash, and Lord Bixia have all been attacked. They are gone. Madame Gao was a sour-faced old Japanese woman, dressed in a purple kimono, wooden clogs on her feet, and a bamboo cane in hand. When she heard this news, even her usually stoic expression betrayed a hint of shock. The wrinkles of age rippled like waves as she turned her head, her sharp gaze piercing into the black-clad ninja beside her. The ninja hurriedly continued his report. This was an operation targeting number 68, Jessica Jones. We had previously suspected the presence of another superpowered individual near Jessica. Following your instructions, several masters were dispatched together to ensure nothing could go wrong. But we never imagined the opponent would be so formidable. There were only a handful of ninjas with superpowers to begin with, and now 3 had perished in one blow. Madame Gao's knuckles went white as she gripped her cane, her heart aching as if it were bleeding. She said nothing, only narrowed her eyes slightly, deep in thought. As one of the hand's 5 fingers, Madame Gao had studied martial arts under the tutelage of Kunlun. But ambition grew in her heart, and she betrayed Kunlun, escaping with both the raw materials and the formula for Dragon Bone. That was how they had managed to survive until now. Dragon Bone could be used to craft the elixir of immortality and even bring the dead back to life. Yet, repeated consumption polluted the mind, causing one to lose their humanity bit by bit. The stronger the elixir, and the more frequently it was taken, the quicker humanity would be lost. Of course, resurrection required that the essential parts of the body remain intact, especially the head. If the head was severed and not reattached, not even the elixir could prevent death from being final. Powerful though Dragon Bone was, its supply was limited. Sooner or later, it would run out. Coincidentally, in their efforts to seize control of the drug trade in New York and build their network, the hand had exhausted nearly all their Dragon Bone reserves. It was at this critical moment that Madame Gao discovered a new source of Dragon Bone in the depths beneath New York. This Dragon Bone was different. It didn't need to be consumed directly to make the elixir of immortality. Instead, it required a sacrifice of life. The Dragon Bone would devour life force, producing evil bone and condensed life essence. Evil bone could be used to craft the elixir and create the living dead, while the life essence could prolong longevity and enhance vitality. Through sacrifice and elixir alike, those resurrected would gain immense strength, and even inherit the abilities of those who were sacrificed. Of course, the offerings didn't have to be human. Any creature with abundant life force would do. But to create a superpowered individual through a successful sacrifice, at least 100 people were required. No more, no less. Previously, Kingpin had expressed some interest in prolonging his life and agreed to collaborate with Madame Gao and the Hand. He would provide them with 500 people in exchange for the elixir of immortality and the condensed life essence. But things took an unexpected turn. Kingpin reneged on the deal. For reasons unknown, not only did he refuse to provide the 500 people, but he also severed all previous ties with them. Now, if they wanted sacrifices, they could only turn to the homeless on the streets of New York. But in New York City, the homeless are in high demand. Madame Gao isn't the only one eager to offer them a warm home. Several other kind-hearted, enthusiastic organizations are also keeping a close eye on them. There are far more people seeking help than there are people to help, making the homeless a rare and coveted resource. Now, all they can do is look for ways to help the homeless from other states or undocumented immigrants and transport them into New York State to join a grand 100-person party. Seeing Madame Gao's brows knit together, the long-haired strongman poked his head out from behind and reported, "Madame Gao, have you ever heard of the lizard people?" Madame Gao was taken aback for a moment. She turned to meet the long-haired strongman's gaze. Grinning foolishly, the strongman announced, as if presenting a treasure, "I just got some news. Dr. Connors from Oscorp has invented a kind of lizard serum. This stuff can give ordinary humans incredible vitality and turn them straight into lizard people." Lizard serum? Something that gives ordinary people immense vitality. Madame Gao tapped her cane lightly with her finger. If they really could get their hands on this lizard serum, then all they'd have to do is inject their captured enthusiastic volunteers, toss them into the Dragon Bone altar, and never worry again about scraping together 100 people each time. As she weighed the feasibility of this plan, Madame Gao's eyes grew cold and sharp. She locked her gaze on the strongman's face and demanded, "Where did you hear this?" "Me?" The strongman puffed out his chest with pride, tilting his chin up as he replied, "I went through all kinds of trouble, put in superhuman effort, and, well, someone told me on purpose." Madame Gao paused, still suspicious of the strongman's motives and pondering if this might be part of some conspiracy. Someone told you on purpose? Who? When? She pressed. When? The strongman's eyes grew wistful as he sighed. That's a long story. It all started a long, long time ago. Yesterday afternoon, to be exact. That day, I saw a little magpie with a red beak land on the ground, unable to fly. Out of kindness, I went up and stroked its head. Little did I know, it was a trap. Two big magpies swooped down from the tree, not only pecked my head but also left a mess on top of me. What rotten luck. Fixing his gaze on Madame Gao's stormy expression, the strong man concluded. The moral of the story is, never touch someone else's little bird. It wasn't funny in the least, and Madame Gao's entire presence exuded a frigid chill as she snapped coldly. And what, exactly, does any of this have to do with the information you received? Of course it's related. The strong man put his hands on his hips, earnestly explaining. Because bird droppings mean good luck. The very next moment, a man in a sharp suit strode up to me and, face to face, told me, Young man, I'm deliberately giving you a piece of news. Recently, some Dr. Nas has created a lizard serum and turned some guy named Gale into a lizard man. He even wants to turn everyone in the world into giant lizards. But those lizards are hideous. I absolutely cannot accept a world where all the beautiful women become giant lizards. With that, he turned and left. So, what you're saying is this technology truly exists, a way for people to heal rapidly and gain extraordinary vitality. Madame Gao murmured to herself. The lizardman's performance in yesterday's news had been nothing short of spectacular. That massive body, brimming with life and astonishing regenerative power. If they managed to sacrifice a lizard man, just how many evil bones and life essence could they obtain? And to sacrifice a superhuman, how many lizard men would it take? A glint flashed in Madame Gao's eyes. Not far away, the burly black man didn't hesitate. He raised his gun and shot the long-haired strong man whose face still wore a smile. The black man stepped forward and glanced at the smile lingering on the dead man's face. As he looked down at the body, still bearing that faint smile, the corners of his own mouth curled ever so slightly. A trace of violet light flickered in his eyes. Calmly, he searched the corpse from head to toe, but found no listening devices. He stood up and shook his head at Madame Gao. She nodded, signaling for him to dispose of the body as he saw fit. Turning back, she continued to watch her own private production line, one hand clasped behind her back, slowly rotating a string of Buddhist prayer beads. Now that she had acquired such valuable information, Madame Gao had no intention of letting things rest. No matter who the other party was or what schemes they harbored, she didn't care. All she needed to know was that the lizard serum was real, and that was enough. With a slight wave of her hand, a ninja in black bowed, then turned and slipped away to investigate the truth behind the lizard serum. Leaning on one hand, fingers tapping lightly against the bowl of a wine glass filled with red wine. Behind him stood a beautiful woman, dressed as a bunny girl, with a slender figure in black stockings, slowly massaging his shoulders. With his eyes closed, the violet man savored the pleasure at his fingertips, letting time drift by in comfort. A rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Without needing a word from the violet man, the beauty behind him, her gaze a little vacant, rose from leaning against his back and went to open the door. Her long legs moved gracefully, the crisp click of her heels echoing with every step. The black stockings gleamed, contrasting with the paleness of her thighs. The bunny ear headband on her head bobbed with the sway of her half-exposed hips. The violet man's gaze drifted downward, settling on her red high heels. He picked up his wine glass and drained it in one go, tugged at the collar of his lilac shirt, and lounged back lazily against the pink sofa. Very soon, the beauty led a burly black man into the room. The moment he saw the purple man, the black man dropped to his knees without a second's hesitation and reported, "Master, as per your orders, we've already leaked Connor's whereabouts to Madame Gao. You've done well." As the beauty poured him a drink, the purple man rested his hand on her back, his fingers tracing the smoothness of her skin. With such a tempting bait, how could those idiots in the hand possibly ignore it? On the contrary, they'll be desperate to claim the lizard serum for themselves. The army, the hand, the lizard, Spider-Man, what a tangled mess. A cold chuckle curled at his lips. Turning a beauty into a lizard? What a joke. That's an absolute waste of such perfection. So, the moment he learned about Connor's plan, the purple man didn't hesitate to sabotage it. But he had no intention of getting his own hands dirty. Instead, he used two members of the hand he'd previously brought under his control to deliver this good news to Madame Gao. If the hand dared to lay a finger on his chosen prey, and the lizard actually wanted to turn all the world's beauties into hideous monsters, neither side deserved forgiveness. Better to let them tear each other apart like wild dogs, and then finish off the victor right in the arena. As for now, all the Purple Man needed to do was enjoy the show. When he saw Dr. Connors again, night had already fallen. Following Dr. Connors' instructions, Charlot weaved his way through an abandoned subway station, twisted and turned through the labyrinthine sewers of New York, even passing beneath a few still operating underground rail lines, before finally arriving at an old, disused bomb shelter deep underground. This was Connor's true secret laboratory. Not only was the space enormous, but the equipment inside was far more advanced than anything above ground. How Connors, that sly old fox, managed this was anyone's guess. After all, this place was incredibly well hidden, buried deep and far from prying eyes. To build such a massive lab in an underground bomb shelter was no small feat. If Charlot had been alone, he doubted he could have hauled down even a single piece of machinery. And then it all made sense to Charlot. Of course, Connors must be the lizard man hiding among humans. He must have summoned his fellow lizard people to help him. I, Charlot the lizard man, am simply too brilliant. At that moment, Dr. Connors was busy at his instruments, concocting a new batch of lizard serum. Charlot, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you a long time. Look, this is the future of us lizard people. It's a pity. Poor Abigail the lizard, he never got to witness this moment. Although Abigail used to treat him like a lizard, crazed enough to stab him in the back and make the old Connors grind his teeth in hatred. Now Abigail had become one of the lizard people. As the world's first lizard person himself, Connors naturally regarded Abigail with love and unity. Once the whole world had turned into lizard people, Abigail would finally be saved, he thought. As he spoke, something caught Connor's eye. He spun around, and for a moment was utterly dumbfounded. Standing before him was Charlotte, whose size had grown yet again. Her height, which had once been 2.5 meters, had now reached 3 meters. Her frame loomed powerfully, her tail thick and muscular. She looked less like a lizard person and more like a living dinosaur. The reason for Charlotte's sudden growth was, of course, the increase in her attribute points. Strength, 72, plus 50. Trait, power. Constitution, 72, plus 50. Trait, endurance. Remaining attribute points, 4. Equipped skills, summon friends from nothing. Lizard Parker, shameless. Connors stared at Charlotte in silence. No wonder she was the perfect match for the lizard serum. Even at 2 meters tall, Connors felt like a juvenile lizardling standing next to her. Charlotte, brimming with excitement, looked around at Connors' experimental equipment and said, "Kurt, I have some bad news for you. Because we attacked the Oscorp building, the U.S. military has noticed the existence of lizard people. They've already deployed troops, locked down several areas, and are searching the sewers. Sooner or later, they'll find our hideout. We don't have much time left. Next time we fight, it won't just be the police. We'll also be facing the U.S. military." The U.S. military? Connors frowned, but didn't seem worried. That's perfect. When the time comes, we'll turn all the soldiers into lizard people as well. Then our lizard empire will have a fully armed army. Cases like Charlotte, who had grown to 3 meters, were rare. Most lizard people wouldn't even measure up to Connors. Some, after transformation, wouldn't grow at all, just sprout a tail, which meant that all those guns, weapons, tanks, and jets could still be used by lizard people. Charlotte, however, had something else on her mind. A tail that thick was surely going to rip through any pair of pants. Once the antidote serum turned them human again, wouldn't their behinds be left exposed to the breeze? One opportunity. The serum was prepared quickly. In no time, Connors was holding 4 glowing green vials of lizard serum in his hands. Hoisting his proud creation high, Connors smacked his thick tail against the floor and broke into a hideous, triumphant grin. At last, it's finished. This is the future of our kind. Clutching the vial of lizard serum tightly in his hand, Connor's eyes grew hazy. Through the shimmering, dreamlike liquid, he glimpsed the vision of a world he considered perfect. A world where humans had evolved, free from every disease, untouched by war, a society in perfect harmony, complete with hands, feet, and even tails. His raspy voice broke the silence as he confided, "The lizard empire is now held in my palm. How wonderful, how marvelous this is. Charlotte, all we need now is to wait for a rain cloud. Then we'll load this serum into the artificial rain machine on top of Oscorp Tower. The lizard serum will fall from the sky, washing away all of humanity's sins." "Ah, yes, yes, of course," Charlotte replied with a perfunctory nod, barely feigning interest. They were just one step away from the rise of the lizard empire, and Connors was wild with anticipation. It's worth mentioning Abigail's contribution to all this. It was Abigail who told Connors that Oscorp Tower's artificial rain system could be used to disperse the lizard serum. No one's part in the empire would be forgotten. As for Charlotte's contribution, stretching lazily, Charlotte let out a long yawn. Her role was rather different from the rest. While Connors had been away, she had quietly brewed up 20 vials of antidote serum, just in case. Always be prepared, that was her motto. And now, at last, the moment had arrived. Having the lizard people as Gwen the Spider's first Real challenge seemed like a perfect fit. Charlotte was confident Gwen would handle it beautifully. The only thing she wondered was whether poor George had been discharged from the hospital yet. Well, hopefully not. After all, in the movies, unlucky George had met his end at the hands of a lizard. Of course, Charlotte's eagerness was mostly due to her utter exhaustion with this cumbersome lizard body. It wasn't just that it suppressed her once stunning looks. Her body stretched 3 meters long, over 5 with the tail included, making almost everything awkward and inconvenient. Glancing at Connors, Charlotte's face was full of longing. I think we're about to have just the weather we need. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At 8 a.m. today, a massive rain cloud landed over Newport. Forecasts predict rain beginning at 2 p.m., with precipitation in New York reaching a foot by 6 p.m. Afterward, the storm will spread westward, heavy rains moving steadily inland, and by later today, it will reach New Jersey. The TV overhead was broadcasting the weather report. Gwen was busy in the lab, while outside the Oscorp Tower, the sky had already darkened. The gloom in the air pressed down on the city, as if the coming storm could be felt in one's bones. Strictly speaking, though, the only sign of the storm beneath the heavy clouds was a faint, gentle breeze. For 3 days, the military had been scouring Queens for the lizard people, and the partial lockdown had worn New Yorkers' patience thin. Complaints were growing louder across the city. With the Purple Man's instigation, rumors began to swirl that the U.S. military was New York's greatest threat. People whispered that, under the pretense of hunting down the lizard men, the army was poisoning the city's underground water supply and forcing New Yorkers from their homes at gunpoint. Strikes and protests soon broke out, with crowds shouting their outrage against such oppression and the loss of their freedom. This mounting tension made the research deep beneath the Osborne Tower, now in its 3rd basement level, even more urgent. At this moment, Gwen, wearing a lab coat and looking haggard, sat alone in the laboratory, copying Abigail's research data by hand. She had been working nonstop here for 3 days, desperately trying to crack the lizard serum. Though Morbius had gone from underestimating her to recognizing her abilities, that change in attitude did nothing to speed up the development of an antidote. Over the past 3 days, her spider sense had been tingling with increasing frequency. Today, it throbbed relentlessly, her heart pounding as if disaster was just around the corner. Yet the deeper she delved into the research, the more she realized just how formidable Connors and Charlotte truly were. Breaking through the technical barriers they'd set up was no simple task. It would be a long and difficult journey. Gwen had considered reaching out to Charlotte again, but Charlotte seemed to have anticipated her every move, avoiding her on purpose. No matter what Gwen tried, she couldn't get in touch. Meanwhile, Morbius continued to use the same research methods he'd relied on when working with Bat Serum. Not far away, Morbius, also clad in a lab coat, wore a grave expression as he gripped the circuit breaker and pulled it down. In the next instant, a surge of 1,000 volts of electricity shot through Abigail's body, crackling through every nerve. Abigail let out a heart-rending scream that echoed through the lab. Morbius flipped off the switch and pressed a button. A red laser beam shot out from the instrument in front of Abigail. A wafer-thin slice of lizard man tissue, delicate as silk, drifted onto a glass slide, which was then shifted beneath another researcher's electron microscope. A drop of reagent fell onto the sample. The lizard man's cells remained active, showing no signs of degeneration. The researcher could only shake his head in resignation. Morbius had expected this outcome all along. Gwen filled another page of her experiment log, adding a new line of data and striking out one more hypothesized antidote formula. She pressed her hands to her temples, trying to calculate possible solutions to the lizard equation. That equation itself had originated from the lizard serum Alexander had extracted from Abigail's blood. After isolating its various components, Morbius injected the lizard man serum directly into a group of lab mice. Most of the mice died horrific deaths on the spot. Of the few survivors, some twitched and spasmed violently as the electric current surged through them. Morbius's methods seemed reckless, but under the jolts of electricity, one mouse actually began to transform. Its severed limb blackened, but new scaly growths appeared at the stump. After analyzing the composition of the injection, they were finally left with countless possible formulas for the lizard serum. Gwen gripped her pen tightly. To be honest, The scene before her made her feel less like she was in a highly professional biological research lab, and more like she was witnessing a deranged electroshock therapy session in a psychiatric hospital. Meanwhile, Abigail, who had looked utterly wretched just moments before, bounced back with surprising vitality after a brief recovery. No, Abigail, your tortures are useless on me. I will never tell you the lizard formula. Never. Connors will definitely come to save me. I get it. Until you bring in a Bengal monitor lizard to try some kind of honey trap, you won't say a word, will you? Morbius paid no mind to Abigail's outburst. After all, he wasn't a police officer. He was simply a researcher. And to a scientist, Abigail's body would tell the truth more reliably than his words. Science would give him the answers he sought. Intensify the experiment. We're running out of time, Morbius said coldly, his eyes fixed on Abigail. For the next step, we'll extract his spinal fluid directly and insert the instrument into his lower body. Even though he doesn't really have any male or female anatomy anymore, it's worth a try. Oh, come on. Are you a devil, or what? Even Abigail's eyes went wide with shock. True, there was nothing left down there, but he'd been human once. Hearing Morbius's new research plan, he trembled in terror and struggled desperately. No, you can't. This is animal cruelty. I'll report you to the Animal Protection Society. Morbius glanced at Abigail with icy indifference and said nothing. We interrupt for breaking news. Breaking news coming in. An urgent voice burst from the television overhead, drawing everyone's eyes to the screen. On the live broadcast of the parade, a manhole cover suddenly shot into the air. In the next instant, Connors burst out from behind the military lines. Surrounded by police and soldiers, he didn't hesitate. He hurled a vial filled with green liquid onto the ground. A hail of bullets rained down on Connors, pinning him down and giving him no chance to fight back. But as the vial shattered on the pavement, green fluid splashed everywhere, and a pale green mist began to rise. Amid the anchor's cries of alarm, one after another, soldiers, police officers, and protesters in the broadcast were transformed into lizard people. When the green mist finally cleared, what appeared in its place was a fully armed lizard army, ready for combat. Beep, beep, beep. In a rush, Gwen hurried down to the first floor, just in time to see Francie riding a motorcycle casually rolling into the lobby of Oscorp Tower. He was still dressed in his red courier uniform with the yellow lightning bolt emblem, his head entirely hidden by a full-face red helmet. As soon as he saw Gwen, Francie waved cheerfully and grinned. Lightning Express, mission accomplished. Lightning, on behalf of Charlot, sends you greetings. With these words, Francie reached into the delivery box she carried and handed a parcel to Gwen. Francie, do you know where Charlot is? Gwen asked anxiously. Charlot. Francie shook her head. No idea. Maybe he's out there saving the world right now. Or, well, maybe even destroying it. Listening to Francie's guesswork, Gwen bit her lip, anxiety gnawing at her. She couldn't help but worry about Charlot. And it wasn't just her. Right now, even Aunt May and Uncle Ben couldn't get in touch with him. After making a call, she learned that Charlot wasn't avoiding her on purpose. He hadn't been home in 5 days, and for the past 3 days, his phone had been unreachable. As if suddenly realizing something, Gwen turned to Francie and asked, Is this a package Charlot asked you to deliver today? Francie nodded, still a bit puzzled. Gwen wasted no time and tore open the parcel. Inside, she found 4 blue vials, which made her frown. She then unfolded the card that had been placed on top. On the front of the card was a simple 4-panel comic. In the first panel, a rough sketch of a roaring lizard man appeared, ready to attack a sharply drawn, heroic-looking Charlot. In the second panel, Charlot smashed a vial onto the ground. In the third, a cloud of smoke billowed up. In the fourth, the lizard man had been transformed into a curvy, startled woman who clutched her backside and ran away in panic. On the back, there were warnings of bright red X over a cartoon when trying to drink the vial, with a note, non-toxic, harmless, but not for consumption. With a smack, Gwen slapped the card onto the floor. Just what on earth is Charlot up to? She was starting to suspect the blue vials were some kind of antidote serum, especially since Charlot had delivered another bottle to her days ago. Instead of answers, her mind only filled with more questions, swirling and multiplying. Her thoughts a chaotic jumble. Gwen made up her mind. When this is all over, she's definitely going to give Charlot a piece of her mind. But for now, she needed to get back to the lab and test her theory. While scrolling through her phone, Francie looked up and asked Gwen, Gwen, the experts say the lizard army is targeting Oscorp Tower. There must be something there they really want. I got in touch with a clothing store. The owner's planning to skip town, so everything's on sale. I'm thinking of buying jeans in bulk and selling them at Oscorp Tower. Do you think I can make some money off this? I wanted to ask Charlot. He's so clever. But I can't reach him now. Gwen blinked, picked up the card from the floor, and looked at the cartoon woman clutching her behind. She nodded in approval at Francie's idea. Running toward the elevator, he replied over his shoulder, "That's a great idea. If you want to do it, go for it." Ugh. Francie shrugged, picked up the last package, and started up her bike, roaring out of the Osborne Tower. The army of lizard people had yet to make their move. For now, they were simply advancing toward the Osborne Tower. Meanwhile, news that the lizard serum could turn humans into lizard people spread like wildfire throughout the city, plunging everything into chaos. In the blink of an eye, everyone was scrambling for their lives, fleeing the Osborne Tower, escaping from Queens, and even abandoning New York altogether. With fewer people on the streets, the city's hidden fiends and monsters began to creep out from the shadows. And yes, that means U-Hand. A number of ninjas, rocket launchers slung over their backs, leapt from rooftop to rooftop, keeping a close eye on the direction of the lizard army's advance. Standing in their path, the military and police had set up checkpoints, determined to hold back the lizard horde. With gas masks snapped on, every soldier stood on high alert. As the lizard army drew closer, the tension reached a breaking point. The battle could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a vial of green serum arced over the lizard ranks and burst among the crowd, releasing a cloud of green smoke. Visibility vanished, breathing grew labored. Hank gripped his assault rifle tighter, teeth clenched in dread. "Hold your ground. Don't panic," came an officer's shout somewhere in the haze. But before Hank could steady his nerves, the soldier beside him let out a monstrous roar. In the swirling green fog, Hank watched in horror as the man's body swelled. A pair of slit-pupiled eyes locked onto Hank with predatory intensity. The soldier's left hand squeezed the trigger, while his right took hold of the rifle's barrel, pressing it to Hank's head. "That's it, George. I'm really done for this time." Sure enough, in the next moment, Hank, pale as a ghost, was caught in a chokehold by the newly transformed lizard man, the rifle crushing his throat. The lizard man hissed, tongue flicking, both hands tightening as he tried to strangle Hank where he stood. "Mother!" Hank's right arm shot up to shield his neck, desperate cries spilling from his lips as the lizard man's grip tightened. Not far away, Yulon was the first to spot the crisis. "Get out of the way!" Yulon shouted. In a flash, Yulon appeared beside Hank and delivered a swift, ruthless kick toward Hank's groin. "Arg!" Hank let out a scream, even more terrified than when the lizard man first attacked him. Adrenaline surged through him, and suddenly, Hank found the strength to break free of the lizard man's grasp. With a wild yell, he leapt higher than he ever had in his life. But Yulon's kick hadn't aimed for the lizard man's groin. Instead, the tip of his boot landed squarely on the base of the lizard man's tail. With a wail of agony, the lizard man was sent flying 3 meters into the air, then crashed to the ground in a crumpled heap, knocked out cold. Hank's eyes widened in disbelief. He jerked his head around to stare at the lizard man, who was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. A mix of terror and fury twisted Hank's face as he shouted, "Mother!" He truly couldn't imagine what would have happened if Yolen's kick had landed squarely between his legs. But Yolen wasn't about to let the lizard man off that easily. Striding forward, she drove her fist hard into the lizardman's forehead, and with a ruthless knee drop, snapped his right arm. Only then did she turn to Hank, her expression softening with concern. "You okay?" "Am I okay?" Hank snapped, clutching his groin indignantly. "You almost lost your little brother, and I nearly lost mine. For crying out loud, Yolen." Yolen just shrugged, utterly unconcerned. "If you've got the strength to curse, you're clearly fine." Still, the green mist was thick in the air, and the situation on the ground was anything but reassuring. All around the defensive line, the furious roars of lizard men mingled with the agonized screams of soldiers. Now and then, flashes of fire and bursts of gunfire erupted through the chaos. Yolen's eyes narrowed as she looked toward the front of the line. Through the swirling green haze, she could just make out the hulking black shadows of monstrous lizard men looming ever closer. She clenched her fists, then flicked up a fallen rifle with her foot and leveled it toward the advancing horde. Just then, a triumphant cry rang out overhead. Yolen looked up to see a figure soaring through the sky. From above, a blue canister dropped, landing just ahead of the defensive line. In an instant, wisps of cool, blue vapor swept the green mist away from above their heads. As the lizard men howled in agony, their bodies writhing back into human form, Gwen landed like a comet atop a barricade of police cars. Ghost Spider says hello, everyone. At the sight of her, soldiers, police officers, and recovering protesters erupted into wild, jubilant cheers. "Ghost Spider! It's Ghost Spider! She saved us! Thank goodness, Ghost Spider is here. We're saved. Long live Ghost Spider!" With the antidote in hand, Gwen had rushed back to the lab to run her tests. Sure enough, It was the cure. Rubbing her aching head, she still couldn't fathom what Charlotte had been thinking. But maybe that was for the best. If she ever did figure it out, Arkham Asylum would be eager to welcome her as one of their own. In short, Gwen wasted no time in sharing the exhilarating news with Morbius, who was busy tormenting Abigail. Then, carrying 3 vials of the antidote, Gwen raced to the battlefield and managed to halt the war's deadly escalation. Now, with the shouts of gratitude ringing around her, Gwen stood bathed in a golden, almost divine light. She listened to the chorus of celebration all around. Gwen's eyes widened slightly as she gazed at the crowd cheering for her, a strange tremor swelling in her chest, even making her eyes well up with tears. But now is hardly the time to get emotional. Spider, cloaked in a faint blue mist, the few remaining lizard soldiers before her dared not take a single step forward. Standing at the rear, Connors let out a furious roar. He glared angrily at the other vial of antidote serum at Gwen's waist. Who was it? Who on earth did this? Our lizard empire has been ruined by an unknown traitor. First, it's certain that Charlotte is innocent. And of course, I'm innocent too. Which leaves only one criminal in the lizard empire. Abigail, that notorious troublemaker. I'm gonna kill him. The news helicopter might be late, but it's never absent from the scene. Last time, the live broadcast made the network a fortune, so this time the station hired 4 helicopters at a high price for the coverage. With the media streaming live, Ghost Spider's fans skyrocketed in number. On screen, Gwen pulled the antidote serum from her belt, flicked a strand of web from her wrist, and sent the lizard serum hurtling toward Connors at lightning speed. Connors leapt backward, narrowly dodging the antidote mist. Watching the last of the lizard soldiers revert to normal, he threw his head back and roared at Gwen in fury. I hate spiders. Gwen simply shrugged, leapt elegantly from the police car, landed lightly, and smirked. What a coincidence. I'm not a fan of lizards either. I much prefer cute, obedient puppies, or maybe little foxes, kittens, and who knows what else. But let's be honest, fluffy white poodles are by far the cutest. All right, ugly little lizard, I know you're not the mastermind behind this. Why don't you bring out the real boss, the cooler one? Your evil plot ends here. Though she spoke with such bravado, Gwen's mind was on high alert, ready for the giant lizard's sudden attack at any moment. Sure enough, the street's manhole cover bulged upward with a massive mound of dirt, surging toward Gwen with a guttural roar. The concrete pavement shattered as Gwen nimbly dodged aside. The mound then twisted and surged back underground. The next instant, Charlotte's enormous figure burst through the surface, shouting grandly. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Staring at the 3-meter-tall giant lizard, Gwen's mouth fell open in shock. Oh my gosh, how has he gotten even bigger? Charlotte's tail swept across the ground, sending dust swirling into the air as he let out a thunderous roar, utterly unfazed by the bullets flying his way. Charlotte, conjuring allies out of thin air. Lizard Parker, masterful acting. What's with all the tension, little spider? The pain will be over before you know it. With that, Charlotte hefted a massive chunk of concrete and hurled it straight at Gwen. As Gwen leapt nimbly aside, Charlotte roared once more. Dragon's breath. She opened her jaws, exhaling a mighty gust that scattered the antidote serum in front of her. With another powerful leap, she lunged at Gwen. Her razor-sharp claws tore through the webs, brimming with force, missing Gwen by a mere hair and smashing into the ground. Then came the 3-punch combo, rapid, relentless strikes that left Gwen in a perilous situation. A sudden sweep of her tail forced Gwen to retreat. Getting back to her feet, Charlotte taunted. What's wrong, little spider? Cat got your tongue? Or would you just not like to talk? Ah, Gwen let out a relieved breath and stood her ground. If your powers were even half as strong as your trash talk, the lizard people would have conquered the world by now. Ah, Charlotte roared in fury. Here comes the flying crow. With that, she leapt, aiming to crash down on Gwen backside first. Gwen dodged once again, and at last, after waiting so long, Connors made his move. He sprang forward, hurling a vial of lizard serum directly at Gwen. The glowing green liquid sped ever closer to her. In her line of sight, the swirling colors grew larger and larger. Just as the serum was about to strike her, when it seemed there was no way out, a web as thick as a rope shot in from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the vial with perfect accuracy, bursting open like a fisherman's net and wrapping the serum inside. Spider-Man plummeted from the dizzying heights above. The moment he landed, he rolled lazily across the ground, dissipating all his momentum. He rose to his feet, pointing one finger skyward, the other hand cocked at his hip. I'm your friendly neighborhood monster buster, Spider-Man. Tajda, Tajda. With a flourish, he pointed at Connors and struck a heroic pose. To keep things fair, it's now 2 against 2. There were 4 people present, 2 of whom were clearly putting on an act. I won't say who they are. Facing Spider-Man, Connors' face twisted in rage as he roared. Why are you stopping me? This is the next step in human evolution. It's about unlocking and unleashing the full potential of the human genome. And you, Spider-Man, are humanity's greatest criminal. Spider-Man flicked his ear, feigning disinterest. Blah, 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 blah. What are you even saying? Sorry, I really wasn't listening. So what's it going to be? Both of you at once? Or just you by yourself? Trust me, if you go solo, your odds are actually a bit better. I'm not even lying. Connors didn't waste words. He slapped open a canister of lizard serum, sending a thick, green, toxic smoke billowing towards Spider-Man. In the next instant, with everyone, Gwen, Connors, and everyone watching through their screens, staring in disbelief, Spider-Man bent down, picked up the hissing, green canister, held it to his mouth, and took a deep breath. The green smoke poured into Spider-Man's nose, filling his lungs. Closing his eyes, he savored the metallic sweetness of the lizard serum, wearing an expression that suggested he was thoroughly enjoying it. Then, tilting his head, Spider-Man gazed at Connors, lazily lifting his chin and casually exhaling a cloud of green smoke from his mouth. Connors' spirit shattered. All will to fight vanished from him. Who's the so-called expert in monster hunting? Spider-Man. You're the greatest monster of them all. What's the point of fighting any longer? Charlotte, the lizard's power has its limits. The harder you struggle, the deeper the despair. The more you fight, the harsher the pain. Charlotte, I don't want to be the lizard anymore. Spider-Man is the true future of humanity. Before Connors could even react, Lizard Parker stumbled back 4 steps. Panic was written all over his reptilian face. Then, without another word, Lizard Parker spun around and bolted, calling out to Gwen. I'll handle the little spider. As for Spider-Man, I'll leave him to you, Doctor. Connors, wait a minute. I have some objections here. A beam of blue light shot up from the top of Oscorp Tower, piercing the sky. It was Morbius activating the artificial rain device, launching the antidote serum into the rain clouds above. A soft blue glow spread rapidly, bathing the entire sky in a surreal, dreamlike light. Though the rain had yet to fall, Connors gazed up at the sea of clouds, feeling nothing but utter despair. At this moment, the Lizard Empire had truly fallen from power. Connors was lost in hopelessness, but Lizard Parker was not. Reaching into the sewer, he fumbled for a moment, then pulled out a vial of pale green liquid, clutching it tightly in his clawed hand. Doctor, this isn't over yet, because, everything is unfolding just as I planned. Now, what I have here is a special lizard serum, a brand new version that no antidote can neutralize. If you're a real spider, come and face me at Oscorp Tower. Without hesitation, Lizard Parker dove headlong into the ground. The dirt burst upward, shoving aside a police car that had been used as a barricade, while heavily armed soldiers and police officers scattered in his wake. He charged straight toward Oscorp Tower. 2 media helicopters immediately swooped in to follow the action. Damn it, Gwen cursed under her breath. She hadn't expected the mastermind to be this sly, having already developed a lizard serum that the antidote couldn't counteract. Blast it, he predicted that I'd predict his prediction. I had to stop him. Gwen dashed after Lizard Parker, racing toward Oscorp Tower. With Gwen and Lizard Parker gone, only Spider-Man and Connors remained at the scene. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure descended on Connors. Just meeting Spider-Man's gaze made cold sweat bead on Connors' brow. Lifting his head slightly, Spider-Man smiled and called out in a friendly tone. Hey, Dr. Kurt Connors, if I call your name, do you dare answer? No? Then are your eyes dry or not? No. Just as he opened his mouth to refuse, Connors' voice suddenly pitched high with alarm and fear. His worries had been justified. Spider-Man truly was a monster. After a single question, Connors was utterly defenseless, sucked into Spider-Man's palm in an instant. Spider-Man cupped Connors' oversized head, bent down, and pressed him tightly to his chest. Though Spider-Man's hands appeared lazy and relaxed, they contained boundless strength, quashing any resistance Connors could muster. Connors could only stare wide-eyed, panic-stricken at Spider-Man, who looked down at him with an inscrutable gaze. In those black eyes, Connors saw his own terrified reflection. With one hand holding Connors' head in place, Spider-Man moved with graceful precision, reaching into his chest pocket and producing an eye drop bottle, a green one, adorned with a skull and crossbones. Connors was aghast. When Spider-Man twisted open the cap, a pungent odor immediately wafted out. As a researcher accustomed to long hours in the laboratory, Connors' pupils contracted in shock. He recognized that smell instantly. It was just like sulfuric acid. No. Connors' eyes bulged as he found himself completely immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as Spider-Man gradually tilted the bottle. It felt as though the sword of Damocles hung over his head. Powerless, he could only watch as the blade descended. Despair choked his voice. Wearing a pleasant smile, Spider-Man opened his mouth and spoke with the cheery malice of a devil. Come now. How can a lizard man not blink? Let Uncle Spider-Man help you out. From afar, a motorcycle hauling a cargo box rumbled slowly closer. The driver, Francie, caught sight of Spider-Man cradling the lizard man's head and administering eye drops. Her face was a picture of utter bewilderment, but she didn't linger on it. For her, the most important thing right now was to sell the precious pants she'd just bought. As she passed by the lizard man, Francie spotted a crowd hiding behind cover, watching the battlefield and live-streaming the scene. That sight made Francie feel as if she were gazing upon a sea of bare-bottomed men and women. Her eyes sparkled with opportunity. At last, the entire bottle of eye drops was poured into Connor's eyes. Regaining his freedom, Connor scrambled out of Spider-Man's grasp, clutching his eyes and howling in pain. What Spider-Man had poured into his eyes wasn't concentrated sulfuric acid, but for Connor's, it might as well have been something even more insidious. Because it was an antidote serum. As the serum coursed through his system, Connor's vertical pupils were the first to revert, and the green scales on his skin faded, returning to a normal flesh tone. His body shrank, his right arm and tail crumbling to dust on the ground. Now fully restored, Connors collapsed weakly, and the first thing he did was reach out to Spider-Man, pleading, Spider-Man, please help Lizard Man Charlotte. Help Charlotte return to normal too. Oh sure. Spider-Man casually tossed aside his empty drink bottle, gave Connors a friendly nod, cocked his head to glance at Francie, who had just parked her car, then fired a web from his wrist and bounced away toward the direction of the Oscorp Tower. A chilly breeze swept across his backside, making Connors, still standing there, instinctively clench his muscles against the cold. From a distance, Francie's voice rang out right on cue. Pants for sale. Pants for sale. Just $9.15 a pair. Underwear, jeans, all sorts of cool styles. Gentlemen, are you sure none of you want a pair? After a brief pause, Connors, who moments ago looked utterly drained, stood up as if nothing had happened. He brushed the dust off himself and strode over to Francie. When he saw the jeans in Francie's hands, Connor's eyes widened in disbelief. Capitalist genius Francia. So your brilliant idea is to sell sexy underwear to a crowd of bare-bottomed men and women. He stared at the so-called jeans, which were little more than a strip of denim masquerading as a waistband. Connor's hands trembled as he held them. This covered even less than using his own hands. Most of those who had been turned into lizards were military and police, so the majority of people wandering around without pants were men. Of course, there were also a few plump ladies among the marchers. In short, the scene defied description. Connors glanced over Francie's other merchandise. Good grief. She had translucent lingerie, crotchless bodysuits, barely their fabric strips held together by 3 strings, and bizarrely shaped, form-fitting garments. As ridiculous as Francie's wares were, the crowd really didn't have any better options. He watched as a soldier, face bruised and battered, paid for a tail attachment, and walked off. Silently, Connor stepped forward and picked up a pair of women's sexy, figure-hugging, high-rise denim shorts. This was the most coverage Francie's stand could offer. At least it could pass for underwear. And as Lizard Parker, serum in hand, left the scene, the Hand's rooftop ninjas sprang into action. A blade of lightning crashed from above, stabbing into the soil and blocking Shallow's enthusiastic digging. A red-clad ninja flashed into view, grasped the hilt, and rose with the sword in hand. The ground exploded as Shallow burst forth, claws slashing through the air in a deadly arc. The ninja parried with the blade, thunder and claws clashing with a burst of electric sparks. With a flick of his fingers, the red ninja vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing several meters away. Facing the all-too-familiar red ninja, the smile vanished from Shallow's face. His brows drew together, his expression turning steely and cold. If memory served, he'd already torn this guy to pieces. Could the Hand really resurrect even this? Of course, Shallow had no idea what a terrible price the Hand had paid for such a feat. In order to seize the lizard serum, they sacrificed all the captured superpowered individuals and vagrants. But that was still far from enough. Driven to desperation, even some of the ninjas and gang members self-sacrificed, and only then was the Red Ninja successfully resurrected. However, Madame Gao had hoped to merge the powers of the 3 dead ninjas into the Red Ninja alone. Yet in the end, she failed. The resurrected Red Ninja possessed only the power of teleportation. Compared to before, the Red Ninja's expression was now wooden and utterly devoid of humanity. Black stitches marked his exposed neck, his eyes crackled with lightning, his face was deathly pale, and his gaze was icy cold. He looked every bit like a thunder-wreathed zombie. Charlotte let out a cold, mocking laugh. If he could kill the Red Ninja once, he could certainly do it again. This time, he would grind his foe's bones to dust and see how the hand dared resurrect him once more. All of Charlotte's formidable strength, 72 points, unleashed without restraint, crashed toward the Red Ninja. The Red Ninja's blade flared with lightning and slashed hard into Charlotte. Flesh tore apart, the wound deep enough to expose bone, yet it began to heal at once. With the force of a runaway dump truck, Charlotte's lizard form barreled into the Red Ninja, sending him flying like a battering ram through paper. 2 rockets exploded on the road ahead, blasting up dust and debris, briefly blocking the view. When it cleared, the Red Ninja had vanished. Charlotte glanced up toward the place where the rockets had come from and instantly spotted 4 black-clad ninjas. Clutching the lizard serum in his hand, he glanced at Oscorp Tower, a dozen meters away, then turned without hesitation and charged at the 4 ninjas. Go to hell! With a powerful slam of his palm, one black-clad ninja was instantly reduced to pulp. A sweep of his tail sent the other 3 ninjas flying, their bones shattered, flung mercilessly into the air. Charlotte surveyed the chaos, locking eyes once more on the Red Ninja's figure. He watched the Red Ninja, standing in the middle of the road, both hands gripping his sword, and leaped toward him. His massive claws crashed down on the concrete, shattering it and leaving a gaping crater in the road. With a blur, the Red Ninja appeared at Charlotte's side, his katana crackling with lightning as he hacked down at Charlotte's left wrist. The blade sliced into Charlotte's tough hide, but was stopped short by his impenetrable bones. Is that supposed to tickle? Wearing a cold grin, Charlotte swiped at the Red Ninja's face, aiming to crush his skull in his grasp. But with 2 fingers pressed together, the Red Ninja dodged nimbly, his face as blank and still as a stagnant pond. At that moment, Gwen finally arrived. Seeing that someone had managed to stop the lizard, a flicker of joy crossed her face. She shot a web, latching onto Charlotte's back, and launched herself from above, landing a righteous flying kick squarely onto his spine. Turning around and leaping back, Gwen landed lightly on her feet. Charlotte blinked, realizing that it was now 2 against 1. Things are looking very grim for me. It seemed I'd have to resort to some underhanded tricks. Shaking off the webbing clinging to her, Charlotte got up, raised her right hand high, and declared, "Miss Spider, I have a report to make. The person in red right here is an irredeemable villain. I suggest the 2 of us team up and take him down first." The red-clad ninja said nothing. Seeing the vial of lizard serum in Charlotte's hand, Gwen's expression remained resolute. She was unmoved by Charlotte's words. "Dr. Connors, stop joking. Hand over the lizard serum now, and there's still a chance for you." "Dr. Connors? Who's Dr. Kennard?" "That's right. I am Dr. Connors." Charlotte lifted her chin, affirming Gwen's guess. "As everyone knows, I, Connors, am just a well-meaning guy who occasionally fudges research grants. Yet the red-clothed zombie before you, he's despicable. He's shameless. He's vile and depraved. He's cunning and deceitful. He's the very definition of treachery. Never in my life have I seen someone so brazenly shameless." Gwen let out a cold laugh. "Maybe you should look in the mirror. You might just find one standing there." Oddly enough, something about Dr. Connor's style felt strangely familiar. He didn't seem infected by the lizard serum at all, more like he was injected with a dose of goofball serum. The Red Ninja remained silent, tightening his grip on his katana, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing that Gwen would not be swayed, Charlotte's eyes darted as she suggested, "How about this? Let's make a deal. We take out this clown in red first, then I'll hand over the lizard serum to you. After that, I'll beat you up and snatch the serum back. How about it? Give me the lizard serum first?" Gwen blinked. That was exactly her goal, to recover the lizard serum. Once she got the antidote, Dr. Connors would naturally return to normal. But was Dr. Connors really not trying to trick her? Besides, she would never attack a stranger on someone else's word without first figuring out what was going on. Gwen turned to glance at the Red Ninja. Strange attire, a face like a corpse. She couldn't help but think to herself, this guy definitely doesn't look like a good person. Charlotte, seeing an opening, piled on even more. He also stalks girls, kidnaps and threatens civilians, attacks and kills superheroes. His crimes are beyond forgiveness. If what you say is true, then after I defeat you and get to the bottom of this, I'll make sure he's brought to justice. Striking a battle stance, Gwen shouted at Charlotte with unwavering determination. "Let's fight now. I, Ghost Spider, will never make deals with any villain. My sense of justice will not compromise. Even if I fail 10,000 times, I'll keep standing up and fighting with everything I have to stop you." Staring at the resolute Gwen, Charlotte smacked her lips, clicking her tongue in exasperation. Her sense of justice made me seem like the villain by comparison. Looking at Gwen, Why do I feel my cheeks growing warm? My enormous heart was pounding wildly inside my chest. It felt as if it might burst out at any moment. And in my ears, there was nothing but Gwen's voice. This feeling, this sensation. It must be that you startle me by shouting so loudly. As you wish, little spider. Charlotte let out a fierce roar toward Gwen, then spun and charged at the ninja in red. Lightning crackled. The ninja parried Charlotte's attack. In a flash, the red-clad ninja vanished from sight. Damn it, Charlotte couldn't help but curse aloud. Without spider sense, this teleporting ninja was as slippery as an eel. Last time, when a ninja with that ability appeared, Charlotte had taken him out in an instant, but this time she was truly experiencing how terrifying instant teleportation could be. With his blade crackling with electricity, the red ninja flickered around Charlotte, slicing open wound after wound with swift strokes. Charlotte, left hand gripping the lizard serum, swung wildly with her right, but no matter what she tried, she couldn't land a hit, growing more and more frustrated. Teleportation, what a shameless power! Bolts of electricity flashed around Charlotte, her disadvantage only fueling her rage. Not far away, Gwen watched the intense battle, momentarily stunned, unsure whether she should step in or not. After a moment's hesitation, Gwen made her choice and dashed into the fray. She waited for the perfect opportunity, then leapt into the air, firing a web from her wrist. Her web shot straight for the vial of lizard serum in Charlotte's hand. Midair, Gwen gave it a powerful tug. Charlotte, caught off guard, lost her grip and the serum flew free. The red ninja, still entangled with Charlotte, instantly darted forward and snatched the lizard serum before Gwen could reel it in. Charlotte's tail swept across. Because the web was still attached to Gwen, the red ninja couldn't teleport away, and there was no time to cut the web. With no other option, he let go and vanished again in a blur. Charlotte's tail snapped the web, and she caught the lizard serum. He could see it now. These two were nothing but thieves. Both were after his lizard serum. You want it? Not a chance. Charlotte stopped trying to attack the ninja and instead turned and sprinted toward Oscorp Tower. Not good. Gwen gritted her teeth in frustration. The perfect chance had just been ruined by the red ninja, confirming that he was definitely not on her side. And whatever his reason for wanting the lizard serum, it couldn't possibly be anything good. Of course, the most important thing right now is still to stop Dr. Connors. Once it was discovered that the lizard's target was the Oscorp Tower, everyone inside the building was evacuated. Soon after, the antidote serum was successfully released into the rain clouds, and Morbius and the others made it out safely. With the path clear, Charlot charged straight to the base of the Oscorp Tower. He pressed his massive lizard hand against the glass curtain wall and began climbing upward at full speed. At that moment, Gwen finally caught up to Charlot. Her web shot out and wrapped around Charlot's tail. With both hands, she gave a powerful yank. The force slowed Charlot's climb, and at the same time, sent Gwen soaring upward like a slingshot, vaulting over Charlot's head. She twisted in midair, hands firing rapidly, sending a barrage of web bullets straight at Charlot's eyes. In a blur, the red-clad ninja appeared atop Charlot's arm. Clutching the blade of lightning, he dashed along Charlot's left arm, bringing the blade down in a fierce arc aimed at Charlot's head. Charlot gripped the lizard serum with his left hand and clung to the glass with his right, now tightly restrained. He could hear the wind whistling above. Charlot shrugged his shoulder, using the red-clad ninja as a shield, blocking the path of Gwen's web bullets. Unsteady on his feet, and knowing his attacks wouldn't do much to Charlot, the ninja chose to deflect the oncoming web bullets with his blade before vanishing in another flash. Gwen's toes touched down on the glass, and she focused intently on Charlot as he charged upward. She pushed off, firing webs at the glass, and swinging down at breakneck speed with her right hand gripping the lines. With her left, she shot another web, wrapping it around Charlot's right hand, the one pressed tight against the glass. Using her momentum, she spun around, weaving a great web that enveloped Charlot completely. She linked the webs from both hands and fired several more web bullets, pinning Charlot's feet firmly to the glass wall. Letting go, her giant web snapped back, sweeping toward Charlot and cocooning him in sticky strands. In the next instant, Charlot's right hand was wrapped in webs, layer after layer binding him tightly. Without pause, Gwen fired another web, latching onto the lizard serum in Charlot's left hand, trying to wrench it away. But Charlot held on with all his strength. They struggled for a moment, until Charlot's right hand broke free of the webs. With a swipe of his claw, he severed the webs tangled around the serum. Watching Gwen sent flying, he curled his lips into a smirk and started climbing upward again at full speed. Suddenly, the glass curtain wall shattered, and from inside the building, a sharp blade crackling with lightning thrust out, aimed straight at Charlot's heart. Charlot's pupils narrowed, locking eyes with the red-clad ninja's cold and unfeeling gaze within. Cracks flashed across the ninja's face as he shot forward with the speed of lightning, driving his blade deep into Charlot's left shoulder. Lightning crackled along Charlot's left arm. With a twist of her right hand, she gripped the katana and snapped the blade in two. Charlotte seized the broken blade and slashed at the red ninja's neck. But her strike met only empty air. The curtain wall had shattered completely, offering no foothold. Charlotte plunged downward. Clutching the blade lodged in her left shoulder, Charlotte tried to yank out the blade tip as she fell. In a flash, the red ninja, gripping the broken katana, appeared behind her. Lightning burst from the broken blade, slashing toward Charlotte's left hand, the one holding the lizard serum. A bolt of electricity surged from the hilt, racing up Charlotte's arm and down to the blade tip. Her left arm took blow after blow. At last, Charlotte lost control, and the lizard serum slipped from her grasp. Watching the red ninja reach out to snatch the serum, a savage grin twisted Charlotte's lips. "I've been waiting for you." She wrenched the blade tip free, jammed her right hand into the glass curtain wall, slowing her fall. At that moment, her lizard tail, long prepared, lashed out like a bolt of green lightning, plunging straight into the red ninja's chest. A spray of blood burst forth. The red ninja's eyes blazed with electric fury. Clutching the lizard serum, he hacked down hard on Charlotte's tail. The fragile tail snapped instantly. A desperate gamble, severing my own tail for a chance at survival. Cutting off a piece of myself so he could live. Impressive. Gripping the lizard serum tight, the red ninja, still falling, coughed up another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Gwen raced upward in desperation, but could only watch helplessly as the red ninja ripped the lizard tail from his chest, pressed two fingers together, and vanished from midair in a flash. It's over. The lizard serum has still been stolen. Gwen's face turned pale. She glanced up at the rain clouds still gathering overhead, her heart full of regret. Osborne's stupid artificial rain. Completely useless. At last, the sky began to promise rain. The wind held stronger. Before Gwen could wallow in her disappointment over losing the serum, a massive shadow blotted out the light above her. She looked up. Charlotte was looming over her, grinning wickedly. "Heh-Heh, little spider, now it's just the two of us left. I'm going to crush you in my palm and devour you whole." As she spoke, Charlotte's huge hand reached out. "Ah!" Gwen stumbled back several steps. So startled she nearly slipped right off the glass wall. "Where's Spider-Man? Where's he? Hurry up and save me." At that moment, Spider-Man was still galloping heroically toward the scene. "Come on, little spider, show me everything you've got. Entertain me. And if you can defeat me, I'll tell you a colossal secret." Gwen forced a nervous laugh and asked carefully, "Dr. Connors, what if I don't want to know your secret? Can we just not fight then? Doctor, address me properly. Call me Queen Connors." Charlotte bellowed. "Huh?" Gwen's mouth fell open in utter disbelief, her mind momentarily blank. "As for your so-called truce, of course we can." Standing upright against the glass curtain wall, Charlot spread his arms wide, stretching every muscle in his body. Tilting his head back, he revealed a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. "But aren't you curious where Charlot has gone?" That question made Gwen's expression change instantly. Yes, where had Charlot gone? He'd vanished without a trace for 3 days now. Could it really be? Watching Gwen's face grow tense, her fighting spirit only growing stronger and more unyielding, Charlot decided to tease her even further. "Heh-Heh, Charlot, hee-hee-hee, ahem, I can't make something up. Anyway, Charlot's got troubles. If you don't fight me, he'll be even more troubled." What kind of bizarre reasons and ridiculous excuses are these? With a mighty leap, Charlot came crashing down, his huge lizard foot aiming straight for Gwen's face. She blanched and dodged away in the nick of time, terror flashing across her delicate features. But then, Charlot's thick, powerful tail swept around, slamming her square in the back. The impact sent her crashing through the glass curtain wall and tumbling into the 27th floor office area of the Oscorp Tower. Charlot's massive form barreled into the building after her. His swinging arms knocked aside desks and computers in every direction, sparks and lights flickering chaotically. His enormous head smashed through the ceiling, sending chunks of plaster raining down. Sheets of A4 paper spun through the air, caught in the chaos. Charlot's overwhelming strength bore down with a suffocating sense of power, flattening everything in its path. "Steel yourself for a fight to the death, little spider. Otherwise, you'll never die." Another one of those cryptic, maddening lines. Gwen shot out a web, flipping a filing cabinet. Papers whipped around in the swirling wind, flying throughout the entire floor, while the flickering lights made everything stutter in and out of view. Using both hands and feet, Gwen crept swiftly from spot to spot, taking advantage of Charlot's distraction to change her position. "Little spider, come out, I can see you," Charlot coaxed, his tone deceptively sweet, while his tail smashed through every desk nearby. "Come out, and I'll show you a big surprise." Unfortunately, Gwen was far from tempted. She refused to fall for such a cheap trick. Charlot casually snatched up a Snickers bar from the floor, tossing it into his mouth, wrapper and all. He let out an earth-shaking roar, a shockwave blasting paper and dust high into the air. At last, Charlot caught sight of Gwen, inching stealthily forward. Gwen's goal was clear, the fire alarm not far away. Clever as ever, she'd taken 3 vials of lizard serum with her. The first 2 had wiped out the lizard army, and the third, she'd poured that into the building's water tank. As soon as the lizard people stormed into the tower, Gwen would trigger the sprinklers. Then every one of them would be cured by the antidote-laced water. She crawled forward, stealthily inching along the ground. Victory seemed just within reach, but suddenly her body froze. Staring at the enormous lizard foot before her, she felt a chill run through her limbs, and her whole body trembled. In the next instant, the lizard's hand closed around Gwen's arm, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Well, look what I've caught. A wild ghost spider, came the mocking voice. She could be eaten raw right now. Her protein content is 6 times that of beef. Of course, if time permits, a little roasting would make her even more delicious. Ghost spider. Tastes just like chicken, only crispier. A sinister laugh echoed out. Gwen found herself face to face with the lizard's enormous head and Charlotte's gaping jaws, brimming with razor-sharp teeth and a blood-red tongue. Her face, hidden beneath the mask, had gone pale as chalk. She could already picture herself, mangled and bloody, inside the jaws of the lizard queen. Desperately, Gwen struggled, pounding at Charlotte's arm, but Charlotte's strength was overwhelming. All her efforts were utterly futile. "Dr. Connors, I think we can talk about this." I said, "Address me properly. You will call me Queen Connors." With that, Charlotte's monstrous jaws yawned even wider, snapping toward Gwen. In a flash of resolve, Gwen twisted herself, pressing her body against Charlotte's arm. She quickly detached her web shooter, made rapid modifications, loaded 4 web cartridges, and hurled the device straight into Charlotte's open mouth. Sparks crackled from the web shooter. In the next moment, webbing rapidly expanded inside Charlotte's mouth. The sudden mass of sticky webbing left Charlotte sputtering and choking, her mouth clogged and foaming. With a furious motion, Charlotte flung Gwen aside, then pinched the sticky webbing from her mouth and tossed it to the ground. Charlotte glared at the swelling mass of webbing on the floor, frowning as she tried to track Gwen's movements. She flicked her tongue, searching the air for traces of her prey. With a swipe of her massive hand, she swept away all obstacles in her path. Now running on all 4s, Charlotte charged after Gwen once more. Gwen fired a web, snagging a fire extinguisher, then spun and hurled it at the oncoming Charlotte. With a single swipe, Charlotte shredded the extinguisher, releasing a huge cloud of white carbon dioxide that instantly obscured her vision. Seizing the opportunity, Gwen launched herself with a web and landed a powerful kick squarely against Charlotte in midair. Charlotte tumbled to the ground, shook her head, and stood up again without a scratch. "Damn it," Gwen cursed under her breath. Dr. Connor's lizard form was just too tough, her skin as thick as armor. Her attacks barely made a dent, while one hit from the lizard queen would leave Gwen aching for hours. What now? The only answer left was still the lizard serum. Taking the initiative, Gwen burst through the elevator doors, grabbed hold of the steel cable inside the shaft, and began to climb her way upward. "Don't even think about running. Face me for another 800 rounds. Charlotte came right after, looking up at Gwen above, scrambling upward with both hands and feet. Gwen, locking eyes with her relentless pursuer, slipped past the elevator stopped at the 60th floor and continued her ascent, while Charlotte found her way blocked by the elevator itself. What now? Was she really going to just let Gwen escape to win in the end? Sorry, but that's not how a true villain behaves. A real villain never gives up in the face of any obstacle. And if there are none, they'll create difficulties just to overcome them. With a screech of tearing metal, Charlotte broke through the bottom of the elevator, hauling herself inside. She punched through the emergency hatch at the top. There she saw Gwen above her once more. Under Gwen's control, 2 of the elevator's steel cables snapped, causing the car to tilt as tortured metal groaned in protest. Another cable broke, crashing onto the elevator with a thunderous bang. The last cable quivered, clearly at its limit. With a furious roar, Charlotte tore at the hatch above, desperate to break free and reach Gwen. But the final cable snapped. Her outstretched hand froze as the elevator, with Charlotte's massive lizard form inside, plummeted toward the bottom of the shaft. Charlotte might go easy on her, but she wasn't going to hand Gwen an easy victory. This was Charlotte's trial by fire for Gwen. If there was no Lizard Parker in this world, then she would play the part, giving Gwen the perfect first lesson. As that infamous piece of wisdom goes, whenever heaven bestows a great task upon a person, it first tests their resolve, wearies their body, starves them, exposes them to hardship, and frustrates all their plans. Only then do they gain strength and resilience, and grow in ways they never thought possible. To help Gwen become stronger, Charlotte was willing to play the villain, to raise the difficulty for her. So, Gwen, don't thank me, just call me the Red Scarf. The elevator crashed into the ground, sending a billowing cloud of dust surging outward. Gwen let out a long breath, trying to steady her wildly pounding heart. Was it finally over? She wondered if Dr. Connors was all right. The dust drifted upward, not yet settled, when a chill ran down her spine. Her spider sense flared a warning. In a split second, she leapt aside as a steel rod smashed into the spot where she'd just been standing. Charlotte's massive form burst from the haze, the gruesome wound on her left shoulder, healing rapidly. Little spider, move faster, get stronger, give me more. With a leap, her claws shredded steel and concrete, sending debris raining down to the base of the building. The sound of battle drew every eye, and word quickly made its way to the owner of the tower, Justin Hammer. Dressed in a pink suit, a floral tie, and purple glasses, his hair dyed a shimmering silver, he sat at the enormous dining table. He used a set of silver cutlery inlaid with gemstones to slowly carve a snail, garnished elegantly with asparagus. Carefully, he placed a morsel of Western-style meat, no bigger than a sesame seed, into his mouth. Hammer closed his eyes, savoring the taste before swallowing with deliberate leisure. A stroke of unexpected fortune. Stark, that pompous, arrogant show-off who squandered money and was all flash with not a trace of substance, had been kidnapped. The news made Hammer feel as if the very sky over New York had grown brighter. Everyone always insisted on comparing him to Stark, but Hammer saw no point in such comparisons. He and Stark were worlds apart. He was a man of restraint and true sophistication, a seasoned and remarkable boss, a businessman blessed with extraordinary talent, the military's top partner, second only to their primary contractor. Compare himself to Stark? What was there to compare? He couldn't care less. As he savored the news of Stark's disappearance, a smile played at Hammer's lips. At the very least, he was convinced he would outlive Tony Stark. Sir, the butler entered, bowing respectfully. He wore a crisp white shirt and a black vest, a full black tailcoat, a red bow tie, straight black trousers, and gleaming burgundy leather boots. His salt and pepper hair was impeccably groomed, his posture forever upright, the very image of what a gentleman's butler should be. Artificial intelligence, like Jarvis? Utter rubbish. There's been a development. Surveillance shows that Lizardman Connors is fighting Ghost Spider inside the Osborn building. According to Dr. Morbius, Dr. Connors intends to load the lizard serum into the viral rain disperser and turn all of New York into lizard people. He set his knife and fork down at either side of his plate and dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. Lizard serum? Though Hammer never approved of Osborn's line of research, he still held Connors' abilities in high regard. What a shame Connors had thrown himself so deeply into the lizard serum, leaving Hammer with no way to intervene. Unlike Morbius and Osborn, whose paths were forged by their families' hereditary illnesses, Connors had chosen his out of pure idealism. The purpose of firearms, after all, was to inflict harm. The reason bullets fly is to bring about death. Wherever there are humans, there will be conflict. Wherever there is war, there will be vested interests. The opposing sides, enemies and allies, are all part of a business that thrives on balance. The deaths of soldiers merely serve to reinforce the value of capital. Hammer was certain that, even if the lizard serum succeeded, Connors would never realize his ideals. In the end, he would sell them out for something of even greater value. Just like this lizard serum, he knew its fate the instant he heard about it. What Hammer cared about wasn't the potential harm this could cause humanity, but rather how much value it might create, how much money it could bring him. What a pity. If we're going to stop Connors, let's just blow up the Osborn Tower directly. He lifted his glass of red wine, gazing at the crimson liquid swirling inside. The lizard serum truly was impressive, and it certainly had considerable military value. But it would disrupt the entire balance of the arms industry and undermine the very foundation of his own interests. Stark was as good as finished, so the only one left to deal with was that old fox, Obadiah. Right now, what he needed wasn't innovation, but stability and caution against Obadiah's cunning schemes. Of course, sir. Anything else you'd like me to do? Hammer took a sip of his wine and continued. This time, to destroy the Osborne Tower, let's use our latest model, the Hotshot Missile. Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged ever upward as Gwen and Charlotte reached the very top floor of Osborne Tower. Charlotte, roaring, lunged at Gwen from the top of the elevator shaft. Gwen dodged nimbly, and Charlotte crashed straight through the roof. Standing atop the building, Charlotte swept her gaze over the city below. Right in front of him, the artificial rainfall device stood within arm's reach. But he no longer held the lizard serum. He looked up at the sky, where blue light shimmered and a bolt of lightning tore across the heavens, a sign that the downpour was about to begin. Gwen poked her head out and climbed onto the rooftop, her eyes lighting up. Right beside the artificial rainfall device, she spotted another vial of the antidote serum. She reached the rooftop and squared up, fists clenched, declaring, "This ends here, Dr. Connors. You lost a long time ago." "What? Me?" Queen Connors lost, lowering his gaze to his own hands. With the masterful acting skill card equipped, Charlotte's urge to perform was overwhelming. His eyes filled with struggle and pain. In despair, he threw back his head and roared, "No, not yet." With a furious snarl, Charlotte lunged at Gwen, but she slipped away with a quick slide. In midair, his claws tore through Gwen's right web shooter, injuring her right hand as well. But with a swift roll, Gwen managed to snatch the antidote serum. Seeing Charlotte charging again, she smashed open the vial with force. A pale blue mist spread out. Overcome by its effects, Charlotte soared uncontrollably over Gwen's head, tumbling off the rooftop and plummeting toward the ground. As he fell, Charlotte's massive 3-meter form shrank rapidly back to normal size. Blue light swiftly chased away the green, scaly skin, restoring human flesh and rebuilding his body. Was the antidote serum I made really this powerful? Forced detoxification. Lizard Parker skill card temporarily disabled. 30 minutes. Not only did it prevent him from using the power, he couldn't even swap out the skill for now. Hanging in midair for a moment, Charlotte landed steadily on the ground, a bit speechless as he used both hands to shield his privates. He stood naked in the chaotic wind, his expression blank, looking utterly desolate. From afar, a missile streaked through the sky and, in the blink of an eye, crashed into Oscorp Tower. The explosion erupted in a blaze of fire, accompanied by the deafening crash of thunder rolling across the clear sky. Pale blue rain began to pour down in sheets. Gwen Spider-Sense was screaming wildly. Yet on the rooftop, her face was filled with grief and helplessness. Both of her web shooters were broken beyond repair. Her slender figure was flung from the building, powerless as she plummeted toward the ground. This scene was broadcast live by the last remaining media helicopter. Watching the ghost spider fall in free flight, a wave of despair and sorrow swept through the hearts of everyone in front of their televisions. Tears began to well up. Is this it? Is this truly the end? Will a young superhero vanish forever, leaving the world with nothing but endless sorrow? Of course not. Suddenly, dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun, dun dun, a flash of red and blue streaked across the sky. A web, thick as a rope, shot out toward Gwen, who grabbed hold with shining eyes, clinging to it tightly. Spider-Man glanced at Gwen as he soared past her, and without hesitation, he raced straight toward the collapsing side of Oscorp Tower. Moments later, the building crumbled, crashing down right where Spider-Man had last been seen. Then, another fierce explosion erupted from the wreckage. In an explosion like that, no one could possibly survive. And so, sorrow was handed back to the audience. Now let the tears fall. Spider-Man was dead. He died beneath the ruins of Oscorp Tower, in a live broadcast witnessed by all. Rescued, Gwen landed and collapsed to her knees in pain. She knew all too well that Spider-Man wasn't the only one trapped beneath the rubble. Professor Connors was there too. The torrential rain blotted out the sun, pounding the hazardous dust from the collapse to the ground. Just then, Connors arrived at last, riding Francis's motorcycle. By now, Connors had ditched his split-crotch pants, wearing only a pair of hot girl jeans. He couldn't care less about appearances as he dashed over in a frantic hurry. He immediately spotted the frail and heartbroken ghost spider. Gwen, too, saw Connors. Her pupils contracted. In an instant, she recognized his tattered white lab coat. If this was Dr. Connors, then who was it that had died beneath the building? A sense of dread flooded Gwen's heart. Charlotte! Charlotte! Where's Charlotte? Ghost Spider! Where's Charlotte now? In 3 hurried strides, Connors rushed to Gwen's side, his voice trembling with anxiety. Beneath Gwen's mask, her face turned deathly pale in an instant, plunging into an inexpressible despair. Could the one who died be Charlotte? Did I cause Charlotte's death? Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, mingling with the rain as they slid down her cheeks. With great power comes great responsibility, The Charlotte who once spoke those words seemed to be standing right before her. Yet before she could reach out, he vanished like mist on the wind. Her heart was shattered to pieces, the agony of loss tearing at her so fiercely she could barely breathe. How could things have turned out like this? I killed Charlotte. Gwen stared at her own hands, which trembled uncontrollably, as if stained with Charlotte's blood. Oh my God, what have I done? Mind blank, Gwen suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed toward the site of the explosion. But all that awaited her, there was an even deeper despair. There were no rocks, no bodies, only a blackened crater left behind by the blast. Life, 6-4. To put it bluntly, Charlotte had really screwed up this time. He hadn't faked his death to trick Gwen. He'd actually, truly died. He'd thought George was the one in danger. But in the end, fate, ever the cruel mistress, had doubled back and struck the dashing hero himself. Sure enough, anyone who tells Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, is doomed. The feeling of dying was terrifying enough once. Charlotte had experienced it twice over. Even his clone Spider-Man hadn't made it in time to save him. Instead, another life was lost in the process. Only now did Charlotte understand what the life attribute truly meant. It was literal life itself. He'd always thought it was useless. If only he'd recalled his clone just a moment earlier. The very first thing Charlotte did upon waking was spend his last 4 attribute points, without hesitation, on boosting his life. Life, 8, max. Trait, you are full of life. Breathing out a huge sigh of relief. Wrapped in a profound sense of safety, Charlotte finally began to take stock of his surroundings. At that moment, Charlotte was sitting on a toilet, facing a bathroom door aglow with a heavenly light. There was even equipment on the floor. He grabbed the hospital gown from the ground and put it on, slid into a pair of flip-flops, and wrapped a towel around his waist. Outside the door, 2 voices drifted in. Bruce, have you been feeling any better lately? Dr. Arthur, not really. I know I'm sick, and it's serious. Bruce, rest assured, there's no one else here. I'm always here to listen. Dr. Arthur, it all began in a cave. Several bats flew out, and ever since then, I've felt this overwhelming force of fear gnawing at my soul. It calls me darkness, calls me vengeance, calls me destruction. I'm being torn apart, shattered again and again. But I don't want to hurt anyone. Bruce, you really are seriously ill. Dr. Arthur, he's like another personality, his mind seething with rage and violence. He is. A string of question marks floated above Sherlock's head. What the heck? What's happening here? Am I still in the Marvel Universe? Bruce, this fear you speak of, does it take the form of a black bat? No, Dr. Arthur, it's green. It looks like me, like another version of myself, one that is always angry. Bruce, would you like to tell me a bit about your past experiences? All right, Dr. Arthur. I was wandering the streets when a kind soul gave me a gold ring, a gold necklace, and a large sum of money. Sherlock quietly pushed open the door. Sure enough, Dr. Arthur and Bruce Banner stood before him. Bruce, sporting an unkempt beard and disheveled hair, started in surprise. He hurried to his feet, sizing up Sherlock. A hospital gown, flip-flops, a wild mop of hair, and towel shorts. Now that's quite a look. Bruce nodded at Sherlock, holding his gaze and saying, So you're discharged man, Sherlock? You certainly have a unique style. Dr. Arthur also rose to his feet, bewildered. Sherlock, what are you doing in my office bathroom with the lights off? And when did you get here? Sherlock glanced back at the restroom in Dr. Arthur's office at Arkham Asylum. Ah, so this is where I spawned. Wavy dash. How'd I even end up here? Sherlock blinked. That question was really not easy to answer. So, does this count as a triumphant return? Hey there, Dr. Arthur. Have you eaten yet? Sherlock's eyes darted about as he nervously shifted the conversation. Dr. Arthur's face darkened. Truth be told, he did not want to see Sherlock in the slightest. Every time he laid eyes on Sherlock, he couldn't help but wonder. Had he been wrong to judge Sherlock as sane? Had he unleashed a madman upon society? With a broad smile, Sherlock greeted Dr. Arthur warmly. Have you eaten yet? If not, how about a taste of my fist? After all, it's often easier to deal with the questioner than to answer the question. Dr. Arthur pressed his hand to his forehead, a vein throbbing at his temple, and said sternly, Sherlock, stop playing the fool. Behave yourself. I know you're not sick. Sherlock sighed and patted down his wild, bomb-blasted hair. No surprise, Dr. Arthur is too sharp to be fooled. Back in Arkham Asylum, Sherlock felt utterly at ease, as if he'd returned to his home turf. Tilting his head, he mused, I haven't eaten yet either. What's for lunch today? I'm craving a Mexican chicken wrap, some Italian tomato pasta, and a Turkish kebab. Dr. Arthur's expression didn't change at all. He replied in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. If you'd like, your lunch today is chlorpromazine tablets, alprazolam, an egg, and an orange. Oh, wonderful. Dr. Arthur, this is my favorite meal. Oh, of course. I mean the orange, of course. What else could it possibly be? After a couple of harmless jokes, the three of them left Arthur's office together. Bruce, however, remained silent the whole time, feeling a bit out of place with the other two because he was so drained. But once he actually saw Sherlock in person, he suddenly felt that maybe he wasn't as sick as he'd thought, especially after learning that Sherlock wasn't ill at all. True, there was still that other personality inside him, always fighting to take over his body. But this wasn't schizophrenia. This was the result of an experiment, an accident caused by gamma radiation, which mutated his genes and gave birth to Hulk. See, that's science. It's rigorous, it's logical, it's built on solid theoretical foundations. There's nothing crazy about that, nothing remotely connected to madness. So, I'm not sick. Arkham Asylum had been renovated. The walls gleamed white, the floors shone smooth and clean. The old marks of cruelty had been erased, leaving behind only a faint trace of happier memories. Down the corridor, a patient caught sight of Sherlock, paused in surprise, then silently followed the three of them all the way to the cafeteria, clutching a little toy plane. Before long, an orderly brought over 3 plates of mashed potatoes and 3 apples, setting them on the table. Sherlock took a plastic spoon, chewed on it thoughtfully, and turned to Arthur with a puzzled look. By the way, Dr. Arthur, we've known each other for so long, and I've never had the chance to ask you. Dr. Arthur, what exactly is your job? Serious face. Arthur paid him no mind, remaining as calm as ever. Instead, it was Bruce beside him whose eyes widened in surprise. I don't understand why Dr. Arthur insists Sherlock is normal, but I'm honestly stunned. Seeing Arthur's indifference, Sherlock felt a bit deflated. When is much more fun? With a glint in his eye, Sherlock scratched his wild, frizzy hair and turned to look at Bruce Banner beside Arthur. Hey, buddy, what do you do for a living? Bruce opened his mouth, but couldn't quite find the words. He was still dressed like a vagrant, using the cover of darkness to stay hidden from the military. Even Arkham Asylum was a real candidate for one of his safe hideouts. Sherlock eyed Bruce critically, pinching his own chin. Just look at you, with that messy hair, scruffy beard, clothes full of holes, those faded jeans, and the grubby bag you never let go of. One look and I can tell. You must be a scientist. Bruce's heart skipped a beat. How could you even tell that? I'm not. I didn't. Don't make things up. I'm a vagrant, Bruce declared loudly. Now that's something to be proud of, isn't it? He was convinced his appearance matched a vagrant's to perfection. Every detail meticulously executed. And yet, somehow, Sherlock had seen through him. He didn't know how to ask Sherlock about it, but Sherlock's attention had already drifted elsewhere. Turning his head, Sherlock noticed a group of patients pressed up against the window, their eyes fixed intently on him. Sherlock remained at ease, lifting a hand in greeting to them. But the patients didn't respond. They said nothing, simply stayed lined up at the window, staring at him in unison. Anyone who'd been locked up in a psychiatric hospital more than once knew that movies only offered dramatized and exaggerated versions. Real mental patients hardly looked different from anyone else, and medications often made them even more subdued. But just meeting their gaze, Sherlock realized that here in Arkham Asylum, he, Bruce, and Dr. Arthur were probably the most abnormal people in the building. Dr. Arthur noticed the patients too, and quickly cautioned Bruce. Don't talk nonsense or wander around. Keep your distance, and be careful not to provoke them. Bruce said nothing, his face unreadable. Now that he'd found Sherlock, he had no intention of hiding out in the asylum any longer. Though Bruce was dressed in rags, his hair in wild disarray, Dr. Arthur noticed he didn't have the usual odor of mental patients, and his speech was logical and coherent, never mumbling to himself. So Dr. Arthur had always doubted Bruce's claim of mental illness. He suspected Bruce was more likely a journalist in disguise, trying to sneak into Arkham for an investigation. Taking a scoop of mashed potatoes and stuffing it into his mouth, Sherlock chewed in silence. The food was bland and almost inedible. Damn it, he thought a new cook would mean better meals. Chewing on his spoon, Sherlock said, Dr. Arthur, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Dr. Arthur cast a disdainful glance at the barely touched mashed potatoes, clearly unimpressed by Sherlock's wastefulness. Shoving his own mashed potatoes aside, he asked, Sherlock, won't you stay a little longer and look around? No. Thank you, Sherlock sighed and said. If I stay any longer, I'll be on display for everyone to see. Dr. Arthur, my bath towel is about to fall off. Do you have any decent clothes I can change into? Yes, of course. In fact, I still have the farewell gift we prepared for you before your last discharge. It's a pity you left in such a hurry that you didn't take it with you. This time, you can take it along. There are gifts too? I really did leave in a hurry last time. I never imagined there'd be something this nice waiting for me. Summer looked at the gifts with anticipation lighting up his face. Half an hour later, Summer strutted down the street, wearing hospital-issue patient pants below and a white short-sleeve shirt emblazoned with Arkham Asylum, a souvenir from your discharge above. Dr. Arthur had even thrown in a matching tote bag with the same quirky pattern. Apparently, these items were rarely ever handed out. Summer had truly stumbled upon a treasure. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but as he walked, Summer kept feeling as if someone was secretly watching him. Bruce soon hurried up, carrying his own battered sack, and drew alongside Summer. Summer Parker, one of the reasons I came to this psychiatric hospital was actually to find you. There's something I need your help with. Oh, Dr. Banner, anything I can do for you? Everyone who knows me will tell you. Helping others is my greatest joy. Hearing his name called out, Bruce Banner tensed up inside. He quickly glanced around, making sure nobody was paying them any attention, then pulled Summer over to the side of the street and whispered, "How did you recognize me? I'm certain I didn't let anything slip." From start to finish, he'd never introduced himself by name. Even with Dr. Arthur, he claimed to be Bruce Wayne. After all, it made perfect sense to tell Dr. Arthur he was Bruce Wayne if he wanted to get into Arkham. That's a secret I'm keeping to myself. There's no way I could tell him it's because he looks exactly like a cross between Primal Fear and Uncle Mark, could I? Bruce was momentarily speechless. Summer wasn't going to spill, and he couldn't exactly force it out of him. Parker, since you know who I am, then you must also know what I've been through. After a lab accident, I was exposed to gamma radiation and my body was changed. There's a powerful, furious being hidden inside me. Whenever my pulse races or I start to get angry, he bursts out and destroys everything in sight. These past years, I've been on the run, suffering every step of the way. Summer looked at him with a puzzled expression. So, Dr. Banner, why do you think I can save you? Because of science. Bruce's face grew suddenly serious. He pulled a battered notebook from his sack and opened it before Summer, revealing pages crammed with equations and calculations. Bruce began to explain, his voice earnest. I have a friend. No, don't give me that look. I really do have a friend. Don't worry about it, Dr. Banner. It's nothing. Please go on. Sherlock's face wore a knowing, mischievous smile, as if he saw through everything but chose to keep silent. My friend, Bruce looked utterly defeated. This person is actually me, and the reason I came to you is because of a very scientific mathematical equation. Though the explanation sounded a bit far-fetched, Bruce forced himself to appear serious, trying his best to show his sincerity. Indeed, saying it was a friend made it feel less humiliating than admitting it was himself. Mathematics. Sherlock was momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce, now resigned to his fate, began to lay out his calculations. One day I was walking down the street, right there, near Arkham Asylum, when suddenly I was pinned to the spot by some mysterious force. At that moment, I couldn't move a muscle. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. Countless flashes of inspiration shot through my heart. Though most of them faded in an instant, I managed to seize one idea and wrote down this formula. I gave a nice name, the Bruce Banner formula. The function of this formula is that it can be used to calculate. That's right. I ran through countless detailed calculations, and finally I flipped a coin, caught it, and checked heads or tails. Then, I became convinced that the person who had immobilized me could also save me from my suffering. This isn't superstition, it's science. After investigating, I found out that person was you, Sherlock Parker. Bruce's expression was one of utter conviction. Sherlock studied the mathematical formula in front of him, nodding in admiration, unable to help himself. And there's quantum mechanics in here too. Truly profound. Only you could have found me, Dr. Banner. You calculated it correctly. Bruce continued. These past 2 days I've been scouting out Arkham. Well, let's say investigating. I never expected I'd actually find you. His eyes sparkled with hope, and he spread his arms wide in a desperate plea. Please help me, Parker. I can't keep living like this, always on edge. All I want is a little peace. Sherlock shook his head regretfully and replied, Dr. Banner, I can't help you right now. I believe your science is flawless, but you might have miscalculated the timing. Maybe one day in the future I'll be able to help you, but that day isn't today. In fact, it'll be your future self who finds a way out. There's no need for my help. The future? Bruce's face went blank, his eyes dimming. For years, he had searched for a way to free himself from the Hulk. All he found was disappointment, again and again. He'd prayed to gods, worshipped Buddha, tried to master his mind and body, begged other scientists for help. He'd even attempted to end it all, but each time, the Hulk would emerge and spit out the bullet. In utter despair, he returned to New York, only to be robbed of all his money. He suppressed his anger and began to wander the streets. After a brief period of homelessness, he finally decided to hide away in a psychiatric hospital, using medication to restrain himself. Of course, Bruce knew his plan was laughable, but Charlotte was the only hope he had left. And now, even that hope had been extinguished. Staggering backwards, Bruce almost collapsed to the ground. He was caught just in time by Charlotte's quick reflexes. "I'm fine, really. I can wait." Watching Bruce, utterly defeated, leave with just those few words, Charlotte shook her head in exasperation. "Seriously, aren't you even going to ask about the price? Charlotte isn't cheap, you know." After they parted ways, Charlotte walked along the streets of New York, where a faint air of sorrow lingered between the buildings. Bouquets of red roses have been placed along the avenues where Spider-Man once swung. Crowds gathered spontaneously to mourn him. On a giant screen in New York's main square, an enormous memorial photo showed Spider-Man shooting webs, middle finger defiantly raised. All around, people were quietly sobbing at the sight of their hero. To honor Spider-Man, some hung themselves playfully from lampposts, others stripped off their pants and bound themselves up. With crimson roses clamped in their teeth, they paid tribute to every moment of Spider-Man's existence. Charlotte nodded with conviction. Truly, it was moving. But there's really no need to be so sad. After all, Spider-Man had triumphed in the resurrection round, and he was back again. Surprised? Touched? Get ready to scream and shout under Spider-Man's unstoppable might. Charlotte shook the commemorative outfit on his body, hands clasped behind his back, soaking up all the praise and remembrance for Spider-Man. How cheesy. How perfunctory. That scoundrel riding on my fame. Oh, for heaven's sake, Thunderbolt. Never mind, you're forgiven. That one's downright twisted, but I kind of like it. What's this? They're crowdfunding a statue of Spider-Man shooting webs to be placed in the center of Times Square as a memorial? I'll chip in a penny for encouragement. Night was gradually falling. Earlier, Connors had been arrested by the police, reviled by thousands as the villain who caused Spider-Man's death. Yet, he never revealed the identity of the other lizard, unwilling to let Charlotte's reputation be tarnished by his own mistakes. He only insisted on meeting Charlotte's family. Meanwhile, Gwen, broken and dazed, returned home. Again and again, she dialed Charlotte's number, but it would never connect. Her eyes swollen and red from crying. From her phone, Charlotte's voice played. "Beep. This is Charlotte Parker's voicemail." Go ahead, little cutie. Let me hear which beep is calling my phone. You little beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. All right, I'm done cursing. Oh, and by the way, I won't be listening to your message. Tears welled up in Gwen's eyes as she grabbed a pillow and pressed it over her face, just about to open her mouth and let out a wail of grief. In a haze, a familiar voice echoed in her ears once more. "Hey, Gwen. Hey, Gwen." George's gruff voice rang out, cutting straight through Gwen's brewing storm of sobs. "Dad." Gwen's voice trembled with tears as she lifted her head from the pillow and sat up on the bed. She hurried to the door, flung it open, and there stood George, his left shoulder wrapped in bandages, just released from the hospital. The moment he heard the weeping in Gwen's voice, the smile vanished from George's face, his expression darkening like thunderclouds. "What's wrong, Gwen? Was it that rascal Charlotte who bullied you? Tell me. I swear I'll make him regret it if he did anything to hurt you." Seeing Gwen so heartbroken, George's protective instincts flared into righteous fury. If only I'd come home a few days earlier, he thought. Those days cooped up in the hospital nearly drove me mad. Now I've got the perfect excuse to let some steam off on Charlotte. Looking at Gwen, so utterly devastated, George felt sure Charlotte was to blame. I should have had a talk with the two of them sooner. He berated himself. Then, maybe Gwen wouldn't be in such pain now. Wiping away her tears, which seemed to fall like a snapped kite, Gwen heard Charlotte's name, and her sobs grew even harder to restrain. She cried out, "Dad, Charlotte, Charlotte." But the next words caught in her throat. George was growing frantic with worry and impatience. "What on earth did Charlotte do to you? Just tell me. That's it. I'm going to find him right now. If he doesn't give me a good explanation, I'll give that boy a piece of my mind." With that, George turned in a huff and started down the stairs, fists clenched, already imagining 108 ways to knock some sense into Charlotte. Gwen hurried after him, finally managing to grab George and stop him at the foot of the stairs, sobbing as she tried to explain. "It's not that Charlotte did something to me. It's just that sob." Before she could say the word dead, another head popped out from behind George. It was Charlotte, who had come home together with him. "Hey, Gwen, go on. Tell me, what exactly did I do? Once you're done, I'd like to get back to admiring your glow-in-the-dark clock upstairs." Charlotte, at the sight of him, a tidal wave of joy swept over Gwen. She flung open her arms and dashed toward Charlotte. Before George could react, Charlotte casually pushed Gwen's face away with his hand. With a look of mock annoyance, he said, "Back off, cutie. Don't try to get all cuddly with me. I know you're just looking for a chance to wipe your snot on my shirt. I'm not falling for that." Gwen froze, eyes wide in disbelief, her face a picture of stunned confusion. Charlotte glanced at her, and, feeling a hint of guilt, stepped forward and gently nudged Gwen's head back to its proper place. There, that's better. Nice and symmetrical again. It seems there's absolutely no need to have a talk with those two at all. But Gwen, come on, show some spirit. Don't tell me you can't even handle a lunatic. Gwen snapped out of her daze, her tears turning into laughter as she gazed at Charlot with delight. That's wonderful, Charlot. You're alive. Heh. Charlot let out a cold chuckle, his voice brimming with pride. Are you kidding me? I'm Spider-Man. I've got 8 lives. You think it's that easy to take me down? Wait a minute. George furrowed his brows. His instincts as a police officer immediately caught all the crucial words. What's this about dying? And Spider-Man? Charlot? Gwen, what are you two talking about? Isn't it obvious? Charlot raised his foot, planting his flip-flop right on the chair where George usually ate, and pointed proudly at himself with a thumb. Behind him, it almost seemed as if a faint halo illuminated his silhouette, making him appear towering and majestic. His t-shirt, emblazoned with the words, Arkham Asylum Discharge Souvenir, fluttered as though by an invisible breeze, and those bold letters on his back somehow gave him the air of a hero clad in justice. I'm Spider-Man, I tell you. I've got 8 lives. George twitched at the corner of his mouth, unable to help but raise a hand to his forehead. Yeah, right? I believe that when pigs fly, this kid's crazier than a sack of cats. He picked up his phone and dialed Dr. Arthur straight away. Hello? Dr. Arthur, it's me. Charlot's having another episode. Can you send someone to pick him up? Or I can take him myself. What? He just left your place? Are you sure he's fine? Huh? No way. Absolutely impossible. There's no way this guy is normal. Maybe you should give him another thorough checkup. Charlot switched off the room lights, and at last, the glow-in-the-dark wall clock revealed its true face. The pale green hands clicked steadily forward, their every movement casting a ghostly light across each number. And then, that eerie green glow washed over Charlot's face. His smile, once curling at the corners, gradually faded to a calm expression, and finally turned down into a frown. Green. The more he looked at it, the more he loathed it. He flicked the light back on and turned to Gwen, who had also been staring at the clock. This isn't fun at all. I think I still prefer a kitten that can do somersaults. Gwen had long since grown used to the wall clock, though the green nightlight was admittedly a bit too bright. One night, when she went downstairs for a midnight snack, the glowing thing nearly scared George out of his wits. He almost clocked her on the head with a baseball bat, thinking he'd seen a ghost. Gwen blinked and said, Well, what do you think about a glow-in-the-dark puppy? I heard from a colleague that it's been found. It's supposed to be adorable. Scratching at his wild mop of hair, Charlot hesitated and asked, What color is it? Let me say this first. I just realized I really can't stand things that glow green. I heard its fur is white, its glow is blue, and it's a tiny, adorable little puppy. Maybe if we train it, it could even do somersaults. Gwen, this really isn't okay. Don't worry. Charlotte, I'll be gentle. I promise I won't hurt your little darling. It just looks so cute. Then be quick. I really can't stand the sight of blood. All right, here I go. With that, Gwen snipped off the tag around the little white mouse's neck and tossed it back into the cage. Although the red-eyed mouse did look rather cute, she simply couldn't bring herself to like such creatures. No matter how kind-hearted Gwen was, the white mouse was still the most common disposable lab animal. Of course, the one Charlotte brought was indeed special, because Charlotte had made a special trip back to the lab to fetch a lizard mouse. A lizard mouse? You mean it's a mouse injected with lizard serum? Gwen's pretty face went a shade paler. The events of the past few days had left her with a bit of a lizard-triggered trauma. That's right. This is a baby Godzilla, a lizard mouse. Do you like it? It's my gift to you. Or would you prefer a cockroach mouse? Or a bat mouse? I can get you any of them. Of course, if you'd like to thank me. I don't ask for much. Just that little glowing puppy will do. A gift for me. Gwen looked at the lizard mouse in the cage, baring her teeth in a grimace of distaste. Suddenly, it struck me just how ugly it was. Speaking of lizards, Charlotte, I really thought I'd killed you. The antidote worked, and I saw the lizard man fall from the building. The memory made Gwen's nerves jangle with panic. Charlotte, how did you survive? Did Spider-Man save you? I've said it already. I am Spider-Man, and Spider-Man has 8 lives. Charlotte declared with conviction. Seriously, what's with these people? Why won't they believe me, even when I tell the truth? Stop joking, Charlotte, that's not funny. Spider-Man died saving you. You ought to be mourning his sacrifice, not making light of it. Charlotte didn't argue further. Crossing her arms, she swiftly equipped herself with the Spider-Sense skill card. Looking at Gwen, shaking her head in disbelief and acting a little unhinged, Charlotte let out a cold chuckle. Now you believe me, don't you? The moment she deactivated the skill card, Gwen swayed on her feet, dizzy, her tousled golden hair clinging to her cheeks. A kind of shattered beauty seemed to cling to her. Her eyes went wide, and she stared at Charlotte in a daze. How is this possible? If Charlotte is Spider-Man, then who is the dead lizard? And if Charlotte is the lizard, then who is the Charlotte standing before her now? Clutching her head, Gwen took a step back. Her instincts told her, with absolute clarity, that the person in front of her, smirking at her predicament, was indeed Charlotte. But could Charlotte really split herself in two? You weren't lying. You can actually clone yourself. Charlotte raised her hand. With a look of utter confidence, she snapped her fingers. A flash of holy light appeared. The bathroom door in Gwen's room swung open, and out came a duplicate, galloping in with a horse dance. Charlotte snapped her fingers again, and the copy, shaking its hips, crumbled into dust and vanished. Oh my God! Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment, her hands flying to her mouth. This isn't scientific. Not at all. Take a look at this. Charlotte rolled up her sleeve and pointed her middle finger at the ceiling. Suddenly, a strand as thick as a rope shot out from her wrist, as if conjured from thin air. In an instant, the ceiling of Gwen's room was punctured, and the web connected to the attic above. Gwen! George's voice drifted up from downstairs, puzzled by the commotion. Gwen rushed forward and grabbed Charlotte's wrist, running her fingers along it in disbelief. She glanced at the rope-thick web, squeezing Charlotte's arm with determination. Charlotte, how on earth did you do this? Her worldview was teetering on the edge of collapse. Gwen even started to suspect that everything she'd learned in school was a lie. If there really was a god in this world, then surely it must be Charlotte. Or perhaps the devil. Eyes wide, Gwen demanded, Charlotte, are you a robot? Or an alien? Or did you get your hands on some kind of alien technology? You've watched way too many sci-fi movies, haven't you? Charlotte rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. I'm just a super-powered individual with a whole arsenal of abilities. Strong, powerful, amazing. As she spoke, Charlotte struck a muscular pose and looked to Gwen for approval. So, I want to give it a try. Try what? Gwen fluttered her beautiful eyes, genuinely curious and a little excited. Charlotte's lips curled into a grin as she lifted her chin. Do you want to dance too? Charlotte grabbed the web she'd just shot, wiggling her hips and lifting her foot, about to break into a pole dance. Quick on the uptake, Charlotte sensed danger and immediately pulled out a skill card. No music had even started to play. Gwen, confused and amazed, asked, Charlotte, you can actually control my body? Charlotte didn't answer, simply and calmly lowering her leg. Ahem, there was a bit of slip-up just now. But this time I'm serious. Charlotte lifted her chin again, pointing at Gwen with one hand. Gwen, do you want to dance too? Before either of them could react, a rousing piece of music burst from the ceiling above. Gwen's body was once again taken over by an unseen force. With a look of astonishment, she realized she had lost control of her own movements. Bye-bye-bye. The catchy electronic beats echoed through the air, infectious and relentless. Do-do-da-do-do-da. Do-do-da-do-do-da. In time with the rhythm, Gwen's body twisted and swayed, compelled into dance. Bye-bye-bye. Beside her, Charlotte, dressed in a souvenir t-shirt, crouched into a half-squat, her arms swinging in perfect synchrony with Gwen's. Then both of them swept their hands behind their backs, moving them side to side. They matched the music's pulse with a relaxed yet powerful coordination. But for some reason, even though their moves were identical, Gwen couldn't help but feel that Charlotte's dancing had an extra flair, bold, dynamic, and somehow perfectly wild. They came to a stop at the exact same moment. Gwen lifted her arms, relishing the return of control over her own body. She couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, that was absolutely insane. There's even cooler stuff. Charlotte boasted, hands on her hips. Gwen, do you want to keep dancing? No way, not again. Gwen waved her hands frantically in refusal. But unfortunately, she had no real say in the matter. Once more, music erupted from the ceiling, and George downstairs remained utterly oblivious. Two tigers love to dance. Little Bunny, pull up the radish. Shaking their hips, the two of them swung their arms to the beat in perfect unison. They danced to the irresistibly catchy and slightly ridiculous tune. Colored lights spun and flickered overhead. Caught in the dance, Gwen's eyes were wide with shock. She felt as though her very soul was being corrupted by this madness. Then, as she made a wide step, the seams of her pants groaned under the strain. Furious, Gwen shouted, Charlotte, stop this right now. Charlotte, puzzled, deactivated her skill card. She turned to see Gwen's flushed face and asked, What's wrong, Gwen? Not a fan of this song? I can pick a different one. That's enough, Charlotte. Gwen squeezed her legs together and said, I've seen what your powers can do. It's getting late, and my dad will probably be up here any minute. No worries. Charlotte thumped her chest with pride, cheerfully explaining, My power keeps us from being interrupted while we dance. The two of us could dance all night if we wanted. All night. Gwen's eyes widened in horror. Were you a demon? Raising her Mickey Mouse watch, Charlotte finally realized how late it was. She glanced at Gwen's awkward stance and, clever as ever, instantly understood Gwen's predicament. With a knowing nod, Charlotte said considerately, "Gwen, good luck in the bathroom. Hope everything goes smoothly. I'll be off now." With that, Charlotte lifted Gwen's window and nimbly climbed out. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Aunt May. After all, that meant a sumptuous feast was waiting for him. But what did it mean for a bathroom trip to go off without a hitch? Gwen pursed her lips as she watched Charlotte dash all the way home. She hurried to her wardrobe and pulled out a pair of white sweatpants, ready to change. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, knowing Charlotte as well as she did, Gwen was deeply suspicious he might double back, pop up at the window, and give her a good scare. And if she happened to be changing pants just then, the mere thought of that scene was mortifying, so Gwen twisted the bathroom door handle. Better play it safe, change in the bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, there was Charlotte, fully suited up as Spider-Man, sticking out his tongue and pulling a silly face as he let out a mock roar. Completely unprepared, Gwen shrieked in fright. Her limbs flailed and her features twisted in alarm. She reacted instantly, clutching her pants and flinging them at Charlotte in a burst of outrage. But Charlotte just grinned triumphantly and vanished in a thin air like a wisp of smoke. "Gwen," George called from downstairs, his voice tinged with curiosity. "I'm fine, Dad." Gwen exhaled, then shot a murderous look at the white mouse Charlotte had left behind in her room, gritting her teeth. "It's just a mouse in my room." "All right, Gwen." George shrugged it off, tying an apron around his waist. With a cookbook in one hand and a spatula in the other, he resumed his ongoing battle with the sizzling, spattering oil. The scene followed the gas pipes, winding through the bright night sky, past performance artists paying tribute to Spider-Man, and slipped underground into a dark, shadowy corner. There, Madame Gao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression cold and merciless. This time, to get the lizard serum, she had paid a steep price. On the surface, it looked like only the Red Ninjas and the Lizard Man fought, but behind the scenes, the hand had clashed briefly with the military, losing several ninjas. They'd also shelled out a small fortune to smooth things over. Even the Red Ninja, who had successfully reclaimed the lizard serum, had once again died right before Madame Gao's eyes. She then handed the serum over to her chief chemist, who immediately began analyzing and decoding the formula. Her hope was that this version of the lizard serum, immune to the antidote, would finally provide her with a perfect answer. Just then, a burly black man stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Madame Gao, the lizard serum has been successfully broken down." That quickly, Madame Gao nodded in satisfaction. "No wonder he's the star chef under my command, a Nobel Prize-winning genius in chemistry. I knew he wouldn't let me down." Leaning on her bamboo cane, Madame Gao made her way to the chemical lab in the underground poison factory. Dressed in a full protective suit, Dr. Hud was intently examining the bottle of lizard serum he had seized from Charlotte. The liquid inside was noticeably diminished. The detection equipment in front of Dr. Hud emitted a series of electronic beeps. He studied the test results, then retrieved a test tube from another device. Gazing at the luminescent green liquid inside, a satisfied smile played at his lips. "I truly am a genius," he murmured with self-satisfaction. He spent quite some time meticulously comparing the original lizard serum with his own replica, using various instruments. At last, he nodded in approval, clearly pleased with his work. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Madame Gao finally approached him. Her gaze lingered on the lizard serum in the test tube he held, and a look of deep satisfaction settled on her face. All those earlier sacrifices had been worthwhile. With the formula for lizard serum in her grasp, she could offer lizard folk as tributes to Dragonbone, providing sustenance for superpowered individuals. Then, in one sweeping move, she would surpass, assassinate, and absorb the empire of Kingpin. Her own underground kingdom of darkness would rise from the shadows. Over the years, Madame Gao had used the Sinister Bone and the Elixir of Life to recruit a host of politicians. They were spread across America, many of them occupying positions of great power. After all, for those aging, power-hungry elites, nothing was more tempting than longevity and immortality. Leveraging her intricate web of influence, Madame Gao had transformed her narcotic empire into a thriving underground kingdom. Now, at last, the time had come to take an even greater leap forward. The market for heroin was waning, and she was certain that marijuana, fentanyl, and methamphetamine represented the true future of narcotics. She would seize the initiative, ensure these substances were legally sold across America, and amass a fortune. Clad in his protective suit, Dr. Hud stepped forward, swirling the test tube in his hand before presenting it to Madame Gao. He announced with pride, "This truly is a masterpiece. Fortunately, I'm clever enough to have cracked its secrets perfectly." With a flourish, Hud tapped his own forehead in triumph. Holding the bottle of lizard serum, Madame Gao's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she listened to Hud continue his explanation. The main ingredient is water. Well, as you know, that's the base of virtually every beverage or liquid solution. There are also preservatives like methylparaben and propylparaben. To enhance its aroma, a touch of Narrow has been added. But the key components are C12H22O11 and a certain xanthine alkaloid compound, combined with potassium sorbate. Madame Gao nodded as she examined the lizard serum, then handed it to the burly black man beside her, issuing a command that brooked no argument. "Drink it. Now is the time to witness the true power of the lizard serum." The burly man accepted the serum, a faint purple gleam flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the entire contents of the test tube. He smacked his lips thoughtfully, then frowned. His body showed not the slightest change. Could it be that the dose was too small? This taste is so familiar and a little sweet. What? Mrs. Gao's expression changed instantly, and she barked it harder. "Hurry, bring that vial of lizard serum. Make him drink it." In no time, another 3 big gulps of lizard serum were poured down the big man's throat. As he savored the sensation, the burly black man's eyes suddenly lit up. Mrs. Gao, thinking he was about to transform, stumbled backwards in alarm. But the black man spoke up loudly and with certainty. "I remember this taste now. It's Surge." "That's right," Harder affirmed with a nod. "It is Surge. C12H22O11 is white sugar. Add caffeine, water, coloring, and food flavoring." "Mrs. Gao, this is a stroke of genius. Are we going to start making counterfeit Surge and sell our own brand of specialty drinks? I bet we can make a fortune from this." Those 2 words, "make money," hit Mrs. Gao so hard she nearly blacked out, almost collapsing on the spot. In utter disbelief, she snatched the lizard serum from the big man's hand and took a deep swig herself. Nearly choked, she almost spat blood onto the floor. She had given so much, sacrificed so much, and in the end it was all for a bottle of soda? A bottle of Surge. Oh, by the way, Harder raised a finger. There's also urea and a trace of rat droppings in there. I forgot to mention it earlier, but honestly, it doesn't affect the flavor much. It gives it a certain, unique twist. Mrs. Gao couldn't hold back any longer. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her bamboo cane snapping in her grip. Clutching her chest, she slumped to the ground. That's right. There never was any lizard serum that could render the antidote ineffective. Charlotte had simply made up an excuse on the spot. Earlier, in order to pour the antidote into a Surge bottle and pretend it was eye drops, the Surge had been stored in an empty vial once used for lizard serum. Who could have guessed that this little trick would lead to such an unexpected turn, with people actually fighting over the so-called lizard serum in his hands? How amusing. Ding. Congratulations, you've acquired a skill card, Blabbermouth. When equipped, you can easily discern truth from lies in any conversation, but for the next 24 hours, you'll only be able to speak the unvarnished truth. Free attribute points +2. Wait, I haven't lied to anyone lately, have I? Blabbermouth? Gwen can vouch for me. My nickname has always been Honest and Reliable Young Master. System. This is slander, pure defamation. Gwen, the system is slandering me. It's slandering me. So, Charlotte, the reason you haven't answered your phone the past 3 days is because you were in Arkham Asylum? Ben asked, still puzzled. That's right, Ben. I was at Arkham Asylum, and I've only just gotten back. Charlotte nodded earnestly, raising his right hand high and proclaiming, I, Charlotte, am sworn enemies with lies. Dr. Arthur can vouch for me. Sensing that Charlotte's words lacked sincerity, Ben still decided to call Dr. Arthur right in front of him. Dr. Arthur, Charlotte says he stayed with you for 3 days and just left your place. That's right, wait, what? You say he stayed in my bathroom for 3 days. Oh my God, no wonder I never noticed when he came. Mr. Ben Parker, if you get a chance, bring Charlotte over for another checkup. I'm starting to think I might have misdiagnosed him. Glancing at Charlotte's innocent expression, Ben chatted a bit more before hanging up the phone. The next day, life returned to normal. Charlotte, with Gwen in tow, arrived at Heh-Heh Technologies before hopping on his motorbike to begin his delivery runs. Meanwhile, with his injuries healing, George was ready to resume the investigation into Connors. In the gloomy sewers, George and Yulon followed the traces left by the lizard's crawl. After much hardship, they finally discovered Connor's secret laboratory in an abandoned subway station and began their search. Yulon picked up an empty vial on the ground identical to the lizard serum tubes. Looks like this is definitely the place. With George on the case, things really do go twice as fast. Hank slung his arm around George's neck and said, "Too bad Connors hasn't said a single word since his arrest. All he does is keep asking to see Charlotte's family, acting really strange. Otherwise, we could have wrapped this up even faster." At this, another officer had a sudden thought. "Say, why do you think Connors keeps wanting to see Charlotte's family? Could it be because Charlotte is actually another lizard?" Impossible. Smith was the first to dismiss the idea. Even in the sewers, the ever-cool Smith wore his battered sunglasses, keeping up his air of mystery. George shook his head as well. "It can't be Charlotte. The lizard's dead, but Charlotte is very much alive." Smith nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances back then, there was no way Spider-Man could have survived. Yet Charlotte's reappearance planted a huge question mark in Smith's mind. The rain had been pouring, visibility was poor. Maybe Spider-Man hadn't been at the center of the explosion and managed to make a lucky escape. But as for the lizard, he was definitely done for. "Hey, look at this!" a police officer suddenly called out, and George quickly hurried to his side. They stared at 4 bottles of antidote serum carelessly left under the table. The sight made George and the others' pupils contract, their minds thrown into chaos. Antidote serum? What's antidote serum doing here? This makes absolutely no sense. "George, you have to come see this." After Yulon turned on the computer here, he was stunned. He not only found the encrypted chemical formula for the lizard serum, but also discovered something else. "What the heck?" Hank craned his neck and cried out in shock. "These are the Ghost Spider suit blueprints? And the leftover materials for making it." Hank clutched his head and screamed. Ghost Spider is actually working with Dr. Connors, the lizard. They created a disaster that threatened all of New York, only for Ghost Spider to swoop in and save everyone. Was their entire plan just to put Ghost Spider up on a pedestal? "Hank, don't jump to conclusions. Maybe we should properly question Connors first." A few hours later, the NYPD issued a warrant for Ghost Spider, accusing her of being an accomplice to the lizard, and demanded that she report to the station and explain everything. In just one day, Ghost Spider had fallen from a universally respected superhero to a public enemy, scorned by everyone on the street. The owner of the Daily Bugle shouted on the news channel, "Shameless, liar, murderer who threatens humanity, a fraud hiding behind a mask. I've always said it, these masked bugs are nothing but scum. They've never been true heroes, only cowards who hide their faces. I spit on them." Hearing this, the marker fell from Gwen's hand and clattered to the floor. It felt as if her world had suddenly collapsed. Her mind buzzed, and she was completely blank. What's happening? How did it come to this? Snapping back to her senses, Gwen dialed her phone, her voice shaking with fury. "Charlotte, you idiot. What the hell did you do?" "It has nothing to do with me." Charlotte hurriedly pulled the phone away, awkwardly trying to explain. "This is the fate of every spider. None of them have had it easy. Superpowers are a gift from fate, but also shackles that bring disaster. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The less you can do, the less you have to worry about. It may look like these troubles are because of me, but honestly, even if I weren't around, the world's would still come for you. You have to keep moving forward. After all, the tough days are just beginning. And besides, how was I supposed to know your dad would find evidence of your crimes?" "Evidence of my crimes." Clutching her chest, Gwen was so angry it physically hurt. How much she wanted to hug Charlotte yesterday was how much she wanted to dunk her head in the toilet today. Watching Gwen grit her teeth and glare at her, pounding her fists on the lab bench again and again, Charlotte nervously swallowed and, with a boldness that sounded more confident than it felt, retorted, "And anyway, Gwen, did you become a superhero just for fleeting fame? Are you saving others just for a shallow reputation? If they misunderstand you, does that mean you'll stop saving people? And if they praise you, does that mean you have to work twice as hard? Just keep a calm heart, a calm heart. Let everything go on as usual. Only time reveals a person's true nature. Besides, all their insults are aimed at the Ghost Spider. What does that have to do with you, Gwen Stacy? So what? You're telling me I should thank you?" Gwen's glare could almost set the phone on fire. Caught in the heat of her murderous gaze, Charlotte stammered, Let's drop it. My phone's about to die. Busy, click." She hung up in a hurry and wiped the imaginary sweat from her brow. "Looks like I'd better steer clear of Gwen for a while. She's been on edge lately. Maybe it's that time of the month?" Grumbling to herself, Charlotte turned and walked into the police station, raising a hand to greet George. "Hey, George." Lo. Seeing her, Connor's pale face regained some color, and his voice trembled. He had spent the whole day rehearsing how to break the news of Charlotte's death to her family. But the words had stuck in his throat. Guilt for Charlotte weighed heavy, and he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Now, seeing her alive, he finally felt relief, the tension draining from his body. Charlotte was safe. That was all that mattered. Charlotte hadn't forgotten George's instructions. Get Connors to admit to his accomplice and confirm the details of his crimes. This kind of interrogation came naturally to her. She slammed her hand on the table, glared at Connors, and barked. Hey, tell me now, who was your partner in crime? Connors stared at her in shock. Charlotte, you. Charlotte furrowed her brows and shouted. Who dares accuse an officer of the law? I'm warning you. Confess, and you'll face harsh punishment. Resist, and you'll spend the rest of your life behind bars. Cooperate, and maybe you'll be home for the holidays. So spill everything you know right now, or else you'll have nothing left to confess. Sorry, I never had any accomplices. Connors relaxed, his rational mind overcoming the blow of Charlotte's supposed death. He crossed his legs, looked at her with a faint smile, and answered earnestly. No way. We found the ghost spider's suit designs and the formula for the antidote in your lab. Connors, are you still trying to deny it? Connors, what? Antidote formula and spider suit? He stared at Charlotte for a long moment, his expression full of suspicion. Charlotte leaned in. Come on, tell us, besides the ghost spider, who was the other lizard man partner of yours who died? Otherwise, how are we supposed to charge you with murder and involuntary manslaughter? Just then, George pushed the door open and walked in, looking exasperated. He knew Charlotte couldn't be trusted, but he never expected her to make such a mess of things. George sat down on the chair next to Charlotte, his tone serious as he spoke. I'm Charlotte's family. If you've met Charlotte, you've met me as well. So, what is it you want to say to us? Speak up now. With a wave of his hand, George signaled his colleague to turn off the recorder and audio device, waiting patiently for Connors to come clean. He glanced at Charlotte. Now that she was safe, there was nothing left to insist on apart from her identity. At most, it was just a matter of going to prison. With a shake of his head, Connors let go of his tension and mused in a lighter tone. First of all, the ghost spider isn't my accomplice. I have no accomplices at all. It would have been impossible for me to develop the lizard serum and also work on an antidote at the same time. That would be far too schizophrenic. Once I was fully infected by the lizard serum, I never returned to that secret lab. So I suppose the ghost spider must have found it and developed the antidote using the lizard serum as a base. That made sense. Perfect sense. George nodded. Now, this sounded much closer to the truth. Unfortunately, the chief had already signed the arrest warrant, and the ghost spider was never going to just turn herself in. Even if George tried to persuade the chief to withdraw the order, pride would never let him agree. Connors went on. I was too impatient back then. The moment I succeeded in recreating the super soldier serum, everything was beyond saving. I couldn't wait to upgrade the lizard serum. When I saw that none of the lab mice had adverse reactions, I was elated. After wrestling with the decision for so long, I finally injected the lizard serum into myself. I never expected that the very first version would warp my mind, lead me to create a second generation, and fully transform me into the lizard, and cause so much harm. Charlotte sighed as well. Rest now, Connors. The lizard serum was already quite an achievement. Connors shook his head with a rueful smile. Maybe I shouldn't have been so obsessed with losing an arm. Maybe I should have studied the spider serum instead of the lizard. Spider-Man, go spider. Charlotte, why do you think the spider serum never twisted their minds? The lenses of Connor's glasses caught the light, his face calm, but his lips pressed together, filled with a passion for knowledge. Charlotte's lips curled into a smile. Dr. Connors, I think it comes down to the user's genes. How can you be sure that everyone infected by the lizard serum would have their mind warped? So that's it. Connors is suddenly understood. Charlotte's genes really were too fascinating. Why had he been so focused on studying animals, and never thought to study Charlotte herself? Spider-Men, lizard-men, aliens, none of them held any real future. They should all just try being human again. Of course, that thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Connor smiled and said to George, Officer George, that giant lizard is a Komodo dragon that's been injected with an enhanced lizard serum. It's one of my experimental subjects. I, Connors, have never had any peers in my field. Ask me anything you want. I'll answer every question openly and honestly. Of course, there are some questions you'd be better off not asking. Trust me, it's for everyone's good. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Sherlock shook his head. Dr. Connors is a good man, but we're just not right for each other. Now, if you'd created a panda serum, maybe I'd be tempted. After all, who wouldn't want to be a cuddly, adorable panda, pampered and loved by all? But Sherlock had another reason for coming to the station, a very important reason, which he had never forgotten. As he walked into the main hall, Sherlock's expression changed in an instant. He suddenly turned to look at George beside him. His posture snapped upright, eyes bloodshot, his gaze fixed and intense. What's going on? George, who was about to walk Sherlock out, was startled. Was Sherlock about to have an episode? George, I I can't control myself. I'm being controlled. Someone's taken over my mind. Someone's controlling me. He repeated it for emphasis, 3 times, as if to hammer the point home. George. What on earth is happening? Sherlock's expression shifted again, his whole demeanor and attitude transforming. Smith, who had been keeping a close eye on Sherlock since his arrival, quickly stood up, frowning as he observed the change. George was clearly anxious, watching Sherlock with rising concern. Sherlock wore a look of pure terror. Help! George, stop me! The Purple Man! It's the Purple Man behind this! What? George's voice grew increasingly frantic. He truly had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Sherlock broke into a run, legs moving fast, arms swinging in a stiff, mechanical way as he charged toward the police station's entrance. He dodged a lunging officer with a swift sidestep, shouting as he ran. George, help! I'm being controlled by the Purple Man. Remember, it was the Purple Man. Even as he shouted with apparent panic, the corners of Sherlock's mouth curled up in sly satisfaction, mentally giving himself a hearty pat on the back for his cleverness. As the saying goes, if the mountain won't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. If I can't find the Purple Man, can't I just frame him? Aren't I just the cleverest little rascal? I'm being controlled by the Purple Man. The Purple Man's controlling me. Sherlock's urgent cries, paired with his sprint through the crowd, quickly drew the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, the real Purple Man's smile faded, confusion written across his face as he watched Sherlock dash past. A string of question marks might as well have hovered above his head. When did I ever control him? Why am I the last to know? Sherlock's movements were swift, his arms swinging with a certain grace, unhurried, yet full of effortless flair. George was right behind, swinging his muscular arms and striding after Charlotte with determined steps. Hank and Smith hurried after them as well, their feet moving swiftly and precisely, radiating the confidence of veteran sprinters. At the same time, a handful of officers who didn't fully understand the situation scrambled to join the chase, despite being clearly outmatched. Together, they charged ahead, bursting out of the New York Police Department. Charlotte even managed to dodge a guard's flying tackle at the door with a slide that defied the laws of physics. It was as if his legs weren't his own. He broke into a sprint, his face painted with a look of panic so vivid it seemed almost theatrical. They all rushed forward. Only as Charlotte brushed past the Purple Man did he notice, out of the corner of his eye, who he had just encountered. His expression shifted, shaken to the core. After searching for him countless times in the crowd, suddenly, there the Purple Man was, hiding in the unlikeliest corner right beside him. Wait, what are you doing here? Charlotte came to an abrupt, almost unnatural halt, twisting around towards the Purple Man. He stamped his right foot down hard, spun mechanically, planted himself upright, and raised his hand, his face grave as he addressed the Purple Man. The Purple Man. Suddenly, George, panting from the chase, tackled Charlotte to the ground, pinning him there while still saluting stiffly for good measure. Hank arrived in a flash, hands braced on his knees as he gulped for air. Following Charlotte's gaze, he looked up and spotted the Purple Man in the alley. No way. Is that really the Purple Man? Don't move, Hank shouted, whipping his pistol from his belt and aiming it straight at the Purple Man's head. But Smith, who had caught up right behind, grabbed Hank by the collar and yanked him back, shouting, "Everyone be careful. He can control your mind." Without wasting a second, Smith drew a bizarre gun with barrels on both ends from his belt. Before the Purple Man could react, Smith squeezed the trigger without hesitation. A bolt of blue light shot out, blasting the unfortunate Purple Man straight off his feet. Charlotte spun around just in time to see George's face flushed red, his eyes bloodshot with rage, as he swung his massive fist down towards Charlotte's head, intent on knocking out his supposedly mind-controlled friend. Or was it just his imagination? George's lips curled back, revealing sharp white teeth, his expression twisted with a grim satisfaction as if he were about to settle a deep score. "I'm fine. I'm not under his control. George." Charlotte darted his head aside, and George's punch slammed into the concrete, grazing Charlotte's hair by a hair's breadth. Looking up, Charlotte saw George's expression abruptly calm, thick eyebrows, bold eyes, with a nonchalant hero's air. His right fist pressed to the ground, and in his eyes, a philosopher's depth. "Charlotte? You're all right, that's good." Still frozen in his punching stance, George's right fist trembled as he sat himself down on the ground, staring ahead, shoulders slumped in exhaustion. Brushing the dust off his clothes, Charlotte looked at George's outstretched fist and asked with concern, "George, are you okay?" "I'm fine." In that case, before Charlotte could finish her sentence, several black, paper-thin discs shot through the air and stuck all over her back. In the very next instant, crackling and sizzling filled the air as dazzling arcs of electricity danced across Charlotte's body, the violent current making her convulse, her limbs jerking as if she were performing a wild breakdance. Smith lowered his hand. You say you're fine, but is it really that simple? To make sure Charlotte was subdued, Smith had used every shock disc he carried with him. Since the devices had failed to work on the two controlled officers last time, he'd even increased the voltage this time around. George rolled aside, dodging away from Charlotte, and Hank quickly reached out to pull him up. Watching Charlotte, now a human lightning rod, George couldn't help but worry. Are you sure this is safe? Don't worry, she'll be absolutely fine, Smith replied with certainty. After capturing those two officers who'd been mind-controlled, S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted overnight tests and research. They discovered that the Purple Man's mind control worked through an unknown pheromone, much like a virus. It required physical proximity and vocal cues to implant commands. What's more, this control couldn't last very long since the pheromone was metabolized and expelled by the body. Research showed that, at most, its effects would fade within 12 hours. So, dealing with the Purple Man was actually quite simple. Just wear a hazmat suit and soundproof earplugs, and his mind control would be rendered useless. The only pity was that this pheromone couldn't be synthesized artificially. Smoke rising from her body, Charlotte croaked in a hoarse voice. Left Zero, Right Flame, Thunder Lord, grant me strength. Chime, congratulations. You have obtained a skill card, Divine Judgment. Lightning shall rain from the sky, striking everyone present without exception. Free attribute points +2. With a bitter laugh, Charlotte collapsed to the ground. Smith glanced at her, then slipped on his own noise-canceling earplugs, weapon in hand, and made his way swiftly to the spot where the Purple Man had just been knocked flying. By now, only a few drops of purple blood remained on the floor. The Purple Man himself had vanished without a trace. Smith drew a tool from his belt and, as easily as slicing tofu, scraped up the cement and sealed it in an evidence bag. He was well aware of just how powerful his weapon was, yet the Purple Man had only seemed slightly injured. That alone proved how resilient the man's body must be. Still, now that the existence of the Purple Man was confirmed, all the previous mysteries finally had answers. A purple-skinned man walking among society ought to stand out. He'd catch the attention of anyone, even vaguely curious. So why had no one ever noticed it before? It was proof enough. One of the Purple Man's abilities was the release of pheromones to make those nearby overlook his very presence. Back at Arkham Asylum, the Purple Man had already set his sights on Sherlock. To help Sherlock, he caused the attacker to bleed out and die, and ensured that none of the police officers searching the carpet paid any attention to the kitchen. Later, perhaps because he had become a target himself, or perhaps simply to keep helping Sherlock, the Purple Man made the members of the Life Restorers turn on each other in a bloody frenzy. He even exposed the truth that the Life Restorers were part of the Hand's conspiracy. As for those two police officers, the Purple Man never intended them any harm. He simply made them erase their own traces. After 12 hours, they would naturally return to normal, perhaps only haunted by a nightmarish memory. But Smith, lifting his sunglasses with a sly smile, seemed to know more. The Purple Man had never expected that his traces would already be seen through by me. Following the trail, I finally found his fatal flaw. Sherlock's sudden breakdown, just now, was most likely because his strong constitution caused the pheromone's effects to wear off early, forcing the Purple Man to call him back to his side. In a way, the Purple Man controlled things remotely. It was probably through a radio earpiece. Sherlock's body twitched as he collapsed to the ground. Damn it. As everyone knows, superhuman bodies are great conductors. He might not be as vulnerable as Thor, but even Sherlock's knees turned to jelly when hit by electricity. Smith's attack was ruthless, so much so that Sherlock's clothes were scorched and singed. Returning, Smith crouched down to check Sherlock's condition and said, "He'll be fine soon, 12 hours at most, no longer." With a trembling hand, Sherlock tried to raise his arm. "I'm already a goner." His palm hit the floor as he slumped down, unable to move. In the instant he saw the Purple Man, Sherlock realized something else. The reason he'd never found this guy near Jessica was simple. The bastard had been following him all along. Another villain with such mild malice that even his spider sense hadn't bothered to pay attention. Sherlock didn't know the Purple Man well, whether he was just a lazy scoundrel or a perverse slacker who enjoyed a good show. He just thought tagging along with Sherlock would be entertaining. Little did he expect that by letting his guard down, he'd become the joke himself. 12 hours later, Sherlock was released from solitary confinement. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, George let Sherlock leave the NYPD. And as soon as he stepped outside, he got a call from Mary Jane. Whenever MJ's name popped up, Sherlock had a glance at her number, 733044534. A number that looked suspiciously like a QQID, an ideal place to pester the author for updates or even to critique and improve the plot. "Hey, MJ. Hey, man. The cops finally let you out? How did it feel being stuck in there? I've known you for so long. I always guessed you'd end up like this one day. MJ's mournful, sing-song tone suddenly turned cold as she muttered a curse. Sooner or later, you're going to get yourself killed. All because you never pick up your phone and let that damn voicemail take your calls. Come on, MJ, Charlotte drawled, rolling her eyes. Did she really not want to answer the phone? No, she simply couldn't. George had been handling all her messages for her, letting everyone who called know the wonderful news. Charlotte had been tossed into the police station. MJ let out a dry chuckle, tapping her freshly manicured nails as she said, "Enough chit-chat. Charlotte, are you ready for our holiday trip starting tomorrow?" Charlotte hesitated, then glanced down at the date on her phone. That's right, tomorrow was Monday. Time had flown by, and here they were, on the brink of their long-awaited journey. MJ launched into her explanation, clearly pleased with herself. Harry's rented a pickup truck. Gwen can't make it, so Harry decided to bring his girlfriend along instead. We'll be road-tripping down Route 66, over 2,000 kilometers, so it'll take us at least 24 hours. We'll pass through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado before finally reaching Texas. Every state has its own unique sights and landmarks, like Michigan Avenue in Illinois and Wisconsin, the Wind Town in Kansas, and Raccoon Town in Colorado. These are all beautiful places well worth stopping for and exploring. Charlotte was only half listening, grinning as she offered a playful compliment. You've really done your homework. Of course, because I actually care, MJ replied, her voice brimming with pride after another quick laugh. None of you idiots bothered with any of this, so it all falls to me. And what I just told you, that's barely a fraction of my research. I dug through detailed reports, bought newspapers and magazines from every state. I mapped out our itinerary, picked out places to stay and eat, even looked up local laws, customs, and food traditions. History, whether travel tips, IDs, meds, clothes. If there's something you don't know, trust me, I, MJ, have it covered. Charlotte pursed her lips at MJ's smug boasting. Of course, she'd done some prep work herself, just not on any of the things MJ had mentioned. MJ, so, did you look up the details of highway crimes in each state? The code names of the serial killers roaming along our route, and the recent number of cases? Charlotte shot her a wicked grin as she asked. MJ froze. She really hadn't thought of that. Didn't look into that, did you? Heh-Heh. Charlotte teased, her voice dripping with mockery. You don't even know that, and you dare claim you've mastered all the strategies? Not like me. I just feel sorry for Gigia. MJ gritted her teeth and demanded. Then hurry up and tell me. All right, since you're asking so sincerely, I'll be generous and tell you. I don't know either, Naya. With that, Charlotte swiftly hung up the call and powered off her phone once again. At Midtown Science and Technology High School, the academic year is divided into 4 vacations. Spring break, summer break, autumn break, and winter break. Summer break is the longest, lasting 3 months. Winter break comes next with 2 months, spring break is a month long, and autumn break is the shortest, just 2 weeks. Most students love to spend their holidays throwing a few wild parties or heading off into the wilderness for a survival challenge. But Charlotte and her friends prefer a third option, an adventurous, far-flung road trip. It was now May, right in the middle of Midtown Science and Technology High's spring break. Although the trip would be long, everyone, except Gwen, was bursting with excitement for the journey ahead. Charlotte picked up her phone again, ready to turn it on and break the unfortunate news to Gwen. Hey, Charlotte Parker. Just then, a low, deep voice sounded behind Charlotte. He stiffened, his expression subtly shifting as he stood his ground. From the alley behind him, the man in purple strolled out, dressed in a violet suit that fluttered with each step. He wore a pleasant smile as he looked Charlotte up and down, then asked, "Would you care to tell me how you discovered me? And how exactly did I give myself away?" The night had grown deeper, and darkness seemed to swallow everything. The city's noise, the stars overhead, everything faded into the distance. It felt as if Charlotte had stepped into the purple man's domain, a place where nothing else mattered. Only the lonely whisper of the wind remained. Charlotte let out a soft chuckle, turning to face the purple man, who stood not far away. "Did you really think you were invisible?" Charlotte lightly tapped her forehead and said, "As long as you're watching me, I can sense it." It was true. All this time, Charlotte had kept her spider sense on high alert, and had indeed sensed the purple man nearby. The feeling had been faint, hard to pinpoint. Only now, as the purple man's malice grew bolder, did Charlotte finally see him clearly. How interesting. The purple man pursed his lips, his curiosity about Charlotte growing even deeper. If he could control Charlotte, keep her close, wouldn't that make him even safer? So, purple man, wanna guess, why do you think I dare come here, even knowing you were around? The purple man's expression shifted instantly, and he darted to the side. Even without an attack, his guard shot up, and he scanned his surroundings warily. However, nothing at all actually happened. When he turned his head again, he saw Charlotte swinging his arms at lightning speed, striding off into the distance, as if fleeing for his life. The purple man shouted, "Why are you running so fast? I can't control you. If I could, wouldn't I have done it already?" Shaking his head in frustration, the purple man just wanted to have a conversation with Charlotte as one purple man to another to ask him why he had exposed himself. Yet, what he got for revealing his true identity was distance and coldness. "Fine, I give up. There's nothing I can do with you now. I'll just drop the act. Cards on the table." But to his surprise, Charlotte didn't even look back. Charlotte thought to himself, "This purple man gives off such weird vibes. Better run for it. Otherwise, it might be too late." He sprinted all the way home, and that very night began hurriedly packing his things, preparing to make his escape. He could leave a Spider-Man clone here. If anything went wrong, he could just cut off the skill. But if the real him stayed, he might fall victim to the purple man's twisted schemes. Everyone knows the purple man is a complete psychopath. But just how twisted, Charlotte had no idea. So when it came to the vacation plan for the next day, Charlotte could barely wait another second. He wished he could set off immediately. He made it through the night, and as soon as morning came, backpack stuffed with cash, the impatient Charlotte finally met up with MJ and Harry. Harry pulled up in a wine-red Dodge Ram pickup, decked out in a loud floral shirt, baggy shorts, sunglasses on his face, and his hair slicked back. He got out, lowering his sunglasses to size up Charlotte's tough guy look, trench coat and all. Both of them eyed each other with obvious disdain. MJ, who hadn't been around for a while, now wore light makeup and had dyed her hair a soft red. The sunburn on her face had faded, leaving her skin more pale and clear. But she still carried herself with that cocky air, a look that just begged to be challenged. And then there was Harry's girlfriend, Sally Burns, a gorgeous brunette with flowing waves. Harry hopped out and raised his eyebrows at Charlotte, saying, "What the heck is in that giant backpack? Don't tell me it's full of homework. Sally will never let me hear the end of it." Sally giggled, glancing curiously at Charlotte. She'd always been interested in Harry's friend. Charlotte casually unzipped his backpack, revealing wads of cash packed to the brim. Harry's face went dark. He lunged forward and snapped the bag shut. "Are you out of your mind? Did you just rob a bank? Planning to run and launder the loot? Huh? Honestly, you must be crazy." Shrugging Harry aside, Charlotte strode towards the driver's seat. "Crazy? Please. That's just my tip money from the past little while." He just put the biggest bills on top to make it look impressive. Just as he was about to climb into the driver's seat, MJ grabbed him by the collar of fate, spun him around, and locked his throat in a vice grip, dragging him back. MJ shouted furiously, "You, ghost car Charlotte, still want to drive? Dream on. This road trip, the three of us will take turns behind the wheel. As for you, car ghost, don't even think about touching the steering wheel." Hearing this, Charlotte watched Harry walk by, sticking out his tongue and flipping her off, middle finger proudly raised as he climbed into the driver's seat of the pickup, hooking the door shut with the same gesture. Charlotte and MJ headed for the back seats. Rolling down the window, Charlotte waved at Gwen, whose eyes lingered with a quiet intensity, and blew her a kiss. With a cheer, the pickup roared to life and sped away. At that very moment, a strand of web shot out, Spider-Man, music player slung across his back, landed in the bustling crowds of Wall Street. He raised a hand, greeting the stunned onlookers all around. "Hey there, you greedy hyenas, slaves to money. Your superpowered Jesus, Spider-Man, is back again. Bring forth your flowers and applause. Shout for your great friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. From this moment on, there's no more kind, handsome Charlotte in New York. Only Spider-Man, 24 hours a day. Cheer for me, my people." Silence. No one responded. No wild shouts, just an awkward hush. Charlotte didn't mind one bit. He lifted his hand and turned on the music player at his waist. Then, much like a fly, he rubbed his head with a flourish. Music burst out. Charlotte stepped forward, hips swaying, arms waving, breaking into a cocky dance as he walked. Passing a blonde beauty, he snapped his fingers with a wink, strutted a few steps, light wings unfurled, spun around, and cast a glance at a nearby discount clothing store. His heart surged with excitement, only to veer off to the side. Damn it, forgot to bring any money. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Spider-Man's not dead. Damn it, Spider-Freak is a shameless liar. I always said that monster wasn't so easy to kill. Spider-Man tricked us. Boycott Spider-Man. He must be in cahoots with Ghost Spider. Bastard. Drop dead, you bug. His reputation had plummeted, but Charlotte couldn't care less. Wings unfurled, my wings are out. With a sudden flick, his web shooter fired a line of webbing, nailing a shouting man in a suit who'd been winding up to throw an egg. A sharp yank, and the man's pants were down around his ankles. Charlotte slowly raised his hand, middle finger up in the iconic web shooting pose. Another strand of web shot out, hitting the man right where it hurt. With a casual flick, he tethered the web to a nearby street post. Charlotte kept dancing, firing web after web. The crowd erupted in alarm. Those who tried to corner Spider-Man and hurl accusations now screamed and scattered in panic. Watching their frantic dash, their shrieks oddly celebratory, Charlotte couldn't help but smirk, rubbing his head in satisfaction. Huh, you think you can bully Flyman that easily? Think again. With a music player hanging at his waist, Charlotte shot out a strand of web and swung toward the next area, making sure everyone knew he was there. In the pickup truck, Charlotte bobbed his head to a rhythm only he could hear, one hand stretching out the window, as if swimming forward through the air. MJ, resting her chin in one hand, rolled her eyes, casting a glance at Harry, who was chatting merrily in the front. She raised her hand and let out a big yawn. "What's the matter, MJ? Why are you so sleepy the moment we get out?" Charlotte asked, looking genuinely puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be the most exciting part of the day? MJ let out a cold snort. "You really have the nerve to ask? I spent the whole night researching that highway killer. I couldn't fall asleep until I was done, and once I finished, there was even less chance I could sleep." Charlotte chuckled softly. "No need to worry. I came prepared. I have a foolproof set of sleep techniques. Want to try them out?" As he spoke, Charlotte's gaze drifted toward MJ's head, his fingers itching to demonstrate. "No, thanks," MJ scoffed, unimpressed. "Someone like you couldn't possibly have any legitimate sleep tricks." "Ugh, but your head just looks so perfect for a quick tap." She had to yank her left hand back to keep her right from acting on impulse. "MJ, there's no need to worry about murderers and the like," Charlotte said, reassuringly. "I'm Spider-Man, after all. You think a little serial killer could scare me?" They hadn't even left New York when a Chevy sports car tore past at top speed, two police cruisers hot on its tail. Charlotte glanced over, unable to help but marvel at George's dedication. The man had barely been discharged from the hospital, yet here he was, right back into a high-speed chase. Charlotte's eyes lit up as he turned to Harry. "Hey, what do you say we catch up and pit them?" "Pit who, George?" Before Harry could reply, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out. Instinctively, all four of them ducked down, pressing their heads below the windows. "Okay, forget I said anything," Charlotte muttered. They drove on. Not much farther down the road, they came upon the sports car, now stopped having been intercepted. There stood George, hands on his hips at the roadside, watching as Hank cuffed a wounded black man, forcing him to the ground. "I can't breathe. I can't breathe," the man gasped. With shards of car debris scattered across the road, Harry had to ease off the accelerator. George, alert, reached for his belt and turned to watch the approaching pickup. "Hey, George," Charlotte called, his familiar tone instantly giving away his identity. George scanned the truck's interior, noticing that Gwen wasn't there. His expression serious, he nodded at Charlotte and called out, "You four be careful. There've been a lot of street racers out here the past couple of days. Don't get caught in the crossfire." The asphalt shimmered in the scorching sun, thick with the smell of gasoline. Harry tapped his foot, and the pickup's engine roared with power, filling the air with thunderous noise. He leaned against the car window with one hand, pulling down the sun visor to block the steadily rising sun. Outside his eyes, the scenery on both sides flashed by in a blur, while only the road ahead stretched long and straight. Once they left the bustling city behind, the traffic on the road thinned out drastically. The landscape around them took on a stark and desolate air. Their vehicle picked up speed, moving faster and faster. Amid the thunderous roar of engines, a black Honda Civic EJ1 shot past the pickup, followed closely by two Dodge Challenger SRTs. Frank was behind the wheel of the last car. As his eyes swept over the pickup, he caught sight of Charlotte poking her head out from the back seat, and his expression flickered in surprise. But he didn't hesitate for long. Instead, he pressed harder on the accelerator, determined to overtake Harry and pull ahead. Damn it, Harry stomped on the gas pedal. One car? Fine. Two cars? Still fine. But again and again, over and over? Did they really think Harry was just going to take it lying down? The pickup's engine roared with might. Its power was formidable and its acceleration swift. Spurred on by Harry's driving, it surged forward in hot pursuit. "Buckle up, all of you," Harry barked, glancing back at MJ and Charlotte in the rear seat. MJ, ever compliant, fastened her seatbelt right away, though she tried to talk him down, her voice light. "Maybe just let it go, Harry. With all this stuff in the back, there's no way you'll outrun them." "No way am I letting it go." Harry gripped the steering wheel tighter. "I can't stand it when people gang up to pass me on the road." With that, he was ready to throw down in a wild, high-stakes race against the three sports cars. Up ahead, Dominic glanced in his mirror at the pickup barreling down behind him. The sunlight gleamed off his shaved head, and he couldn't help but smirk as he gripped the wheel. Vince, sitting beside him, wore a grin as well, clearly enjoying the moment. As the leader of the street racers, Dominic lived for this kind of thrill, the competition, the chase, and the sweet taste of victory. Watching Harry and his pickup rapidly approach, Dominic didn't speed up. Instead, he eased off the gas, slowing down as if inviting Harry to catch up. Letty, in the car behind, matched his pace in perfect sync, while Frank, bringing up the rear, frowned in disapproval. To Frank, less trouble was always better. He thought they should just leave the pickup in the dust and focus on the mission. Nothing was more important than completing the job. Besides, he had no desire to interact with Charlotte. Something about that kid gave him the chills, a sense of mischief and disaster just waiting to happen. And he'd seen the news about Charlotte's driving before. That kid drove like he had a death wish. Picking up the radio, Frank said, "Dominic, this isn't part of our agreement. If you want to break the deal, don't expect me to go along with it." Dominic listened to Frank's voice crackling through the radio, then picked up his own to reply. "Our deal is to reach the rendezvous at the scheduled time and catch up with that truck marked Rogers, the one packed full of valuable cargo. What you need to do is provide support, and now is exactly when you need to step up and help." Frank's face darkened slightly as he continued speaking into the walkie-talkie. "I really am providing support right now. Let me say it again. You'd better not start a street race with them. Jason, it's too late for that." With that, Dominic hung up the walkie-talkie. Harry's pickup surged forward, pulling up alongside Dominic's Honda Civic. Dominic glanced at Sally in the passenger seat, then shifted his gaze to Harry behind the wheel. He looked toward the back seat of the pickup, where Charlotte watched him with her head tilted, a bright, mischievous smile on her lips. Just a bunch of kids. Dominic felt a bit uninterested. He knew, even without needing to say it, that Harry understood. A wild, heart-pounding street race had already begun. The engine roared, and the pickup's tires screeched against the pavement. On the highway, driving skills didn't matter as much. The real advantage came down to the cars themselves. Dominic's driving was sharper than Harry's, and with a modified car, he was also faster. Harry, cautious because he was carrying friends, didn't dare push his speed to the limit. Before long, he fell behind. God damn it! Frustrated and embarrassed, Harry slammed his fist against the steering wheel. The three other cars passed him one after another, unhurried and confident, then sped off into the distance. "Tisk, TSK, tisk," Charlotte taunted from the back seat. On the highway, the cars don't roar, the horses don't whinny. Little Harry, what a joke, what a joke. Harry glared at the rearview mirror, reached a hand back, and flipped Charlotte off. "Screw you too, Charlotte." As the truck rolled on, the group in the pickup soon spotted the three speeding cars slowing down as they approached a large semi. The lead Honda Civic overtook the truck and pulled in front, forcing the semi to slow down. Not wanting to risk anything fatal, the truck driver had no choice but to start braking. Inside the Civic, Vince grabbed a motorcycle helmet and slid it onto his head. These days, who doesn't wear a helmet, even in a car? Vince climbed out through the sunroof, a grappling gun in hand. He pulled the trigger, and the hook, attached to a rope, shot out and lodged perfectly in the passenger side windshield. The sight startled the truck driver, but all he could do was keep the truck steady, hands fumbling in confusion. Vince snapped the safety harness to his waist, then leaped boldly, landing precariously on the truck's hood. He flashed a menacing grin at the wide-eyed, stunned truck driver inside. With a hard yank, Vince tore the entire passenger side windshield free and sent it flying. He stood, then dove into the passenger seat in one fluid motion. The truck driver looked on in panic as Vince drew a pistol from his waistband, aimed it at the driver's shoulder, and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the driver's shoulder. Eyes wide with pain and rage, the driver's gaze turned bloodshot as he clutched his wounded arm and shouted in fury. "Fuck you, you bastard son of a bitch. We're supposed to be on the same team." "I know that, of course." Vince spread his hands with a shrug. "If you didn't get shot, how would you explain yourself later? I'm doing this for your own good." As he spoke, Vince gave the driver a firm pat on the shoulder. "All right, enough complaining. Pull over now. This is all to clear you of suspicion. Otherwise, you could have just stopped and handed the truck over to us. No need for all this theater. Your four-person audience is watching from the back, remember. Once you get out, just go find them and ask for help. They'll vouch for your innocence. By the way, what's this valuable shipment you mentioned?" "Fuck you." The truck driver was slowing down, clutching his wounded shoulder, but still managed to flip Vince the bird with his injured hand as he explained. "This old truck is loaded with Captain America toys. These are worth a fortune." "Captain America toys?" Vince lifted his motorcycle helmet, eyes wide in disbelief. Even Dominic frowned at that. Vince slammed his fist against the dashboard, yelling, "No kidding. That really is valuable." They stopped the truck and shoved the driver out. To keep the plan watertight and realistic, Vince didn't give the driver anything back. Not his wallet, not his phone. Soon, the Honda Civics took the lead, and the convoy roared off down the road again. Meanwhile, the wounded driver, limping and pale, waved desperately at Charlotte and the others in their pickup, hurrying toward them. Harry slowed down, about to stop, but Charlotte tapped him on the shoulder from the back seat and spoke up. "Don't bother. They're all in on it together." Without hesitation, Harry floored the gas pedal, leaving the injured driver coughing in their exhaust as the pickup sped away. He stared after them, dumbfounded, watching the truck shrink into the distance. Only then did the words he'd been saving finally tumble out. "Help! Help me!" But the pickup didn't go far before stopping again, just within the driver's hopeful sight. He hurried forward, calling out as he walked. "Wait up, give me a ride." Inside the pickup, Harry unbuckled his seatbelt, as if making up his mind. "Charlotte, MJ says you're a great driver. I'd like to see for myself. Let's see if you're really as good as they say." He gave Sally a pat on the shoulder. "You move to the back seat. It's safer there." "No." MJ tried to grab Charlotte as he stood up, but the seatbelt trapped her arms. She missed his sleeve, her face filling with despair as she shouted in panic. "Harry, you're going to regret this." "MJ, I'm still driving. The passenger seat is still part of the action." With that, Harry moved into the front passenger seat, while Charlotte, savoring the moment, claimed the driver's throne, right in the sight of MJ's desperate gaze. Turning his head, Sherlock flashed MJ a devilish grin and said, "MJ, I'll give you a chance. There's still time to take back what you said about me, Sherlock the Ghost Rider." "Absolutely not." Swallowing hard, MJ hurriedly buckled her seatbelt again and clutched the handle by the door, her expression tense and rigid. With her lips pressed tightly together, she was certain Harry would come to regret this. Harry, meanwhile, looked at MJ speechlessly. Was all this really necessary? Reality made it clear it absolutely was. Watching as Sally settled in and buckled her seatbelt, Sherlock started the car unhurriedly and called out, "Harry, watch your godfather get revenge for you." Harry relaxed, patted Sherlock on the shoulder, and said, "You're the best, man." "Hey, wait, the truck driver had just approached when he noticed the pickup inching forward. Before Harry could even mock Sherlock's slow start, the pickup surged ahead with a sudden burst of speed, leaving the truck driver staring after them in despair as they vanished in a cloud of dust. "Harry, MJ, Sally, holy, that acceleration is insane." Sherlock's stats had leveled up far beyond before. Concerned about potential dangers, he'd even equip himself with Spider-Man skills and Spidey Sense cards, ready to swap in high-speed driving skills at a moment's notice to guarantee absolute safety. Meanwhile, back in New York, the spider suit Sherlock had been wearing instantly vanished. Luckily, underneath he was still wearing another spider suit. Heh-Heh-Heh. Sherlock had seen it coming and had made 2 suits for himself, just in case a situation like this arose. The pickup's engine roared as it sped toward Dominic Toretto's convoy. Watching the pickup circle back, Frank couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation. If his hunch was right, and, as it turned out, it was. Trailing a plume of dust, the pickup raced up and, within moments, was behind Frank's car, which had been slowed down by the truck ahead. Frank grabbed his radio and said, "Jason, this isn't your problem." "Letty, wait, who's Jason? How many Jasons are there?" "Hey, Baldy, want to race me? Don't cry when you lose." Sherlock taunted, brimming with arrogance. Anyone can go fast in a straight line. Real skill shows in the curves, but there just weren't any curves here. Sherlock pulled the pickup alongside Frank, cocked his head, twisted in his seat, and flashed Frank a rude gesture. Harry, so close to that middle finger, turned pale. It filled his whole vision, and he felt like he was about to die. After a hearty breakfast, his stomach was now a churning mess. "Sherlock, eyes on the road. For the love of, just look at the road," Harry screeched. With a casual wave and a little wiggle in his seat, Sherlock, guided by his spidey sense, swerved the pickup around a massive boulder in the road. Harry, who'd been on the verge of throwing up, stared in disbelief, because only now did he realize that Sherlock. He hadn't even buckled his seatbelt. "Stop the car. Charlotte, I don't need you to avenge me anymore. Damn it. If I let you help me get revenge again, you'll only be avenging me." Clutching his churning stomach, Harry stuck his head out the window, unable to stop himself from retching. Meanwhile, Charlotte had already sped past Francie and pulled ahead, just a cha-cha. All of Harry's vomit flew straight toward Francie's car. In an instant, Francie's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, twisted with fury. "I knew it. Nothing good ever happens when I run into this kid, Charlotte." Gritting his teeth, Frank flicked on the windshield wipers with a trembling hand. Spotting Charlotte's pickup barreling forward, Big Boss Tang became instantly alert. At a glance, he noticed the driver had changed. He immediately called Lady and Vince. The three cars joined forces, blocking Charlotte's path side by side. The big truck edged closer to Charlotte, narrowing his space. With Frank pressing in from behind, Charlotte was surrounded on all sides by the convoy. A cold smirk played on Charlotte's lips as he turned to his three companions in the car. Would you like to know what flying feels like? Absolutely not. MJ, who'd had her eyes shut the whole time, shrieked. There's really no need. Harry, still weak, managed to catch his breath. Help! Sally pounded hopelessly on the window. Just as MJ had said, Harry felt that letting Charlotte drive was probably one of the worst decisions he'd made in his entire life. Charlotte, blocked in, Charlotte had to slow the car. Harry, stomach in turmoil, couldn't hold it back and once again stuck his head out of the window. Frank! Damn you! My beloved car! His hands shaking, Frank switched the wipers on again, and this time he didn't turn them off. Charlotte's eyes swept over every weak spot in the three-vehicle blockade, but they truly sealed off the road. Then something sparked in Charlotte's eyes. A grin tugged at his lips. Images from Fast and Furious flashed through his mind. He jerked the wheel sharply, and to everyone's horror, Charlotte tapped the brakes lightly. The pickup's tires gripped and swayed, rocking back and forth, and with a deft move, Charlotte drifted the pickup right underneath the big truck. Because the truck's chassis was extremely high, the pickup shot through in a flash, emerging on the other side. Accelerating again, Charlotte sped past the convoy and pulled in front of Big Boss Tang. Harry's head hung out the window, his mouth slack, eyes glazed over. He felt as if his soul had just left his body. I'm already dead. Nobody better try to save me. Charlotte reached back and patted Harry's back with concern, but Harry's face turned white as a sheet. His cheeks puffed, and he let loose another fountain. Bleerg. Two sports cars and a pickup truck sped along, but as they came to a stop, everyone's face was dark with nausea, except for Frank at the very back, who looked positively refreshed. The one who suffered the most was Big Brother Tang, and for one simple reason. He'd been driving with his window down. Suddenly, MJ felt the seat in front of her shift. Unable to resist her curiosity, she opened her eyes. To her horror, she saw Charlot, who was behind the wheel, stick his head out the window and, with a mischievous grin, pull a face at everyone in the back. The pickup tore down the road, leaving the others in a cloud of dust. The journey was supposed to take all morning, but with Charlot at the wheel, they made it in just an hour. At the next stop, the other three practically tumbled out of the car, clutching a tree for support as they retched, dizzy and overwhelmed. They felt as if the world had lost its color, their heads buzzing and spinning. So this was the legendary ghost driver Charlot. They loved it. No, they adored it. No, they were utterly obsessed. Clearly, only someone with a ghost constitution could survive a ride like that. Harry, I truly regret it. If I ever get another chance, I swear I'll never let Charlot drive beside me again. And if I could put a time limit on that promise, I wish it could last 10,000 years. Glancing at his three companions, Charlot crossed his arms and shook his head in calm disapproval. Really? I didn't even dare go that fast. How did you all end up like this? But to be fair, not all of Harry's misery was Charlot's fault. He'd already had an upset stomach that morning, and now even his legs felt weak. Pale-faced, he could barely stand by the roadside. Harry, are you okay? Feeling weak in the knees? Wanting to keep driving? I'll go slower this time. Charlot is sending you a party invite. All three shouted in unison. Absolutely not. Just then, the phone rang. Charlot picked it up and saw, to his surprise, that it was Gwen calling. Hey, Charlot. Gwen's voice was shy and hesitant, but her cheeks were flushed as she spoke. I quit my job. I was thinking, I'd like to join you guys on the trip. Is that all right? I mean, you haven't gone too far, have you? Charlot glanced around. By now, the pickup had already reached the border of New York State. He nodded and replied, No, we haven't gone too far. It's only been a little over an hour. If I hurry, I can make it in half that time. Harry and MJ, are you planning to fly there or what? Turning around with the phone in hand, Charlot asked the others. Gwen says she quit her job and wants to join us for this perfect, relaxing, and joyful vacation. Are you all okay with that? Yes. Of course yes. MJ, still reeling from the ride, nodded vigorously. She genuinely couldn't take it anymore. If anyone could keep Charlot in check, it was Gwen, who'd grown up with them since childhood. If this went on, MJ feared she'd survive the trip but never make it back home alive. Harry and Sally had no objections to Gwen joining them, either. With everyone's agreement, Charlotte took the wheel, only to be kicked out by MJ, and the drive back slowly began with Harry, still clutching his aching stomach, behind the wheel of the pickup. Wait, why is Harry still driving? Because Sally and MJ only have provisional learner's permits. According to New York state law, they're only allowed to drive between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m., and only if they can prove they're on their way to classes. Otherwise, it would count as driving without a license. let alone getting on the highway. If they're caught, they have to go to court and explain themselves before a judge. Only when traveling to other states with more relaxed laws can they take the wheel. Gwen. In the office that morning, Mobius frowned. All morning, Gwen had been absent-minded, making mistakes even with the simplest tasks. A dark, gloomy aura seemed to linger around her. This prickled Mobius' scientific sensibilities and left him thoroughly displeased. Watching Gwen, weighed down by a heavy mood and unresponsive no matter how many times he called her name, Mobius' face grew steadily darker. Meanwhile, Gwen's mind kept replaying that scene from early morning. Charlotte's air-blown kiss, and Mary Jane standing behind her, decked out in heavy, dramatic makeup. She couldn't shake the feeling that her heart had stopped, as if something important was about to fly away. Yes, a joyful holiday trip. Suddenly, Gwen squeezed a test tube too hard, shattering it to pieces. Oblivious, she continued her work in a daze. Another sharp crack split the air. Mobius' temple throbbed with frustration, and he nearly wished he could challenge Gwen to a boxing match. As a scientist, Mobius wasn't just a neat freak. He was a perfectionist with a compulsive streak. Right before his eyes, Gwen kept crushing test tube after test tube until the lab bench was littered with shards. He ground his teeth, his face twitching, his heart pounding with distress. He wanted nothing more than to bash his own head against the wall. He never should have allowed Gwen into his lab. Gwen, Mobius drew out her name, his voice trembling with anger. But Gwen, her eyes vacant, still didn't respond. Another test tube burst, spilling liquid across the counter. Mobius' scalp tingled with stress. Even his hands were shaking. "Gwen!" he finally shouted. At last, Gwen snapped out of it. She blinked, glanced at the test tube debris scattered across the table, and, in an oddly accusatory tone, exclaimed, "Dr. Mobius! Don't love, but don't hurt, either. Why are you breaking my test tubes?" Mobius stared dumbfounded. Big eyes met smaller ones in a silent standoff. "You're fired." Mobius spat out the words through clenched teeth, furious. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. She shook her golden hair, her fair face lighting up with delight. "What? I'm fired. That's wonderful. I'm fired. Now I can go on the holiday trip with everyone. Oh my God, why am I stuck here doing these boring tasks? I could have left with everyone else. There's not much to learn here, while a vacation trip is packed with knowledge. Even Charlotte chose to travel. That's right, that's exactly it. Goodbye, Dr. Mobius. Thank you." Mobius, who was about to criticize and forgive Gwen, was left speechless. Pressing his lips together, with anger rising, Mobius silently watched as Gwen happily strode away. To think he once believed Gwen was promising. Now, it was clear, she was completely hopeless. Gwen, thrilled by this good news, wasted no time and immediately called Charlotte. The pickup truck merged onto the highway back to New York, moving along smoothly, albeit slowly. At last, by evening, everyone saw Gwen, bright-eyed and refreshed. Looking at the four people in the car, besides Charlotte, everyone else looked utterly drained. Gwen, lugging her bags, asked curiously, "What's going on? Didn't you all have a good trip?" Harry tumbled out of the driver's seat, and Charlotte, quick on her feet, caught him and set him gently on the ground. Charlotte, with a pained expression, said, "Harry, don't make me throw up on you, Charlotte." Harry, pale-faced, lifted his head. It wasn't Charlotte's driving that made him sick. It was his stomach acting up for real. He fished some antacids from his pocket and popped them into his mouth before standing up. "My stomach's just a little off, that's all. Didn't die or anything." "All right, then," Gwen said, putting her luggage in the back of the pickup, then scolded, "Charlotte, you jerk. Harry's not feeling well, and you still made him drive. Have a heart, will you?" Charlotte immediately realized her mistake. As a person with a conscience, Charlotte solemnly declared, "I was wrong, so I'll drive from now on." Harry sprang up from the ground, suddenly energized. "No need. I'm fine." "Charlotte, what a shame." After some negotiation, it was decided that Gwen would drive. Left foot on the brake, right foot on the clutch, left foot brake, right foot clutch. Gwen raised her hand and turned on the windshield wipers. MJ couldn't help but swallow nervously. Harry stared blankly ahead and yelled, "Get out of the driver's seat now." With no other choice, the pickup was handed back to Charlotte. Gwen, sitting next to Charlotte with her arms crossed, was fuming. So what if she mixed up the steps? Wiping the windshield before driving is basic common sense. Every experienced driver knows you need a clear view before you hit the road. Even Dr. Mobius dared to ride with me. And I've never had an accident. Gwen glanced at the back seat. MJ was quickly fastening her seatbelt, clutching the handle above her head, her whole body tense with nerves. Gwen couldn't help but feel utterly baffled. Squeezed behind Charlotte, Harry's face was ashen as he pleaded, "Godfather, please slow down. I don't want to die yet." As the car slowly started up, Charlotte, who who hadn't installed any skill cards, cast a look at everyone in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Driving safely without speeding was perfectly normal for Charlotte, but somehow it just felt so un-Charlotte. It was as if you saw a wild eccentric suddenly acting utterly sensible, utterly absurd. The smooth, steady ride gradually eased MJ's nerves, though she stubbornly refused to unfasten her seatbelt, come what may. Dusk settled in. Thick clouds swallowed the starlight. The damp air seemed to herald an approaching spring rain. As they left the city's bustle behind, the roadside lights grew scarce until, at last, the only light piercing the darkness was the car's own headlights, casting a lonely glow between heaven and earth. On that desolate road, their car seemed to be the only one for miles. Out in the blackness beyond the windows, something unknown seemed to be lurking just out of sight. A gentle breeze tapped at the windows, while the trees on either side rustled ominously, making the night feel even heavier. The wild, empty atmosphere sent a chill through everyone in the car. Harry had long since put on his jacket, and MJ couldn't help but pull her clothes tighter around herself. Charlotte glanced at the passenger seat beside her, where the ever-energetic Gwen was poring over a map. Gwen grinned and announced excitedly, "A little further, and we'll reach the most remote town in New York State. Lakeview. Just take that little road ahead, and we can restock and refuel right in town. And we can camp in the mountains, maybe even throw a bonfire party. Oh, it's going to be perfect." After driving for a while, Charlotte turned the car onto a side road. Staring at the even gloomier, more ominous path ahead, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Doesn't this all feel strangely familiar? Like the opening of a classic horror movie. A gloomy, overcast sky, a deserted little town, a lone pickup winding down a country road. 5 young friends heading out for a camping trip, and then suddenly disaster strikes. The car breaks down, everyone gets separated. A dark forest, gentle rain, supernatural monsters. Cannibal villages, flesh-ripping fiends, twisted cults, shocking twists, blood spraying everywhere. Oh, shut up, Charlotte." Harry, leaning against Sally's shoulder, rolled his eyes. He was feeling much better after taking some antacids. His complexion had improved, but what he really needed now was a hearty dinner. Admittedly, the current atmosphere was exactly as Charlotte described. But who in their right mind would bring that up at night? Was she trying to scare the girls on purpose? MJ's face paled a shade. She remembered the research she'd done the night before and clutched her seatbelt even tighter across her chest. In the area around Lakeview Town, people often go missing, and there have been reports of a serial killer prowling these parts. According to her original plan, they were supposed to avoid this place altogether. Unexpectedly, after running into so many surprises along the way, they ended up here anyway. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling MJ so much that her whole body jolted. Gwen glanced at the screen and saw that the call was from her aging father, George. Only then did she remember, with a pang of guilt, that she'd left for this vacation trip so suddenly, she'd forgotten to tell George about it. Gwen decided to get ahead of the situation and quickly said, "Dad, I'm with Charlotte right now. Remember the holiday trip I mentioned before? That's right, we've set off. We're on the road as we speak. You're together now? In that pickup truck?" Back at home, George paused mid-sip, his mind awash with questions. The memory of seeing Charlotte that morning flickered through his thoughts. But wait, weren't there only 4 people in that car? Gwen wasn't among them. Was she? Could she possibly be hiding under the car? That ridiculous thought only lingered for a moment before George realized. Charlotte must have come back to pick Gwen up. "I see, Gwen," George sighed and said. "I just called to ask why you hadn't come home yet. Since you two are together, I have nothing more to say. Have fun and stay safe, okay?" "Of course, we're perfectly safe." As Gwen chatted on the phone, they hadn't driven very far along the narrow road when Charlotte spotted a car up ahead with its headlights on, parked right in the middle of the way. "Who parks here for no reason? Don't tell me it's really the butcher," Charlotte exclaimed, half joking, a glint of excitement in her eyes. MJ, on the other hand, was visibly shaken, convinced that the person in the car ahead might indeed be the killer. Suddenly, with a sharp bang, one of their tires blew out, sending the vehicle swerving out of control. "Ah!" MJ screamed in terror. George, still on the line, had barely finished hearing Gwen assure him they were safe when chaos erupted on the other end. A woman's scream, tearing through the confusion. The shock made George jump, his hand trembling so violently that his cup slipped, shattering on the floor. He had no time to worry about the mess, immediately leaping up and calling out, "Gwen, are you all right?" "We're fine. Just a flat tire, that's all. Charlotte's an excellent driver. I have to go now. Talk to you later." "What? Charlotte's the one driving? That's even scarier than a blown tire." Still shaken, George grew even more anxious for Gwen's safety. The car had spun out, but Charlotte's remarkable skills soon brought it under control. Calm and unhurried, she eased the pickup to a stop at the side of the road, pulling up just behind a Dodge Challenger SRT. Now it made sense to Charlotte why that other car was parked there. Inside the pickup, MJ and Sally were pale with fright, their faces drained of all color, while Gwen remained perfectly composed. Unbuckling her seatbelt, Charlotte turned and glanced at MJ, whose eyes were wide with terror and face ashen. She clenched her small fists so tightly that her sharp manicured nails nearly pierced her skin, her face full of terror. "Don't worry, MJ, it's just a minor mishap. Besides, serial killers only go after people who are alone. With so many of us here, there's no way we'd be afraid of him," said Charlotte, spreading her hands in a carefree manner. As she spoke, she opened the car door and stepped out, only to look up and see Frank getting out of his Dodge Challenger, looking completely exasperated. Frank was holding his phone and a flashlight as he said, "Jason, someone deliberately scattered caltrops on this road. I'm not sure if it was a prank or something more sinister." Frank had already checked his own tires earlier. After finishing his previous task, he'd taken a detour through Lakeview on his way back. He thought his beloved car desperately needed a wash, so he'd arrived just a little before Charlotte. He never expected to run into Charlotte here, of all places. As the car door opened, Gwen stepped out, curiosity written across her face. She asked, "Charlotte, is this your friend?" The others got out of the car one after another. Charlotte opened her mouth to give a brief introduction. "You could call him a half-friend. His name's Frank. He's an underground courier, though he prefers to be called Jason or Baldy." She then went on to introduce Gwen and the rest of the group in turn. It was quite a coincidence that they all met here. After getting out, Harry checked the tires and quickly discovered that, unfortunately, 3 out of the 4 on the pickup had been punctured. Night had fallen, and they were still a long way from Lakeview. There was nothing but wilderness all around, not a house or store in sight, and even calling for a tow truck would be difficult. "So what do we do now?" Harry said, giving the pickup a pat and turning to Charlotte for answers. "What should we do?" Charlotte looked around, scanning the forest road. "Looks like we'll have to wait it out until tomorrow." Just then, the sound of an engine echoed down the road. Another car was approaching from behind. Seeing the crowd gathered ahead, the approaching vehicle slowed down and eventually rolled to a stop a short distance away. Note, this chapter has basically been censored. There are some bloody scenes here, so if you're just here for fun or laughs, feel free to skip ahead. As the vehicle drew closer, the group finally realized it was a police car. The door swung open, and a male and a female officer jumped out. They walked up to inspect the situation and immediately spotted the caltrops scattered on the road. The female officer let her hand fall away from the holster at her waist, her expression relaxing now that she understood what was happening. She signaled for her partner to clear the road, then strode over to Charlotte and the others, smiling as she said, "Looks like you folks could use some help." "Thank goodness," MJ exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief as she nodded rapidly. "We really do need help. Our pickup's got 3 flat tires, and we're way too far from town to walk." With a friendly smile, the female officer nodded and stepped forward, glancing at the supplies in the pickup before saying with a chuckle, "The only problem is we can only tow 1 vehicle. Sir, I think those folks over there need help more than you do. You can ride in the back of our squad car to the town first. Everything else can wait until tomorrow." Frank glanced at the make of the police car and asked, "Do you have a spare tire? 2 of my wheels are ruined, but I brought 1 spare. Now I just need 1 more." Frank had no intention of leaving his beloved car behind, and he certainly didn't want to ride in the back seat of a police car. The policewoman turned to her partner, exchanged a quick look, then nodded at Frank. "Buddy, looks like your luck's really holding up." Before long, Frank had swapped in the new tires. He drove last in the procession, with Harry, Sally, and MJ along for the ride. Charlotte, just as she'd hoped, sat in the back of the police car, poking and prodding at everything, her face lit up with delight. She tilted her head, flashed a broad grin at the camera on the car's ceiling. The convoy set off once again. A long time passed before, in the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes opened. Clutching a hammer, a scruffy, balding old man emerged from the shadows. His gaze was fixed on the distant cars, his eyes glinting with menace. He bared his yellowed teeth in a twisted grin, feral and menacing in the dark. Turning around, he found that, who knew when, 3 more twisted figures had appeared behind him. They were dressed in rags, the very picture of vagrants, but each was uglier than the last. Their faces looked as if melted by acid, hideously disfigured, and their behavior was wild and deranged. At their waists hung an assortment of blood-stained weapons, and their stench was enough to make one's skin crawl. The ringleader rummaged in his coat pocket, pulled out a grisly snack, and spat a golden ring from his mouth. The second one stood there drooling, head lolling to one side, staring blankly after the retreating vehicles. The third clutched a plastic box, heedless of the blood streaming from his punctured hands, and hurled a fistful of triangular spikes across the road, scattering them once more. In the distance, headlights appeared. The four exchanged a look. The bald old man gave a wicked grin and a signal. Moments later, a red Chevrolet approached, its tires rolling right over the scattered spikes. A deafening bang, one tire exploded. The driver didn't have Charlotte and Frank's skill. The car flipped over, crashing violently into a roadside tree. Bathed in the harsh headlights, the bald old man stepped out. The hammer in his hand scraped menacingly across the ground as he stalked toward the wreck, each step echoing a chilling threat. Inside the car, a blonde woman, dazed and disoriented, mistook the figure approaching for a savior and cried out, "Help, help!" Feeling the blood streaming down her forehead, she unfastened her seatbelt and struggled desperately, trying to crawl out of the overturned car. In the driver's seat, her boyfriend was also covered in blood from a head wound, already unconscious. Suddenly, the third brother thrust his hideously ugly head forward, opened the car door, and with one swift motion, yanked her boyfriend out of the vehicle. The blonde woman, dizzy and disoriented, thought her boyfriend was being rescued. She managed to crawl halfway out of the car, but in her daze, a pair of military boots appeared right before her eyes, the tap of a hammer gently striking the boot echoing with a crisp sound. Looking up, the blonde woman saw only a wrinkled, malicious face. A boot pressed down, mercilessly grinding into the back of her hand, the pressure increasing little by little. Her screams of pain rang out as she flailed helplessly at the old man's shin, but her efforts were in vain. A foul-smelling dagger pierced through the blonde woman's cheek. The eldest brother had somehow appeared behind her. As he twisted the blade, a chilling, gleeful laughter escaped his lips. The following content contains disturbing details and has been omitted. Her cries of agony soon faded into whimpers of suffering. A hand wrapped around the blonde woman's neck, while the second and third brothers dragged her boyfriend to her side. By now, her boyfriend was covered in wounds, his breath growing fainter by the second under the torture. With a smile on his face, the disturbing actions continued. The tormenting sounds drilled into the blonde woman's ears. The assault on her body and mind pushed her to the brink of despair. Her eyes widened in terror. The next moment, the killer made a cruel joke. The third brother clamped a hand tightly over her mouth, forcing all her screams back down her throat. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out of the car, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Standing before her, he continued his disturbing actions, and the way he looked at her was not as if she were a person, but more like a tempting morsel of food. With her mouth covered, a knife slashed through her stockings as he selected his meal. More disturbing actions followed. Meanwhile, the eldest brother arrived, carrying a severed head. The old man, holding his iron hammer and smiling, came up behind the blonde woman, making a chilling joke. Her piercing screams startled the animals throughout the forest. The night was thick and dark. By now, Charlotte and the others had reached the small town. Gwen pointed out where the ogres lived in seclusion, suggesting they camp nearby, and even enthusiastically invited Frank to join them. After a moment's hesitation, they called Lai to let him know they were safe. The group sent the pickup truck for repairs, gathered their belongings, and set out immediately. The previous chapter was banned, so all disturbing content has been omitted here. The narrative may feel a bit jumpy, but I'll try to avoid such scenes going forward. To put it simply, a bald, solitary old man, leading 3 ruthless ogres. They laid their filthy, predatory hands on an innocent, blonde passerby, seizing the woman, while her boyfriend, tormented by worry, was ultimately forced to split up and walk away, helplessly choosing to leave her behind. Under the pitch-black night sky, Sherlock and his companions carried their backpacks, the beams of their flashlights slicing through the darkness as they trekked toward the woods, preparing to camp and picnic in a clearing amid the wild. Leading the group was Harry, striding ahead with determination. He gripped a double-barreled shotgun in his hands, and a Glock was holstered at his waist. After all, who goes on a road trip in America without a handgun? At this moment, Harry was in high spirits. With a gun in hand, his mind buzzed with anticipation, eager to bring home the perfect game for tonight's campfire feast. Their boots pressed into the damp earth, snapping twigs beneath their feet with sharp, brittle cracks that rang out clearly in the night, adding an extra layer of mystery and foreboding. A faint, unpleasant odor hung in the air, and in the darkness beyond the reach of their lights, it seemed as if a sinister shadow flickered past. Sally, nerves frayed, lowered her alluring form and stayed close behind Harry. Sherlock, however, wore a relaxed smile, humming to himself, and had fallen a few paces behind the others. MJ walked beside Gwen, who radiated confidence and showed not a hint of worry. Seeing the two of them so self-assured, MJ felt her own heart settle a bit. Sherlock's eyes narrowed. He lifted his flashlight and shone it toward the spot where the shadow had just darted, illuminating the rotting corpse of a fawn. A few stifled gasps of fear immediately broke the silence. Gwen pursed her lips in displeasure. The night was dim, but to Spider-Gwen's eyes, it was as bright as day. Though the bugs kept their distance from her, many sights in the forest struck her as ominous and unsettling. She had lost any further enthusiasm for camping in these woods. Equally startled was Officer Carter, who had tagged along under the pretense of protecting everyone. Hoping to score a taste of wild game, she shamelessly joined the group, though her concern for their safety was genuine. And yet, for all her talk of protection, she looked the most timid and jumpy of them all, even more so than Sally. Just the sight of a mouse darting by nearly sent her soul fleeing her body. Then there was Frank, unfazed and moving with a steady, confident pace. His eyes and ears missed nothing, and he carried himself with the air of a man returning to his own territory. This kind of midnight picnic might seem utterly implausible elsewhere, but in the little American town of Lakeview, it felt entirely natural. Sherlock, ever the curious one, fiddled with the lady's pistol Harry had given him, a Ruger LCP, while Gwen had a Hammertech-made Judah K-30 holstered at her waist. As they pressed on, a fine, misty rain began to fall from the sky, urging them to quicken their pace and find a clearing to set up camp as soon as possible. And in the wind and rain, it seemed as though a desolate voice was narrating their story from the shadows. The moment they stepped into the woods, it felt as if a sinister wind swept past them. It was as though they had left the city behind and entered a wild, untamed world. Here, they stood at the border between evil and chaos, a place where sunlight dared not reach, steeped in terror. The gloomy forest loomed like a ravenous demon that devoured all who entered, never spitting out their bones. Once within, there was no turning back. The shuddering late night brought a chilling sense of horror that rushed toward them. In this darkness, it felt as though countless unknown terrors lurked, adding a uniquely bloodthirsty, predatory tension to the shadowy woods. At the core of their fear was the unsettling knowledge that their lives might not be safe here. And this fear was entirely justified. As the story unfolded, an evil disaster was stirring in the darkness, ready to break loose. For in the depths of that darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes was fixed unblinkingly upon them. Charlotte. Gwen jabbed her elbow into Charlotte's side, cutting off whatever he was about to say. Beside her, Officer Carter had gone pale with fright. Even her hand, resting on her holstered gun, was trembling as she glanced nervously around, on edge, searching for those blood-red eyes. MJ, who had been holding out hope for the police, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Was this some kind of joke? After all, the four ogres had been committing crimes in Lakeview for ages, even settling down here, yet they'd never been discovered or apprehended. Officer Carter's abilities, it seemed, spoke for themselves. It was Frank who first noticed something was off. He shone his flashlight into a patch of grass, revealing a mountain bike. With a grim expression, Frank moved in to investigate. The bike was coated in a thin layer of dust, which was still being washed away by the rain. The front tire had been slashed to shreds by a sharp blade, rendering the bike completely useless. Frowning, Frank traced the cut on the frame with his fingers, then quickly strode over to Charlotte and said quietly, "Charlotte, something's really wrong here." "Exactly," Charlotte nodded calmly. "If it feels wrong, it probably is." "Guys, look over here," Harry called out from the front of the group. All around the clearing lay abandoned, wrecked vehicles. Ahead, a gloomy little cabin glowed with faint, flickering light. No one here was a fool. Sensing danger, Harry tightened his grip on the shotgun, edged backward, and concealed himself behind a derelict camper, peering toward the cabin. Keeping his voice low, he said, "Sally, stay back for a bit. Looks like our picnic plans are about to go up in smoke." Just then, Officer Carter, the one oblivious fool among them, stepped forward. She glanced around at the wrecked cars and discarded clothing, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? This all seems perfectly logical to me. Some abandoned vehicles are normal. Maybe this is a favorite camping spot for young couples. We should probably just go ask at the cabin." Of course, probably it could be. Frank glanced at Officer Carter, his patience for foolishness at its limit. Without any hesitation, he drew his pistol from his belt and said bluntly, "But it never hurts to be careful." "I'll go ahead and check things out," Sherlock interrupted, eager and impatient. With one hand in his pocket and the other gripping the lady's pistol, he ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and strode straight for the cabin door. He cast a quick look at the deep scratch marks and the dried blood on the door, his eyes narrowing slightly. Raising his fist, he knocked forcefully, all the while equipping his skill card and shouting, "Open up. Your delivery's here. Come out and sign for it." After a few loud knocks, Sherlock, now equipped with the Spider-Sense skill card, knew perfectly well that the cabin was empty. The stench wafting from behind the door confirmed it. With a look of disgust, he arched a brow, then, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick, smashing the door to pieces. He poked his head inside for a quick glance, then immediately turned back and reported, "There's no one inside, but this is definitely a serial killer's hidden lair. The scene is gruesome. Trust me, none of you would want to see it." "What?" Officer Carter's face went ghostly pale. Her voice rose in panic as she cried out, "Call the police. Call the police. We need to call the police right now." She fumbled out her old-fashioned cell phone, tears threatening to spill over as she turned to Frank and asked, "What's the number for 911? Frank just rolled his eyes, while MJ, already holding her own phone, shook her head grimly and said, "It won't work. I've tried. There's absolutely no signal out here." "So what now?" Harry gripped his double-barreled shotgun, swallowing hard. Even he was starting to get nervous, his palms slick with cold sweat, rain making the stock slippery. A spring rain like this could easily cause their weapons to misfire, and facing a ruthless killer, no amount of caution was too much. Sherlock, having returned, looked at everyone with exasperation and said, "Obviously we run. What else do you want to do? Invite them over for dinner." You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. For once, I'm speechless. Harry's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He sprang to his feet, ready to retrace their steps and get out of there. But Officer Carter had other ideas. "Our phones have no signal, but maybe there's a landline inside the cabin. We could use it to call for help." "Oh, shut up already." Harry nearly wanted to smack Carter with the butt of his gun. "What kind of horror movie side character are you? I'm starting to wonder if you and the killer are in cahoots." Just then, the rumble of an engine broke through the tension. A pair of headlights cut through the darkness as a tow truck emerged from the forest, drawing closer and closer. Trailing behind it, a blonde woman's body dangled from the rear, dragged mercilessly along the ground. Incredible! Watching the taillights of the ogre's truck as it drove away, Charlotte shook her head in disbelief. It was as if every horror movie plot imaginable could happen here. Could things get any more absurd? As the vehicle drew closer, the people hidden nearby remained unnoticed. At that moment, suddenly, Charlotte's phone rang out with a piercing ringtone, startling Carter beside her. Carter jerked in surprise, and the movement caused a sudden flash at her waist as her old-fashioned pistol discharged by accident. A bullet shot out and struck the pickup's cab with pinpoint accuracy. The old man driving the pickup widened his eyes in shock, reached up to touch his right ear, and stared at his hand, now soaked in crimson blood. A twisted smile spread across his face, and murderous intent radiated from him. His gaze darted to the side and landed on Gwen, who was peeking out from beside the truck. "Damn it!" With a furious curse, Harry sprang up without hesitation, raising his gun and firing straight toward the tow truck. Gunfire erupted in a fierce barrage. Aside from Carter, who lay on the ground, clutching her ears, everyone on Charlotte's side unleashed a hail of bullets without a second thought. After firing 2 or 3 shots, something didn't feel right. Suddenly, the small lady's Ruger LCP in Charlotte's hand inexplicably turned into a Desert Eagle. The sudden thunderous gunshots made even Frank glance over, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In just a few heartbeats, the group riddled the tow truck with bullets, turning it into a sieve. Only the 4 killers on board managed to dodge in time. The ogre boss in the passenger seat, however, was struck by 4 bullets from Frank and Gwen, collapsing beside the tow truck. Thanks to George's guidance and her own hard work, Gwen had impressive marksmanship. Coupled with her abilities and night vision, she was unrivaled in nighttime gunfights. Yet she refused to aim for vital spots. Ever since the Lizard Charlotte incident, she had made a silent vow to herself to never take a life. So her 2 shots landed in the ogre boss's arms, while Frank's bullets struck the boss's waist and thigh. These 3 ogres were hideously deformed and terrifying psychopaths, notorious for their maniacal laughter as they tortured and killed travelers, then cooked and devoured them. Their deformities stemmed from generations of inbreeding and cannibalism within their family, compounded by years of drinking polluted wastewater, which further mutated their already twisted bodies, making them tougher and more resilient. But that strength was only relative to ordinary people. Now, after being shot, the ogre boss lay motionless on the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth, unable to move. Seeing this, Charlotte immediately raised her gun and fired 3 more shots, all hitting the ogre boss's calves. As the ogre boss let out a stream of delirious, guttural howls, Charlotte cursed under her breath. "I swear, I wasn't even aiming for headshots this time. No, I've got to try again." Charlot stuck his head out, gave it 2 casual shakes, easily dodging 3 bullets in a row. As he rhythmically bobbed his head, he kept a sharp eye on the direction the shots were coming from, then raised his eyebrows mockingly at the balding old killer. The old killer stared, dumbfounded. "What the hell? Are you kidding me? What kind of monster is this? 2 more bullets were effortlessly dodged as Charlot continued his odd little dance. At last, Charlot's gun swung around and took aim at the old man who'd been firing at him. He squeezed the trigger, bang. The bullet ricocheted off course, hitting an abandoned car nearby. After bouncing off the car door, it zipped right back toward the old man, who was crouched behind cover. The shot struck home with almost uncanny accuracy. A scream pierced the night from behind the tow truck as the old man clutched his crotch in agony. The cry was so gut-wrenching that every man present instinctively winced and squeezed their legs together. To make things worse, the ricocheted bullet had run out of momentum and lodged itself right in the old man's nether regions. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained the skill card Headshot Kid. When using a weapon, you will always hit your target's head with pinpoint accuracy. Free attribute points +2. Yikes, Charlot grimaced, glancing over at the old man's predicament. Shaking his head in distaste, he looked away. The sight was so vivid that even Charlot couldn't help but clamp his own legs together, a shudder running down his spine. Despite his impressive marksmanship, every man in the vicinity shot Charlot a look of collective reproach. Turning to Gwen, who was about to rise and fire, Charlot said, "You look after Sally and MJ. Leave the rest to me, all right?" Gwen nodded in agreement, then, with a sudden jerk, dodged another bullet. The old killer was on the verge of madness. What? You gotta be kidding me. Are they cheating or something? Sometimes, even a killer feels utterly hopeless. Makes you want to call the police yourself. Frank was completely bewildered by the scene. Were bullets really something you could just dodge with a shake of your head? Maybe he should try it himself? He gave his own head a tentative shake. Ow, Frank sucked in a sharp breath. Maybe there was something to it. No wonder every hero in an Indian movie can dodge bullets. By now, Frank was nearly out of ammo. He just shot out the cannibal boss's limbs, swapped in a fresh magazine, and called out, "Charlot, this isn't going to work. This is their turf. They know the ground way better than we do. We need to coordinate our tactics and watch out, or they'll pick us off one by one." The darkness had deepened. The earlier gunfire had shattered the crane's headlights, leaving everyone in pitch black. Any light source now would only serve as a bullseye. Suddenly, Officer Carter sprang up, flicked on her flashlight, and swept it around. She hadn't heard a word Frank said, and shouted, "We should split up and run. Whoever escapes, escapes." Harry knocked the policewoman out from behind with the butt of his shotgun, calmly reloading as he spoke. "Remember to testify for me. It was that maniac by the crane who knocked her out. Ahem. Right now, except for that old man, neither of the other 2 freaks has a gun. We have a clear advantage at this moment. In my opinion, we could take out the old man first. This isn't the time to show mercy. If we can kill, we don't hesitate." With that, Harry suddenly stood up, aimed at the still-breathing ogre boss lying in the distance, and pulled the trigger. A mist of blood burst from the boss's body. Charlotte, who had just switched skill cards, also stood up and fired a precise shot, aiming for the finishing blow. She confirmed, "The one on the ground is still moving. He's definitely not dead yet. Let's finish him off first." Harry looked nervously at the Desert Eagle in Charlotte's hand. "Bro, my dear brother, I've never done anything to wrong you before, have I? I never knew your shooting was this deadly accurate." The generator in the cabin roared to life, though it was unclear when the ogre third brother had slipped into the basement. But just then, the glare of headlights illuminated the entire area. One after another, the abandoned cars connected by electric cables flickered to life, more than 20 or 30 in all. In the bright lights, Harry and the others finally saw clearly what kind of scene they were in. Blood was splattered everywhere. Discarded clothing lay strewn about, and shattered bones littered the ground. "Ah!" Sally screamed in terror, her voice piercing the sudden brightness. The ogre third brother circled around to ambush them, springing up and loosing an arrow in a swift, fluid motion. The arrow shot out like a meteor, aimed straight at MJ's throat. There was no time for MJ to react. She could only watch in horror as the blood-stained arrowhead closed in. But before the third brother could let out a triumphant laugh, a pale hand shot out, catching the arrow effortlessly in its palm. Gwen spun and threw the arrow back. The shaft stabbed deep into the third brother's left shoulder. He fell, his figure vanishing among the wrecked cars. Gwen dared not pursue, wary of falling into a trap. Meanwhile, after firing a few shots, Charlotte changed positions, preparing to sneak up on the old man from another angle. Suddenly, Charlotte's phone rang again. With a sigh, she answered openly, raising her gun to fire a casual shot in the old man's direction. A pained cry echoed from behind car. "You're just a sore loser. You shot the old rooster. You're not even good at this, you little punk." "Hello, Charlotte? What are you doing? Why didn't you answer earlier? Gwen's not picking up either. And what's with all that noise on your end?" A barrage of questions left Sherlock feeling a bit dizzy. He tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging a bullet without even glancing in the old man's direction, and replied with a casual tone, "George, I didn't really do much, just in the middle of a gunfight, that's all." He raised his hand and squeezed the trigger, firing a shot into the sky. Not long after, the old man, who had changed his position, let out a pained, agonizing scream. "A gunfight? Sherlock, are you in danger? Where are you right now?" On the other end, George listened intently and immediately realized Sherlock wasn't joking about the gunfight. His anxious voice strained to catch every sound coming through the line. Sherlock's reply came, broken by bursts of static. "Where's easy? Right now, the situation, when she, the call abruptly cut off. George was left utterly bewildered. What exactly happened to Gwen? Can't you just say it clearly? Suddenly, the second cannibal lunged forward, cackling madly. He brandished two foul, blood-stained machetes, thrusting one towards Sherlock's stomach while opening his mouth wide in a crazed attempt to bite him. Sherlock faced this assault with an unruffled calm. With his Desert Eagle in hand, he silently took aim at the creature's small head. Bang, 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 bang. One shot after another rang out. Though the three cannibals seemed numb to pain, the force of the bullets knocked the second one to the ground. Sherlock's bullets seemed to bend in midair, homing in on their targets with uncanny precision. The scene was unspeakably brutal. Sherlock could hardly bear to look. In silence, he reloaded, turning his head away from the carnage and glancing back toward the old man, his face a mask of reluctant pity. He raised his gun again, aiming at the second cannibal. Bang, 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 bang. Was it cruel? Not in the least. Surrounded by wrecked cars and blood-splattered ground, Sherlock thought perhaps he'd been far too merciful. The final bullet pierced through the second cannibal's lower body, tracing a broad arc through the air before, once again, finding its mark with perfect accuracy, the old man's most vulnerable spot. Missing half his body, the second cannibal, already deranged, was driven even further into madness. It was his final transformation, from a second cannibal to a true monster. Despite the relentless bleeding from his lower half, the cannibal still clawed his way toward Sherlock, blade in hand, desperate to kill and devour him like all the others before. Sherlock sighed and fired, shattering both the creature's arms. 3 more shots, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, delivered him to the next world. In the distance, the third cannibal's furious roar echoed through the air. Sherlock casually caught the Molotov cocktail the third had hurled at him, tossed it back onto the cannibal's body, and then turned, his eyes coldly following the third's shadowy form. A mocking sneer curled his lips. Ignoring the roaring flames now engulfing the cannibal behind him, Sherlock returned to his previous spot, coming to stand beside Frank. At this point, everyone had almost run out of bullets and didn't dare fire recklessly anymore. The old man, who had been attacked several times and shot again by Frank, had also lost his will to fight. Now, only the third cannibal remained at the scene. "I'm just about out of bullets. What about you, Charlot?" Charlot reached under the RV where they were hiding and, to Frank's wide-eyed amazement, pulled out a UZI submachine gun. "Wait, dude, where did that gun come from?" Frank peered under the RV in confusion, and what he saw was the lifeless face of a corpse staring back at him. He immediately straightened up, his expression dark as he shot Charlot a look of speechless disbelief. "What's with that face? Did you see a dead guy, or something?" Charlot blinked curiously, asking the question. "Oh sure, I just saw a dead head, that's all," Frank replied dryly. Charlot flipped the safety off, then stood up, boldly advancing toward the hiding spot of the third cannibal, UZI in hand. The third cannibal bared his teeth, laughing maniacally as he stood up and loosed an arrow at Charlot. Charlot squeezed the trigger. Bullets tore through the air, smashing the arrow mid-flight, and then slamming into the cannibal's groin. The UZI rattled in Charlot's hands with a crisp, rhythmic staccato, each shot echoing like a drummer's beat. Recoil was minimal, though the barrel quickly grew hot. Charlot closed in step by step, unleashing a hail of bullets that tore into the cannibal's body. Each round sent the brute convulsing, unable to fight back, his mouth contorted in a stream of anguished screams. Every shot found its mark, each one bursting a fresh spray of blood, yet none were fatal. It was as if Charlot's bullets had eyes, embedding themselves inside the cannibal's flesh, leaving his body a twisted, bloody ruin. At last, the UZI clicked empty. Watching the cannibal collapse, still clinging to life, Charlot flicked the trigger twice with his left hand, lowered his eyes to the dying brute, gently blew away the lingering smoke from the barrel, smiled, and murmured softly to himself, "I'll bet your gun is loaded to the brim." Today's final chapter, 3,600 words. A fine rain began to fall, drizzling down on the cannibal's body, tracing along his limbs and staining the ground with ever-deepening patches of blood. Standing before him, Charlot wore a quiet smile. The Uzi spat fire in his hands, its recoil making his palm tremble ever so slightly, each bullet flying true and finding its mark in the cannibal's flesh. I'll bet your gun is loaded to the brim. This skill turned out to be far more powerful than Charlot had ever imagined, because through it, Charlot saw a bright new path to fortune unfolding before his eyes. Why would I keep delivering takeout? I should just start selling bullets. This was a completely zero-cost business, using a system hacked to manufacture bullets out of thin air, then putting them up for sale and shipping them all over the world. Everything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top quality. Resell, mark up the price, expand and dominate the market, reach new heights, become the CEO, win the heart of a beautiful heiress, and stand at the very peak of life. In his mind's eye, Charlotte could vaguely see his own bright future, far surpassing Tony Stark and making his name as the world's top arms dealer. He pictured himself clad in a leather trench coat, sunglasses perched on his nose, twin pistols holstered at his waist. With his head held high in arrogant pride, he looked down on the missile silo, a cold sneer curling his lips. I bet there's a nuke in your chamber. Brilliant. I'm a genius. The splendid vision flashed by in an instant, replaced by an endless shower of gold bars drifting down before his eyes. But Charlotte's beautiful daydream was abruptly shattered by the pained cries of Ogre number 3. Looking down at the ogre, now many times heavier than before, Charlotte gritted his teeth and fired off a few more rounds, then casually tossed the Uzi, its barrel glowing red-hot, into number 3's bathwater. As he turned around, Charlotte noticed that everyone, including Gwen, was looking at him with an odd expression. After all, he had just unloaded 70 rounds into someone at point-blank range. The scene had been so gruesome that no one could bear to look directly at it, and with a smile on his face, Charlotte seemed even more deranged than a serial killer. Charlotte protested indignantly. What's with those looks? Why are you staring at me like I'm some kind of psycho? He's an ogre, and he's not even dead yet. That only made everyone more convinced that Charlotte was a true maniac. Ogre number 3 spat out 2 bullets, his eyes fixed unblinking on Charlotte as he walked away. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, you dog. I may not be human, but you're a damn dog. Free attribute points, +2. Charlotte ignored number 3, because the fire started by the Molotov cocktail was beginning to spread. These ogres had dragged all sorts of wreck cars here, but they hadn't bothered to drain the gas tanks. After all these years, some of the vehicles were even leaking fuel. Rain fell as the flames crept outward, and from not far away came the old man's agonized wails. This left Charlotte a little taken aback. Wait, you're still alive? Officer Carter, the policewoman, stirred groggily, just as baffled, while the rest of the group, guns raised and at the ready, cautiously approached the old man's location. By an overturned SUV, the old man's legs had caught fire, flames already devouring his lower body. Earlier, in his desperate attempt to escape, he'd crawled away, thinking himself clever as he smeared leaking engine oil over his body to help him slither faster. Now, though, he'd truly become a victim of his own cunning. Charlotte took one look at the old man's miserable state and immediately raised a hand, signaling for his teammates to stay back. The acrid, burnt smell hanging in the air made everyone's scalp tingle and their stomachs churn. The thick smoke clouded the group's vision. In a soft voice, Charlotte said, "Harry, maybe you should take them and get out of here first. Leave this to me." As she spoke, Charlotte pulled out a Ruger LCP and handed it to Harry. Harry glanced uncertainly at the old man, who was still struggling desperately, waving and calling for help, his face twisted in despair. Pinching his nose, Harry nodded. "We'll wait for you a bit farther away. Just hurry, all right?" With Harry, Gwen, Sally, and MJ retreating into the distance, Charlotte turned her attention back to the old man, who had now crawled up right in front of her. Despite being soaked in motor oil, which isn't easy to ignite, something clung to his legs that kept the flames licking at him relentlessly. Watching the old man's lower half ablaze, his screams echoing with raw agony, even Frank's heart softened. "We should help him." "No." Charlotte quickly intercepted Frank, who was reaching for a blanket nearby. "Don't do that, Frank. I absolutely forbid you to smother him with water. That's far too cruel." "No, that's not what I meant. I was thinking of putting out the fire." "Oh, wait a minute." Charlotte tilted her head and crouched down, looking kindly at the old man as flames crept up his legs. "So, are you ready to talk? Dear Corp, sir, do you need help? It seems your lower body is already crisp. Maybe it's time to give up, don't you think?" Yes. The old man, racked with pain, nodded frantically. His face had gone deathly pale from agony and blood loss, sweat and rainwater streaming down his cheeks. When he looked at Charlotte, his eyes burned with a mixture of pleading and blistering hatred. Hearing the old man's desperate confirmation, Charlotte just smiled, unmoved. "All right, then we'll save you now." A compassionate policewoman spotted the commotion and hurried over to help. She called out, "Don't worry. Hang in there, I'm coming." Without hesitating, she grabbed a plastic bucket from a wrecked car, unscrewed the lid, and rushed forward. No. Realizing what she was holding, a bucket of gasoline, the old man let out a cry of utter despair. Charlotte and Frank quickly stepped aside, making way for the officer. In the next instant, a full bucket of gasoline drenched the old man's face, pouring into his open mouth and soaking his entire body. Instantly, the flames surged skyward, defying the rain with a terrifying roar. Watching the old man writhe in agony, his screams piercing through the blaze, Charlotte's heart wavered. She picked up a discarded cup from a nearby car and poured its rainwater over the old man, offering whatever little relief she could. Oh, my God! Only then did Officer Carter realize she was holding a can of gasoline. Terrified, she quickly tossed it aside. Gasoline splashed from the can, and the flames leapt onto it. In full view of the three, the can rolled behind a nearby RV, and, in the next instant, a pillar of fire shot up from that spot. "Frank, is this woman cursed, or what?" The fire rapidly swept through the entire junkyard, consuming the ogre in its blaze. Without hesitation, Charlotte, Frank, and Officer Carter retreated at once, making their way to Gwen and the others not far off. Overhead, the thrum of helicopter blades cut through the night. Gwen looked up, her gaze piercing the darkness, searching for her George, who was dangling from the helicopter. For a moment, she simply stared, lost in thought. "Dad?" Soon after, Gwen and Charlotte were taken, along with George, to the local police station, where they dutifully gave their statements. As for Harry, things were much simpler. A few quick questions, and he was free to go. They left the still-broken pickup truck with Charlotte and Gwen, eager to get away from the place that had left them all with such deep psychological scars. The others piled into a police car and headed to their next destination, where they would wait for the two. Meanwhile, in New York, while being questioned by the police, an idle clone of Charlotte was tinkering with a skill card she trusted. She promptly equipped the skill card. "Doggone, I may not be human, but you're the real dog here." A flash of holy light, and instantly, Charlotte transformed into dog. "Holy!" The dog spoke, its face full of shock. On all fours, Charlotte bounded and hopped over to the mirror, only to stare in disbelief at her reflection. She had become a handsome, majestic mutt, a classic mongrel. She lifted a paw, pulled faces at the mirror, making all sorts of ridiculous expressions. After checking and rechecking, Charlotte finally accepted the truth. There was no denying it. She was in fact a dog. Speechless, Charlotte canceled the skill card and got up from the floor, shaking off the experience. Her curiosity soon shifted to another skill card, Live Madness. Live Madness. You're currently broadcasting live. Equip skill card. In an instant, Charlotte's field of vision changed dramatically. Streams of green zeros and ones danced before her eyes, and a giant face flickered past. The images in her mind flashed and shifted, as if her perspective was being yanked away at lightning speed, then snapped back just as quickly. As several system prompts bounced before her eyes, her vision transformed into a scene with a director's cinematic flair. At the same time, a streaming channel called Live Madness shot to the top of the homepage recommendations across all major streaming platforms. Even the notorious CC Live wasn't spared. Countless curious viewers flocked into the stream to see what was happening. And the moment they entered, they were pleasantly surprised. The picture quality on their screens was the highest definition imaginable. This was also the world as seen through Charlotte's eyes. The spider suit on Charlotte was now overlaid with a different skin, a sharp, dashing suit. Every curve of its cut radiated a deep, unforgettable elegance. He glanced at the flickering prompt from his system. An unknown life form has been watching you all along. It has finally waited for you to start a live stream. It is deeply interested in everything about you. You have brought new pleasure to its immortal existence. Your livestream mania skill has received a mysterious reward and enhancement. Attention! Due to the influence of unknown forces, this skill may not be equipped simultaneously with other skills. All your attributes +5. When you equip this skill card, your skill slots increase by 1. Note, the more rewards you receive, the more powerful you will become. There was no time to dwell on what the unknown life form truly meant. Charlotte suddenly felt as if his mind had been blasted out of his skull, soaring straight into the endless sky, roaming the stars. Bathing in their shimmering light, then plummeting into the deep sea, swimming like a dragon in the abyss, before exploding spectacularly. Countless messages from countless platforms flashed before his eyes. What is this? Performance art? Why isn't this streamer moving at all? Show us his shoes, at least. What the heck? I clicked in to watch a spicy stream, and this is what I get. Is the streamer a hacker? I don't care, I want my spicy content. So what's the price for this, then? As his spirit returned to his head, Charlotte couldn't help but shiver. Too dignified. He shook his head, then looked down in confusion at the sharp suit he was now wearing. He looked formidable, his physique sturdy and well-proportioned, every detail seemingly sculpted with care. A unique charisma and aura radiated from him. His waist was flexible and powerful, his back lines smooth and natural. Gazing into the mirror before him, every angle was like admiring a beautiful painting. As Charlotte lifted his head and looked at his own face in the mirror, the entire moment was broadcast live. Countless viewers followed Charlotte's gaze upward, until they finally saw his face. WTF? 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 The barrage of identical comments instantly flooded the screen. Some even cried out in disbelief. This has to be pre-rendered CGI. Charlotte exuded a mysterious aura, and as he lifted his head, the moment reached its climax. At this instant, his head had become a massive camera, gazing at his reflection in the mirror from a first-person perspective. Oh wow, so this is how I'm streaming now? Special effect. Cue the background music. Brilliant flashes of words shimmered before his eyes. Whether it was the stifled crowd in the live stream chat or Charlot himself, everyone heard the sudden burst of music at the same time. The chanting melody added to Charlot's allure, making his presence all the more captivating and mysterious. Gazing at his own reflection in the mirror, Charlot raised his right hand, clad in a white glove, and tried to caress his own face. He'd never had a clear sense of his own looks before, but now, staring into his 2 million yuan camera, he finally understood. He really was that handsome. Some people were truly stunned by Charlot at that moment, while others believed this was nothing more than a special effects extravaganza, a new kind of publicity stunt for a new movie. Choosing to ignore the chaotic stream of comments, Charlot glanced at his own attribute panel. Spirit, 280, plus 245. Charisma, 20 trait, caution. Something is taking a special interest in you. Attribute points, 8. No wonder he felt more spirited than ever before. This is amazing. I feel like I'm starting to understand everything. Tilting his head and gazing at his dazzling self on the screen, Charlot bent gracefully at the waist, straightening up in a formal pose. He placed his left hand gently over his chest and offered a gentlemanly bow to all the viewers. Now that's what I call handsome. Elegance. Pure elegance. This is what true elegance looks like. With that physique, I wish I had it. I want to look like that too. Does anyone know what movie this is from? Charlot stared blankly at the barrage of comments, a little uncertain. Now what? He had absolutely no idea what he was supposed to do next. No tasks. Maybe, should I bite a lighter? But I don't even have a mouth. Ignoring the nonsensical comments, Charlot finally came up with an idea. Since we're live streaming, let's do something you're not supposed to broadcast. For example, how about streaming live from the Hell's Kitchen red light district and causing a bit of chaos for everyone's entertainment? Special effect, scene transition. Animated text with special effects flew across the screen. Before Charlot could react, he suddenly found himself transported barehanded, right in front of the Hell's Kitchen Triad's headquarters. The two guards at the entrance stared wide-eyed, startled by Charlot's sudden appearance, and even more shocked by the camera pointed at them. Who the hell are you? Are you kidding? This thing's a monster. Hurry, call Madame Gao. As they spoke, both men started to raise their guns, ready to pull the trigger on Charlot. What a joke. This was way too sudden. At least give me a carrot, or even a pencil. A flood of comments scrolled past. I told you it was CGI. You can't just make a set for this. The visuals are amazing. I love it. I'll support it when it hits theaters. Wow. Forget fighting. Let's have a dance-off instead. This place looks kind of familiar. It doesn't look like a green screen. I think I recognize it too. At this moment, the background music in everyone's ears has already changed. Raindrops keep falling outside the window, pattering for 3 days and 3 nights without end. With the music playing, eyes fixed on the gun that was now pointed at him, Xiao Luo's body moved with lightning speed, darting forward like a phantom. A straight punch, a powerful blow. His fist smashed through the Triad lackey's head, and in the high-definition surveillance footage, every single frame was crystal clear. The blood and gore splattered, but none landed on Xiao Luo, nor did a drop touch the camera lens. That one punch made countless viewers in front of their screens shudder involuntarily. Gazing at his now blood-soaked white gloves, Xiao Luo cursed under his breath, spun around, and landed a vicious kick between another lackey's legs. then followed up with a punch to the face. What the hell? I came here for some spicy content. Even got my pants off? This is what I get. Man, I'm totally deflated. Holy crap. The special effects in this movie are insane. This looks way too real. Goose. Why does something feel off about this? Damn it. No wonder this place seemed familiar just now. It's right next to where I work. Hell, this is real. Someone's actually being killed. I'm calling the police. I have to call the police. Ugh, where's the admin? Where's the admin? Xiao Luo shook the blood off his hand. The voice shouting about calling the police faded rapidly into the distance. Facing the heavy iron door, Xiao Luo silently clenched his fists, adjusting his gloves. He'd actually planned to come back later tonight, but since he was already here, sigh, this really is far from elegant. Elsewhere, an aging, balding man finally finished his day's work. He took off his pants, grabbed some tissues, and sat down in front of his computer with a long exhale, ready for some well-earned relaxation. As soon as he opened his favorite website, he was greeted by a feast for the eyes, unable to take it all in. Wow, this one's hot. This one's a bombshell. So cute. A lowly, love it. Eyes gleaming, the old man stripped off his pants, gazed at the thumbnails, and eagerly clicked into a live stream room. A cute little lowly bounced energetically on the screen, and as the old man's expression softened, he accidentally clicked on a pop-up ad. The next moment, the scene before him changed in an instant. A fist barreled forward, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The old man jolted, his whole body tensing up. Before he could react, the camera showed a brutal kick landing squarely between someone's legs, leaving him utterly deflated. The scene hit the old man like a bolt of lightning, a visceral gut punch. Still half naked, clutching his privates in his heart, he toppled off a chair and hit the floor. Camera guy. The thunderous crash from inside his room had his family worried something terrible had happened. The family rushed to the doorway in a panic. The young woman tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside, leaving her stranded outside. Her son arrived right after. Without a second thought, driven by the urge to save his father, he delivered a powerful kick, forcing the door open. Inside, they saw the old man clutching his chest with one hand and gripping a chicken with the other, paper towels at the ready. The video playing before their eyes was even more graphic, broadcasting a scene so bloody and explicit that it was nearly impossible to watch. What are you all waiting for? Move! The youngest daughter was the first to snap out of it, shouting at the top of her lungs. Everyone scrambled to call for an ambulance, then carried the old man, still gripping the chicken tightly, toward the front door. Meanwhile, outside the house, a party was in full swing. The entrance was alive with a noisy crowd. Charlot lifted his leg, ready to kick open the iron gate, but then set it down gently. Inside, countless men in black and ninjas had been waiting for some time. Their Uzi eyes trained at the entrance. They were poised, ready for Charlot to charge in. Special effect montage. In the next instant, the door inexplicably swung open, and Charlot appeared right in the midst of the crowd. Special effect, crosscut silhouette. Twin flashes of blood streaked through the air. The camera whipped past as three men in black lost their heads in a single instant. Charlot turned, locking eyes with another ninja. Special effect, jump cut. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of his opponent, with a sweep of his hand. Special effect, separation cut. A perfectly intact head tumbled to the ground. The sequence was smooth and stylish. Every shot as flawless as a scene from the most cinematic movie. Each frame oozed coolness. Focus, camera, exposure, composition. For some, coolness is a lifelong pursuit. Click, 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 click. At that moment, the ninjas finally snapped to attention. For Uzi eyes at the ready, they unleashed a hail of bullets at Charlot. But his camera lens flickered with a red glow, rapidly expanding in all directions. Bullets and flying shurikens seemed to slow, each one crawling through the air, moving slower and slower in Charlot's field of vision. Special effect, bullet time. After the relentless barrage of action, the comment feed exploded once again. Viewers, watching the live stream on their phones, shouted in astonishment. Bullet time! What the hell? That was insane. No way, no way, no way. How is this even possible? This defies all logic. It can't be a real live stream. This is real life. It has to be a movie. There's no way this isn't staged. What kind of film has live monsters on set? The scene shifted again. Charlot had already dodged every bullet. With his arms crossed, another crosscut silhouette. And with a montage, he reappeared outside the main door. The few remaining enemies, confused and panicking, fired their guns wildly, even hitting their own teammates in the chaos. Only when their magazines clicked empty did they start searching for Charlot again. Then, with a single powerful kick, Charlot burst through the main entrance and stepped inside. Special effect, Flashback. He appeared behind the ninja, and with a swift motion, special effect, image slash, he severed both of their heads. His figure flickered like a wraith, each movement silent and deadly, dispatching enemies with invisible blades. Though his appearance in a live broadcast made him look impossibly cool, Xiao Luo couldn't help feeling exasperated. How could this annoying skill make cleaning up a few minor thugs so troublesome? Special effect. Fade in, fade out. The scene dimmed, and Xiao Luo found himself in Madame Gao's underground drug factory. He strolled forward, completely unnoticed by anyone around. The workers continued their labor, oblivious, while Xiao Luo streamed evidence of their crimes across the entire internet. Unfortunately, Madame Gao had been rushed to the hospital with a brain hemorrhage, robbing him of the chance to deal with her personally today. But as a familiar-looking, burly black man approached, and a group of ninjas hurried toward the exit behind him, Xiao Luo decided to make the first move once again. Special effect, seamless action. Special effect, cross-cut silhouette. Casually straightening his blood-soaked suit, Xiao Luo watched as the corpses in front of him finally collapsed to the ground. Outside the door, the sound of police sirens could already be heard. This sound, too, was transmitted from Xiao Luo's mind to everyone in the live stream. Calmly watching the fleeing workers, Xiao Luo turned around, unfazed, sharing every detail of the scene with his viewers. Just then, as Yuan burst in with a gun drawn. Special effect, vanish stage. Xiao Luo stepped into the shadows and disappeared. The livestream cut out in an instant. When the lights returned, Xiao Luo was seated across from George and Carter, explaining. That's how it happened. I really didn't mean any harm. I just fired off all the bullets in the chamber. I wasn't trying to kill anyone, he just startled me. And I have no idea why there was a UZI in there. Maybe the ogre hid it. No, they weren't dead at that point. Xiao Luo. George's face was dark with anger as he barked. One Desert Eagle from magazines. One UZI, 2 magazines. One gun previously involved in a murder. One that was reported stolen. Both just this month. Why did they all show up at a crime scene several kilometers away? Even if I'd had a brain clot for 10 years, I still wouldn't believe a word you're saying. Shocking headline. Famous New York police chief solves cases despite a decade-long brain clot. Next to him, Carter timidly raised his hand and said, I believe him. Shocking headline. I'm freaking shocked. George couldn't help but rub his brow, his expression darkening even further. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe Xiao Luo, but in an interrogation, someone had to play the bad cop, and someone the good. Carter had eagerly volunteered as the good cop. As for George, the bad cop, well, the two of them had genuinely left his face turning stormy. He actually thought Carter, who killed the ogres, was a promising recruit. By the time Charlotte was able to leave the Lakeview Police Department, it was already the next morning. George had intended to keep up his impartial, by-the-book persona, helping Charlotte as much as he could behind the scenes, even though they were on someone else's turf. But he hadn't expected Officer Carter's way of handling cases to be such an eye-opener. Not only did she straightforwardly agree to release Charlotte right away, but she also took full responsibility for the deaths of the 4 ogres and the firearms involved. It was only after George's persuasion that, just for the sake of procedure, Charlotte was kept in custody for one night. At the crack of dawn the next day, Charlotte was hastily shown the door. Do you really think Officer Carter is just naive? Well, you be right. She's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Still, she understands credit, recognizes that Charlotte is a good person, and knows the benefits of taking down 4 ogres. Soon after, the Lakeview police chief lavished praise on Carter, called the New York headquarters, and before long she was transferred to the NYPD as an outstanding talent. By a stroke of luck, she ended up under George's command. Watching Carter grin at him like a fool, George was completely speechless. What a disaster. Did I ever ask her to come here and clean toilets? But Carter, on the other hand, was beaming with delight. Yes, she really was George's #1 fangirl. Outside the station, Gwen had been waiting for Charlotte in her pickup truck for quite some time. She flashed Charlotte a sweet smile, then all but dragged her into the getaway car. Buckle up. The old driver's about to hit the road. Swallowing nervously, Charlotte sat awkwardly in the passenger seat. Watching Gwen focus intently as she flipped on the wipers to clear the windshield, Charlotte couldn't help but quietly fasten her seatbelt and softly ask, Gwen? After making sure the windshield was spotless, Gwen turned her head, looking at Charlotte with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Gwen was ready to take off, Charlotte glanced back at the police station wall, discreetly shifted the truck out of reverse, engaged the handbrake, adjusted the rear-view mirror, and gave her a reassuring nod. It's nothing. Really, everything's fine. Gwen made a face of mock annoyance, then stomped on the gas. The pickup shot forward in a blur. Down a long, winding road they drove, heading straight ahead. Before long, they passed through the whole of Little Luo and sped through the highway toll gate. Well then, Charlotte shrugged. Apart from Gwen's love of sudden acceleration, her driving skills were actually pretty solid. It looked like they'd make it safely after all. Feeling at ease, Charlotte reclined her seat, leaned back comfortably, and absent-mindedly turned on the radio. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of Flight 180's crash. We may never know why Alex pulled those survivors off the plane. He went against God's design for death. That's what I want to tell you all. Never try to resist your own death. At that time, not a single survivor was truly spared. The only way to go on living is to hide in the world's shadows. But remember, no one can escape death. We can never know which will come first, the unexpected or tomorrow. What a dreary thing to say. Charlotte raised her hand and switched the channel, then said, "We can never know which will come first, the unexpected or tomorrow. But we can be sure the unexpected will come before the next second." Gwen's lips curled into a little smile. "You're such a child." A rousing prelude burst forth. Someone else took the wheel, letting Charlotte lean back with her hands behind her head and cross her legs in perfect comfort. A life of ease and peace, love without restraint. A one-way journey, never to return. Racing down the highway to hell. The highway to hell. Satan pays what he owes, and this is the rock and roll band. Racing down the highway to hell. The highway to hell. The rock anthem, Highway to Hell, played, and Charlotte swayed to the beat with a smile. Much better. Now that's what I call good luck. Charlotte Parker. A faint voice drifted past Charlotte's ear, making her start. She turned to Gwen and asked, "Gwen Stacy, was that you calling my name just now?" Glancing at the red light, Gwen stopped the pickup at the ramp and rolled her eyes. "I didn't call your name. Not me. Then who was just calling my name? And in such a sultry tone?" Charlotte looked around in confusion. There were just a few cars stopped nearby, and not far ahead, an old lady was scavenging bottles from the roadside. Nothing suspicious. The music kept blaring energetically. The highway to hell. Marching headlong down the highway to hell. This very highway to hell. For some reason, a chill suddenly shot up Charlotte's spine. Gwen looked around too, puzzled, then pouted and asked Charlotte suspiciously, "Did you just call me by my full name?" Charlotte opened her mouth to deny it, but after thinking carefully, "I think I actually did." "You said it's so mushy," Gwen made a face of mock disgust. Mushy, so gross." Charlotte matched her with an equally disgusted face. The light turned green. A school bus rumbled past Charlotte, and the kids on board erupted in a gleeful chant. "Pile up, pile up, pile up, pile up." Charlotte's brow furrowed deeply. A series of recent events stirred an overwhelming sense of déjà vu within him. He reached out and grabbed Gwen's arm, holding her back from moving forward, his face steely as he scanned their surroundings for any unusual activity. But Gwen couldn't have moved forward even if she'd tried. The car in front of her had also come to a complete stop, and then, to make matters worse, it turned abruptly, blocking the entire road sideways. Suddenly, from inside that red car, a woman's voice broke down, shrieking in panic. "No, we can't leave. There's going to be a massive pileup. We're all going to die." Her words were choked with tears. "I saw it. I saw everything. Bodies everywhere, and with so much wood, I saw it all. Damn it." Charlotte's face darkened. He turned to meet Gwen's puzzled gaze, but offered no explanation. This scene was all too familiar, especially after the news he'd just heard. It was unmistakable. In a flash, Charlotte realized this was the plot of Final Destination 2. And in Final Destination, no one ever escapes death's pursuit. If they were here, that meant both he and Gwen had already landed on death's hit list, which basically meant they were doomed. But Spider-Man, killed in a traffic accident? Why did that sound so utterly absurd? A police car cruised past Charlotte, pulling up in front of the red car. As the officer stepped out and approached, he immediately caught a whiff of marijuana in the air. One glance at the bloodshot-eyed driver, Kimberly, told him all he needed to know. These young people were clearly high. He ordered Kimberly out of the car. Behind their vehicle, a crowd of people, oblivious to their impending doom, leaned on their horns in mounting frustration. They had no idea their time was almost up. Charlotte pulled the keys out of the ignition and gestured for Gwen to get out of the car with him. Nearby, another wild-eyed young man with a souped-up car gulped down a bottle of something called vodka, then stumbled out, barely able to walk straight. There was also a heavily pregnant woman speeding around and a black motorcyclist weaving through the chaos. In Charlotte's memory, not a single character in this movie drove safely. Was that why something terrible was about to happen to him and Gwen? He glanced over at Gwen, a suspicion forming in his mind. "What's with that look?" Gwen quickly noticed Charlotte's odd expression and snapped. "You're definitely thinking something bad. And my spider sense keeps tingling for no reason. Before she could finish, Gwen whipped her head around, eyes wide. A truck loaded with logs barreled past them, speeding forward at a dangerous pace. Kimberly saw it too and screamed. "That's it. Stop that truck." It's gonna kill all of us. We have to stop it. Not far away, Gwen blinked and said, "Did you see that?" "I saw it," Charlotte replied grimly, nodding. "That whole shipment of logs is being smuggled. That's a crime." "No, what I mean is, the driver in the truck. There was no driver at all, just a shapeless shadow of darkness." Ahead, the truck erupted in a thunderous explosion under everyone's horrified gaze, igniting a chain reaction as countless recklessly speeding vehicles crashed into one another, flames leaping up in a furious blaze. Before Charlotte could react, Gwen, jolted by instinct, kicked her hard in the stomach, sending Charlotte flying dozens of meters away, while Gwen herself darted aside in a flash. As Charlotte spun and tumbled through the air, a motorcycle blasted skyward by the explosion, landed right where she had just been standing, and burst into a ball of fire. Caught completely off guard, Charlotte spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her stomach, her eyes glazed over, with a tree snapped in half behind her. "Ah!" Gwen cried out, rushing towards Charlotte in a panic. But another jolt of fear made her leap back just in time to dodge a falling tire from above. Death. These two are proving rather difficult to kill. Gwen hurried over, reaching out to help Charlotte up, her voice full of concern. "Are you all right?" "You know, I only did that to save you." Blood trickling from her lips, Charlotte nodded blankly, her face expressionless. I know. I can still hold on." Even as she spoke, she equipped the spider sense skill card, scanning the area for any lurking danger. Gwen let out a nervous little laugh. Ever since she learned that Charlotte was Spider-Man and possessed a range of superpowers, she'd been secretly studying her. She'd also discovered that Charlotte's powers couldn't be used all at once. In fact, the spider sense was just one among many abilities, and not even one she used often. That's why Gwen had immediately pushed Charlotte out of harm's way. She just hadn't expected that Charlotte's body would be so fragile, injured by even a light touch. Meanwhile, the distant police officers noticed the chaos here, but one turned sharply, his face tightening in alarm, as he threw himself to push Kimberly out of harm's way. A runaway truck barreled straight toward them, slamming into Kimberly's red car, shoving her friends inside straight into the inferno. The sheer danger of the scene was so overwhelming that everyone's attention shifted from Charlotte. Gwen scanned the surroundings warily, asking Charlotte, "What was it that just attacked us? My spider sense has been tingling in the strangest way, but somehow the attacks just feel so unnatural." "Exactly," Charlotte replied, wiping the blood from her mouth with Gwen's sleeve, feeling her body rapidly heal. "We're being targeted by something downright sinister." Gwen nodded gravely, then looked around and said, "It seems to have left." Charlotte shook her head. "No, it hasn't. It's just moved beyond the range of your senses." Within Charlotte's senses, a dangerous presence circled nearby, lingering at a distance, watching intently but refusing to leave. Most people in the distance had turned their attention to the car accident up ahead. The sudden attack on Charlotte and Gwen seemed to go largely unnoticed. Kimberly sat on the ground, her eyes filled with terror and grief as she stared at the raging inferno. Clutching Officer Thomas's hand, she choked out in a sorrowful voice, "I saw it. I really saw it. No, they shouldn't have died." Taking in the tragic scene in the distance, even Gwen's expression grew somber. She was Ghost Spider, yet here, in the face of such disaster, she was utterly powerless and could do nothing to save them. Beside her, Charlotte pressed a hand to his stomach and fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask, "Gwen, were you just trying to get back at me?" "I wasn't. I really wasn't." "Don't be ridiculous." Gwen shook her head in a hurry, her cheeks flushing as she protested. "How could you even think that about me? If I wanted revenge, I'd have kicked you right in the face." "Really? This is a lie." Gwen froze mid-sentence, tilting her head and eyeing Charlotte suspiciously. She frowned and asked, "Charlotte, are you using some sort of superpower right now?" Skill card, Pathological Truth Teller. When you equip this card, you can easily discern whether others are lying, but for the next 24 hours, every word from your mouth will be the unvarnished truth. Charlotte burst out with a loud, ringing laugh in response to Gwen's question. He looked innocent as he shook his head, barely able to stifle his amusement as he replied, "That's right, exactly." Gwen narrowed her eyes. Her spider sense was picking up something strange from Charlotte, so she pressed further. "What kind of superpower?" Charlotte kept on laughing, so hard he almost doubled over, gasping for breath. But the moment he caught his breath, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he blurted out uncontrollably, "Pathological Truth Teller. I can easily tell when someone is lying, but for the next 24 hours, I can only speak the absolute truth." Damn it, what a useless power. There's no way to avoid answering. Not far away, everyone was staring at Charlotte with odd looks, their faces showing a mix of annoyance and disgust. So many people had just died, and while everyone else was deep in mourning, Charlotte was laughing out loud. He must be insane. Gwen tugged at Charlotte's sleeve, signaling frantically for him to stop laughing. It was seriously embarrassing. But now Charlotte couldn't tell a lie. Gwen's eyes lit up, and she was about to bombard him with questions, but before she could get a word out, Charlotte bolted, running off at full speed. If you can't win, you can always run. An hour later, after laying down 3 ground rules, Gwen firmly promising she would ask absolutely no more questions, they finally persuaded Charlotte to return, who had snatched the car keys and tried to make a run for it. They made their way back to the police station in Lakeview. Here, everyone who had managed to escape by the skin of their teeth was gathering. The police station was in a state of uproar. Lakeview had never seen such chaos. Not only was the Highway 180 car accident under investigation, but the serial killer case was also being handled at the same time. Even George and Carter hadn't left yet. Arms crossed, an expression dark, George looked at Charlotte, utterly speechless. And you still claim you're not a jinx? He turned to Gwen, concern written all over his face. Gwen, are you all right? Gwen smiled sweetly and nodded, replying, Charlotte and we're both fine. With a sudden flourish, Charlotte leapt to her feet, thrusting her right hand high in the air and shouting, I'm not fine. Gwen kicked me right here. As she spoke, Charlotte lifted her shirt, showing off the red, swollen bruise on her stomach to everyone around. Everyone stared. Isn't this that lunatic who was laughing at the crash scene? Looks like there really is something wrong with him. I didn't mean to. Gwen, a little embarrassed, yanked down Charlotte's shirt and gave George a sheepish smile. No. Charlotte pointed accusingly at Gwen, raising her voice. George, she totally did it on purpose. Gwen ducked her head, her small, pale fists clenched tight, gritting her teeth as she avoided everyone's eyes. Damn it, he's getting back at me for kicking him. You're insane, snapped the owner of the Thunderbolt, unable to take any more. He cast a glance at the adorable, beautiful Gwen, tossed his blonde hair, and stood up to scold Charlotte. That's right. Charlotte put her hands on her hips, pointing at herself with a smug grin. I just got out of Arkham Asylum, though Dr. Arthur said I'm all cured. Charlotte thought, I'm really something else. The blonde-haired man glared, grinding his teeth. What's there to be proud of, knowing you're not right in the head? Huh. Charlotte gave a cold laugh. That's exactly why I'm proud. What's so great about being normal? George held back the rising tide of laughter, pulling Gwen aside and asking in a low, suspicious tone, Did you kick in the head or something? Dad. Gwen's face was full of grievance. What kind of question is that? Do you think I'm a donkey? Besides, Charlotte's not that dumb. Gwen paused, then explained. He just suddenly wanted to tell the truth. No, I absolutely didn't. Charlotte, standing nearby, retorted earnestly and righteously. Gwen, get out of here. Watching Charlotte sabotage her story, Gwen clenched her teeth, wishing she could really plant a kick right in his face. George wanted to ask another question. At that moment, Carter, who had no idea what was going on, walked over. She casually set her large glass, filled to the brim with hot water, on the edge of the table and complained. Sheriff George, Tom's is questioning that young girl right now, but everything she's saying is pure nonsense. She keeps going on about Flight 180, Highway 180, something about death itself coming, a sequence of deaths, and claims she saw everyone die with her own eyes. That's how she managed to save us all. It's just too outrageous. She shook her head and declared solemnly, But I believe her. George was speechless and said nothing. A chilly draft swept through. Both Charlotte and Gwen seemed to sense something. They raised their heads and looked around, alert. The blonde guy who had been sitting on the sofa suddenly felt a cold shiver. He straightened his collar and gulped down a large glass of water. Suddenly, the urge to use the bathroom hit him, so he got up and headed toward the police station restroom. He had barely taken a few steps when a stray target sheet, caught by the wind, whipped up and flew straight at him. The skull sketched on it startled him. He jerked backward to avoid it, but in doing so, he accidentally knocked over the glass of hot water on the table. It crashed to the ground and shattered. Steadying himself, the blonde guy cursed in pain as the scalding water splashed over him. Shaking off the droplets, he tried to move forward again, but he stepped right onto a shard of broken glass, slipped, and fell hard to the floor. A piercing scream escaped him. A shard of glass had embedded itself deep in the palm of his right hand, and he howled in agony. He scrambled to his feet and yanked the glass out of his hand, blood streaming from the wound. Not far away, the kettle on the stove began to whistle sharply. After everything that had just happened, nerves were already stretched tight. The sudden noise startled another heavy-set man sitting by the table. He jumped back in fright and landed squarely on the table where the glass had been. The table flipped over, and the raised edge slammed straight into the blonde guy's face. He crashed to the floor again, and another long shard of glass jabbed into his lower abdomen. A jet of yellow liquid burst uncontrollably from him, soaking his pants. Oh my God! Witnessing this, Officer Carter rushed forward to help the blonde guy up. But in her haste, her foot landed right on his injured hand. His cries of pain grew even more desperate, his body writhing in agony, hopeless and broken. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from inside a cabinet. A bullet whizzed past the blonde guy's twisted face, striking the bullseye on the target sheet pinned to the table behind him. It all happened so quickly, no one could keep up. Unbothered by the mess, Carter hurried to help the terrified blonde man to a chair. Had that bullet hit its mark, his head would have been blown to pieces. Cold sweat soaked his back. Having narrowly escaped a sudden brush with death, he found himself uncertain. Should he thank Carter or blame him? Grimacing, he reached down and pulled the shard of glass from his abdomen. Compared to nearly dying just moments ago, wetting his pants in front of everyone seemed almost trivial. He had just won the lottery not long ago. He wasn't ready to die yet. Carter, terrified, clamped his hands over his mouth to keep another accident from happening. Hurriedly, he bent down to gather the broken glass from the floor. But as he took a step forward, he accidentally caught the leg of Blondie's chair. Blondie's face twisted in panic as Carter tumbled forward, landing face first in the spilled liquid on the floor. Carter helped Blondie up again, both of them drenched from head to toe. George's eyelid twitched. Whatever he was thinking, he kept to himself. An hour later, with Carter's help, Blondie, burned and stripped of his pants, was finally loaded into an ambulance and taken to the hospital. The earlier gunshot had startled Officer Thomas in the conference room. He rushed out and checked the cabinet where the hunting rifle was kept. Yet again, it was an accident, triggered by a mouse that had unwittingly set off the gun. He couldn't help but say to Kimberly, "I'm starting to believe you now. Your theory about death's hand in these killings." The sudden gunfire and Blondie's miserable state had everyone on edge. Charlotte frowned and whispered to Gwen at her side, "This is far from over. In fact, this is just the beginning. Let's be careful these next few days. We shouldn't meet up with Harry and the others for now. Better to sleep with one eye open. Who knows what kind of danger lurks ahead?" Gwen wrinkled her nose. She could sense the truth in those words. But the truth only made her more anxious. "So what do we do? Take turns, one sleeping, one keeping watch." "Nope, everyone sleeps in their own bed." Charlotte's expression was icy as she eyed Gwen warily. "I don't trust you at night. You might not be able to resist playing some awful prank on me. Like drawing a turtle on my face while I sleep." Seeing the look of distrust on Charlotte's face, Gwen clenched her teeth in frustration, her cheeks tinged with a flush. Ugh, he was too clever. He saw right through me again. Back in the pickup truck, Charlotte slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. The two of them set off once more. This place, Lakeview Town, really was plagued with misfortune. There were still life-and-death crises ahead, but it was best to keep their distance from here. There was something off about this place. After all, legend had it that no one could escape death's design. For now, Charlotte had no idea how to change their fate. As evening fell, the two of them were still some distance away from where Harry and his group were. They parked the pickup truck in front of a roadside motel, and Charlotte rented a room with 2 beds. They were getting ready to rest for the night. At 3:47 in the evening, Charlotte was still awake, playing on her phone. Not far away, Gwen was sound asleep, her lips smacking softly as she dreamed. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the phone startled Charlotte. She hesitated for a moment, but quickly answered the call. "Charlotte, be careful. You're in danger right now." Charlotte frowned, glancing in confusion at the unfamiliar number displayed on her phone screen. On the other end, realizing Charlotte had picked up, Kimberly wasted no time, her voice urgent with warning. In just one night, the entire accident case on Highway 180 had been swept through by a wave of killings. Only she, Officer Thomas, and the blonde-haired Ivan had survived. Death was carrying out its plan with ruthless precision, following the exact sequence she had predicted. Even Thomas had only survived because she had grabbed hold of him, narrowly escaping a sudden disaster. Now, the threat had shifted to Charlotte, and as they prepared to head to the psychiatric hospital to find Claire, the sole survivor of Flight 180, they hadn't forgotten to warn Charlotte as well. "Charlotte, what's going on? Was it this intense in the movie? How could death be moving so fast? Already everyone's been killed off. It's all my fault." Claire sobbed into the phone. "Thomas and I gathered all the survivors together, hoping to talk things through, but the disaster struck without warning." Before Charlotte could respond, his spider sense flared with a sharp jolt. Gwen, still half asleep, shot upright in bed. With a deafening blast of horns, the headlights of a massive semi-truck pierced through the curtain, flooding Charlotte's room with light. With unstoppable force, the truck smashed straight through the wall. Wood and debris exploded in every direction, the front of the truck hurtling forward, closing in on Charlotte's face in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte sprang into action. In a blur, he grabbed Gwen by the collar and burst through the wall, carrying her into the next room. On the bed next door, beside a pillow, a blood-stained, hulking brute lay sleeping, a machete within arm's reach. Jolted awake by the chaos, he snatched up his weapon in alarm. The entire motel, rocked by the impact, began to collapse. The ceiling shattered, and from above, a killer in a hockey mask, clutching a gleaming knife, crashed down along with the remains of the roof, threatening to crush all three of them beneath the debris. Damn it! Combo attack! Charlotte, still holding the dazed Gwen in his right hand, grabbed the stunned machete man with his left and swung him forward, using him as a shield against the masked assailant. Moving swiftly, Charlotte retreated under the rain of collapsing boards, taking a few hard blows from the falling debris, before finally breaking free from the wreckage. By the roadside, Charlotte carelessly tossed Gwen on the ground, disheveled and covered in dust. Veins throbbed furiously on Charlotte's forehead. On the other end of the line, all she heard was a busy signal. Who knew if Kimberly had run into some kind of trouble? Either way, Charlotte was so angry she could barely contain herself. Damn it! This Grim Reaper comes and goes like a shadow, leaving you feeling utterly suffocated. Gritting her teeth, Charlotte tapped into her spider sense, swiftly searching for any trace of the Grim Reaper. But this time, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of her foe. All she sensed was a faint red mist, as if danger lurked everywhere. You bastard! If I ever find you, I'll skin you alive and tear you apart. But, although she failed to locate the Grim Reaper, two other threats, one large and one small, suddenly flared up in her spider sense, glowing with a blinding red light. Amid the ruins, two figures rose to their feet. Jason gripped a dagger and plunged it into Ugly Face's heart. Ugly Face, wielding his blood-stained machete, swung it wildly. Then, both men turned their heads in unison, fixing their gaze on Charlotte. 1,000 curses caught in Charlotte's throat. Jason yanked out the dagger, its tip spotless, untouched by blood. Ugly Face clutched his gore-smeared machete, eyes locked on Charlotte with deadly intent. How could these two be here? Crystal Lake. Crystal Lake. Could this be that Crystal Lake from the stories? And another thing, do they really take me for a weakling just because I haven't shown my claws? Charlotte lifted her hand and gripped the air with force. If the enemy is shamed, I'll strip them of their clothes. With a loud bang, Ugly Face's clothes exploded into shreds, even his machete splitting in two. The hulking figure was left standing there in nothing but a tank top and underwear, empty-handed and staring at Charlotte in bewilderment. The murderous aura in the air faded quickly. Though, honestly, he looked even creepier this way. Ugh. Gwen, standing behind Charlotte, wrinkled her nose in disgust. Charlotte, can't you have a cooler skill? This just feels kind of pervy. Charlotte calmly retorted. Pervy? This is called purity. This is the coolest skill ever, winning without even fighting. We all come into this world bare, and we leave it bare. Wearing fewer clothes just means being closer to nature. Clothes? Clothes are nothing but a capitalist scam. This skill is perfect. There's nothing cooler than being stark naked. Believe it or not, I'm convinced. Glancing at the embarrassed Ugly Face, Gwen couldn't help but clutch her own clothes tighter. She'd rather be fooled by the capitalists. Thank you very much. Jason, still gripping his dagger, shot a cold glance at the dumbstruck Ugly Face, then charged at Charlotte with swift, menacing strides. And then, just as quickly, he was sent flying backward. Charlotte raised her hand and squeezed again, but this time, nothing happened. Jason was still standing, undefeated. Well, I guess I'm still winning by stripping my enemies. Still pretty cool. Jason stood up, gripping his steel blade, his gaze fixed coldly on Shero. Dark tendrils of energy coiled around him, and his eyes seemed to glow with a sinister red light. He took a step forward, once again advancing toward Shero. A wave of terror washed over Shero, but instead of fear, he found himself growing even more exhilarated. It was as if he could smell the scent of death in the air. Tilting his head back with a mischievous grin, Shero teased. My dear friend, do you wish to join the dance as well? In the next instant, Jason vanished before their eyes, slipping into the barrier, where he began hopping around like a well-behaved little rabbit. Damn, such a wonderful skill, yet it's limited by a barrier. No way for everyone to enjoy the spectacle together. At the same time, in New York, Spider-Man stood atop a skyscraper, admiring himself after having uttered the exact same words. That's right, Shero had used his friend-out-of-nowhere skill card, channeling the power through his own voice to remotely activate the "Do you want to dance to?" skill card. He glanced at Faceless, now stripped of his equipment and standing idly by. Without hesitation, Shero raised his hand in a sweeping motion, causing the last remnants of Ugly Face's clothing to explode into shreds. Grabbing Gwen by the hand, Shero didn't spare a glance at Ugly Face as he spun around and bolted straight for the pickup truck. This move from the Grim Reaper was a classic case of driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Jason was clearly beyond death control, but had most likely been lured here by his influence. The top priority now was not to deal with Jason, but to put an end to this damned Grim Reaper. The pickup sped into the center of the intersection, only to suddenly break down. With a sudden roar, a driverless motorcycle, engine roaring at full throttle, hurtled straight toward the cab and crashed into it with tremendous force. The motorcycle erupted in a fiery explosion, sending flames shooting skyward. Airbags deployed all around Shero, pinning him in place. Tearing through the airbags and unfastening his seatbelt, Shero smashed through the windshield and leapt out of the window. He couldn't help but scowl, twisting his neck to shake off the tension. The Grim Reaper truly was impossible to guard against, always ready to exploit the smallest opening. He couldn't help but wonder how Kimberly was faring. As they exited the vehicle, Gwen hurried over, intending to check Shero's injuries. But just then, the burning motorcycle exploded anew. Half a pickup truck door spun through the air toward Gwen, who caught it effortlessly in her hand. So that's how it is. Shero instantly understood. The recent attack on him had merely been a diversion. The Grim Reaper was meticulous, following his own twisted order as he targeted Gwen next. With a subtle shift in his eyes, Shero picked up his phone and dialed Kimberly. Shero? You're all right. That's wonderful. As soon as the call connected, Kimberly's voice came through, filled with relief and surprise. The sudden interruption earlier had left her fearing that Shero and Gwen had already met a grisly fate. Though the Reaper's hunt was still ongoing, so long as someone was still alive, it was better than anything else. I'm in deep trouble. My handsome face got scorched black in an explosion, and there's an unkillable little psycho chasing after me, though I've managed to keep him under control for now. Honestly, I feel I'm in grave danger. Charlotte could only tell the truth, then asked, How are things on your end? Kimberly replied, We're at the psychiatric hospital in Lakeview now, with Claire, one of the survivors from Flight 180. As for Ivan, he just passed away in a terrible accident. A hospital oxygen tank was shot into his throat and then exploded. The scene was gruesome. Next, it's going to be Thomas's turn, and then mine. Claire thinks we should just stay here, in the safest place possible. Kimberly's voice was heavy, lost, uncertain about her next move. Charlotte narrowed his eyes and said, Death only comes for people in a certain order. But what if we break that order? What if the next person on the list stays somewhere perfectly safe? What if we find a way to bring back someone who died by some other means? Or what if we hunt down this so-called Grim Reaper and finish it off ourselves? Grim Reaper? It dares to call itself the god of death? Let's see what the goddess of death thinks about that. Always lurking in the shadows, never showing its face, just a cowardly, powerless softy. It acts like everything's under its control, but all it really does is play cheap tricks. After all its dramatic moves, the Reaper still doesn't scare him as much as Gwen's flying kick or Jason the Killer. Especially for Gwen. Honestly, she doesn't even need to dodge. Just grabbing the Reaper's attack out of the air is already giving this Reaper too much respect. Break the order of death? Fine, the Reaper itself. Kimberly paled, thinking Charlotte must be crazy. How could the Reaper be so easy to find? And even if they found it, what could they do? What they really needed now was a way to change the game. But was breaking the Reaper's order even possible? And how could they do it? Eugene emptied his revolver into his own head. 6 shots, not a single one fired. With the Reaper pulling the strings, we can't even choose how we die. At this point, Kimberly finally made up her mind. I've decided to hide out with Thomas at the psychiatric hospital for a few days, clear my head, and think of a plan. There's got to be a way out. I've said it before. Some folks hide in the city, but the true masters hide out in a psychiatric hospital. See, I was right. Even Dr. Banner would agree with that logic. To avoid any sudden attacks, Charlotte, phone in hand, was pulling Gwen along as they made their way through the wilderness, heading once again toward Lakeview. Too much had happened there already, making it highly likely that this Reaper was lurking somewhere in Lakeview. Charlotte didn't want to live her whole life in fear, constantly on edge. That would be far too dull. The Grim Reaper might not be all that deadly, but even if he doesn't hurt you, he's certainly good at making your skin crawl. A thief might manage to steal for 1,000 days, but who could possibly guard against them every single day? Kimberly continued her explanation. According to Claire's research, everything that happened yesterday is actually connected to Flight 180 from last year. Those people who survived by sheer luck, they were supposed to die. In one way or another, they ended up saving us directly or indirectly. Because of that, we've landed on death's list. I think the same goes for all of you. What? Charlotte froze, feeling a chill run up her spine. A sudden insight flashed through her mind. If Kimberly and the others wound up on the list because they were supposed to die, What about Charlotte and Gwen? How they fit into all this? A cold wind swept across the lawn. Beneath Charlotte's feet, the grass seemed to part, tracing out a massive, invisible X across several kilometers. A brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, its fiery glow lighting up the night. Watching that suspiciously out-of-place meteor, Charlotte swallowed hard and put down her phone. "Look, Charlotte, it's a shooting star," Gwen called out, "and we just happen to be near these woods. Maybe we'll find a super baby in there and raise him ourselves." With that, Gwen turned and ran, and Charlotte chased after her, calling, "Even if there's something in there, it's bound to be black. If it's Superman, he'll be a black Superman. After all, it makes perfect sense for a black Superman to be abandoned by his parents." "Hey, Charlotte, don't joke about things like that," Gwen said as she ran, glancing around warily. Charlotte let out a sarcastic laugh. "Come on, a black couple just happens to find him and takes him home for free? Makes total sense. After all, a black Superman is the best product humanity could hope for." Just then, Charlotte's foot caught on a stone and she stumbled, as if yanked by an unseen force. She went sprawling, her face a picture of disbelief. Spider-Man tripped up? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the meteor finally struck the earth, heading straight for Charlotte as if drawn by fate. With a snap, a web shot out as Gwen yanked hard. The impact from a meteor blasted Charlotte off her feet, while Gwen shielded her face from the dust, frowning at the smoking crater left behind. Spitting out a stem of grass, Charlotte got to her feet, walked over to Gwen, and said, "So, did you find a black Superman down there, my Wonder Woman?" "Cut it out with the lousy jokes, Charlotte. That isn't funny at all," Gwen replied, rolling her eyes. Staring at the black fragments of meteorite in the pit, she couldn't help but curl her lip in exasperation. "Not funny at all." All right, then, sensing with his spider instincts, Charlotte was certain there was something inside the meteorite. He stepped forward and leaped into the crater. "What is 5 toes, but isn't your foot?" Before Gwen could respond, Charlotte burst out laughing. "That's my foot. Ha ha ha." Gwen rolled her eyes even more dramatically, the corners of her mouth twitching in exasperation. "Vibranium, your foot?" Who knows what she was thinking, or maybe she was just so annoyed she had to laugh. "Ha ha ha." Glancing at Gwen, who was giggling foolishly, Charlotte shrugged. Personally, he still thought the black Superman was even funnier. Inside the meteorite, a creature resembling thick, sticky liquid was silently crawling and flowing about. With its tiny eyes, it observed everything happening outside. Naturally, it spotted Charlotte and Gwen at first glance. But what truly caught its attention was the unprecedented allure radiating from Gwen. Silently, it oozed out of the meteorite, slipping into the crater. It looked like a blob of slime, or perhaps a wriggling tadpole. It watched the two telling bad jokes, then, blending with the darkness, began slithering quietly toward Gwen. But before it could get far, a giant foot came down and pinned its tail to the ground. Charlotte peered down, a smile curling on his lips as he studied the little venom-like blob at his feet. "What is 5 toes, weighs down on you like a mountain, and leaves you utterly trapped." Venom opened its tiny mouth wide, letting out a muffled cry, and bit down hard on Charlotte's shoe, intending to use him as a springboard to get to Gwen. The moment it bit down, an image flashed through its mind. It was gleefully munching on brain matter, hopping along, when suddenly Charlotte tackled it with a strange grin, instantly took over its body, and devoured its own brain in one giant bite. Venom shuddered from head to toe, shrinking back in fear and quickly letting go. It turned away, spitting to the side in disgust. As the large, glowing X on the grass beneath their feet slowly faded, Charlotte immediately realized that they had fallen for Death's trick. Death had lured them right to where the meteorite would crash, and that's how they got caught in the impact. Truth was, if they hadn't run, they wouldn't have been in any danger at all. But because they did, the meteorite nearly cost Charlotte his life. He reached down, pinched Venom's tiny tail, and dangled the inky creature in the air, watching it twist and grimace, putting on a fierce front, but clearly terrified inside. Charlotte couldn't help but frown. Was this really Venom? Had he mistaken one symbiote for another? Venom? This is it. It looked pathetically weak. After a brief silence, Charlotte tossed Venom into his mouth, gave it a thoughtful chew, then spit it out. Staring at the limp, dispirited Venom in his hand, Charlotte checked its stats as identified. Name, Venom. Species, sentient alien symbiote. Age, juvenile. Abilities, memory, theft, enhancement, invasion, commonality, symbiosis. What is this? Gwen, equally curious, stepped forward to take a closer look at the now-revived, wriggling symbiote desperately trying to reach her. She couldn't help but blink in surprise. It actually looked rather cute, but it was clearly no creature from Earth. She couldn't tell whether it was poisonous or dangerous. With the squishy, elastic symbiote in hand, Charlotte smiled and introduced it. This is Venom, an intelligent alien symbiote currently in its juvenile form. Venom shuddered all over. If it could, it would have screamed in terror. How does he know? When did he parasitize me? He stole my memories. Oh no, he bit me just now? I am contaminated. Venom went limp and flopped onto Charlotte's palm, completely still. Charlotte gave the soft, bouncy symbiote a gentle squeeze. It was so springy. How could something that started off so cute grow up to be so ugly? Besides, it seemed the symbiote could enhance its host personality. If Venom parasitized me, would I become even more upright, just kind and friendly? She squeezed it again, but Venom had already softened into a shapeless blob. This took Charlotte by surprise. What's going on? Was the symbiote dead? Such a fragile alien life form. After a moment's hesitation, Charlotte raised her hand, about to pop the symbiote into her mouth. Off to the side, Gwen's expression was complicated. Charlotte, why are you putting things in your mouth again? Eating random stuff will be the end of you. Just as Charlotte's gaping mouth loomed near, Venom jolted in terror. It couldn't take it anymore and dissolved into a puddle of black liquid, vanishing from her hand. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Parasitism. While parasitized, you can equip skill cards for the host. Free attribute points +2. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Sharing. Share your physical state with others. Free attribute points +2. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a skill card, Tidebreaker. Based on your attributes, you can control the flow of water. Free attribute points +2. Congratulations, you've gained an extra skill card slot. You were parasitized by Venom. All attributes +0. Wait a minute, Venom. Are you really that useless? All attributes +0? Are you serious? Of course, compared to simply boosting attributes, Charlotte cared much more about gaining an extra skill slot and new abilities. Tidebreaker didn't seem particularly proper, but Parasitism and Sharing both looked impressive at a glance. Without hesitation, Charlotte eagerly equipped the Parasitism skill card, only to discover that as soon as Parasitism was equipped, the Something from Nothing card immediately faded and was replaced. At last, the pest of New York finally disappeared from the rooftop. Charlotte blinked. So, how exactly was she supposed to use this parasitic state? Meanwhile, Gwen was still puzzled, wondering where the little tadpole in Charlotte's hand had gone. Meanwhile, equipped with a Parasitism skill card, Charlot quietly took a step back, eyeing Gwen with a sly, furtive gaze. Seizing a moment when Gwen wasn't paying attention, he suddenly leapt forward, wrapped his arms around her neck, and clung to her back like a spider, shouting in a booming voice. Parasitism. Gwen. Trying to shake Charlot off as he held on for dear life. Gwen blushed with embarrassment and frustration. Charlot, what are you up to this time? Ahem. Charlot cleared his throat and hopped down from Gwen's back. The moment he made contact with Gwen, Parasitism had already activated. He could now see through a second perspective, one that lingered on Gwen herself. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes falling on the 3 card slots on Gwen. A thought struck him. Now, not only could he equip skill cards on a Gwen, but he could even copy skills from himself and apply them to her. Interesting, very interesting. He tried to equip Gwen with Create Something from Nothing, but failed. Without missing a beat, Charlot turned and gave her the Doggone It card instead. Gwen hadn't even realized what was happening before a crimson symbiote enveloped her in an instant. A flash of holy light, and the skill took effect. Looking down at the dazed golden retriever on the floor, Charlot smiled, satisfied with the result of his experiment. Ah! Gwen shrieked in fury and humiliation, looking like she wanted nothing more than to leap up and bite Charlot's head off. You jerk! What did you do to me? Another flash of holy light, and Gwen, now sprawled on the ground, returned to normal. Finally aware of what had happened, Gwen quickly canceled the skill card herself. Charlot paused in thought, watching as Gwen stormed toward him in a fit of rage. He promptly equipped himself with Doggone It. Instantly turning into a mutt, Charlot didn't hesitate. He once again used Parasitism to copy a skill card onto Gwen. So, as Gwen came charging forward, she was taken aback by Charlot's sudden transformation into a mutt. But in the very next moment, she herself was just as stunned to discover she'd turned into a golden retriever. So that's how it works. Skill cards prepared for someone else can be freely used and canceled by that person. But if it's a copied skill, they have no way to remove it. Ignoring the fact that Gwen was now gnawing on his canine head, Charlot equipped Gwen with a Sharing skill card and tried to set himself as the target. This time, the skill worked seamlessly. Strength, 87 shared. Endurance, 73 shared. Special, self-healing factor. Wow, Gwen's grown this strong already? How long has it been since she was bitten? Barely over a month. It's enviable, really. If he didn't have the system, and had eaten that spider himself, wouldn't his stats be even higher than Gwen's by now? Of course, it's even more likely that he'd have turned into a spider monster, mindless, rampaging through the city, only to be put down by the newly minted ghost spider Gwen. After defeating the spider monster, Gwen finally realized that the creature was Charlotte. Clutching Charlotte, who was on the verge of death, Gwen wept bitterly, her cries filled with despair. Charlotte, meanwhile, gripped Gwen's hand tightly, mustering the last of her strength to deliver a line reminiscent of the classic parting words from Spider-Man. I think there's still hope for me. Never mind, I'm dead now. Once the parasitism was lifted, Gwen found herself clinging to Charlotte like an octopus, her face twisted as she gnawed on Charlotte's head. It was not a dignified sight at all. Leaping down from Charlotte, Gwen swung her little fists in frustration and shouted angrily. What kind of trick are you pulling this time? Haven't you already figured it out? Charlotte shrugged and reached out to ruffle Gwen's hair like one would pet a dog, replying, I'm trying to turn you into a puppy, you know? Gwen slapped Charlotte's hand away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and fury. Can't you have a single normal superpower? It's either stripping the enemy's clothes or turning them into a dog. Can't you ever just defeat someone in a proper fight? How could you treat me like this? A power itself is neither good nor evil. It all depends on how you use it. If I can strip someone's clothes honorably, why shouldn't I use that ability with pride? Besides, anyone who fights me is my enemy, and anyone who stands against me represents evil. To stop these wicked foes from harming lives and destroying the world, there's nothing wrong with using any means necessary. After all, everything I do is for the good of the world. But isn't that just too indecent? Gwen still disagreed. She couldn't help but imagine herself in battle with Charlotte, only for Charlotte to snap her fingers and have Gwen's clothes burst into tatters. Standing there exposed while Charlotte flashed a devilish smile. Gwen's face grew even redder as she silently cursed Charlotte for being such a pervert. With righteous fervor, Charlotte clenched her fist and declared, for the sake of justice in this world, so what if I have to sacrifice my own reputation? Even if people look at me strangely, I'm willing to give up everything for the justice I believe in. Even if I'm rejected by the world itself, I'll never compromise. Gwen, no matter how you try to twist it, stripping people's clothes is not a respectable power, and you'd better not ever use it on me. If you can win a fight the normal way, why bother with such indecency? Charlotte, if I can win by stripping someone's clothes, why bother with the fight at all? By the way, Charlotte rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I have this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something important. What is it? Charlotte shook off the unpleasant images in her mind and asked with genuine curiosity. In that moment, with a dull thud, a steel blade plunged into Charlotte's lower back. Blood trickling from her lips, Charlotte looked down at the familiar blade and, in a flash of realization, broke into a joyful, knowing smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Once you lost control of your clone, little Jason slipped out. Ah! Amid the muffled cries, Gwen felt as if her mind had been hit by a wave of force. She paused mid-step, caught between wanting to help and being stunned. Compared to their previous encounter, Jason the Killer's abilities had grown even stronger. He was shrouded in black mist, now clearly overpowering Shero. With a single kick, Shero sent Jason flying backwards. Clutching his own abdomen, Shero didn't hesitate. He activated his skill, Share, on Jason. Jason had barely regained his footing, not even enough time to launch another attack. He glanced down in confusion. A gaping wound had split open across his stomach. The strength drained from his body. Though the black aura around him thickened, weakness seeped through his limbs. Limitless enhancement? An immortal body? Holding his abdomen, Shero sneered, then suddenly broke into the horse-riding dance right on the spot. Now, even if the Hulk himself showed up, he'd have to take a couple of slaps before he left. This little killer Jason has the same stats as me. How could he possibly be my match? I could flatten you in no time. With his head held high and still dancing, Shero pointed dramatically at Jason with his right hand and declared, It's settled. Gwen, get him! Gwen rolled her eyes. Shero was acting strangely again. A strand of web shot out. Gwen deftly snatched Jason's machete, then planted a solid kick that sent Jason sprawling, arms and legs flailing. Deprived of his stat advantage and endless evolution, Jason the Killer soon found himself bound tightly to the ground by Gwen's webs. Watching Jason squirming about like a worm, with the exact same attributes as himself, Shero couldn't help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu. Swaggering forward with a twisting dance, Shero gleefully offered his hand to Gwen. My gorgeous partner, we make a great team. Come on, high five. Gwen, resigned, lifted her hand to slap Shero's. Shero, is he a demon? How should we get rid of him? Lowering his head, Shero studied Jason for a moment, then picked up the machete. He gave Jason's side 3 hard jabs, watching as the wounds rapidly healed. Cheryl pondered aloud. Probably not a demon, right? He actually looks kind of cute to me. He reached out, lifted Jason's mask, and pinched his cheeks, his grin growing ever more smug. Goo! Before Gwen could finish, Cheryl casually sliced off Jason's head. The head instantly regenerated. Now, aside from the wound on Jason's stomach, which was healing at the same slow pace as Cheryl's, there wasn't a scratch left on him. This rate of recovery was even more terrifying than true immortality. After a moment of hesitation, Cheryl blinked, then stabbed himself in the stomach. Staring at the wound that had appeared on Jason's stomach as well, a spark of excitement flickered in Charlot's eyes. Charlot! Gwen was so startled by Charlot's string of actions that her scalp tingled. She hurriedly reached out, pulled the knife from Charlot's abdomen, and pressed her hands tightly over his wound, exclaiming, I know you're experimenting with your skills, but you don't have to test them on your own body. After being equipped with a share skill card, Gwen certainly understood what the sharing ability could do. But the scene before her eyes was simply too brutal. Not use his own body for testing? Charlot turned to look at Gwen, his eyes shining with a sudden idea. What are you thinking? Gwen took a wary step back, covering her chest and staring at him with deep suspicion. A few seconds later, Charlot regretfully discovered that his parasitic skill card could not be used on the ants, mice, wild rabbits, or monkeys Gwen had caught. None of them were intelligent enough. Even if he gave the card to Gwen, she wouldn't be able to share her attributes with Jason. It would only default back to Charlot. So, the idea of crushing Jason like an ant was reluctantly abandoned. After tying Jason up tightly, Charlot, together with Gwen, quickly set off again towards Lake Bell Town. After all, there was still the formidable enemy known as the Reaper. The Reaper didn't have the power to kill directly. He could only manipulate details and guide outcomes. He hadn't directed a meteorite at Charlot. Instead, he had steered Charlot towards the meteorite. He hadn't sent Jason to hunt Charlot down. It was Charlot who'd been led to cross paths with Jason. In fact, Gwen and Charlot's fates had nothing to do with the order in which Kimberly and the others died. Kimberly was still safe just moments ago in the psychiatric hospital, while Charlot had already been attacked. Everything was orchestrated to make Charlot and Gwen believe in the illusion. Now, the Reaper had shifted his focus to Gwen. That's why Charlot spoke up with concern and righteous conviction. Gwen, let me take you to the psychiatric hospital. Question: what should you do if you want to send your best friend to a psychiatric hospital? Answer: reason with her, appeal to her emotions, and explain that it's all for her own good. With the Reaper stalking outside and both of you feeling lost and frantic, it's like ants on a hot pan. But as long as one of you stays somewhere safe, the Reaper, in order to preserve the order of death, wouldn't target the one outside for now. Then, Charlot would strike with lightning speed, find a Reaper, and end him. In that case, her sacrifice would be a necessary one, and Charlot would avenge her. Question: what if she comes after you in retaliation? Answer: share the pain of getting hit on my head will echo in hers. Good friends should share their sorrow, pain, despair, loss, and frustration. That's what deep friendship is all about. At 10 in the morning, with a look of utter displeasure, Gwen was dragged by Charlot to the psychiatric clinic in Lake Bell Town. They were also preparing to open a private room for her, and this would give her another chance to see Kimberly. Charlotte believed that her opportunity to find the Grim Reaper lay with Kimberly. The Mayhew Psychiatric Hospital stood on a small hill at the outskirts of Mayhew Town, inaccessible even by car. Here, not only dangerous objects, but all metal items were strictly forbidden. This included cell phones, rings, earrings, jewelry, glasses, and even fingernails had to be trimmed short, eliminating any possible source of danger. These were Claire's strict requirements for her living space, and it was also the method she used to delay the Grim Reaper for a whole year. After passing through layer upon layer of security and multiple locked doors, the two finally saw Kimberly and the other three, Claire included, in the main hall. In the spacious hall, the three of them, dressed simply, sat in separate corners, each with an expression of anxiety and unease. The Grim Reaper always orchestrated death through meticulously crafted scenarios. In simple terms, each fatal event was an unexpected yet entirely reasonable accident. The Grim Reaper never revealed itself directly, as if it were hiding from something. This place was the safe house Claire had carefully chosen for herself. There were no dangerous objects in the hall or in any of the rooms. Even the walls were covered in soft padding of a lucky color. You might argue there are still diseases, plagues, poisons, criminals, or even the chance of a plane crashing into the psychiatric hospital. But these don't count as the Grim Reaper's orchestrated accidents. A plane falling from the sky would likely harm others as well, ruining the Grim Reaper's carefully crafted deaths. At this point, the three groups were each trapped in their own cycle of the Grim Reaper's design. Charlotte and Gwen formed one group, Kimberly and Thomas another, and Claire from Flight 180 was alone in the third group. Charlotte, do you have any good ideas? The moment she spotted Charlotte, Kimberly sat up eagerly, unable to hide her impatience as she asked. As a young woman just starting college, the thought of spending a lifetime in a place devoid of any entertainment seemed unbearable. She doubted she'd last even a week. Of course I do, Charlotte replied with a smile, clutching Gwen's arm. My plan is to take the initiative. Take the initiative. Claire, sitting by the bulletproof window, couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh. She had nothing but contempt for Charlotte's naive optimism and asked with a cold sneer. That's easy to say. How exactly do you plan to take the initiative? Who are you going to strike against? The Grim Reaper. Do you really think a god who controls death can be defeated so easily? If you ask me, the safest thing is to stay right here in the psychiatric hospital. As long as I never leave this place, the Grim Reaper will never be able to lay a hand on me. Maybe it was the loneliness, or maybe the lack of physical activity, but Claire's complexion was sickly pale, and her bloodshot eyes betrayed a desperate need for conversation. Lifting her head, she stared unblinkingly at Charlotte and said, No one can escape death's design. Everything is part of death's master plan. That's it exactly. So all I need to do is keep Gwen here, and for now, death won't come after me. Charlotte ignored Gwen, who was sulking with a sullen face, and, resting her hand on Gwen's shoulder, grinned as she asked her question. Claire glanced at Gwen, then nodded in agreement. Yes, that does make sense. So, do any of you know where Death is hiding? I just want to have a little chat with him. Charlotte turned her gaze to Kimberly. In her memory, Kimberly was the main character of this whole story. If anyone knew where Death was, it would probably be her. Kimberly had no idea why Charlotte was looking at her, looking utterly perplexed, and quickly shook her head. Instead, it was Claire who spoke up. Although I don't know where Death is, there is someone who just might know. If you truly want to end all of this, I can take you to him. Tom also chimed in. I'm willing to help too. After all, I'm a police officer. I can handle any sudden trouble that comes our way. At this point, the shadow of death hung over Gwen, Kimberly, and Claire. Of all of them, now that Claire was leaving the psychiatric hospital with Charlotte, she was undoubtedly the one in the greatest danger. But she was truly at her breaking point. One by one, her companions had died horribly before her eyes, leaving her heart cold and numb. She had clung desperately to life in a hollow, empty room for an entire year, and her mind was fraying at the edges. Sometimes, living is even more painful than death. When she saw Charlotte and the others, what she saw was not opportunity, but death itself, extending an invitation. Death didn't want her to end it all by suicide in the hospital, but to pull her back as a piece in his plan. Gwen hugged her arms around herself, her face drawn and miserable. Charlotte, I really don't see any reason for me to stay here. Gwen, Charlotte replied with a gentle smile, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Death is nothing if not meticulous. Judging by his methods and the order in which he acts, you can tell he's an absolute perfectionist. So, you stay here and protect Kimberly, while I go face him directly. For the sake of his perfect order, he might not even touch me, even if I walked up and slapped him across the face. Of course, if he does come after me, I'll call you, and then you're free to leave. But as long as you're here, you're not just keeping yourself safe. You're also keeping Kimberly safe, which in turn keeps Tom safe, and me too. Claire is really the one in the most danger. Claire let out a long breath. I'll be fine. After all, I stopped wanting to live a long time ago. If I really do make it out of this alive, I'll be over the moon. Even if I die along the way, I've got nothing left to lose. After comforting Gwen, Charlotte said her gloomy goodbyes, reclaimed her phone, jotted down the number for the Lakeview Psychiatric Hospital, and wandered out of the hospital. The moment she stepped outside, she couldn't suppress the grin tugging at her lips. Hands on her hips, she threw her head back and let out a wild, triumphant laugh toward the sky. Mission accomplished. Gwen was on her way to the psychiatric hospital. From now on, Gwen would be someone who'd stayed in a mental institution. Such a perfect opportunity was almost impossible to come by. Her laughter startled flocks of birds into flight. A few people near the entrance cast her odd glances, and inside, Gwen glanced around. Her hospital room, in confusion. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, she had the uneasy feeling that she'd been played once again. Charlotte climbed into the car driven by Thomas. While she bobbed her head, grinning ever more carelessly, Claire and Thomas sat tensely, prepared for any sudden danger. Fortunately, the journey passed without incident, and they arrived at an extremely remote crematorium. It was built into the rocky foothills of the mountains, shadowy, dry, and foreboding. A weathered black iron gate barred the entrance, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur. As Claire explained, all the corpses in Lakeview had to be cremated here. If anyone had ever glimpsed the Grim Reaper, It would be the crematorium workers here who walked closest to death. Just as the three of them stepped inside, a door glowing with an ominous red light swung open, exhaling a chill. Out of the white mist emerged a tall black man, pushing a stretcher bearing a mangled blonde corpse. He looked like a devil striding out from the depths of hell. Spotting Claire, he paused, curling his thin black lips into a smile layered with meaning. "Long time no see, Claire. Sometimes, just one glance in a crowd is enough to etch someone's face into your memory forever. You dream of meeting them again, purely by chance. From then on, you begin a lonely longing, thinking of them when they seem so far away, thinking of them when they're right in front of you." The instant Charlotte laid eyes on this 2-meter-tall black man, her spider sense confirmed it. Standing before her was the very grim reaper she'd been searching for. "Hello, Charlotte. I've been waiting for you all for a long time." His deep, magnetic voice resonated as he flashed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, turning to Charlotte with a look that hinted at dark secrets. A strange, chilling aura clung to him, his simple gray work uniform reeking of sulfur, the stench so pungent that Charlotte wrinkled her nose. He pushed a blood-soaked stretcher, atop which lay the mutilated remains of the blonde, halting right before Charlotte and giving her a slow, appraising look from above. Charlotte's gaze narrowed at the sight of the blonde's intact upper skull. In her mind, venom stirred for the first time. It quietly mimicked Gwen's voice in Charlotte's head, using its own feeble, childish tone to say in a syrupy, cutesy voice, "Charlotte, Gigi, I'm craving some delicious brains. Can we try a bite of this black guy's big head? Slurp. Just one taste, just one bite, please." "Sorry," Charlotte replied calmly, opening her mouth. "I don't eat crap." Venom. Disappointed emoji. Claire's mind was spinning, still caught between mourning the corpse of the blonde and feeling utterly sick. Charlotte stared at the blonde's remains, that sudden declaration of, I don't eat crap, knocking her thoughts completely off course. The black man was equally baffled. He grabbed the blonde's body and shoved it forcefully into the incinerator. As the skin crackled and burned, he shouted, "This isn't for you to eat." He'd misunderstood her. Charlotte just shrugged, not bothering to clear things up. She lifted her head, her gaze locking onto the black man before her. Death himself? In her mind, Charlotte had already plotted out 108 possible ways for him to die. With a taunting tone, she said, "So, you're the one pretending to be death and attacking me lately? Have you figured out how you want to die?" There was no response. The black man, still facing away from Charlotte, straightened up. His frame was powerful and upright, easily 2 meters tall with a broad and muscular back. A mysterious, sinister aura radiated from him. Standing there, bathed in the incinerator's firelight, he didn't seem human at all. More like a demon risen from hell. Against the flickering flames, his terrifying shadow loomed, a black specter shifting between light and darkness. The eerie atmosphere sent Claire and Thomas stumbling backward, panic written clear on their faces. "You're not the first to ask me that question to my face, but you are definitely the—" Before he could finish, Charlotte's fist crashed into the back of his head. He slammed hard against the furnace, nearly toppling into the roaring fire. As Claire gasped in shock, Charlotte smirked and shook her fist. "Stop with the theatrics. You were impossible to find when you were hiding, but now you've got the guts to show off in front of me." She raised her foot and aimed a savage kick at his groin. Just as it was about to land, the black man's body seemed to dissolve in a shadow, gliding away like a phantom. Fixing Charlotte with a cold glare, he spoke. A demonic roar seemed to echo through the air. "I missed." "Ah." Charlotte cocked her head, unable to hold back a laugh. "Ha ha. Claire, you two get going. Go on, get out of here. I want to have some real fun with him." Without hesitation, Claire and Thomas turned and fled. Something was very wrong here with both of them. Black mist swirling around him. The man's eyes grew colder as he stared at Charlotte. "So you want to take me on? You're far too weak. Go back, just go home. I'll let bygones be bygones." "Idiot." Charlotte sneered, her face twisted in disdain. "Do you want me to make a move? I've already pounded that pig head of yours before, though I have to admit, your skull is impressively thick." She reached out, grabbed a scalpel from the tool table, and hurled it at the black man with a sudden, sharp motion. He tried to catch it, but the scalpel twisted in the air with an uncanny spin and plunged downwards, aiming straight for his groin. There was a harsh metallic clang, and the bent scalpel clattered onto the floor. In that instant, an even denser cloud of black smoke began to pour from the black man's body. Damn, he really is built like a tank. Stats this high. Even his skin can deflect a scalpel. "Charlotte, you still have a chance. Leave now. I'll come for you in order, just as I said." The black man was perfectly composed, gazing coldly at Charlotte as though she were nothing more than an ant, a mere plaything. "Return to the story and keep playing this game with me. If you defeat me, everything I have will be yours. But if you die, Your body, your soul, both will belong to me. Charlotte couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. She snatched another scalpel from the table and flung it again with force. This time, the black man didn't even try to block it. The scalpel whistled toward his crotch, and suddenly, a wave of weakness surged through his body. His eyes widened as he stared at the scalpel impaled in his groin, disbelief flooding his face. Pain radiated through him, forcing his head back and mouth open in a silent scream. It was a pain laced with a subtle sorrow, a raw, soul-deep despair. Charlotte let out a cold laugh. If I can't break your defenses, at least I can break my own. A little sharing. I stab myself, linking it to you. Maybe it's not lethal, but as long as it gets through, that's enough. His trembling hand pulled the scalpel free, and the wound closed in an instant. But before he could recover, a massive steel blade drove itself into exactly the same spot. This time, the black man couldn't hold back. He collapsed to his knees, mouth open in a guttural, animalistic howl of agony. There you go with sharing, I can't kill you, and I'm not really hurting myself, so the two of us just keep playing this little game. 3 more blades in quick succession. Charlotte's flying knives never missed their mark. Each one struck with deadly precision, sending waves of searing, bone-chilling, and deeply unsettling pain that left the black man's whole body shuddering with dread. Though none of Charlotte's attacks could physically harm his body, every blade struck straight at his soul. He couldn't even understand why the pain was so intense. He couldn't block it out, couldn't numb his nerves, and it hurt so badly it felt like the body wasn't even his anymore. Unable to contain himself, he cursed at Charlotte in fury. Despicable, shameless, vile, malicious. Charlotte, meanwhile, calmly held a scalpel glowing red-hot from the cremation furnace with a pair of tongs. Hearing his words, she paused for a heartbeat. Then her expression grew righteous and unyielding. As a kind, upright, courageous, and honest superhero, he declared, turning to glance at the scalpel, now glowing red-hot in his hand, before continuing, I must have the courage to face the devil's blade, never giving up even in the face of death. To stand unwaveringly on the side opposite the devil, never compromising, no matter the torture. Even if I am weak, I will fight with all my might to uphold my own sense of justice once again. With that, Sherlock suddenly hurled the smoking scalpel. No matter how desperately the black man tried to fend it off in terror, the scalpel shot forward and struck its mark with unerring precision. A guttural scream, more beast than human, tore from his throat as the blade seared the flesh around it, the wound sizzling with heat. Yet in the next instant, the flesh knitted itself whole again. Unable to bear it any longer, the black man wrenched out the scalpel and turned to flee. Sherlock, who had just selected an axe to dismember the corpse, exploded with rage at the sight of his opponent fleeing without a fight. He roared, Coward, you're not allowed to run. If you run away, it's your loss. But the black man paid him no heed, crashing through the crematorium doors, desperate to put as much distance between himself and Sherlock as possible. A flash of cold steel whirled through the air, striking him squarely from behind. Howling in agony, the black man didn't even bother to pull the blade free. Instead, he only ran faster, feet pounding the floor. Claire, who had been worried for Sherlock, was stunned when, after a series of hysterical screams, the black man, scalpel planted firmly in his groin, came tearing out first. Hot on his heels came Sherlock, brandishing 3 scalpels in one hand and swinging an axe in the other, a wicked grin twisting his face. Though the two were matched in ability, the black man was far faster than Sherlock. Perhaps it was due to magic, or maybe their bodies differed, or perhaps it was simply that Sherlock didn't have another version of himself chasing after him. Whatever the reason, Sherlock could only watch helplessly as the gap between them grew wider and wider. You think you can escape from the palm of my hand? In the next instant, an axe spun through the air, whistling down onto the black man's head before slashing savagely across his crotch. This time, it severed everything in one brutal stroke. The sheer madness of the scene sent a phantom pain through all who witnessed it. Stumbling, the black man lost his balance and toppled to the floor, rolling over in agony. He had never felt such pain before. Even though, in the blink of an eye, the lost part of him regenerated, it still felt as if that place no longer belonged to him. Sherlock closed in quickly, raising his hand and making a gripping motion towards the black man. If the enemy is shamed, then I'll strip him bare. Before the black man could even react, his coveralls burst into tatters, leaving him clad only in a white shirt and a pair of black, hole-ridden underpants. His mind reeling, eyes wide with disbelief, the black man stared at Sherlock racing toward him. And you still call yourself a superhero? Your methods are downright despicable, Charlot declared. Those who achieve greatness don't fuss over trivialities. especially not over other people's trivialities. With another firm grip, the man's underwear and shirt disintegrated into ash. Now, with a surgical knife lodged in his waist, the black man stood utterly exposed beneath the sky, staring at Charlot in shock. Charlot's expression didn't change in the slightest. Calm and impassive, he simply sent the last 3 scalpels flying toward the man. Now, bristling with surgical knives, the man's face contorted briefly in pain, but he still managed to scramble to his feet and dash away. Charlot was hot on his heels, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, come out and see. There's a demon here. A demon without any sense of shame. He's actually running around naked. He's got none of the dignity of the strong, no sense of shame, absolutely no bottom line. Hey, you pervert! Do you dare face me like a man and fight me with your clothes on?" The black man, his face dark with humiliation and rage, said nothing. He only ran faster, desperate to escape. There were few people around, so the demon's sense of shame was not particularly strong here. Given the circumstances, he was probably already the most modest demon around. Still, he felt humiliated. But if he kept running with more scalpels stuck in his backside, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Charlot couldn't help but shake his head. This demon truly had no sense of decency. He didn't seem to care at all about being stark naked. Maybe Charlot's abilities weren't as powerful as he'd imagined. What if someone stripped him bare? Well, then he'd let them look. Even if he was seen by all, he would bear it proudly, because he would be a warrior sacrificing for justice. Yes, Charlot, you are kind, brave, honest, and joyful. A true superhero. A role model for the people. Who else could it be but me? With these thoughts, Charlot's mouth kept going. Lord Death, don't run away. Let's sit down and talk, shall we? I'm out of weapons, see? I pose no threat to you anymore. But his feet didn't slow. The black man, with 3 scalpels still stuck in him, ignored Charlot completely. If you don't appreciate kindness, you'll have to face harsher measures. Charlot's face darkened. Watching the fleeing man, Charlot gritted his teeth, crouched down, and punched his own right leg, breaking it with a sharp crack. A scream echoed in the distance as the black man, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground once again. But this time was different from before. His broken right leg didn't heal immediately. Gazing back at Charlot as he approached, the black man's terror was unmistakable. He tried to sound fierce, but his voice trembled. "Charlot, what exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Charlot approached, leaning on a branch for support, smacking his lips thoughtfully. I just wanted to see what you're made of. Congratulations, you passed my test. Now I see you really do have the strength to work with me. Cooperation." With trembling hands, he wrenched the scalpel out of Kunkin and flung it far away. The black man's face twisted, and in that moment he wished he could tear Sherlock limb from limb. That's right, cooperation. Where there is darkness, there is also light. Where shadows fall, the rays of justice break through. Where evil runs rampant, justice is born. It's only because of your cruelty that heroes can shine so bright. Because of you, there is us. Saving civilians and fighting crime never stirs the soul like a grand, sweeping battle between good and evil. Annihilating evil and calling for peace can never match the deep, thunderous performance of turning the tide. If demons don't rampage, how can heroes stand tall? And if there's no suffering in this world, where would greatness come from? The naked black man's face darkened as he clenched his right fist and asked, "So what'd I get out of this? Are you just going to play the villain again so I can bask in the spotlight?" "What you'll get." He slapped his own chest, and before the wary but unsuspecting black man could react, both he and Sherlock were hurled backward through the air. Struggling to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Sherlock laughed wildly, all composure forgotten. Infamy that will make gods and men alike seethe. Isn't infamy what a demon seeks? Do you crave praise instead of hatred? Worship instead of fear? This is a win-win plan. Finally understanding Sherlock's mode of attack, the black man halted the explosive force he'd been about to unleash on Sherlock's head. "You shameless bastard! Get away from me! You son of a bitch, Parker!" Under the black man's control, the trees put down roots and the grass grew wild, all surging towards Sherlock to ensnare him. Since hurting Sherlock would only bring himself equal pain, restraining Sherlock would give him plenty of ways to make him suffer. But before the vines could bind Sherlock, a shadow flitted silently onto the scene. Special skill cross-slash. The flash of blades not only sliced through the writhing vines, but also severed the tendons in Sherlock's hands and feet. Blood splattered everywhere as a gigantic camera locked its lens onto the naked black man. At the same time, the livestream shot once again to the top of every platform's homepage. What unfolded on screen sent chills down the spines of countless viewers who'd stumbled in by accident. Seeing the black man's naked body, everyone's eyes widened in shock. What on earth did I just click into? Is the platform really allowing this kind of explicit content now? Worst of all were those watching the CC livestream. In the very next instant, the black man's limbs were shattered, blood spraying everywhere. Sherlock, slumped on the ground beside him and pale-faced, locked his gaze on the black man. No one could see you here, right? You said you didn't feel embarrassed? Well, let me help you broadcast it to the world. Let's see if even a devil can blush with shame. To make sure this grim reaper knew exactly what was happening, the cameraman pointed skyward. In an instant, the entire sky lit up, not with sunlight, but with the glow of LED backlighting. Overhead, the sky was now a giant live screen, broadcasting a live stream in real time. A combo move, Live Madness plus the hottest guy in town. Taking one glance at the massive, naked image of himself in the sky, the black man was so stunned he couldn't even bother with his broken limbs. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Why hasn't the live stream been shut down yet? Nick Fury's face was dark as thunder, his eyes fixed grimly on the giant screen. The first incident had come out of nowhere and ended so fast they'd been caught unprepared. This time, though, they'd been ready for it. Director, it's impossible. We simply can't shut it down. Hill, wearing her Bluetooth earpiece, shook her head as she reported. We've exhausted every method, tried everything to cut off the stream. We even took the entire L Station service area offline. All other live streams have vanished, but this one refuses to go dark. Nick barked, then have the tech team analyze the environment over there and fast. We have to find them. Hill nodded, relaying fresh updates as they came in. The tech department's analysis shows that all platform livestream data is normal. In fact, even in the back end, this particular livestream doesn't appear at all. It's as if their operation has been completely severed from the platform's website. Even after shutting down the CC platform, that streaming site remains locked in, untouchable, still broadcasting. What kind of technology is this? Nick demanded, his face even darker. Their methods have gone beyond anything our techs can imagine. Not even physical interference works. It's like alien technology from the future, or some incomprehensible supernatural power on the internet. Mother, Nick spat out a curse, then ordered, keep monitoring the stream. Find that forest as soon as possible and speed up the investigation on that black man's identity. Found them, Hill reported, hand pressed to her earpiece. They're not even hiding. The epicenter of the sky phenomenon is right above Lakeview Town. The enormous naked figure hung directly over Lakeview Town. Claire and Thomas stared up, utterly dumbfounded, as the sky pulsed with the energetic BGM hop. Seeing himself in the sky, the black man's face twisted in misery. He roared at Charlo Parker. The camera switched with a quick cut. Special effect, dubbed roar. A menacing roar echoed down from the heavens, accompanied by a close-up of the black man's savage, twisted face. Blood spattered from his wounds, his injury severe, yet the camera work somehow made him look even more monstrous. And things were only about to get stranger. In his mind, Charlo commanded Venom. Venom, give me a full disguise. I'm coming on camera. The pitiful little Venom nodded meekly, then glanced at the six-winged black angel conjured up by Charlo, puffed up its cheeks, and summoned all its strength. A second later, a black stocking mask, the kind used for robberies, was pulled over Charlo's head. You call this a disguise? Even though this thing didn't obstruct his vision, the moment he appeared on the live stream, there was no way his identity would stay a secret. Venom, you useless little trash. Feeling wronged, Venom shrank back into the farthest corner of Charlo's mind. It was just a juvenile that needed time to grow. The black stocking mask was already the limit of its abilities. Beside him, the cameraman raised his palm. Special effect, mosaic. After a quick experiment, Charlo confirmed it worked. Next to the image of the naked man, a flickering mosaic censored the view. The Black Reaper looked up at the live feed in the sky. He squeezed his legs together, desperately trying to cover his most vulnerable parts. Seeing Charlo's body covered in digital blur, the Reaper gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, solemn and divine. You shameless devil with no bottom line. How dare you try to corrupt everyone's eyes with your own body? You impersonate the Reaper to slaughter innocents. Harvest lives through your so-called Reaper's game and toy with souls. But now I, Iron Gut Rail Knight, together with Livestream Hero, have exposed your sinister plot. Your vile deeds have been revealed to the world. Your end is at hand. Prepare to meet your doom, devil. As Charlo spoke, his expression turned fierce. Special effect cross-cut silhouette. In the blink of an eye, Charlo's limbs were sliced from his body. The black man let out a howl of despair, his dismembered body broadcast live for all to see. The next moment, Charlo, pale and trembling from pain, canceled the shared experience skill and quickly boosted both his strength and constitution by 1 point each. Blood surged back, arms and legs snapped into place. Though the psychological trauma lingered, Charlot was physically restored. The cameraman, now for the livestream hero, followed up with another special effect, crosscut silhouette, aimed right at the black man's head. A cross-shaped gash appeared, and suddenly, a massive black demon burst out of the black man's skin as if his body were just a balloon being popped. Chunks of flesh clung to this creature as it tore itself free. Everyone watching the stream was stunned and horrified. What they thought was a deranged torture show turned out to be a real demonic encounter, truly terrifying. Viewer numbers skyrocketed. Now, in its true form, the demon's limbs regenerated, and it instantly grew to 6 meters tall. Its whole body radiated dark energy. Its face was monstrous, eyes glowing blood red, fangs dripping crimson from its mouth. Folds and bone spikes jutted from its back, and its entire form loomed black as a mountain. Its body was massive, but its ribs stuck out starkly from its abdomen, as if threatening to burst from within at any moment. A pair of thick, muscular arms, crimson as blood and brimming with overwhelming strength, came crashing down toward Charlotte's head like a mountain bearing down from the sky. But in the very next instant, despite his massive size, all the demon's strength and vitality drained away as if vanishing into thin air. Once again, Charlotte had used a skill share on him. The effect was nearly enough to make the Reaper cough up blood in sheer fury. He cursed out loud. "Charlotte, you're completely shameless. You despicable, unscrupulous human." One move after another, each more infuriating than the last, left the demon's liver burning with rage. Seeing the situation for what it was, the demon no longer hesitated, darkness swirling around him as he spun on his heels and bolted into the distance. Charlotte's methods were simply too nefarious, stripping the demon of the courage to face him head-on. As Charlotte watched his opponent flee at top speed, his expression remained cold and unreadable. He strode forward, silent as death itself, his icy gaze fixed on the demon's retreating figure. If a human's clothing is his battle armor, then, for a naked demon, what could be considered as armor? In a live stream, the streamer leisurely raised his hand. The moment Charlotte canceled the sharing skill, he closed his hand softly in the direction the Reaper was fleeing. With an almost casual sound, blood sprayed from the demon's entire body. A deep fissure split not only the demon's scalp, but also his entire skin. With nothing to stop him, the Reaper burst out of his own demon hide like a battering ram, exposing the raw flesh and organs beneath. A piercing, agonized scream echoed across the heavens. A whole, intact demon skin crashed heavily to the ground. This gruesome act of flaying was broadcast live to the entire world, leaving everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. The comments section exploded with frenzied messages. Many people had only just come to terms with the terrifying reality that demons existed in this world. Before they had time to feel more than a few seconds of fear, the streamer lifted a hand, and a perfect demon skin hit the ground. Two Charlottes advanced in unison, step by step, toward the panicked Reaper. But before they could get any closer, something utterly unexpected happened again. A pale hand burst through the ground, plunged through the now unprotected flesh, and seized the Reaper's heart in a single, unyielding grip. "No, you promised me. There's a contract between us." Blood gushed from his mouth as the Reaper howled in utter despair. That pale hand gave Charlotte a strange sense of déjà vu. Its appearance was almost identical to the one that had dragged him down when the meteor fell. The air filled with a suffocating stench of sulfur, so thick it seemed even the air currents twisted and shimmered with a faint yellow glow in the oppressive heat. It was as if the entire world was being dragged into hell by that single hand, everything around burning to ash. Another cruel, demonic voice rang out. "Our contract, oh, it's still in effect. The agreement was that you would prepare a vessel for my descent. I do the choosing, you do the work. But now, you have already brought me this vessel, haven't you?" With a squeeze of the palm, it was as if the heart was swallowed whole by that hand, along with every bit of the Reaper's flesh and blood, dragged forcefully down into the earth. A pale face flickered past, its gaze heavy with meaning lingering on Charlot for a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. On the ground, all that remained was a blood-soaked demon's hide. Charlot turned to glance at livestream hero. Their eyes met. Even as the stream's viewership soared and the broadcast ended in a flash, only Charlot's cool, solitary figure remained. Charlot rolled up the demon's hide from the ground, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. Surprisingly, this thing was rather heavy. An hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived in Lakeview Town. However, The first place they found was not the battlefield where Charlot had skinned his foe, but instead the crater where Venom had crashed. Nick stood at the edge of the pit, his expression dark and fathomless as an abyss. Behind him, Coulson and Hill exchanged information on every detail. This crater is all wrong. It shouldn't be this small, and it definitely shouldn't have landed here. Holding a device, a researcher with graying hair and reading glasses looked utterly baffled. This just doesn't make any scientific sense. It defies logic. The pit is far too small. It's absolutely bizarre. He scratched his thinning hair, muttering loudly to himself. It should have landed with a tremendous boom, blasting everything around sky high. But look at this. Only a pit just over 20 meters wide. My God, something is definitely off here. Nick paid no mind to the frustrated researcher. Instead, he felt more certain than ever. A meteorite able to alter its landing site, even its speed, apart from human intervention, Nick could think of no other explanation. Director, with his trademark genial smile, Coulson stepped forward, casting a glance at the ominous meteorite being tested in the pit, and said with a light laugh, "Just now, the terrorists who kidnapped Tony Stark released a video. We can confirm that Mr. Stark is currently being held in Afghanistan, but our tech team is still analyzing the footage and user data. It's proving difficult to extract anything useful." After a long moment of silence, Nick said at once, "Then arrest Obadiah Stane directly." This, Coulson hesitated, his face blank for a moment, then reasoned. "But we don't have any evidence linking Mr. Stane to Mr. Stark's abduction. We can't confirm that Mr. Stane is really Charlot Parker, Coulson." "Mr. Parker?" According to Smith's latest reports, Spider-Man is still causing trouble in New York. He may have questionable morals, but he's definitely not Mr. Parker. One-eyed Nick turned around, his gaze settling heavily on Coulson as he spoke in a grave tone. "Do you still remember the prophecy made by Charlot Parker?" "Of course I do." Coulson nodded in confusion, a faint smile on his lips. "That was just a child's little joke, Director Nick. Are we really going to take it seriously? A little joke." Nick repeated the words, his face stern as he shook his head. In the depths of his eye, no one could tell what he was contemplating as he continued. "It is no longer just a joke." "What?" Coulson felt his heart skip a beat. He stepped forward unconsciously, his pupils narrowing sharply. "Do you mean that besides Mr. Stark's abduction, other parts of the prophecy have come true?" Letting out a slow breath, Nick's voice turned deep and mysterious. "We found the very plane that Captain America, Steve Rogers, last piloted, buried in the Arctic. As unbelievable as it sounds, he was still aboard the aircraft. And what's more, we discovered that although the captain was frozen beneath layers of ice, his heart still beats, faintly but unmistakably. Coulson, Captain America, Steve Rogers, the legend of another era, the superhero every American looks up to, he is truly coming back to life." Before the excited Coulson could press for more, Nick turned his back, his eyes fixed on the meteorite at the bottom of the pit, making sure no one could see his expression, and continued. "Do you also remember the sudden Lizardman incident back then? The one who died, whose identity was never discovered. Do you recall what he said? Lizardmen are hiding among humans." "Coulson, at first we all dismissed it as a hoax. Yet Congress still ordered the CIA, FBI, and Department of Defense to conduct a joint investigation. And once again, the truth proved it was no mere rumor. The Lizardmen are real. New York has truly been infiltrated and replaced by unknown extraterrestrials. When our joint task force conducted high-level screenings for Lizardmen, we actually found them. Another prophecy fulfilled. And then, the British Thunder God fighter jet was successfully tested and landed safely. The Purple Man is now lurking somewhere in New York. With the power to control anyone, he wields the ability to influence the fate of countless people." And finally, Nick fell silent, his lips pressed together as the Olympics loomed on the horizon, poised for takeoff. Coulson's expression shifted again and again, until at last it grew solemn. "So, Charlot truly has the ability to foresee the future?" "We can't rule anything out, Coulson. But more importantly, it's not just about predicting the future. It's about having the power to change it. Otherwise, we'll always be pawns of fate. Tony Stark, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, the Purple Man, the Lizard Doctor, Charlot, the Reaper, the Streamer." One incident after another flashed through Nick's mind, and one name grew ever clearer, Charlot Parker. Nick opened his mouth and said, "Right now, the most important thing is to rescue Tony Stark." "Huh?" Coulson asked with a hint of confusion. "Shouldn't we find Sherlock first?" Nick shook his head and replied, "Since Sherlock specifically mentioned Tony Stark's name in the prophecy, only his name, and his kidnapping, then Tony must be the key to what's coming. Mobilize all our agents. We have to ensure Tony Stark's safety, no matter what." Flipping through the Reaper file in his hands, Nick's expression was grave. The Reaper had previously acted with subtlety, keeping a low profile. In fact, Flight 180 was the first high-profile Reaper event by any measure. As for the car accident on Highway 180 that followed, the police doubted Kimberly's account and hadn't even reported up the chain. After all, accidents happen every day, countless, really. There's no way every single one could be credited to the Reaper's handiwork. Later, the Reaper simply wiped out the remaining victims in one fell swoop, drawing attention only from a few tabloids. Back when the Flight 180 incident happened, S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched agents to investigate, try to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes. But in the end, the official conclusion was that everything was indeed just a tragic accident. No trace of human manipulation could be found. No one imagined then that behind these abrupt freak deaths, a demon was at work. A runaway roller coaster, a malfunctioning escalator, a gas explosion, a falling piece of gym equipment. All of this made Nick wonder. If he ever faced such a sudden, seemingly coincidental Reaper attack, would he be able to escape? No, there's no way he could dodge something like that. So why hadn't the Reaper targeted him, or gone after even more prominent figures? Was it because the Reaper couldn't, or didn't dare? Was there something it was afraid of? Hey, George. Standing by the water, washing the demon hide, Sherlock picked up George's call. With meteors falling and demons live streaming, George, stranded on the roadside with Carter, couldn't help but worry about Gwen and Sherlock's safety. Rubbing his temples, George watched Carter chasing after the spare tire that had rolled away, growing anxious as he asked, "Sherlock, you two didn't run into any trouble, did you? I can't get through to Gwen, so I figure I'd check in with you." "Oh," Sherlock flicked the demon hide and curled his lips into a smile. "Little Gwen? She's been admitted to a psychiatric hospital." "What?" George's mind went blank, utterly confused, though oddly, not all that surprised. "As long as you're okay." "So, did something happen recently?" George asked calmly. In his line of sight, the spare tire rolled up the hill and then bounced back down, with Carter in hot pursuit, both headed right toward him. Studying the tough, resilient demon hide, Charlot replied, "It's nothing too serious. I was nearly struck by a meteor, then got hunted down by a demon called Death. In the end, she sacrificed herself temporarily to protect me and checked herself into a mental hospital. Honestly, I think she's really enjoying her time there." "So many dangers?" "I always knew Charlot was a walking disaster." George's tone paused for a moment. He watched in disbelief as Carter dashed off after the spare tire once again, lost in thought. Maybe I should keep Gwen farther away from Charlot in the future and have her hang out with Carter instead. "All right, which mental hospital are you two locked up in? I'll come get you out right now." George sighed. It wasn't just his age. Lately, nothing seemed to be going his way. He couldn't shake the feeling that fate itself was targeting him. Maybe it was time to take Gwen to church, say some prayers, attend a service, and cleanse themselves of bad luck. "No need, George," Charlot answered, thumping his chest with a hearty smack. "Don't worry, I'll look after Gwen. In fact, I'll have her scared out of hiding in no time." In George's line of sight, the spare tire finally collided with Carter, pinning her right in the middle of the road. She waved frantically, desperately calling out to George for help. Expressionless, George strode toward Carter, speaking into his phone. "Just remind Gwen what she promised me. She's supposed to check in with me every single day. And Charlot, your behavior's been getting riskier and riskier lately. Remember, I don't ever want to see your face on the evening news. If I do, I'll personally hand you over to the police." With that, George hung up. Charlot put away his phone with a pout, then picked up the giant, freshly cleaned demon hide and held it up to the sun. The thick, heavy demon hide let in not a sliver of light, leaving Charlot a bit disappointed. He shrugged and slung the hide over his shoulders. Pulling the demon's facial hood over his head, a wicked grin crept across Charlot's lips. This was the hide of a demon over 6 meters tall, draped over him. It dwarfed even the largest of blankets. With a smirk, Charlot slipped his arms into makeshift boots and gloves. Suddenly, his body seemed to swell and expand, the black demon hide stretching to cover his newfound bulk. Skill card. Lizard Parker. Woo! Little Venom squealed with excitement, thin black tendrils weaving across the demon hide, stitching and binding the battle suit, even tighter to Charlot's massive frame. Un physique, 79. Venom. All attributes +1. No matter whose hand that invading demon death belonged to, one thing was certain. They were a demon, and they definitely meant him no good. Although Charlotte had previously live-streamed the existence of demons, she felt this was still far from enough. She thought she ought to really spread the word about demons, maybe stir up a little trouble for them. Of course, the best part was this was just too much fun. Apart from a massive tail that was utterly impossible to hide, the rest of Charlotte's body no longer showed a trace of her lizard man form. She now looked every bit like a different, hulking demon. Spreading her hands wide, she gazed at her pitch-black palm and flashed a savage grin. "Ghost Spider, your lizard Parker is back again." Meanwhile, another Charlotte, pale-faced and frantic, dashed toward Claire's car. She jumped in, shouting breathlessly, "Claire, we have to go. That black man is actually a demon." Claire eyed Charlotte with a hint of suspicion. Having just witnessed the massive live stream in the sky, she knew the black man was a demon, but she was starting to wonder about Charlotte's own identity. "Weren't you just the superhero who defeated that demon a moment ago? Another demon has taken over his body. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." From deep within the forest, Charlotte's howl echoed under the sky. Sharing in Charlotte's emotions, the little symbiote resonated with her mood, absorbing every sensation. With its tiny mouth wide open, it too let out a matching howl to the heavens. Afterwards, Charlotte sat by the pool, curling up with her hands tucked in, silently waiting for the story to move forward. After all, the actors had yet to take the stage. The villain need not appear too soon. Though a little embarrassed, Charlotte realized she might actually enjoy playing the villain's part. Inside the car, Charlotte was immersed in her performance. The curse of death has faded, but this demon's nature is obsessive. He's still after us. We must face the demon's relentless pursuit, and this one, who has seized the Reaper's body, is especially powerful. He'll devour each of us in the order we were meant to die. So right now, we have to get back to the mental institution, pick up Gwen, and run for it. Looking at Charlotte's upright, good-natured face, Claire's cheeks flushed as she decided to trust her. After all, the moment the Reaper died, she really had felt a weight lift from her body, as if invisible shackles had suddenly vanished. Even her cheeks were now glowing with health. A demon's pursuit? She wasn't all that concerned. To Claire, the unknown fear of death was always more terrifying than any demon she could see. Far away in the mental institution, Gwen sat pouting, nervously picking at her fingers. Charlotte hadn't been gone all that long, and Gwen had no idea what was happening outside. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that Charlotte had somehow tricked her into being left here. So, with a quiet huff, she drew little circles for Charlotte on the floor, cursing her under her breath. Of course, at this moment, she had no idea that Charlotte had matched her with a worthy adversary. Both Charlottes were eagerly preparing to play with her, ready to savor the excitement of this peculiar holiday adventure together. The vehicle sped down the road, racing swiftly toward the Manhwareccap psychiatric hospital. Although Charlotte had assured her that the deadly curse had been lifted, the uneventful journey still left Claire heaving a sigh of relief. Only she knew the kind of life she'd been living before, the lengths she'd gone to just to survive. She had spent the fortune left by her companions to purchase the entire psychiatric hospital, painstakingly crafting a sanctuary where she could finally feel safe. She had imagined countless ways she might meet her end, sitting in an empty hospital room every day, her nerves constantly on edge, fearing a satellite might fall from the sky or a meteor come crashing down deep in the mountains. Eventually, the anxiety wore her down, leaving her thoughts muddled and her spirit frayed. But now, it was finally over. The threat she faced had become something tangible, something she could see and touch, like a fearsome boss in a game suddenly, revealing its health bar after a long barrage of special attacks. Oddly enough, that brought her a strange sense of comfort, her eyes shining with relief. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Charlotte, sensing that the time had come, finally set off, dashing directly back the way she had come. At the very same spot where Charlotte had previously clashed with death, a different group of unexpected visitors arrived. They moved with caution, collecting the devil's blood that still stained the ground. Charlotte's own blood had already vanished, removed by the refresh mechanism of her enhanced abilities. Nick and his team were completely unaware that Charlotte had already returned to Manhwareccap. The only news they'd received was that Charlotte and Gwen had been attacked by death at a roadside motel, and had since fled along the highway, likely heading to their next destination. Harry and the other two had spoken with Charlotte before, and had long since rented a new pickup truck, packed up the luggage for 5, and left. Their route was smooth and untroubled, and by now they'd arrived in Raccoon Town, joining in the local festival and enjoying a rare moment of happiness. Suddenly, a strange sound rippled through the forest, but the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had no time to react. Charlotte's figure flashed past like a bolt of lightning, racing down the road at blinding speed. By the time he came to an eager halt, he found himself standing not far from Nick. Both groups, completely taken by surprise, stood there, staring at one another in disbelief. Charlotte's mind raced furiously, searching for a solution. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were genuinely stunned by the sight of Charlotte's massive, demonic form. Nick was the quickest to respond. He dove instinctively to the side, drew the blue pistol from his belt without hesitation, and fired at Charlotte. A streak of blue energy shot out, only to be effortlessly blocked by Charlotte's raised right arm. With his plan in mind, Charlotte quickly slipped into character, his gaze turning cold and menacing as he nonchalantly shook off his hand. Standing tall, he offered the shield agents a graceful nod, his posture commanding as he looked down on each of them with a condescending gaze. Nick raised a hand, halting the agents' urge to attack. Their firearms, after all, could hardly make a dent in a demon's hide. Charlotte glanced at Nick, a chilling smile curling on his lips as he spoke. "It's our first meeting, but I'm sure you've all heard my name before." "That's right, Nicholas Stanislav, the demon from hell. I am the archdemon who presides over and punishes the souls of traitors. Today, I've taken the liberty of descending here in my earthly avatar. It's truly an honor to meet you all, my devoted admirers in the mortal world. Keep up the good work. I still require many more souls of betrayers to savor." The mention of traitor souls made Nick's heart skip a beat, his expression darkening. He understood exactly what Charlotte meant. Every spy was destined for hell, destined to become a feast for the demon before him. And Nick Fury was the greatest spy of them all. Charlotte's cruel smile widened as he continued to embellish his persona. "Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Maria Hill. Ah, yes. You're all listed on my menu. Never did I imagine that one day I could stand here, face to face with my mortal worshippers. Heavens, I can hardly wait to taste you in hell. Do you have any special requests? Personally, I love a whole roast human, stuffed with soybeans, the skin brushed evenly with my secret spice rub, perfect control of the fire. Tell me, should I sprinkle on a little extra cumin?" Nick felt a chill in his heart, but remained unfazed as he asked, "Demon, what brings you to the mortal realm? Are you here simply to choose your next meal?" "Of course not," Charlotte replied with a nonchalant nod, his eyes sweeping the room. "But I must say, your souls do have a delightful scent. I especially savor the darkness of your guilt and sorrow." As he spoke, Charlotte turned, his gaze deep and penetrating as he looked at Nick. "And then, to taste your secret memories, to inhale the subtle fragrance of your despair. Damn, I could devour your souls right now. But unfortunately, I have a mission to complete for Blackheart first." "Blackheart?" Nick's brow furrowed slightly. "Don't you dare say you haven't heard of him." Before Nick could answer, Charlotte cut him off with a harsh rebuke. Eyes brimming with reverence, Charlotte introduced. "Blackheart is the son conjured from evil itself by Mephisto, Lord of Hell. He has always sought to unravel the very essence of evil and commands the power to corrupt souls. He is among the mightiest rulers of Hell. Sadly, the cunning Mephisto discovered Blackheart's growing strength and ruthlessly stripped him of his power. So, now Blackheart wants to recruit the righteous and kind-hearted superheroes of the human world to join him on a journey to hell and defeat Mephisto, driving Mephisto out and regaining his own strength, becoming even more powerful. And I am the recruiter he sent." With these words, Charlotte wasted no time and launched a surprise attack. As a demon, he found all of this perfectly ordinary, not feeling the slightest pang of conscience. But Coulson and the others, already prepared, immediately opened fire. Bullets struck Charlotte, knocking him out of the air and sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it, his frail body. Charlotte, feigning defeat, quickly retreated. A mysterious smile played on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Nick Fury and said, "By the way, would you like to make a deal with me? With my help, you can have anything your heart desires. In exchange, you'll simply need to offer me more souls of traitors. A deal where you can't possibly lose." Yet another blue laser beam shot towards Charlotte, but he raised his hand and blocked it with ease. Nick's voice was cold as steel. "We don't make deals with demons." Charlotte threw his head back and let out that signature villainous laugh, a chilling, echoing cackle. "That's only because you've never had the chance to bargain with the devil. What you see here is merely my avatar. My true form remains in hell. And you, a band of traitors, dare to challenge me? It only makes me enjoy your betrayal all the more. When you're dead, I'll take great delight in twisting your souls, drawing out every last drop of darkness from within you." "We're not afraid," Nick shouted back, firing his gun as he spoke, his voice resolute. "We're willing to sacrifice everything for justice. Even if we end up in hell after death, that's a problem for another day. Devil, you'll never shake our unwavering resolve." "You say it like it's true. Who are you kidding?" Charlotte maintained his cold smile, keeping up his persona as he cast his tempting words to those gathered before him. "You may be unshakable, but what about them?" He stared at the shield agents firing at him, ignoring the sparks dancing off his body and the ache in his chest. Standing his ground, Charlotte declared proudly, "Fools, your earthly weapons are useless against a demon, especially a great demon like myself. Think carefully. There's no real enmity between us. Wiping you all out would bring me no benefit. On the contrary, as long as you live, you keep sending a steady stream of traitors' souls to hell for me. As long as you exist, darkness and power will corrupt you, making your souls all the more delectable. In truth, you should be standing by my side. I would never squander such a feast ahead of time. The path you're on now will only bring endless misfortune upon you in the future. For you, even death might be just the beginning. As Charlotte spoke, with that cruel expression on his face, one of the devout agents grew more and more pale. Even the gunfire aimed at Charlotte no longer sounded as relentless as before. Charlotte seemed to discover something amusing. He blinked and continued to tempt them with his words. Do you know the pleasures that executives and senators enjoy? Have you ever lived the life of fast cars and beautiful women? Have you experienced the wild parties in the entertainment circles? Day after day, you live among gunpowder and smoke, licking your wounds in the face of death, and all you earn is a world where the capitalists can indulge themselves even more. And of all those high-ranking officials you risk your lives to protect, who among them ever truly cares that you exist? The words of a demon aren't worth believing. Keep up the attack. Nick shot a fierce glance at the agents behind him, his face darkening as he barked the order. Charlotte curled his lip, looking at Nick with utter disdain. Look at that face. Just look at this guy. Your bullets can't even pierce my skin, yet he keeps urging you to fire. He doesn't care about your lives at all. Unlike me, I actually feel sorry for each of you, my brothers, because every single soul among you is precious to me. Take a good look at his expression. Think about the way he's always acted. Seeing the agent's erratic aim and grim faces, as well as Nick's expression, Charlotte let out a cold laugh and went on. Right now, you're already hesitating, and he can see it too. When you get back, he'll definitely find a way to hold you accountable. You risked your lives shooting at me, a demon, but gained nothing. And now you'll have to face punishment as well. Why keep sacrificing yourself for this guy? Why not? End him right here. If you kill him, even if you die in the future, at least you'll join me in hell, and we'll enjoy the devil's pleasures together. Ha ha ha! You can't even imagine the joy that awaits you. Damn it! Nick cursed under his breath, his expression as dark as a thundercloud. He shouted at the top of his lungs. He's a demon, just a demon. It's our duty to protect this world. Demons are born to tempt people into evil. But trust me, I swear I won't hold you responsible when we return. Charlotte cut him off loudly. He's still talking about duty, still promising not to hold you responsible. Charlotte asked in a low, haunting voice, do you really believe him? Nick clenched his jaw, a chill running down his spine. He kept firing his laser bullets at Charlotte and ordered, it looks like bullets really are useless against this demon. You go first, Coulson, Hill, and I will cover your retreat. Bullets had no effect on Charlotte, but for Nick, it was a different story entirely. Realizing this, Nick gave the order for his agents to fall back. Hearing Nick's order, several agents stood up, but the last agent paused, his gaze fixed on Charlot, who had remained motionless. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sensing the look, Charlot returned his gaze, his slit-like eyes aglow with molten gold, wearing a playful smile. When he needs you, he'll push you to the front. Even if you're of no use, he'll still drag you along. But the moment you pose a threat to him, he won't hesitate to have you fall back, to leave you behind. He wants to use your lives to distract me. Take a good look at his dark face. Is it worth it? Is he really a good leader? Can you really look forward to a bright future working under someone so cold and heartless? Not to mention, the work you do is already dancing with death. Even if he claims he won't hold it against you, he'll still harbor resentment. Aren't you afraid that one day he'll send you off to die, quietly and without a word? Life in this world is already so bitter. Why cling to it? Take this black devil with you, and come enjoy the pleasures of hell with me. You must sense it. He's already begun to suspect you. And what if he actually uncovers something? The last agent's expression hardened. Without warning, he snapped his gun up and fired at Nick. But Nick, ready for trouble, rolled aside and in the same motion, shot the agent in the head. The other agents, who had just been preparing to withdraw, immediately vanished from sight, scrambling to find cover. Charlot grinned wickedly. Now someone's already claimed a seat of honor, heading to hell for some fun with me. Aren't the rest of you tempted to join in? Just look at the black devil. He's been on guard against you all this time. You risk your lives for him, and yet. A gunshot cut Charlot off. Coulson glared at him and declared, don't worry. I promise you'll be safe. Hill spoke up as well. We've long known Bieber was suspicious. We've been investigating him all along. He was a mole planted by another organization. We just never wanted to alert him. Our real enemy is the demon standing before us. Nick, ignoring the high-strung tension behind him, stood up and fixed Charlot with an icy stare, demanding, what exactly do you know and what do you want? Charlot threw his head back and laughed, his tone teasing. She says they've always been investigating Bieber, which means they've been watching you all too. They never really trusted you. Now that Bieber's made his move, do you really think you can still keep it secret? Do you really believe you won't be implicated? Nick gritted his teeth. Damn this demon. Another fierce gunfight erupted. With chaos breaking out, the agents, long accustomed to suspicion and subterfuge, could no longer tell friend from foe. Bullets flew in all directions, aimed at anyone who seemed even the slightest bit suspicious. One after another, people fell to the ground, disbelief etched across their faces. The chaos spread. With a savage grin, Charlotte shouted loudly, "That's right, just like that. Kill, kill. The murder of one is a crime, but the slaughter of thousands makes a hero. As long as everyone here is dead, no one will ever know what happened. Only blood can bury the darkness of sin." In the blink of an eye, several more were lying in pools of blood. Even a few of the researchers, helpless and desperate, drew their weapons and joined the fray, only to meet a grisly end almost instantly. The King of Spies certainly lived up to his name. Though Nick was targeted by many, he suffered only a bullet wound to his left leg. His aim was flawless, his resolve ruthless. He quickly took down the elite agents attacking him, leading Coulson and the others to seize the upper hand. Good old Coulson barely had anyone shooting at him, and, to be fair, he barely fired a shot himself. At last, as the smoke of battle cleared, only Nick, Coulson, Hill, and 2 other SHIELD agents were left standing. Everyone else had perished in the chaos, a bloodbath sparked by Hydra agents desperate to keep their secrets. Of course, the real reason so many opened fire was that Charlotte's words had wormed into their hearts. Nick, gritting his teeth and limping forward, watched as beams of laser fire flashed across Charlotte's lips. Staring at this demon who had no intention of lifting a finger, Nick's fury reached its peak. "Mother, are you satisfied now? You piece of shit. Tell me, what is it you really want?" Charlotte sneered, the corners of his mouth curling up as he fixed Nick with a contemptuous gaze. "Nick, I want nothing. I simply enjoy watching you humans turn on one another. After all, isn't that what you do best? Look at you now. When it comes to traitors, you'd rather trust the dead than the living survivors. So tell me, what was this sudden shootout really for? What meaning is there in the sacrifice of innocence? Were you truly tempted by my words, or was something already buried deep within their hearts?" With a devil smile, Charlotte spoke softly. "For those who keep secrets in their hearts, did they truly want to go down fighting? Didn't they realize, when they pulled the trigger, that they were sealing their own fates? Did they ever really think they could be your match? They know exactly how strong you are. Once they realized they were exposed, trapped with no escape, why not make their end more meaningful, turning certain death into a final sacrifice? Nick, you're always filled with doubt. But now, don't you wonder if this was all an elaborate ruse, a desperate gambit to bury the deepest agents even further, just earn your trust? Isn't it amusing?" A cold shiver ran through everyone's heart. Nick's face was grim as he stared hard at Charlotte, silent. He couldn't help it. Doubt had already begun to take root in his mind. Behind Nick, aside from Coulson, everyone was injured. Hearing Charlot's words, the 2 surviving agents couldn't help but grow somber. Is this what a devil is? Is this truly a demon from the depths of hell? The demon hadn't even lifted a finger, yet SHIELD agents had already been all but wiped out. Ha ha! They helped you kill your own comrades. And what did they get in return? Nothing but your eternal suspicion. Was it worth it? Why not kill these 2 as well? Keeping around people who have started to resent you will only bring you harm. There's no benefit at all. Charlot wore a look that said, "I'm only doing this for your own good." Cold dread crept over the 2 agents behind him, and they couldn't help but reach for their belts. "Silence. Damn you, devil. I trust them with my life." Nick barked sharply. Looking at the group before him, the demon Charlot was far from giving up. He cast his gaze at Coulson, who stood silent. Then, with a look of disdain, shifted his attention to Hill. The moment Charlot opened his mouth, Hill's wounded face darkened. "Beautiful lady, you're in your 30s now, a seasoned agent truly. Ever thought about joining me? I'm still looking for a madam to run my place." Faced with Hill's furious retort, Charlot only shook his head in disappointment. Couldn't even handle a bit of teasing. At this point, it was almost impossible to sway these agents. They were far too wary of him. "How dull." With a playful grin, Charlot exclaimed, "Oh my, it's just like they say down in hell. Humans are so easy to fool. Whatever I say, you believe it, just like that. Huh, there are no traitor demons in hell. I just made that up to toy with you. If you just think for a moment, use your brains, you'd realize I was only having a bit of fun at your expense." Charlot's sly smile struck a nerve with everyone, making Nick feel almost sick with rage. No wonder we devils love playing with humans. You're just too amusing. Seeing the group's grim faces and the crestfallen look on Coulson's, Charlot's tone shifted and he burst out laughing. You fell for it again. You did. Ha. You believe me again. Cackling with a chilling, piercing voice, Charlot leapt lightly into the air. Here's the truth. The only reason I don't make a move is that I can't harm ordinary people directly. But I'll be back to play with you some other time. You all are simply too much fun. Sadly, I have business to attend to now, so this devil must bid you farewell. With that, Charlot's form flickered, turning into a streak of black light that shot away, vanishing before their eyes. No need to chase him. Nick raised his hand to stop them. Not that anyone wanted to give chase. The group stood there, gazing at the bodies of the fallen agents scattered around them, their hearts heavy and their faces full of complex emotions. Everyone on the ground had fallen by the hands of their own comrades. The demon had only to utter a few words, and he brought them devastating losses. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts, as they all now understood the true terror of the demon and would forever remember the face of the devil named Charlot. Turning to look at the corpse of his elite agent lying nearby, Nick spoke with a grim expression. Let's clean up here first. This was my failure as a commander. I never expected that the demon truly possessed the power to corrupt hearts. It's because of this oversight that we've suffered such a heavy loss. When we return, I will personally submit a report detailing the dangers posed by the demon. And I'll make sure everyone remembers, demons cannot be trusted. If encountered, deploy heavy weaponry and eliminate them immediately. Catching a glimpse of the subtle emotions flickering across Nick's face, Coulson stepped forward to support Nick, who was now limping. Secure the area, Coulson instructed. Nick's single eye swept over the 3 bodies scattered across the ground. Leaning in close to Coulson, he whispered, keep a close watch on them. Shield needs a thorough screening. Every word from the demon might have a purpose. I'm starting to suspect there's a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's expression grew tense as he asked, Including Hill? Including Hill, Nick replied, his face darkening with dread. He now believed that the demon was the most dangerous being in the world, capable of manipulating hearts and blurring the line between truth and lies. I'll get in touch with my former superior, Alexander Pierce, the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to run a full evaluation of everyone. The truth is, I don't know who we can trust anymore. Everyone will be screened, even me and even you. Of course, it's not impossible that the demon is simply playing a cruel trick on us. Meanwhile, the psychiatric hospital in Lakeview Town stood in tranquil harmony, a stark contrast to the chaos of the outside world. So calm and untouched it felt like a secluded paradise crafted by Claire. The demon Charlot had raced here at breakneck speed, and now lay low, sneaking at the edge of a small hill, peering his massive demonic head toward the hospital grounds. Inside the facility, Charlot grabbed Gwen and Kimberly by the arms, hurriedly pulling the 2 bewildered victims toward a car. After their previous long journey, Claire's car had run out of fuel, so this time their getaway vehicle was Thompson's police cruiser. Charlot, what's going on? Gwen called out as she ran alongside him toward the police car. There's no time to explain. Get in the car now. Without another word, Charlot shoved Kimberly and Gwen into the back seat, then pushed Thompson aside and climbed into the driver's seat himself. With the car door slammed shut, he wasted no time, grabbing some paper and hunkering down to get started. Gwen gripped the metal bars of the small window, poking her head out from the back seat, her confusion growing deeper now that she was locked inside. The engine roared to life, the vehicle kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped away, and at just the right moment, the demon Charlot leapt out into action. Blocking the car, he shouted at the crowd. Zow! The police car shot out from beneath the demon's massive tail. Gwen couldn't help but glance back, staring through the rear windshield at the enormous demon towering nearly 8 meters high, her face full of shock. Could someone please explain what on earth was happening right now? She'd only been in the mental hospital for a few hours. How the world outside suddenly descended into such chaos. Even demons were appearing. Had she really lost her mind? Was this all just her hallucination? But then, as the demon grinned at her with a twisted, menacing smile, Gwen turned back around. No, she wasn't crazy. There really were demons in this world. With one hand on the wheel, Charlotte caught Gwen's gaze in the rearview mirror for a brief instant. Both couldn't help but curve their lips into matching, wicked smiles. Charlotte spun the front of the car, narrowly dodging the demon's tail as it crashed down from above. Thanks to that, the police car veered off the road, racing through the grassy field where Gwen and Charlotte had come from, speeding toward the wild, open land. Let's go. Venom, now a little bigger, shouted gleefully. Demon Charlotte stuck out her tongue, taking off in pursuit, her body swaying with delight. Charlotte yanked the steering wheel hard, and amidst cries of alarm from everyone in the car, pulled off a slick drift to dodge another of the demon's attacks. One more twist, and she slipped past perfectly. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, It seemed that every move the demon made was already in Charlotte's calculations. The others looked at her with admiration in their eyes. Being chased at close range by a terrifying demon 8 meters tall. Who could possibly keep calm? All their hearts were pounding in their throats. Thank goodness they had Charlotte. Under Charlotte's hands, the police car surged forward like a roller coaster, toying with the demon chasing behind them. With a sharp turn, the demon lunged, leaping right over the car roof, flashing a toothy, ferocious grin at the passengers inside. Heh-Heh-Heh, I'm the devil. No laughing aloud. As if you're not the one laughing. The tires screeched, kicking up clouds of dust. With a 180-degree drift, the car spun around, leaving the demon coughing in the dust, and with hopeful eyes on Charlotte, they sped off again. The screams trapped in everyone's throats transformed into cheers of exhilaration. Charlotte, you're a mass. Before the compliment could finish, the speeding car hit a rock, spinning out of control and nearly flipping over. In a flash, the demon lunged forward, grabbing the police car in its massive hand and pinning it to the ground. That was close, almost tipped over. Charlotte sprang out the car door, shouting heroically, "Demon, let them go. If you have the guts, come after me instead." The demon let out a cold, mocking laugh. What a boring provocation. Did you really think I'd fall for that? Heh-Heh-Heh. Watching Charlotte run off, the demon took off in hot pursuit, dashing after her with wild abandon. That's right. I will. Heh-Heh-Heh. Once the two had disappeared from sight, Tom, whose legs were still trembling, finally managed to get out of the car. He opened the back door of the police cruiser, the kind that couldn't be opened from the inside. Gwen was the first to step out. She glanced anxiously in the direction the demon had gone, then looked to the others and asked, "So, can someone please tell me what exactly just happened?" "It was a demon." Claire swallowed hard. Being chased by that thing had sent her adrenaline surging, but compared to the nerve-wracking cat-and-mouse game with the Reaper, almost being taken out by a demon didn't seem quite as terrifying. Kimberly, however, was in the worst shape of them all. She had collapsed in the back seat of the police car, clutching her head, so frightened she was on the verge of losing control, until Tom, having regained some composure, helped her out of the vehicle. Huge handprints were stamped into the hood of the police car, and all 4 wheels, along with the undercarriage, had been pressed deep into the muddy ground. The one cursing us with this deadly crisis was a demon. There was a superhero who defeated it, but then another demon seized his body, the very one who's chasing us now. Claire explained, trying to steady her breath. She gritted her teeth and looked toward where Charlotte had gone. We have to find a way to help Charlotte. For our safety in the future, we must defeat this monster. Gwen nodded as well. She knew Charlotte was actually stronger than herself. The demon might not be able to beat her. So, she said, "Still, I think we should call the police first. Alert the government and the military, and let the nation deal with the demon. Surely the authorities have more resources and methods than we do. After that, we can go help." Claire hesitated for a moment, then nodded as well. Although the government's apathy during the Reaper incident had left her disillusioned, Gwen had a point. Calling for help and going to aid Charlotte weren't mutually exclusive. Seeing everyone agree, Gwen immediately reached for her phone. Then her expression froze. Damn, in their rush to escape, she left not just her phone, but everything else back at the psychiatric hospital. Ugh. Charlotte's heightened senses, sharpened by her attribute boosts, allowed her to see and hear everything going on around her. Of course, she heard their conversation loud and clear. Calling in the military to deal with her? Gwen, I'm so disappointed in you. Don't you have any sense of superhero professionalism left? Without hesitation, she doubled back, catching everyone off guard as she circled around for a surprise return. Seeing the demon charging back toward them, Gwen didn't have time to think. She quickly moved to shield the other 3 behind her. The hulking demon was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing down to the ground, getting up covered in dust and dirt. Claire, damn it, strength 87 versus strength 79. Although Charlotte looked imposing and powerful, her strength wasn't truly focused, while Gwen was no longer the girl she used to be. Demon Charlotte got to her feet, staring at Gwen. For a moment, an awkward silence hung in the air. It was only then that the other 3 realized just how much Gwen had changed. With a dry cough, Demon Charlotte spoke up. "That's right. I've finally found you. I'm the Lord of the Infernal Dimension, Blackheart, son of the great demon Mephisto. I've come to the mortal realm in this form to invite you, noble and righteous superhumans, to join me in hell. Together, we'll overthrow Mephisto's wicked reign and bring hope and light to the future of hell. Young lady, I have high hopes for your abilities. Join me, and let us save hell together." Save hell? What kind of nonsense is that? Do you even believe what you're saying? Hell is shrouded in darkness because of cunning villains like Mephisto. As its ruler, he tempts dark and fallen souls to wander endlessly in torment. But I'm nothing like the evil Mephisto. I have grand ideals and dreams for the future. I want to turn hell into a beautiful, joyful, and harmonious home. So join us. In your dreams, Gwen darted forward, launching another attack at the demon. Her movements were nimble, and she was still growing stronger by the day. Even Lizard Parker, who once posed such a threat, could no longer put much pressure on her. A swift kick landed squarely on Charlotte's stomach, sending her tumbling to the ground. She scrambled back to her feet, bristling with indignation. If you don't want to join, just say so. Why resort to violence against a demon? We could have had a civil conversation. You're way too aggressive. I despise you. I condemn your actions. Stand down, demon. Charlotte rushed in from behind the demon, placing herself protectively in front of Gwen. Justice radiated from her stance. She stood tall and proud, her presence striking as she announced to the group with unwavering confidence. You guys run. I'll hold them off. Charlotte's sudden appearance stunned everyone. Claire let out a sigh of relief. She had feared Charlotte had died a hero's death at the demon's hands, sacrificing herself to save them. Demon Charlotte let loose a classic villain's laugh, echoing through the chaos. Well done, young, superpowered hero. Come with me to hell to challenge the dark overlord Mephisto, and together, let's save the vibrant world below. The magical life you've been dreaming of is waiting for you in the underworld. With a clap of his palm, a surge of power swept up a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Even though the demon could no longer be seen, his voice still called out, continuing his seductive offer. The Demon King has just sent his fearsome dragon to kidnap our lovely princess. The kingdom is in grave danger, and we desperately need heroes to come to our aid. Right now, they are trapped within the bizarre fortress at the heart of hell. Come, join hands with me, and let us embark on this marvelous adventure together. Every day, the Demon King threatens the dragon, demanding fresh dragon eggs as tribute. Along the way, some companions may fall in the heat of battle. The heroes, burning with righteous fury, clash with the dragon in a fierce struggle, while the Demon King, seated upon his throne, raises a cross to shield himself. At last, the mighty hero slays the Demon King with a single, decisive blow. Embracing the Princess of Hell, they set forth together toward a perfect life. My virtuous heroes, do you not long to join such a stirring tale? Charlot the Devil shouted his slogan at the top of his lungs, but these dull-witted humans, utterly lacking in childlike wonder, remained completely unmoved. Iro, no one ever said the story of heroes and dragons took place in hell. Charlot, the dump truck's already in your face. If you're not in hell, then where are you? Gwen waved her hand to clear away the swirling clouds of dust, just in time to see the furious demon plummet from the sky, launching into a life-or-death struggle with the indomitable Charlot. The dust billowed so thickly that the scene was all but obscured, but one could easily imagine the fierce and desperate battle unfolding within. Damn you, demon! Charlot hurled a handful of dirt at the fiend, only for it to be batted away by a flick of the demon's tail. The demon roared, jaws wide, whipping its tail and sending up great clouds of dust, which Charlot scattered with sweeping gestures. Their movements were so wild and rhythmic, it almost looked like they were dancing together. Stop it! Stop fighting, you two! No one's gonna die at this rate. Once Gwen was sure Claire and the others were unharmed, she immediately charged through the dust, determined to help. But by the time Gwen reached Charlot's side and the dust began to settle, the demon's shadow had vanished from the scene. Charlot tilted his chin upward, nonchalantly dusting off his sleeves, smoothing his clothes with an air of practiced indifference. A lone, handsome figure, proud and aloof. A mere little demon? Piece of cake. Stepping forward, Gwen looked around, her expression puzzled as she asked, Charlot, where did that black-hearted demon go? Charlot let out a cold laugh. I scared him off, of course. Standing close, Gwen eyed the dirt clinging to Charlot from head to toe, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she said, Charlot, something seems a little off about you tonight. Charlot's heart skipped a beat. Had Gwen seen through him? Charlot blinked at her in surprise, then glanced down at his mud-splattered clothes, confusion written on his face. What do you mean? I think I'm just as dashing as ever. He gave his clothes a smart shake, sending up a fresh swirl of dust. Sidestepping the cloud, Gwen paused to think for a few seconds, then said with certainty, Ever since you encountered that alien creature, you haven't been quite yourself. She watched Charlot with a face full of anxiety and concern. Charlot, what if that black liquid has taken over you? That's how it always goes in the movies. First, it messes with your brain, then it quietly hatches inside your body, and finally, it bursts out. As she spoke, Gwen grimaced, unable to imagine such a horrific scene. Charlot's mind stirred. The vast entity within his consciousness pressed down on the tiny, trembling venom cowering in the corner as he scrutinized it. That's it. I must have been affected by venom. Charlot clutched his head in mock terror and explained to Gwen. It might not be as gruesome as you described, but venom is, after all, a symbiote. He's already merged with me, stirring up evil desires in my once kind heart, awakening and amplifying my dark side. Oh no, I can already feel myself turning to the dark side. Still holding his head, shaking off imaginary dust, Charlot continued. For example, I've started to care about my appearance. I want to get a trendy new hairstyle and buy a dashing outfit from the discount store. And then, I'll demand a raise from Francie. Huh. Gwen, who had been genuinely worried, couldn't help but twitch at his words. What's with that reaction? Charlot, sensing Gwen's judgment, snapped. Do you have any idea how evil I am right now? Grr. My wickedness is beyond your wildest imagination. Charlot's eyes narrowed, shooting Gwen a strange look as he advanced step by step, making her heart race with apprehension. Halting in front of her, Charlot put on an arrogant air and declared, enunciating each word. Gwen, I'll show you just how evil I am. I won't do my homework. Gwen, I am utterly stunned. Charlot grabbed Gwen's cheeks, pulling and squishing them, and added dramatically, and I won't let you do your homework either. Oh my goodness, that's truly evil. Gwen's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed. She slapped Charlot's hand away and quickly retreated. After all, both of them had brought their holiday homework on this trip. As a model student, Gwen could already picture the dreadful moment when a teacher singled her out for not turning in her assignments, and the chorus of classmates' laughter that would follow. Charlot really had gone to the dark side, and he was downright wicked. One extra chapter for raising the rating from 6.5 to 7.5. Although it's dropped back to 7.4, I don't mind at all. As a top student with both good grades and character, what does Gwen fear most? Naturally, it's being called up to the front by the teacher and set up as a bad example in front of the whole class. Just picturing that scene sent a chill down her spine, and her shame was about to burst through the roof. Not doing her homework. That was practically as unforgivable as getting an A on a test. No, worse, it was like getting a B. Forgive her for the lack of stronger adjectives, but a C was already the 18th level of hell, and as for AD, she couldn't even bear to imagine it. She worked hard every single day, never late for school, never distracted in class, always eager to answer questions, passionate about learning, always ready to help others, and methodical in everything she did. She was the model student everyone looked up to. So in every exam, she always ranked second in the class. She only ever lost to Charlotte Parker, who was constantly out working part-time jobs after school. Though the two of them had been close friends since childhood, young Gwen still harbored a bit of resentment. Whenever she got the chance, she tried to sneak up and startle Charlotte. Even now, she hadn't outgrown that bad habit. The scene snapped back to the present. For a model student like her, threatening her with missing homework was a direct hit to her greatest weakness. She was genuinely suspicious that Charlotte might be planning to rip up her already completed homework. How evil would Charlotte have to be to even think of doing something so outrageously wicked? The more she thought about it, the more she watched Charlotte with wary eyes, growing increasingly convinced that Charlotte was up to no good. Just then, Claire, who saw nothing out of the ordinary, stepped forward, only to be blocked by Gwen, who said, "Be careful. Don't get too close right now. Charlotte is very dangerous." Claire raised an eyebrow, glancing at Charlotte not far away, who was acting rather odd. Dangerous? She didn't see it. But if Gwen said Charlotte was dangerous, then Charlotte must be dangerous at this very moment. Charlotte idly waved her hand, stirring the air. "Gwen, aren't you being a bit dramatic? The symbiote can amplify the darkness in people's hearts, but mine is nothing but justice, kindness, and enthusiasm." "What did you say? Your dark side been amplified? That's terrible." Gwen gasped in shock. Charlotte's wickedness. She couldn't even begin to imagine it. With Gwen guarding her, Claire felt perfectly safe. After all, thanks to Gwen's kick earlier, she'd just experienced an entire summer's worth of drama in one go. She had watched, wide-eyed, as the demon was sent flying by the girl's kick, rolling across the ground. A scene that shattered her entire worldview. Although things had gotten more and more surreal after that, Claire told herself she could still keep up. Standing beside Gwen, her eyes shone with admiration, wide and unblinking as she stared up at her. She had lived her whole life under the shadow of the Grim Reaper, spending every day on edge, constantly facing the threat of death. She'd never imagined that one day her mortal danger would take the shape of a literal demon and come right up to her. Nor had she ever dreamed that the demon would be sent flying several meters by the very girl standing next to her. Before long, Gwen, who had been nervously watching out for Charlotte to rip up her homework, found herself growing embarrassed under Claire's persistent gaze. Her pretty face flushed a soft pink as she hurried to explain. I'm honestly not that worried about my homework. I was just playing along with Charlotte, that's all. I'm not worried at all. Not even a little bit. Not at all. Gwen lifted her chin proudly as she spoke. All right, my homework and luggage were taken away by Harry, so Charlotte can't get to them now. What am I even worried about? With that thought, Gwen put her hands on her hips, her confidence quickly returning. No, that's not it, Claire said, her eyes resting with fascination on Gwen's seemingly delicate arms. She asked in amazement. I was just really curious. How did you manage to kick that demon so far? You're incredible. Are you some kind of angel? An angel? Gwen's cheeks turned even redder as she waved her hands in denial. Of course not. I'm just an ordinary girl. I just happen to be a little bit strong, that's all. A little bit strong? Claire didn't quite know how to respond to that. A little was certainly an understatement. All right. Charlotte stepped forward, shooting a mischievous look at Gwen before suddenly pulling a silly face, making Gwen jump in surprise. I'm not afraid of you. Just so you know, my homework isn't even here. Gwen tried to sound tough, though her bravado was a bit thin. I told you already, there's nothing dark in my heart. At most, I'm just a bit crazier than before, just a little bit, really. As she spoke, Charlotte pinched her thumb and forefinger together to show just how small that little bit was. Glancing at the police car she'd pressed into the ground, Charlotte turned to Gwen and said, Let's get this car out of the dirt first. I'd really rather not walk all the way back. Gwen blinked. Truth be told, she wasn't eager to show off her strength, but walking all the way back? Reluctantly, she gave a nod, cheeks red as she joined Charlotte in lifting the police car. Once it was out, she made a show of catching her breath and wiped her brow, though there wasn't a drop of sweat there. See? I look perfectly normal now, don't I? The two carried the car a few steps and set it down nearby. Charlotte went over to check the damage. Fortunately, it was still drivable. So, Charlotte got behind the wheel, and with all four of them inside, they headed off toward the next stop. Charlotte explained that the demon, Blackheart, hadn't given up yet and could attack them at any moment. For now, sticking together was the safest plan. Besides, without the police car, Kimberly and Thomas wouldn't make it far on foot. At the next stop, they could drive off if they needed to. Back in the dilapidated church, a blood-red figure clawed its way up from the ground. Broken, rotting flesh gathered together, twisting and writhing amid wailing shadows, until a new form began to take shape. He sucked his intestines back into his mouth like noodles, the pallor of his skin covering the compressed flesh beneath. A strange, wickedly charming, and beguilingly handsome face emerged in his place. He lifted his head and closed his eyes. Above him loomed the damaged relief of God. He opened his mouth wide, stretched out his arms, and breathed in the fresh air with a combination of elegance and greed. The world of mortals. I returned once more. As Blackheart Demon rose to his feet, a long-tailed black robe, reminiscent of a suit, draped itself over his body. He straightened his back, and the black aura around him suddenly swelled, while faint, hoarse howls echoed from all directions. A wicked smile curled on his lips, his eyes were as dark as ink. Against his pale skin, the terrifying silhouette of a demon seemed to cling to him like a shadow. He raised his hand, and even the sunlight above dimmed, casting the dilapidated church into a darkness like the heart of night. From the corner of the church came a sharp, eerie yowl. A gaunt black cat, startled, leapt down from an abandoned statue and darted away into the distance. Blackheart Demon, you? What are you here for? From behind the church's statue, an elderly priest in a black cassock emerged, supporting himself with a cross-shaped cane. His hair was streaked with white, a heavily worn silver crucifix hung at his neck, and his expression was stern as he fixed a cold gaze on Blackheart Demon. What am I here for? Stretching his limbs, Blackheart Demon's smile grew even more fiendish. Behind him, water gathered, an evil wind swept through, the earth trembled, and thunder rumbled in the skies. In an instant, summoned by a dark pact, for more demon figures appeared at his back. Of course, I'm here to surpass my father and rule the entire mortal world. How very bold of you. From the priest's body came the chilling wail of an infant, molten lava streaming from his 7 orifices as he opened his mouth again, revealing a burning orange red within. Compared to your father, you're just a foolish, short-sighted little devil. Do you have any idea what it cost us to remain here? And yet you went ahead and killed the Death Demon. A mocking laugh escaped Blackheart Demon's lips. He clearly felt nothing but disdain. Savoring the remains of Death Demon's body, he spoke. Cost? What cost? You were left here to serve a purpose. Letting me descend is the greatest value Death Demon could ever provide. Besides, if Death Demon hadn't been so pathetically weak, I'd already have a body to my satisfaction. Why would I need to take his and act myself? That was the vessel I had my eye on. Believe me, that body could have held countless souls. As long as I get the St. Venganza Pact, I'll surpass my father and reclaim my own power. Then I'll sweep across the mortal world once more. You really are an idiot. The old priest looked at him with utter disdain, his words blunt and to the point. You! A demonic roar erupted from Blackheart. Glaring at the old priest, Blackheart snarled. Enough, Balrog. Just tell me where the St. Venganza contract is. Once I claim that perfect body, this world will be ours. Then, a guttural, mocking laugh burst from the Balrog as he spat out a mouthful of molten magma, smoke and fire billowing from his nostrils and all 7 orifices. You're mad. I have no interest in joining your madness. This old man still wants to catch a bit more sleep. Only that idiot death demon would trust the foolish words of another fool and make a pact with you. One fool duped by another. No need for any more of your schemes. Just go home and keep your father company for a few days. With your antics, you'll have him dying of laughter before long. Kid, come find me again when you've actually got that body. With that, the Balrog transformed into a blazing streak of fire, igniting the crumbling church. In an inferno that reached for the heavens, he shot into the fireplace and vanished without a trace. Blackheart's face darkened. These infuriating old relics were just as stubborn and pedantic as his own ancient, conservative father. There was no such thing as a heaven dimension anyway. What were these old fools so afraid of? He'd tested the waters plenty. No one cared that he'd left hell. That so-called terrifying bald lady was nothing more than a childhood ghost story the elders used to scare their kids. Now, all he had to do was surpass his father, step by step, and achieve something his father never could. And that body was the key. He and Death Demon had tricked Charlie more than once before. Now, Charlie wasn't even worth a second thought. His original plan was to send his 4 demons to seize the St. Venganza contract while he personally dealt with Charlie. That way, the entire body would belong to him alone. But now, if he didn't share, these 4 demons, lured here by promises and pacts, would likely turn on him in an instant and abandon him. So, he had to split the spoils first. With a faint smile, standing in the glow of the burning church, Blackheart held the contract and pronounced, Earth Demon, your abilities are meager, so when the time comes, I'll grant you a pair of eyes. Thunder Demon, you've endured and held on, so the ears will be yours. Wind Demon, you saw the light and switched sides, so you'll get the nose. Rain Demon, you're the strongest, so the tongue shall be yours. And as for me, Blackheart, who has sacrificed everything for the greater cause, the body itself will belong to me. In the end, Thomas and Kimberly did decide to get out of the car. Claire, however, stubbornly refused to leave. After years of being hunted by Death Demon, the sudden sense of safety felt surreal to her. She remained vigilant, believing that staying with the two was her best chance at survival. With one hand on the wheel of the rented sports car, she sped down the road, heading straight for Raccoon Town. Charlotte couldn't help but recall, from time to time, that fleeting, pale face that flashed through her mind. She had chosen to disguise herself as the Heartless Demon not only because she was convinced that face belonged to the Heartless Demon, but also because of all the devils, his was the only name she could remember. Even if she ended up framing the wrong demon, it hardly mattered. After all, these fiends were bound to wreak havoc on the world sooner or later. They were a bunch of despicable, shameless creatures. Pinning the blame on them was never a mistake. Still, she needed to strengthen the case, to find a way to up the stakes for Gwen and the Heartless Demon. With a swift turn of the wheel, Charlotte's expression changed abruptly. With her spider sense always active, a chill crept over her whole body, every hair standing on end, her face growing more and more grave. Someone was watching her. From far behind, 5 terrifying waves of ill intent surged toward her, their hostility cutting through the distance, each one locking horns with her own. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte floored the accelerator. She didn't know who was after her, but running away was certainly the right move. The engine roared to life, the car surging forward with a force that pinned the 2 women in the back seat, catching them briefly off guard. Watching Charlotte's speed climb ever higher, Gwen sensed something was amiss and asked, her voice edged with concern. Charlotte, is the Heartless Demon catching up to us? Casting a quick, wary glance at Gwen, Charlotte nodded grimly and replied, I'm as stiff as a wooden chicken, scared stiff. Whoever was coming, now that they possessed the body of the Death Demon, their lizard-like powers were bound to outstrip her own. And these demons wielded magic as well, channeling the infernal energies of the hellish realms. Even Gwen might not be able to stand against them. In a situation like this, escaping was surely wiser than fighting. After all, if a few demons dared to run wild on Earth, there was always the chance that some big shot might show up and swat them all like flies. Accelerating faster and faster, Charlotte paid no heed to the police cars now giving chase, rocketing forward as if nothing else existed. 2 feet landed atop the roof of a police cruiser. The heartless demon stood there with eerie poise, gazing down at the deep handprints dented into the metal, his brow furrowing in displeasure. At the same time, the wind demon seized Thomas by the throat with a cruel, twisted grin, hoisting him high into the air. Wind rushed into Thomas's lungs, his stomach bulging grotesquely as he writhed in agony and despair. The earth demon had buried Kimberly in the ground, earth pressing in on her body until only her terrified head remained above the surface. Jumping down from the car, the heartless demon's boots, caked in black sludge, landed beside Kimberly. A chilling, hollow voice rang out. "Tell me, where did they go? Anyone can speed by flooring the gas pedal, right?" But Charlotte's driving was an art, a reckless, instinctive dance with danger, never slowing, never yielding, doing exactly as she pleased. She had achieved a rare harmony, man and machine fused as one. Where there was a car, there was Charlotte, and within the car, she became something more than herself. With ease, they left several police cars that tried to give chase far behind, speeding down the road so fast that even the media helicopters could only report on the scene. They couldn't manage a live broadcast the whole way. So, it wasn't until the next morning that the demons, by watching the news, finally picked up Charlotte's trail. "What do we do now? He's definitely noticed us. At our speed, catching up with him won't be easy." The rain demon's face was pale as chalk, his whole body slick with dripping water, a few long strands of hair plastered to his forehead. His strange face looked just like a water ghost, fresh from the depths. The tall, gaunt wind demon, limbs thin and dry, could only shake his head awkwardly. Even for him, conjuring a wicked gale, catching up to Charlotte's speeding car would be a tall order. The short, stocky thunder demon let out a sigh and said, "It's hopeless. He's way too far ahead. There's no way we can catch up. Absolutely impossible. We might as well split up, have a little fun for a few days, then head back to hell. Impossible." The Blackheart demon, brimming with confidence, let out a cold laugh. "Earth demon, show them the fastest you can go. Let them see that nothing is truly impossible." The yellow, bald earth demon's body writhed with muddy, yellow water. With a featureless, eyeless, tongueless face of pure mud, he flashed a confident grin at the other 3 demons. Who would have expected it? It's me, the earth demon, who truly represents ultimate speed. He stepped into the soil, his entire lower body sinking into the ground. Yet, his torso seemed to glide forward without resistance, ripples spreading across the earth wherever he moved. As long as there was soil around, the earth demon could swim through it at breakneck speed. Spitting out mud as he went, the earth demon zipped around the other 3 in the blink of an eye, then opened his mouth and declared, "Leave the task of capturing that body to me. I'll be back in no time. No one escapes my grasp." The car sped along at a steady but brisk pace. In the passenger seat, Gwen reclined her chair and was sound asleep, while Claire in the back curled up under a jacket, drifting in a sweet, peaceful slumber. After driving almost nonstop for a day and a night, Charlotte had finally brought the 2 of them to a calm, beautiful, and peaceful little town, Wind Town. When you hear Wind City, you might first think of Chicago, with its towering skyscrapers and the clatter of typewriters echoing sky high. But Wind Town was nothing like that. It was a quiet, idyllic small town, one of the top tourist spots in Kansas. The sunlight was gentle, the town itself poetic, nestled between mountains and rivers, serene and far removed from the clamor of the world. A tour guide beamed as she led a group of foreign visitors through a field of lavender, while a young man in sunglasses strolled his dog along the roadside. Here, the flow of cars and the number of stoplights had increased, a sure sign they weren't far from Harry and the others in Raccoon Town. Suddenly, Charlotte accelerated sharply through the town center, sensing a surge of malice rushing rapidly in their direction, a feeling that made his expression change in an instant. Their opponent was unbelievably fast, so fast that even at Charlotte's top speed behind the wheel, she couldn't keep up. The car accelerated, weaving rapidly through the slow-moving traffic, which prompted a chorus of angry shouts for passersby. The sudden surge pressed Gwen and Claire back into their seats, startling them awake. Still half asleep, Gwen rubbed her eyes, looked around in confusion, and wiped a bit of drool from the corner of her mouth. "Charlotte, where are we now?" she asked. Seeing that Charlotte's face was set in a cold, stony expression and she didn't reply, Gwen's heart skipped a beat. With a hint of worry, she said, "Charlotte, you're not suddenly being controlled by the symbiote and turning evil, are you? Maybe we should head to a restroom, and you can, pull that thing out of you." "Venom? Charlotte scoffed, curling her lip. "I'm hosting the symbiote, not suffering from food poisoning. Why would I need to pull anything out? That's disgusting." Besides, a newborn symbiote isn't all that evil. It just wants to eat, well, poop. Venom, Claire, and Gwen were all utterly horrified. Venom's voice rang out indignantly in Charlotte's head. Not poop. I crave luscious, soft, delicious brains, so crisp when you bite into them, a perfect blend of crunch and tenderness, bursting with flavor, and they're quite a sight too. Just one bite, and you'd fall in love with the taste. Charlotte turned and glanced at Gwen's head, saying, "It's still trying to tempt me to eat, you know what." The car pressed onward, though the heavy traffic forced Charlotte to slow down a bit. But the red dot had taken barely over an hour to catch up and was now right behind Charlotte. "Hang on. Get ready. We're about to fight." Charlotte cut Gwen off, her voice loud and urgent. At that moment, a strange surge of yellow mud burst from a crack in the road just ahead, gathering into a half-human shape. It grinned menacingly at Charlotte with hollow eyes. "Charlotte, you're—" There was no time to react. The car slammed violently into the earth demon. The hood crumpled, mud splattered, and a sheet of yellow sludge smeared across the windshield. In the next instant, the car crashed into the vehicle in front. "Ow!" Gwen groaned, holding her forehead as she sat up. Claire, completely unprepared, had tumbled onto the back seat. Gwen, bewildered, stared at the foul yellow windshield and asked anxiously, "Charlotte, you hit poop. You're not thinking of eating it, are you? You blockhead. You're the one who'd eat that." Charlotte snapped at Gwen, flipping on the wipers and spraying washer fluid, her face grim as she tried to clean the mess. But she quickly gave up, because more and more of that yellow sludge was falling from the sky, like a torrential rain, splattering down on everyone in town. Charlotte reached out to stop Gwen, who was about to open the car door and get out. "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do that." Because just a short distance behind the car, the Earth Demon's body had been blown in half, splattering mud all over the scene. The lower half, still wedged in a fissure, continued to spout spectacular jets of muck. A cloud of sickly yellow smoke billowed outward, washing every inch of the surroundings in the same ghastly hue. Whether it was tourists or young people out walking their dogs, everyone was caught in the disaster. Not only were they drenched in rain the color of filth, but many even tasted it on their lips. Strictly speaking, it wasn't actual excrement, but did that even matter anymore? Everyone stared in horror at the exploding mud, which fell from the sky in the blink of an eye. No one could get out of the way fast enough. The town was filled with a cacophony of screams, each more desperate than the last. "Oh my God!" Gwen's face turned pale as the sludge piled up thicker and thicker. She hurriedly slammed the car door shut, feeling as if she could smell the stench outside with her very eyes. "What on earth is happening?" Charlotte explained calmly. "We were just attacked by the top lieutenant of Blackheart Demon. Demon of Filth. This is his infamous signature move, Rain of Carnations." Charlotte, adopting a grave tone, introduced the situation to the others. Realizing the filthy rain wasn't about to stop anytime soon, she started the car again. Gwen looked at Charlotte with pleading eyes. "Can we get out of here any faster? I really can't stand another second of this." From the back came the sound of Claire gagging. Hearing the terrified shouts outside, she felt a wave of disgust wash over her, as if she were right there among them. Oh heavens, this was just too horrifying. What kind of devil would stoop so low to use such a vile tactic? Closing her eyes, Charlotte focused her senses on her spider intuition, that feeling that everything was under control. The engine roared to life. The car lurched forward. She plowed through several other vehicles, keeping her eyes shut but her face calm, until at last they reached the sidewalk and began creeping along it. Several hours later, after finally escaping the reach of the filth rain, the three of them got out of the car. Stunned, they turned back to stare at the geyser rising from the heart of the town. A pillar of yellowish mud shot over 30 meters into the air, then rained down over the now chaotic town below. Where once the town had been fresh and picturesque, now it was nothing but a wasteland of filth. In the reflection of their shocked eyes, a thunderous explosion erupted from the center of town. Then, a mushroom cloud the color of rust slowly rose, billowing thick and foul, casting a yellow pall over everything, blotting out the sun. It was terrifying beyond imagination. The three instinctively recoiled in horror, gasping for breath, then immediately scrambled back toward the car. In a place once renowned for its beauty, they dared not linger a second longer. Though what fell from the sky was only mud, the sheer spectacle of it was enough to make anyone shudder. In the distance, Blackheart Demon had already climbed into a stolen taxi. His pale face darkened as shadows of demonic power twisted and roared around him. He glanced at the driver beside him, who was drenched in cold sweat, then turned his head to the three crowded together in the back seat, Wind Fiend, Rain Fiend, and Thunder Fiend, and said, "Earth Fiend's in trouble. Wind Fiend, it's your turn now." Even that useless Earth Fiend had some value. At least he managed to slow down her target. I hope you won't let me down, Wind Fiend. A raspy, eerie laugh escaped as Wind Fiend nodded to the black-hearted fiend. With his withered arm, he cranked open the car window. In a flash, Wind Fiend transformed into a pitch-black, demonic gale, shot out through the window, and surged past the taxi, streaking toward the azure sky. As his gaze drifted downward once more, he saw that the sports car Charlotte and her companions had rented was now abandoned. There was simply no other choice. It wasn't just wrecked, broken down, and out of gas. The fact that it was caked in yellow mud drew suspicious stares from every car they passed. Thankfully, Claire happened to be a woman of means and was willing to help again. Otherwise, with Charlotte's meager funds, the three of them would have had no choice but to walk all the way to Raccoon Town. Of course, Claire's generosity came with a condition. They needed to escort her to the nearest town first, so she could rent a car from a chain rental agency. During a brief rest along the road, Charlotte conjured up a companion out of thin air, while she herself slipped away with the demon's hide, lurking in the shadows, restless and on edge. A sinister wind howled. Watching the panel, Charlotte saw the number of malicious orbs chasing after them drop by one again. Her expression grew serious. Clearly, their enemies had made another move. Charlotte grew even more cautious, and a thin, sandy-red mist of danger settled across her spider-sense radar, making her frown. An hour later, Gwen, walking by the roadside, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Claire, unable to react in time, bumped right into her. Supporting Claire, Gwen furrowed her brow, her face clouded with suspicion and anxiety as she scanned their surroundings. The sense of danger became sharper, prickling at her skin and raising goosebumps all over her body, filling her with unease. Charlotte, you feel it too, don't you? Charlotte nodded. Yes, this feeling is a lot like what the Reaper gave us, a sense that danger is everywhere, lurking just out of sight, yet to fully descend. As time passed, the malicious haze in her senses grew thicker. It hadn't yet taken full form, but the looming crisis was now almost upon them. Claire's face was pale as she clutched her phone. Charlotte, Gwen, I can't get through to Kimberly or Thomas anymore. I called the Westlake police, and they said they'd already found their bodies. They died horribly. Charlotte's expression darkened. She hadn't killed them herself, but there was no denying that their deaths were linked to her. A pang of guilt stirred in her just and compassionate heart. And so much time has passed. Why hasn't any big shot stepped in by now? The Ancient One, Odin, Thor, Ghost Rider, S.H.I.E.L.D., and whoever else might be out there. What on earth are they all doing? Could it be that the chaos caused by Blackheart is just too minor to catch their attention? But clearly, he's soaring across thousands of miles, stirring up trouble on a colossal scale. The spectacle is huge, even if, admittedly, it hasn't been all that deadly. If the mountain won't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. If the scene isn't grand enough yet, I'll help Blackheart make it bigger. With this thought, Charlotte, who was hanging back, suddenly transformed once more into the lizard demon, a peculiar grin spreading across his face. The dazzling sun overhead gradually faded as time passed, the sky growing ever more somber until a massive black cloud loomed above, crackling with lightning and rolling thunder, while the air turned increasingly dry. At last, Charlotte and Gwen identified the true source of the crisis, those ominous black clouds swirling in the sky. Somewhere within that darkness, a monstrous, terrifying demon's face seemed to lurk, its jaws opening wide as if to devour them both. Don't tell me it's that poop demon again, Gwen asked worriedly, afraid the thing might unleash another disgusting rain, and, even if she could fight it off, she'd be sick to her stomach. She had no idea the poor earth demon had already been taken out in the most undignified way possible. Run over by a car, embarrassing demonkind everywhere. Try to show off and act cool in front of a speeding car with no real power to back it up. Some things just defy explanation. At least his death was spectacular. I doubt it, Charlotte replied, keeping his answer vague. The storm was brewing, the wind howling ever fiercer. Battling the gusts, Charlotte pressed on and, just before disaster struck, arrived at another small town. The roads were deserted. A huge rusty iron gate stood before him, and above the archway, bold letters read, Happy Valley. Oddly enough, he distinctly remembered that on the map, this town was marked as a graveyard. But that hardly mattered. In a raging windstorm, it was better to have shelter than stand exposed, just waiting for trouble to come. Amid the howling wind, the town's mayor pulled his cowboy hat lower and twisted the hook on his hand. With his uncovered single eye, he fixed Charlotte and his companions with a wicked, calculating stare as they approached. Charlotte's memory hadn't failed him. Happy Valley really was a cemetery. Yet as the trio drew closer, what they saw was a cluster of wooden houses and a peaceful, lively little town. From every corner, villagers came streaming out, beaming radiant smiles. Dressed in medieval garb, they gathered behind the one-eyed Mayor Buckman, braving the fierce gale as they marched toward Charlotte and his friends. A handful of elderly villagers strummed their worn guitars, playing cheerful and easygoing tunes. One after another, scantily clad girls stepped out from the crowd, singing and dancing as they showcased their figures and friendliness. Of course, among them were also dashing and impressive young men, exuding remarkable charisma. With exuberant enthusiasm, the villagers gathered around Charlotte and her companions, enveloping them in a lively atmosphere that served as the warmest of welcomes. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled even louder, as if a great chunk of the sky were collapsing, threatening to crush the very ground beneath Charlotte and her friends. Mayor Buckman removed the cowboy hat from his head, hung it gracefully on his iron hook hand, and approached with a mysterious smile, addressing the trio. "Welcome, dear young guests. You truly bring new life and brilliance to Happy Valley. Heavens above, it's been ages since our town has seen so many visitors. My villagers can barely contain their excitement. And what perfect timing you have. You've arrived just in time for our Grand Town Carnival. Come, join in our wild celebration." Naturally, the three noticed the villagers' overwhelming enthusiasm. It was as if they were seeing people from a lost world stepping out from a hidden cave for the first time. Charlotte glanced over the strange villagers. Each one glimmered with malicious red dots, but compared to the one in the sky, they seemed almost insignificant and were unworthy of her attention. Gwen, clutching Charlotte's sleeve, could tell from Charlotte's indifference that these people were far from friendly. As for Claire, who was practically pressed up against Gwen, her heightened vigilance and survival instincts had kept her alive for a year despite being hunted by the death demon. She was more than wary. Nothing about these villagers felt right. Trust them? Claire would sooner believe they were in league with the devil himself. So, the three of them ignored the villagers' feigned hospitality, their gazes fixed instead on the sky above, which seemed on the verge of collapsing. It resembled a monstrous, gaping face tearing toward the earth, both terrifying and grotesque. Their icy indifference caused the town's festive mood to falter for a brief moment. Buckman glanced uncertainly at the sky, then back at Charlotte and her companions. The music came to an abrupt halt. The expressions of the 2001 villagers instantly twisted, and a cold, savage glint flickered in their eyes. "Young folks," Buckman said, idly toying with his iron hook hand and offering a cruel smile. "If you refuse to join our carnival, none of the 2001 souls in this town will be pleased. Get lost, you shit-eating old fool." Charlotte shot back, utterly merciless as she shoved Buckman aside, her eyes sweeping the ground where the air began swirling violently. A spinning white wind, clearly visible, snaked upward toward the sky overhead. The ghoulish faces protruding from the sky seemed to stick out their pointed tongues, reaching down as two streams of air swirled closer and closer, about to converge. Ignoring Buckman, who was fuming on the ground, Charlotte grabbed Gwen and Claire by the wrist and said urgently, "We need to find somewhere safe, or get to a car and get out of here." Buckman stood up, fixing Charlotte with a mocking sneer. "Trying to leave? In your dreams." Charlotte's slap had been far from gentle, yet Buckman stood unscathed, a testament to just how unusual he was. He looked no different from an ordinary man, but in truth, this whole town was filled with vengeful spirits hungry for retribution. Back in the 1980s, 2001 residents had been brutally massacred in Happy Valley by the Northern Army. Their wrath and sorrow lingered, denying them peace. These restless souls haunted the place, and Buckman, the mayor, was their leader. Again and again, they lured unsuspecting travelers into the town, cursing and slaughtering them in cold blood, feasting on their remains, feeding their fellow specters. Without exception, no one had ever escaped. Though Charlotte and her companions seemed out of the ordinary, Buckman was confident they could never slip through his grasp. He intended to make their deaths the most excruciating yet. One by one, the villagers brandished their weapons. Some wielded bloodied butcher knives, others reeked with rusty pitchforks, some raised old shotguns, and a few fitted iron jaws, ready to tear flesh and bone. A man in a weathered cowboy hat aimed his rust-ridden hook hand at Charlotte and her friends. With a chilling air of command, Mayor Buckman declared, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The three of you are guests of honor at our little celebration. There's no other choice." But none of the three paid him any mind. All eyes were fixed on the sky as Charlotte said in a low, steady voice. In the next instant, the currents of air connected, and a cold, sinister laugh seemed to echo through the atmosphere. The eerie laughter sent a shiver through every ghost present, making their hair stand on end as they looked around in panic and confusion. Buckman's face turned sour as he stepped forward, demanding, "What's going on? What's going on?" Charlotte shot him a sidelong glance. What else could it be? It's a tornado. The tornado was now fully formed, as if a piece of the sky had caved in and crashed down onto the town's parking lot, tearing it apart in an instant. Hirsis, gravedigis, harvistis, mitgrainders, chustrax. One after another, vehicles were sucked up into the roaring sky. Then, the whirlwind came racing toward Charlotte and her friends. The wooden houses stood no chance, splintering under the force of the storm. Even the earth itself was ripped up, the very ground peeled away and sent spiraling into the air. Looking at the gravestones swirling overhead and the countless rotting corpses caught in the storm, Gwen shuddered and said, "It looks like what's come this time isn't the dung demon, but the corpse demon. Charlotte, I can't take this anymore. Let's run for it." A few scantily clad beauties immediately flocked to Mayor Buckman's side. Staring in shock at the dumbfounded Buckman, one of the bikini-clad ghosts pointed at the spinning skull in the sky and said, "Mayor, that looks like your dead head up there." "Shut up," Buckman snapped, but before he could say more, they were all swept up together by the raging wind. The three of them raced desperately through the town, fleeing for their lives. Within the tornado, hundreds of ghosts had already been swept up, swirling and surging, chasing furiously after Charlotte and her companions. The scene was so spectacular, so terrifyingly oppressive, that even running felt almost impossible inside the raging cyclone. As the tornado pursued Charlotte, it ripped tombstones and corpses straight from the ground, whirling them into its heart. Ghosts and even body parts they had dealt with earlier were sucked up and spun violently within. Suddenly, a giant human face flickered across the tornado, its mouth opening wide as a massive suction force swept toward the trio. Light as a feather, Gwen and Claire were helpless against the pole, both lifted into the air. Only Charlotte's grip on their wrists kept them from joining the corpses in their macabre dance. She managed to force Gwen back down, and Gwen quickly used her clinging ability to anchor herself firmly to the ground. In this chaos, every step felt like a struggle. Tiny pebbles and grit, whipped up by the wind, stung their faces relentlessly, making even Charlotte wince with pain. Having hauled Claire back, Charlotte exchanged a glance with Gwen. Neither could open their mouths to speak in the deafening storm. Gwen arched her brows, signaling frantically with her eyes. "What do we do now?" Charlotte's brow furrowed, his answer swift and to the point. "Run for it." Ancient trees were torn from the earth and tossed aside, wooden cabins obliterated in the blink of an eye. The tornado grew ever larger and more violent. Lightning split the sky, thunder boomed, and the earth, mingled with corpses, was hurled aloft. The entire cemetery rose high into the air. And then, at the gates of Happy Valley, the very townsfolk who had just been threatening Charlotte now stared blankly as they too were swept up and soared skyward in perfect formation. The wind demon roared at the fleeing trio, opening its mouth to unleash its fury. Tombstones, sharp as blades, were spat from its maw, raining down on Charlotte and her friends like a deadly hailstorm. Relying on her spider sense, Charlotte narrowly dodged every gravestone with Claire in tow. Gwen vaulted upward, swinging from one airborne tombstone to another, deftly landing on the roof of a nearby wooden cabin not far from Charlotte. Then, out of nowhere, several cars, still tangled with corpses, came crashing from the sky. Charlotte flung herself and Claire aside, tumbling away just in time, but was left covered in dust and debris, barely able to catch her breath. The cars here are like grenades, hit the ground, and they explode with a thunderous blast. Charlotte, failing to dodge in time, caught Claire in her arms, watching with exasperation as a putrid, burning skull rolled away in the firelight. Why do these demons always resort to such underhanded tricks? Can't they be more like me? Elegant, clean, and civilized? Of course, Charlotte had to admit the wind demon's power. This one was on a completely different level from that comical earth demon, especially since the wind demon could wield the forces of nature itself. How could humans ever hope to compete against such elemental might? Faced with this supernatural force, Charlotte and Gwen seemed utterly insignificant, powerless, and at a complete loss as to how they could possibly defeat the wind demon. At this point, their best course of action was to get as far away as possible. Charlotte yanked Claire out of the path of yet another corpse-hauling truck that came crashing down from above. Claire, dazed and on the verge of getting sick from all the jostling, her arm aching, grit her teeth and bore it, knowing well what was at stake. Gwen leaped onto a rooftop, clinging to the edge as she watched the fluid from the exploded truck splatter across the ground below. With a scowl on her face, she fired several web bullets in anger at the raging tornado. But in the howling wind, the web bullets vanished who knows where, and only the wind demon's face remained faintly visible within the funnel. He let out a furious roar, chasing after them, his mouth opening wide once more. Even from afar, the tornado swept up trees, shattered houses, broken walls. Everything was hurled from his gaping maw straight at the trio. Crashing through a garden wall, Charlotte pulled Claire with her, sprinting for her life. Gwen, face set and arms spread, raced right behind them. With debris raining down from above, the three did everything they could to dodge and weave through the chaos. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The earth itself rose up, everything vying for destruction. Flames erupting, corpses tumbling, tires spinning by in a blur. Charlotte, Claire, and Gwen pushed forward, managing to avoid most of the falling wreckage, though they were soon covered in dirt and dust. They ducked and dodged left and right, pressing on, when behind them a small cow let out a desperate cry before bursting apart on the ground. Having thrown everything in his belly, the wind demon drew in another deep, forceful breath. Charlotte glanced back at the rolling thunder and the ever-expanding tornado and couldn't help but curse under his breath. "There's a motorbike up ahead," Gwen shouted from atop a nearby rooftop. Charlotte's eyes lit up. Rounding the corner, he spotted it. Not far ahead, a Harley-Davidson trike gleamed in black and red. He met Gwen's eyes as she landed beside him. Without hesitation, the two of them dashed for the striking motorcycle. Reaching the bike, they were in luck. Not only was the key still in the ignition, but even the owner had left a little extra surprise. Shaking off the driver's hand, he glanced at Claire, who was clutching her arm and covered in mud. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte stripped off Claire's jacket, using it to wipe the blood and grime from the motorcycle. Only then did she return the garment to its rightful owner, doing so with an air of elegance. Claire was dumbfounded. "What the hell? Why didn't you use your own jacket, you jerk?" Charlotte retorted with a proud smirk. "If I used my own, would I still be Charlotte?" Gwen leapt nimbly onto the sidecar, and as she turned her head, she caught sight of the whole exchange. She rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Keep acting like this, and you'll never find a girlfriend. Ever." Of course, the situation was far too urgent for idle banter. As the tornado drew closer, Charlotte quickly equipped her skill cards. "Old Hustler, Gold Rush. You're the eternal dirt under the wheels of Ghostfire driving. I want to fly. I want to fly. Briefly hover in midair." The motorcycle roared to life, and with perfect synchrony between rider and machine, they shot forward. Swerving through the few remaining roads of the small town, their speed continued to climb. With a slick swerve, Charlotte dodged debris crashing down from above, then glanced back at the wind demon and shot up a defiant middle finger with a cold grin. An enraged howl echoed from within the tornado, and the whole whirlwind began to glow with an eerie blue light. Sinister laughter spilled from the vortex, cackles and giggles mingling with the howling wind. The bizarre sounds from within gave Charlotte a moment's pause. She quickly turned back and pushed the throttle further. Seated in the sidecar, Gwen kept a close eye on the wind demon, ready to alert Charlotte to any change. When she noticed what was happening, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. 2001 ghosts swirled in the heart of the tornado, their mad laughter growing wilder as the storm took on a ghastly aura. Soon, they all fell under the wind demon's control, every spectral figure glaring at the trio with ill intent. 3 naked female ghosts brandishing iron forks were spat out by the wind demon's gaping maw. Transformed into spirits, the trio of ghouls chased after Charlotte and her friends, cackling wickedly. They raised their iron prongs, aiming straight for the group's behinds as they charged forward. Gwen's web-shooter bullets passed harmlessly through the ghost's incorporeal forms, but she did manage to knock one iron fork out of the ghost's hand. Though her face had paled, Gwen was unflinching in the face of danger. Thinking quickly, she fired her latest invention, electrified web bullets, at the oncoming spirits. As expected, electricity worked wonders on everyone. All 3 ghosts were ensnared and shocked by the electrified webs, convulsing on the ground. With agonized screams, the spirits began to smoke and then dissolved into ashes, vanishing from the world. "Woohoo, great job, Gwen," Charlotte called out in praise as she drove. The motorcycle fishtailed, carving a sharp Z shape, and with a sudden jerk, the sidecar soared into the air. For a fleeting moment, everything hung suspended. Then, with a bizarre swerve, the bike slipped past Buckman and the iron hook he'd thrust out to destroy it. Wheels slammed to earth, the engine howled, and the machine picked up speed once more. Just as the stench hit, they burst out of Happy Valley Town. The Wind Fiend was hot on their heels, spiraling toward the last and largest building in Happy Valley. "No!" Buckman's terrified voice was swept up in the heart of the tornado. But it wasn't just him. All the ghosts, upon seeing the Wind Fiend's course, seemed to lose their minds, screaming desperately in a last-ditch attempt to stop it. But it was too late. In the next instant, a tidal wave of golden filth was swept up by the wind fiend. Not a drop was left behind. It sucked everything into its belly, even stripping the earth bare. The stench was overpowering, and the tornado itself transformed, shimmering into a gaudy gold. Gwen, sitting beside Charlot, went pale with fright and shrieked, "Charlot, faster! Step on it! The filth fiend and the corpse fiend have joined forces for real. If you're not a little mad, you're not truly alive." Charlot, must admit, the wind fiend is the wildest demon in every dimension. Even Charlot held his breath, face blanching at the sight of that golden tornado. It was impossible to ignore the sheer, terrifying power of the wind fiend's move. The feeling was as if your best friend had grabbed a mop reeking of filth, twirled it like a baton above their head, and came charging at you, bellowing, "Whirlwind tornado!" No one could stand up to that. Not even the Ancient One would dare get involved, preferring to keep a safe distance. All three faces turned ashen, and even the ghosts trapped inside the tornado looked as if their souls had plummeted. The wind fiend now controlled the ghosts of Happy Valley. These were half-corporeal spirits who could still feel, and that cesspit was part of their town. As the wind fiend's monstrous devil wind evolved to epic proportions, Charlot felt the urge to leap off the bike and push it forward on foot. This was simply too terrifying. Are all hell's demons this outrageous? Where's their professional integrity? All their tricks are straight out of the gutter. But you had to admit, it was effective. It felt as though something uncanny was awakening. Far off, Demon Charlot looked on with utter disdain, embarrassed to be associated with these other fiends. Now, the wind fiend's tornado was packed with ghosts whose faces had turned a ghastly shade of purple, swirling together as the fiend opened its jaws wide again, aiming a fresh attack at Charlot. In the distance, a journalist from the Windchaser News managed to snap a shot of the attack just as it happened. In no time, the picture of the wind fiend from hell exploded across the internet. Seeing the reporters broadcasting live, Demon Charlot's eyes sparkled with a wicked idea. He leaped, darting straight for their van. Ah! In the back of the vehicle, Gwen hugged her head, trembling and screaming in terror. "Charlotte, hurry up! Faster! I can't take it anymore. I really can't stand this. Go!" He was pushing the motorcycle to its absolute limit, the speedometer needle trembling at its highest point. Even though he knew that the demon's yellow storm behind him couldn't quite catch up, the sheer terror of that assault was overwhelming. Excellent. Lesson learned. Next time, I'll use this move against someone else. Just as they dodged the first wave, the second was already upon them. With a guttural howl, the demon's jaws yawned wide, unleashing another blast. This time, the yellow gale was thick with vengeful spirits, shrieking as they were flung straight at the trio. Chased by the demon, the entire highway descended into chaos. A choking, foul fog stretching for hundreds of kilometers, the stench unbearable. As for the unlucky drivers caught up in this mess, let's just say, your imagination can fill in a rest. With each attack, golden-armored revenants materialized from the storm, trailing blazing yellow tails as they hurtled toward Charlotte. They charged while vomiting, the scene so horrific it defied description. Charlotte couldn't have imagined such a nightmare. One was too terrified to even glance back. Thousands of yellow phantoms closed in, and Charlotte's mind raced for a solution. Gwen, eyes squeezed shut, fired webs behind her, but it was a hopeless gesture. Escape was now impossible. Narrowing his eyes, Charlotte suddenly had an idea. He released the handlebars, swapped out his web shot skill card, and began weaving webs at lightning speed. Finally, under Gwen and Claire's wide-eyed terror, he seemed to give up and brought the motorcycle to a halt. With webs hardened by a skill card, he stuck them to the ground, weaving a massive cage around the three of them, his hands working as tirelessly as a spider at dawn. Charlotte gave it everything he had, anything to avoid the fate that awaited them. Gwen stared through the web cage, watching as the golden-armored spirits, faces twisted with rage, charged at them, blaming the trio for everything. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Charlotte, are we just fooling ourselves? Is this like holding an umbrella in a hurricane? Do you really think it'll keep them out? I don't want to go out like this. It's just too awful." Claire was shivering uncontrollably as well. "Stay calm, Gwen. We're not going to die." Charlotte gazed at the oncoming horde, a growing confidence in his eyes. He sprang back onto the motorcycle, swapped in his divine judgment, skill card, pressed his index and middle fingers to his chest, and flashed a confident grin at the golden-armored phantoms as they closed in. He drew a deep breath and shouted, "Thunder, descend. Divine judgment. Lightning will fall from the heavens, striking everyone present without exception." Thunder rolled across the sky, shaking the earth. In that instant, Charlotte truly felt as if the whole world had been set ablaze with light. All the ghosts charging forward vanished in the roaring thunder, dissolving into wisps of blue smoke. Even the wind fiend took a hit from the lightning. 3 bolts of lightning were channeled into the ground through the spiderweb, while Charlotte's sleeves billowed, making him look just like an all-powerful god of thunder. Letting out a long breath, Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, Charlotte, you're incredible. I absolutely love you. You had this trick up your sleeve. That was amazing." As long as she didn't have to fight those golden-armored warriors, that was already the best outcome for Gwen. Her eyes shining, she gazed up the spiderweb overhead and said, "Is this a Faraday cage? Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're here." That's right. This was a combo move. Heaven's Wrath plus the Faraday cage. It was Charlotte's improvised solution to break the deadlock. Fortunately, it actually worked. Otherwise, he and Gwen might have been fine, but Claire would have been in real danger. He grabbed the Faraday cage, crushed it into a ball, and stuffed it into the car. Not daring to waste a second, Charlotte revved up the motorcycle and sped off once more. They couldn't forget the dung fiend was still hot on their trail. Watching Charlotte speed away, the fetid wind fiend opened his mouth and let out another blast. But this time, even he couldn't stand it. His entire body turned into a shadowy demon, and he appeared at the center of the tornado, his face pale as he collapsed onto the ground, dry heaving. Did you think he was always attacking Charlotte? No, he was just throwing up. The golden tornado seemed to be dissipating. With trembling fingers, the wind fiend retched until he was completely drained, lying weak and half dead. After all, even as a demon, eating that stuff was beyond him. When the 5 demons arrived on Earth, their powers were drastically suppressed, forcing the wind fiend to merge himself with the wind. He was the wind, and the wind was him. But honestly, it was just too disgusting. As the wind fiend's control faded, the tornado slowly vanished, and everything that had been sucked into his gut was expelled at once, spreading across the clouds. And then, an out-of-control toilet fell from the sky and landed with a crash right on the wind fiend's head. The wind fiend dissolved in a black mist, dead. But unlike the last time when the earth fiend died, this wind fiend, tough and silent, he was genuinely finished. A torrential yellow rain fell from the sky, and the townsfolk in the surrounding villages, as well as travelers on the road, all went mad with panic. As the saying goes, a heavenly fragrance fills the capital, and the city is clad in golden armor. Now, let's rewind to half an hour earlier. The golden wind fiend was raging on the highway when a Fox News storm-chasing van raced onto the scene. From a safe distance, cameras zoomed in on the reeking sky-high storm. Inside, the mobile newsroom, braving flying debris, the stylish reporter Roseanne Simpson shouted into her headset, "This is Fox News live on the scene." At this moment, I am standing on Tempest Avenue in Kansas, which is also the only road leading to Windtown. We were originally heading out to investigate the mudslide incident in Windtown, but after receiving an urgent alert, we rushed here. In the blink of an eye, this bizarre tornado had already formed. Everyone look, the wind speed has reached level 18. Several nearby towns have reported houses collapsing, and entire trees have been uprooted. Right now, you can probably feel it too. I can barely speak in this wind. It feels like I could be swept away by the storm at any moment. But why is this tornado such an awful, filthy yellow? According to local residents, the tornado swept through Happy Valley's cemetery and sewage treatment plant, and on its path, it even picked up 3 septic tank trucks. There was absolutely no warning before this tornado appeared. No alert from the National Weather Service at all. It formed with shocking speed, completely defying all logic. Some experts suspect this is the work of a weather control device left behind by the former Soviet Union, a terrifying act of Russian sabotage against us. The camera shakes. In the live broadcast watched by hundreds of millions, a dark shadow flashes past, speeding straight toward the news van. The cameraman freezes in shock, then shouts, "Roseanne, Roseanne, look, what is that?" With a cloud of swirling dust and debris, the demonic face of Charlot appears on camera, twisted in a wicked grin for all the viewers. A terrorist attack? Ha ha, that's right. It's a terrorist attack. And I, the black-hearted demon, claim full responsibility for this terror strike. A massive hand lands on the side of the van. Charlot's monstrous form is on full display, and the ultra-high-definition camera captures every detail. Venomous patterns ripple across his skin, creating a sight so shocking that words fail to describe it. Millions of viewers watching the Fox News livestream are completely stunned by this scene. There really is a demon in this world. The previous Death Devil livestream felt more like some elaborate hoax. Almost no one really believed it, especially after SLD's swift cover-up and information blackout. But this time, the demon has appeared in the most official, most-watched, nationwide live news broadcast. And he's an 8-meter-tall giant. As Charlot finishes speaking, The distant wind demon behind him reveals its enormous, terrifying face in the tornado, spewing out all manner of chaos. Roseanne is so frightened she collapses to the ground, staring at Charlot in utter disbelief, as if she really has seen the devil himself. The cameraman is shaking uncontrollably, his mind completely blank. Charlot leans down and tries to comfort them. "You two little humans, don't be like this after all, old devils are never the good kind." "And it's true, I do eat people." Rosanna shuddered again, her whole body trembling as she stared wide-eyed in panic and retreated. Charlotte ignored the cameraman who had wet his pants, fixing her gaze on the camera as she spoke. "Oh, and to the folks over at Fox tuning in right now, and all the government agencies, listen up, keep this broadcast going, don't even think about cutting it off. If you do, I'll devour these two first, then I'll pay a visit to everyone at Fox and eat them all." Charlotte flashed a menacing grin at the camera. Countless viewers watching the live stream were so terrified they wet themselves, and Fox immediately gave up any thought of ending the broadcast. Was the previous spectacle not enough? Did no one care? Well, what about now? Seeing the host, Rosanna, still lying on the ground in terror, completely forgetting her professionalism, Charlotte took the lead and introduced herself to the live audience. "I am the Blackheart Demon, son of Mephisto, Lord of Hell. I've come to the human world to spread the terror of Blackheart. Do you see the dung demon behind me? Yes, that's right. He's my most capable general. Impressive, isn't he?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow, pointing proudly at the stinking wind demon. Rosanna finally managed to compose herself a little. She picked up the microphone, stood up on shaky legs, and asked, "You're a demon? Blackheart? Are you really from hell?" Charlotte pointed at the garishly golden tornado and laughed. "Doesn't this style just scream hell to you? That's right. Hee-hee, this is exactly what hell looks like. And here's some good news for you. There's no heaven in this world. All of you are destined for hell." It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in front of every television, echoing in the mind of every believer. They no longer cared about their fear of the devil. Rage flared up, and they began shouting and cursing at their screens. "That's what I said. So what? If God really exists, why doesn't he come down here and strike down Blackheart?" Marvel Comics rarely depict heaven or God. He appears only in a handful of stories, and even then, he's not shown as particularly powerful. In the related movies, he doesn't show up at all, but the Lords of the Hell Dimension are very much real. The only so-called evidence is the Ghost Rider's identity as an avenging angel, but to Charlotte, that's just a joke. Watching Rosanna's eyes tremble, Charlotte curled her lips and continued. "It's simple to understand, isn't it? Heaven and hell? Really, it's just our two hell dimensions putting on a show, fighting over human souls, stealing your faith, and splitting the spoils together. And you humans are so easy to fool. Whatever we show you, that's what you believe. Whatever we tell you, that's what you'll repeat. And so I, the Blackheart Demon, have returned to the world of mortals once more, this time to expose hell's grand conspiracy to join forces with the superheroes of humanity and to launch a counterattack against hell itself, reclaiming the power and the throne that are rightfully mine." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're lying to me," Roseanne cried out, her voice echoing the disbelief and outrage in countless hearts. At that very moment, who knows how many people watching on their televisions felt their spirits collapse and their mental defenses shatter, unleashing a torrent of furious curses. A contemptuous grin spread across Charlot's face as he let out a mocking chuckle. "Heh-Heh-Heh. Look at this. Right now, the Blackheart Demon of Hell stands before you, smiling in your face. And those so-called angels you invented, where are they now? Behind me, the dung demon is spreading a wave of filthy terror. And where is the God you worship? I, the Blackheart Demon, stand here without fear or false names. Let it be known, today I make this declaration. God is nothing but rubbish. I'm the true terror of all mankind." As Charlot's words faded, the wind demon opened its mouth wide and unleashed a flood of ghostly warriors, who soared and swept across the sky like a storm of shadows. Panic swept through the hearts of all who watched. Charlot curled his lips into a devilish smile and turned his gaze on Roseanne, taunting. "So are you afraid now? Are you trembling? Are you terrified? You don't want to end up in hell, do you? Then why not join me, the Blackheart Demon? Stand with me against Lord Mephisto, the ruler of hell, and together let's seize hell itself and build a true paradise, a harmonious and beautiful new heaven. And now, I'm offering you all a special opportunity. No need to go to church, no need to recite scripture, no need to pray. When your time comes, through natural death, each and every one of you can fight. At my side, with me, your new God. I don't even need your faith, nor your willing sacrifice, because sooner or later, you'll all fall into my hands. Aren't you delighted? Isn't this wonderful? All you viewers out there, this is the deal of a lifetime. Forget your tedious, self-invented scriptures. All you need to do is offer up your life, and a new future will be born at your fingertips. And if there are any heroes of justice out there willing to join me, the Blackheart Demon, in our counterstrike against hell, just call the number at the bottom of your screen. Put the number up. With a sweep of Charlot's hand, a line of twisted, writhing black script slithered across the screen. Hell's dimension. The world hung upside down in the sky. The ochre earth was bone-dry and cracked, and from the pitch-black fissures, thorny brambles writhed, spewing out roaring flames and billowing black smoke. The souls of the damned were ensnared, wrapped and suspended in those thorns, dragged endlessly onward as the air filled with waves of anguished wailing. Every so often, a soul would tumble skyward from the ground, plunging in despair into the spiraling abyss of clouds overhead. Firestorms shot out from the rivers of magma on the ground, soaring into the twisted clouds above. It was only in the most foul, pitch-black swamps that the souls of the damned could free themselves from their thorny torments and stand, however briefly. Beside the black mire, you could see a colossal mountain of flesh, towering and grotesque. This mountain was built entirely from the severed hands of sinners, each one fused and pressed together in a grotesque mass. At the base, palms clawed at the earth, dragging the mountain forward with a slow, crawling motion. In the hellish winds, countless small hands atop the mountain fluttered, in the air like leaves on a tree. Beneath them all, a gigantic demonic hand gripped an elegant villa, a place that served as the home of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Step inside, and you'll find fine coats and hats hanging neatly on a rack by the door. In a lavishly decorated living room, an old, balding man lounged in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, one leg crossed over the other, bare feet propped on the coffee table. With a remote in one hand and a fistful of snacks resting on his chest, he stared unblinkingly at the TV, utterly absorbed in an episode of Friends. Yes, this slovenly, bald old man was none other than Mephisto, Lord of the Hell Dimension. Suddenly, something stirred in his mind. He picked up the remote and switched the channel to a live Fox News broadcast. On the screen, before a swirling, mud-yellow wind, a strikingly handsome, demonic face materialized, instantly catching Mephisto's attention. "I am Blackheart. I claim responsibility for this terrifying attack." Mephisto paused. "Wait, who? Is that really my foolish son? Since when did he get so handsome? Why don't I remember this?" A sly grin crept across Mephisto's lips as he watched the screen, his interest clearly piqued. He sprang up from the sofa, eyes fixed intently on the television. Of course, Mephisto knew his idiot son Blackheart had sneaked off to the mortal world in disguise. Not only did he know, but he couldn't even be bothered to care. Even when both the demon of fire and the demon of thunder had warned him, Mephisto remained unfazed, not even bothering to awaken the Ghost Rider. But this was just too entertaining. Mephisto's eyes shifted, transforming into demonic pupils that burned with infernal light. He stared at the devil on TV, exhaling an icy breath as a raspy, chilling voice escaped his lips. "Charlotte Parker." Oblivious, Charlotte continued his monologue on the screen. "There is no heaven. All of you are going to hell. The two hell dimensions, splitting the spoils together. You people are so gullible. Blackheart is right here in front of you, and where are your pathetic angels? God is nothing but filth." Fear swept rapidly across the planet. Mephisto's demonic eyes gleamed. This boy was born to be a demon. Pretending to be Blackheart? I can make you a real devil. Charlotte Parker, come be my son. All souls must ultimately return to death. Mephisto, Lord of Hell, is nothing more than an intermediary. He delighted in using contracts to trick others out of their souls, all to infuse his hellish domain with more power and vitality. He had deceived countless humans in the past, even acquiring contract for punishing the souls of sinners. To intercept these souls, he cunningly prolonged the period of punishment and intensified its severity, all to harvest greater fear. Fear, after all, was one of the sources of his power. At this very moment, as fear spread across the earth and many people's faith in God crumbled, Mephisto rose to his feet in sheer pleasure, luxuriating in the surge of power within him. He had done absolutely nothing, yet power rained down upon him, as if gifted for free. He could hardly believe it. He adored that kid on television. Meanwhile, Charlot continued his speech, raising his hand to display a long string of jumbled, nonsensical code. With a wide-open mouth, Charlot exhaled fire, as the massive phantom of a demon flickered across Mephisto's form. With a casual wave of his hand, those meaningless characters twisted and writhed, morphing into Mephisto's own hellish hotline. Demons had always loved contracts. Who said a verbal agreement doesn't count as a contract? Charlot's antics opened up new possibilities for Mephisto. Why risk the bad luck of setting foot on Earth, when he could simply stay in hell and seal contracts over the phone? Gazing at the blood-red landline at his side, Mephisto's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Charlot had given him a monumental surprise. And so he lifted his hand, dialed Charlot's number, and prepared to deliver an even greater surprise in return. Elsewhere, a bald woman with a gentle smile sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a world of endless white. Suddenly, the time stone on her chest glowed a vivid green. A smooth, green timeline arced before her. Countless images of the past and future flickered along the line. But as she approached the present, unpredictable variables caused the timeline to shudder and tremble. Until, at last, she arrived at this very moment. The timeline abruptly transformed into two tiny figures, twitching and convulsing with each other. Their movements made a strange, rhythmic sound, an odd, almost playful chorus that echoed across the void. Yet this abstract scene left the Ancient One's serene expression unchanged. She simply opened her eyes, calm as ever, and peered deeper into the present timeline. Within this vision, Charlot rambled on, playing the part of the demon. As he raised his hand, that string of meaningless symbols was transmuted into a series of numbers. With a soft smile, the Ancient One lifted her hand and gently tapped the numbers. Suddenly, Mephisto's tone shifted. The voice now sounded like that of a sweet, timid little girl, who spoke in a shy, trembling whisper. Is that you, Brother Blackheart? I'm actually a superhuman. May I join your team and go to hell together to defeat the evil demon Mephisto? Her voice was soft and sweet. Just hearing it, you could feel the hope sparkling in her eyes, so adorable it was impossible to say no. But the moment you agree, the contract is sealed, and there's no turning back. Very well, the pact is set, and takes effect immediately, came the calm, distant voice of the Ancient One on the other end of the line. Mephisto shuddered violently, hurling the phone away in panic. With a crash, the phone smashed through the window and vanished into the abyss beneath the clouds. Now that's what you call a surprise. This is a real shock. A surprise is when you try to call your future son, but the person who picks up is the Ancient One herself. Eyes wide with disbelief, Mephisto could scarcely trust his own ears. His hands trembled. Though the phone was gone, he could still feel the contract winding around his arm, his powers being ripped away and sucked into some unknown dimension. Holy hell, this is terrifying, even for a demon. Panicking, Mephisto gritted his teeth and scrambled to sever every link he had to that cursed number. Not only did he fail to trick anyone, he ended up losing out himself. Feeling his power draining away, Mephisto's face darkened with rage. Ancient One, you shameless bald fraud. Entrapment? Luring an old fellow like me into your trap? Damn it. This is nothing but a supernatural scam. Me, I am furious. But there's nothing I can do. Oh, I'm so mad. No, I can't stand it. I'm gonna go take it out on Blackheart right now. Meanwhile, the Ancient One pressed her palms together, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she twirled a strand of black mist between her fingernails. What an unexpected windfall this was. With a wave of her hand, she marked a string of characters, a number. She began tracking everyone who had ever dialed or searched for them, silently keeping tabs on them all, though she didn't spare even a glance for Blackheart himself. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill card, Hell Hotline. When you dial your own number, you will randomly summon a demon. Free attribute points +2. Strength +1. Constitution +1. Spirit +10. Charlot, huh? Wait, what just happened? After assigning points to Strength and Constitution, Charlot glanced down at his own stats. Strength, 31, +1. Trait, Super Hearing. Spirit, 46, +1. Trait, Insight, you're good at letting enemies spot your weak points. Constitution, 31, +1. Très rapide régénération. Charisma, 21, +1. Attribute points, 12. A new skill, Hell Hotline? Charlot was taken aback. Could it be that he'd attracted Mephisto's attention? That shouldn't be possible, right? Facing the livestream camera, Charlot paused for a moment, lost in thought, and then said, Of course, Earth has its own mighty protector. She's powerful. Incredibly powerful. An absolute legend. I'd love to invite her down to hell, so we could take down Mephisto together. Thunder boomed, and the wind demon was swept away. Charlot looked up and saw a sickly yellow shockwave spreading through the clouds. Holy crap! Charlotte shouted into the camera. This is it. Feel the terror, straight from hell. With that bold declaration, Charlotte spun on her heel and bolted, vanishing from the camera's view in a flash. 10,000 times faster than she'd arrived. She dropped to all fours, tongue lolling, scrambling at top speed to narrowly escape the downpour crashing from the sky. These hellish demons were just too much. Pulling out moves this outrageous? Back at the original spot, Rosen hadn't even processed what was happening. What terror. How to feel it. Rain poured down in sheets, and on a live stream, she let out the most terrified scream. Oh, my God. In living rooms everywhere, viewers crossed themselves frantically, praying for her safety. The scene shifted. Charlotte, with Gwen and Claire in tow, dodged the yellow rain. Halfway back, Charlotte rejoined the group, disabling the Phantom Friend skill card. Raccoon Town was finally in sight. Later that day, hey Charlotte, Harry, MJ, and Sally, still hyped up and covered in festival paint, waved from afar, clearly having had a blast. But as the motorcycle rolled up, they stared, bewildered, at the bedraggled trio. Harry gaped. What the? Did you three just escape a disaster? Why do you look like you've been through the ringer? Charlotte hopped off the bike, rolling her eyes. That's right, we've been running for our lives, and it's nowhere near over. 3 massive threats were still drawing closer, and now one of them was starting to stir again. Damn it, is this nightmare never going to end? You four should stay here and enjoy the festivities. Gwen and I will lead them away. It was obvious who the enemy was after. There was no need to drag Harry and the others into danger. Hearing this, Harry's relaxed expression turned serious as he frowned and asked, Charlotte, what's going on? Tell me. I'll help you, whatever it is. One look at Charlotte's solemn face, and Harry knew this wasn't simple. It's demons, Harry, Charlotte replied. Demons? Harry snorted, clapping Charlotte on the shoulder. Come on, don't mess with me, demons. In this world. Unbelievable. Clearly, you've been having way too much fun. How could you not know about something this big? Charlotte picked up her phone, did a quick search, and showed the results to Harry. Staring at the screen, Harry raised an eyebrow at the gigantic monster and the tornado with a sickly yellow, long-faced figure swirling behind it. Is this for real? Looking utterly baffled, he pulled out his own phone to start searching as well. Of course, MJ was doing the same. Mother, I can't believe it's actually real. Harry's face turned pale with shock, especially as one video after another showed the dung demon. Just the sight of it made his skin crawl, and then, seeing the monster's final act before its death, the footage was almost too gruesome to watch. Shutting off his phone, Harry was the first to speak. Don't worry, Charlotte, Gwen, I'll definitely help you. MJ raised her hand with a look of deep distaste and said, just to be clear, if that dung demon comes chasing after us again, I'm out. There's nothing I can do about it. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Charlotte. Even Gwen wanted to ask. She knew Charlotte's spider sense had a wide range. Hurry up and check. Has the dung demon come back? The dung demon is dead. Charlotte shook her head and said, but the new demon that's coming, you won't stand a chance against it, either. To be safe. Actually, it's already too late. Charlotte's tone shifted mid-sentence, her face turning grave as she swept a serious look over the group. Quick, we need to leave now. This one is definitely not easy to deal with. At some point, a faint mist had started to drift across the street. The rain demon had begun its attack on Raccoon Town, where the festivities were still in full swing. Sensing the prickle of danger creeping along the streets, Charlotte couldn't help but remember Resident Evil when she heard the name Raccoon Town. She turned and asked, do you know what to do if you run into zombies? Turn around and run. Sally answered, full of conviction. Call the police, fast, Claire said, eyeing the rising mist with worry. Punch them flat. MJ flipped her red hair with a grin. Post about it on social media? Gwen looked to Charlotte in confusion. Fall in love. Harry nodded, entirely serious. Charlotte just shook her head, taking on the air of a seasoned expert. The best thing to do when you see a zombie is to plant sunflowers first. While the group traded quips, a heavier fog began to rise from the mountain beside Raccoon Town, thickening until it looked like an ordinary weather phenomenon. Except the more you looked at it, the more wrong it felt. The mist flowed, slowly pressing down toward the town. Thunder rumbled across the sky. With a sudden crash, all the power in the little town went out. A bonus chapter thanks to everyone's tips and gifts. Thank you for watching the videos and supporting with rewards. Extra chapter incoming. A layer of silvery sand coated the ground, and as the white mist crept closer and thicker, anything swallowed by that fog seemed to slip into another world, vanishing without a trace. Charlotte and the others quickly gathered the supplies Harry had stored and retreated as fast as they could, only to find themselves cornered by the encroaching mist. With nowhere left to run, they ended up in front of the supermarket at the center of Raccoon Town. Suddenly, an ear-piercing air raid siren blared across the sky, its source impossible to pinpoint. The sound felt like it was scraping against their nerves, making everyone tense and physically uncomfortable. Gwen winced and covered her ears, while the noise frayed MJ's nerves and left her irritable. The white mist continued to spread. An old man, his nose and mouth bloodied and still dressed in his paint-splattered party outfit, staggered out of the haze. Panic-stricken, he glanced at Charlotte's group, then dashed into the supermarket. Inside, he screamed in terror at the bewildered crowd. The mist! There's something in the mist. It dragged away John Lee. What? No way. You must be out of your mind. Are you kidding me? Is it the demon from the Fox News live stream? The people in the supermarket erupted into a cacophony of voices, shouting over one another. Glancing back at the surging waves of mist behind them, Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but in the end, followed Harry and the others into the supermarket. Within moments, the milky white mist enveloped the entire building. Looking out through the supermarket's glass walls, everything outside had vanished into the swirling white, leaving no trace of the world beyond. Some nameless terror seemed to lurk within the fog, a presence both mysterious and dangerous. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, sending heaps of people tumbling to the floor inside the store. The lights swung overhead as the building shuddered with the force of the quake. Charlotte took a step forward, eyes locked on the mist beyond the glass. A heavy layer of silvery sand clung to the windows, blocking his view entirely. Yet through his spider sense, Charlotte could feel the demon just beyond the glass, so close he could almost reach out and touch it, standing silently and staring straight at him. In that instant, their intense gazes collided in the air, sparking an electric tension between them. "Charlotte, what do you see?" Gwen stepped forward, peering out into the hazy world and asking anxiously. This world had truly gone mad. Each demon they'd faced seemed more formidable than the last. But why didn't these demons attack all at once? Why not? Why? What could the reason be? Gwen rubbed around, soft chin, muttering quiet, "I'm thinking." "Nothing," Charlotte replied calmly. Through his spider sense, he could tell the presence outside had slipped away. Still, Charlotte found it odd. Why hadn't the demons simply come crashing in? Could it be wary of their numbers? That hardly seemed likely. But Charlotte was sure of one thing. He was the demon's target. Was it because of his irresistible charm? He'd never admitted to being handsome. He took pride in that, determined to defy the world. A sudden, agonized scream echoed from outside, making everyone inside the supermarket blanch with fear. Outside, a fine drizzle began to fall, but the thick white mist lingered, refusing to lift. Everyone began to believe the old man's words. There truly was something in the mist outside the supermarket. A middle-aged woman, gazing out the window, murmured to herself, "It's death. It must be death." Death? What's death compared to what we've faced before? Having weathered many storms, Claire, her face calm, couldn't help but glance at her, then looked resolutely toward the window. The superstitious middle-aged woman continued, "Death. Death is right outside right now. This is the end of the world sent by the Lord. It's all punishment for our disrespect. This is the disaster brought upon us for believing in the devil. Oh Lord, let me save these people. Lord, let me proclaim your truth. Lord, let me shine with your holy light." An elderly man sharply rebuked her. "That's enough. Please, just stop, will you?" A short-haired woman in a brown coat stood up as well, staring into the mist outside, her eyes full of fear as she spoke. "No, I can't stay here. I have to get home. My 8-year-old daughter Wanda is looking after her 5-month-old baby brother. She often forgets about her brother. I can't stay here. I have to go back." "You really shouldn't, ma'am," an old man tried to dissuade her. "Dam Stark Industries has a test facility nearby. This mist, the earthquake. I bet that curse lab exploded. Did you hear those screams just now? Who knows, this white fog could be poisonous." As he spoke, everyone in the store broke into a heated discussion. The short-haired woman, her eyes brimming with tears, pleaded, "I really can't stay here. I told them I'd only be out for a few minutes. What if they can't wait and run into the mist? She's only 8. My home is very close. Will anyone help me?" But no one dared meet her gaze. After all, everyone valued their own life, and it was clear that staying here was much safer than venturing outside. Gwen couldn't help glancing at Charlotte. She truly wanted to offer her help. But Harry stepped forward first and said, "I have a weapon with me. I don't know what's in the mist, but having a weapon is better than nothing." With that, he took a small handgun from his backpack and handed it to the woman. "Thank you. Could you come with me to save my children? It's really not far." The short-haired woman begged through her tears. Harry let out a breath, then silently shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mom." One by one, the people in the store avoided meeting the woman's eyes. With great power comes great responsibility. A thought stirred in Gwen's heart, and she spoke up. "Maybe I—" Charlotte interrupted her. "I'll go with her. Seeing the short-haired woman about to thank him, Charlot raised his hand to stop her and said, "You'd better think this through. There really is something in the mist, and being with me might actually put you in the most danger. I'm not afraid. Thank you for staying with me. If I die, I hope you could take care of my child for me." As she spoke, she handed her small pistol to Charlot. Taking the familiar weapon, Charlot weighed it in his hand, smiled, and walked over to Harry. He patted Harry on the shoulder, handed him the gun, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, I trust you most of all. Take care of them for me." They exchanged a practiced fist bump, and Harry nodded, accepting the pistol once again. Next, Charlot pulled Gwen aside and said quietly, "Brother, I trust you most of all. Take care of them for me." With that, he handed Gwen a lollipop. By the way, there's a chat group for this novel in Tomato too. Then Charlot led MJ to a corner, patted her shoulder, and in a solemn whisper said, "Brother, I trust you most of all. Remember to look after them." He took a Glock and a magazine from his pocket and handed them to her. Not far away, Gwen, sharp-eared and quick to notice, stood with her arms crossed, a lollipop in her mouth, scowling and pouting in annoyance. Once everything was ready, Charlot put on the raincoat offered by one of the townsfolk. Standing at the door, he waved to his friends, then turned to glance at the Raccoon Town residents watching him from inside the supermarket. Charlot reached out and opened the supermarket door. A rush of air swept inside, and everyone felt a chill that seemed to seep straight into their bones. Outside, the fog was thick, white as cream, light as air. The moment Charlot opened the door, it gently and slowly spilled into the supermarket. With that chilling draft, a steady rain began to patter on the parts of Charlot's skin left uncovered by his raincoat. The coolness cut to the bone, seeping into his soul. It was as if devilish whispers brushed his ears. "Come be my son, come be my son, come be my son." A constant hush, like the endless brushing of leaves, filled the air. A little bewildered, Charlot didn't know what to say. It was hard to even comment. Was the wind in the demon realm always this distinctive? Then Charlot pulled up his raincoat's hood and stepped out, quickly vanishing into the mist as his friends watched. Kama hesitated for a moment at the door, but donned her raincoat and resolutely followed in Charlot's footsteps. As they stepped into the fog, darkness swallowed everything. They switched on their flashlights, but in the Tyndall effect, the beams only pierced a short distance. After just a few steps, the supermarket behind them faded completely into the mist, disappearing without a trace. The world was reduced to nothing but the gentle sound of rain. Carmen hurried after Sherlock, her face pale as she clutched the flashlight and rushed to his side, saying breathlessly, "Thank you, young man. My house isn't far from here. It's just—" As she spoke, Carmen raised her hand, intending to point the way home, but the moment her hand lifted, her face turned an even ghastlier shade of white. She looked around in horror, her eyes wide with dread. Thick fog blanketed everything in a milky haze. Once caught in the mist, all sense of direction vanished. The world around them was reduced to a monotony that was both suffocating and terrifying. "Try not to worry too much," Sherlock spoke up, his voice calm and reassuring. He held his flashlight aloft, attempting to pierce the fog, while his spider's sense swept the area, silently noting the growing number of crimson dots, some small, some large, gathering nearby. And among them, the largest red dot of all hovered at a distance, as if silently watching his every move. Sherlock took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, his foot struck something. He couldn't even see the ground beneath him in the thick mist. Pausing, he crouched and picked up the object. A sharp gasp escaped Carmen. She clapped her hand over her mouth, her face drained of all color, barely restraining herself from crying out loud. In her trembling eyes, Sherlock held a freshly severed, blood-soaked human arm. With a casual flick, Sherlock tossed the grotesque limb from his hand and turned to reassure her. "Don't worry, it's nothing but a cat teaser." He tossed the arm into the swirling fog without a second thought. A guttural screech erupted from where he'd thrown it, followed by the sound of insects skittering and something heavy thudding to the ground. "What do we do now? Shouldn't we run? Fast? We don't even have any weapons." Carmen clung to Sherlock's arm, her entire body shaking, desperate for support. "I told you, don't worry. Who says I don't have a weapon? Watch me." Sherlock gently but firmly moved Carmen aside, a confident grin spreading across his face. He planted his feet with poise, one foot forward and one behind, chin lifted, eyes alight with self-assurance. With a flourish, he made a delicate gesture with his left hand, then reached to his chest with his right, gripping something firmly. A radiant light flared as the hilt of a katana appeared at his chest, the glow enveloped by his grasp. Carmen could only stare wide-eyed as Sherlock smiled and slowly drew the blade from his chest, inch by inch. He gave the weapon a casual twirl, the edge gleaming cold and bright, and shot Carmen a playful, challenging look. "Well, Impressed? This was the space pocket built into his chest by the Spider Pig Hero skill card. It wasn't large, but Sherlock had made a habit of stashing confiscated weapons inside. He'd always wanted to show this trick to Gwen, but the chance had never come. As for whether performing it in front of Carmen might blow his cover as a kind-hearted, justice-driven superhero, now was hardly the time to worry about that. Realizing that Charlot possessed some supernatural abilities, Mamaka's first reaction was not fear, but pure delight. She wasn't worried that Charlot might be too powerful. Her only concern was that he might not be powerful enough. The stronger Charlot was, the sooner she could return home, and the safer her child would be. The beam of the flashlight finally attracted an unknown monster. 3 tentacles slid silently across the ground, each one a different thickness. They resembled octopus arms, but instead of suction cups, their surfaces were lined with gaping, blood-red mouths, eager to wrap around Charlot and tear him apart. Charlot remained calm, swinging his blade with practiced ease. With one swift, elegant stroke, he sliced through half a tentacle, sending it tumbling to the ground. Gripping his weapon tightly, a cold smirk on his lips, Charlot unleashed his swordsmanship again, slashing wildly at the tentacles with his katana. His flurry of blows struck the monstrous limbs, but failed to sever them completely. Determined, Charlot noticed his orchid fingers rising again, a sign of resolve. Mamaka, who had been watching the fight with worry and fear written on her face, suddenly froze in shock as she saw Charlot slowly draw an UZI from his chest. The sharp, staccato bursts of gunfire echoed through the mist. As expected, all fear stems from a lack of firepower. The bullets hit their mark, and the effect was immediate. Even the people in the distant supermarket paused at the familiar sound of gunshots, thinking for a moment that the military might have arrived. Meanwhile, MJ, Gwen, and Harry exchanged glances and breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though none of them knew where Charlot's UZI had come from this time, they were all used to his eccentricity. Around him, even the most absurd things somehow felt normal. If Charlot was shooting, it meant he was in danger. But as long as Charlot was still shooting, it meant he wasn't defeated yet. For a moment, no one could tell whether they should be relieved or worried. Clutching the lady's pistol in his hand, Harry stood up with a frown and declared, "No, I have to go help him." "Don't," Gwen called out first, and the others in the supermarket quickly joined in, urging him to stay. "Trust Charlot. He can handle it. Besides, you just get lost in the fog." But Gwen was different. With Charlot's spider sense activated, she could occasionally sense his position. Charlot swung his blade swiftly again, severing another large section of the tentacled maw. A guttural roar echoed through the mist, and the 3 tentacles finally began to retreat. From start to finish, Charlot never saw the creature's true form, but he was certain it was even larger than he had imagined. A light, steady rain fell on him, and Charlot brushed the water off the brim of his raincoat hood. He looked down at the severed tentacle, still twitching on the ground. The flesh was pale, almost white, and the sharp teeth embedded in it were tinged with black. One part was still twitching and gnawing on the ground, while another, which had just been riddled with bullets by Xia Luo, now lay completely still. Before Xia Luo and Mamaka's eyes, it began to wither, moisture seeping from within, until at last it vanished, its remains blending seamlessly into the rainwater pooling all around. Shivering with cold, Mamaka hugged herself. The short hair on her head, soaked by rain, clung to her forehead. As if remembering something, she crouched down and peered closely at the ground, trying to spot anything unusual on the concrete road. She then raised her hand, pointing through the mist ahead, and said, The parking lot should be in that direction." Taking a few quick steps toward where Mamaka was pointing, Xia Luo passed a Volkswagen lying on its side and reached the edge of the supermarket parking lot. Shining the flashlight ahead, the world was shrouded in mist. Except for the gentle patter of rain, it was utterly silent, and the oppressive quiet made the tension in the air nearly unbearable. It felt as if, at any moment, a monster could leap out from the roadside. Xia Luo tightened her grip on the katana in her hand, shook the rain from her coat, rolled her neck, and gazed deep into the fog. Following closely behind, Mamaka trembled, fear clouding her mind and making it hard to think straight. She fumbled quickly for her car keys. In her mind, as long as they made it back to the car, they could speed up their escape, and staying inside the car felt far safer than wandering about outside. Suddenly, her foot caught on something, and she jumped, startled by a corpse that had appeared right at her feet. It was the body of the supermarket security guard, already long dead, limbs sprawled out like a starfish, face down and motionless on the ground. The corpse, its skin ashen and gray, shocked Mamaka so much that she forgot all about her keys and hurried to catch up with Xia Luo. But as she pressed forward, her anxiety only escalated. Her heart pounded so hard it seemed ready to burst from her throat. Fear turned her blood to ice, draining all color from her face. Through the shifting fog, what appeared before them was not just the body they had found, but body after body. Each one lay face down, arms and legs splayed on the parking lot ground, long since dead. The gloomy drizzle and this nightmarish scene made the place feel like the site of some sinister, twisted religious ritual. The corpses, stretching into the fog, seemed to have no end. Covering her mouth, Mama Ka dared not utter a word. Her legs nearly gave out, and she clung desperately to Xia Luo's shadow. The further they went, the denser the bodies became, the more hopeless reality seemed. Near the battered, lopsided cars, corpses like these were everywhere in the parking lot. Many still wore the painted costumes of the festival, showing just how swiftly their joy had been snuffed out by terror. Blood stained the ground, but now only the dead remained, lying face down in silence. Fighting to steady her racing heart and quell her rising panic, Mama Ka, trembling and barely able to stand, finally spotted her own car. But right now, forget about driving out. The ground was littered with corpses, and even getting close to them was a huge hassle. As her thoughts shifted, she accidentally kicked one of the bodies at her feet. In the next instant, that corpse suddenly began to convulse violently. Startled, Mama Ka let out a sharp gasp and stumbled backward. But that single cry truly stirred up a hornet's nest. As if triggered by a chain reaction, the corpses sprawled across the ground began to twitch and shudder one after another. Xia Luo rushed over, knife in hand, stepping in front of her to shield her, his eyes fixed on the writhing bodies. Their torsos jerked, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, and pallid wrists drooped limply against the ground. The upper bodies arched, upward with force, lifting as high as they could go, while those faces, frozen in despair at the moment of death, hung down lifelessly. The skin and clothing on their backs squirmed, as though something inside was about to burst through. Grabbing the still trembling and stunned Mama Ka, Xia Luo pulled her along and broke into a run. Only a fool would wait around for these things to transform. Without a second thought, he dashed straight over the writhing corpses, heading for the edge of the parking lot. From within the first of those twitching bodies, a monstrous, blood-curdling roar erupted. Thighs bent outward in a grotesque splay, arms twisting as they propped up the body. With a sickening, tearing sound, two spider-like, jointed limbs burst from its back, thick as human arms. From between the legs, blood sprayed from the torn crotch of its pants, and a round, spider-shaped maw with writhing appendages pushed its way out. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing row upon row of eyes inside. Using both hands and arachnid legs, it scuttled swiftly after Xia Luo and Mama Ka. Then, more of the mutated spiders began to stir, their human heads dangling limply from their tails, lurching in pursuit of Xia Luo. Xia Luo ran fast, but he couldn't outrun creatures with 8 legs. One of the spiders sprang into the air, landing with a heavy thud in front of Xia Luo, sprawled atop an overturned police car, blocking their path. Just seeing that monstrous spider made Xia Luo's blood run cold. But before he could release Mama Ka and get ready to fight, a slick, rounded tongue shot out from behind the spider, sticking to his back. In the blink of an eye, the spider was yanked back into the mist. Still gripping Mama Ka, Xia Luo shuddered all over, swallowing hard to spite himself. What kind of monstrosities were lurking on this cursed road? He'd had enough, more than enough. Dragging Mama Ka along, Xia Luo didn't hesitate for a second. He changed direction on the spot and called out, "This way. We're going this way." Behind them, one of the pursuing spiders twisted around. The human head dangling from its tail lifted, pale eyes seemingly fixed on Xia Luo's retreating figure. Suddenly, it tore open its grotesque mouth, and a thin strand of silk shot from its throat, flying straight towards Xia Luo. He'd spent the whole time shooting protein webs at others. Now, it was finally his turn to be caught in someone else's line. With a jolt of his tingling spider sense, Shero shoved Karma aside and dodged in a hurry. A strand of web shot between the two of them, striking the school bus up ahead. A wisp of smoke drifted up. The web's intense corrosive power ate straight through the steel, snapping off and falling limply to the ground. There was no time to marvel. One after another, mutated spiders crawled along the road and over the rooftops, swarming towards Shero in a dense tide. He spun around, grabbed Karma, and with a sweep of his blade, sliced through several webs shooting toward them. Amidst the monster's guttural howls, he dashed forward at a sprint. A holy light flared behind Shero. Another Shero followed close, taking up the rear. Before he could react, a strand of spider silk wrapped around White Shero's arm. The web sliced through his short sleeve and immediately began to corrode his flesh at an alarming rate. The agony was overwhelming. accompanied by the stench of burning flesh and a sickly plume of smoke. It kept White Shero from escaping alongside them. He reached out, tore the web away with his bare hand, but the highly corrosive strand left a deep, bone-deep wound across his palm. Before White Shero could do anything more, another strand of web snaked from behind, coiling tightly around his throat. White Shero's eyes widened in shock. At the other end of the silk was a swollen, green human head, attached to one of the mutant spiders, which flicked its tail with brutal force. The web's cutting edge finished the job. The plan for Shero to split up had come to an abrupt, violent conclusion. But was this really Shero's intent when he used the Friend from Thin Air skill card? Was he truly willing to sacrifice a life just to buy a little time from the pursuing spiders? The severed head snapped back, and the wounds on his palm vanished, as if unwound from time itself. White Shero spread his arms, shot a disdainful glance at the mutant spiders, and yawned as though bored. He lifted his hand to catch the katana Shero tossed to him, holding it crosswise to block the hideous monsters. Naturally, Karma noticed the sudden appearance of another person behind her. Her face went deathly pale, and she stammered in terror. Is he your friend? Should we stop and help him? That's right, my friend. Shero replied with a confident grin. His name is Deadpool, and trust me, he doesn't need our help. He can handle this all on his own. White Shero leaped into the air, cleaving a mutant spider in two with a single swing. Blood and viscera erupted in a messy spray. He cursed loudly. Oh fuck. I knew those movie scenes were nothing but lies. Split it down the middle, and you still get covered in shit. Ignoring the spider spear lodged in his back, White Shero plunged his blade into another mutant spider, casually cleaning it as he went. With every sweep of the crimson blade, his wounds closed over instantly. Grinning at the swarming spiders, he jeered. Hey babies, who wants to play a little game with Uncle Shero? With that, he brandished his sword and dove headlong into the writhing mass of mutant spiders. At this moment, Xiao Luo advanced with the share skill card equipped, setting his duplicate as the shared target. Countless jolts of pain continued to assault his mind, yet the sensations brought with them an inexplicable thrill. Xiao Luo's attributes were formidable to begin with, and now, paired with a body that could not be injured, he wore an air of invincibility in the face of these strange spider creatures. As the tide of mutant spiders surged toward him, he bared a row of even teeth, his eyes showing not a hint of fear. Come on, then. Fight me. Blade swung, again and again, only the arc of drawing and slashing. A mutant spider lunged at him. The stolen human body it wore had yet to fully die, its bloated green head, now its abdomen, opened wide, moaning dismally. But Bai Xiao Luo remained unfazed. Dressed in his own tattered, corroded clothes, he cleaved the creature in two with a single stroke. Fluid splattered, sending wisps of smoke curling from his body, but Bai Xiao Luo paid it no mind. Another monster fell to his blade's tip. Compared to these twisted, writhing spider abominations, the undying Bai Xiao Luo seemed the true monster. At last, with the final mutant spider slain, he stood atop a mound of corpses, a savage grin on his face. He casually drove his nicked katana into the earth beside him, then with a flick, vanished from sight. There was no time to rest, for elsewhere, Xiao Luo faced yet another crisis. As they pressed forward, Kama's house was now almost within reach. But looming in the mist ahead stood a colossal creature, nearly 10 meters tall. It resembled a crab, with a pair of enormous, ponderous pincers and long, jointed legs lifting its body high. The upper half remained, shrouded in fog, its outline unclear. Only the slender legs and massive claws could be seen, dragging menacingly across the ground. A chilling, serpentine hiss echoed through the air. The creature had sensed Xiao Luo and Kama's presence. With a swing, its pincers smashed the neighboring shops, sweeping sideways toward Xiao Luo in a crushing pincer attack. Xiao Luo darted back with Kama, narrowly evading the blow. From the wreckage, a billiard table hurtled skyward, and a lone ball tumbled from the sky, rolling to a stop not far from Xiao Luo's feet. Now closer, Xiao Luo caught sight of writhing, octopus-like tentacles twisting within the monster's pincers. Missing its mark, the creature recoiled, withdrawing into the mist. He shook the blood from his hand, sticky from his evasive maneuvers. The terror of the crisis sent an uncontrollable grin to Xiao Luo's lips. He had to admit, after so much hacking and slashing, the monster's shrieks, the swirling fog, and the fine rain falling from above had all taken a toll on his mind. Or, to put it another way, his sanity was slipping. Gazing at the creature blocking his path, Xiao Luo crouched down and reached out, picking up the billiard ball that had rolled to his feet. As the fine rain and white mist lingered, Charlot could feel everything in this world of fog growing and evolving with the passage of time. He had to act quickly and take down this rain demon without delay, because, right now, he was overwhelmed by the urge to tear every single monster into shreds. A crooked grin tugged at his lips as Charlot eyed the billiard ball in his hand, rolling his neck and stretching his limbs. With full confidence, he turned to Karma, standing beside him, and said, "No need to worry. I'll put an end to all of this very soon." Put an end to all of this? Karma stared toward her home, her face shadowed by despair as the way was blocked. "It can never end. It's all over for us." Patting Karma's shoulder, Charlot tossed the billiard ball lightly and stepped forward with a cheerful air. "Let me show you something to lift your spirits." Then, with a playful puff of mystical breath onto the ball, Charlot called out in a booming voice, "It's decided. Go, Lizardmon!" He hurled the billiard ball toward the fog where the monster lurked. In midair, the ball burst forth with brilliant holy light. In the next instant, an 8-meter-tall figure took shape before Karma's stunned eyes. Lizard Parker appeared, throwing his head back in a thunderous roar that echoed through the mist. Of course, Karma's shock at this moment was only just beginning, because in the next second, she became convinced that Charlot had gone completely mad. Right beside her, Charlot began to dance, his movements wild and absurd, humming the off-key evolution theme from Digimon as accompaniment. He raised his Mickey Mouse watch and pointed it at Lizard Parker, shouting, "Lizardmon, super evolve, do. Lizard Spider Beast." Chanting, Charlot pressed the nightlight button on his watch, letting it flash toward Lizard Parker. With an over-the-top yell, he swiftly slapped 2 new skill cards on a Lizard Parker. Spider Pig Hero plus Super Strength. Lizard Parker let out a guttural roar as holy light blazed across his body, his form suddenly surging in size with a frenzied growth. Evolution? Not quite. This was something far more twisted, a monstrous transformation. 2 massive arms erupted from his back. The lizard's scales morphed into armor bristling with spiny hairs. Beside his magma-bright slit pupils, 6 compound eyes sprouted, and atop his head, he now sported Charlot's signature buzz cut. Every claw on his hands gleamed pitch black and indestructible, and even from his mouth, a pair of venomous fangs jutted forth. Whatever charm his creature once had was utterly gone. Instead of looking cool, this lizard spider Charlot now radiated a terrifying aura, his appearance hideous and bizarre, far more demonic than any demon Charlot had ever become. Holy crap! Charlot shuddered all over, the first to be stunned by the transformation of his own doppelganger. Mama Ka stared as the massive form of the lizard spider, Charlot, toppled to the ground. Witnessing this scene, she began to believe she had lost her sanity. Charlot's body swelled, shooting up to a terrifying height of 16 meters. An endless surge of power rippled through him. Looking down at the pincered monster before him felt like gazing at a younger sibling. Charlot reached out, grasped its head in one hand, and, with a casual squeeze, snapped off its resisting claws. With a final, brutal twist, he crushed its skull to pulp. Charlot's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Strength, 160, chaotic. Spirit, 0, chaotic. Constitution, 160, chaotique. A 16-meter body. A world seen through 8 spider eyes. A mind with 0 spirit, utterly unrestrained. It left Charlot with the creeping sense that the spider lizard had completely lost control. He then delivered a savage kick, sending the broken remains of the pincered monster flying. In midair, the corpse burst apart, dissolving into a spray of water. With that colossal body and overwhelming power, Charlot turned toward the direction of the rain demon and thundered forward with earth-shaking steps. Meanwhile, Charlot guided Mama Ka, her mind dangerously close to collapse, down half a street, finally stopping in front of her own home. Though everything she had endured threatened to shatter her sanity, the sight of a pair of clear, innocent eyes peeking from behind the curtains instantly brought her back to herself. She fumbled in her pocket, pulling out her keys. With trembling hands, she tried again and again before finally, through tears, she managed to unlock the door. Charlot glanced back the way he had come. There, the spider lizard Charlot plunged both hands into the belly of the spider lobster monster, while 2 other pairs of arms tore at the countless tentacles snaking toward him. With a tremendous effort, he ripped the creature in half, then snapped a dangling power cable to wrap it up. As the enemy's corpse dissolved into a puddle, Charlot seized a streetlight from the curb and hurled it like a spear, skewering a giant bird that had tried to flee. Lifting a small billboard nearby, Charlot stepped forward, disappearing into the swirling mist. Raccoon Town's supermarket power distribution room, an hour after Charlot had left. Gripping tightly, a firefighter's iron shovel was driven into a severed tentacle. Harry's face was tense, veins bulging on his hands as he fought off the squirming, biting appendage. Soon, the tentacle stopped, writhing, and melted into a pool of filthy water. Harry, pale-lipped and grim, returned to the fray, his heart sinking ever lower for Charlot's fate. Not long ago, David, a customer who had also been trapped here, came to the power room in search of supplies. He happened to notice a generator belching thick smoke and quickly shut it down. Then, he heard an eerie noise coming from behind the security shutter that led outside the supermarket. David rushed back into the supermarket at once. After quickly soothing his son, he hurried to share his discovery with the supermarket staff. Although the employees were skeptical, they still followed David to the electrical control room, and Harry, upon hearing what had happened, also decided to come and help. The supermarket staff restarted the generator and checked it for any malfunctions. They concluded that the exhaust pipe outside the door was clogged, which had caused the foul-smelling fumes to be expelled directly into the control room. Ignoring David's warnings about monsters, the staff instead dismissed him as a coward, too timid to face the situation. Jim, the mechanic with a fierce look on his face, seemed especially contemptuous of David, clearly resenting his wealthy background. And so, under the confident lead of Jim, the mechanic, the group opened a rolling shutter door. In the very next instant, a tentacle shot inside with lightning speed, wrapping itself around the young man who had volunteered to go out and repair the generator pipe. He hadn't believed David's warning, and now he was caught. Mother! Damn it, don't just stand there like idiots. Close that damn door now. Harry bellowed furiously at Jim, who was still frozen in shock. As he shouted, Harry sprang forward without hesitation. He swung his shovel and struck the tentacle that was coiling around the young man's chest. Seeing that the tentacle only writhed without letting go, Harry gritted his teeth and turned the shovel sideways, hacking down hard so that the edge sliced into the writhing appendage. This time, his blow finally worked. The tentacle loosened its grip, and David, who had been holding onto the young man all along, managed at last to pull the battered, bloodied youth free from the creature's grasp. But before anyone could celebrate, an even larger tentacle surged through the doorway, sliding along the floor as it probed forward. Suddenly, it reared up more than 2 meters high, its gaping maw snapping wildly at the air. The horrific sight stunned everyone into silence. Everyone except Harry, who gripped his shovel tightly, bracing himself like a warrior facing a wild beast. He shouted again, his voice ringing with urgency. Somebody close that damn door now. He struck the towering tentacle with a powerful swing, bringing the shovel down hard and severing the recoiling appendage right there on the ground. More tentacles slithered under the rolling door, but Harry was at the front, slashing and battering them back with relentless blows. Seizing the moment after the young man was rescued, David scrambled to his feet. He shoved the still stupefied Jim out of the way, leapt nimbly over the twitching tentacles, and reached for the switch beside the door. With another sharp smack of the shovel on the floor, Harry fended off a tentacle that was lashing toward him, holding up the shovel to block its path. At last, the rolling door slammed shut. Harry, drenched in sweat, watched warily as the retreating tentacles dragged the shovel away. The control room fell silent once more. Finally, Harry's strength gave out. He slumped to the ground, his paint-splattered party t-shirt soaked through with sweat, and let out a wry, exhausted laugh as he sighed. Wow, vacation trips are really freaking exciting. Then laughter bubbled up. Before I start college next year, I'm definitely coming back here again. David, looking a bit worried, walked over and helped Harry to his feet, asking gently, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Harry replied with a cheerful wave as he stood up. "That's good." David gave Harry a grateful pat on the shoulder, relief evident in his voice. Compared to Harry, these staff members were all talk and no action. They weren't half as useful as this one artist. "Hey, look at this." Ollie, brandishing a fire axe, called out in surprise, pointing at the severed tentacle on the floor. Everyone turned to see that the scattered tentacle fragments had stopped writhing, dissolving slowly into puddles of filthy water. Harry was unharmed, but the young man they'd rescued, Norm, wasn't nearly as lucky. Wherever the tentacles had wrapped around him, his flesh was torn and bitten, blood streaming down his body. He had already slipped into unconsciousness. Jim still stood there in a daze. It was his stubborn insistence, ignoring David's warnings, to open the gate and fix a generator that didn't even need fixing. Furious, David strode over and slapped Jim across the face, snapping him out of his stupor with a shudder. You didn't explain it properly before. I had no idea there'd be monsters outside the loading bay doors. You should have been clearer. I didn't know." "Enough," David interrupted, lifting the moaning, wounded Norm. "Let's get him back now." Covered in blood, Norm was carried out of the electrical area, and his appearance sent a shock through everyone in the supermarket. They'd only just been discussing when the mist might lift. Mrs. Carmody, the self-proclaimed prophet, stepped forward, trailed by a few believers. It's really begun. This is God's punishment for a lifetime of sin. This is Judgment Day, the bitter harvest of our evil deeds, God's reckoning for our lack of faith. At the head of the group, Harry didn't even acknowledge her. He simply shoved Carmody aside as she blocked their path. With the store manager and everyone else staring in shock at Harry and the others, splattered with blood, they carried Norm to the cash register. Harry reached out and swept everything off the counter, clearing it with a single motion, then carefully laid Norm down. The cash register hit the ground with a sharp crack, shattering, bills and coins spilling out, scattering across the floor at the feet of the onlookers. Amanda, the cashier, hurried over, stepping on the fallen bills as she joined Harry, her eyes wide as she examined Norm's many wounds. Oh my God, what in the world is happening? Staring at the unconscious Norm, Jim trembled as he replied. There's a monster in the mist. Several long, thick tentacles wrapped around him. We were the ones who saved him and brought him back. What? Impossible. You must be lying. This can't be true. Judgment Day. The crowd erupted in a flurry of voices, everyone voicing their own opinions in a chaotic chorus. MJ hurried over as well. She gazed at Norm's battered, bloody body, her brow furrowed. Turning to Amanda by her side, she asked, Do you have any medicine here? Well, there's nothing in the supermarket. Amanda shook her head and replied, We only have hemostatic sponges and bandages. Let's stop the bleeding first. As for real medicine, you'll only find that at the town pharmacy. She glanced back at the mist outside and the sky, which was growing steadily darker. Fear tightening her voice, Amanda continued, Go to the pharmacy? That's really not a good idea. Panic and tears spread through the crowd. Terror took root, and some refused to believe any of it, desperate to rush out of the supermarket no matter what. Everyone was losing their composure, and the place erupted into noisy chaos. Insanity. This is utter insanity. Who could believe such a thing? But this morning, the demon, someone tried to say, only to be drowned out by the commotion. Do you really think we're that gullible? Are you trying to trick us because we're outsiders? Shame on you. The tentacles. Those huge tentacles were just on the ground. Now they've turned into filthy water. I saw it with my own eyes. Norm's battered body is right here. I have a ton of things I need to take care of. This ridiculous joke of yours ends now. Open the doors. I'm leaving. Everyone's life is hanging by a thread right now. I can stand back and watch, but if I stop you, it's because I'm saving you. In the end, most people, persuaded by David, began building makeshift defenses along the supermarket's glass walls. The one who doubted David the most was his neighbor, the black lawyer Brent. He watched the others stacking bags of dog food with cold attachment, raised his hand, and declared, You actually believe all this nonsense about ghosts and monsters? It's all lies, or some kind of hallucination. The clerk probably just got hurt by accident. No one should fall for this. Anyone who can think for themselves would never. Keep thinking, you useless fool. All you ever do is make things worse. MJ had no patience left to argue with Brent. As a proud New Yorker, she knew that the world was full of absurdities. It's all God's will. There are no courts or appeals in hell, and there's nothing left to debate here. Mrs. Carmody, the self-proclaimed prophetess, finally spoke to Brent the lawyer. She swept her gaze over the others stacking dog food by the glass curtain walls, hard at work fortifying their defenses. No one can stand in the way of God's footsteps. Not even if you pile up all the dog food in the world, stack it as high as you like. In the end, it will only be stinking dog mess in the future. Brent cast a glance at Carmody, then called out to the people in the supermarket. If anyone wants to face this disaster with a bit more reason, if anyone wants to leave here, you're welcome to come with me. As for those who prefer to pile up dog food, go right ahead. A few people exchanged glances, then walked over to Brent, the black lawyer. They followed him toward the back of the supermarket, not far away, to discuss their next steps. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed prophetess Carmody continued addressing those around her. The blindest are not those without sight, but those with perfect eyes who refuse to see. Open your eyes. Set aside all rules of reality. God has written everything in the book. All of this was foretold. As she spoke, she flipped through her Bible, reading aloud in a booming voice. The Book of Revelation. What on earth are you talking about? An elderly believer couldn't help but interrupt, frowning. We should prepare to meet the God in whom we believe. Carmody's voice quivered with self-righteous emotion, as if on the verge of tears. Go meet your stinking dog mess. MJ finally snapped, unable to listen any longer. Even someone with half a brain could outthink you. God is truly blessed to have a follower like you. If you ever meet him, he'll laugh himself silly at your reasoning and probably feed you dog crap with his own fork. Hey, One of Carmody's burly followers was so furious, he looked ready to attack MJ, but Carmody raised her hand to stop him. In America, the number of people who truly believe in God has dropped sharply. Now, there are only a pitiful 80% left. MJ's words provoked the crowd's anger a bit. Carmody's ideas might be outrageous, but many of the believers present still wanted to hear more about God's wrath and judgment. The end won't come with fire or flood. It will come with a mist. Carmody spread her arms wide, pointing to the thick fog outside the window as she continued her sermon. I am here to save every single one of your souls. A boy was attacked by a monster in this supermarket. If you think there are no monsters in the mist, then go. Go out right now. What are you waiting for, hiding here? You're all staying because deep down you know, it's true. You believe it in your hearts. Demons are real. Monsters are real. And God's existence is beyond any doubt. All these disasters happened because you let yourselves be led astray by demons. Because you stopped believing in God. Some of you even think this world is godless. Pathetic foolish. What utter ignorance. So many miracles, so many superheroes sent by God to save us. Have you eaten them all? There's only one God in this world. He is the God of the Jews. He is a harsh and vengeful God. We have blasphemed against him for far too long. And now, demons have come to corrupt his faith. So today he demands that we pay for our sins with blood. Now, Carmody spread her arms and addressed everyone. It is time for you to declare where you stand. Read the Bible. It speaks of punishment and redemption. We must offer a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice for God. A bullet tore through Carmody's thigh. As she continued her sermon, holding the Bible aloft, she didn't even react at first. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. She glanced down at her wounded leg, disbelief written across her face. A gasp ran through the crowd. Even David, following the line of fire, stared at Harry in shock. Holding the small lady's pistol, Harry's gaze was unwavering. Step by step, he advanced, pressing the gun to Carmody's head and commanding, "Hands on your head. Get over there, you idiot. Unless you want to eat filth, shut that disgusting mouth of yours and sit in the corner. From now on, I'm in charge here." Pain finally silenced Carmody. She glared at Harry, calling down curses from God with her eyes. "Damn it, you actually fired." Brent, the African-American lawyer, stepped forward, unable to believe what he was seeing. To him, this was all some kind of twisted joke. Furious, he shouted, "You bastard! Put the gun down. When this damned mist clears, I swear I'll see you in jail." "Ah," Harry sneered, spreading his hands. He swung the gun toward Brent and said, "Who cares? Like you said, when the mist clears. So let me make this clear, too. From now until the mist is gone here, I'm the one who gives the orders." He fired another shot into the ceiling above, then glared at Brent. "Don't think I won't shoot. Even if all of this is fake, so what? If you don't want to die, you'd better listen up. Jail, the law. Worry about staying alive first. I may not have much left, but my family still has some resources. No one's sending me to jail, and you especially. Not a chance. Went to the dental clinic today, had my teeth cleaned and bled all over, spat out 3 liters, collapsed on the spot, author deceased, light a candle for me." Under Harry's forceful control, the supermarket was once again plunged into uneasy calm. Though he held only a lady's pistol, no one dared to act out anymore. Each person buried their private thoughts, cowed into submission beneath Harry's ruthless authority. Watching as everyone sprang into action at David's command, willingly working together to build the defenses, Harry finally nodded toward David. "I'll leave things here to you. I'm going to check out that water left behind by those monsters, see if I can figure anything out." With that, Harry turned and walked over to his friends. The stern look he'd worn all along softened into a faint smile, and he waved off their concern, saying, "I'm Fine. I just need some time alone right now." He politely declined Sally's offer to keep him company, choosing instead to head back to the control room by himself, closing the door behind him. Seeing Sally's anxious attempt to follow, MJ gently took her arm and comforted her. "Sally, let him have some space for a bit. He looks really preoccupied, like he's come across something." Then MJ gave her a knowing wink and added, "Go check on him a little later. Trust me, no one will disturb your alone time together then." "Don't be ridiculous, MJ." Sally's cheeks flushed as she explained, "I just think Harry needs a bit of care right now. But okay, I'll give him a moment to collect himself first, then I'll go talk to him." Behind them, Gwen sat on a chair, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes fixed anxiously on the world outside the window, in the direction where Charlotte had gone. Alone in the pitch-dark control room, Harry removed the magazine from his gun and stared emotionlessly at the single remaining bullet inside. Why? Why didn't you kill her? All it would take is a single shot to the forehead. Kill her, end her, and nothing bad would come of it. Why should I kill her? Harry snapped the magazine back in and asked coldly, The voice in his ear pressed on, confused. Why? Since when is killing need a reason? It's not killing someone that needs a reason. Don't you find her insufferable? If you want to kill her, just do it. Look at her, talking about God, about Judgment Day. How pointless. If God really exists, why would he do this to you, to the Osborn family? Think about those self-righteous believers and their sanctimonious faces. You're letting your own mind trap you. You won't admit what you really think. You won't do what you truly want. Shut up. Harry spun to glare at the mirror behind him, where a green shadow turned to meet his gaze. Sinister, twisted, and malevolent. As Harry walked through the darkness, the figure in the mirror drew closer with every step. A green demon grinned wickedly at him from the glass. Heh-Heh. Come on, Harry, make a deal with me. Everyone has their own fears, but Harry, you have more than most. If you just sign a pact with me, your every wish will come true, and you'll have everything you've ever wanted. The curse that God placed upon the Osborn family will vanish as if it never existed. Your poor, pitiable father will no longer be plagued by madness. The one you ought to hate is that damn God the Osborns have never wronged anyone. On the contrary, it's always been others who have failed your family. If you can't be an angel, why not try becoming a devil instead? A single bullet shattered the mirror in an instant. Watching the sneering green goblin dissolve into shards in the reflection, Harry wore a matching cold smile. Sign a contract? What a joke. Every contract comes with its risks. Remembering his father, who was ruined and cast out of Osborn Industries, all because of a ridiculous agreement, Harry let out a scornful laugh. Devils, gods, none of that matters. My future isn't decided by any of you. Only I, Harry Osborn, get to say what my future holds. Slashing forward relentlessly, monster after monster was reduced to fragments under the hands of Lizard Parker. Wielding a crushed school bus in his grasp, Lizard Parker rampaged forward, unstoppable, his roar echoing in the chaos. After pressing on through the mist for what felt like ages, Lizard Parker finally came face to face with the hiding Rain Demon, and suddenly understood why the Rain Demon had never appeared until now. At that same moment, a soldier was dragged before Harry by Jim, and only then did everyone finally piece together the truth. It's all the Umbrella Project. Stark Tech, Hammer Tech, the Life Foundation, and the U.S. military, working together. You see, humanity has never been alone. There are other dimensions, other worlds brushing right up against our own. They built a window. The scientists managed to open it, a doorway. And the monsters poured through into our world like a raging flood. Before Lizard Parker, the Rain Demon had now possessed a colossal monster from another realm. The creature towered over 100 meters tall, with chains shooting down from the clouds, twisting together like winding rivers to bind the Rain Demon's body, while the storm clouds above unfurled like a pair of giant wings. A new, massive rain cloud formed the creature's head. At this moment, the Rain Demon looked for all the world like an alpaca possessed by a nest of writhing tentacles. 6 long, pale legs lifted its squat, thick-set body, while behind it stretched a pair of rain cloud wings, thin and brittle as bone, and its spine was bristling with more twisted tentacles. The Rain Demon's successful possession had made it even more bizarre, terrifying, and immense, lending it an awkward and unnatural appearance. The beast leaned its gigantic body against a mountainside, while several winged birds rested on its back, so vast that its back had become a world of its own, a living ecosystem. At that moment, the winged birds roosting on its back had no idea that a new master now inhabited the body below them. The Rain Demon's body was now nothing more than a carcass of the colossal beast, its form twisted and racked with pain, still far from fully recovered. It didn't attack the Spidrin Parker. Simply gazing back and forth was enough to send shudders through the soul. From a distance, the Rain Demon fixed its gaze on Charlo, and a cold terror welled up inside him. But the mind of Zero severed all connection, and only one could break through that barrier. Watching the Rain Demon desperately trying to regain its strength, Charlo was left with a single thought: strike while the iron is hot. Finish him while he's down. TCH. With a flick of his hand, Charlo shrank back to his original size. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed the skill Share upon the massive Rain Demon. Such an enormous body demanded equally enormous stats to sustain it, and Charlo's attributes were nowhere near enough to keep such a giant form going. Sure enough, a wave of overwhelming weakness caused the Rain Demon's body to collapse, leaving the hulking creature slumped helplessly against the mountainside. Yet, thanks to Charlo's sharing skill, its body began to rapidly cycle between collapse and regeneration, reaching a state of perfect equilibrium, allowing the Rain Demon to truly master this vessel at last. It lifted its many-eyed, tentacle-wreathed gaze, casting a look of cold disdain in Charlo's direction. So, you're feeling cocky now? The light rain from the sky began to grow heavier. No longer needing to rely on the rain to manipulate its massive body, the rain demon could now turn its full might upon the entire town. The rain keeps falling down, and I'm so scared inside, Charlot hummed, flashing a sharp-toothed grin as he casually deactivated Cher, singing softly as he addressed the rain demon. Would you care to dance too? In the next instant, a barrier enveloped the rain demon's immense form. A barrier so vast it covered the entire mountain range and half the town beyond. All at once, the mist within the town vanished completely. Inside the barrier, neither monster nor human, nor even Charlot's true self, could move a muscle. Every single being was frozen, forced to tilt their heads and gaze toward a distant point, becoming nothing more than spectators within the barrier. The dormant spiderling lifted its abdomen. The winged bird craned its neck as it plummeted from the sky, and the tentacled creature's body burst open, each eye turning in unison to look the same way. Soon, every obstacle blocking anyone's view quietly faded away. Every surviving human within the barrier beheld the rain demon's terrifying figure. It was gigantic, magnificent, so awe-inspiring that despair swept over anyone who saw it, crushing their will to resist in an instant. Every person gazed upward at the towering form, as if worshipping an all-powerful god, a god of terror. Fear seeped into the heart of everyone in the supermarket. No one believed humanity could overcome such a monster. Even David's spirit broke. Were he not paralyzed, he would have collapsed onto the ground in defeat. Is this a god? Is this the destruction and judgment destined for humanity? The immobile shaman, Madame Carmody, shrieked with wild abandon, proclaiming her victory in tones of utter despair. No one could muster a single argument against her. Yet in the boundless depths of this hopelessness, the very next moment, the story's mood shifted abruptly, veering off in a wild new direction and picking up speed as it went. A voice, ancient as a fallen god, echoed in everyone's ears. Hello, everyone. I'm someone who's been training for 2.5 years. I love to sing dance rap and play basketball. Charlotte, still standing, hadn't made a move. Everyone else remained trembling in fear at the rain demon's presence. But in the next instant, right before their eyes, the terrifying rain demon was struck by disaster. Amid a sound that made everyone's teeth ache, the rain demon planted both feet on the ground and straightened to its full height. Its uppermost pair of legs folded and drooped down by its sides, while the middle pair suddenly detached, thudding heavily onto the earth. Clouds still formed its head, but the gray mass atop its skull parted, strikingly reminiscent of a middle-parted hairstyle. Now, it looked like a grotesquely proportioned, gigantic human. The way it cocked its head to the side, Charlotte could just barely glimpse the shadow of an old acquaintance. Music intoned that oddly familiar, ancient voice. The next moment, energetic music burst forth, and suddenly Charlotte found herself dressed in a pair of overalls, hand instinctively catching a basketball that had seemingly flown in from nowhere. But that wasn't the most astonishing part. What the hell? Charlotte and everyone around her stared, eyes wide with disbelief. As the music filled the air, the onlookers sucked in a sharp breath, watching the rain demon, now clad in enormous overalls and clutching a massive basketball. Both Charlotte and the rain demon began dribbling the ball between their legs in perfect unison, their coordination impossibly flawless. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought the rain demon was simply Charlotte's mech under her control. With a gray wig perched atop her head, Charlotte's eyes nearly popped from their sockets as she watched the rain demon's moves. This was overwhelming, beyond anything she could have imagined, and it stunned every single spectator just as deeply. Their minds went blank, their thoughts shriveled. Reality itself seemed to be tilting into madness before their very eyes. That towering figure in overalls, playing basketball, would be seared into their memories forever, never to fade. Gwen's lips twitched. Of course, she knew this was one of Charlotte's skills. But faced with a colossal, overall-clad monster playing basketball, badly at that, her mind could only buzz in confusion. Then, as if on a whim, both Charlotte and the rain demon tossed their basketballs aside and began patting themselves all over at random. The lively music blared across the scene. GNI is too beautiful EI. Boom, 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 boom. Far in the distance, through Charlotte's own eyes, she watched as the rain demon, dancing with its back to the crowd, performed an iron shoulder charge, smashing its twisted shoulders again and again into the mountain beside it. It swung its arms again, leaped into the air, and with a move called Crow Rides the Plane, the rain demon shook so hard that even its suspenders and pants flew off. With a thunderous crash, the rain demon landed on the ground. The gray rain cloud atop its head split down the middle, quivering wildly. Charlotte's heart seemed to stop. A tingling numbness raced across his scalp. Like countless others, his eyes were wide with shock. As the terror faded, everyone gasped in unison, the temperature in the air seeming to rise a few degrees. What kind of bizarre, demonic ritual was this? It was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, a handful of people with less than pure intentions quietly committed the dance and music to memory, planning to record it. In the Book of Satan, one day, they would gather tens of thousands of followers, all dancing to this melody, hoping to summon a demon. With a graceful turn, the rain demon clutched its groin and began to wave its hands. Its disproportionate face was twisted in terror. As the dance ended, the voice of the ancient god rang out once again, but this time, nobody cared what it said. All eyes were fixed on the rain demon, who drew a heart with its hoof, bit its tentacled lips, and blew a kiss your way. What the hell? Mephisto, exploiting his demonic powers, was watching the party from afar. His eyes were wide, his voice trembling with disbelief. Mephisto's body reflexively leaned back in tactical retreat, clutching his head as he stared at the scene before him, utterly stunned. G&I is too beautiful. A brainwashing chant echoed his mind. What was even more terrifying was that his remarkable memory was now replaying every detail of what he'd just witnessed, again and again, forcing him to relive it. Worse still, in the future he might hear countless people chanting his name, dancing the same dance in his honor. When the music finally ended, the barrier dissipated and the rain demon's body collapsed heavily at the foot of the mountains. The legs it had landed on had already dissolved into flowing water. Every creature bowed its head in unison, returning to normal, though their minds reeled, as if their brain cells were exploding with the memory of what they'd just seen. Charlotte's eyes flew open in alarm, for in the instant the rain demon regained its freedom, it launched a furious attack at him without the slightest hesitation. Charlotte managed only to lift his hand slightly before, in the very next moment, the out of nothing, make a friend skill card lost its power. At that same instant, the rain demon seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, smashed into a puddle of water. Far away, Charlotte's true body turned pale in an instant. Life, 8-7 max. Dead? Am I dead? Death and dissolution. The out of nothing, make a friend skill card is temporarily unavailable. 30 minutes. Staring at life, 7 max, Charlotte's expression darkened. The reduction of his maximum life, the sudden death from being overwhelmed by the rain, left his mind in a daze. He didn't even have the heart to check the new skill card he'd just acquired. At that moment, Charlotte instantly realized that her maximum starting health wasn't 8 points, but 10. It was only after dying once herself and twice as her avatars that it had dropped to 7. She clenched her teeth in secret. Clearly, she couldn't afford to muddle through things in the future. If she'd acted quickly enough. Just now, her avatar wouldn't have died at all. It was her own arrogance, believing her life was limitless, that had led to all this. She resolved never to slack off like this again. With her self-reflection done, Charlotte turned her attention to the new skill card she had just acquired. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill card, Devil Mod. Even the devils think you're a real devil. Free attribute points, +2. Thunder rumbled across a sky full of dark clouds, and Charlotte sensed another demon drawing near. After a brief pause, Charlotte activated her newly acquired skill card. In the next instant, a strikingly handsome demon skin wrapped itself around her. Her arms were enveloped in deep crimson scales, and hellfire began to dance along her entire body. Her eyes flashed and transformed into a fierce, blood-red gaze. As the hellfire burned, the dark red scales on her skin glowed like embers, etched with sinister, sickly patterns that twisted across. Her arms, with a backward sweep of her hands over her head, a pair of curved black demon horns emerged, radiating a menacing aura. Her hair turned stark white and grew swiftly, and a sharp black suit appeared on her body. The devilish Charlotte grinned with satisfaction, revealing razor-sharp teeth that looked as if they could tear through anything in the world. Grotesque and fearsome, wicked and sinful, but utterly useless. This was nothing more than a dazzling full-body special effects skin mod. Even the hellfire blazing on her body was nothing but a harmless special effect. In a flash, the thunder demon, who had been waiting outside the mist, descended from the skies and landed in front of the devilish Charlotte. He looked at the stranger before him, wreathed in hellfire, exuding power and charisma, and was taken aback, for a moment suspecting he'd found the wrong person. Unable to help himself, the thunder demon raised an eyebrow. His short, stout frame struck a theatrical pose. With a flourish, he tugged at his white shirt to reveal a chest full of wiry black hair, caressing it with hands crackling with lightning. In an oily, suggestive tone, he said, "Hey there, gorgeous. My name is Thunder Demon Capaccio. As he spoke, he waved his hands, swayed his hips flamboyantly, bared a mouthful of blackened teeth, and let loose a spark-filled breath. With hands sparking, with electricity, he styled his beard into a frizzy mess, then raised both arms and struck what he clearly thought was an irresistibly dashing pose. He looked at Charlotte with a doting gaze and said, "Interested in going to hell with me? Huh. Sometimes, when you're utterly speechless, laughter is all that's left." And right now, faced with the incredibly cringeworthy Thunder Demon before her, Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. What kind of dazzling troublemakers are these demons from hell? Isn't there a single one who's even remotely normal? Watching the Thunder Demon staring at him, eyes suddenly lighting up with an obsessed gleam, Charlotte kept a calm face and curled her lips into a questioning smile. "So, going to hell, huh? And what's in it for me?" "Benefits." The Thunder Demon paused, a little taken aback. Of course, who would go to hell without a good reason? He blinked excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he replied, "There are countless benefits in hell. Beautiful women beyond number, endless fame, delicious food you'll never tire of, and money you could never spend in a lifetime. Whatever you can imagine, hell is sure to have it." "How interesting." Charlotte's expression remained unruffled. She lifted her palm, watching the hellfire dance in her hand, and snapped her fingers with a gentle click. Greed is insatiable, obsession is hard to let go, desire never ends, and delusion is impossible to fulfill. With a devilish smile, Charlotte's eyes blazed with fire as she lowered her gaze to the Thunder Demon. "If hell truly has everything, then tell me, Thunder Demon, what is it you came to the human world for?" The Thunder Demon's smile faltered, but before he could speak, Charlotte went on. "Don't tell me you're here just to complete some ridiculous mission. Do you really need to finish a task to enjoy what should already be yours? No, you came to the human world because you've already had your fill of material pleasures, and now you crave something deeper for your spirit. Thunder Demon, oh Thunder Demon, desire is endless, but your abilities are not. The more unattainable something is, the more you crave it. The more you satisfy yourself, the more you lust for what lies beyond." The Thunder Demon narrowed his eyes, gazing at Charlotte with an entranced look, and let out a strange, raspy laugh. "By the way, may I ask what's your name?" Baring his pearly white teeth in a serious manner, Charlotte introduced himself. "It's an honor. My name is Heart Demon." Heart Demon. The Thunder Demon blinked. Not only had he never met this demon before, even the title was new to him, and it sounded formidable. With a single finger pointed at the Thunder Demon, Charlotte invoked the skill Share. Instantly, the Thunder Demon felt his own powers diminish, ever so slightly. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the Heart Demon before him. Charlotte smiled with unfathomable depth and said softly, "As long as there is desire, there'll be weakness. As long as your heart has flaws, your will belongs to me, the Heart Demon. I am the undying demon in the hearts of all beings. Wherever the heart is hindered, no one can defeat me." As he spoke, and while the Thunder Demon was still reeling, Charlotte drew a dagger and plunged it into his own abdomen. "Wait, don't hurt yourself," the Thunder Demon cried out in panic. But, before it could close its mouth, a torrent of fresh blood spewed forth. Lifting its head, the Thunder Demon looked at Shero in utter confusion and said, "It's not okay to hurt me, either." Swallowing back the blood, and seeing that he had managed to subdue the Thunder Demon, whose strength was still a mystery, Shero smiled with a look of unfathomable wisdom. No one can defeat their own inner demon, because no one can truly defeat themselves. As Shero once again raised the dagger, intending to stab his own thigh, the Thunder Demon shouted in a voice full of panic, "Wait, I have something to say." This outburst made Shero more vigilant, gripping the dagger tightly as he watched to see what the Thunder Demon would do. With a grave expression, the Thunder Demon swept his sleeve grandly, thunder rumbling all around. Then, suddenly dropping to his knees, he pressed his body flat against the ground, palms pressed together above his head in a desperate plea for mercy. "Mercy, Lord Demon King. Little Thunder Demon admits defeat. I was wrong. I'll never dare again." With his head buried and hearing no response from Shero, the Thunder Demon wasted no time in betraying the Blackheart Demon. "Dearest Demon Boss, all those recent attacks were the work of that despicable Blackheart Demon. I'm sure you've heard his name, but you might not know. He's vile, shameless, and downright filthy. He even has a taste for men. Why, even I, your humble Thunder Demon, have suffered at his hands. If you ever run into him, don't hold back. Just stab him right in the rear, poke 2 holes for the swallows." Thinking he still hadn't conveyed the full picture, the Thunder Demon continued. That wretched Blackheart demon tricked the Death Demon who was left behind on Earth into signing a contract, and then shamelessly took over his body. Shero blinked in surprise, and in that instant, the Thunder Demon turned and ran, vanishing from sight in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, a swirl of black smoke came hurtling from the sky, landing with a crash right before Shero. Draped in a long black ceremonial robe, the Blackheart Demon placed his right hand behind his back, lifting his noble head high with the haughty confidence of a lord of hell. His terrifying true form, black-skinned and bristling with spikes, flickered behind him. With a ghastly pale face twisted into a cold sneer, he fixed his icy gaze on Shero and hissed, "Inner demon? Never even heard of such a thing." Shero glanced at the Blackheart Demon, who was putting on airs of elegance, but his attention was drawn to the demon's height. Without a word, Shero straightened up to his full height, arched an eyebrow, and with eyes blazing red with mocking fire, he tilted his head back to look down at the Blackheart Demon, literally staring down from above. "Dumb demon, I'm taller than you." This silent taunt completely infuriated the Blackheart Demon. His ugly, demonic face contorted in fury, and with a gaping maw, he unleashed a blast of hellfire straight at Shero, engulfing him completely. "You pretentious little fiend. You have the shape and aura of a demon, but you don't carry the scent of hell itself. Be reduced to ashes in the inferno of hellfire." As the hellish flames roared and surged, Charlo walked out from within the blazing inferno, his expression unchanged. With a casual gesture, he pinched out the lingering flames dancing on his shoulder and sneered, "Black-hearted brat, I already told you, I'm an inner demon. Try turning up the heat. Or did you not eat enough today? Your hellfire is so cold, it barely even singes me." Impossible. The black-hearted demon's thoughts raced frantically, flames spewing from his palm. To his shock, Charlo stepped forward, unfazed, grabbed his flaming hand, and grinned wickedly. "Nothing's impossible. Now, it's my turn to put on a show." Though his appearance was all smoke and mirrors, Charlo had something else up his sleeve, the Death Demon's leather jacket. Now that the black-hearted demon had taken over the Death Demon's body, all Charlo had to do was touch that jacket to make contact with the black-hearted demon himself, activating his parasitic ability directly. While the black-hearted demon remained completely unsuspecting, Charlo used his share parasite to copy the ability onto the demon, linking their attributes together. The black-hearted demon, or rather, the Death Demon, didn't possess overwhelming physical strength. Both his constitution and power hovered just above 80 points. Nothing extraordinary. Charlo's mind worked swiftly. Since the black-hearted demon was using the Death Demon's body, then, with a pleasant smile, Charlo watched as the black-hearted demon raised his hand, and right before his eyes, Charlo made a gentle, squeezing motion. The black-hearted demon, having witnessed this trick before, widened his eyes in horror. Powerless to resist, his ceremonial robe exploded into tatters, leaving him standing half-naked in nothing but a pair of Mephisto-printed boxers. Then, Charlo drew his fist through the air in front of his chest, and, raising his middle finger, flipped off the black-hearted demon. "Punch him in the face? Don't be ridiculous. In a shared state, hitting him is no different than hitting myself." With a furious roar, the black-hearted demon, always so concerned with his image, bared his fangs and lunged at Charlo in a fit of utter rage. But Charlo simply squeezed his hand again. The black-hearted demon howled, clutching his pale little privates with one hand and his backside with the other, collapsing into a squatting ball on the ground. So this demon still has a sense of shame. Charlo's eyes brightened as he watched the black-hearted demon's furious and mortified expression. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he let out a chilling, grotesque laugh, one that would haunt a demon's dreams. Robbed of his outer garments by a skill card, the black-hearted demon couldn't put them back on until Charlo changed the card again. Humiliated and exposed, he dared not revert to his true form, for he had seen with his own eyes how easily Charlo stripped the Death Demon's hide. For a moment, he froze on the spot, watching as Charlotte clasped her hands behind her back and began to skip in circles around him, clearly trying to get behind him. The demon, crouched on the ground, could only shuffle sideways like a crab to make sure he always faced Charlotte head-on. Furious and humiliated, he demanded, "Damn it, you little brat. What exactly are you trying to do?" Charlotte replied with a straight face, full of feigned solemnity. "I'm a superhero. What else could I possibly do?" Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter clicked behind the demon, and a chill ran down his spine. "Are you taking pictures?" I'm just posting my moments. Facebook. How annoying. I forgot there's no signal here right now." Breathing a huge sigh of relief, the demon spun around desperately, trying to dodge Charlotte's camera. But Charlotte was already circling him, phone in hand, quick on her feet. Then, the phone gave a soft beep, she'd started recording video. Charlotte paused for a moment, then asked in an innocent, childlike voice, "Are you here to take a dump?" A monstrous roar echoed behind the demon as a terrifying apparition loomed up, trying to snatch the phone away. But Charlotte was too quick and dodged with ease. Waving her phone high, Charlotte called out, "Everyone look, this is Blackheart, son of Mephisto. He came to Earth, stripped off all his clothes, and now he's doing his business right here. That poop monster from earlier? That was his lackey." With that, Charlotte suddenly stopped in her tracks. Blackheart, caught off guard, turned around. His face, flushed with shame and rage, was captured perfectly on camera. As his pale features twisted in panic, Blackheart finally snapped to his senses. He frantically covered his face with both hands, only to reveal even more of himself in the process. Charlotte shouted into her phone, "Look, he's disgusting. He's actually eating." Another furious bellow erupted from Blackheart. He could take no more. Abandoning any attempt at modesty, he lunged at Charlotte with a roar, his naked fury unleashed. "GGG." Charlotte cackled mischievously, aiming her phone over her shoulder at Blackheart, legs pumping as she darted away at full speed. A blast of hellfire shot past. Charlotte quickly stuffed her phone back in her shirt, still snickering as she sprinted forward. "Stop right there. Hand over that phone." Blackheart's enraged howl echoed behind her. If only he could get that phone back, his reputation would be safe. Charlotte darted into a side alley, and Blackheart charged after her, only to come face-to-face with a giant camera-headed figure, leaving him stunned on the spot. 30 minutes were up. The mad streamer returned, once again live before the whole world. Countless viewers clicked into the live stream with bright, eager faces, only to stare at the screen in utter confusion. At the same time, the pale-skinned, naked Blackheart demon was also staring at the camera, just as bewildered. Blackheart maintained his posture as if he had just leapt out, resembling a crab behaving in the most bizarre manner. The cameraman took the phone that Charlotte handed over. Charlotte opened her mouth and, booming with an exaggerated voice, introduced to the audience in front of their screens. This pale-skinned, naked young man, he is none other than the great son of Mephisto, Blackheart. His favorite pastime is streaking, and he has come to Earth with secrets that cannot be revealed. For more details, please watch the VCR. Special effect, VCR. The footage and photos Charlotte had taken were uploaded to the internet, and a live playback appeared in the lower right corner of the stream. The cameraman, perfectly in sync, raised his hand. Special effect, close-up shot. With a furious roar, Blackheart let out a shout at the two of them, but instead of attacking, he spun on his heels and bolted without a moment's hesitation. Charlotte, unwilling to let things go so easily, shouted after him with righteous fury. "Trying to run? Not so fast.